once a prosperous and beautiful Earth, now has become the largest garbage dump in the galaxy. Not only is the Earth's surface covered in countless layers of metal trash, but even the remnants of humanity are forever banned from leaving Earth. As one of the scavengers on this garbage planet, I boldly declare that I will make Earth great again. This is because I have obtained fragments of advanced civilization technology. All technological creations can be synthesized and upgraded. High above, as the heavy doors of a massive starship opened, millions of tons of garbage fell from the sky. Soon, a giant mountain of garbage nearly 500 meters high appeared on the ground. New treasures have arrived. My eyes sparkled as I began to climb the garbage mountain with my robot, Hanzai. Just then, a tremendous roar echoed as a heavy motorcycle appeared at the top of the garbage mountain. Get lost! On the bike was a large man wearing a black gas mask, followed by a dozen scavenger lackeys. I, Arrow, have already paid the Scavenger Association for the rights to this pile of garbage. Although I borrowed the money from Hound, since I paid, this garbage heap belongs to me. The motorcycle man's eyes were filled with greed. You little beggar are quite shrewd to dare borrow money from Hound. These scraps must be worth something. I can already guess what he means. You're worried about being punished by the Scavenger Association. There's another rule in the association. The motorcycle man shook his head, and a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. The death sentence was cancelled. Goodbye. The metal panel on the back of the heavy motorcycle flipped, revealing a rusty cruise missile. White smoke billowed as the missile was launched with a loud roar. The targeting radar was also rusty but wobbled straight towards its target. A wave of heat swept over, sending countless metal fragments into the sky. A dark figure was hurled high, then fell into a garbage abyss 2 kilometers away. The motorcycle man sneered, "This area is ours now, quit dawdling and get to work." In the garbage abyss, I took a deep breath and suddenly awakened from my unconsciousness. I saw Hanzai's rusty head protecting my chest, his mechanical arms tightly holding onto me. "Hanzai, you protected me." Pushing aside Hanzai's limp arms, I got up and looked at his back, my pupils trembling. At this moment, half of Hanzai's body had been blown away, and most critically, his entire back head was melted, and his memory transistors were shattered. Tears streamed down my face. After my grandfather passed away, Hanzai was my only companion, but now he was completely gone. Similar technological creation detected. Would you like to proceed with synthesis? Just then, a voice filled with technological resonance suddenly rang in my ears. I stared blankly at the back of my right hand, where an unknown crystal wristband contained 4 points of azure starlight flowing and jumping inside. This wristband was picked up by my grandfather and given to me. He later said it might be a creation of a level 13 civilization, but my grandfather was already somewhat senile at that time, claiming that his urinal indentures were also creations of a level 13 civilization. Crystal wristband. Suddenly, 2 azure scanning beams were released, one scanning Hanzai's shattered body. The other scanned a distant garbage pile, which instantly became visible. There, half buried, was another abandoned B-343, a nanny robot of the same model as Hanzai. Please select the synthesis subject. My pupils trembled slightly. The 2 B-343s could merge into one. I instinctively looked down at Hanzai at my feet. The wristband seemed to have a visual capture function, turning the grid covering Hanzai's body red, initiating material formatting. The half-white, half-covered, rusty B-343 suddenly emitted a blue glow. Then it shattered into tiny blue light dots. They converged onto Hanzai. In just a few seconds, the dazzling light gradually faded, revealing a brand new humanoid robot. B-897 Safety Protection Nanny Robot, equipped with home security patrol and surveillance devices, capable of effective prediction and reconnaissance in the face of intrusions and dangers. I was stunned. He had upgraded directly from level 3 to level 8 and transformed into something entirely new. Similar technological creation detected. Would you like to proceed with synthesis? Before I could react, the crystal wristband emitted another electronic synthesis sound. The pattern released 2 scanning beams once again. Under a nearby piece of starship wreckage, 2 more B-343 nanny robots were scanned and formed. There were 2 more abandoned B-343s. My eyes sparkled. Please select the synthesis subject. Material formatting initiated. In the next moment, 2 B-897s appeared before me. One was based on the abandoned B-343 under the starship wreckage, and the other was Hanzai, who had passed away. Similar technological creation detected. Would you like to proceed with synthesis? My throat felt slightly dry, but I could continue. The second B-897 was formatted. It transformed into countless tiny blue light dots. Then they converged onto the B-897 based on Hanzai. In other words, the basic synthesis logic of the crystal wristband is 4 into 2, and 2 into 1, gradually increasing in level. A few seconds later, the blue light faded, and Hanzai transformed again. He grew taller and his limbs became much sturdier. A 24 environmental adaptation nanny-robot, equipped with strong environmental adaptability, can operate normally in extreme weather conditions and complex terrains, and is equipped with various daily operational tools, capable of basic shapeshifting. I was so shocked that I was almost speechless. Don't rush, assistant robot. It might be common on alien planets, but there won't be a second one on Earth right now. Hanzai, can you hear me? My voice trembled slightly. Hello, esteemed customer. The A24 environmental adaptation nanny robot is at your service. Please complete the initial setup. Hearing the robot's emotionless voice, my body went completely stiff. The machine was repaired, but Hanzai could never return. Tears welled up in my eyes as I reached out to touch the chest of the A24. I can't keep this up. You idiot, don't touch if you aren't buying. The action of pulling my hand back paused. I suddenly sensed a very familiar smell. In front of a dilapidated shack, Hanzai, fully revived, was admiring his brand new body in a mirror. I stroked my chin, staring at the mysterious object in my hand. It was truly miraculous. Could it really be what my grandfather said, a creation of a level 13 civilization? What are you? I suddenly asked my right wrist, not expecting an answer. I am STC, based on your understanding, commonly referred to as a standard construction template. Alright. I slowly get up and squint, saying that what you are doesn't matter. What matters is that I must fully utilize your value. The test begins. I brought 2 similarly sized stones. Non-tech items cannot be synthesized. Non-tech devices cannot be activated. I pondered and then got up to enter the shelter to fetch 8 pairs of intricately designed metal shoes. The adventure shoes can achieve a jumping height of 20 to 80 centimeters through the hydraulic components at the bottom. These are all trash that I collected in the past. Although the technology level is relatively low, they are still purely technological creations. Similar technological creations detected. Sure enough, the STC released a blue scan beam. Please select the primary material for synthesis. Formatting startup. 1 pair of shoes is disassembled into raw units by blue light and sprayed onto the other pair of adventure shoes. The mechanical leg guards extend to the knees, relieving knee pressure, with a maximum jump height of 4.5 meters. I open my eyes slightly. With this, climbing a 100-meter garbage mountain probably won't take more than 10 minutes. I look again at the other 4 pairs of adventure shoes. Following the same method, I combine 2 pairs of leg guards into one, creating a brand new piece of equipment. Jet turbine power shoes, equipped with 18 microjet turbines, precise gyroscopes, and tilt trend sensors, allowing the wearer to fly up to 300 meters high, with a maximum speed of 0.408 Mach. I freeze for a moment. 0.408 Mach is roughly 500 kilometers per hour. In today's Earth, the sky is almost a forbidden zone. Not even a damaged flying vehicle can be found. It seems someone has sifted through the trash here. Their purpose is simple, to prevent any scavenger from escaping Earth, as these trash bugs possess the most vile memories, and they must not be allowed to leave and pollute human civilization. My eyes are filled with disbelief. I, the silly one, can fly. With several crisp sounds, these cool boots are fitted perfectly. The lights in the silly one's eyes flicker slightly. I suggest you familiarize yourself with the manual before operating. If I familiarize myself, it won't be exciting. I take a deep breath. Here I go. With a splash of dust, my body shoots up into the sky. Trash. The Earth's atmosphere presents a murky dark gray, but the sky is still the place countless trash bugs yearn for. At this moment, my heart swells with emotion as I can't help but shout in the clouds, I am the king of the sky. I am the king of the world. The SCC is incredibly powerful, capable of transforming all trash technology into unimaginable equipment. I look down at the trash-covered earth beneath me, where there is an immeasurable amount of technological waste, almost everything one could imagine. The legend of someone seems to be about to begin. This person is me, and I will become the king of trash. On a certain garbage mountain, the villainous Luo seems to hear the faint buzz of a mosquito. He turns and looks up at the distant sky, noticing a faint black smoke several kilometers away, where a small underground boss with poorly made mechanical legs feels as if something has taken off. Impossible. The villainous dragon squints and analyzes that it must be some trash that exploded. In the ruins, I raise my head. The landing was perfect, but it only crushed my only shelter. Next, I turn my gaze to the shelves on the side of the shelter, where hundreds of black cylinders are placed. These are nickel-based high-temperature alloys. Although they require complex refining, these alloys are not very valuable. 149 pieces of nickel-based high-temperature alloy, if sold directly, would be worth about 100 credit points. My eyes gleam as I wonder if these basic materials can be synthesized. Similar technological creations detected. Material formatting initiated. This sound is incredibly pleasant in my mind. The alloy, although a basic material, is still a technological creation. At that moment, my satellite phone, wrapped in tape, started going haywire. It was the scavenger Luke, requesting connection. Scavenger Luke has done quite well for himself. A year ago, he suddenly got rich by finding high-value items and started a loan shark business. Previously, to buy the development rights to the garbage heap, I bet everything and borrowed 2,800 credit points from Scavenger Luke. I originally thought that after the complete development, I would easily pay back the principal and interest to Luke, but that guy Luo robbed me. Scavenger Luke lives up to his name, he devours people without leaving bones. If I can't pay him back, I will surely be torn apart and ground into meat paste. But that was in the past. Now I have the STC synthesis. Metallic intermetallic compounds are composed of two or more metal elements, characterized by high strength and hardness, and excellent oxidation resistance, suitable for manufacturing high-temperature components for spacecraft. Looking at the brand new orange-yellow metal on the shelf, I slowly reveal a smile. Intermetallic compounds are precious materials, but not absolutely rare. There have been scavengers who found such metal, even just 100 grams led that scavenger to a 4-month spree, indulging with all the queens on Bar Street, and now I have synthesized it. A piece of intermetallic compound the size of a fist is more than enough to pay off my debts. But I won't stop here. I have hundreds of basic synthetic materials now. Similar technological creations detected, material formatting initiated. Amorphous alloys are composed of multiple elements, featuring ultra-high strength and hardness, excellent corrosion resistance, and can be used to synthesize interstellar engine core ware components and other stellar and industrial materials. High-damage alloy. High-damage alloy is an alloy with a disordered atomic arrangement, featuring S3 high strength and high hardness, as well as extreme electromagnetic shielding properties, suitable for constructing high-crystal interstellar and radar systems and rare materials. 5 minutes later, I hold 23 pieces of flying crystal alloy and 4 pieces of high-damage alloy. STC synthesized items are all cross-level enhancements. These two alloys are certainly not antimatter. It's clear their value is low. I get up and grip the satellite communicator, as Scavenger Luke is calling in a rage. Damn trash bug. You took my money and want to run? The total is 4,800 credit points with interest. If you can't pay up, I'll dissect you and sell your frontal lobe and spine to those biopunk merchants. I borrowed only 2,800 points, and in less than 7 days, it has turned into 4,800 points. It's well-known extortion. Don't worry. I'm in luck today. I found an intermetallic compound, about 100 grams. What? Scavenger Luke's voice shows surprise, but he quickly grits his teeth and says, "You say there is? There is. I've seen this trick before. Trying to stall, are you?" I lightly flick the piece of intermetallic compound with my finger, producing a crisp and lasting chime. On the other end of the communicator, Scavenger Luke falls silent for 5 seconds. This guy has become clever. That clear sound could never come from ordinary metal. Great, 500 grams, right? Luke's voice remains fierce. Round it off, give me that metal, and we'll settle our accounts. Oh, what a fine rounding. I shake my head and smile. By the way, I also found a piece of white translucent metal with a label that says Flying Whale Alloy. Is it valuable? The communicator falls silent for 2 seconds, followed by a faint buzzing noise, as if the signal is being interfered with. Then Luke's voice comes through, somewhat disappointed. "Oh, it's just flying whale. Not worth much, you won't get much for it. How about this? I'll take that flying whale at market price. I have business right now. Come to the bar in 3 hours. Luke curses and hangs up the phone. I put the communicator on the table, revealing a smile. The scavenger is concealing something. Flying whale and whale alloys are very valuable. The buzzing sound just transmitted from the communicator wasn't signal interference. It was because that scavenger suddenly got tense on the other end. He pretended to be busy and scheduled our meeting for 3 hours later. If Scavenger Luke knew I had this piece of non-metal alloy that could drive him close to madness, along with 22 more in my possession, what would he think? He would definitely find a way to kill you, sleeping with your belly up, lying flat, stretching out your arms as if to cut your throat. Yes, I chuckle helplessly, my eyes twinkling. Putting aside other materials, just one piece of flying whale is enough for him to kill over. Time for the silly one to get to work. I get up and pat my tattered blue cloak. Once the scavenger confirms I have the flying whale, he will pull out a gun and blow my head off. Upon hearing this, the silly one nods seriously, getting up and solemnly saying, "That I won't go. What I mean is, I need to gather enough combat equipment within 3 hours. I'm just joking with you." The silly one stands tall at 2 meters, exuding an impressive aura. So, what do? 100 kilometers to the north, I stand at the entrance of the shelter, looking into the distance. I remember a year ago, a military equipment company dumped a large amount of garbage there. With a roar, 2 waves of air stir up dust as a person and a machine fly northward. 35 minutes later, I float high in the air, gazing below. My mindset slightly breaks. The garbage from a year ago has long been covered by new trash. Moreover, this brand new trash bears numerous red cross markings, clearly indicating medical waste. Time is tight, I can only start digging. I frown as I stand at the foot of the garbage mountain. What is this? A box of diapers? What's this? A box of balloons? Why are there balloons in medical waste? At this moment, the silly one resembles a scavenger, picking up whatever he finds to examine closely. What is this? A box of mechanical surgical gloves? Hearing this, my eyes brighten. Silly one, keep this. 12 surgical assistant gloves, featuring internal mechanical joints that can assist doctors in making highly precise movements. Similar technological creations detected, material formatting initiated. Fusion upgrade to V50 surgical assistant gloves, model number 11. They are lighter, and the fingertips can extend metal tendrils with a diameter of 0.3 mm to perform more precise surgical tasks. I shake my head. This isn't what I want, disassemble it into raw units. Fusion upgrade. S2 surgical assistant gloves, featuring integrated micron-level circuit engraving and micropower module technology. The fingertips can release microvibrational force fields to move internal organs slightly in midair, crush blood clots, stones, and other foreign bodies in the human body. I shake my head again, this isn't what I want either. Disassemble it into raw units. Fusion upgrade. F55 surgical assistant gloves, model number 2. They feature integrated nanometer-level circuit engraving and ultra-micro power module technology, with an expanded vibrational field of up to 2 meters in diameter and enhanced liquid flow control technology. My eyes widen, this is interesting. Disassemble it into raw units and initiate fusion upgrade. 001 surgical assistant gloves, failed product. How did a failed product come out with the new model? My eyes widen. The SEC doesn't make mistakes. Could it be that the final evolution of these surgical assistant gloves is a failed product? 051 surgical assistant gloves, failed product. The technology development fell into disarray, and researchers used extreme methods in an attempt to achieve a revolutionary upgrade, but the final product was completely contrary to the research mission. Abandoned File 051 redefined its name based on device functionality, micro high-power gravity field adjustment gloves. Once the gravity field is released, it becomes uncontrollable and poses a risk of shattering all items within a 40 to 70 square meter radius. So, it refers to a failure in medical assistance functionality, but doesn't that feature make it a divine tool for me? Silly one, step back. I've already put on the gravity field adjustment gloves and am gently moving my fingers. Then I look up at the massive pile of medical waste, palm facing forward, and suddenly spread my 5 fingers wide. A loud sound that shakes my eardrums fills my ears, followed by visible pale yellow ripples spreading out for 30 meters ahead. A crackling sound of metal scraping and tearing emerges, with iron shavings falling off and dust swirling. In the air ahead, hundreds of pieces of trash, large and small, float suspended, controlled by the gravity field. I move my hand sideways, and the floating trash ahead also shifts sideways. The field recovers, and countless pieces of trash crash to the ground. The area that was originally piled high with garbage has now been cleared to reveal a space of at least 60 square meters. I look down at the light blue technological gloves in my hand. Indeed, they are a divine tool, solving my urgent needs. An hour later, I have moved nearly 2,000 tons of garbage, and the medical waste above has finally been cleared away. I pick up a metal nameplate and gently wipe it, revealing the words Danon, War Equipment Manufacturing Group. My eyes light up, I am finally getting closer to my goal. I continue to move and sift through the garbage. However, over 20 minutes pass, and I still haven't found anything useful. The disposal standards for war-related garbage are extremely high. Core components must be removed. As for firearms, they are usually cut into pieces before disposal. There is still 1 hour left until my meeting with Scavenger Luke, and I feel a slight anxiety. Just then, I stop my movements. Deep within the garbage mountain, a massive metal fuel barrel appears, with all entrances and exits welded shut. Why are all the entrances sealed? I squint and then give a signal to the silly one. The silly one understands and transforms his arm, revealing a metal cutting gun. It took a surprising 9 minutes to cut an entrance large enough for one person to pass through this abandoned fuel barrel. Inside the barrel, the light is dim, and a foul rotten smell wafts out, along with unknown black ashes. I squint my eyes and slowly place the square crystal agent in front of my mouth and nose as I step into the massive fuel barrel. Suddenly, a clump of white material falls from above, and a pair of bony hands clamps down on my neck. Chang Chen never expected this scene, and he was completely thrown into chaos. He took 2 steps back and regained his composure. Only then did he notice that a white skeleton was hanging above him, not a ghost or evil spirit, but the skeleton's arms were naturally drooping, just resting on Chang Chen's neck. Chang Chen took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and looked deeper into the fuel barrel. In the next moment, he saw a horrifying sight. Corpses. Almost 30 corpses. Like the one above him, they had been dead for a long time and had turned into white bones. How could there be dead bodies in the trash of the Danon group? Chang Chen was shocked. Although there had been scavengers who found some human limbs before, those were merely from some murder and disposal cases, far from being comparable to the scene before him today. In the haze, some of the corpses still had clothing that had not completely decayed. Chang Chen bent down to check their name tags. Huaxia Interstellar Exploration Team, 6th Brigade, 3rd Special Operations Group. They are soldiers. Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly. Exploration Team, 6th Brigade, 3rd Group. Isn't that the famous Extreme Team? At just 18, Chang Chen couldn't help but have dreams of heroism. Previously, he had listened to many military programs through his grandfather's old super-frequency radio. The Extreme Team was the iron-blooded heroes of 20 years ago. They were fearless and selfless, exploring the stars while also bearing the mission of interstellar rescue, saving tens of thousands of refugees during their service. Whenever a member of the Extreme Team sacrificed themselves, it would inevitably lead to thousands of civilians mourning in tribute. One day, 20 years ago, this heroic team suddenly announced their disbandment and gradually faded from people's sight. Once, young Chang Chen felt a deep sense of regret upon hearing this, even crying sadly. At this moment, he bent down to examine the bones around him, his pupils slightly constricting. Something was wrong. There were cutting marks on their neck bones. The weapon was sharp, and the force was great. Chang Chen's body trembled slightly. They were all slit throats, and then sealed in this iron can, discarded as garbage. There must be a dark truth hidden within. Out of pity for the heroes, Chang Chen collected their name tags one by one. Ding Feng, Lin Lanyue, Long Zhanxiao. Chang Chen memorized their names, hoping that one day, when he could leave Earth, he would restore the truth behind their deaths as much as he could. When he reached the depths of the fuel tank, Chang Chen saw 8 relatively large white skeletons. To be precise, those 8 skeletons were wearing a type of large combat suit. That is, Chang Chen's body began to tremble involuntarily. That is the Extreme Warriors 8-man team, and what they are wearing is the X-12 Extreme Warrior exoskeleton that I have fantasized about countless times. Similar technological creation detected, synthesize? The SCC emitted a prompt sound while releasing 6 scanning beams, sweeping back and forth over the 8 corpses not far away. Chang Chen's face was illuminated in flickering light. His heartbeat continued to accelerate. 10 minutes later, Chang Chen moved all the bones out and buried them, erecting a nameless tombstone for them. This was the only thing Chang Chen could do at the moment, and it was the most basic form of respect. Afterwards, Chang Chen looked at the ground in front of him, where 8 sets of X-12 Extreme Warrior-powered exoskeletons were neatly arranged. After all, the Extreme 8-man team was a legend from 20 years ago. With the advent of the Great Universe era, human technology had advanced rapidly, and these exoskeletons were now outdated products. They were large in size, with high-strength nylon linings inside, and robust hydraulic power devices on the outside, with a heavy power battery strapped to the back. In legend, such a power exoskeleton can increase the strength output of an adult by 1500-2000 N, but the downside is that it is quite heavy and moves slowly. In fact, on today's garbage planet, having a complete X-12 Extreme Warrior power exoskeleton would allow Chang Chen to walk sideways. Of course, the exoskeleton in front of him was also corroded and rusted in many places, already in a state of disrepair, with not a drop of hydraulic oil left. Some of the slender hydraulic rods had already become brittle, breaking at a touch, and were filled with the stench of decay. It was completely in a scrapped state. Even if scavengers found this equipment, they would probably only dismantle the power batteries, and according to Chang Chen's estimation, those power batteries that had been silent for 20 years were now worth very few credit points. 8 sets of exoskeletons can be synthesized 3 times. Chang Chen's expression was serious. The worn-out equipment was not a problem for him. He looked forward to the rebirth of these heroic armors, anticipating the legend of the Extreme Warrior to continue in his hands, once again shining with dazzling brilliance. Disassemble into original units. Start synthesis. Chang Chen raised his right hand, and the STC shone brightly. One of the broken exoskeletons emitted specks of white light, which gathered along a silk-like passage onto the surface of another exoskeleton. The miracle of technology reappeared. The dazzling white light gradually faded. The brand new exoskeleton armor in front of him had shrunk in size by nearly 50%, lined with pure black, and the hydraulic devices and fuel packs had become more refined, with the materials innovated. Just sitting quietly, its combat momentum had more than doubled compared to before. X-55 Extreme Warrior Power Exoskeleton Individual Combat Equipment, using hydraulic or electromechanical transmission methods to transfer the engine's power to the limbs, made of titanium aluminum compound, action output strength, 4000-5800N iterative version. A brand new state, with reduced size, enhanced materials, and doubled output strength. It has turned waste into treasure. Cheng Chen's heart rate quickened. He had initially envisioned the outcome but did not expect the combat power to multiply. The synthesis of STC was not conjured from thin air, it was more like a compilation of the evolutionary blueprints of all technological equipment, which were then presented step by step through repeated upgrades. Disassemble into original units fusion upgrade. After consuming 4 sets of X-12, the second evolutionary version appeared. XX-23 Extreme Warrior Armor Individual Combat Equipment, hiding all power enhancement structures beneath the alloy armor, further reducing size and significantly increasing defensive capabilities, all basic performance enhanced by 240%, adding a multi-environment breathing adaptation system, radar monitoring system, long-range communication system, tactical analysis brain, and hidden melee weapons. This time, what appeared before Cheng Chen was no longer an exoskeleton. Its code name was Armor. It resembled a humanoid robot, with no visible hydraulic power devices or exposed battery packs. The head was covered by an all-encompassing helmet, with a diamond-shaped visual system in the eye area, emitting a faint red glow. The black coating gave an extremely agile and swift impression, like a mechanical phantom that could silently traverse the night, possessing explosive combat power. The exoskeleton and full-cover armor were naturally two different levels of things. Whoosh! The front cover of the XX-23 Extreme Warrior armor opened to both sides, revealing the internal space for the pilot, like a divine weapon waiting for its master. Baby, just wait a little longer. You can become even stronger. Cheng Chen suppressed the impulse in his heart. No normal man could resist the temptation of a mech. At this moment, Cheng Chen's throat felt dry, and his heart seemed to leap into his throat. In the next moment, Cheng Chen broke his composure, suddenly turning around, his face flushed, gasping for breath with his tongue out. Oh my god, I can't take it anymore. That's the upgraded version of the X-12 Extreme Warrior. Am I dreaming? Hanzai stepped forward, raising his fist the size of a sandbag. I can give you a punch to confirm whether you're dreaming or not. Then I wouldn't be dreaming. I'd be going straight to the ground. Cheng Chen turned back, his hands pressing down in a serious gesture, his expression once again grave. Continue the synthesis. What will the 8 sets of X-12 ultimately synthesize into? What will it be? Cheng Chen was unprecedentedly excited, nervous, thrilled, and frantic. Dispersing into primitive units fusion upgrade synthesis failed. The materials are all smashed. Hanzai, get out of the way. Synthesis successful. XXX-01 Memory Metal Extreme Warrior Power Armor. Cheng Chen's pupils slightly contracted and then expanded. Memory metal armor? Isn't this the conceptual machine proposed by the Galactic Science Alliance some time ago? Conceptual machine. In simple terms, it refers to certain theoretical foundations that are still in the conceptual stage and cannot be truly manufactured. But in terms of scientific and technological prospects, it is achievable, though it requires an unpredictable amount of time. Such concepts often represent the future, visions, and dreams. In other words, this set of equipment has not yet been manufactured in human civilization. This technology comes from a Level 2 civilization database. The latest prompt from STC left Cheng Chen in a daze. Technology from a Level 2 civilization? Human civilization has already surpassed the Earth era's 0.7 level, greatly improving energy efficiency and initiating interstellar travel, currently around a 1.5 level civilization. And a Level 2 civilization, while seemingly only 0.5 levels apart, is not as simple as addition and subtraction. It took humanity 4 million years to advance from a Level 0 civilization to a 1.5 level civilization that could fully utilize its home planet's energy, starting from the southern ape, upright walking, using fire, creating and using tools. And on top of that, each level transition requires a long passage of time. What is the technology of a Level 2 civilization like? Can it represent the pinnacle of Level 2 civilization technology? The standard for advancing to a Level 2 civilization is a more efficient energy acquisition method, such as using a Dyson sphere to fully exploit the home planet's energy resources. And energy of higher civilizations are also limited. Different creations require varying amounts of research effort, so that's how it is. Cheng Chen looked at the XXX-01 Extreme Warrior armor in front of him. It was too lightweight, even somewhat thin, like a dark silver bodysuit without gloves or foot armor, and there was no head armor. Hello, baby? Cheng Chen swallowed, extending his finger to gently touch the XXX01 in front of him. Ding! In that instant, the metallic surface of the dark silver armor rippled like liquid, the ripples quickly expanding, producing some kind of high-frequency vibration, and the appearance of the ripples transformed into rapidly changing geometric shapes, resembling a miniature version of turbulent waves. The next second, the surging geometric patterns began to flow, swiftly crawling along Cheng Chen's finger and spreading across his entire body. Cheng Chen was utterly shocked. That metal, which appeared to have a very high hardness, actually turned into liquid? Like a thin piece of underwear, the XXX01 memory metal armor slipped into Cheng Chen's clothing, quickly covering his torso. At the same time, a precise metal barb suddenly flipped out from the upper part of Cheng Chen's neck and spine, with countless tiny hooks like hair, which with a click pierced into his skin. What the hell? Cheng Chen cried out in pain. Han Zai watched this scene unfold vividly. Just like a silver venomous snake suddenly emerged from the back of Cheng Chen's neck, it bit down without hesitation, devoid of any emotion. Cheng Chen felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, as if his brain had been struck by an electric current, leaving him blank and numb. Immediately after, an irresistible force surged through his limbs, forcibly stretching him into a big shape. His arms and legs were bent at extreme angles, as if they were being controlled against his will, continuously twisting forward and backward. Crack, crack, sounds of bones cracking echoed from within Cheng Chen's body. Can't it be a bit gentler? It hurts so much the first time. Cheng Chen's features contorted. Crack, ah. Cheng Chen felt as if he had been ravaged for over 200 years. In reality, it was only a few seconds. Finally, that feeling of mutual repulsion gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of control over the situation. The XXX01 memory metal armor seemed to have completed its initial matching, completely releasing its control. Cheng Chen's eyes focused, and inexplicably, he felt a strong confidence in his control over his body. Suddenly, Cheng Chen sprang up from the ground, executing a perfect backflip, his body rotating 360 degrees, and then he knelt on one knee with a fist down. Boom! The ground trembled slightly. Amidst the smoke, he slowly raised his head. This feeling was like being endowed with an incredibly frenzied power, lightning-fast speed, and the precision of a nanowave radar. In short, one word: fierce. In front of Cheng Chen's right eye, a palm-sized blue virtual screen suddenly blossomed, coming from the armor's own interface. XXX01 Memory Metal Extreme Warrior Power Armor Action Output Force, 65200N Precision and Controllability, plus or minus 0. 2 mm Dynamic Response Speed, 89. 1 millisecond Durability and Fatigue Limit, 10 to the power of 9 times Biological Signal Capture Rate, 57 microseconds per timed Stress Index, 19,000 MPa Expandable Memory Metal Capacity, 0. For cubic meters due to the user's physical fitness, gene sequence, and other reasons, the basic indicators of the armor have not been fully realized. Cheng Chen's eyes widened. As a child who grew up in the ruins of technology, he possessed basic equipment maintenance skills. This data equated to capturing my thoughts every 57 microseconds at full operation. If the brain issues a command, it can deliver a punch with a force of 65,200 newtons within 1/10 of a second, and control it with precision within 0.2 millimeters. And 65200 newtons is roughly equivalent to the impact effect of a 10-ton heavy truck traveling at 90 kilometers per hour. This impact force is already quite powerful. If concentrated on a small fist, it would be an absolutely terrifying strength. As for that stress index, it is probably similar to old-era firearms, like submachine guns, which would require hundreds of rounds to penetrate the same spot at a vertical angle. Although this is not the main attack direction of a level 2 civilization, it is already quite exaggerated. It is not earth-shattering, but such frenzied indicators are concentrated on a lightweight armor. If human technology were to achieve such striking power, the size of the armor would undoubtedly be enormous. The silly guy stared with his bright red eyes. It seems you are even fiercer than me now. Due to physical fitness, gene sequence, and other reasons, the basic indicators of the armor have not been fully realized. Gene sequence. Cheng Chen sighed, silently shook his head, and then perked up again. What does that expandable memory metal capacity of 0.4 cubic meters mean? There was a brief supplement behind this introduction. It can be subjectively controlled or automatically planned by the system. We need to test it. Cheng Chen straightened up, squinting his eyes, locking onto a piece of starship wreckage about 5 meters high not far away. That thing was made of high-density metal, looking both clumsy and thick, giving the illusion of being indestructible and immovable for millennia. The moment Cheng Chen's consciousness was born, the best strike point, best strike angle, best striking posture, and fastest advance route appeared on the blue void screen in his field of vision. Chang Chen couldn't help but marvel. Technology is the ultimate wing of humanity. In that second, Chang Chen moved. His legs exerted force, and the trash beneath his feet crunched and shattered. He darted along the blue curve that appeared in his vision, swiftly maneuvering around the uneven debris, and in an instant, he advanced to the front of that massive metal piece. The best strike point transformed into a red halo, suddenly shrinking. Chang Chen leaned back in midair, his tattered cloak billowing, one long leg lifted, pulling back significantly to create enough distance for charging. XXX-01 quickly analyzed the situation. Chang Chen needed strong support to withstand the immense reactive force at the moment of impact. In an instant, four dark silver metal support arms grew from his ankle, deeply embedding themselves into the ground. At the same moment, two longer mechanical arms extended from the back of Chang Chen's neck. Like two abruptly sprouting mechanical spider legs, they also made contact with the ground, providing strong support for Chang Chen's back. Moreover, the foot that was thrusting outward was instantly covered by dark silver metal. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, in just 1/10 of a second. Whoosh! Boom! The massive metal wreckage, estimated to weigh nearly 5 tons, visibly deformed upon colliding with the top of Chang Chen's foot, and then a tremendous instantaneous acceleration erupted, breaking its state of rest as it was kicked into the air by Chang Chen. The sound of air being split was followed by a loud crash as the giant metal wreckage embedded itself deep into a garbage mound 30 meters away. Chang Chen stood in place, his chest heaving. What a powerful strike! In that moment, the mechanical arms extending from his body silently retracted. Chang Chen's mind raced, and a flowing liquid surged from within his wrist, slowly forming a sharp dagger. With another thought, the dagger transformed, extending into a nearly 2-meter-long dark silver spear. So that's what it means. Chang Chen felt the spear in his hand, as if it were an extension of himself. 4 cubic meters of expandable memory metal, available for my use, and capable of automatically changing form. A brilliant light flickered in Chang Chen's eyes. The most remarkable aspect of XXX-01 was its lightweight size. At that moment, it was like a thermal undershirt, hidden inside Chang Chen's clothing, only slightly visible at the silver edges when he moved his sleeves. No one could realize that this garbage boy was actually wearing a piece of combat armor from a level 2 civilization. Han Zai raised the communicator high, and after a series of crackling sounds, the impatient voice of Hyena came through. "Kid, it's about time, have you set off? Let me tell you, my time is precious. If I'm late, I won't take your stuff." Then, Hyena directly hung up the communication. Chang Chen smiled calmly. He was still playing hard to get. It was very likely that Hyena was already impatient, like an ant on a hot pan, pacing around the bar. "Han Zai, we've collected enough gear. Let's go meet the number 1 bully of this bar street." The so-called bar street was merely a few dilapidated houses located in a valley of garbage, a place for scavengers to pass the time. I heard that this was the location of a pentagon belonging to a certain European superpower in the old era. Of course, by this time, that pentagon had long been buried beneath garbage. Looking into the distance, only a few skyscrapers, once over 100 stories tall, barely peeked out from the refuse. A few scavengers wandered slowly, their hunched figures clad in tattered protective suits, patched upon patched, the material of which appeared fragile in the harsh environment. Those who had lived in the Earth's garbage dump for a long time were filled with complex and contradictory emotions: despair and helplessness, numbness and adaptation, reality and fantasy, loneliness and alienation, greed and risk. Most adult men would, in their spare time, head to the bar street to drink cheap alcohol tainted with various chemical elements, seeking brief moments of joy and satisfaction. A young boy appeared at the street corner, accompanied by a nanny robot draped in burlap. It walked slowly toward the bar. The shattered starship windows by the roadside reflected his figure. The boy had long hair that covered his eyebrows and the corners of his eyes, dust-covered. He wore a dark blue scavenger cloak full of holes. This cloak served two purposes. It represented a low-level scavenger, and if trapped deep in the garbage, its relative brightness could attract attention for rescue. Although, in this world, there were no rescue teams, once trapped, it was just waiting to die. He wore black long pants and a jacket made of radiation-resistant material, which looked similar to the leather jackets of the old era, resembling a young cowboy. The boy stopped, looking at the figure in a red dress across from the bar. Hona was the most beautiful sight on the bar street. No, she was even the most beautiful sight on the entire garbage planet. She sat on an abandoned fuel barrel, gently leaning against it, her bright red dress revealing a pair of immaculate white feet. Hona was beautiful, as if she did not belong to this world. In Chang Chen's perception, all the men on this garbage planet liked her. Chang Chen gathered his courage and approached Hona. She turned her head, her black curls swaying with the movement, and her long eyelashes blinked as her beautiful eyes looked at Cheng Chen. In her pupils, there was a faint blue halo, crystal clear, mysterious and magical. That was a symbol of high-grade genes. After the era of the great universe began, human gene modification technology had also risen completely. Based on the quality of genes, humanity was divided into various ranks. Cheng Chen had ordinary genes, equivalent to an ordinary human in the old era, which in this time was roughly equal to garbage. Scavengers were all of ordinary genes. Hona, however, was a naturally E-grade, only slightly stronger than ordinary people, yet she was a brilliant and dazzling pearl on this garbage planet. Not only because Hona was beautiful. As long as one reproduced with her, the next generation's genes were very likely to evolve to a higher level, thus having the chance to completely escape this garbage planet beneath their feet. Everyone wants to get close to me, everyone says they like me. Hona's voice was clear and pure as she looked at Cheng Chen. But no one respects my opinions. Perhaps my criteria for choosing a partner has never been based on genetic standards, but rather on finding someone I truly like. Hona smiled, her beautiful face and captivating pupils enchanting. Your rash approach has already caused me distress. Promise me, in the future, please keep a comfortable distance. Cheng Chen pursed his lips, finally revealing a polite smile. Sorry for the disturbance. He then turned and left. Hona's father was the leader of the Scavenger Alliance. No one could force her to do what she did not want to do. Cheng Chen admired Hona, but it wasn't just for Hina's genes. He liked this beautiful girl with an independent worldview who loved to immerse herself in her own world. Hina was a pure white lotus in this dirty world. Foolish kid, always thinking about unrealistic things. In the bar, Hyena Luke secretly observed Cheng Chen, then pulled the trigger of the beam pistol that had been patched up countless times, barely able to fire. Immediately, he turned to the 7 subordinates behind him and said, "Get ready, guard all the exits. Once that little trash comes in, he won't be going out again." Cheng Chen pushed open the bar's door. Under the dim lights, a few dazed patrons were scattered about, one of whom had already fallen under the table, possibly asleep or dead, as some of the drinks here had side effects comparable to poison. It was unusual for Hyena not to be in the hall, but it was also within Cheng Chen's expectations. Behind him, a fierce-looking man slowly closed the bar's door and then gestured to Cheng Chen. "Hyena is waiting for you in the back room." Cheng Chen slowly walked toward the back room, passing 2 fierce-looking men standing in the corridor. Hyena wanted to keep things under wraps while destroying evidence. Pushing open the door to the back room, Cheng Chen finally saw Hyena Luke, who had a yellow mohawk. He was sitting behind a makeshift metal desk, his feet crossed on the tabletop, biting into a moldy cigar. His teeth had all been replaced with sharp black alloys, and the cigar looked particularly menacing as it was pierced through. Hyena Luke first gestured for Cheng Chen to sit down, then pulled out a fully charged beam pistol from his pocket. He lightly tapped the table with his heel. Suddenly, a bloodied old man with a torn mouth crawled out from behind the desk. That was Old Lin, a friend of Cheng Chen's grandfather. The scavenger often went hungry, and Old Lin had saved Cheng Chen and his grandfather more than once. In other words, without Old Lin's past help, Cheng Chen wouldn't have survived to this day. Hyena looked up at the big man standing in the corner. This man had both hands modified into hydraulic mechanical arms, capable of unleashing incredible strength. He was the top enforcer on the bar street. Surrounding, hostages, fierce enforcers. Everything was arranged for Cheng Chen. Hyena Luke really didn't want any unexpected incidents to occur. "Ha, you wouldn't be playing those 'I didn't bring anything. If you kill me, you won't get anything' tricks, would you?" Hyena Luke laughed ominously. "Little bug, I have a few questions to ask you. Where did you?" But Cheng Chen interrupted him, slowly pulling out a piece of metallic compound from his pocket and placing it on Hyena's desk. "This is to pay back your loan shark. Wow, this little guy is quite perceptive." Cheng Chen then pulled out a piece of translucent golden metal. "This is something I want to sell." "Damn, it's the real deal." Hyena Luke's eyes widened, his pupils constricting as he took 7 or 8 seconds to react. This kid is too perceptive. Cheng Chen still ignored him and pulled out another piece of translucent golden metal, quietly placing it on the table. "Damn." Hyena swallowed hard. "You actually have 2 pieces of amorphous alloy." Cheng Chen continued to pull out the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th piece of amorphous alloy. "Damn." Hyena Luke's eyes went wide, and he bit his cigar in half. "You actually have this much?" Then, Hyena craned his neck to look at Cheng Chen's chest pocket, confirming that there were no more alloys inside. The next second, this guy was overjoyed. This foolish kid brought all his savings? It saved me too much trouble. I was worried he would hide the treasure and refuse to confess. Clearly I was overthinking it. Did he really think I would buy him out? Now that it has come to this, if I don't kill him, my whole persona will be ruined. The blue smoke from the cigar lingered slightly. Hyena Luke covered his mouth, stifling a laugh, and waved at the thug in the corner. Damn, you're killing me, hurry up and finish him off. I can't take it anymore, ha, whoosh. A hissing sound erupted as scalding steam burst from the mechanical arm of the first thug. With a sinister grin, he spread his arms from behind and lunged at Chang Chen's neck, the force in those arms enough to crush Chang Chen's cervical vertebrae in an instant. In that moment, a glint of malice flashed in Chang Chen's eyes. He sprang up, activating the XXX-01 Extreme Warrior armor. Memory metal surged from his sleeves, covering his palms with a layer of dark silver armor. Creak! In an instant, Chang Chen turned around and shot out his hands like lightning, directly grasping the two mechanical arms of the bar's first thug, the sheer strength twisting and deforming the thug's arms. Crack! The XXX-01 Extreme Warrior armor's power exploded, and Chang Chen yanked the thug's mechanical arms apart, shards flying everywhere. In the first thug's stunned expression, Chang Chen kicked him in the chest with a thunderous crash, sending the thug soaring, crashing through the dilapidated wooden walls of the bar, flying out over 10 meters, ultimately embedding himself in a heap of garbage outside in a twisted position. Damn! Hyena Luke was left dumbfounded, his mouth slightly agape. Other hyena thugs rushed in at the sound, heavy footsteps echoing in the corridor outside. Chang Chen glanced around and noticed a heavy safe from the old era in the hyena's office. He merely bent slightly and lifted the nearly 2-ton alloy safe. Underneath Chang Chen's clothing, the XXX-01 Extreme Warrior armor shimmered with diamond patterns, power transmitted from the core to his hands, and with just 30% of the kinetic energy released, he hurled the safe out, its acceleration like a cannonball. Boom! The door to Hyena Luke's office shattered, a series of muffled groans echoed in the corridor, and then another massive crash sounded from the street over 10 meters away, followed by an eerie silence enveloping the world. Damn! The hyena froze. In his mind, Chang Chen must have installed some kind of cybernetic enhancement, but in this filthy dump of a planet, it was impossible to find decent equipment. Even if one could cobble together a set, it couldn't possibly have such performance, let alone lift a 2-ton safe. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps sounded again at the back door. The thugs stationed there, who had been ordered to seal all exits, sensed something was off. A dark silver matte object suddenly appeared as Chang Chen extended his arm, releasing a 3-meter-long, thumb-thick metal column that directly crossed the desk and pierced through the back door. Thud! The sound of a body hitting the ground followed. This time, the world truly fell silent. Damn! The hyena swallowed hard as the silver column whizzed past his ear, his body bristling with fear. He couldn't comprehend how such a long piece of metal could appear out of the little trash bug sleeve. What kind of equipment was that? At this moment, Chang Chen retracted the XXX-01 Extreme Warrior armor, leaning slightly forward. Hyena Luke, now I have a few questions to ask you. Ask your mother. The fierce hyena instantly raised his beam pistol, aiming it at Chang Chen's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Smoke billowed. It was Chang Chen who used his armored right hand to grip the muzzle of the hyena's gun, feeling a slight warmth in his palm, but nothing more. Crack! Chang Chen clenched his fingers, and the top luxury item of the garbage world, that beam pistol, was crushed into pieces. Brother, go ahead and ask, the hyena said, his lips twitching, first showing a hint of shock, then quickly switching to an extremely unpleasant smile. His reaction speed was indeed unmatched. Chang Chen glanced at the amorphous alloy on the table. What is its value? Exactly. That piece. About 1,000 credit points. The hyena Luke swallowed hard. Bang! Chang Chen pressed down on the hyena Luke's head and slammed it against the metal table in front of him, the hyena's black alloy teeth shattering and flying everywhere. I did deceive you. That piece can sell for 2,000. The hyena was bleeding from his mouth, his eyes filled with pleading. Bang! Chang Chen slammed the hyena Luke's head against the metal table again. 4,000. It can sell for 4,000. Bang! The metal table was dented from the impact. Don't kill me. I'll tell you. Amorphous alloy, 4,000. 4,000 per gram. This time, it was Chang Chen who was shocked. How much? Amorphous alloy, 4,000 per gram. Brother, spare me. This is the highest price I can get. Chang Chen's body stiffened. He guessed that the hyena would definitely lie about the value, but he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. That piece of amorphous alloy weighed about 50 grams, and he had 23 pieces. 4,000 credit points per gram? How much is that? Chang Chen had never seen so many credit points in his life, nor had he ever imagined such a number. Steadying his breath, Chang Chen grabbed the hyena Luke's head. Last question, who has the power to buy so much amorphous alloy? The hyena Luke was panting heavily. He knew very well that this little garbage bug had equipment beyond his imagination and was not as cowardly as he had thought. Then, the hyena completely gave in, pulling out a relatively exquisite communicator from the desk. He is not a lowly scavenger, he doesn't even live on Earth, and this communicator is the only way to contact him. Chang Chen picked up the communicator, his eyes flickering. Thank you for your cooperation. Chang Chen supported the severely injured old Lin and slowly walked out of the bar. At the very moment he stepped out of the bar, boom, the decaying bar erupted into a raging fire. Many onlookers knew that the little garbage bug named Chang Chen had just single-handedly taken on the top expert of the bar street, uprooted a local bully's lair, and sent the hyena to his end, once and for all. Chang Chen glanced across the street. The woman in the red dress, Hona, only looked this way the moment Chang Chen stepped out of the bar's door. Then, she turned her head away, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and an unknown longing, quietly gazing at the gray sky. Chang Chen secretly shook his head. Hona's values were quite unique. He wondered what kind of person could make her genuinely like them. Nowadays, the footprints of human civilization had spread across the vast galaxy. Political systems, cultural systems, social systems, and economic systems had all undergone tremendous changes. The chaotic currencies of the old era had disappeared, and the universally accepted credit point had become the only currency. Chang Chen found it hard to imagine that the amorphous alloy in his hands, which had only undergone 2 syntheses, could have such a high value. Indeed, material science is different from other technologies. Every leap in level is revolutionary. Moreover, material science is of utmost importance in interstellar exploration. 23 pieces of amorphous alloy could be converted into 4.6 million credit points. Until now, Chang Chen still felt as if he were in a dream, a lowly boy who lived by scavenging suddenly acquiring a fortune worth millions. The shock was so intense that, for a time, it even led Chang Chen to experience a split in his personality. Unable to believe, unable to believe, unable to believe. But it was real. Through the communicator gifted by the hyena, Chang Chen contacted the buyer. The man, who called himself Imo, claimed to be a higher being living on another planet, and his purpose was to acquire high-value alloys. He didn't care who the seller was. The man's words were devoid of emotion, yet his choice of words was quite polite. They agreed to meet at 9 o'clock after nightfall. Imo would pilot a spacecraft to land on Earth, and during the transaction, he hoped to keep things as discreet as possible. It was now 5 p.m. The sun hid behind Earth's filthy atmosphere, casting a weak light, like a candle about to extinguish. Huff, huff. Han Zai carried a huge safe, leaving deep footprints as he returned to the shack. Chang Chen squinted and smiled. What Han Zai was carrying was the 2-ton safe from the hyena Luke's office, which Chang Chen had thrown as a weapon during the fight. You don't have the knack for frugality, Han Zai said as he heavily placed the cumbersome safe on the ground. In the end, you still have to rely on me. Chang Chen smiled helplessly. No wonder he hadn't seen Han Zai during the fight with the thugs. It turned out this guy had gone out to steal someone else's safe. Han Zai seemed to guess what Chang Chen was thinking and raised a mechanical finger, saying, "What do you mean steal? I just picked up some scraps." "Right, since it was thrown away. Then it's garbage." Chang Chen and Han Zai quickly reached a consensus. Whoosh! A blazing white flame formed a sharp cone. Han Zai activated a metal cutting gun and began to slice open the hyena's safe inch by inch. He. Both Chang Chen and Han Zai were salivating. Boom! The safe's door fell straight to the ground. Han Zai's mechanical arm reached inside and soon pulled out package after package of items. It's actually pollution-free natural mineral water, just expired for 2 years. Heavenly board. And fresh natural beef, only expired for 1 year. Oh my god, there are even 2 apples. Chang Chen was also somewhat surprised. The hyena's safe contained food, but Chang Chen could completely understand that in today's world, filled with garbage and rife with nuclear and chemical pollution, such food was incredibly precious, even luxurious. There were no crops left on Earth, and the remaining animals had all undergone deformities and mutations. Scavengers mostly survived on low-quality energy liquids. The campfire flickered slightly, illuminating the small area in front of the shack. The 1-year expired natural beef was roasted to a golden crisp, sizzling with oil. Chang Chen first took a sip of the 2-year expired mineral water, and the taste was explosively clear. He then grabbed a piece of beef and took a bite. The natural meat was gently torn apart, and the rich aroma spread in his mouth, the fat filling the gaps between his teeth, adding a touch of smoothness, while the unique flavor of the charcoal perfectly blended in. It had been at least 5 years since Chang Chen had eaten something so delicious. After devouring 3 large pieces of beef, Chang Chen was almost in tears. This is not food for humans, it's just too delicious. At that moment, Han Zai, wearing a chef's hat he had picked up from somewhere, slowly approached Chang Chen with a dented aluminum tray. No matter how you say it, my identity is at least that of a nanny robot. However, Hanzi saw that on the tray in his hand, a fresh apple had been completely peeled, its flesh now exposed, a pale yellow color, with a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Hanzi, isn't this a bit wasteful? Chang Chen scratched his head. Ding ding ding. Hanzi pulled out another tray from behind him. In the center was a pile of apple peels. How could I waste it? You can eat the apple first and then the peel, or eat the peel first and then the apple. If that doesn't work, you can eat the apple and the peel together. Cheng Chen pursed his lips. Alright, thank you. After the meal, it was time for fruit. Cheng Chen and Hanzi lay on their backs at the top of the shed. Although they couldn't see the stars, just looking up at the sky made them feel inexplicably open-hearted. If only we could have meat and fruit every day in the future, that should be what they call high-class people. Just relax, it will happen sooner or later. Next to Cheng Chen's hand was a black technological box. This was also an item from the hyena's safe, but it was damaged, and its function was temporarily unknown. The box's exterior had only one symbol, a standard circle with a small white dot in the center. I have entered the Earth's atmosphere. A voice came from the dedicated communicator. In 2 minutes, I will land. Cheng Chen looked towards the northern sky. A hazy light point flickered for a moment and then completely vanished. That was Mo's aircraft, and the landing site was near the bar street. Cheng Chen got up, putting on a serious expression. I hope the transaction goes smoothly. However, 5 minutes later, the communicator again transmitted Mo's voice. Mr. Cheng Chen, I am very sorry, although I have landed, I was delayed by some trivial matters. Our meeting time is postponed by 20 minutes. The location remains unchanged. Trivial matters? Cheng Chen frowned. Are you going to take revenge on the hyena? Just moments ago, Cheng Chen had heard some indescribable strange sounds from the communicator. Cheng Chen would not choose to sit and wait. Instead, he and Hanzi took advantage of the moonlight to stealthily make their way to the transaction location. About 2 kilometers from the bar street, in a secluded area, Cheng Chen saw the small aircraft. It was agile and lightweight, filled with a sense of technology, completely out of place with the surrounding scenery. Cheng Chen did not rashly reveal himself. Instead, he hid behind a pile of garbage, squinting to observe. The hatch of the small aircraft was open. When Cheng Chen saw the scene inside the cabin, he froze, falling into a daze. He saw Mo in a suit, and Hina in a red dress. As long as you want, you can do anything to me. At that moment, she was hugging Mo's neck, licking his cheek, her expression dazed, her beautiful eyes filled with seduction, and as the moment deepened, the corners of her mouth curled up, floating as if in a trance. Yet, Mo, who was enjoying such a fortune, had little expression on his face. Miss, I hope you stop. This is my greatest limit. Mo pried Hina's arms off his neck, which were coiled around him like an octopus, pushing her away. The flush on his face had not faded, soon replaced by a heavy sense of loss. Hina leaned against the wall, then slid down in a somewhat limp manner, watching Mo slowly descend from the aircraft, her expression gradually freezing. Mo turned and walked to the back of the garbage pile, straightening his suit, facing Cheng Chen. At that moment, Cheng Chen stood like a statue, his lips trembling. Do you know Hina? Mo shook his head. I don't know her. Cheng Chen was somewhat surprised. Then you too. Mo raised his chin. When I landed here, that woman seemed to have discovered my aircraft, so she approached me and made such a request, even pleading. Cheng Chen's eyes widened. How is that possible? It's very normal. Mo smiled helplessly. My gene level is D, and she, the one you mentioned, Hina, her gene is E. She wants to cultivate a high-level gene offspring, and a stepmother becomes noble through her child, leaving this place. Cheng Chen looked into Mo's pupils, which had 3 magnificent blue rings. D-level gene. The feelings in Cheng Chen's heart were indescribable. Hina was clearly so noble, like a lotus flower that rises untainted from the mud. Mo continued, I've encountered many such situations, but that woman was crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, holding onto me tightly. Cheng Chen's eyes widened. Indeed, the genes of scavengers were of very poor quality. Because of this, Earth had been subtly subjected to its sky restriction by certain people, aimed at preventing the inferior genes here from leaving Earth and polluting the entire human civilization. Thus, this place was a cage for scavengers. Yet, every scavenger harbored a fantasy, which was to leave Earth and integrate into true human civilization. But Hina. Cheng Chen felt a bit lost. Her heart was actually like this. She would coldly reject all scavengers, yet was willing to engage in such acts with a high-level gene individual, regardless of time or place. She had once gazed at the sky all day long in the bar street. Cheng Chen had originally thought that he now was immersed in her own spiritual world at that time. Little did she know, she was waiting for the arrival of a high-level gene individual. That proud red rose, in front of a high-level gene individual, was as lowly as a female dog. Have you suffered a blow? Mo tilted his head, intrigued. You've never seen the world of high-level genes, have you? Do you think I took advantage of someone's weakness? To tell you the truth, that girl's beauty is very mediocre in the world of high-level genes. Mo even comfortingly patted Cheng Chen's shoulder. As long as humanity exists, class will exist. You're still young, you have a chance. Don't be confined to the present. the vast universe is beyond your imagination. Chang Chen's heart underwent a change. This 18-year-old naive boy had attended a lesson he would never forget. Who? Chang Chen took a trembling breath, his expression gradually becoming resolute, and he pulled out 23 pieces of amorphous alloy. Regarding the high-entropy alloy, Chang Chen decided to keep it hidden for now. He would only consider revealing it after successfully completing a transaction with Mo. Compared to scavengers, you are indeed extraordinary. Mo nodded quietly, his gaze flickering as he stared at the amorphous alloy, but he did not ask any questions about its source. These alloys are very valuable. What do you want, credit points, or something else? Chang Chen clenched his fist, raising his head inch by inch. I want to exchange for gene catalyst agents, the cheapest, most basic model. Exchange as much as possible, I fear no one. I see. Mo took out a small technological scale, cradling it in his palm. One end of the scale emitted a golden scanning beam, scanning the 23 pieces of amorphous alloy up and down. The other end released a laser canopy, which gradually displayed a series of numbers. Amorphous alloy, purity 100%, total 1186. 3 grams, value 5,016,000 credit points. Mo held the technological scale with one hand, looking seriously at Chang Chen. Standard market price, fair and square. Chang Chen's brows twitched. The price of 1 gram of amorphous alloy was more than 4,000. At that time, the hyenas had already been beaten into that state, yet they still dared to hide their wealth. The saying that people die for wealth and birds die for food was even more profound on this garbage earth. In contrast, Mo in front of him appeared very professional. According to the regulations of the Galactic Alliance, even the most basic gene catalyst is an extremely precious item, worth a considerable sum. Mo looked at Chang Chen, his voice filled with rationality. Although the success rate of that kind of catalyst is as low as 0.0035%, the market price still reaches between 1 to 2 million per vial. Chang Chen keenly sensed the key point. What about outside the Galactic Alliance's regulations? Mo smiled slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. Black market gene catalysts are 800,000 per vial, with a success rate 0.002 percentage points higher, but the downside is that they can easily cause gene dissolution, resulting in immediate death for the user. Chang Chen frowned, astonishingly stating, "Is there anything worse?" What? Mo tilted his head. I thought you were determined to risk your life for that less than 1% chance, but I didn't expect you to be even crazier than I imagined. If it gets any worse, it would be something only I, Mo, could obtain. Mo raised his head. Failed black market gene catalysts are 300,000 per vial, with a 0.8% survival rate. In Chang Chen's eyes, a light flickered that Mo could not comprehend. That's the one. Even the usually calm Mo was momentarily taken aback. He stared at Chang Chen for a long time before nodding in understanding. I need to take your alloy first. Can you trust me? I've heard that advanced gene users are not just about physical optimization. Chang Chen looked at Mo. Their cognition, thought realm, and even morality improve with the enhancement of their gene sequences. Some people are like that, but not all. Mo nodded. But you can rest assured when trading with me. With that, Mo placed Chang Chen's amorphous alloy into a black suitcase he carried and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped, turned back, and said, in light of your trust in me, I'll give you a gift. Mo took out a piece of paper wrapped in a dust-proof bag from the suitcase and handed it to Chang Chen. Chang Chen examined it in his hand and found it to be a paper business card. In this era, paper business cards had become extremely outdated, long replaced by digital cards. Holland Zhong, Chief Professor of the Muon Research Institute? Chang Chen looked up. What is this? An information. Mo lifted the suitcase and said slowly, the Muon Research Institute was one of the last research institutions to evacuate Earth. Although it has been eliminated by mainstream science and even criticized, according to my speculation, they left behind a large number of research equipment and results. You are a scavenger. Mo walked back to the spacecraft, speaking over his shoulder. This information should be useful to you. After Mo boarded the spacecraft, Hina was pushed out. She watched the spacecraft slowly ascend, clutching her chest, her expression one of indescribable loss. Soon after, Hina looked towards the direction of the garbage pile and tiptoed to peek. She knew Mo was there to trade with certain people, but she had not seen the true face of that person. Confirming that no one was around, Hina tidied her disheveled hair, wiped the stains from her knees and the liquid from the corner of her mouth. She swung her vibrant red dress, and in the dim night, raised her smooth chin, her expression once again transforming into that aloof demeanor that kept others at bay. Hina stepped over the littered ground and walked into the night. Behind the garbage pile, Chang Chen's figure emerged. Watching the beautiful silhouette fade away, a sense of indifference grew in Chang Chen's eyes. Hina was no longer the beautiful red rose in his heart. Now, Chang Chen only wanted to climb higher, to to break through the class barriers that no one had ever been able to breach. Muon Research Institute. What is a muon? Is it some kind of unknown particle? Why have I never heard of it in the news? In front of the makeshift shelter, Chung Chen, illuminated by the glow of the bonfire, stared at the business card in his hand. This card was probably over 100 years old. The phone number on it was certainly obsolete, and Professor Huo Linzhong must have passed away. The address: Research Area 52 of Huaxia. What kind of place is Research Area 52? For the garbage planet, human civilization has been interrupted countless times. No one knows where this Research Area 52 once was or what it has become now. Moreover, this Area 52 must have been covered by thick layers of garbage. Chung Chen flipped the card over, looking at the back. It was blank except for a pattern, a black circle with a small white dot in the center. Chung Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. He immediately got up and took out a black box from the shelter, an item obtained from the hyena's safe, hidden away like treasures such as beef and apples. He compared the box to the business card. The patterns were identical, both a circle with a white tip, resembling some kind of spherical particle with a core. This box used to belong to the Musi Research Center. Chung Chen sprang into action, beginning to dismantle the technological box before him. He had already tested it before. The box was damaged, and now he was going to try to repair it. 10 minutes later, Chung Chen had completely disassembled the technological box, understanding its internal structure and functions. It was a signal tracker, with only one target for positioning. Chung Chen's eyes flickered. The target of this box is very likely the Musi Research Center, and the hyena has already dismantled this box. He probably knows that there is treasure hidden in the back. But, 4 types of chips have been completely burned inside the positioning box. Chung Chen clicked his tongue, feeling quite regretful. This chip technology is outdated. It would be hard to find in the entire garbage dump of Earth. Crash, crash, a harsh dragging sound came from outside the shelter, like some metal scraping against the ground. Chung Chen lifted the tarp and looked outside. A little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, with horned braids and a rosy face, stood at the door. A piece of hemp rope was tied around her waist, dragging a worn-out bathtub behind her, filled with various technological trash. The little girl alone couldn't drag the bathtub. Behind it was a mechanical puppy with only 3 legs left, pushing against the bathtub with its forehead. At that moment, the girl had stopped, while the mechanical puppy, unaware, was still kicking its 3 legs in a frenzy. The puppy had a rare metal detector installed in its nose, making it a great scavenging assistant. Chung Chen, I heard you were blown up by a missile from Arrow. I heard you died. I just came to see if you were dead. The little girl blinked her big, round eyes. Are you dead? Oh, it's Xiao Qiong. Chung Chen stepped out of the shelter, pondering for a moment. I don't think I'm dead. Then that's good. The little girl waved her hand. You adults really worry me. Chung Chen smiled. Where are you going? Xiao Qiong sniffed and looked into the distance. Going to the bar street to set up a stall, see if I can earn some extra money. You know, my mom works so hard for a few coins, not caring for her health at all. I want to help her solve some debts. You adults are really worrisome. Chung Chen gazed at Xiao Qiong. She was just a 5.5-year-old girl. Her father had once been a strong young scavenger with a stable income, but a year ago, in search of more valuable items, he began digging deeper into the garbage piles, like those coal mines of the old era. As a result, the tunnel collapsed, and Xiao Qiong's father was forever trapped inside. Little Qiong's mother, in order to raise her, had no choice but to sell her body on the bar street. Little Qiong did not understand what her mother's job was. Since her father's death, she felt she should support half the sky, so she often repeated a few words that sounded mature. Chung Chen glanced at the worn-out bathtub. How much do you plan to earn? Selling for 20 credit points will be enough. Little Qiong nodded to herself. After all, every mentally mature person knows that greed is not advisable. Chung Chen patted the little girl's head, turned back to the shack, and brought out a big, red apple. Little Qiong's eyes widened as she looked at the fresh apple reflecting a red sheen. This must be worth hundreds of credit points, right? Chung Chen pointed at the apple and said seriously, this is an apple with a dream. Once you prepare to sell it or store it long-term, it will pop and disappear like a bubble. It once quietly told me that its dream is to be eaten while someone walks. Saying this, Chung Chen placed the apple in Little Qiong's hand. Here, help me fulfill its dream. You adults, clearly wanting to take care of me, yet insist on weaving a fairy tale full of loopholes. Little Qiong picked up the apple, sniffed it at her nose, then took a bite, wrinkling her nose and tearing up slightly. After wiping her eyes, Little Qiong began to drag the bathtub and walk slowly. I won't take advantage of you. After selling today's goods, we'll split it 50-50. Chung Chen smiled and then looked towards the distant garbage pile. Little Qiong's mother had been secretly observing, not because she was worried about Little Qiong meeting Chung Chen, but because she was concerned about Little Qiong going out alone late at night. Just as Chung Chen returned to her shack, she heard someone knocking on the door, actually someone knocking on the post of the shack from the outside. Lifting the tarp, she saw little Cheong returning. In one hand, she held the half-eaten apple, and in the other, a strange necklace. She pointed at the apple, the other half of the dream. Mom will help fulfill it. Then she held the necklace high above her head and handed it to Cheng Chen. Here, this is a gift for you. Don't dislike it. It's hard to find identical beads. I collected them for a whole year. Cheng Chen squinted at the necklace in her hand. It was a string of metal beads, each small, similar in size to old-fashioned glass marbles, gleaming with a silver metallic luster. Each bead had a strand of black thread dangling from its underside, resembling a round-headed octopus, with the black threads like the octopus's soft tentacles. Detected similar technological creation? Synthesize? Cheng Chen's expression paused slightly. Small circuit repair robot, body can float and move into narrow devices, equipped with 14 microtentacles, has welding function, can repair millimeter-level circuits. Cheng Chen was somewhat shocked. These small beads were actually small robots? Although these robots had been discarded for a long time and were all scrapped, STC could synthesize and upgrade them. Isn't it beautiful? The strands under the beads are called tassels. They are not ordinary bearing steel balls. Little Cheong stood with her hands behind her back, her face full of pride. This must be some kind of high-grade bearing steel ball. It's very beautiful. Thank you, little Cheong. Cheng Chen slowly exhaled. Sometimes, a little kindness could bring unexpected rewards. Late at night, in silence, Cheng Chen hid in the shack and disassembled the necklace. Counting them, there were actually 35 small repair robots. Although they were all out of power and many of the robots' repair tentacles were damaged, this was not a problem. They would serve as ample basic synthesis materials. With these repair robots, she could fix the locator of the Musi base. Cheng Chen could imagine that in the past year, Sha Xiong had been dirty all over her face and hands, rummaging through garbage heaps in search of similar beads, just to create a string of prayer beads for herself. Cheng Chen had helped Sha Xiong many times in the past. This little girl was small but clever, and she knew how to be grateful. The synthesis began. Cheng Chen raised the back of his hand, and the STC emitted a scanning beam, dispersing into raw materials synthesis. Successful microscopic circuit repair robots *17 reduced by 50%, remote control, capable of entering equipment interiors due to size advantage for simple mechanical repairs and circuit soldering. Cheng Chen paused for a moment. The tiny metal beads in front of him were now full of new life. The built-in suspension system allowed them to float in the air, with a small red dot flickering in the main body, waiting for command links, while the mechanical tentacles below, as fine as hair, swayed slightly in the air. They're smaller now, but still too large for repairing circuit boards. Cheng Chen's eyes flickered. Continue. Dispersing into raw materials synthesis. Successful millimeter-level circuit repair robots *8. This time, the robots had shrunk to the size of grains of rice, appearing from a distance like a swarm of floating mosquitoes. Still too big. If we reduce it one more level, it should be able to repair the circuit board. Cheng Chen felt excited, getting closer to his goal. The shock brought by the STC was still overwhelming, and size reduction had always been the most insurmountable mountain in the field of robotics. Dispersing into raw materials synthesis. Successful micron-level circuit repair robots *. For the repair robots were even smaller, resembling inconspicuous sesame seeds. In the dimly lit shed, unless they flickered with a weak indicator light, they would be hard to notice. Still remote control? Cheng Chen frowned slightly. The internal circuit board is complex. If I rely solely on remote control, I fear I won't achieve the necessary operational precision. Dispersing into raw materials synthesis. Successful intelligent micron-level circuit repair sprites *2 possessing stronger intelligent recognition capabilities, able to automatically detect and diagnose faults in circuits, and quickly formulate repair plans. They can delve into extremely tiny circuit structures for repairs, with a single unit repair speed increased by 350%. Intelligent. This is exactly what I need. Cheng Chen's eyes widened, but ahead seemed empty. Where are you? A faint sound of contention arose, and two tiny lights like pinheads lit up ahead, merging and separating. Cheng Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. After merging and separating, he almost lost the robots. Their size was now minuscule. At this moment, the repair robots had reached the micron level, but this size referred to the repair tentacles, while their own volume was still somewhat large, making it a bit difficult to enter the circuit board. This is the last synthesis, the only chance. Cheng Chen's expression was serious. The SCC has always been about cross-level upgrades. If the size can be reduced by half again, it will definitely solve the problem in front of us. Dispersing into raw materials synthesis. Successful. Boom. A tremor shook the ground. A massive metal cone, nearly 4 meters tall and at least 8 meters in diameter, descended into the shed, smashing Cheng Chen's only dining table. What is this? So huge. Is this the end? KP-03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster 2. Level 2 Civilization Creation. Utilizing advanced nanotechnology and artificial intelligence algorithms, it can operate at the microscopic level while possessing the ability to autonomously learn and optimize repair strategies. Employing quantum communication and quantum computing technology, it has super strong information processing capabilities and precise operational abilities. Cheng Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. No way, dude, with your size, how can you repair anything? Wait, a cluster? Whoosh, buzz, suddenly, the massive metallic cone opened a hatch slowly at its front, revealing a brilliant blue technological glow inside. Then, a palm-sized metallic disc floated out like a UIO. It rotated slightly in the air before gently landing on Cheng Chen's shoulder, where it deformed perfectly to fit, appearing from a distance as if a metallic patch had been added to his shoulder. Cheng Chen, puzzled, asked, "What is this?" The patch on his shoulder seemed to receive a command and extended its form, transforming into a small UIO that floated to Cheng Chen's ear. The small UFO emitted a sound. "Shall I demonstrate the cluster characteristics?" Cheng Chen was taken aback. "Go ahead, show me." Buzz. Suddenly, from within the metallic cone, like a disturbed beehive, thousands of tiny repair robots flew out in an instant. These robots were so small they were nearly imperceptible, merging like smoke, and once dispersed, they vanished from sight. Cheng Chen stared at the smoke in the air. Nano level? Oh my god, that's terrifying. Not far away, Han Zai, who was applying lubricant to his mechanical finger joints, accidentally broke off one of his mechanical fingers. The nano repair robots quickly identified the repair target, splitting off a small team like smoke, with thousands of nano repair robots picking up Han Zai's finger and perfectly reattaching it, while another team tightened the corresponding screws. They even classified another small team, releasing a micro-tentacle that utilized a technique similar to arc welding, with tiny sparks flashing as they welded and polished Han Zai's finger. Han Zai looked at his finger, now shiny and new. "They even gave me a manicure." He gazed at the buzzing swarm of nano repair robots in front of him. Cheng Chen finally realized that massive cone was a distribution center, and the UFO by his ear was a mobile control terminal, capable of controlling hundreds of thousands of smaller, smarter nano repair robots. Carrier, mobile control terminal, nano robots. Together, they formed a nano-level intelligent repair factory. STC truly never disappoints. Level 2. Two civilization creations are indeed formidable. Cheng Chen took a deep breath, his gaze shifting to the positioning box of the Niaozi Research Center. That palm-sized black box had at least 100 years of history, with internal circuits filled with corrosion and 4 core circuit boards melted. Looking across the entire Earth's junkyard, it seemed no one could repair it. At that moment, tens of thousands of micro-repair robots drilled into the nano box's interior. Immediately, it was as if a transparent hand was rotating those tiny screws in circles. Moments later, the positioning box was disassembled into hundreds of parts, laid out on the table. The dirt and rust on the parts visibly peeled away layer by layer. Then, faint flashes appeared on the chips, indicating the micro-robots were repairing the circuits, leaving tiny solder points. After that, all the rejuvenated parts were pieced back into place one by one. The entire process was refreshing and relieving. The nano repair robots, having played their part, buzzed into the air, merging and dispersing. Beep, beep, beep. The surface of the positioning box, with its relatively outdated red LED lights, began to flicker frequently, operating smoothly. Cheng Chen's eyes slightly opened. At the top of the box, a small blue beam of light lit up, followed by a 3D projection image that lagged far behind holographic projection technology, appearing in mid-air. It was a flat map of the Earth's surface. It depicted the mountains and oceans of the past, but now they were all covered in garbage. Longitude 116 degrees 20 minutes east, latitude 39 degrees 56 minutes north. The map flickered with a single point of light and information. Cheng Chen squinted. This address was once the city of Huaxia, Kyoto, and in the hearts of today's scavengers, it had another name, the land of no return. In the vicinity, within a radius of nearly 1,000 kilometers, lay a garbage dump that had rarely been developed. There had been attempts to approach it. It was said that only one group had ventured within a 600-kilometer radius of Kyoto. That team of 12 scavengers, armed and equipped, ultimately returned with only 3 members, and they were missing arms and legs, succumbing to infections from their wounds in the following week. The location of the Niaozi Research Center is actually in Kyoto? A hint of seriousness appeared on Cheng Chen's face. One could imagine that in such a rarely trodden place, the Niaozi Research Center would be well preserved. MO said they had evacuated in haste, leaving behind a large amount of technological equipment. What kind of functions did Musi technology possess? Regardless, it must be extraordinarily valuable, not to mention STC's incredible synthesis capabilities. Chang Chen glanced at the XXX-01 Extreme Warrior armor subtly shifting beneath his sleeve, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Fortune favors the bold. The next morning, the sky was still hazy. Various dust and harmful gases filled the air, and the sun was dim and lifeless. Chang Chen and Han Zai arrived at the dilapidated transportation hub. Based on the buried White Palace beneath the bar street, it could be inferred that Chang Chen's base was located in the old Washington City, 11,000 kilometers away from Huasha's Kyoto. The man in front of him, with a nose like a wine-soaked rag, was named Crow. He owned a shabby, cobbled-together ground-effect vehicle. This type of vehicle was between an airplane and a hovercraft. The compressed airflow from the engine flowed downward through the wings, allowing the vehicle to fly 5 to 8 meters above the ground in water, at high speeds. The significance of this device was somewhat like a long-distance bus. It slightly brushed against the sky's no-fly zone but could meet the long-distance crossing needs of scavengers. Anyone who paid the fare could board. On the vehicle, there were several other scavengers, and when they heard Chang Chen was heading to Kyoto, they cast him odd glances. 2 scavengers stood up and silently placed 2 energy bars and a bottle of filtered water in front of Chang Chen. Leaving food and water was their final act of sympathy. This was a tragic era. Many desperate people chose to risk their lives. Passengers, hold on tight. No need for seatbelts, because this flight doesn't have those things. The driver, Crow, suddenly pushed the control stick. Take off. Boom! The ground effect vehicle stirred up fierce airflow on both sides, dust swirling. The body slowly lifted off the ground, and with a sudden acceleration, it successfully took off. In midair, the vehicle dropped various parts like a toad throwing its young. Chang Chen remained calm, frowning and thought, I can't possibly die before I even reach Kyoto, can I? Suddenly, Chang Chen saw a massive object, billowing thick black smoke, separating from the ground effect vehicle and plummeting to the ground. Master! Crow's caretaker robot, a scrapped aviation maintenance robot, said clumsily, engine number 2 has left us. Stay calm, it's just a small issue. Substitute. Crow waved his hand nonchalantly. The aviation maintenance robot skillfully lifted another engine and placed it on the wing. The wrench clattered as it was twisted haphazardly, and finally, engine no. 2 resumed operation. Chang Chen glanced at the cabin. It seems there are no spare engines left? No problem. I've been flying this route for 7 or 8 years, and I've scattered engines all over. Losing 1 or 2 is fine. When the time comes, we'll make an emergency landing and find a replacement in no time. It's all about recycling. I fly like a crow, steady as a rock, bumpy and turbulent, up and down. Chang Chen finally arrived around Kyoto. The crow piloting the aircraft gradually ascended, turning back to look at Chang Chen and Han Zai on the ground, revealing a hint of sympathy. Brother, if you can make it back, it's free. Chang Chen waved goodbye to the crow and turned to face the scene ahead. The landscape on Earth was almost all like this endless garbage, with barely a glimpse of soil or ground. Around him floated a faint green mist, infused with various toxic chemical gases. In the distance, within the garbage heap, a pair of bright red eyes occasionally emerged, staring at Chang Chen from afar, eerie and chilling. Chang Chen slightly raised his head, and the Extreme Warrior power armor flipped out a silver metal mask, with the eye sections of the mask instantly glowing with a high-tech blue beam. The so-called Extreme Warrior naturally possessed the ability to withstand various harsh environments. On Chang Chen's shoulder, he still wore the KP-03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster's mobile control platform. That small UFO was attached to Chang Chen's shoulder, where tens of thousands of miniature repair robots were perched. At this moment, they retracted their mechanical tentacles, like insects folding their wings, falling into a state of hibernation. This was a surprise Chang Chen had discovered earlier. He hadn't expected to bring out a small travel pack from that massive repair cluster center. Han Zai, are you ready? No problem. With a loud roar, the jet turbine shoes beneath their feet activated, and the 2 figures shot into the sky, adjusting their posture high above, heading straight for the heart of Kyoto. Squeak! Squeak! After Chang Chen and Han Zai ascended, shadows suddenly crawled out from the surrounding garbage heaps, emerging into the dim sunlight, gradually revealing their true forms. They were enormous gray-furred rats, each at least a meter long, their bodies muscular, with sharp teeth that extended far beyond their mouths, piercing through the skin of their lower jaws, exposed to the air, dripping with putrid liquid. They stared with a pair of red, beastly eyes, standing upright, fixated on the 2 figures in the distance. Scavenger rats. This was the name given to them by the scavengers. Rats were already a species hard to exterminate, and these rats, influenced by the massive amounts of chemical waste and radiation in the Kyoto area, had mutated. They had become strong and fierce, with teeth and claws that were incredibly hard. Their vitality was even more tenacious. Even if their bodies were cut in half, they could still viciously tear at their prey. Moreover, within the scavenger rat population, a certain type of smarter mutant had emerged, acting as strategists, secretly commanding the group, executing attacks based on numerical superiority and tactical intelligence. At this moment, a scavenger rat opened its fearsome mouth towards the north, suddenly emitting a strange, distorted sound from its throat, which was not the sound of a rat but rather the roar of some large carnivorous animal. In an instant, a layered, terrifying roar echoed from the north. This was a warning, and in response were millions of massive groups. These mutated rats had a strong territorial instinct. Once they detected an intruder, they would not hesitate to mobilize the entire group to tear the opponent to shreds. In fact, the name scavenger rat was no longer quite suitable for them. Many scavengers refer to them as murder mice. This is the reason why the Kyoto area is called the land of no return. Cheng Chen and Han Zai were hovering 100 meters above, observing the situation below. The ground was dim and eerie, with waves of green mist drifting, and as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but heaps of tattered garbage. Suddenly, a mass of red dots surged up from the ground. If the ground were likened to a dark sky, then the number of these red dots was as numerous as the stars, exuding a sense of bloody terror. Cheng Chen squinted. In that instant, those red dots suddenly vanished, as if extinguished. Cheng Chen knew that they were countless murder mice. They had hidden themselves in the garbage piles, and once someone landed in their territory, they would strike at any moment, possibly bursting forth from any direction to tear the intruder's throat apart. He glanced at the coordinates. The final location of Miaozi's research was just 200 meters ahead. The atmosphere here was dirtier than elsewhere. In the darkness, a massive starship wreck loomed, stripped of all removable parts before being discarded, leaving only a severely corroded hull, exuding a sense of solemnity and desolation. Cheng Chen and Han Zai descended to the ground. As they walked, their feet crunched on the debris, the sound starkly evident in the quiet environment. Suddenly, a stench mixed with the smell of blood assaulted them. Squeak! A fierce mutated murder mouse, measuring 1.5 meters long and resembling a small calf, sprang out from a nearby garbage pile, its gaping maw lunging directly for Cheng Chen's neck. Creak! Crack! The extreme warrior armor had already issued a warning half a second earlier, and in that instant, Cheng Chen extended his arm to block in front of him. The murder mouse's sharp teeth pierced his protective suit, and at the moment it bit into the extreme warrior armor, its dark teeth shattered. Cheng Chen lifted the murder mouse into the air, gripping its upper and lower jaws, and with a crunch, he tore the creature in half. Once, this murder mouse could have taken Cheng Chen's life, but now, it was no match for him. In that moment, Cheng Chen turned to look at the surrounding garbage piles. He clearly saw at least a dozen murder mice shrink back. After all, they were living beings, possessing an instinctive fear response. I'll hold them off. Cheng Chen stood tall. Han Zai, the exact coordinates are inside the starship wreck. You go in first and dig as fast as you can, but be sure to stay safe. Got it. Han Zai turned and dove into the starship wreck. Cheng Chen had already surveyed the terrain. The starship wreck should only have this one entrance behind him. As long as he held this position, he could buy enough time for Han Zai. Squeak! Brutality overcame fear, and a dozen murder mice leaped from the ground, charging directly at Cheng Chen. Memory metal flowed, forming a 2-meter-long blade at Cheng Chen's wrist, instantly capturing the trajectories of the dozen murder mice in his view and outlining a lethal attack sequence. Cheng Chen had no combat experience, but this extreme warrior armor could transform him into a fighting machine. A silver dark gleam sliced through the gloom. The sound of cutting through flesh echoed in Cheng Chen's ears, blood with a foul odor splattering onto the ground. Cheng Chen could clearly sense that all his movements were executing the armor's plans with precision, feeling only 13 slight resistances in the process. Screeches, low growls, and heavy thuds filled the air. Within 30 seconds, the bodies of 13 murder mice were sliced in half, thudding to the ground. Cheng Chen stepped forward, crushing one of the murder mice underfoot, severing its head, and raised the mouse's head towards the sky with the blade. Crack! Suddenly, a thunderous clash of lightning erupted from the dark clouds above. The ground brightened for a moment. Cheng Chen's figure was reflected in the blood-red eyes of countless killer mice. Cheng Chen's thoughts were clear. The killer mice had been breeding for hundreds of years, their numbers were staggering, and they could not be exterminated. The only way was to intimidate them, to make them retreat out of biological instinct. Squeak! Squeak! Thousands of killer mice around emitted low and piercing screams, their bodies hunched, the fur on their backs standing on end. But Cheng Chen's plan seemed to be working. Not a single killer mouse dared to truly crawl out of the garbage pile. Cheng Chen tilted his head. In the depths of the wreckage of the starship, Han Zai was using his hands like an excavator, digging frantically at the ground with full power. Han Zai, any progress? None. Who knows how long it will take to dig? Cheng Chen glanced at the lurking killer mice, just about to go help Hanzai, but the killer mice in front of him changed. Although they did not approach Cheng Chen, they began to move around him, forming concentric circles, each killer mouse's body taut like a bowstring, their sharp claws gripping the ground, ready to attack at any moment. They want to surround me in a 360-degree encirclement, launching wave after wave of attacks. Cheng Chen squinted, suddenly noticing a faint red, strange sound wave on the holographic interface of his armor, and followed that sound wave to lock onto a small garbage pile in the distance. In an instant, Cheng Chen understood the truth behind it. Squeak! Dozens of killer mice in the first layer of the encirclement suddenly leaped high into the air. Cheng Chen frowned, suddenly extending his right hand, fingers spread, pointing into the air, activating the gravity control gloves. The killer mice let out terrified screams, their bodies twisting wildly in the air, but they could not land on the ground. At the same time, Cheng Chen extended his left hand, pointing at the small garbage pile in the distance. The garbage trembled, and a small, all-white mouse was pulled out from the pile by Cheng Chen. This white-furred killer mouse was the strategist of the group. They were a special existence, having evolved a higher intelligence than other mice. The previous encirclement order was their trick. They could emit a low-frequency sound wave inaudible to human ears and use this sound wave to command other gray-furred killer mice. Buzz! The air ahead trembled as Cheng Chen continuously increased the power of the gravity control gloves. Suddenly, a human-like expression appeared in the pupils of the white mouse, a look of terror and extreme surprise. Squeak! Boom! The flesh and blood of that white mouse suddenly exploded. When obtaining the gravity control gloves, the STC had made it very clear that the gravity field it created was, to some extent, violent and uncontrollable. In that moment, the other gray-furred mice were stunned by the sudden scene, their limbs paralyzed, emitting intermittent squeaks. Cheng Chen's gaze was cold. He turned his left hand again and pulled out 3 more white mice from the nearby garbage pile. The human-like expressions of these white mice were even clearer. Terror, terror, still terror. They knew the current situation but completely did not understand why this creature could lock onto them and why it could control their bodies from a distance. Boom! 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 Blood splattered everywhere as the 3 white mice exploded into mush. The gray-furred killer mice not only became stiff but even began to tremble. They no longer dared to move an inch. Capture the leader first. Instantly kill the strategist. Intimidate the ordinary killer mice. Cheng Chen revealed a triumphant smile, but in less than half a second, his smile slightly stiffened. Was the garbage on the ground trembling? No, the ground was shaking. Rumble, rumble. A suffocating stench rushed toward him, and deafening sounds echoed all around. Cheng Chen looked up, and his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw, a kilometer away, a gray wave rising that obscured the sky. It was a tide of killer mice. Countless killer mice rolled and trampled over each other, forming a giant wave hundreds of meters high, surrounding him from all directions. What the hell? Am I that impressive? What have I done to warrant the entire clan coming out? Cheng Chen turned and shouted, Hanzai, how's it going? Xianran Banban. According to my probe, the territory of the old capital is 260 meters below. Hanzai bent over, sticking his butt out, still digging frantically. I can't even dig a ball. Damn it! Just as Hanzai finished speaking, the ground beneath him collapsed with a roar, turning into a deep bottomless pit, and Hanzai fell into it. Boom! After a slight delay, the sound of a large amount of debris hitting the bottom echoed. Xianran Banban. I slipped. I almost broke my leg. Hanzai's voice came through, sounding like he was not seriously hurt. Meanwhile, in Cheng Chen's eyes, the holographic interface of the Extreme Warrior armor displayed a set of data. The object fell for 7.28 seconds. According to the freefall formula, h equals 1/2 gt superscript 2, with the default gravitational acceleration of 9.8 meters per square second, the object fell 257.6 meters. Cheng Chen's expression hardened. What time is it? And you're still counting words. In the next moment, Cheng Chen reacted. 257.6 meters. Hanzai fell into the deep underground of the old capital? Wow! There's a solid alloy door here. It's the entrance to the Musi Research Center. The password system is broken. I can't open it. Hanzai's exclamations came through. Cheng Chen looked into the distance. The giant tide of mice was less than 200 meters away. Countless killer mice densely packed, fierce and terrifying. Although individual killer mice were easy to deal with, their endless numbers made it impossible to kill them all. If they got entangled infinitely, the originally negligible risk would increase infinitely. Since he was already here, running away was impossible, and returning empty-handed was even less so. Moreover, Hanzai was still underground. Gritting his teeth, Cheng Chen glanced at the micro-repair robots lurking on his shoulder. I'm counting on you. Hundreds of micro-robots took to the air. Like a wisp of smoke, flying into the collapsed cave. If the micro-robots could repair the door of the Musi Research Center in a very short time, then Cheng Chen and Hanzai could enter through the alloy door, isolating the endless killer mice outside. 3 seconds after the repair robots entered the cave, Cheng Chen leaned back and jumped into the cave. Following closely behind Cheng Chen, the dense tide of killer mice let out ferocious screams, as if forming a gray waterfall, also jumping into the cave. Hanzai waited underground. The repair robots flew ahead. Cheng Chen fell behind, with the tide of mice chasing after him. During the fall, Cheng Chen clearly saw that below was a vast space, dim and hazy. Hanzai leaned against a dark golden door. By visual inspection, the door was heavy and solid, and it should not be a problem to block the killer mice. The micro-repair robots took the lead, drifting like smoke into the password panel on one side of the door. Soon, as Cheng Chen approached the ground, he performed a somersault to dissipate the force, landing on one knee. Then he stood before the alloy door, looking up into the air. Countless killer mice, with a momentum that seemed to devour the heavens and the earth, poured down. Suddenly, the waterfall of killer mice in midair split in two like a flood. Immediately after, a huge shadow sprang out from the mouse swarm. Cheng Chen's pupils constricted. What is that? A giant mouse? The king of killer mice? In midair, that murderous red-furred mouse, its body likely over 4 meters long, appeared to be about the size of a rhinoceros in the haze. Such a perverse creature? But in the next moment, Cheng Chen felt small-minded. That red-furred killer mouse was not the Mouse King at all, because in the following seconds, hundreds of enormous red-furred killer mice surged forth. That must be some kind of elite mouse. Formulating repair plan. Cheng Chen was taken aback by the voice, looking at the small UFO on his shoulder. Big brother, it's been several seconds, and you're just starting to formulate a plan? Roar! The red-furred killer mouse let out a monstrous howl from its toothy mouth. This thing should be defined as a head. One red-furred killer mouse landed, rolled over, shook its hard fur, and leaped 4 to 5 meters high, its gaping maw aimed at Cheng Chen, ready to devour him. Equipment repair completed. Cheng Chen was stunned again. Instant repair? Impressive. Access control system repair completed, operating well. Next, entering the decryption process, estimated time 88 seconds. Cheng Chen's heart felt like a roller coaster, one moment in heaven, the next in hell. Such a long decryption time? If the mouse horde charges down, the door won't even close. I'll have to fight until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. If I get the chance in the future, I must synthesize some large-scale weapons of mass destruction. Ding! Authorized personnel information detected. Huaxia District 52 Musi Research Center, welcome your visit. This time, it was the prompt sound from inside the alloy door. Cheng Chen was stunned. What does this mean? I'm an authorized personnel. How is that possible? The Musi base has long been abandoned, buried underground for 100 years, and I'm only 18. Buzz rumble, the alloy door began to tremble, dust falling in pieces. Then, the door opened to the sides, slowly revealing a gap. Cheng Chen directly pulled the clumsy guy beside him and squeezed sideways into the gap of the door. As Cheng Chen entered the Musi Research Center, the door began to close slowly. Roar! A red-furred killer mouse squeezed half its body into the door gap but was immediately caught by the closing door. The force of the alloy door was surprisingly heavy, the sound of bones cracking echoed, and the killer mouse was violently crushed, its blood and entrails splattering as it howled. Its body snapped in two. Half of the red-furred killer mouse's body fell inside the door. Cheng Chen thought it was dead, but in the next moment, the half-mouse leaped up using the strength of its front paws, once again lunging at Cheng Chen's head. Clang! A dark silver blade flashed, the extreme warrior armor coalescing into a sharp weapon, piercing directly into the killer mouse's mouth, emerging from the back of its head. Thud! The truly dead red-furred mouse fell to the ground, its mouth wide open, black blood oozing from it. Cheng Chen was slightly panting. Not to mention, exploring the ruins is indeed thrilling and exciting. Faintly, he could hear the sound of violent impacts outside the door, along with the sound of claws scratching at the door. But the entire alloy door stood firm as a mountain. In the old era, it could probably withstand a nuclear bomb. At this moment, the micro-repair robot shifted its work target, starting to repair the clumsy guy's leg. Cheng Chen slowly turned around, looking into the Musi Research Center. It was pitch black inside. He couldn't even determine the depth within. Cheng Chen frowned slightly, not daring to relax for a moment. Crack! Suddenly, a sound like an electrical circuit merging came from afar. In that instant, a white fluorescent light tube lit up above Cheng Chen's head. Then, as if a new world had been illuminated, rows of light tubes flickered on, the clear and bright white light extending into the distance. Cheng Chen took a slight breath. This place resembled a vast office space. The environment is very clean and tidy, with the floor covered in white tiles popular in the old days, and many office cubicles made of tempered glass on both sides. But everywhere the eye can see is empty, with only simple tables and chairs left, utterly worthless. Chang Chen has a bad premonition, he might return empty-handed. Aside from the noise of the killer mice outside, it is very quiet here, eerily quiet like a ghost town. Hello, my friend. A sudden voice came from beside Cheng Chen, startling him as he was completely unprepared, his hair standing on end. He turned slowly, and a middle-aged man in a white lab coat appeared silently beside him. The man stepped forward, approaching Cheng Chen without making a sound. Who are you? Cheng Chen squinted, flipping a blade in his hand. My name is Huo Linzhong, and I am the person in charge here. The middle-aged man smiled amiably. Huo Linzhong, the chief professor of the Muon Research Center? Cheng Chen frowned, it was the name on the business card, but it was hard to believe. The business card and the Muon Research Center were both relics from a century ago. He should have already passed away. Moreover, the Muon Research Center had long been buried in the trash. How could there still be living people here? At this moment, the exoskeleton of the extreme soldier also relayed environmental information. The oxygen level here is extremely low, so low that the life support system must be activated. Cheng Chen's pupils constricted. It can't be a ghost, can it? Don't worry. Right now, I am just a 3D projection. A damn projection that I have to talk to the air in front of a camera to record. A damn projection. The man in the white coat said, looking up at Cheng Chen with a grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Cheng Chen was taken aback. He understood the principle of 3D projection, but he was surprised that a highly respected scientist like Huo Linzhong would use such vulgar language. Oh, I am also here. I can take you to meet me, and show you around the Muon Research Center. As he spoke, Huo Linzhong rolled up the sleeves of his lab coat, revealing a tattooed arm, and pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, flicking open a Zippo lighter, expertly lighting one up, taking a deep drag, his expression full of enjoyment, and then began to stroll slowly. A tattooed scientist? Smoking looks very cool, and very social. Cheng Chen watched the 3D projection before him, feeling that Professor Huo was quite a character. Don't mind me, I studied abroad when I was young and went astray, hanging out on the streets for a few years. Huo Linzhong said as he walked, scientists are damn human too, and besides, what was once was, and what is now is now. Cheng Chen nodded silently. The muon, also known as mu, is a type of fundamental particle. It has unique quantum properties, with a spin of 1/2, and its existence and behavior can be described by quantum field theory. The muon carries a unit negative charge, with a rest mass 207 times that of an electron, about 105.6 MeV/c superscript 2, and can be seen as an overweight version of an electron. 16 years ago, I became completely fascinated with muons. The initial goal was based on the development of new energy. Huo Linzhong bit his cigarette and suddenly spouted a bunch of trivia and technical jargon. It is an unstable particle, with an average decay lifetime of 2 microseconds when at rest. Brilliant yet fleeting. What boosted my confidence was that 6 years ago we made a significant breakthrough. We invented a strong magnetic field spherical cage that confines muons within a specific spatial region. At this moment, Huo Linzhong turned sideways, tossing his lab coat back, hands on his hips, looking towards a conference room on the left. That originally empty conference room suddenly lit up with a 3D projection. Countless young scientists were shouting inside. Got it! We finally captured the muon. Holland seemed to be lost in beautiful memories, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Unfortunately, in the next 10 years, we gained nothing. The projection of Holland's expression dimmed as he took a deep drag on his cigarette. We were under immense pressure, ridiculed by our peers, targeted by the scientific research community, and our funding was pulled. In the office to one side, another projection appeared, seemingly depicting the scene 10 years later. Young scientists wore worried expressions, each with heavy dark circles under their eyes and greasy hair. I have full confidence in the muon. I encouraged them, comforted them, but I knew they were about to break. The projection of Holland continued to walk forward. I believe the muon is related to creation, related to the most fundamental units of the universe. I have a strong conviction that once the muon is fully developed, the level of human civilization will leap forward. Over the past 10 years, I have conducted various experiments and catalysis on the muon. During one of the experiments, an accident occurred, and I fainted in the explosion. But I felt that, in that moment, my consciousness was drawn into time. I seemed to traverse 93 billion light-years of the universe and arrived at the initial singularity. I saw a set of numbers. 24. I didn't know what it was, nor did I know what 24 meant. But the shock I felt at that moment, that sensation of every pore in my body opening up, filled me with infinite awe, and my determination to develop muon technology became incredibly firm at that moment. After that, I saw you. As he spoke, Holland slowly turned around and suddenly locked eyes with Cheng Chen. In that instant, Cheng Chen felt as if Holan's eyes pierced through the mysterious void, through the invisible and intangible river of time. He seemed to be looking at himself from another world, another time and space. I saw you after the Earth became a wasteland, finding the Muon Research Center buried deep underground. I saw your face, and I also saw your robot. I know. Holan's voice was steady and penetrating. You come from the future. Cheng Chen felt a chill rising from his feet, his eyes widening slightly. So, you set the access permissions for me 100 years ago? But at that moment, Cheng Chen realized a problem. The 3D projection before him seemed to lack interactive functionality. Everything was just a video that Holan had recorded in advance. He could only speak for himself, and the reason he could make similar interactive movements was that he had seen the Cheng Chen of this time 100 years ago. He remembered Cheng Chen's actions, and this moment was a form of cross-time communication. When I woke up, I told others about the wonders of the muon. Damn it, no one believed me. Not even my good friend, Dr. Song from the 53rd District Gene Research Institute, believed me. Holan bit down hard on the cigarette filter, the force so great that it had deformed the filter. He continued to lead the way, turning a corner and entering a narrow corridor. So what if I used to be a thug? So what if the entire scientific community hates me? I'm not serving them. My ambition, ridiculous yet great. All this knowledge, if it cannot benefit humanity, is useless. Humanity will eventually face an energy crisis. Efficient and stable new energy is humanity's only hope, the only hope. Though I cannot become a torch. Holan's eyes sparkled with a special light. I am willing to burn my body, becoming a spark that ignites the light of exploration for future generations. At this moment, projections appeared again on both sides. The entire research institute was bustling with activity, papers scattered across the floor, and everyone was packing up everything they could take with them. There were also many military personnel, armed and checking for any oversights. 3D Huo Linzhong lit another cigarette, revealing a trace of desolation. You see, the Earth at this moment, energy has run out, everyone is migrating, and the Muon Research Center is no exception. In fact, the Muon Research Center has run out of options. Even if we reach other planets, the fate is either assimilation or dissolution. On the contrary, will human interstellar exploration really go smoothly? Is the existing energy technology really sufficient? Huo Linzhong frowned. I don't have much time left. Cheng Chen looked at those images. The time point depicted was precisely during the Great Human Migration. But I made a bet with those sworn enemies, and at that time they thought I was joking. The man bit his cigarette and suddenly smiled. I said, Huo Linzhong, won't leave the Muon Research Center until I develop usable technology for muons. At that moment, the 3D projection of Huo Linzhong came to a halt. He stood in front of an office door, and the nameplate on the door was clearly visible, Professor Huo Linzhong. Cheng Chen's expression grew more serious. Just now, this 3D projection said it would take me to meet myself. That means the real Professor Huo Linzhong is just behind this door. Unknowingly, a sense of awe arose in Cheng Chen's heart. Professor Huo Linzhong did not leave, he did not abandon Earth. Even though everyone else had withdrawn, he remained here for a promise that seemed like a joke to others. His demeanor might resemble that of a rogue, but his heart was proud and stubborn. Regarding muons, he possessed a fervent passion for exploration, and he bore a great responsibility, always moving forward despite the weight. The wisdom left by ancestors was correct. One should never judge by appearances. Cheng Chen took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the office door in front of him. The room was brightly lit, and something like willow fluff quietly danced in the air. 3D Huo Linzhong threw his cigarette on the ground and extinguished it, pushing open the door from his time and space. Please come in. He entered the office with a smile. I can see the future you, but I have no sense of time. I don't know how many years later you found this place. Now, do you see the future me? How many years older has this guy become? Has there been any breakthrough in the research on muons? Cheng Chen stood at the door, looking at the clean and tidy office. In the center of the room stood a huge desk. Behind the desk, in a swivel chair, sat a skeleton. Now, you can continue discussing with the future me. I believe this is an epoch-making beginning, because after seeing you, strange visions appeared in my mind. It was a ball of intense light. It told me that muon technology would one day shock the entire universe. 3D Huo Linzhong walked around the desk and slowly sat in the swivel chair. Then his figure gradually dissipated, leaving only the skeleton. Cheng Chen was unable to regain his senses for a long time. The entire Muon Research Center had been evacuated, leaving behind a stubborn chief scientist. So that skeleton was Huo Linzhong. He had been dead for a long time. Even the white coat on him had decomposed into drifting willow fluff. I said at that time, Huo Linzhong, won't leave the Muon Research Center until I develop usable technology for muons. A surge of indescribable complex emotions welled up in Cheng Chen's heart. He approached the desk, standing beside the skeleton, and saw that the bony hands resting on the knees were holding a unique music box. Cheng Chen picked up the music box, its shape resembling a small patch of green land, covered in grass and dotted with a few tall pine trees. This must be a handcrafted item by Professor Huo Linzhong. At the bottom of the music box, there was a small play button, which Cheng Chen pressed gently. ZZ, the only one who can play this recording is probably you, my friend from the future. I am now 68 years old. What drives me to despair is not the malfunction of the oxygen generator in the base, but rather that for 20 years, I have achieved nothing. I have failed. I tried 566 different approaches, yet none could harness the power of muons. Because every time I reached a critical moment, I would always feel a kind of shackle. I realized a terrifying truth. There is some higher civilization that has blocked muon technology. I used communication devices to share this viewpoint with the Human Science Alliance. As a result, I was once again met with skepticism. Actually, it wasn't even skepticism, it was a complete and subtle disdain. I heard them whispering that delusional madman is studying a piece of junk. I was wrong. I wasted my precious energy, even my life, on something that was destined to yield no results. Of course, perhaps the truth is that muons are fundamentally a particle with no potential. Can my friend from the future do me one last favor? If possible, deliver this small music box to my descendants, if they are still alive. This music box is nothing special. Inside, it merely holds a few stable, yet meaningless, muons that can only emit a faint glow like miniature fireflies. Cheng Chen extended a finger and gently brushed the branches of the pine trees on the music box. He discovered that the trunks of these pines were made of some ultra-pure transparent transistors. Inside the transistors, a small, star-like blue particle floated quietly. Cheng Chen's eyes widened slowly, his heartbeat unconsciously quickening. This is the legendary muon. Although the Muon Research Center had been emptied, the essence of decades of work had been preserved in this way. Cheng Chen gazed at the azure particles, dancing like sprites. He felt that although they were tiny, they were profound and mysterious, as if connected to an endless vast world. Suddenly, Cheng Chen realized something. He gently brushed against a few other pine trees and found that this small music box contained a total of 5 muon transistors. The audio of the music box began to loop. The only one who can play this recording is probably you. For 20 years, I have achieved nothing. I tried 566 different approaches, yet none could harness the power of muons. Similar technological creations detected. Begin synthesis? A blue scanning beam was released from the crystal wristband. Cheng Chen suddenly realized that this small STC could easily fulfill the dreams of countless scientists, and having obtained it felt like a responsibility. For some reason, at that moment, Cheng Chen felt a sudden weight on his shoulders. Simplified strong magnetic field sphere cage, containing a stable group of muons, and muon technology belongs to microscopic particle energy, classified as level 4 civilization technology. With certain level 4 civilizations having blocked this technology, Cheng Chen's pupils constricted. The existence of technological blockades was real. Professor Huo's deduction was correct. I heard them whispering that delusional madman is studying a piece of junk. I was wrong. The frail and powerless voice of Huo Linzhong continued to echo. It's not garbage. Under the incandescent light, Cheng Chen's face flickered in and out. Start synthesis. Disperse into primitive units. Break the technological blockade. Synthesis successful. Muon fusion catalytic reactor prototype. *2. Built-in deuterium, D, and tritium, T, mixed gas. After activation, muons will be captured by tritium. Since the mass of a muon is 200 times that of an electron, according to the principle of inverse proportionality between mass and orbit, another atomic nucleus is more likely to approach the muon hydrogen atom, thus significantly increasing the probability of nuclear fusion occurring at room temperature. After deuterium and tritium nuclear fusion occurs, the muons in the DT-mu molecules are released, creating a cycle that constitutes the muon-catalyzed reaction chain, producing controllable nuclear fusion energy, with a built-in Collins spiral to effectively control the volatile energy. Disadvantages of the device: muons have about a 1 in 50 chance of being stuck to alpha particles after catalysis, unable to participate in subsequent nuclear fusion reactions, known as the alpha adhesion problem. Although the device has a failure rate, it can still release terrifying energy equivalent to 500 tons of TNT in a handheld form. In the initial research and development phase, this device was codenamed the Creator's Gaze. At room temperature, controllable muon fusion energy. These should be the breakthrough that Professor Holin has been seeking all along, right? Cheng Chen looked at the device in his hand. Its appearance resembled a silver alloy flashlight, with a semi-transparent window at the bottom, where blue muons flipped and jumped. What does 500 tons of TNT equivalent mean? Cheng Chen's pupils contracted slightly, somewhat astonished. In the old era, During World War II, the atomic bomb dropped by the United States on Hiroshima, Japan, was called Little Boy, with an explosive power of about 15,000 tons of TNT equivalent. In that moment, Little Boy flattened 60,000 buildings in Hiroshima. The equipment in Cheng Chen's hand had a power equivalent to 1/30th of Little Boy, which is to say, 1/30th of an atomic bomb. Although it was 1/30th, it was a handheld weapon, which was extremely terrifying. I wasted my precious energy, even my life, on something that was destined to yield no results. Of course, perhaps the truth is that muons are simply particles with no potential. Holin's voice continued. Cheng Chen's heart stirred. How could muons have no potential? Continue synthesis. Disperse into primitive units. Break the technological blockade again. Synthesis successful. First generation muon fusion catalytic reactor. Comprehensive technological enhancement. Eliminating the alpha adhesion probability. Overall stability improved, and energy efficiency, reaction time, and other indicators increased by 185%. A more refined handheld device form, in an unactivated state, produces no energy fluctuations, and cannot be detected for its true technological level by civilizations below level 3, capable of releasing terrifying energy equivalent to 1,010 tons of TNT in an instant. This device is codenamed the Creator's Fury. Note, this equipment is a very primitive product in the muon technology series, with a usage rate of muon energy of less than 1/10,000th. Cheng Chen's breath trembled slightly. No failure rate, and the power doubled. Life is like a dream, and in the end, it may also be an empty one, bringing nothing and taking nothing away. But the only thing I do not regret is that I never gave up. Although my persistence has turned into a joke, muons have also become a joke. Heh, who can explain it clearly? Goodbye, my friend. Goodbye, my muon technology. Goodbye, this damned world. The recording played once again the closing remarks of Holin's entire life. Cheng Chen held in his hand a device that sparkled like a crystal sword hilt, and inexplicably, a sense of responsibility and power arose within him. Professor Hua, your persistence is no joke. Muon technology is certainly no joke. One day, I will realize the scene from your dreams. Human civilization will wield muon technology like a dazzling star, shaking the entire universe. Cheng Chen, I've searched this place thoroughly. There's nothing of value, it's all pretty much empty. Han Zai walked into the office and saw the unknown device in Cheng Chen's hand. Hey, what's that? This is a scientist with crude words but noble intentions. A deep-seated obsession that cannot be fulfilled. Of course, his obsession is correct. It's just that the world is ignorant. Cheng Chen reassembled the pine tree on the music box, inside still holding a muon ball cage that radiated beautiful luster. If there is a chance in the future, Cheng Chen is willing to help Professor Hua Linzhong fulfill his last wish and pass the music box to his descendants. Cheng Chen and Han Zai arrived at the entrance of the Muon Research Center. The alloy door in front remained closed, with the sounds of killer mice howling and their claws scratching at the door from the outside. The door trembled continuously, nearing its limit. Cheng Chen's expression was stern as he operated the access control system from within, and the alloy door slowly opened. The space outside was already filled with killer mice, and the moment the door moved, they quickly retreated a few meters, their crimson eyes observing the situation before them. Cheng Chen stepped out first, slowly crossing the threshold. The killer mice quickly identified their target, the same creature that had intruded into their territory. A sharp screech erupted as countless killer mice lunged forward with their gaping maws. At that moment, Cheng Chen tightened his grip on the muon catalyzer's first-generation device, his fingers gliding slightly over the crystal-like body, and a blue halo lit up. As his fingers moved, a progress bar appeared on the sword hilt-like device, and just as the progress reached 10%, Cheng Chen's fingers stopped. Buzz! A wave of inexplicable energy rippled out like a translucent ripple. When the instantaneous energy reached a certain level, it would induce a strange spatial resonance, a precursor to an explosion, striking like an invisible hammer to shatter the psychological defenses of the target creature. In that instant, all the killer mice arched their bodies, their fur standing on end. With their intelligence, they may not understand what was happening, but the immense sense of crisis released by their survival instincts instantly extinguished their bloodlust in madness. Cheng Chen pushed the progress bar to 30%, and the energy ripple was released again. The terrifying spatial resonance doubled invisibly. Countless killer mice became stiff as if carved from clay. At this moment, the extreme warrior power armor once again captured that low-frequency sound wave, which was the countless strategist mice issuing commands in the shadows. Clatter! A huge commotion erupted within the mouse horde. Many killer mice stood upright, trampling over each other to build a massive ladder. Other killer mice used all four limbs to quickly climb down the mouse ladder towards the ground. They were panicked, terrified, scrambling to escape. Finally, the entire mouse ladder retracted back to the ground. Looking at the empty surroundings, Chung Chen chuckled softly, sliding his fingers back, and the glow of the muon catalyzer's first-generation device slowly extinguished. The strategist Mice's decision was correct. Not fleeing meant extinction. The turbojet-powered shoes activated, and Chung Chen and Hanzai's bodies slowly ascended into the sky. Unsurprisingly, there wasn't a single killer mouse in sight on the ground. Crow's flying planes, absolutely steady as a rock. My little brother is truly impressive. Today he gets to fly for free. Cheng Chen and Han Zai boarded the Crow's ground effect vehicle, heading back to their base. Looking back towards the Musi Research Center, a hint of reverence appeared in Cheng Chen's eyes. Before he left, he had reburied the entrance to the Musi Research Center, allowing Professor Holan to rest in peace there. The Crow, while piloting the ground effect vehicle, secretly observed Cheng Chen. This little brother had ventured deep into the Kyoto ruins, staying there for a full 40 minutes. He was stained with the foul blood of scavenger rats, remnants of his encounter with them. He had faced the scavenger rats and emerged unscathed. A true talent. The Crow's principle was to avoid asking unnecessary questions, which was also the long-term way of his business. Little brother, if you ever need my help, just say the word. The Crow turned around with a smile. I'm as steady as they come. Cheng Chen returned to his home in Zone B24. In the distance, he saw a massive transport starship hovering in mid-air, dumping tons of technological waste. 7-13-5. Cheng Chen squinted at the sky. The rights to this ship's garbage originally belonged to him. He had paid the corresponding development fee a week ago. But a day earlier, Arrow and his men had seized the resources, ruthlessly taking action. Hanzai, this grudge has been brewing overnight. Those are the enemies. A cold glint flashed in Cheng Chen's eyes as he slowly walked towards the mountain of garbage. Countless pieces of technological waste fell from the sky. Many scavengers, risking being crushed into pulp by the large debris, rushed towards the garbage mountain. At this point, no other scavengers dared to approach 7-13-5. These people were all Arrow's subordinates. A scavenger in his 30s rummaged through the pile and found a precise technological box. He pried it open with his bare hands, his eyes lighting up as he discovered a complete JI-34 nanochip. This could sell for 110 credit points. Seeing that no one was around, he quickly hid the chip in his mouth, tucking it to the side of his teeth. They were coerced by Arrow. Any valuable items they found had to be surrendered, and they would only receive meager wages. Put! A sudden piercing sound erupted, and a numbness spread through his chest, quickly followed by excruciating pain. The scavenger looked down in terror to see a sharp mechanical tentacle piercing through his chest. In disbelief, he turned around to see the long tentacle extending from a distant tent. The towering Arrow approached him, a look of helplessness and indifference on his face. You still want to play tricks in front of Lord Pig? Arrow pried open the scavenger's mouth, retrieved the JI-34 nanochip, and kicked the scavenger into the depths of the garbage. Weighing the chip in his hand, Arrow slowly turned towards a massive white tent, bowing slightly. Lord Pig, our haul is excellent. It seems today is your lucky day. The boy in the blue cloak and a robot slowly climbed to the top of the garbage mountain along the ridge, looking down from above. The clumsy nanny robot raised a brass middle finger towards the mountain below. That idiot? Arrow looked up, squinting. Not even a missile could kill him, and he found a new robot? His expression was full of disdain, as if he had just discovered a cockroach he thought he had squashed, now crawling out from between his fingers, flaunting itself again. Arrow lowered his head, searching the ground, suddenly locking onto a heavy steel pipe. He bent slightly, the mechanical arm operating to lift the steel pipe weighing over 100 pounds, weighing it in his hands, spat, and walked towards Cheng Chen. Don't act rashly. A voice with a heavy nasal tone came from inside the white tent. It should be this kid who took down the hyenas of the bar street. Lord Pig? Luo was somewhat confused. This kid doesn't even have a modified prosthetic. Does he really have that kind of combat power? Is it relying on that brand new nanny robot? The tent's entrance was lifted by two mechanical tentacles. A strange and enormous figure slowly emerged. It was a giant fat man, his bald head glistening with oil, his upper body bare, his body resembling a small hill, with layers of fat stacked on his belly. He had no lower body. Instead, there was a 16-legged mechanical spider, its legs precise and agile. All of the giant fat man's movements were carried out by those mechanical tentacles. Little brother, you have some ability, join me. Lord Pig looked up, clearly at the bottom of the slope, yet his expression was high and mighty. I am in need of people right now. Little garbage bug, did you hear that? Lord Pig is willing to give you a chance. Luo's eyes turned. Looking at Cheng Chen, just a month ago, Lord Pig successfully gathered all the parts of the B-33 battle spider and completely transplanted it onto himself. Now, Lord Pig is not only my boss, He is also the #1 combat power in Zone B24. The Scavenger Alliance can't do anything about him. Iluo tilted his head back. If you join us, you can walk sideways in B24, and I, as your big brother, have a broad mind and won't hold past grudges against you. Just that broken spider, and it's the #1 combat power? Not holding past grudges? Sorry, my Chang Chen's mind is particularly narrow. The boy frowned, looking at the ugly Lord Pig. I was wondering how you, Iluo, suddenly became so reckless. It turns out it's because you found a backer. Lord Pig. What a fitting name, a pig, very big, somewhat like a human. Damn you. Iluo gripped the steel pipe, looking for death. Ha, he. But Lord Pig's face jiggled with fat, confidently saying, little guy, you don't understand what combat power is, nor do you understand the value of my spider legs. To be honest, if you don't obey me, you won't survive. Considering you have some ability, I'll give you one last chance. From now on, all the precious garbage you find will be handed over to me, and I'll give you a 10% commission. Think carefully before answering me. Once I'm unhappy, you won't have any chance to scavenge in the future. As he spoke, one of the giant fat man's mechanical tentacles slithered out, snatching the JI-34 nanochip from Iluo's hand, then opened the bag at his waist and placed the chip inside. Chang Chen's gaze sharpened, because he saw a mechanical dog's head inside Lord Pig's bag. It seemed not to have completely lost power, the heavy metal detector on its nose still flickering with a faint light. Upon closer inspection, there was a streak of fresh red blood on that head. He thought of the little Cheung dragging the bathtub and the mechanical dog behind her that was pushing against the bathtub with its head. Chang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. Where did the mechanical dog come from? I said it was a gift from an admirer. Do you believe it? Lord Pig showed a mocking smile. Then he looked at Chang Chen, surprisingly speaking earnestly. Kid, if you want something, you have to snatch it. This is the way to survive on Garbage Earth. After joining me, you can take whatever you want. Iluo also sneered, muttering, what a pity, that woman is living well. I used to visit often, but from now on, TSK, luckily there's that little girl. Wait a few more years, and she can be opened up. At this moment, Chang Chen heard a slight sound behind him and slowly turned around. He saw Xiao Qiong, with a hemp rope tied around her waist, dragging a bathtub that had been torn apart, climbing to the top of the garbage mountain. The little girl's hair was disheveled, her eyes were red, and in her hand, she clutched half a shriveled apple. On her frostbitten little face, 2 clear tear tracks flowed down. They killed Mommy. Xiao Qiong's voice was like a sharp sword, piercing through the distance and stabbing into Chang Chen's heart. Looking at Xiao Qiong's frail and helpless figure, a layer of darkness slowly enveloped Chang Chen's eyes, but beneath that darkness, a surge of anger was gradually rising, growing stronger. He turned around and stared directly at Pig Lord, his eyes devoid of warmth. The Miaozi Catalyst's first-generation machine creaked in his grip. At the same time, he slid his thumb along the progress bar inch by inch. The crystal-like device gradually released a blue glow, becoming increasingly intense. What are you doing? Do you want to fight me? You're asking for trouble. Pig Lord's smile finally vanished, his expression slowly turning ferocious. Do you really think those junk weapons you picked up can hurt me? Fool. This scene seemed to please Iluo, who sneered, Pig Lord, I've long found this kid displeasing. Why recruit him? Just get rid of him. Go to hell. The giant fat man's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The mechanical spider beneath him emitted a harsh metallic grinding sound. 10 mechanical tentacles suddenly lifted, their joints opening and closing, instantly extending, their sharp tips piercing towards Chang Chen from all directions, spanning over 10 meters. Chang Chen's anger exploded in that moment. In an instant, he pushed the Miaozi Catalyst's energy progress bar to 100%. The device, like a sword hilt, instantly released a blinding blue light. The extreme warrior power armor flowed along Chang Chen's neck, flipping out a void projection panel before his eyes. Detected massive energy fluctuations. The host has a certain probability of receiving recoil damage. In that moment, the extreme warrior power armor flipped, covering Chang Chen's arms. At the same time, memory metal hooks sprouted from beneath Chang Chen's feet, deeply embedding into the ground for several meters, extending 8 supporting arms in a semicircular distribution, providing strong support for his body. Chang Chen could clearly feel the small Miaozi in his hand undergoing an astonishing reaction. The Miaozi technology system was brewing an unparalleled terrifying power. Buzz! The light released by the Miaozi catalyst instantly grew into a blue particle beam hundreds of meters long, slicing through the dim sky like a colossal sword. The recoil force in his hands was as heavy as a mountain. Chang Chen had no choice but to grip tightly. The anger in his heart surpassed everything. With a roar, he raised the weapon high and brought it down heavily. The blue beam in his hand was swung into a massive arc. It was like a blue sickle, cleaving through the atmosphere and striking towards the ground. Before the Miaozi beam descended, the ultra-high temperature shockwave arrived first. On the ground ahead, the air pressure first increased, then a large amount of air was instantly ignited, creating a brief vacuum. Pig Lord clearly saw his tentacles shooting towards Changchen instantly turn crimson. A hint of fear finally appeared on his fat, fleshy face. Then those metallic tentacles began to melt like burning wax, a violent heat wave surged, and the tentacles melted into molten iron, blown back in retreat. Sizzle! Molten iron splashed onto Pig Lord's face, and he let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Immediately after, the energy of the Meowsy beam reached its peak, bursting forth with blinding brilliance. Like a star descending to the earth, a tremendous burst of light erupted, leaving everyone momentarily blinded. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, rendering them briefly deaf. The violent, high-temperature air surged chaotically, plunging the world into darkness. Cries of shock and screams of agony filled the air. This hellish moment lasted a full 30 seconds. As the blazing light extinguished, the heat waves gradually receded. A drop of sweat slid down the forehead. One of Lord Pig's eyeballs turned, glancing at his chest and then at his mechanical spider legs. What was that just now? Is it a kind of weapon? That garbage bug actually mastered such a weapon? Wait, I'm still alive? Ha ha ha. Lord Pig wore a smile of someone who had survived a disaster, the fat on his face trembling. He missed, I survived. At this moment, Arrow's face was filled with extreme terror, his lips drained of color. Lord Pig, your body. What body? The corner of Lord Pig's eye twitched, his right eyeball turning to the left, and then his pupils suddenly constricted. No wonder he could only control one eyeball, his corpulent body was now reduced to half. The other half had completely vaporized in that instant, the wound instantly seared shut, with not a drop of blood spilled. His mechanical spider legs were the same, the metal at the cut glowing red like a branding iron, emitting faint wisps of smoke. On Lord Pig's remaining half-face, one eyeball trembled violently, straining to look further left. His gaze froze again, shock washing over him like a tidal wave, instantly eroding his sense of luck. To the left was a massive chasm over 100 meters wide and several kilometers long. Wisps of smoke rose from the bottom of the chasm, accompanied by sizzling sounds, as a large amount of garbage was vaporized, molten iron flowing at the edges, radiating waves of heat. The perspective rose, revealing two distant mountains of garbage, also melted in the middle, exposing huge gaps. The earth seemed to bear the wrath of the gods, resulting in a grotesque scar. Lord Pig appeared to stand on the edge of an abyss, teetering precariously. His remaining eyeball was filled with shock. At the same time, his vitality rapidly drained away, half of his body swaying slightly. A faint breeze blew, causing him to tilt and fall into the abyss. Bang! Lord Pig plummeted to the bottom, his thick layer of fat igniting upon contact with the high-temperature molten iron. In the dark depths of the abyss, an inconspicuous light appeared, as the giant fat man gradually turned into a pile of black ash. Arrow survived, but he trembled uncontrollably, crawling and rolling to Chung Chen's side. Big brother, your sword just missed. It was fate. The heavens wouldn't let me die. Everything I did before was forced by that dead pig. From now on, you are my big brother, and I will lead my brothers to serve you. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do. If you tell me to go west, I will never. Bang! At that moment, Chung Chen unleashed the power of the extreme warrior armor, a force of 60,000 newtons exploding as he punched Arrow in the chest. Arrow flew backward for dozens of meters, crashing into a nearby mountain of garbage. A sharp piece of metal garbage pierced his chest, leaving him hanging halfway up the slope. Directly in front of Arrow was the vast chasm stretching over 1,000 meters. His eyes widened in disbelief. Arrow revealed a self-deprecating smile. Why was he so blind to the obvious? Ultimately, he weakly kicked his legs, his head drooping, and he gasped his last breath. Xiao Qiong stood behind Chung Chen, shocked by the scene before her. She widened her eyes, tears pooling in her eyelids, looking somewhat dazed. Chang Chen turned and took a few steps back, grasping Xiao Qiong's icy little hand. The two figures, one large and one small, stood atop the mountain of garbage, silhouetted against the vast chasm glowing with red light. Everything that has happened cannot be changed. From now on, I will take care of you, little sister. Xiao Qiong's tears spilled over again, and she quietly nodded. A faint sound came from behind. Chang Chen turned around. He saw a dozen of Arrow's little brothers standing on the slopes of the garbage hill, along with 4 or 5 caretaker robots. When Chang Chen's gaze swept over them, they trembled and knelt down. In their understanding, they could not comprehend why that boy possessed such earth-shattering weapons. On this garbage planet, it was an utterly unreasonable thing, and in the moment the bombardment occurred, their values were shattered as well. I'll give you a chance to work for me. Chang Chen's voice was somewhat low, but in the profound silence of the garbage mountain, it reached everyone's ears clearly. That last strike was not a miscalculation. It was Chang Chen leaving them a sliver of opportunity. The little brothers were momentarily stunned, then felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They all got up and ran towards Chengchen. Brother Chi, from now on, you are our boss. You tell us to go east, we absolutely won't dare. Wait a minute. Several little brothers suddenly stopped in their tracks, their faces turning pale. He wouldn't be trying to trick us into coming over and then punch us away, hanging us on the garbage mountain like Arrow, would he? Arrow's nature is evil. As for you, I believe you are indeed coerced by Lord Pig. Chengchen tilted his head back. From now on, for the garbage you collect, I can pay you 30% of its original value. 30%? Are you serious? The eyes of these scavenger little brothers lit up. Wait, Brother Chi said. Collect? That's right. It's a collection. I want to create a brand new business. Chengchen's eyes sparkled. Collecting garbage from all scavengers. The standard is simple. All technology-based creations of the same model. The more you have, the higher the unit price. Same technology creations? The little brothers paused slightly. What about damaged ones? Chengchen nodded. That's fine. Everyone began to think. The garbage dump on Earth was vast, with countless trash, but 99% was broken scrap metal or some non-degradable plastic products. Only 1% barely maintained their original form, and technology creations were even rarer. But the overall base was large, and damaged ones were acceptable. The little brothers' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. As long as they were willing to work hard, they could find plenty, and 30% of the profits was a very high reward. They could definitely live well in the future. A scavenger little brother, around 20 years old and frail, swallowed hard. He took a few steps forward, mustering his courage. Brother Chi, my name is Monkey. If you trust us, could you give us a portion of the capital first? Rest assured, we are absolutely determined to follow you. Capital? Chengchen smiled coldly. I don't have any, you have to advance it first. What? Monkey's body trembled. The bosses these days were also treacherous. Just escaped from one den of tigers into another den of wolves. The sun set. Above the murky atmosphere, the moon looked like a dim white spot. Chengchen returned to his makeshift shelter. This shelter was actually just a few old pillars supporting a radiation-proof tarp. Scavengers often had no fixed homes, as garbage could fall from the sky and bury them at any time. Inside the shelter, Xiaoqian curled up, covered with a tattered red blanket, her eyes stained with tears, sleeping heavily. Since I promised to take care of her, I should provide some basic conditions. The monkey has already organized his little brothers to go out and collect garbage, but Chengchen didn't have much hope. Money can make the devil push the mill, but without money, people can feel lonely. Without capital, the motivation of the monkey and his crew wouldn't be very strong either. Chengchen was tight on funds. Although he had synthesized amorphous alloys before, he had already made a deal with the merchant MO, using everything to exchange for gene catalysis agents, and had not liquidated any assets. Chengchen still had a few pieces of high-entropy alloy. It goes without saying that those things must be extremely valuable. But still, the problem remained. He had to complete the first transaction with the merchant MO to establish basic trust before the high-entropy alloy could be put on the market. As of now, MO had been gone for 24 hours. There should be results soon. Chengchen's gaze flickered. I hope nothing unexpected happens. Outside the shelter, there was a commotion and the roar of engines. Chengchen stood up and lifted the tarp. He saw a dozen figures standing on the distant garbage mountain. Were they from the Scavenger Alliance? Chengchen squinted. He recognized that black hooded cloak. As a B-897 safety protection nanny robot, Han's eyes covering flipped, raising a small full-spectrum radar that silently listened to the conversations of those people. The length of the ravine is 3 kilometers, with 234 meters. A large amount of material has vaporized. Metals, rocks, etc. have all melted, forming smooth sidewalls. The instantaneous temperature is at least 100 to 250 million degrees Celsius. No extraterrestrial missiles or any weapons detected. Someone has released a weapon of nuclear fission nature on this garbage planet, to be precise, right on this garbage heap beneath our feet. This cannot be the work of scavengers. Scavengers absolutely cannot find such weapons. There are advanced genetic beings carrying extraterrestrial weapons. At this moment, at the top of the garbage mountain, a slender figure draped in a black hood spoke. Why was I not notified of the visit from advanced genetic beings? This figure turned around and scanned the surroundings. Her face was covered, but Chengchen clearly saw a faint blue halo in her pupils, appearing mysterious and noble in the pitch-black night. Chengchen nodded to himself. That person should be a high-ranking member of the Scavenger Alliance. She could be considered an upper-class individual within the garbage planet. It was said that among those people, a few had enhanced their genetic levels through gene catalysis agents, and with their positions in the Scavenger Alliance, their status was completely superior to all scavengers. Chengchen, is this your home? Suddenly, a melodious voice interrupted. Chengchen turned his head and saw a beautiful woman in a red dress, Hannah, who had somehow arrived at his shelter. Today, she was wearing high heels, had light makeup, and red lips, making her look stunning. Have you seen any advanced genetic beings? Hannah smiled slightly, but her overall demeanor still felt somewhat distant and aloof. In Cheng Chen's mind, the image of Hannah from that night, like a female dog, suddenly resurfaced. Through this question, Cheng Chen understood why Hannah had dressed up so carefully today. It was merely to stir the desires of the advanced genetic beings. Looking at Hannah, Cheng Chen no longer had the admiration he once felt. Instead, there was a sense of numbness. He spoke, not exactly lying, there are no advanced genetic beings here. Hannah tilted her head, her bare white shoulder shrinking towards her cheek, smiling. If you see him, could you notify me immediately? I have many topics I want to discuss with the advanced genetic beings. For example, how to solve the food shortage for the scavengers. Cheng Chen calmly nodded. He knew better than anyone what the topic that Hina mentioned really was. Hina had no interest in lingering. She turned and walked into the night. But after taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back, her face drawing closer to Cheng Chen. It was merely a flicker of hope. She gazed into Cheng Chen's pupils. After confirming that there was no blue halo in Cheng Chen's eyes, Hina's expression was not one of disappointment. She simply maintained her aloof demeanor. Feeling that the distance was too great, she made an effort to show a friendly smile. If you get any news, remember to let me know. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels striking the metal trash echoed crisply, her vibrant red dress swaying as she disappeared into the night. In that final moment, the reason Hina could leave a smile for Cheng Chen was entirely because she had hope in him. She hoped that Cheng Chen could provide a useful clue. If it weren't for this reason, Hina would have unsurprisingly ignored this lowest-tier scavenger. The investigation by the Scavenger Alliance lasted a full 2 hours, yielding nothing. During this time, some people came to inquire about Cheng Chen. Cheng Chen responded with complete ignorance. As the night deepened and everyone left, a rustling sound suddenly came from the communicator used to contact Mo. Prepare for delivery. Cheng Chen's eyes lit up. Mo was trustworthy. He immediately stepped outside the shack, looking up at the dim starry sky, waiting for Mo's spacecraft. In the distance, a few extremely faint points of light appeared. Cheng Chen was taken aback. Isn't that a spacecraft? Half a minute later, 4 black boxes the size of shoeboxes, equipped with miniature thrusters, landed in front of Cheng Chen. Cheng Chen was stunned. This was some kind of small transport box, similar to a delivery package. Mo himself had not come in person. As Cheng Chen approached the transport box, the facial recognition system inside activated, confirming Cheng Chen's identity, and the hatch on the front of the box slowly opened. A wave of cold mist spread out. Cheng Chen's eyes widened slightly as he saw that inside the box were glass test tubes filled with black liquid. Mo's voice came through the dedicated communicator. Failed products of black market gene catalysis. Your budget can only buy 6 tubes, but considering this is our first collaboration, I've rounded it up to 17 tubes for you. Cheng Chen, we are square. Detected similar technological creations, gene agents containing a large amount of impurities, derived from the outdated CRISPR-Cas9 technology, using RNA to guide the Cas9 protein to cut specific DNA sequences, essentially equivalent to a DNA destruction agent, with lethal side effects and a gene optimization success rate of less than 0.0035%. Proceed with synthesis? Cheng Chen felt his heart pounding wildly. Mo, you really went overboard. You, who are about to lose your life due to taking inferior agents. Mo's voice was filled with reason and calmness. I really don't understand what you're so excited about. Mo, have you heard of something called high-entropy alloy? Cheng Chen exhaled shakily, trying to calm his emotions. Of course I've heard of it. It's an extremely precious alloy with disordered atomic arrangements, often used in the core chips of top-tier computing systems. I'm a bit surprised that you can even mention the name high-entropy alloy. Are you looking to buy high-entropy alloy? I'm not boasting. Within the entire solar system, there are no more than 10 people, including me, who can obtain high-entropy alloy. Moreover, once a corresponding sales channel is found, the pricing power of high-entropy alloy is entirely in the hands of the seller. To be frank, you currently cannot afford its exorbitant price. Our deal is complete. As a businessman, time is money. My value per second is about 2,000 credit points, and I need to end this communication. Mo's voice remained rational and calm. I have 4 pieces. Cheng Chen suddenly spoke up. Mo paused. What do you have 4 of? Cheng Chen replied, I weighed them earlier, about 410 grams. Mo's tone rose slightly. What do you have 4 of? Cheng Chen's voice was steady. I'm prepared to sell them to you. Mo slowly inhaled. What do you have 4 of? Cheng Chen articulated each word, high-entropy alloy. On the other end of the communicator, there was a full 30 seconds of silence. Mo, isn't your value per second 2,000 credit points? Why aren't you speaking? Cheng Chen, for fuck's sake, don't drink those gene potions before I arrive, or this deal will be fucked. Chang Chen chuckled. He was getting anxious. Forget it, give me your ID. I'll pay you a deposit first. Chang Chen, life is actually beautiful, it's not just about gene evolution. You have such ability and luck, I think we can establish a long-term cooperative relationship. Look around you at the garbage piles filled with the stench of decay, doesn't it seem beautiful? As a highly rational and emotionally stable advanced gene user, Mo was not good at motivational speaking, especially since he was feeling slightly flustered at the moment. During this process, Chang Chen received a transfer of 10 million credit points from Missouri. Chang Chen's heart trembled. Damn, 10 million. And this is just the deposit. At this moment, a faint light appeared in the sky again. Another transport box. When the box opened, inside was a small scale. Chang Chen remembered this was Mo's personal item, but the small scale was no longer golden, it was entirely black. Chang Chen took out 4 pieces of high-entropy alloy. One end of the scale emitted a scanning beam, and the other end displayed detailed data. High-purity high-entropy alloy, 410. 23 grams, valued at 34,553,200 credit points. 34 million. Although Chang Chen was mentally prepared, his heart skipped a beat when he saw the final price. For a scavenger struggling at the bottom for a long time, this was an astronomical figure. Mo had previously said, the pricing power of high-entropy alloy is in the seller's hands, but Chang Chen didn't care much about that, because Mo's offers were always fair and reasonable. Moreover, high-entropy alloy wasn't particularly precious to Chang Chen. He was already very satisfied with this price. Subsequently, Chang Chen listed a list of items he wanted to trade. B343 Nanny Robot, which is the prototype of Hanzai. Medical Mechanical Assistant Gloves. Mechanical Exploration Shoes. Exoskeleton for Extreme Warriors. And related equipment from Nyozi Technology. As long as he got these, Chang Chen's strength would increase significantly again. Unfortunately, Mo interrupted Chang Chen's words. Do you know why I didn't meet you in person? Because just yesterday, Garbage Earth was sealed off. For some unknown reason, the human high-ups temporarily do not want any new technological garbage to enter Earth, and a large number of detection instruments have been set up outside Earth. What you see, those black transport boxes and the black scale, are all made of special biological materials that can barely pass through detection signals. The gene catalyst agents sent to you are the same, they at least won't emit electronic signals. Don't think this is easy. The fact that I can get those biotechnological boxes to fly into Earth is already a remarkable skill. If the size were any larger, or the frequency too dense, there would be a risk of being seized, and I wouldn't be able to protect myself. Last time we met, we were still trading normally, but now, it's smuggling. Chang Chen was stunned. Why would the high-ranking humans want to block a garbage-filled Earth? Moreover, the things you want are all extremely outdated products, long eliminated by the outside world. For example, the B343 Nanny Robot, I'm afraid you can only find its remains among the Earth's garbage. Mo pondered for a moment. As for the Nyozi technology you mentioned, I've never heard of it. Chang Chen fell silent for a moment. It seemed there was no other path to choose. A true self-reliant person can carve a way out in any dire situation. The Earth's junkyard was vast, and with the STC in hand, as long as it was fully excavated, it could still defy fate. The 10 million credit points that have arrived, I will keep. The residual value of the high-entropy alloy will be exchanged entirely for gene catalytic agents. You are responsible for ensuring safe transport, and my principle remains the same as before. Not seeking quality, but quantity. The worse, the better, the cheaper, the better. Ton. Sitting in the starship cockpit, Mo suddenly jolted. Chang Chen, what are you drinking? I'm thirsty, drinking water. You don't think I'm spinning gene catalytic agents, do you? Chang Chen, take your agents and put the high-entropy alloy into the transport box. They will automatically return, and it has been a pleasure working with you. I hope the next time I contact you, you are still alive. Chang Chen began to operate one by one. After carefully taking out the gene catalytic agents, Chang Chen's gaze inadvertently fell on those black transport boxes. Similar technological creations detected. Ultra-small transport box, made of biological polymer materials, equipped with a built-in biofuel engine. Due to its material properties and thermal energy principles, it can shield most detector signals. Chang Chen looked at the ground, where 5 boxes were quietly lying flat. Previously, 4 had come to transport the gene agents, and later another had brought the black scales. It seemed reasonable to get packaging when buying something, right? Chang Chen stroked his chin. Should he not need to consult Mo's opinion? Then, Chang Chen looked again at the black scales inside one of the boxes. This was clearly a tool that Mo had specially made for trading with scavengers. It seemed meaningless to take it to the outer universe. Grandpa once said that in the old days, buying a watermelon came with a spoon, buying instant noodles came with a fork, and buying a Porsche came with a female salesperson. I bought gene agents worth tens of millions of credit points, a small scale as a gift. Isn't that too much to ask? Changchen continued to stroke his chin. Such a small matter. Shouldn't he need to consult Mo's opinion? Then, Changchen took out the small scale and stuffed the 4 pieces of high-entropy alloy into the same box. The moment the box closed, a faint blue biological flame was released from the bottom of all the boxes, preparing to ascend. Changchen exchanged a glance. The eager Hanzai pounced like a hungry tiger, directly pressing the 4 empty boxes beneath him. Little cutie, where are you running? Watching the faint dot in the sky fade away, the only black box carrying the high-entropy alloy returned alone. Aha! The remaining 4 were pressed beneath Hanzai, stubbornly wriggling. Hanzai revealed a lewd smile. Little cutie, struggling is useless. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will respond. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from afar. Changchen turned around and saw several oddly shaped figures appearing behind a nearby pile of garbage. When he saw their faces clearly, Changchen's brow relaxed slightly, even revealing a hint of surprise. It was a monkey, along with a few scavenger lackeys. On the back of one of the burly little brothers, there was a rusty mechanical arm installed. It was not a transplant. The arm was an independent machine, strapped to his waist with belts and wires. The mechanical arm held a large pile of technological junk secured with hemp ropes. Brother Chi, hello, I'm Monkey. Brother Chi, my name is Xiangzi. The frail monkey greeted, while Xiangzi was the strong youth with the mechanical arm strapped to his back. Xiangzi placed a large bag of junk on the ground and then began to unpack it one by one. Changchen's eyes flickered, and the STC prompt sound kept ringing in his ears. Detected identical technological creation. Would you like to synthesize? Detected identical technological creation. Would you like to synthesize? Detected identical technological creation. Brother Chi, time is tight, and the budget is limited. We only managed to gather this much today. Monkey scratched his head, revealing a silly smile. Looking at the few ragged, dust-covered scavenger brothers, Changchen found it hard to believe. You guys. Brother Chi. Monkey seemed to sense what Changchen was thinking and said sincerely, in such a survival environment, no one knows which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. We are the lowest of the low, and it's hard to find a boss we can rely on and who can protect us. Although we are all the lowest scavengers, sometimes, character has nothing to do with status. Brothers, we have always kept our promises. Once we recognize a big brother, we won't easily go back on our word. After a pause, Monkey smiled again. Of course, we all agree that Brother Chi is kind-hearted. Changchen was somewhat moved and looked up at the little brothers standing in the night. I understand. What Monkey spoke of was seeking protection, but within it lay a trust and recognition. Brother Chi, the reason you asked us to look for junk of the same model, I guess. Xiangzi scratched his head and laughed. You must be a very skilled repairman, right? You want to gather the parts and then merge them into a functioning machine to sell. That's right, it's merging. Changchen smiled as well, looking at the somewhat silly Xiangzi, but this merging was not the same as that merging. Brother Chi, whenever you have time, fix my mechanical second brother. It hasn't been working lately. Xiangzi said, patting the mechanical arm on his back. This guy is too old. It was manufactured over 110 years ago. Xiangzi, go away. Which good person names a mechanical arm second brother? Monkey stepped forward, hesitating to say, Brother Chi, the things we collected today cost a total of 350 credit points. This is all the brothers have. Tomorrow we will find a way to borrow some. Brother Chi doesn't need to feel pressured. Once the business gets going and we become successful, it won't be too late to pay it back. Xiangzi also grinned. Yes, Brother Chi, we're not in a hurry. What's your account ID? Changchen looked at Monkey, his eyes now filled with trust. ID? Monkey hesitated. In his guess, the originally unremarkable Brother Chi must have struck it rich, finding that powerful and invincible weapon equipment. His rise should have been brief, and he probably had no financial backing. Heroes do not ask about their origins, but heroes generally do not have much economic support either. Monkey was prepared to refuse, because soon, Changchen was likely to pull out all his belongings, about 200 or 300 credit points. Monkey wanted to follow this boss and didn't want to make him uncomfortable, but he saw Changchen raise his hand and tap the financial module on Monkey's chest. Immediately, a three-dimensional colorful four-dimensional code was projected. This form of ID was significantly optimized compared to the old era's QR codes, with a higher information storage capacity and a higher security level. ID 8555965524555, 2 million credit points credited. Hearing the prompt sound, the monkey's mouth dropped open. How much? How much? The bear's second immediately stood tall, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, 2 million. The monkey swallowed hard, his face filled with shock, staring wide-eyed. Brother Chi, you've hidden it so deep. For the bottom-tier scavengers, anything over 10,000 was already a fortune, and 100,000 was considered wealthy. Now, Chung Chen was calm and collected, casually offering 2 million. The impact was akin to dropping a nuclear bomb in the hearts of the monkeys and their crew. Trust is the foundation of cooperation, Chung Chen smiled. From now on, the principle remains unchanged. For technology waste of the same model, take as much as you need. As for the commission, the agreed 30% will not change. Monkey, you will be the head of this acquisition team from now on. You will handle the commission settlements for everyone. Settled daily, never overnight. The nearby scavenger brothers' eyes lit up, their arms trembling slightly. Damn, isn't this getting better? Brother Chi is mighty. The monkey was indeed trustworthy, but he showed a hint of difficulty. Brother Chi, most of the garbage we collect is unwanted, but many scavengers have started asking for sky-high prices since they heard we were looking for these things. The monkey frowned. I've never been good at pricing. Cheng Chen smiled calmly, he was already prepared. Then, Chung Chen slowly lifted a small black scale. The monkeys leaned in closer, exchanging confused glances. Brother Chi is quite thoughtful. He got us a little scale. But what can such a small scale weigh? Cheng Chen scanned the surroundings and finally aimed the small scale at the little black box used by the merchant MO for deliveries. One end of the scale emitted a scanning beam. Nano-level biological material box, equipped with a biological drive engine, 95% new, approximately containing 5 kilograms of B-grade biological material. The other end of the scale displayed the corresponding price, valued at 53,200 credit points. The younger brother's eyes widened. It only takes a scan to instantly identify the material and price? This device is amazing. Cheng Chen was also taken aback. This thing is so expensive? At this moment, the other scavenger brothers finally reacted. The bear was somewhat surprised. Brother Chi, as expected of you, even a shoebox is worth over 50,000. Brother Chi, can I borrow it? I want to see how much my little brother is worth. I-55 mechanical lifting arm, lithium iron phosphate battery energy, 30% new, approximately containing 43 kilograms of scrap iron, valued at 12 credit points. What? The bear collapsed. My little brother is only worth 12 bucks. Brother Chi, don't worry. Starting tomorrow, we'll work our butts off to help you collect garbage. The monkey held the black scale like a treasure. No, it's from the day after tomorrow, because a gray storm will arrive tonight and last for a day and 2 nights. Each of us must find a safe shelter. The Gray Storm. It is a rare level 12 hurricane from the old era, with wind speeds between 32.7 meters/second and 36.9 meters/second. At sea, it was filled with waves and white foam. The entire ocean turned white, and giant waves poured down like a river, drastically reducing visibility. On land, millions of tons of garbage were swept into the sky, and the few buildings left on Earth would once again suffer severe damage. Nowadays, 99% of the vegetation on garbage Earth has disappeared. The wind speed cannot be weakened, massive amounts of soil and water are lost, and the humidity in the air has also significantly decreased. This planet has lost its ability to regulate the climate. Almost once a year, that terrifying gray storm sweeps across half the Earth. Due to the large amounts of metal dust, all strong winds appear gray, hence the name Gray Storm. Whenever the gray storm arrives, a large number of scavengers perish. Previously, Chung Chen would find some large quality starship wreckage, stuffing his body into the narrow space within, praying, enduring, and waiting for the gray storm to pass. The brothers have already found a safe place, absolutely secure, the monkey said. Shiga, do you want to join us? Cheng Chen pondered. At present, he had a big family and a big business, with 17 gene catalysis agents, confiscated biotechnology boxes, and the technological junk that the monkey and the others had just delivered. These were all basic materials that could be synthesized, their value immeasurable. If he hurriedly hid in some cramped crevice, these materials could suffer unpredictable losses and damages, and some things might even be impossible to carry. Not to mention, there was also a precious quantum repair cluster in the shack, along with Hanzai and Xiaoqiong. In that moment, Cheng Chen's eyes flickered. Monkey, you take the brothers to hide well, and I will make my own arrangements. The monkey and the others showed concern, but still left the scene at Cheng Chen's insistence. ZZ, Scrap Alliance announcement. In 4 hours, a gray storm will sweep through the B12-B69 area. All scavengers, please take note, you must seek shelter immediately. All scavengers, please take note, you must seek shelter immediately. Inside the shack, the old radio emitted sounds. Cheng Chen stood in front of the shack. Suddenly, he caught sight of a small patch of green grass growing on the corner of the shack's floor, sprouting at some unknown time. The emerald green and slender leaves swayed in the gaps of the garbage. In such a world, its existence seems so fragile yet stubborn. In 4 hours, I need to build a shelter of my own. This is something that must be done sooner or later. This shabby shack is just too unsafe. My synthesis career has just begun. I need a safe and secret base. Only then can I synthesize without worries, freely and thoroughly. Cheng Chen thought, whether avoiding the gray storm, radiation, or toxic gas, the best method is underground. The ground emitted a faint reflection. Cheng Chen looked at the pile of technological junk left by Xiangzi. Small geological detector. The drill bit is made of titanium alloy, 240 horsepower, equipped with various sensors, can drill underground 30 to 50 meters, with a battery life of 45 minutes. Already damaged, this device was not large, measuring no more than 50 centimeters in length and width, with a spindle-shaped body and a dark silver drill bit at the front. Cheng Chen's gaze slowly moved, his heart lightly stirring. Xiangzi had sent a total of 8 such devices, but all were damaged to varying degrees, completely unusable. Underground drilling capability? Expanding underground space. Cheng Chen smiled, just what I need. Starting synthesis, dispersing into raw materials, target model updating, intelligent mole address detector, *4. Although called a mole, this device was a size larger, with more delicate overall lines, and the drill bit at the head gleamed brightly, while the sensor system was more precise. Starting synthesis, dispersing into raw materials, large engineering underground mining vehicle, *2. This time, what appeared before Cheng Chen was a device the size of a truck. Below were 2 wide tracks, and the massive drill bit at the head had turned into a dark-colored metal. Although it no longer reflected light, it gave an indestructible feeling. Cheng Chen's eyes flickered. He was getting closer to what he wanted. Starting synthesis, dispersing into raw materials, synthesis successful, codename, Earth Dragon Underground Expansion Dock. The device is not merely a mining tool, but an expandable vehicle. Beneath its excellent drilling capabilities, it can expand into a 120 square meter underground construction command center, equipped with powerful pressure and high-temperature resistance. In the interstellar mining teams, it is known as the Earth Dragon King, and only mining teams with an annual output of over 1 million tons are qualified to be equipped with such advanced gear. Just in time. Cheng Chen had to look up at the massive 10-meter by 10-meter metal apparatus, which resembled a heavily armored tank, with sturdy pure alloy tracks at the bottom and 4 dark golden giant drill bits at the top. Cheng Chen took out the remote control panel for the device and activated it. It was hard to imagine that such enormous drill bits could spin, creating a cool breeze, but only a faint buzzing sound emerged, not the deafening roar one might expect, indicating the internal structure was extremely advanced, with high precision in its components. Cheng Chen set the first engineering task for the Earth Dragon King. The entry point was right in front of the shed. First, it would investigate the structural conditions within 100 meters underground, and then excavate a 200 square meter expandable space. Once the Earth Dragon King was deeply embedded in the ground, it inevitably produced a tremendous noise. Debris and soil flew everywhere, and the Earth Dragon King quickly disappeared beneath the surface. Xiao Qian was startled awake, peeking out from under the tarp. Cheng Chen turned back and smiled, "Don't worry, we'll soon have the best shelter on Earth." The sky was gray and hazy, as if a terrifying giant beast lurked beyond the atmosphere. Cheng Chen glanced at the sky before focusing on the ground beneath him. The ground was subtly shifting. Tiny grains of sand seemed to be dancing, spreading out inch by inch. The engine noise of the Earth Dragon King grew quieter. It had already burrowed nearly 20 meters underground. Cheng Chen held the control panel, observing the data feedback. He thought the Earth Dragon King was close to the true surface, only to find that beneath a thin layer of soil lay a thick layer of metallic debris. The drilling depth had to be ensured to withstand the gray storm without fail. According to Cheng Chen's requirements, the estimated drilling time was about 40 minutes. The gray storm would arrive in 3 hours and 50 minutes, leaving plenty of time. During the wait, Cheng Chen looked at the other debris left by Xiangzi. Electromagnetic System Auxiliary Module? Cheng Chen picked up one of the pieces. He recognized this type of module. Its exterior resembled an enlarged chip, like a cigarette box, with many broken wire ends exposed at the bottom. No wonder it ended up in the junkyard, as its existence was entirely superfluous. Simply put, the original intention of this module was to assist various precision electronic devices, somewhat like an expansion piece. When connected to other electronic devices, it could enhance the corresponding device's computing speed or optimize some operational steps. Unfortunately, its compatibility was extremely limited, and the use of physical hard connections made it unsuitable for 99% of devices on the market. Cheng Chen glanced at the ground, the monkeys had somehow collected 4 such chips. Start synthesis, disassemble into raw materials. Chang Chen was curious about what such a superfluous item could synthesize. Marl's electronic assistant, *2. Chang Chen looked at the first stage product. It was still a dark black chip. He had heard of the scientist Marls, but he had passed away long ago, and he didn't expect that he had improved such a superfluous product. The original design intention was still to optimize a series of electronic control products and change to radio-electromagnetic field access, abandoning the outdated physical connection method, but the drawbacks remained particularly obvious, with a very low adaptation rate. Chang Chen tilted his head as STC released a blue scanning beam. Continue synthesis. Dark blue Marl's version superconducting electronic assistant. Chang Chen stared at the name of the new equipment, somewhat dazed. Who is Molan Mals? Is he a descendant of Dr. Mals? He is Mals from the Molan star system. The universe is vast, 1,000,000 light-years away. There exist twin solar systems, twin Earths, and twin Mals, with the same geographical environment creating the same causal events. You can understand these as parallel universes in the same dimension. There's such a setting? Chang Chen was a bit surprised. So, the technology that Mals didn't realize has been achieved by parallel Mals? He looked at the introduction of the brand new electronic assistant. On the distant twin Earth, electronic assistant technology has made breakthroughs. The addition of superconducting metals and the emergence of base 4 algorithms have made this device no longer a useless trinket. Its external form can change behavior, adhering to other electronic devices, and achieving seamless signal interaction through superconducting metals. The base 4 algorithm can also fully integrate into the target system. Note, this technology comes from a level 1.9 civilization. Oh my goodness. Chang Chen held the pitch-black chip, feeling a bit odd. This little STC is quite powerful. The technology that cannot be realized in this universe has actually been provided by a parallel universe? Chang Chen couldn't help but wonder, does the STC really have no limits? Just then, a gust of wind mixed with a lot of metallic dust blew in, forcing Chang Chen to squint. The atmospheric pressure at this moment gave a feeling of extreme oppression and gloom, making it hard to breathe. This was a sign of a gray storm. As the wind and rain approached, the entire Earth seemed to emit a whimpering sound. Chang Chen glanced at the data feedback from the Earth Dragon King and was immediately stunned. What's going on? Why has the drilling time changed to 7 hours? After carefully checking the data, Chang Chen learned that the Earth Dragon King had encountered a massive layer of metal debris at a depth of 36 meters, and due to years of compression, the metal density here was very high. Preliminary detection showed that the thickness of this debris was a full 170 meters, significantly increasing the drilling time. 7 hours? Isn't that a disaster? Suddenly, Chang Chen inadvertently glanced at the muon catalyzer prototype at his waist. His eyes flickered, and a flash of inspiration struck his mind. He then took out the Molan Mal's version superconducting electronic assistant. With a mindset of giving it a try, Chang Chen slowly brought the two devices together. The black chip, resembling plastic, began to bend slightly at the moment of contact, ultimately fitting perfectly onto the body of the muon prototype, as if a layer of black leather had been added to the hilt of a sword. A small red interface was projected. Muon fission reaction device, remaining energy 70% performance optimization in progress. A brand new usage plan can be established. Original plan, instantaneously release muon fission energy, causing linear burns over an area of about 7 kilometers, resulting in massive destruction. Optimized plan, control the release method of muon energy, projecting a slender energy beam, and accumulating energy at the tip of the beam. When the beam penetrates to a specific location, control the energy to generate ultra-high temperatures, causing a spherical burn with a diameter of 5,000 square meters. This, Chang Chen's eyes widened. In his mind, a brand new usage scenario was constructed. If it's as I envisioned, then this optimized muon catalyzer is just right for digging out the bunker. Earth Dragon King, return. Chang Chen turned around decisively. The gray storm was imminent, and he could only give it a try. 5 minutes later, Chang Chen stood at the drilling hole left by the Earth Dragon King, holding the optimized muon reactor. The hole slanted downward, seemingly bottomless. Chang Chen swallowed hard and set the power of the muon catalyzer to 30%. After a moment of hesitation, he pushed it to 50%. Select the second energy release plan through the superconducting electronic assistant. After that, he straightened his arms, and the Extreme Warrior armor extended support arms. Once everything was ready, Chang Chen triggered the muon catalyzed prototype. Buzz! A barely perceptible vibration filled the air, silently, as the muon catalyzed prototype released a hair-thin blue beam of light, causing no ripples, directly vanishing into the dark drill hole. It was like a tiny glimmer of light, fleeting in an instant, and then the world fell silent. Chang Chen tilted his head. Boom, boom. The next second, a massive plume of white steam, accompanied by a terrifying heat wave, erupted from the mouth of the drill hole. In an instant, the Extreme Warrior Armor's emergency strategy activated, controlling Chang Chen's body to leap to the side, while the memory metal mask flipped out to shield Chang Chen's face. The scorching airflow brushed against Chang Chen's cheek and shot skyward. Meanwhile, the mask of the Extreme Warrior Armor emitted a sizzling sound, releasing a slight white smoke. Chang Chen was unharmed. After slightly moving his neck, he stepped forward, standing at the mouth of the massive hole, peering inside. At this moment, the side wall of the hole formed a standard circular shape, smoothed significantly by the beam's scorching. As for the interior of the hole, it was still a slanted downward passage, dark and deep, with no bottom in sight. Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly. Had the result I anticipated been achieved? Waves of heat radiated from within the hole. Chang Chen had no idea what kind of effect the ultra-high temperature combustion created by muon technology had produced inside. After waiting for a full 20 minutes, Han Zai volunteered, carrying a large amount of expired coolant, and entered the hole. Xianran Ban Ban, oh my god! Han Zai's exclamation echoed from within the hole. Chang Chen, you need to be patient, just wait a little, and you'll see the surprise. Han Zai spun like a top, seemingly completing the internal cooling. Then he brought back two massive Starship steel plates. The thickness of the steel plates was a full 50 centimeters, resembling a metal wall. After a round of cutting and welding, Han Zai created a huge sliding door at the entrance of the hole. Subsequently, he found a lot of disguised garbage and welded it onto the door, forming the appearance of a garbage pile. Once the door closed, the entrance to the cave perfectly disappeared into the surrounding environment. This operation by Han Zai took almost 40 minutes. Watching Han Zai busily working, Chang Chen knew that the internal effect should not be too bad. But to satisfy Han Zai's desire to create a little surprise, Chang Chen patiently held back his anticipation. Ding ding ding! Chang Chen, the high temperature inside has dissipated quite a bit. Han Zai extended his mechanical arm. You can open the blind box now. Chang Chen stood up and rubbed his palms together slightly. Rumbling, the small garbage mountain in front of him split in two from the middle, revealing a slanted downward entrance on the ground. As Chang Chen stepped inside, his first feeling was that the ground was very smooth. Losing his balance, Chang Chen stumbled forward. Did Han Zai leak oil again? Buzz! The jet-powered shoes activated, first halting Chang Chen's uncontrolled body, then adjusting his steps with a slight amplitude, allowing Chang Chen to stabilize himself and walk normally. As he delved deeper, Chang Chen touched the wall. The surface was smooth and delicate, like glass. Han Zai turned on the shoulder-mounted light. The tunnel ahead was clear at a glance. What is this? Chang Chen's eyes widened suddenly. The shallow surface was filled with a large amount of sand and metal debris. The main component of the sand was silicon dioxide, which, after the high-temperature combustion of the muon beam, had its crystal structure destroyed. As it turned into a liquid state, the connections between the silicon-oxygen tetrahedra changed, forming a relatively disordered, long-range random structure, which is characteristic of the glassy state. After the recent cooling, the tunnel before them transformed into a magnificent glass corridor. Within this glass, one piece after another of relatively low melting point technological waste was sealed. Chang Chen sighed a little. This tunnel before him was like a kind of technological amber. The glass was equivalent to resin, and the technological waste was akin to insects sealed within, enduring through time. Through the illumination of Han Zai's light, countless dazzling reflections emerged within the tunnel. These discarded technological scraps, though no longer usable, finally released an eternal glow at this moment. As he walked, Chang Chen's gaze swept over the technological waste embedded in the walls, and a sense of reverence grew in his heart. NVIDIA RTX 4070 graphics card, Mate 70 phone, interstellar positioning compass. And what is this? Some items had already charred and deformed, barely recognizable. Once, these were advanced technological products pursued by the world. Now they had become old antiques, worthless trash. Chang Chen continued down the tunnel, silently calculating that he had probably reached a depth of about 100 meters underground. Suddenly, the view opened up. Chang Chen was once again stunned into speechlessness. This was a vast spherical space, approximately 2,000 meters in diameter. This depth was precisely where the Earth Dragon had encountered the metallic sediment layer. Here, the waste had vaporized instantly at the moment of the muon energy explosion, forming a smooth inner wall. Chang Chen looked up at the circular dome above. This is so beautiful. At this depth, there was little silt, but a large amount of metal had been melted and then cooled. At this moment, rippling waves formed on the dome, with different alloys creating varying shades of color. Among them were tiny crystals formed from some unknown substances, sparkling like stars against the dark silver, patterned sky. Chang Chen's body spun. This spherical space was as magnificent as the vast starry sky. This feeling, it's like I'm in a little universe that belongs only to me. Immersed in the beauty for a long time, Chang Chen finally came back to his senses. Why is the oxygen here so abundant, and the temperature just right? At that moment, he saw the Earth Dragon King's underground expansion dock in the distance. It had already entered here, located in the center of the spherical space. Moreover, it had initiated full-scale expansion, transforming from its previous heavy truck form into a metal house of about 120 square meters. The Earth Dragon King had also expanded many environmental regulation devices, continuously producing oxygen while adjusting the internal temperature. Chang Chen nodded as if he had found a treasure. Indeed, it's a divine weapon for underground survival. At that moment, a floating light slowly rose from the top of the Earth Dragon King. It resembled an old-fashioned Kongming lantern. It emitted a pure white glow, and the halo on the ground kept expanding. The outline of the light was reflected in Chang Chen's eyes. It seemed like the first star in the little universe, the first to cast light upon the Earth. This place is too perfect. Chang Chen's eyes sparkled as he slightly clenched his fist. Wow! Without turbo-powered shoes, Xiao Qiong simply treated the tunnel as a super slide, sliding down in one breath from the top of the entrance. The slide was long, and the inertia was great. After entering the spherical space, Xiao Qiong glided like a curling stone, eventually coming to a slow stop at Chang Chen's feet, her eyes filled with novelty and excitement. Chang Chen looked at Xiao Qiong. Your father was buried at the bottom of a garbage heap. At first, I was a bit worried that you would reject this underground shelter. You adults worry too much. If you have a clear understanding, you would know that these are two different matters. Xiao Qiong stood up, pretending to be mature, but the next second she was stunned by the beautiful sight above her, her small mouth agape, her little hands clasped in surprise. Chang Chen smiled. In less than 2 hours, the dust storm will arrive. Next, we start moving. This is a project that requires careful attention. Xiao Qiong raised a finger. Chang Chen, can you carry me up? I need to oversee you. Check for any oversights. You adults tend to have complicated thoughts. Don't think I just want to play on the slide again. Speaking of that big slide, I think it needs improvement. My bottom is a bit sore. On the ground, the distant sky was already a dark mass, darker than any night before. Chang Chen looked at her scattered belongings. Whether it's moving or future transportation, it would be best to have a convenient moving tool. Her gaze fell on the merchant Mo's gift, those 4 biological material transport boxes. Although Mo might not fully agree with the term gift, detected identical technological creation, would you like to synthesize? Chang Chen nodded. These boxes were too small. If synthesized twice, their performance would surely improve significantly. Perhaps, after upgrading, the boxes could help her with the moving work. Disassemble into raw materials, synthesis successful, biomass material transport container, *2, built-in volume 33 cubic meters, equipped with a biomass engine, capable of autonomous navigation, maximum travel distance 450 kilometers, built-in microbial suppression system, molecular activity reduction system, if used for transporting fresh goods, can extend freshness period by 150 to 230 times. Chang Chen nodded. It leans towards food transportation functionality, but it's still not enough. Continue synthesizing. K443 integrated transport platform. Appearance can undergo mechanical transformation. Volume is variable. Built-in volume 10 to 210 cubic meters. Equipped with a biomass engine. Capable of autonomous navigation, maximum travel distance 20-50 kilometers, freshness period extended by 230 to 500 times, built-in mechanical lifting arm, handling arm, appearance equipped with visual reflection system, capable of visual level invisibility, nicknamed Iron Mama. It can change volume, automatically load and unload, and has an invisibility function? Chang Chen felt unexpectedly delighted. This is simply a transport artifact. But, what does the nickname Iron Mama mean? After completing the command settings, the enormous black container before her slowly opened its hatch, and a precise mechanical arm flipped out, followed by the activation of the biomass engine, silently floating like a ghost to the front of the shelter. The mechanical arm was precise and gentle, starting to organize Chang Chen's belongings one by one. Although these belongings were all scraps and garbage, the mechanical arms treated each item as if they were expensive antiques. Before long, the belongings were neatly organized. Then, one by one, they were placed into the container, with partitions and securing locks flipping out from within the box, each item arranged perfectly, securely, and aesthetically. V-Room. That several-ton heavy quantum repair cluster was also lifted by the lifting arm. It was then precisely placed into the reserved space in the cargo box, almost like a puzzle, with edges barely a centimeter away from other items, fitting together seamlessly. The transport platform, through precise calculations, had truly maximized the use of space. Chang Chen felt a chill. She finally understood the meaning of that nickname. A child with a mother is a treasure. Even those with obsessive-compulsive disorder would approve. Iron Mama was filled with a truckload of goods. Silently floating at the entrance of the shelter, the mechanical arm retracted just enough to enter the cave. Immediately, ripples appeared on its surface, and it became invisible. After that, it entered the underground shelter and began unloading the cargo piece by piece. Chang Chen couldn't help but praise it, weakly clapping his hands as he stood in place. He had originally thought it would be a tedious move, but unexpectedly, he got to rest the whole time. 30 minutes later, Chang Chen sat in the underground shelter. Before him lay a pile of items. Steel Mom had transported everything and laid it out on the ground, arranged neatly and orderly, with similar items categorized. Chang Chen rubbed his chin. I actually have 12 pairs of underwear, 43 pairs of socks, and I actually hid 9 issues of Floral Robots magazine? Well, underwear is also a technological creation, at least it's textile technology. Can it be synthesized? The STC activated, scanning the underwear under Chang Chen's coercion. Technology content too low, unable to synthesize, not a human product. Alright. I thought what I thought wasn't what I thought, and it still has to go through STC's screening. Chang Chen slowly leaned back in his chair. After all this time, everything had been moved into the shelter, including the similar technological junk brought by the monkeys, and everything had been sorted. Xiao Qiong had also sneaked in, currently studying the expansion room of the Earth Dragon King with wide-eyed curiosity. Hanzai was busy making new plans nearby. This underground shelter still had many things to improve in the future, such as stairs, water supply, drainage, etc. The main door of the underground shelter had already closed. Previously, Hanzai had reinforced the door from the inside, installing dozens of thick alloys. The door was originally laid flat at the bottom, with very little wind resistance, which should be more than enough to withstand the gray storm. It's about time. Chang Chen squinted. The gray storm should be here. On the ground, the moon in the sky seemed to have hidden away early. A terrifying pressure descended, and all the garbage seemed to tremble. In the distance, a pitch-black wall appeared, stretching between the earth and the sky, bringing a powerful sense of oppression, moving towards Zone B43 at an astonishing speed. All beasts lay in hiding, and humans had vanished without a trace. Boom! The gray storm was mixed with intense lightning. Every time a bolt of electricity struck, metallic dust and flammable gas ignited in the air, as if divine punishment had descended, igniting a chain of crimson flames. Thousands of tons of garbage were swept into the sky, swirling and colliding rapidly, twisting and deforming, sparks flying everywhere. Not far away, the wreckage of a several hundred-ton interstellar excavator was swept into the sky by the raging wind. It revealed a cave beneath the surface, and several scavengers hiding inside turned pale with fear. Before they could react, their bodies were instantly lifted into the sky, struck by lightning, and engulfed in green flames, turning to ash in an instant. Inside the underground shelter, it was quiet and peaceful. Xiao Qiong was sweetly asleep in Hanzai's arms. Chang Chen still sat in front of the expansion room. The light floated in mid-air, illuminating the beautiful dome and the surrounding walls. In front, a small gas stove was boiling a pot of hot tea. According to Chang Chen's deduction, the gray storm was right above him, but in this 100-meter underground space, there was almost no abnormality. Only by carefully sensing could one detect a faint, extremely subtle vibration. That was the tremor of the earth, unavoidable. At Chang Chen's feet, a small green grass was gently swaying. It was the same little grass from beside the shack. Before entering the shelter, Chang Chen had dug it up along with a small portion of soil. Now placed beside him, its vitality was still vigorous. Even if the world is dark, one must give an explanation to stubbornness. Chang Chen picked up the hot tea, and in front of him lay 17 black market gene potions arranged neatly on the ground. Even he himself did not realize that at this moment, this boy who had struggled at the bottom of a garbage-ridden earth for 18 years exuded a transcendent aura, with a flicker of intense light shining in his eyes. After drinking this cup of tea, I will begin my path of counterattack, and from now on, I will break free from the disdain chain of the gene users. Why does this tea have a strange taste? Hanzai, there's something wrong with this water, it's gone bad. Chang Chen regretfully placed the teacup back on the table. We need to hurry and improve the filtration system. What's wrong? Hanzai leaned in. Oh, just now, Xiao Qiong panicked because she had to pee and didn't want to dirty the floor here, so she peed into your teapot. Chang Chen nearly exploded. Isn't there a bathroom in the room? Hanzai replied. Oh, Xiao Qiong said she can't get used to the toilet. Calm down, Grandpa said. People from the old era loved to drink horse urine. Chang Chen pressed his hands down, regulating his breathing. Where was I? Oh, I want to break free from the disdain chain of the gene users. His gaze shifted slightly to the right. Gene potions containing a large amount of impurities, *17. These were failed black market gene potions exchanged from the merchant MO. They originated from the black market and were already failures. In glass test tubes as thick as fingers, there was a pool of flowing black liquid, with many residues floating in it. Not even fit for dogs to drink. The success rate of gene optimization was less than 0.0035%. MO said that after drinking this stuff, the survival rate was less than 0.0035% and the data matched. In other words, failure meant death. But this success rate was appallingly low. It's hard to imagine that this thing actually sold for 300,000 credit points. It shows how nearly insane humanity's desire for high-level genes has become. Chung Chen's eyes flickered, starts synthesizing, dispersing into primitive substances, high-quality black market gene potions, *8. The white glow slowly faded, and on the ground, the original 16 test tubes turned into 8. The appearance did not change, but the liquid inside the test tubes had turned a light silver, flowing with a certain viscosity, like some kind of silver paint. CRISPR-Cas9 technology upgrade plan significantly reduces destructiveness, optimizes and repairs human genes. Gene optimization success rate 11.23%. Chengchen slightly clenched his fist. The direction of the upgrade was indeed as he had anticipated. The success rate of gene optimization increased by more than 3,000 times. Of course, the reason for such a multiple is that the original base was too small. Now the success rate is only 11%. Chung Chen squinted, continues synthesizing, dispersing into primitive substances, synthesis successful, special grade black market gene potions, *4. Scavenger Association bunker. Old metal was welded into a high main seat, where a hunched and aged figure sat. In front of him, a dozen figures stood respectfully. A gray storm was raging. The entire bunker trembled violently, and from time to time, the ceiling emitted creaking sounds of metal deformation. The only tungsten filament light flickered, casting the shadows of everyone on the ground like a pendulum. Don't worry, this bunker has withstood more than a dozen gray storms for us. Although it looks precarious, it has always turned danger into safety. Right now, there is something more serious. The old man in the main seat slowly turned to the side, took out a delicate metal box, faced the crowd, and slowly opened it, revealing a black potion inside. Everyone on site widened their eyes, their breathing quickened, but no one dared to make a sound. Special grade black market gene potion. The old man's voice was frail. Our alliance has accumulated wealth for a full decade and exhausted various channels to obtain this potion. Tap. The sound of high heels striking the ground. In the crowd, a woman in a red dress, Hona, gazed at the black potion with fervent eyes, biting her lips lightly, unable to resist taking a step forward, making a sound. My daughter Hona, what are you wearing? The old man's voice was authoritative without anger. Such clothing cannot resist radiation, nor can it filter toxic gases. Hona lowered her head slightly and retreated back into the crowd, trying hard to cover her body. I am old. Someone must take over the position of the president of the Scavenger Alliance. My eldest daughter. The old man said, seeming to be in poor health, coughing a few times, Hong Yen, this potion is yours. A graceful figure draped in a gray cloak slowly emerged from the crowd. She stepped into the center of the venue, extending her fair arm and pulling off her cloak. This was a tall woman, wearing tight leather shorts that revealed her snow-white long legs, her backside firm and perky. The upper half of her body was clad in a black cropped leather jacket, her waist half exposed, slender and devoid of any excess flesh, with clearly visible abdominal muscles at the front of her lower abdomen. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her features bore some resemblance to Hona. However, her beauty and body proportions were several times more striking than Hona's. Most captivating were her eyes. Her narrow eyes sparkled with a deep blue halo, making her appear mysterious, cold, yet noble. Her attire also lacked any protective function against radiation. Yet, in the old man's eyes, there was only recognition and pride, devoid of any reproach. The core members of the Scavenger Alliance were well aware. The president had two daughters. The eldest was named Hong Yen, and the youngest was Hona. Both were proud E-level geneticists. But the president never concealed his favoritism towards Hong Yen. President, Miss Hong Yen is already an E-level geneticist. Why not distribute such a precious potion to other high-ranking members? This way, our overall strength would be balanced. The old man's voice was low. I received notice that within the next 48 hours, a combat team from the Galactic Alliance will arrive on Earth. They are to carry out some secret mission, and in their eyes, no matter how many E-level geneticists there are, they cannot compare to the status of a D-level geneticist. Earth has been abandoned for so long, the environment is becoming increasingly harsh, and resources are dwindling. This time, it is a precious opportunity. Perhaps we can use this team to relay information to the Solar System Alliance, thereby applying for some assistance. To achieve this, we need at least one representative who can attract their sufficient attention. At this moment, Hona bit her lip. Father, I am also an E-level geneticist. The old man merely glanced at Hona. I know very well that even if your genes are upgraded, you do not have sufficient negotiation ability. Hona bit her lip, furrowing her brow, slowly lowering her head and falling silent. Hong Yen. The old man looked at the woman in leather in the center of the venue. The success rate of this special potion is as high as 23%, which is already an astonishing probability, and even if it fails, its side effects will not be fatal. Rest assured, I have prepared a medical team. Even in failure, you will receive treatment immediately. I will not lose you, and the Scavenger Alliance will not lose you. The old man took a deep breath. You are ready. In 1 hour, you will begin your second gene evolution. He paused. The old man raised his head again and said solemnly, the future of the Scavenger Alliance, as well as the fate of hundreds of thousands of scavengers on this planet, depends on you. The meeting concluded, followed by a brief break. Han Yan leaned against the heavy alloy door of the bunker, arms crossed, balancing on one foot against the iron door behind her. She tilted her head slightly, her beautiful eyes radiating a blue glow, looking at her sister beside her. Hona was also leaning against the door, but with her head down, her expression aggrieved, her hands clasped together, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Hona. Hong Yen looked up, scanning the bunker space ahead, her voice clear and aloof. Father's regard for me is a double-edged sword, just like our current position. In front of us is the safe bunker, but behind us is the terrifying gray storm. Hona frowned. I can face those storms too. No, you can't. Hong Yen took a deep breath, her tone suddenly softening. I won't let my sister face any risks. Hona's body stiffened. Hong Yen continued, the Interstellar Alliance has never regarded scavengers as human. In their eyes, we are like cockroaches in a garbage dump. Even our E-genes are merely slightly larger rats. No one knows what will happen when facing them. As she spoke, Hong Yen revealed a hint of a smile, raising her hand to tidy her sister's hair. Sister promises you, if the negotiations succeed, and if the resources we apply for include other gene serums, I will be the first to stand up for you. No matter who it is. Including me, Hong Yen, I will stand behind Hona. Upon hearing this, Hona's eyes glistened with tears. She turned to embrace her sister, her voice choked. Sister, I will always believe in you. You don't have to work so hard. Hona has her own ways. Hong Yen patted her back, smiling. I know, I've always known, Hona is a stubborn child. Miss Hong Yen. A staff member called from a distance. The serum is ready. We can begin. Hong Yen slowly turned around, taking a deep breath. In her beautiful and noble eyes, a hint of seriousness emerged. She stepped forward, slowly walking ahead. However, her sister Hona held her hand from behind, her eyes filled with deep concern. Earlier, their father hadn't explicitly stated the consequences of failing to obtain black market serums, but everyone in the bunker understood that the consequences could very likely lead to genetic defects, resulting in flawed humans, which meant disability. With a 23% success rate, in other words, Hong Yan had only 1 in 5 chances. Don't worry, Hona. Hong Yan offered a comforting smile. Then she lifted her chin, the tungsten light illuminating her stunning yet resolute face. I will definitely succeed. Special black market gene serum *4? Shang Chen shook his head. The success rate is only 23%. Failure will lead to disability. It's quite rubbish. Continue synthesizing. Dissolve into raw materials synthesis successful valent gene serum *2. Chang Chen was taken aback. The formation collapsed. Shouldn't it be something like Super Black Market Gene Serum? Valent Gene Serum produced by Black Market pharmacist Valent. He is a legendary genius pharmacist who created a set of gene sequencing technology based on CRISPR-Cas9. He fully applied this technology to gene modification serums, achieving a catalytic success rate of 98% with minimal side effects. This data has already crushed the Galactic Science Association. However, this type of serum has become a unique item. After Valent produced 13 exclusive serums, he vanished without a trace. Rumor has it that he was likely recruited by the Galactic Science Association or kidnapped by some dark forces. A 98% success rate? Chang Chen's heart raced. This is a terrifying probability. The evolution of gene levels has always been a low probability event, but in Valente's hands, it seemed to be completely mastered. 2 vials of pale blue potion were placed before Chang Chen. After 3 rounds of synthesis, the growth effect of the potion was explosive. There was still one last synthesis possible. Any hesitation would be a disrespect to STC. Chang Chen let out a breath. Continue the synthesis. Disperse into original substances. Synthesis successful. Valente's fantasy potion. Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly. Valente's fantasy? This potion is a concept that exists in the notes of the genius pharmacist Valente. It is his ultimate vision of his own technology, but until Valente disappeared, he was unable to bring this vision into reality. The core of this technology can replicate specific gene fragments, using PCR, polymerase chain reaction, technology to massively amplify specific genes, allowing advantageous segments in human genes to be continuously copied and layered over inferior genes. Changchen nodded solemnly. SCT truly covers all fields, even the ideas in his notes have been turned into reality? Valente's fantasy potion gene evolution success rate 99.9%. Because its technology replicates and amplifies existing high-quality segments, the final result of gene optimization varies according to different constitutions. There may be significant improvements or no noticeable changes after a brief digestion. Changchen understood the function of this gene potion. Simply put, it depends on the talent, the effects vary. If all of his gene fragments are worthless, then drinking this potion would also be futile. It felt like a waste, suddenly putting on beautiful clothes, and from then on, he would transform into a waste dressed in clothes. But if there were even a few high-quality genes among his fragments, then this gene potion would replicate those high-quality genes and replace the inferior ones, a process of continuously expanding advantages. If his high-quality genes were numerous enough, there could be a significant leap in improvement, even the possibility of a leap-level evolution. In simple terms, the final potion synthesized from these 16 worthless potions is a blind box. Interesting. Changchen instinctively rubbed his hands together. Now, there were no other choices, he could only take this Valente's fantasy potion. How much potential do I really have? Let's wait and see. Changchen raised the test tube, which contained pure blue potion, free of impurities and not viscous, looking quite drinkable. Pop! Changchen pulled out the test tube stopper, tilted his head back, and downed the Valente's fantasy potion in one go. The next moment, Changchen sat on a rickety bench, back straight, hands on his knees, staring ahead. After drinking the potion, he only felt a burning sensation in his throat, as if he had downed a shot of strong liquor. But beyond that, he felt nothing. Changchen tilted his head, closed his eyes to feel carefully, but still felt nothing. No way, no way. I'm just a waste dressed in clothes. Changchen suddenly felt the world spinning. There is nothing more terrifying in this world than the sudden realization that you are a super waste. Changchen's perspective was too narrow. There truly are things more terrifying than discovering you are a waste. Put! Changchen spat a mouthful of blood into the sky, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. He had become a dead waste. Time flowed gently, white clouds drifting. Everything in this world seemed to change, yet also seemed unchanged. In the dark world, suddenly, a white gap appeared, opening and closing, until it was fully stretched open under the support of some powerful will. Changchen looked at the beautiful, colorful spherical ceiling in front of him, his mind blank. Oh, I just fainted. Hanzai must have saved me, now I'm lying here safely. Hanzai is truly a reliable partner. Changchen felt a bit weak and struggled to sit up. He found himself covered with a white cloth, lying on a pile of firewood and an old diesel barrel. Not far away, Hanzai and Xiaoqiong, dressed in white plastic morning clothes, were squatting and crying. Changchen, you really are dead this time. You messed with some potion and drank yourself to death. No one can compare to this. Changchen's face turned pale. They were quick to prepare for cremation. Click. Hanzai, without looking back, pressed the ignition switch beside him. The current surged along the wires and ignited the diesel beneath Changchen with a loud bang. What the hell? Changchen was stunned, but in that instant, a sense of crisis surged from the depths of his mind, striking his nerves like a lightning bolt. Whoosh! In a millisecond, Changchen sprang up, his body moving like a swift wind, instantly shifting 7 or 8 meters. Everything felt like an instinctive reaction. His conscious mind hadn't even caught up yet. What just happened? Did I turn into a bolt of lightning? He looked at his hands in disbelief. No, this is the emergency evasion response of the extreme warrior armor. In the next moment, Changchen witnessed a shocking scene. Hanzai, that fool, had stripped off his extreme warrior armor and placed it not far away. Was he even human? He was afraid the armor would become a burial item. Wait, Changchen's eyes widened again. I'm not wearing armor. Changchen, I knew you would definitely survive this disaster. I was just joking, but don't blame us, you were out cold for a full 48 hours. Hanzai scratched his metallic head with his metal fingers, chuckling. Is that your reason for trying to cremate me? Changchen sighed helplessly, but to think I actually slept for 48 hours, which means the gray storm is nearing its end? Ah! Xiaoqiong seemed to see something incredible, looking at Changchen's face, suddenly covering her mouth. Your eyes have changed. Han Zai, quick-witted, found a smooth piece of metal to use as a mirror and handed it to Cheng Chen. Cheng Chen looked at himself in the mirror, his eyes suddenly widening. The joy inside him erupted like a mountain flood. In his pupils, there were circles of light blue radiance, crystal clear, noble, and profound. In today's society, this represented status, respect, and everything. I went from a natural person to an E-level gene bearer? Cheng Chen's eyes widened even more as he pinched his thigh hard, fearing this was a dream that would dissipate in the next second. As far as Cheng Chen knew, the definition of an E-level gene bearer was someone with excellent overall genes, without any defects. They excelled in intelligence, physicality, and character, able to adapt to various environments and challenges, achieving good results through their own efforts. In other words, E-level gene bearers were not some earth-shattering superhumans. Their definition was more like the cream of the crop among humans. So, what's going on with my physical quality? Cheng Chen felt a bit confused and instinctively blinked. With that blink, scenes flashed through his mind like lightning. It was a DNA double helix quietly spinning in the void, radiating a magnificent and mysterious glow. At the same time, certain parts of that DNA were constantly breaking apart and reassembling. This scene resembled the memories that slowly revived during his unconsciousness. When Cheng Chen shook his head and opened his eyes again, he froze completely. His eyes widened to the extreme, as if he had seen something utterly unbelievable. In the mirror, in his pupils, there was unexpectedly a second azure halo. 2 halos. Cheng Chen looked at himself in the mirror, his mind reeling. I've advanced to a D-level gene. The so-called D-level gene holders exhibit outstanding talents in specific areas, such as having a deep understanding in a particular academic field or showing significant advantages in sports, music, and arts. Generally, D-level gene holders are also known as elite genes. They are the upper echelon of human civilization. Tycoons, musicians, scientists, or high-ranking officials. They achieve success more easily than ordinary people and gain power and status more readily. This is also why higher gene holders are highly respected. Does being a D-level gene holder mean I can have the speed I just had? Cheng Chen felt a bit confused. At that moment, he experienced a slight dizziness in his head. Lightning-like images flashed in his mind. The magnificent DNA double helix flickered, spinning faster and faster, with more and more parts reassembling. Cheng Chen's brain felt a suffocating discomfort, and his vision even started to double. This sensation lasted for almost a minute. Cheng Chen's vision gradually became clear, and the objects in front of him slowly restored. In that instant, Cheng Chen felt as if struck by lightning, his whole being once again turned into a clay statue. He discovered in the mirror that within his pupils, a third faint halo emerged. That halo transformed from illusion to solidity, slowly releasing a ghostly blue light. I advanced 3 levels? Cheng Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. I'd become a C-level gene holder. C-level. C-level. C-level genes are also known as exceptional genes. These individuals often possess outstanding talents in multiple fields, and with effort and opportunity, they can become the pinnacle of power and status among humans. At the same time, C-level genes also mark a watershed, because from this level onward, the physical quality of the gene subject begins to undergo a transformation due to the breakthrough of DNA limitations. For example, gaining greater strength, speed, endurance, and agility. No wonder I could perform such movements. So it's because of the characteristics of C-level genes. Cheng Chen found it incredible, so my future at UN at %UN, and ***. He suddenly began to mumble incoherently, because he suddenly realized that a large amount of black viscous liquid was surging from every pore of his body. His mouth was the same, and it was already foaming. Cleansing the essence and expelling the marrow, right. Expelling impurities, right. What a cliché plot. Author, you #UN %% and *****. Any system optimization almost follows the same steps, which is to expel impurities. This seems to be an unchanging principle, renewing the old and establishing the new, clearing first and then optimizing. Moreover, in the past few years, Cheng Chen had hardly eaten any decent food. Expired products and low-quality energy bars almost all contained impurities and harmful substances. His body had accumulated a large amount of toxins, which were finally being cleared out all at once. With the help of the shower system expanded by the Earth Dragon King, Cheng Chen took a comfortable and thorough shower. The moment he stepped out of the shower, he felt as if he had pushed aside the clouds to see the sunrise, light as a swallow, clear-headed and invigorated, with a sharp mind. Looking at himself in the mirror, Cheng Chen discovered that his skin had become much fairer and more delicate. The contours of his features were more pronounced, and his eyes, enhanced by 3 blue rings, had become deep and dark, exuding an indescribable noble quality. Although so far, Cheng Chen had not undergone systematic training and had not fully utilized the enhancements brought by his C-level genes, he could still vaguely see the muscle lines on his body, resembling a preliminary sculptural work. His chest and abdominal muscles were slightly prominent, handsome and agile, yet filled with a sense of power. I finally understand how much of a waste I used to be, and I finally understand why so many ordinary people, despite their best efforts, cannot escape the label of mediocrity. In the old days, there were inherent genetic differences between people, and now, with the emergence of genetic science, the gap created by genes is an insurmountable chasm. Cheng Chen felt his thoughts were clear, his energy abundant, and a spark erupted in his eyes. This feeling is incredible. Cheng Chen, prepare to receive. According to the conversion of high-entropy alloys, this time, I've managed to get you 82 failed black market gene serum vials. The communicator, specifically used to contact the merchant Mo, crackled to life, transmitting Mo's voice. Cheng Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. Mo was sending the second batch of serums at this time? Wasn't this just exhilarating? 82 vials. As I said, Mo is simply outrageous. After synthesizing these, how extraordinary will I, Cheng Chen, become? Cheng Chen, are you dead? Mo's voice remained cold and rational. If you don't respond within 10 seconds, I'll assume you're dead, and I'll make a fortune off this deal. Cheng Chen felt a bit speechless. Mo probably thought he would just mindlessly consume those black market gene serums. Even if I were dead, I would turn into a ghost to find you and retrieve my serums. Good to know you're not dead. Mo's voice was still calm. My 20 biotechnological boxes have already entered the Earth's atmosphere. I just realized that there seems to be a large storm on Earth. You better hurry out to receive the goods. My previous 4 transport boxes and the specially made scales seem to have been lost in the storm, resulting in heavy losses. Oh, Cheng Chen's eyes flickered. Speaking of which, this gray storm is indeed quite severe. Take my advice and prepare for the worst. After that, Cheng Chen hung up the communication. He had taken the serum and slept for 48 hours. Therefore, the situation on the ground should be at the tail end of the gray storm. Although it wasn't as terrifying as during its peak, the probability of the biological boxes getting lost was still quite high, and he needed to act quickly. Losing so many serums and boxes. This was something Cheng Chen could not accept at all. Xiao Qiong floated by. Cheng Chen, can you put on some clothes? Cheng Chen then realized he had just come out of the bathroom and was still naked. Don't worry, I've seen many clients of mothers, and they are all naked. I'm used to it. Xiao Qiong left on her own. You adults really don't make it easy. Even something as simple as putting on clothes needs reminding. Han Zai also passed by, mimicking Xiao Qiong's posture with his hands behind his back. Do you know what shame is? Cheng Chen took a few steps forward and stood directly in front of the extreme warrior armor. The diamond-patterned surface of the armor flipped and moved, instantly enveloping Cheng Chen's body. The data panel of the extreme warrior armor suddenly activated automatically. User gene sequence enhancement detected. The core performance of the armor has increased overall by 284%, approaching performance limits. Good. Indeed, in the perception of the strong, the entire world is gentle. The extreme warrior armor was fully loaded, and Cheng Chen put on his jet turbine shoes again. The airflow spread from the soles of his feet, and Cheng Chen's body soared into the air, heading straight for the exit of the underground shelter. Creak. The electric control system of the shelter's door was functioning normally, slowly opening, but emitting a piercing noise. After more than 40 hours of gray sandstorm, the door had deformed, yet it remained unbreakable. Han Zai's technology was still reliable. The wind outside had diminished significantly, but it was still filled with a chilling airflow. The extreme warrior armor flipped up its visor, protecting Cheng Chen's face. He slowly walked out of the shelter and closed the door behind him. At that moment, the ground was filled with gray dust, countless metal particles floating in the air, visibility extremely low. It was vaguely discernible that the surrounding garbage mountains had changed. Various fragments and displacements occurred. Every time a sandstorm passed, the landscape of the garbage earth would undergo a transformation. For scavengers, this was a new opportunity gained after experiencing a terrifying disaster. Many valuable pieces of trash buried beneath the ground would be rolled out, seeing the light of day again. Cheng Chen looked up at the gray sky to the north. With the naked eye, nothing was visible. But the reconnaissance system of the extreme warrior armor quickly locked onto 20 light points in the distance. They were flying towards the ground at a rapid speed, but at this high altitude, the chilling airflow still lingered, causing the flight paths of these light points to be erratic. Those were transport boxes from Mo. Cheng Chen squinted and suddenly noticed that several of the boxes had severe deviations in their trajectories. They were about to collide in midair, very likely leading to a crash. Cheng Chen's expression shifted, his legs slightly bent, and he exerted all his strength, running towards the predicted landing point of the boxes. Boom! The garbage on the ground flew backward as Cheng Chen propelled himself, his entire being seeming to transform into a blur in the gray environment. Chang Chen himself was taken aback, completely unaware that his speed would suddenly increase so much. Caught off guard, his brain spun from the inertia. The Extreme Warrior armor emitted a prompt sound. The user's speed is infinitely approaching the armor's limit, and it is highly likely that an uncalculable overflow has occurred. Chang Chen was stunned. This meant that his speed had already exceeded the armor's limit? He recalled the scene in the shelter when he had instantaneously moved from the cremation platform to the ground. Speed. After gene evolution, I gained a significant speed boost? Moreover, the speed of the human body can actually surpass that of machinery? At this moment, Chang Chen had already dashed to the exact spot beneath the transport boxes, and it was visible to the naked eye that 3 of the boxes were teetering precariously. Boom! Chang Chen bent his legs again and suddenly leaped into the air. The surrounding airflow was fierce, and Chang Chen was slightly startled again. In the heat of the moment, he hadn't activated the turbine-powered shoes. But, how high did he just jump? It must be around 20 meters, nearly the height of 6 stories. The core performance of the armor had increased by 284%, truly exaggerated. But this time, the Extreme Warrior armor did not seem to have that data overflow prompt. The jumping power relied on leg strength. In other words, the current jumping height was the combined effect of his legs and the Extreme Warrior armor. The strength had not overflowed, but the speed had? Aren't both powered by leg strength? Are these 2 factors calculated separately? Sensing his own condition, Chang Chen's mind also became inexplicably clear. In an instant, he grasped the answer. High-speed movement relies not only on leg strength but also on the coordination of all body muscles. Factors such as the swing of the arms and the posture of the body greatly influence speed. To put it simply, no runner can win a championship solely based on leg strength. Therefore, strength is a singular metric, while speed is a composite indicator. Relatively speaking, building strength is easy, but improving speed is difficult. At this moment, Chang Chen gradually realized that he had achieved a rare enhancement in speed. In midair, Chang Chen accurately caught 3 transport boxes. He then landed and carefully placed the boxes down. After that, he leaped up again, repeating the process to catch other transport boxes. During his final jump, Chang Chen saw a bizarre scene on the distant ground. Amidst the chaotic airflow and thick gray dust, something was crawling on the ground. It seemed to be half a person. To be precise, it wasn't even half. It had only a head, a small part of a shoulder, and 1 arm. Its arm was constantly swinging forward, clawing at the protruding garbage on the ground, crawling slowly and laboriously. Judging by its size, it didn't look like a robot. Was that a person? How could someone be alive in such a state? Chang Chen squinted, but a cloud of gray metallic dust passed by, and that quarter of a person suddenly vanished, as if it had never existed. After a slight hesitation, Chang Chen collected all the transport boxes and headed back to the underground shelter. With so many valuable items in hand, he couldn't let curiosity take over. Inside the underground shelter, the massive steel mama extended its precise mechanical arms, neatly arranging 20 biological material boxes and opening them one by one. It lined up a total of 82 failed black market gene serum vials in a straight line, with a spacing error of less than 0.1 millimeters, an astonishing level of precision. Clatter. Because the shelter's floor had a curve, 1 vial rolled slightly. The mechanical mama immediately corrected it. Chang Chen looked at these serums. Based on their material and appearance, there was nothing wrong with them. Merchant Mo once again proved his integrity. Chang Chen then glanced at the black biotechnology transport boxes. The same principle applied. I bought so many things. Isn't it reasonable to get some packaging bags? That is certainly reasonable, Chang Chen nodded to himself. With these boxes, Steel Mama can upgrade again. I just hope her obsessive-compulsive tendencies don't worsen. His gaze returned to the gene serums. As a C-level gene user, Chang Chen's arms trembled slightly. He knew very well that he possessed an unparalleled and terrifying potential for growth. His excited heart and trembling hands could turn even Wangzilde into a dog. Chang Chen swallowed hard. Start synthesizing. Disperse original units synthesis successful high-quality black market gene serum *41. Chang Chen's eyes sparkled. That's right. The same original materials correspond to the same synthesis route. Disperse original units synthesis successful special black market gene serum *20. Disperse original units synthesis successful valent gene serum *10. Disperse original units synthesis successful valent fantasy serum *5. Chang Chen's movements paused. Previously, he had synthesized to this point, but due to a lack of more synthesis materials, he had consumed the valent fantasy serum. It was this serum that allowed him to evolve 3 times in a row, becoming a C-level gene user. Chang Chen's lips trembled slightly. What would he obtain if he continued to synthesize? Will it allow me to be promoted to the legendary S-Class gene? In the previous years, Changchen had only heard some wild histories from the old, temperamental interstellar radio left by his grandfather. S-Class gene combinations were everywhere. No matter which planet one went to, various top-tier beauties would pounce like hungry tigers, transforming into human-shaped vacuum cleaners. Oh no, various beauties would actively throw themselves into the embrace, hoping to combine with high-level gene carriers to produce quality babies. Of course, this was just wild history. Changchen believed that true S-Class gene combinations did not have so many vulgar demands. Even if there were indeed offspring everywhere, it would be out of some spirit of dedication. As for the abilities of S-Class gene carriers, wild histories were, after all, just wild histories, mostly glossing over the details. After all, the focus of that stuff was on sensuality and eroticism. So, Changchen did not know what kind of realm the legendary S-Class gene carriers truly represented. At this moment, Changchen's sense of anticipation exploded. Start synthesis. Dispersing into primitive matter, synthesis successful, life bud, gene sequence liberation agent, *2. Humans are carbon-based life forms. Regardless of how genes are enhanced, their framework is still based on carbon-based biology. So-called carbon-based life forms are those based on carbon elements. The construction of important biological molecules in the human body, such as proteins, carbohydrates, and carbon compounds, is based on the chemical properties of carbon. The human respiratory system and blood circulation system also rely on carbon, including DNA, an important macromolecule that carries genetic information, which is also composed of carbon-based nucleotides. Due to Earth's environmental factors, the natural life that has been nurtured can only be carbon-based. Humans are born of carbon elements and are also constrained by carbon. Changchen stared at the STC virtual screen. He did not know why such a note appeared, but he still tried to digest it. Simply put, humans born on Earth were already destined for their carbon-based structure. Breathing relies on carbon, food decomposition relies on carbon, even genetics relies on carbon. Without carbon, there would be no humans today. And without carbon, humans would directly crumble at the molecular level, leaving not even a trace. This is what is called carbon-based life. At this moment, Changchen's gaze slightly tightened. A line at the bottom of the STC screen caught his attention. Life bud, gene sequence liberation agent, technology derived from level 5 plant civilization, has a certain probability of completely altering the foundational system of carbon-based life forms, allowing carbon-based life to evolve into a brand new gene sequence, for example, silicon-based life. Changchen gasped. Silicon-based life? This agent had surpassed the gene enhancement known to humanity, flipping the table directly. Its ambition was to evolve humans into silicon-based life. Sequence. It directly crossed a sequence. Changchen found it hard to believe. Could it really be played this way? But what was that plant civilization? Did not only technological civilizations exist in the universe, but also other kinds? Plant civilization. Could it be a social system composed of tree people? It was at this moment that the STC's annotations turned the page, and another line of text appeared. Special note, the success rate of this gene sequence liberation agent is only 7%. If the liberation fails, the user's original genes will suffer irreversible damage, directly causing gene dissolution, resulting in immediate death. If the liberation is successful, the user will transform into a new elemental base, but due to surrounding environmental factors, the user may be unable to breathe smoothly or unable to convert energy within the body. For example, if the user transforms into a silicon-based life form but happens to be on Earth, where silicon elements are scarce, their life cycle will suffer a devastating blow, leading to immediate death. The repeated mention of immediate death left Changchen stunned. Good. Isn't this a dead end? What use do I have for this potion? It would be better to smash that glass test tube and kill myself directly. No need to trouble you. Complaining aside, Changchen had not reached the final step yet. At this moment, he held 2 gene sequence liberation potions in his hands and could still perform one last synthesis. Break down into original substances. Synthesis successful. Life tree, balanced sequence liberation potion. Based on the life bud, the effect of this potion has been significantly enhanced, balancing its efficacy and side effects. The success rate of gene liberation has risen to 67%, eliminating the side effect of gene dissolution and locking in the direction of liberation, with the transformation target being silicon-based life. Moreover, after successful liberation, the user's original gene sequence is still retained, and in the subsequent evolution process, the user will transform into a dual gene sequence organism, possessing the advantages of both genes, with complementary disadvantages. Changchen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. A dual gene sequence, and one that wouldn't lead to immediate death. In the underground fortress of the Scavenger Alliance, Potion Laboratory. The rusted metal door slowly opened, and a cloud of white steam spread out. Within the mist, a tall and alluring figure appeared. Long, beautiful legs, a slender waist, a prominent chest, and cascading long hair. Her silhouette was extremely eye-catching. She slowly stepped forward, her movements steady, walking out step by step. Outside, the president of the Scavenger Alliance, 7 or 8 high-ranking scavengers, and a woman in a red dress, Hina, were all nervously watching this figure. The person's face gradually became clear. She had a cold and stunning beauty that stood proud in the world. Tight shorts wrapped around her petite and perky backside, and a small leather jacket covered a low-cut black short sleeve, revealing the rounded curve of her upper side and her snow-white collarbone. She was the dream goddess of countless people, the object of many fantasies. But at this moment, everyone noticed that a layer of pale whiteness covered her beautiful cheeks. Her high-heeled shoes clicked against the ground, making a tapping sound, but after just a few steps, her body began to stagger. Then, blood started to flow from the inner side of her thighs. Bright red blood formed glaring patterns on her long, snow-white legs. Suddenly, she could no longer suppress it and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, then stumbled and fell to her knees. Hong Yan, sister! Everyone rushed forward, helping the pale-faced woman with trembling hands. But Hong Yan's eyes were filled with tears, her red lips trembling as she said, "I'm sorry, everyone, I failed." At this moment, her pupils still held a single faint blue halo, and because of the severe injury, it appeared dim and lifeless. The elderly president felt darkness before his eyes, his body swaying. Nearly a decade of wealth accumulation had been poured out, yet it did not yield a single D-level gene user. His eyes were filled with deep regret as he looked at his weak daughter, a pain that was hard to describe surfacing in his heart. "Sister." Hina's tears streamed down her face as she hugged her sister's shoulders, choked up. "If I had known it would be like this, I would rather bear it myself." President. A member of the Scavenger Alliance stepped into the crowd, a bit nervously saying, "The combat team from the Interstellar Alliance has arrived." The president's body stiffened slightly. At this moment, this was not good news for him. After a pause, the elderly president pondered, "How many of them have come?" 2 Hawk-class transport starships. The member said, somewhat terrified, swallowing hard, "In the past dozen visits, there has never been a case of 2 starships arriving at the same time, and 1 Hawk-class can carry 2,000 people, which means this time, their team is at least over 2,000. The president felt his hands go numb. "So many people? Father, we must seize this opportunity." Hong Yan raised her pale face. "There must be high-ranking military officials on the starships." The president revealed a look of desolation. "How can we seize them? We only have E-level gene users, and counting you sisters, there are only 3 of us." In their eyes, E-level gene users can at most receive some verbal respect, with no real power. "Father, I happened to get this before." Hong Yan took out a small box from her leather jacket, and after opening it, 2 nail-sized black films were revealed inside. "This is an invisible contact lens made of biological material." Hong Yan took a slow breath and put one of the contact lenses on her left eye. The small film quickly softened and conformed, and in the next second, a small blue halo lit up on the surface of the contact lens. Combined with Hong Yan's original E-level gene imaging, her pupils now flickered with 2 halos. "You." The president's tone became somewhat distorted. "Child, you are faking this." "I obtained these glasses by chance from a scavenger." Hong Yan frowned. "This kind of device used to circulate in the interstellar black market. It is indeed a trick used by some lowly people, but the technology inside these glasses is not low, and conventional equipment cannot detect it. And the combat team of the Interstellar Alliance, after all, is a combat unit. They shouldn't carry overly sophisticated gene detection equipment." Hong Yan gritted her teeth. "So, I have a chance." "Nonsense." The president's facial muscles trembled. "Do you know what kind of consequences you will face if you are exposed?" The light in Hong Yan's eyes flickered with determination. "All I know is that if we don't get support, all the scavengers on Earth will face a dead end." The air was silent for a long time. The president trembled but could not speak. Meanwhile, with the help of Hina, Hong Yan slowly stood up. "Sister, accompany me to freshen up, and please help me put on the most beautiful makeup." The president watched his 2 daughters supporting each other, disappearing at the end of the corridor. On one side, a doctor from the Scavenger Alliance said, "President, Miss Hong Yan's body has suffered a backlash from the gene agent. First, she is very weak now. Her overall health is less than 1/3 of normal conditions. Second," the doctor hesitated, "she has lost her ability to bear children." The president's body visibly trembled. He looked up at the ceiling, a stream of murky tears sliding down his cheeks. Faced with all this, he felt powerless. Dual gene sequence. Chengchen looked at the agent in his hand. the container still a glass test tube, but the agent inside looked as clear as water, ordinary at first glance. However, when Chang Chen raised the agent against the light in the underground shelter, his pupils constricted. He saw countless tiny lights floating in the transparent agent, these lights crystal clear, scattered in the clear agent, like stars in the universe. Gently rotating the test tube, Chang Chen felt as if he were viewing the universe from a higher dimensional perspective, watching it spin quietly in the palm of his hand. No matter the channel, he had never heard of any human becoming a silicon-based life form. Of course, he had never heard of humans with dual gene sequences existing in this world. Or rather, once one possessed a silicon-based gene sequence, could they still be considered human? What did the legendary silicon-based life forms actually look like? Chang Chen's gaze flickered. A 67% success rate was definitely worth a try. Immediately, he opened the test tube cap and took a deep breath. Tilting his head back, he poured the mysterious potion into his mouth all at once. Chang Chen didn't want to waste a single drop. With his head tilted back and mouth open, he watched as the last drop of the potion slid down the tube and finally landed on his tongue. When that crystal-clear droplet hung in mid-air, Chang Chen felt as if time had slowed down. He could clearly see his own face reflected on the surface of the droplet. It was as if the flow of time had changed. The droplet descended slowly, but Chang Chen's eyes widened in an instant. He saw that his pupils were no longer the previous dark dots, but had transformed into some kind of geometric structure pieced together. Deep within his pupils, tightly connected triangles began to appear, and then these triangles started to unfold layer by layer like blooming flowers. Chang Chen felt an incredible sensation. At the same time, a clear prompt emerged in his mind, like a sixth sense in the face of some crisis. He felt his body becoming increasingly loose, on the verge of shattering. In that moment, the tightly connected triangles spread across Chang Chen's face. His face bloomed like a flower. Then, it was Chang Chen's body. Bang! Like a small firework without a spark. Chang Chen's form shattered into countless tiny triangles, disappearing in place. The world fell into darkness. It was as if before the birth of the universe. Chang Chen could not feel his body, nor could he sense his existence. Before his perspective, 2 points of light suddenly illuminated. The 2 points of light expanded, growing larger and larger. Eventually, before Chang Chen, 2 magnificent and mysterious intricate structures formed. One of them was a splendid double helix structure radiating a blue glow. It was the fundamental basis of human reproduction over millennia. If humanity was the most ingenious and precise creation under Earth's ecology, then it was the core designer of this creation. The 2 spirals resembled a heavenly ladder, with base pairs segment by segment within. Its interior carried a vast amount of genetic information. When Chang Chen looked at it, he felt an inexplicable sense of awe and submission. On the other side of human DNA was a structure shimmering with purple light. It also appeared to be some form of DNA, but it was actually a rhombic dodecahedron structure. Composed of 12 rhombic faces, it had dimensions in all directions. Each rhombic face was filled with dense sequences, like cosmic codes. It should also be something similar to base pairs, carrying a large amount of information within. Judging by volume alone, the information capacity of this rhombic dodecahedron structure seemed far greater than that of human DNA's double helix. This should be the DNA of silicon-based life forms, right? Chang Chen didn't know if he had spoken aloud. He only felt his voice echoing in the vast space. The so-called silicon-based life is based on silicon as the foundation of life. Suddenly, another voice echoed in the dark space, deep and ancient, as if it came from the depths of history. Chang Chen felt a sense of tranquility and comfort. For some reason, he had no feelings of rejection or doubt, quietly listening to the other's words. We have a huge difference from carbon-based life. From appearance to internal structure, and to the core operating system, they are completely different. At this moment, on the DNA structure of the silicon-based life form ahead, a body slowly emerged, a translucent outline about 3 meters tall. Chang Chen quietly watched this miraculous life. It did not move, its limbs extended, more like a holographic model. Its body was composed of a hard crystalline structure, resembling silicon gems that shimmered with strange light. Those gems followed some kind of pattern, exhibiting a high degree of order and symmetry, with sharp lines and distinct angles. This appearance could easily be described as breathtakingly beautiful. We do not need to rely on water and organic molecules to sustain life activities like carbon-based organisms. Our skin is a layer of translucent silicon film that can filter and refract light, presenting a dazzling array of colors. In Chang Chen's eyes, the silicon-based life form in midair gently rotated, radiating even more dazzling and brilliant light. Our mode of movement is not like carbon-based organisms, which rely on muscle contraction and relaxation to move, but rather we utilize electromagnetic forces or the growth and shrinkage of crystals to change our position. The silicon-based life form slightly swayed its arm, producing a crisp sound of friction. We possess eyes that are extremely sensitive to electromagnetic waves, capable of directly perceiving energy across various frequency bands, including radio waves, infrared, and even X-rays. Our ears may be able to capture tiny electromagnetic vibrations, allowing us to perceive distant information. Our communication occurs through the transmission of information via electromagnetic waves of specific frequencies. This method of communication is rapid and efficient, capable of conveying vast amounts of complex information in an instant. We can also produce sound through the vibrations of the silicon crystals on our body surface, with frequencies covering a range that various organisms can hear, enabling us to communicate seamlessly with other life forms. At this moment, within the facial features of the silicon-based life model, several purple beams of light burst forth. These beams were clear and long, as if they could connect to the heavens. Due to the properties of silicon, our body structure possesses sufficient stability in high-temperature environments, unlike carbon-based organisms that decompose under high heat. We utilize high temperatures to drive chemical reactions within our bodies, maintaining life activities by absorbing and storing large amounts of thermal energy. Our silicon structure also has the ability to resist radiation damage, even capable of converting radiation energy into useful forms. We have always lived in high temperature, high pressure, and high radiation environments, such as the scorching surfaces of planets close to stars or the interiors of planets filled with radioactive materials. Suddenly, a raging fire erupted within the holographic model. There were also solar flares similar to those on the surface of the sun, but this extreme heat could not harm the silicon-based life. Instead, it made its gem-like skin shine even brighter. Throughout the entire process, Changchen felt as if he were immersed in a wonderful journey. He understood, in a way he could not comprehend, a kind of miraculous life he had never seen before. Silicon-based life. Changchen did not know how to summarize it. To say it resembled Superman seemed inaccurate, for it was not a human in the conventional sense at all. It inherently possessed such miraculous and powerful abilities, and its entire race was the same. But one had to admit that if a silicon-based life form suddenly appeared in human civilization, some of its characteristics could be deemed divine. Changchen's mind gradually cleared, and he asked the question into the surrounding void, "Who are you?" "I am not anyone. I am not an individual, not a life. I am the genetic information within the DNA of silicon-based life." As you can see, the amount of information in silicon-based DNA far exceeds that of carbon-based DNA. It not only records the blueprint for the growth of living beings but also contains information like mine. Every time a brand new silicon-based life form is born, I will explain the necessary basic information to it. You can understand me as the very essence of inheritance. Changchen's consciousness once again became vague. Inheritance? To whom? To you. The mysterious voice uttered its final words, and those two words struck Changchen's heart like a resounding bell. He felt the entire world ripple, and one vortex after another appeared in his vision. Suddenly, Changchen shivered. His perspective quickly became clear. He saw the magnificent spherical ceiling of the underground shelter. He saw the glass test tube he was holding in his hand. He also saw the droplet of genetic agent that was falling from the test tube. Drip! That droplet finally fell into Changchen's mouth, and he felt a sweet and cool sensation on his tongue. Changchen shook his head, his eyes filled with confusion. "I've been sitting here all alone? What I just saw and heard, was it an illusion?" However, in the next moment, Changchen's body stiffened slightly. He saw that his right hand, which was holding the test tube, was no longer a human arm. It was an arm that reflected dazzling light, resembling a magnificent diamond. "What is this?" Following his arm, Changchen's gaze moved slightly downward. He saw his shoulder, chest, and legs, all shimmering with a dazzling brilliance like colorful glass, splendid and stunning. He moved his hand slightly, and all actions felt normal, but his arm gave him a heavy and hard illusion. At the same time, he heard a faint sound of crystal friction from his joints. Changchen's eyes widened slightly. Our skin is a layer of translucent silicon film that can filter and refract light. Our mode of movement is not like carbon-based life forms that rely on muscle contraction and relaxation. Changchen recalled the words of inheritance, and his heart grew increasingly horrified. In that instant, Changchen clenched his fist. A layer of crystal armor quickly emerged on his fist, and sharp crystal spikes grew from the gaps in his joints. Perhaps due to inexperience, this phenomenon triggered a chain reaction. In an instant, crystal spikes erupted from his elbow, shoulder, knee, and other areas. He looked like a magnificent thorn flower. Changchen was somewhat alarmed. "My armor." It was as if he sensed something and suddenly turned around. He discovered that the XXX-01 Extreme Warrior armor had already exited the wearing state before he woke up. At that moment, it stood silently behind Changchen like a silver, headless robot. The armor must have detected some mismatched factors, so it automatically detached from Changchen's body. Confirming that the extreme warrior armor was unharmed, Changchen breathed a sigh of relief. But in just 1 second, his heart began to burn with fervor again. All of this was interpreting one result: a success rate of 67.7%. He succeeded. The current him should be the legendary dual gene sequence bearer. This was likely not an ordinary high-level gene bearer, but an unprecedented existence. Changchen's chest rose and fell slightly. Just the process of the agent taking effect was astonishing. It felt as if he had experienced a fantastical dream that transcended time and space during the final droplet's descent. In Changchen's diamond-like brilliant eyes, he suddenly saw some strange things. They were translucent blue ribbons quietly floating in the air, lively and mysterious. The starting point of these ribbons is the same place, which is Changchen's body. Their endpoints, however, are different. One connects to the distant, quietly parked Iron Mother. Another connects to the Earth Dragon King's expansion dock, and yet another connects to the dock, where the silly guy is secretly cheating while playing Do Diju with Xiao Qiong. What is this? Changchen's heart was filled with uncertainty. Inheritance seemed to offer no explanation for this phenomenon. Looking at the distant Iron Mother, a strange sense of communication suddenly emerged deep within Changchen's consciousness. With a thought, the distant Iron Mother slightly awakened, blue indicator lights flickering on its massive body. With a soft hum, it activated its levitation system and slowly moved forward by 10 centimeters. Changchen's eyes widened. He had merely imagined this scene in his mind, yet the mechanical mother actually executed it. Those blue ribbons are some kind of link? Changchen had a preliminary guess and immediately issued another command. The indicator lights flickered slightly, and the distant mechanical mother raised its mechanical arm into the air before lowering it back down. Changchen's heart thundered. It really can. Changchen then looked at the Earth Dragon King expansion dock and issued a command to it. He hoped that the levitating light it released would rise another meter and increase in brightness by 20%. In the next moment, the underground shelter became much brighter, as the distance between the floating light and the dome was reduced, making the dome, covered in metallic patterns, appear even more splendid and beautiful. Changchen looked up in surprise. Although his expression was dazed, his diamond-like body shone in harmony with the dome. Why is this happening? Changchen was filled with disbelief. My thoughts have connected with the control center of the mechanical body? But consciousness and electronic signals are completely unrelated things. Looking at his diamond-like hands, Changchen's eyes flickered. Wait, I seem to have been biased and stuck in my own ways. I am no longer a carbon-based life form, but a silicon-based one. I need to change my perspective. The brain of a computer and artificial intelligence is the chip, and the main material within the chip is silicon. After silicon is purified, it becomes silicon wafers. Then, through techniques like photolithography and etching, transistors, circuits, and other main components are formed within the chip. This is equivalent to neurons, brain nerves, and brain blood vessels. The self-awareness, thoughts, judgments, and executions of robots all arise from that small silicon chip. And devices like the Iron Mother and Earth Dragon King expansion dock are pure, primitive artificial intelligence. They are also a form of silicon-based life. Or rather, a primitive form of silicon-based life. Their existence is based on silicon elements, and they can think and possess self-awareness. Changchen felt enlightened. In the old era, people always thought silicon-based life was far from them, but in fact, it was quite the opposite. If viewed from a different angle, people's laptops are silicon-based life, and so are their phones. If one feels these devices lack human characteristics, then this concept can be further embodied, like Siri, Xiao AI, and Baidu. They are, in fact, silicon-based beings existing among humans. They are just relatively low-level and artificially created. When I become a silicon-based life form, I will resonate with other silicon-based life forms. This is what inheritance refers to, that unique communication method belonging to silicon-based life. No wonder I can remotely control them. Changchen's eyes widened. If that's the case, all the technological creations I synthesize in the future, as long as they have silicon-based chips, can be manipulated from a distance? This is simply too convenient, almost ghostly. At this moment, Changchen looked towards the distant Hanzai. Xiao Qiong, let me tell you, a connects to 6, that's the old-time crazy government vehicle. Your bomb is useless against me. Haha. Changchen squinted. This guy really knows how to apply what he learns. With a thought, he saw Hanzai suddenly stand up, one hand on his waist, the other pointing to the sky, and began to dance. Dinosaur against wolf, dinosaur against. Dinosaur against wolf, dinosaur against. Hey, why am I dancing? He made fun of Hanzai. Cheng Chen shifted his focus back to himself. The compatibility and adaptability of this silicon-based life form still needed testing. The only certainty was that it was incredibly dazzling. I can't just go out like this, it's too conspicuous. Since it's a dual gene sequence, then the two types of genes should be switchable. How should I operate it? Cheng Chen frowned, seriously doubting that he might be the only human with a dual gene sequence, and the corresponding common knowledge was likely unknown to anyone. Switch, Cheng Chen murmured, and at that moment, he felt the space around him darken. He entered a dim world with no sense of space again, and he transformed back into that formless consciousness. Ahead were two sets of brilliantly shining DNA, representing the double helix structure of carbon-based life, and the diamond dodecahedron structure representing silicon-based life. In that instant, the two sets of DNA moved, alternating left and right, completing some kind of exchange, dragging out faint light and shadow. The double helix DNA burst forth with bright light, filling Cheng Chen's view. A cold shiver, and Cheng Chen returned to the underground shelter. He raised his hands to check. He found that his body had returned to human flesh, and that sense of control over his body had become much more familiar. Cheng Chen's eyes widened slightly. This feeling was dreamlike. Cheng Chen, do you really like running around naked? Why are you adults always so disobedient? Xiao Qiong floated by, shaking her head, not looking sideways. Cheng Chen was taken aback. Just now, he had been wearing the Extreme Warrior power armor, and during his transformation into a silicon-based life form, the armor had automatically detached, so now he was naked again. And Xiao Qiong and the others hadn't noticed his transformation into a silicon-based being, they only saw the result. Cheng Chen quickly put on his clothes and equipped the Extreme Warrior power armor. In carbon-based life form status, the assistance of the Extreme Warrior armor was essential. Afterwards, Cheng Chen took a palm-sized mirror and gazed into his own eyes. At this moment, his eyes could be described as fantastical and enchanting. In his pupils, 3 blue rings emitted a mysterious and noble glow. And within the innermost layer of the ring, there was no longer the human dark brown iris. Instead, it was a geometric shape seemingly made of triangular crystals, splendid and intricate, radiating a faint golden light. Cheng Chen's eyes blinked. The magnificent geometric shape in his pupils slightly expanded, and a hint of faint purple light spread through the gaps. Hiss! Cheng Chen felt a chill. This is a bit too cool. My splendid eyes can captivate everything. The changes in his pupils were clearly a reflection of the silicon-based life form, but at this moment, it only covered the innermost layer of the ring. Cheng Chen pondered. So that means, the genes of silicon-based life also have levels. Just like the halos in the eyes of carbon-based higher gene beings, the higher the gene level, the more halos there are. Similarly, for silicon-based life forms, the higher the gene level, the more halos they cover. No wonder it's called a gene sequence. It is also a system that can be promoted. Cheng Chen let out a slight breath. At this moment, he felt that his path ahead was long, yet the space was infinite. Then, Cheng Chen's gaze fell on the 20 biological transport boxes on the ground. The individual value of these items was over 50,000 credit points, enough for a scavenger to live comfortably for several years. To think they were just given away. Boss Missouri is generous. On a starship hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, Mo suddenly sneezed. He was somewhat puzzled. According to his gene level, such a strange physiological phenomenon shouldn't occur. But why haven't my biological boxes returned? Could they be lost in the Earth's storm again? Cheng Chen glanced again at the steel mama quietly docked beside the shelter. What kind of device would it become if the 20 boxes were synthesized into steel mama? He couldn't let Boss Mo's goodwill go to waste. Thinking of it, he acted. Detected similar technological creations, beginning synthesis, dispersing into raw materials, biomass material transport container, *10. K443 Integrated Transport Platform, *5 The official equipment code for Steel Mama is the K443 Integrated Transport Platform, and now Cheng Chen has 6 Steel Mamas. If their obsessive-compulsive tendencies acted up, it would be a terrifying scene. Continue synthesizing. S-255 Atomic Transport Platform, *3. Compared to the previous generation K443, it has undergone revolutionary upgrades, with significant improvements in all aspects, adding atomic indentation technology. Through a special ER force field, it can reduce the atomic spacing of items on a microscopic level, achieving volume reduction on a macroscopic level, greatly enhancing storage capacity. Atomic Transport Platform? Cheng Chen was somewhat surprised. Volume reduction? The S-255 Atomic Transport Platform before him had no significant changes in appearance compared to the previous generation. It still looked like a dark container, but its volume had shrunk by 50%. It could reduce the volume of other items and then store them inside? Upon seeing the last note of the STC, Cheng Chen nodded in realization. This technology comes from a level 2. For civilization. Cheng Chen was very curious about this technology that reduced atomic spacing. Instinctively, he stood up, wanting to find the control panel for the S-225 atomic transport platform. But suddenly, his vision went dark. He re-entered that dim world. Right in front of him, two groups of DNA, carbon-based life and silicon-based life, were quietly floating. A crisp sound of separation came. On the dodecahedron representing silicon-based life, a diamond-shaped fragment, resembling purple crystal, suddenly split off. Its surface was densely packed, carrying a large amount of genetic information from silicon-based organisms. Click! This beautiful genetic fragment traced a graceful arc and adhered to the double helix representing carbon-based life forms. A surge of light flowed, and the two merged into one. Shaking his head vigorously, Cheng Chen's consciousness returned to his body, feeling a strange sensation in his eyes. He blinked. Suddenly, a crisp and slight collision sound came from his eyeball. He hurriedly found a mirror and discovered that his eyeballs were covered in dazzling diamonds, radiating a magnificent glow. Looking ahead, he saw that ethereal blue ribbon reappear in his vision. One end of the ribbon connected to the S-225 atomic transport platform, while the other end connected to the center of Cheng Chen's forehead. Cheng Chen was stunned. He suddenly recalled the STC's hint, possessing dual gene advantages, with complementary weaknesses. Can I partially siliconize? That's a bit too humanized. 5-star review. This feature can save a lot of trouble. Not only does it avoid overly conspicuous risks, but it also allows for covert operations, secretly showcasing abilities. Incredible! Cheng Chen immediately issued a command. He ordered one of the S-225 atomic transport platforms to load another S-225 of the same size into its interior. Under normal thinking, this would definitely be considered a sneaky move. But the current situation was quite the opposite, as shrinking and loading was precisely the core function of the S-225. The S-225 slowly opened its hatch, revealing an internal space of about 15 square meters. At the top of the hatch, there seemed to be a small force field generator, releasing a light yellow ripple force field. The other S-225 was completely enveloped by the force field, its body resonating with some kind of vibration. An astonishing scene unfolded as the S-225 wrapped in the force field suddenly produced an outline resembling a phantom. That layer of outline became ethereal and then dissipated. The S-225 revealed afterward was indeed smaller by a circle. And this was just the first reduction. With the continuous release of 3 force fields, the S-225 size shrank 2 more times, resulting in a final size that was a full 70% smaller than before. The mechanical arm moved with the same precision as before, effortlessly placing the reduced S-225 completely inside another S-225. Cheng Chen was left dumbfounded. Terrifying. What if we continue to synthesize? What will the S-225 upgrade into? Dispersed into primitive matter, synthesis successful, X-14 remote transmission transport platform, retained all functions of the S-225, optimized, force field efficiency increased by 240%, intelligence level enhanced by 93%, and added 4 sets of directional transmission modules, greatly improving loading efficiency. This time, the transport platform transformed into a triangular body about 4 meters tall, with a matte black finish, and the anti-gravity engine at the bottom emitted a blue glow, causing it to float in mid-air. Cheng Chen's eyes widened slightly. On the body of the X-14, 4 palm-sized external devices were embedded, very conspicuous and easily detachable. Cheng Chen exerted a slight force and removed one of them. It resembled a slightly thicker playing card, made of black metal, somewhat heavy. There was an X-shaped gap running through its 4 corners on the surface. Is this the so-called directional transmission module? Cheng Chen tightened his grip, and the X-shaped gap immediately emitted a blue glow, looking very high-tech. Crack, buzz. Inside the small playing card, mechanical sounds emerged, accompanied by some kind of energy vibration. The metal playing card suddenly split apart. It expanded into a blue beam door approximately 4 meters high and 3 meters wide. Cheng Chen was astonished. At the same time, he noticed that the X-14 remote transmission transport platform also made a sound, and 2 hatches slowly opened, revealing the internal space, where a blue beam door gradually materialized. Could it be? Cheng Chen tentatively picked up a small stool that had just been placed, raised his hand, and threw it into the beam door. A magnificent beam flashed. The chair was transmitted through the air and appeared in the storage space of the X-14. Moreover, its size had shrunk to 1/10 of its original. Cheng Chen was truly shocked. Isn't this just a smaller version of the directional Stargate? 100 years ago, the invention of the directional Stargate changed the future of humanity. Humanity entered the era of the Great Universe, which indirectly led to the current fate of Earth. But Cheng Chen had once seen that so-called directional Stargate in a trashy poster. That thing was enormous, towering hundreds of meters high. When it first appeared before humanity, it required a full deployment of 122 heavy transport helicopters. Even to this day, despite having undergone several rounds of optimization and upgrades, it remained a colossal entity. In Chang Chen's hands, however, it was merely an additional module of the X-14 long-range transport platform. It was like receiving a data cable as a bonus when purchasing a phone in the old days. It actually possessed the same functionality as a directional Stargate, and in its inactive state, it was only the size of a playing card. If those guys from the Human Science Alliance saw this device, wouldn't they go mad on the spot? This device comes from a level 3 civilization. Chang Chen's pupils trembled, and the sense of awe mixed with fear in his heart grew stronger. It was just a transport device, yet it utilized such astonishing technology. Advanced technological civilizations truly surpassed human imagination. Next, Chang Chen conducted a series of tests on this module and was once again shocked. He discovered that the two modules could actually transmit to each other. Moreover, he himself, fully armed, conducted a transmission test, which was still successful. From this perspective, the uses of this equipment are simply too numerous. It's even more practical than the platform itself. Chang Chen only needed to place one transport module in the underground shelter while carrying another on his person. Whenever he wanted, he could return to his shelter through this small directional Stargate. Even if the module was turned off, that micro Stargate could maintain its function for about 30 seconds, completely eliminating any concerns about retrieval. Wasn't this essentially a portal? Chang Chen was filled with astonishment. It seemed he should spend some time properly building his underground shelter, because here, it could completely become his safest, most comfortable, and easily accessible base. After a round of testing and operations, Chang Chen felt a bit parched. Exploring in the ocean of technology was indeed filled with novelty and shock, and it was easy to get carried away. Delving into the principles of each machine and studying its uses could easily lead to thirst. This might be what they call thirsting for the machine. His gaze fell on a bottle of azure drink. This was one of the items from a biological crate, an extra gift from M.O. One had to say, M.O. was not only reliable but also quite the businessman. Every time he delivered goods, he would include something extra. Previously, it was Professor Holling's business card, and this time it was a bottle of drink. High-energy protein extract. This is a daily beverage that contains various high-molecular purified nutrients, which can effectively replenish human energy in a short time and has a certain purifying effect on inferior genes, as well as slightly enhancing human qualities. Chang Chen smiled. M.O. had previously mentioned on the radio that this nutrient solution was a luxury even among extraterrestrial human civilizations, with an excellent taste and remarkable effects. Moreover, this particular one was a custom product from Mo's entire family, with effects 20% better than those available on the market. Typically, a bottle sold for 12,000 credit points. Now that's quite luxurious, a bottle of drink for 12,000. Chang Chen clicked his tongue. Is M.O. the son of a big family? Their family is indeed extravagant, but it makes sense. M.O. himself is a successful businessman, and naturally, the family he nurtured is not of ordinary caliber. Well then, thank you to Boss Missouri for the continuous gifts. Chang Chen picked up the drink, opened the cap, and was just about to taste it when the STC on his wrist emitted a fan-shaped scanning beam once again. Special toxin detected. This toxin is extremely rare, belonging to a type of cytolytic toxin, with a specific genetic lock. Short-term consumption will not result in obvious consequences, but long-term use will insidiously damage the overall structure of humans, ultimately leading to irreversible death. The source of this toxin does not belong to human civilization, and even the highest level of human medicine cannot effectively neutralize it. The toxin's action time is approximately 2 to 3 years. During this process, the poisoned individual's pupils will exhibit barely noticeable golden specks, and the poisoned person will show photophobia. It is clear that this toxin does not belong to the energy drink itself, but was added later. Chang Chen's arm stiffened. Poisonous in the drink? Genetic lock? And it's a hidden chronic toxin? And M.O. had said that this drink was custom made by his family. Hiss. Chang Chen inhaled sharply. So, the person who poisoned has a clear target. He wants to secretly destroy the M.O. family? It seems that Mo's family has been consuming this drink for quite some time. Then, haven't they all been poisoned? Mo's act of giving me the drink clearly shows he was unaware. If there is anyone in this world who cares about Chang Chen's life or death, it must be M.O. There is no romantic undertone here. M.O. was afraid of losing his financial source. This is a bit troublesome. Chang Chen's eyes flickered, and his brows slightly furrowed. He had a good impression of M.O. If Mo's entire family, including M.O. himself, were to completely succumb to the poison one day in the future, that was something Chang Chen did not want to see. Technology, at times, is also a cycle. Coincidentally, 120 years ago, Earth physician Song Day had researched a gene completion agent and conducted experiments on white mice, but the results were unsatisfactory. 5 years later, Song Dae announced the experiment's failure, stating that the agent could not complete any genes. However, in fact, the failed agent developed by Song Dae had a certain probability of neutralizing various cytolytic toxins. Looking at the lines of text appearing on the blue screen of STC, Chung Chen was somewhat dazed. This time, you were quite considerate, providing so much information. Song Dae. Cheng Chen frowned. This name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Suddenly, Cheng Chen's eyes widened. He had heard this name in Professor Huo Linzhong's last words. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his genes, Cheng Chen's brain potential had received some boost, and a flash of lightning seemed to cross his mind. The recording left by Professor Huo Linzhong clearly appeared in his mind. When I awaken, I tell others about the miracle of Niaozi. Damn it, no one believes it. Including my good friend, Song Dae from the 53rd District Gene Research Institute, he doesn't believe it either. Cheng Chen's expression shifted. According to common sense, such research institutes should be relatively concentrated to fully utilize security and other resources. The Miaozi Research Center in Huolinzhong is located in the 52nd District, and Song Dae's Gene Research Institute is in the 53rd District. Their numbers are so close. If nothing unexpected happens, the distance between them should not be far. So, in the 53rd District, could there be the gene completion agent left by Song Dae? Cheng Chen slowly exhaled, looking northward. Boss Missouri. I, Cheng Chen, am also someone who understands the importance of reciprocity. I will set off immediately to go to Kyoto again. What needs to be done, I will not be vague about, but the rest will depend on your family's fate. The gray storm has completely entered its final phase. Only a few chaotic air currents remain on the ground. Only the sky is still shrouded in a layer of gray dust. Cheng Chen left the underground shelter and stood on the ground. Looking around, although the surroundings were still an endless expanse of garbage, the overall landscape had undergone a tremendous transformation. In some places, the terrain had risen significantly compared to before, while many areas that were once flat had now become depressions. The shape of the earth seemed to have been reshuffled. Han Zai and Xiao Qiong decided to stay here. They wanted to build their new home properly, with plenty of work to do. Before leaving, Cheng Chen specifically reminded them they could not stray too far from the shelter, and once they went out, they had to take a micro-directional stargate with them. Moreover, Han Zai had to stay close to Xiao Qiong at all times. After all, Han Zai was now a brand new A24 environmental adaptation nanny robot, and compared to the garbage-ridden Earth, its combat capability was still impressive. In midair, a grand and deep vibration suddenly resonated. Cheng Chen looked up, frowning in concentration. He saw two large transport starships slowly appearing above the atmosphere, exuding an imposing aura. Didn't Mo say that the Galactic Human Alliance had banned the dumping of garbage? Why are there still starships? Cheng Chen's pupils contracted as he suddenly realized that his vision had significantly improved. He could clearly see the insignia on the starships. It was a galaxy quietly swirling like a colorful vortex, with a sharp sword suspended above it. Is it the Galactic Interstellar Alliance's combat team? Cheng Chen's expression stiffened. Is it a routine inspection? In the era of the vast universe, humanity's footprints spanned multiple star systems. The Galactic Interstellar Alliance's combat team was equivalent to the regional military departments of the old era. In other words, they were regular troops, soldiers. Although Garbage Earth was desolate and remote, it was still territory of the Human Alliance, and it had to undergo a routine inspection once a year. I fly the plane like a crow, always steady as a rock. Cheng Chen boarded the dilapidated ground effect vehicle. At that moment, the pilot, Crow, was driving with great flair ahead. Little brother, you're really impressive, treating Kyoto as a tourist spot, going whenever you want. Looking across the entire Garbage Earth, no one else can do that. Cheng Chen smiled slightly. This guy, Crow, was always full of passion. Before leaving, Cheng Chen once again tapped into a natural ability of silicon-based life. As mentioned in Inheritance, they could adjust their skin color according to external light. Cheng Chen used this function to adjust his pupils. Now, his eyes appeared to be ordinary black, but in reality, they were composed of countless tiny black triangular shapes. To an ordinary person, there was no way to detect any clues. Cheng Chen also perfectly concealed the 3 light rings representing sea-level high genes. At this moment, Cheng Chen continued to gaze at the 2 massive starships quietly hovering in the sky. Little brother, I have some insider information about this visit from the Interstellar Alliance team. Crow suddenly tilted his head and raised an eyebrow. Oh, Cheng Chen's gaze sharpened. What insider information? Crow said mysteriously, they are looking for something. Looking for something? Cheng Chen was puzzled. How could you possibly know such insider information? Crow laughed. Of course, I can't get in touch with the Interstellar Alliance, but after years in the transportation business, I've met all sorts of passengers, including members of the Scavenger Alliance. Cheng Chen nodded. What are they looking for? I don't know that. Crow shook his head. You must have noticed that they brought 2 starships this time, with manpower multiplied several times over. So what they are looking for must be very important and precious. Chang Chen squinted slightly. But, the Crow sighed, whether in the old days or now, we common folks have to follow the rules. Even if some scavenger strikes it rich and finds that item, they still have to obediently hand it over. At best, they might get a certificate. Ah, enough of that. It seems the aircraft has some issues. Engine 3 has left us. Damn. Engine 6 has also left us. Damn. My caretaker robot has fallen too. Just a small problem, a small problem. Bumping and jolting all the way, up and down. Chang Chen finally arrived in Kyoto. The air was still thick with chemical toxins and excessive radiation. Everything was dim and desolate. The Crow stood on the aircraft, watching Chang Chen step by step into the dark mist. His lips twitched as he clicked his tongue. He just went in there without any protection? Truly impressive. From his perspective, it was hard to see that the extreme warrior armor had flipped its visor, shielding Chang Chen's face, and the life support system had activated, filtering out all harmful gases. There was still some distance to the location of the muon research. Chang Chen began to walk on foot, his soles crunching on the garbage beneath him. After confirming that no one was around, Chang Chen's eyes flickered. The extreme warrior power armor suddenly disassembled, standing quietly to the side. At that same moment, a diamond-like glow erupted from Chang Chen's body. He wanted to test how well silicon-based lifeforms could adapt in such a harsh environment. Strange winds swirled around, continuously blowing in clouds of green toxic gas, these gases coiling and steaming like vengeful spirits come to claim lives. The extreme warrior armor was also sounding alarms. The surrounding radiation intensity exceeded normal levels by 16 times, reaching 2.3 microsieverts per hour. This figure was comparable to the data recorded after the Chernobyl disaster reignited. Chang Chen frowned. He felt nothing. Silicon-based life forms did not require breathing as defined by humans, and the harsh environment around him was completely outside the danger threshold for silicon-based life. Chang Chen curled his lips, extended a finger, and scratched his arm. The itching sensation was far more apparent than the threats posed by the environment. This place was already one of the harshest environments on Earth. It seemed that across the entire garbage planet, there was no way to test the upper limits of silicon-based lifeforms' endurance. A low growl echoed around him. Chang Chen saw pairs of crimson eyes flickering in a nearby pile of garbage. It was the killer mice. Although Chang Chen had completely intimidated them last time, their territorial instincts and ferocity would still lead them to abandon caution, waiting for the right moment to attack him. With a thought, Chang Chen's DNA transformed, and the diamond glow on his body slowly faded. At the same time, he took a step back, and the extreme warrior power armor quickly enveloped him. The test for silicon-based life had failed. Chang Chen still had a carbon-based life form. He adjusted the armor's speed assistance to 0. He had sensed it before. After evolving to sea-level genes, his speed had significantly increased. Chang Chen wanted to use the killer mice to test the speed changes in his carbon-based state, ideally obtaining precise values. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. And knowing oneself has always been prioritized over knowing the enemy. A sharp screech suddenly rang out. A pair of crimson eyes brightened abruptly. In the darkness, a massive red-furred killer mouse lunged out, its gaping maw exuding a foul stench, biting towards Chang Chen's head at an exaggerated angle. The wrist of the extreme warrior armor flipped open, revealing a glinting dagger. Chang Chen's eyes narrowed, and a thought formed in his subconscious. Speed! Chang Chen's calf muscles bulged, and then exploded in an instant. He shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, debris flying from the ground, and some thinner metal twisted and deformed. In that moment, Chang Chen's figure collided with the red-haired killer rat. At the same instant, Chang Chen slightly bent his body and passed through the abdomen of the leaping red-haired rat. Roar! The red-haired rat missed its strike, quickly turned around upon hitting the ground, and let out a beast-like howl. Then, the red-haired killer rat leaped again, 3 to 4 meters, lunging at Chang Chen. But at that moment, Chang Chen made no move, merely standing still, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Put! The red-haired rat first felt a numbness in its abdomen, and then it witnessed an unbelievable scene. A bright red line of blood appeared on its belly, and then with a pop, it burst open. Blood sprayed like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, and its innards were already sliced open. Due to some internal pressure, they exploded, scattering everywhere. Thud! The massive red-haired rat fell to the ground, black blood oozing from its mouth, and the red glow in its eyes gradually extinguished. Chang Chen's pupils contracted. In that brief moment, he had completed the charge, the clash, the cut, and the retreat. All of this likely happened within half a second. He glanced at the data provided by the extreme warrior armor. Movement speed 28 meters per second. Chang Chen calculated in his mind. This was nearly the speed of a cheetah from the old era. For the fastest running animals on Earth, such speed could only occur in a moment of sprinting and could not be maintained for long. 28 meters per second. This speed flashed before human eyes like a suddenly swung stick, the brain unable to analyze and process it in detail, leaving only a fleeting, unclear impression. This is what is called a residual image. C-class genes provide such a significant enhancement to the human body? I knew I was fast, but not this fast. The annotations I heard on the radio didn't seem to suggest this. Cheng Chen was puzzled but had no one to consult. From his previous understanding, the enhancement of C-class genes to the body was limited. But he never expected the speed boost he gained to be a tremendous change that even transcended species. Do I have some hidden attribute? Cheng Chen couldn't help but fantasize, the chosen one? The beast-like roars around him grew denser. Cheng Chen prepared for the next test, the endurance of speed. How long could this speed of 28 meters per second be maintained? It couldn't be just 3 seconds for a real man, could it? The terrifying roars of beasts surged continuously, and horrifying figures sprang from the piles of garbage. Cheng Chen was clearly receiving high-level treatment. The ones surrounding him were all red-haired killer rats over 4 meters in size. The earth was already dim, and Cheng Chen pushed his speed to the limit, moving rapidly across the ground. The processing speed of the red-haired rats' brains was slower than that of humans. In their eyes, a visual persistence phenomenon even occurred. In most cases, Cheng Chen's figure had already turned into streaks of black lines. Only at the moment he struck to kill would he briefly linger on the rats' retinas, causing them to see only a blurry, colorless afterimage. The beast roars grew louder. They contained the anger of the killer rats and the fear within them. What on earth is this thing? Is this ever going to end? 3 minutes and 28 seconds. Cheng Chen was panting, bent over, hands on his knees. This was the limit, the maximum speed he could maintain. 3 minutes and 28 seconds, a real man. That was already quite strong. Just a few days ago, Cheng Chen couldn't have imagined that he would gain such an abnormal physique. Slowly raising his head, Cheng Chen saw a ground covered with the corpses of red-haired mice, roughly counting at least over 50. The other surviving red-haired mice were hunched over, growling low, not daring to advance recklessly. Suddenly, Cheng Chen noticed something shining in the abdomen of a dead red-haired killer mouse. That glimmer of light just happened to reflect into Cheng Chen's pupils. No way? Inner Dan? Cheng Chen was taken aback. Isn't this a sci-fi world? He took a few steps forward and bent down to pick up the shiny object. He discovered it was an oval shape, with a bumpy surface, somewhat translucent, and felt metallic to the touch. At that moment, the STC on his wrist suddenly activated, releasing a fan-shaped blue scanning beam. Detected similar technological creation, synthesize? This item is an amorphous alloy containing impurities. Its functional characteristics and application scenarios are similar to those of amorphous alloys, but its purity is 70%. Cheng Chen was stunned. This is amorphous alloy? The SCC had activated because there were also similar objects scattered beneath the corpses of another 7 red-haired mice, resembling a bunch of lumpy metallic potatoes. Scavenger mice have strong chewing and digestive abilities. Due to mutations, their stomach acid exhibits special molecular corrosiveness. They are omnivorous, regularly consuming large amounts of garbage, including various alloys. However, their digestive capacity ultimately has a limit, so a small portion of indigestible metal elements accumulates over the years and gradually fuses in their stomachs into a disordered atomic arrangement alloy, which is the amorphous alloy containing a large number of impurities. Cheng Chen was dumbfounded. The stomach stones of scavenger mice were actually amorphous alloys? Who would have thought? Once, hyenas could fight fiercely over a piece of amorphous alloy, even resorting to murder and smuggling. And this precious alloy they dreamed of was right beside him, inside these killer mice, and there was so much of it. Of course, even if the hyenas had known this information while alive, they wouldn't have had the ability to enter the heart of the capital, let alone slay red-haired mice. Cheng Chen surveyed the surroundings. According to the STC's notes, forming an amorphous alloy required years of accumulation, so only these large red-haired mice had a certain probability of producing it. With nearly 50 corpses of red-haired mice in front of him, yielding 8 pieces of amorphous alloy, the drop rate was almost close to 20%. Cheng Chen couldn't help but recall the giant wave of mice that had besieged him a few days ago. Mice had a strong reproductive ability, coupled with a century-long breeding period. How many red-haired mice would that be? How much amorphous alloy would that yield? And things like amorphous alloys and high-entropy alloys, paired with Bosmos channels, were hard currency in Cheng Chen's eyes. They were silver, they were gold. Even if the garbage earth was currently sealed off, there would eventually be a day of unsealing. Moreover, perhaps in the future, Cheng Chen would have the opportunity to leave the garbage earth and embark on his own era in the vast universe. Without money, that was absolutely impossible. Hiss. Chang Chen gazed at the surrounding red-haired mice, his expression fierce, his eyes bursting with greedy light. Brothers, I've struck it rich. The hundreds of red-haired mice around trembled. How could this guy's momentum be 100 times more terrifying than before? Their intelligence was low, but at that moment, a sense of crisis from deep within their souls erupted uncontrollably. It was as if a voice was telling them, every biological group has its ultimate fate, and your fate is to be annihilated. In Chang Chen's mind, a plan had already been devised. First, lure out the massive wave of mice, then use the muon catalyst to harvest wildly. The ground was littered with amorphous alloys, and as the synthesis continued, their value increased, eventually to be sold off. Ha ha! Chang Chen couldn't contain his smile, but at that moment, his expression suddenly stiffened. There's a very important step in this. Hiss. Boss Missouri, you absolutely cannot die. Otherwise, how will I cash in? Chang Chen's face changed, revealing a look of deep concern. I care about your life and death because my financial lifeline cannot be cut off. He temporarily abandoned the entanglement with the killer rats. With a loud boom, Chang Chen's turbo-powered shoes activated, lifting him into the air as he flew towards the old site of the Musi Research Center. The Gene Research Institute of Dr. Song was in Zone 53, while the Musi Research Center was located in Zone 52. Therefore, to find the Gene Research Institute, he had to use the Musi Research Center as a focal point and then explore the surroundings. 10 minutes later, Chang Chen's body hovered directly above the Musi Research Center. During the flight, Chang Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that his control over the turbo-powered shoes had improved several times compared to before. After all, the turbo shoes could only be worn on the feet. Although they had a built-in gyroscope, mastering them perfectly was still somewhat challenging, often giving Chang Chen a feeling of heavy feet and light head during flight. At this moment, after the C-gene enhancement, Chang Chen's overall muscle coordination and balance had significantly improved. He also realized an important issue. For any wearable equipment, the core foundation still lay in one's own body. The stronger the body, the stronger the control, and the performance of the wearable equipment would be better utilized. This was true for the jet-powered shoes and also for the Extreme Warrior armor. Regarding the Extreme Warrior armor, when he had just evolved to sea level, the armor had issued a prompt of energy overflow. This could be understood as the upper limit of the Extreme Warrior armor being unable to cover his peak physical capabilities. The key point here referred to speed. However, the armor's other functions were still excellent, such as the life support system and the memory metal that could transform into weapons at any time. Upgrading the Extreme Warrior armor through synthesis was a win-win choice, but Chang Chen had no way to obtain the Extreme Warrior armor. Finding it again on the garbage planet was nearly impossible. The corpses of the Extreme Warrior team he had encountered before were not a normal occurrence. There must be a cruel truth hidden within. As for his silicon-based body, Chang Chen would not use it recklessly, as he had keenly realized a problem. If he fully switched to a silicon-based biological DNA sequence, his body would inevitably need to execute a complete silicon-based biological system. Chang Chen did not know how to supply energy to a silicon-based life form. Because silicon-based organisms did not require the food intake recognized by carbon-based life, they didn't even have a digestive system or a circulatory system. In other words, Chang Chen feared that excessive use would directly starve the silicon-based body. Letting a horse run but not giving it grass to eat would lead to it starving to death. If that were the case, Chang Chen would become the most foolish dual gene sequence in history, without exception. Recalling his scattered thoughts, Chang Chen gazed down at the ground. The old site of the Musi Research Center was right below him. But where was Dr. Song's Gene Research Institute? If he blindly dug, it might take a year and a half without results. During this process, the entire Mo family might have perished. Similarly, a large number of killer rats crawled out from the garbage heap, densely packed, standing upright, their grotesque faces roaring at Chang Chen in the sky. This could be considered the core territory of the killer rats. Once Chang Chen landed, the killer rats would fight to the death. Chang Chen's brain began to work. The code name for the Muon Research Center is Area 52, and its large door faces east. According to the old custom of the Huaxia people that the right hand is the Great One, Area 53 should be to the right of Area 52. Just like house numbers, when facing the main door, the number on the right side will be larger. The right side is now the south. Chang Chen squinted, his body slightly rotating. In terms of direction, Area 53 is very likely to be to the south of Area 52. Last time I walked around the Muon Research Center. The area of the Muon Research Center is about 6,000 square meters in a square shape. That means if I move south for 300 to 500 meters, I might reach the office of the Gene Research Institute. Chang Chen's eyes flickered, and his jet shoes emitted a slight tremor as his body began to move south. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless expanse of garbage. Kyoto had been abandoned for 100 years, and the Gene Research Institute must have been buried deep underground, with no clues visible on the surface. Roar! Roar! Just as Cheng Chen was moving slowly, he suddenly noticed something unusual about the killer mice on the ground. These killer mice had suddenly become extremely agitated, emitting louder and angrier roars than before. What's going on? Cheng Chen frowned. He soon realized that the further south he moved, the more frenzied the killer mice became. They gathered into a massive swarm, their crimson eyes fixed on Cheng Chen in midair, but they had no ability to fly, only rage and agitation. They don't want me to go south. Cheng Chen's eyes sparkled. Why? After a moment, Cheng Chen had moved 400 meters south, his body hovering in the air. According to his calculations, the site directly below was very likely the old location of the Gene Research Institute. But Cheng Chen did not descend for the time being. He had noticed a rather strange phenomenon. The massive swarm of mice beneath him had become much quieter after confirming that he was no longer moving, as if they had escaped some kind of crisis. Cheng Chen squinted, activated his turbo shoes, and moved another 10 meters south. Roar! Roar! The thousands of killer mice beneath him went wild again. Oh, Cheng Chen seemed to realize something and moved another 20 meters south. Roar! Roar! The killer mice became even more frenzied, some spinning in circles in a panic, while others, strong red-haired killer mice, directly tore apart the metal garbage around them with their front claws. They are protecting something, and I am getting closer to what they are guarding. Cheng Chen had found his answer and continued to move 30 meters south. The mouse swarm became even more agitated, and even the hidden strategist mice emerged, shrieking at the sky as if cursing. Cheng Chen moved another 100 meters south. Unexpectedly, the mouse swarm below began to calm down again, as if they had escaped the threat. Oh, I might have gone too far. Cheng Chen grinned mischievously. You are simply living navigation. Immediately, Cheng Chen retreated 50 meters. The mouse swarm became agitated again. Retreating 25 meters, the agitation of the swarm doubled. Retreating 10 meters, the swarm was in complete chaos, shrieking and growling, gathering and dispersing, frantically tearing at the garbage, even causing trampling incidents. Looks like this is it. Cheng Chen showed an extremely curious expression. Let me see what you are protecting and whether it has anything to do with the Gene Research Institute. The killer mice are very agitated, but I need to burrow into this pile of garbage. Cheng Chen, suspended in midair, pondered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a crazy plan was born in his mind. He slowly extended his hands, and the gravity field adjustment gloves emitted a faint blue light. Immediately adjusting the power of the gloves to the limit, Cheng Chen slowly pressed them against his chest. A near-mad light flickered in his eyes. Buzz! The gravitational field within the gloves erupted, a faint yellow ripple enveloping Cheng Chen's body. At the same time, a diamond-like brilliance burst forth from his eyes. The extreme warrior armor rapidly exited its wearing state in that instant, retreating behind Cheng Chen along with the gravity field adjustment gloves and turbo-flying shoes, recombining into a humanoid form. In the dark sky, an even more dazzling light reflected. Cheng Chen's body was completely siliconized, transforming him into a brilliant humanoid diamond. The crystalline structure on him grew rapidly, sharp crystals emerging from his shoulders, elbows, waist, and legs, converging beneath his feet. Ultimately, Cheng Chen seemed to become a pointed cone made of colorful crystals. The violent and uncontrollable gravitational field also took effect in that moment. Whoosh! Boom! Cheng Chen suddenly plummeted from the sky, his entire being piercing into the garbage heap like a drill bit. The killer mice were dumbfounded, not following the rules. Boom! 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 Cheng Chen charged through layer after layer of garbage with unstoppable momentum. His subjective feeling was that he was wrapped in a crystal cocoon. No matter how chaotic the external gravity or how violent the collisions, he felt an overwhelming sense of safety within. This crystal, transformed from a silicon-based biological body, seemed like a substance from another dimension. Its hardness limit was a mystery, as if no force could shatter it, not even a scratch. Boom! Cheng Chen drilled through another layer of material, but this time the texture felt like some kind of concrete structure. Immediately, Cheng Chen felt a void beneath his feet, as if entering an expansive underground space. He quickly controlled his silicon-based body, retracting the crystal armor, continuously flipping in the air to dissipate the force. After completing the final flip, he knelt on one knee, his right hand punching down to stabilize himself completely. Cheng Chen slowly stood upright. At that moment, within his diamond-like body, a light unique to silicon-based life forms radiated. Everything around him seemed to be illuminated like a kaleidoscope. Cheng Chen scanned his surroundings and discovered that this was indeed an office buried deep underground. From the opening above, the extreme warrior armor flew down, flipping layers of its chest backward in midair, entering wearing mode. The moment it touched Cheng Chen's body, the armor perfectly combined with him. Just a second before the visor flipped out, Cheng Chun changed his genetic sequence, reverting to a carbon-based form. The opening above began to collapse, with soil and garbage pouring in from both sides, ultimately sealing the entrance. Cheng Chen could vaguely hear the howls of the killer mice outside. They had begun to dig, but that nearly 150-meter depth was no joke. They would need a long time to excavate. Whoosh! The shoulders of the extreme warrior armor flipped out 2 rows of lights. 2 broad beams of light shot forward. Ahead was a reception desk, thick with dust, and the walls were covered in layers of spider webs. However, the owner of the webs, a spider the size of a fist, had long since died and turned into a desiccated corpse. This place was clearly different from the Musi Research Center. Professor Holland had lived alone in the Musi Research Center for 20 years, and the environment there was relatively well preserved. In contrast, this office had been completely abandoned from the start, with the dust and filtration systems long since failed, making it appear even more dilapidated over time. Cheng Chen stepped forward and raised his hand to tear down the spider web on the wall. Immediately, his gaze froze as he saw 4 large characters on the wall. Friendship Center. Cheng Chen paused. What is this? At that moment, he noticed something on the ground beneath his feet and found some plastic letters scattered there. Hua, Xia, In, Huan, Ing, Gu, Wei, Gui, Ji, Run, Guan, Lin, Ben. Cheng Chen suddenly realized. These letters spelled out Hua Xia Jin, welcome all international friends to this center. Damn, you scared me. I thought my Grand Hua Xia capital had specially established a friendship center for the benefit of comrades. Cheng Chen then paused. Is this the Gene Research Institute? In an instant, a light of hope ignited in Cheng Chen's eyes. He never expected to stumble upon this place. Of course, it wasn't entirely by chance. He had to thank those navigation-killing mice. Taking a slow breath, Cheng Chen walked deeper into the facility. The power supply system here had completely failed, and there would be no bright light sources anymore. The surroundings were extremely quiet, with only the sound of dripping water echoing from the depths. Cheng Chen cautiously moved inward. First, he passed through a large office area, then gradually entered the experimental zone. In a room marked with a huge sign reading Sample Room, Cheng Chen discovered a horrifying scene. The walls of this room were lined with glass jars. Roughly counting, there were at least tens of thousands. Each glass jar contained a tiny skeleton. They had 4 legs, a long spine, and a tailbone. Cheng Chen squinted. These are the skeletons of white mice. He remembered that the introduction of the STC regarding the Gene Research Institute clearly stated that after Dr. Song developed the prototype of the drug, a 5-year experiment was launched, and the subjects were white mice. The white mice before him should be the experimental subjects abandoned after humanity evacuated Earth. Cheng Chen observed the glass jars. Many of the jars had chaotic scratches inside, while the corresponding white mice's paws showed significant wear. Cheng Chen frowned. They were alive when they were abandoned. As time passed, no one fed them anymore. Gradually, they erupted with survival instincts due to hunger, but it was futile. They could not break the glass jars and ultimately starved to death. Cheng Chen shook his head, feeling a bit depressed. The reason humanity chose white mice as experimental subjects was that their physiological structure and metabolic processes bore certain similarities to humans. Moreover, the genes of white mice were highly similar to those of humans, with a similarity ratio as high as 85%. In addition, white mice reproduce quickly and have docile, manageable temperaments. They are weak, docile, and similar to humans, so they became experimental subjects. If this is a hard truth, Cheng Chen frowned, then suppose, in the eyes of some advanced civilization in the universe, humans are also weak, docile, and highly similar? What if humans were treated as experimental subjects? What if some advanced civilization began to crazily abuse and slaughter humans due to some experiment? Then humanity would surely stand on a moral high ground to condemn the cruelty and ferocity of aliens, portraying that advanced civilization as a demonic figure. I suppose white mice are the same, right? They just can't express it. Cheng Chen continued to walk forward. He finally arrived at the medicine warehouse. The metal door lock in front of him had decayed. With a gentle squeeze, it shattered and fell to the ground. Boom! He pushed open the large door before him. What met his eyes were dozens of huge metal cans, each at least 5 meters tall, lined up in rows. Cheng Chen approached one of the jars. He gently wiped the dust off the nameplate, revealing a line of text. It's the gene completion serum developed by Dr. Song. Cheng Chen's eyes lit up. There are so many jars. Was this serum developed in tons? He had never expected that gene serums could be stored in such massive units. Cheng Chen reached out and tapped the jar in front of him, his expression immediately darkening. An empty echo came from within the jar. It's empty. He took a few steps and moved to another jar, continuing to knock, also empty. After that, Cheng Chen quickly checked all the jars. His expression grew increasingly despondent, and finally, a layer of gloom settled over his face. All empty. This shouldn't be the case. Cheng Chen furrowed his brows and thought, did Dr. Song not already admit his failure? That means this serum is considered scrap. Why go through all the trouble to take it all away? This volume is not small. Cheng Chen jumped onto the top of one jar, exerting force with his arms to pry open the top hatch. The lights of the extreme warrior armor illuminated the interior brightly. It was indeed empty, not a single drop of liquid inside. At the same time, Cheng Chen noticed a series of circular marks on the inner wall of the jar, with slight crystallization present. This was easy to understand. It indicated that the liquid had decreased layer by layer, and the corresponding water level would leave behind traces after drying. Did these serums evaporate? Cheng Chen was somewhat bewildered, but the next second, he sensed something was off. The circular marks were not uniform. If it were evaporation, the water level would drop steadily, leaving behind even traces. However, the condition of the inner wall of the jar clearly defied logic. The spacing of those marks varied, some wide, some narrow. This indicated that a significant amount of liquid had suddenly disappeared during certain time periods, while in others, it had vanished very little. There was no fixed frequency at all. This phenomenon. Cheng Chen's eyes widened slightly. It's as if something drank these liquids. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Cheng Chen felt a chill run down his spine. There were other creatures hidden in this underground space. It must be something astonishing, as it had consumed hundreds of tons of gene completion serum. Cheng Chen jumped down to the ground, his arm flipping out a silver dagger, squinting as he observed his surroundings inch by inch. Drip, drip. In the dark depths, the sound of dripping water echoed throughout the space. Rustle, rustle. In the distance, there was a faint sound, like fur brushing against metal. A layer of cold sweat formed on Cheng Chen's forehead inside the armor's visor. His eyes darted quickly, examining every detail in front of him. What on earth was it? Drip, drip, rustle, rustle. In that moment, Cheng Chen felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up, and he suddenly turned around. The light on the shoulder of the extreme warrior armor illuminated the area ahead. There, standing quietly on the crisscrossing black pipes, was a small white mouse. Cheng Chen's pupils constricted sharply. The mouse was no bigger than a palm, its fur pure white and soft, its paws a tender pink, and its eyes glimmered like two small gems. You! Cheng Chen was somewhat taken aback. This suddenly appearing creature was completely different from what he had imagined. It was not some terrifying large monster, but a fluffy little thing that looked harmless. However, Cheng Chen did not let his guard down, and various thoughts flashed through his mind. Was it a surviving experimental subject, a little white mouse? This seems unlikely, not to mention its lifespan limit. What does it eat and drink? Could it be that it has consumed those gene completion agents? But its size is just too small. Tick, tick, rustle, rustle. The little white mouse stretched out its tiny paws, mimicking a hand-washing motion with the condensation from the nearby pipe. Cheng Chen noticed that the light emitted by the battle armor had dimmed slightly, failing to illuminate the top of the little mouse's head. Then, Cheng Chen puffed out his chest a bit, and the light slowly rose. However, to his surprise, Cheng Chen witnessed an astonishing sight. This little white mouse had no skull. Someone had used a circular cutter to completely remove the bone from the top of its head and had installed a small metal frame on it, with the mouse's brain exposed to the air at the center of the frame. Clearly, this was an experimental method aimed at studying the little mouse's brain. Cheng Chen inhaled sharply. Is it really a lab mouse from 100 years ago? When humans evacuated, no one paid any attention to this little mouse, nor did anyone dismantle the corresponding equipment, so its somewhat terrifying appearance had been preserved until now. But that was not what shocked Cheng Chen the most. What truly astonished him was that at this moment, clusters of pink crystals were growing on the little mouse's brain, resembling a miniature thicket, shimmering with a mesmerizing and mysterious luster, incredibly beautiful. Looking at the structure of those crystals, Cheng Chen was increasingly astonished. How did this resemble the characteristics of silicon-based life? Was his previous exaggerated guess actually correct? It had indeed survived for over 100 years by consuming gene completion agents. And in the process, it must have undergone some kind of genetic mutation. For instance, its brain now exhibited characteristics of silicon-based life. Squeak! The little mouse stopped its paw movements, turned to look at Cheng Chen, and moved its mouth, emitting a weak squeaking sound. Cheng Chen was momentarily stunned, because he suddenly saw a blue ribbon drifting out from the pink crystal atop the mouse's head, flowing gracefully in the air, eventually converging at Cheng Chen's brow. Then, Cheng Chen incredulously understood the little mouse's language. Human, cruel and vicious, like a demon. Cheng Chen's heart trembled. This line was exactly what he had imagined before, but the difference was that the little mouse could express it. In the next moment, Cheng Chen realized. It was not that the little mouse was speaking human language, but rather that it not only possessed characteristics of silicon-based life but also had some abilities of silicon-based organisms. The earlier form of communication belonged to a special way of communication between silicon-based life forms. This had been described in The Inheritance. Communication between silicon-based life forms occurs through specific electromagnetic waves. In other words, if Cheng-Chen did not possess a dual gene sequence, he would only hear the squeak sound recognized by carbon-based life. I do not allow humans to step into my territory. You are about to be killed. This is the punishment you should have long endured. The little mouse squeaked, and the pink crystal atop its head suddenly brightened, flashing at a specific frequency. Cheng-Chen felt the entire Gene Research Center tremble. To be precise, the ground underwent a tremendous change, and the vibrations transmitted layer by layer, ultimately affecting the 100-meter deep underground space. At the same time, Cheng-Chen heard countless furious roars of killer mice. It was unimaginable that, despite the thick ground between them, those roars could still reach Cheng-Chen's ears. It was evident how frenzied and enraged those killer mice were at that moment. The ceiling began to tremble. Cheng-Chen could hear the digging sounds getting closer, mixed with the sound of the killer mouse's claws breaking, but they were disregarding everything, desperately approaching Cheng-Chen. Cheng-Chen finally understood everything. The little creature before him was the only surviving mouse in the Gene Research Center. It had consumed all the genetic agents, resulting in incredible changes in its body. It could release certain special signals through the pink crystals on its head, thereby controlling the entire killer mouse population. No wonder the killer mice on the ground had been agitated and frantic when Cheng-Chen approached the Gene Research Center, because they needed to protect their Mouse King. Facing the little white mouse, Cheng-Chen also realized that it possessed some characteristics of silicon-based life forms. The squeaks from the little white mouse would be translated into recognizable language by Cheng-Chen's silicon-based genes. During this process, Cheng-Chen did not actively communicate. Therefore, the little white mouse had not received any feedback yet. Cheng-Chen tilted his head back, and the visor of his extreme warrior armor slowly flipped. His pupils began to change, displaying geometric patterns and radiating brilliant light. I am not the human you perceive. As Cheng-Chen spoke, a blue ribbon slowly spread from his mouth, winding and twisting, converging within the pink crystal atop the little white mouse's head. The little white mouse suddenly paused, its tiny head tilting slightly. It had never expected that it could actually communicate with itself. Squeak. This time, its call held no meaning, merely a biological instinct, seemingly expressing some surprise. From a certain perspective, we are of the same kind. Cheng-Chen raised his hand, the layers of the extreme warrior armor peeling away, the crisp sound of crystal clashing echoed, and a layer of crystal emerged in his palm, shimmering with colorful light, resonating with the crystal above the little white mouse's head. Squeak! The little white mouse's shiny black eyes reflected Cheng-Chen's figure, and it was increasingly astonished. After a century of solitary evolution, survival, and continuous cognitive enhancement, the little white mouse felt that it was different from the entire world. Even the external offspring had an essential difference. Looking at the humanoid creature before it, the little white mouse could clearly sense that it shared something in common with itself on certain levels, creating a resonance of origin, something the little white mouse had never dared to hope for. Being weak is not a sin. Cheng-Chen's voice slowly echoed. Once, I was abandoned and despised, just like you were, passively accepting everything, but now it's different. I, like you now, have opened a whole new door. I believe that in the future, we will be the same. A brilliant future awaits us. Squeak! The little white mouse completely let down its guard, nimbly climbing down the pipe, crossing the ground, and then crawling up Cheng-Chen's pant leg to his shoulder. It stretched out its tiny mouth, sniffing Cheng-Chen's cheek. Cheng-Chen could feel its soft whiskers moving back and forth on his face, creating a ticklish sensation. Cheng-Chen smiled. We are both extremely special beings. We should not kill each other but become the best partners. Partners! The little white mouse's eyes sparkled, its small body stiffening. I need a partner. There is no food left here. Can you take me away? The blue ribbon gently swayed, and Cheng-Chen heard a crisp and clear little girl's voice. Of course. This seems destined. Cheng-Chen glanced behind him. All the jars were empty, and the food the little white mouse referred to was those gene complementation agents. But I came this time to find an antidote for a friend. Cheng-Chen frowned, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. It seems I can't help him anymore. Detoxify? The little white mouse extended its pink paw and gently made a cut with another paw, causing a drop of crystal-clear red blood to form from the wound. The little white mouse lifted the droplet, which resembled a ruby, with the tip of its paw. This should work. Then, the little white mouse turned its head to the side, and Cheng-Chen finally saw that in the corner of the drug storage, there lay a massive spider on its back. The spider's body was at least over 2 meters long, and with all 8 legs spread out, it spanned at least over 6 meters. Its abdomen was adorned with strange colorful patterns, resembling a vibrant skull. Judging by its appearance, this spider was definitely venomous. However, it had been dead for a long time, leaving only a lifelike shell behind. The mutated spider is highly toxic, but it poses no threat to me at all. The little white mouse made squeaking sounds, but in Chang Chen's ears, it still sounded like the pure voice of a little girl. Chang Chen looked at the droplet of blood at the tip of the little white mouse's paw. Within the bright red blood, countless tiny hexagonal crystals floated quietly, magical and beautiful. STC also released a scanning beam at the same time. Semi-silicon-based serum, due to the fusion and purification of a large number of gene complementation agents, can repair damaged genes. Detoxification efficiency increases geometrically. Resolving cellular liquid toxins is simply overkill. Even diluted tens of thousands of times, it still surpasses all existing detoxification agents for humans. This item is a naturally occurring product and cannot be synthesized. Cheng Chen was somewhat shocked, then smiled in relief. Boss Missouri is saved. Boom! At that moment, the ceiling of the underground laboratory collapsed. Countless giant killer mice crawled out from the hole in the ceiling, and the moment they hit the ground, they arched their bodies and let out a roar like a shockwave. But when these killer mice saw the little white mouse standing on Cheng Chen's shoulder, their momentum noticeably diminished, and they all stopped howling. At that moment, the pink crystals on the little white mouse's head began to emit a flickering light. It was communicating with its subjects. After a few seconds, Cheng Chen witnessed a shocking scene. Hundreds of terrifying red-haired killer mice suddenly lowered their heads, placing their front paws on the ground, and faced Cheng Chen in a gesture of submission. What is this? Stand down? Cheng Chen was completely taken aback. It felt like a royal experience. He never expected that the first time he would be treated with such importance in his life would come from a group of ugly and fierce mutated mice. If you have needs, you can communicate with me, the little white mouse squeaked, the little girl's voice resonating in Cheng Chen's mind. My subjects will obey your commands. Cheng Chen was somewhat stunned. I really am destined to be the king of garbage. Now even the mice have become my soldiers? How many subjects do you have? Cheng Chen asked uncertainly. 145,633,225. 145,638,116. 145,634,407. Cheng Chen was taken aback. Why is that number still increasing? Squeak, they are reproducing. Cheng Chen was shocked again. That means at least 500 little mice are born every second. Squeak, the old ones are constantly dying. Cheng Chen's expression was already one of horror. In any case, this is definitely a large and terrifying army. The gains from this expedition were unexpected. Cheng Chen returned to the surface through the broken opening. You must have a name. Cheng Chen glanced at the little white mouse perched on his shoulder. How about you call yourself Gigi from now on? Gigi. It squeaked in agreement with its new name. A seemingly harmless, even a bit cute little white mouse was, in fact, the king of 140 million mutated rats on this garbage planet. What will you eat from now on? Gene catalyzing agents should suit your taste, but that requires a lot of money. Cheng Chen suddenly remembered something. Those subjects of yours, the giant red-haired rats, have some hard alloys in their bellies. I can't go after them anymore. Do you have any solutions? Those things are foreign objects in their stomachs. Gigi's voice came through. This is easy to solve. On the ground, gusts of green-haired wind swept by. It lifted Cheng Chen's scavenger cloak and ruffled the bangs exposed outside his mask. At this moment, the boy's heart was a mix of emotions. What does it feel like to face tens of thousands of ugly red-haired rats that are violently vomiting? Cheng Chen was feeling just that. The mutated rats, already grotesque to such an extent, seemed to collectively disdain Cheng Chen's appearance. Moreover, they could no longer bear it, having even vomited up last month's meals. These rats appeared to see something even more disgusting than themselves. Cheng Chen supported his forehead with one hand. Although I know the reason, why do I still feel like my self-esteem has taken a hit? The first batch of rats finished vomiting. The second batch surrounded him again. Like stars surrounding the moon, they began a new round of vomiting. Cheng Chen wrinkled his nose, the corners of his eyes twitching. This is extremely insulting. Just as Cheng Chen had speculated, only the giant red-haired rats could produce alloys. And not every red-haired rat had alloys in its belly. The final probability was about 1 in 8. But because the base number was so large, 1 in 8 was already an outrageous figure. Cheng Chen stood atop a towering mountain of garbage. Scattered across a 5-kilometer radius were piles of amorphous alloy. Thickly clustered, they reflected bright light. Who understands, family? Cheng Chen's facial muscles began to tremble. this must be worth 50,000 pieces, right? How much credit points is that? It's too insane. The garbage planet contained astonishing treasures. Ordinary people simply lacked the luck and strength to uncover the immense wealth lying around them. And those humans from other planets, the moment they discarded this garbage, had already made a subjective judgment, determining that this pile of things they found disgusting would never produce any value again. They would never think that all of this would become the foundation for a certain garbage heap boy to turn his life around. The inferior amorphous alloy scattered on the ground raised a question. They were strewn everywhere, covered in the vomit of red-haired rats. Chang Chen felt a bit at a loss. After pondering for a moment, his eyes shifted, and Chang Chen suddenly smiled. He took out a precisely structured metal playing card from his pocket, and with a gentle grip, a faint blue technological glow burst forth from the X-shaped gap in the card. Buzz! A blue beam door, 4 meters high, appeared out of thin air. Soon, a third-generation Iron Mama slowly drove out from the door. After arriving in the open space, the cargo door in front of it slowly opened, revealing another Iron Mama that had shrunk in size by 90%. As the smaller Iron Mama moved slowly, phantoms appeared around its body, expanding in circles, and when it completely exited the cargo door, it had returned to its standard size. All around, the red-haired mice bared their teeth, as if facing a great enemy, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Although the one on the shoulder, named Gigi, possessed high intelligence, it lacked experience, and its small eyes sparkled with shock. Chaotic, dirty, and scattered. This was simply the domain of Steel Mama. The body of the third-generation Steel Mama took on a triangular shape, its surface a matte black metal, with a floating system at the bottom emitting a blue glow, allowing it to hover about 50 centimeters off the ground. Mechanical sounds echoed as 9 mechanical arms extended from its 3 cross-sections. Then, a tremor emanated from within Steel Mama's mechanical body. Suffering from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, it was somewhat impatient. Chang Chen smiled. Thank you for your hard work. Buzz! 2 Steel Mamas charged into the garbage heap. They precisely picked up pieces of amorphous alloy, then flipped out some kind of artificial fiber cloth and bottled cleaning solution from within their bodies. Creak, creak, pft, pft. They sprayed cleaning solution on the amorphous alloy and then wiped it down with cloths, leaving no corner untouched, frantically scrubbing. Ding! Steel Mama lifted a well-cleaned piece of amorphous alloy, which, under the dim sunlight, still reflected a shimmering luster. Creak, creak, pft, pft. Inside the junkyard, the 2 third-generation Steel Mamas moved back and forth, their 18 mechanical arms flying up and down. And in the storage space on their bellies, pieces of extremely clean amorphous alloy stood upright like eggs, arranged neatly with a precise spacing of 0.1 centimeters. The inner side of the storage space also flipped out fixed ribbons, wrapped around the center of the alloy to ensure stability, with all the ribbons maintaining the same height, perfectly horizontal and vertical, creating an extremely comfortable appearance. Chang Chen scratched his head. There are benefits to obsessive-compulsive disorder. It feels good. Although Steel Mama's work steps were cumbersome, the calculation speed was incredibly fast, the movements precise, and the efficiency astonishing. Before he knew it, the amorphous alloy on the ground had been nearly collected. This is fantastic. Chang Chen was extremely pleased. Coupled with a massive amount of inferior amorphous alloy, his haul this time was simply overflowing, a huge profit. Over 50,000 pieces of alloy, the new partner version of Gigi, and behind Gigi, there was a legion of 140 million killer mice. Most importantly, Boss Mo's antidote had also arrived. Once again, he opened the miniature stargate, and a blue beam door appeared out of thin air. Chang Chen stepped inside. It felt as if space had folded. For Chang Chen, he merely took a step, his body feeling no discomfort, and the next second, he found himself in his underground shelter. Long before leaving, he had set up the return miniature stargate. As long as he had this device, all his journeys could become one-way. But what he didn't know was that the crow had passed the outskirts of Kyoto for the 3rd time. He stood on a ground-effect vehicle, gazing toward the mist-laden Kyoto. Sigh. The crow shook his head. Did Chigurh fail? What a pity for that brave young boy. Chang Chen looked at his underground shelter, somewhat astonished. Hanzai and Xiaoqian's efficiency was also remarkably high. They not only reinforced and disguised the entrance of the underground shelter but also installed wooden stairs in the sloping tunnel. Of course, the stairs only occupied half the space, leaving the other half for Xiaoqian to use as a slide. Inside the shelter, they built a wooden platform in front of the Earth Dragon King's expansion dock and crafted a wooden fence. With this platform, the curvature of the ground was perfectly resolved. The platform extended into a wooden corridor, resembling a winding wooden bridge that connected directly to the wooden stairs at the cave entrance. Chang Chen also noticed a small pile of soil on one side of the platform. The small grass he had transplanted was planted in the center of the soil mound, gently swaying. They probably want to create a vegetable garden or a botanical garden. That's a great idea. If it can really be realized, this place will be very beautiful. But on today's Earth, land is scarce and most likely polluted. Collecting enough soil is quite a difficult task. Cheng Chen stared at the small mound of soil, somewhat speechless. Why does it feel like a grave overgrown with wild grass? Hansi loves to cremate me so much. Now there's even a graveyard. We can have a complete package. The two steel mothers returned on time. When the warehouse door opened, it revealed a dense, neatly arranged, and spotless pile of amorphous alloy. The data showed a total of 49,803 pieces of alloy. Cheng Chen instantly felt invigorated. This is insane, too insane. Cheng Chen's joy was beyond words. He could only take action to make this harvest even more extraordinary. Crazy synthesis. Impure amorphous alloy dispersing into raw materials starting synthesis amorphous alloy *24901. The stomachs of the red-haired mice simply couldn't compare to advanced forging techniques. The amorphous alloys they formed were of inferior quality. After one synthesis, half of the quantity was consumed, just forming standard amorphous alloy. But Cheng Chen didn't feel regret, because these alloys were almost free, and no matter how much they were halved, the quantity was still astonishing. Dispersing into raw materials starting synthesis high-entropy alloy *12450. He. Ha ha ha. Cheng Chen looked at the ground covered with high-transparency, milky white high-entropy alloy, feeling a bit dazed. Who could have imagined this? Who would dare to think so? Previously, just 4 pieces of high-entropy alloy had brought Cheng Chen an income of 34 million credit points, and even the boss of MO was somewhat incoherent at that time. High-entropy alloy is extremely rare and expensive. What lay before him was a ground full of high-entropy alloy, not just a few pieces or piles, but a whole area. A whole area. With this quantity, even the reserves of the Interstellar Alliance wouldn't have so much, right? This must be synthesized further. Cheng Chen could even hear his own heart pounding loudly. What shocking materials will emerge from high-entropy alloy? Unable to continue synthesis? Cheng Chen heard the cold, emotionless voice of STC, as if an entire Arctic Ocean was pouring down from above, causing his hot little heart to chill instantly. Cheng Chen was stunned. What's going on? Missing blueprints for technology above level 4 civilization, unable to synthesize corresponding levels. Users can unlock higher level synthesis by collecting corresponding information fragments. Information fragments? Cheng Chen looked at his crystal wristband, where the blue starlight was still jumping continuously. Your information is incomplete? Cheng Chen recalled carefully. The items he had synthesized before, no matter how advanced, had never included any technological creations above level 4 civilization. One thing Cheng Chen was very clear about: everything synthesized by STC had a corresponding item in reality. It always executed the pre-designed blueprint. And once the blueprint was missing, even the powerful STC couldn't generate the corresponding item. So this is the limitation. That means my goal and motivation lie here. Cheng Chen realized, but how do I obtain the information fragments? I have once experienced immeasurable damage. My civilization has also suffered significant blows. We are scattered together in the vast universe. I hope that one day, you can help us stand proudly at the pinnacle of the universe again. Before that, I will do my utmost to assist you. Cheng Chen was momentarily taken aback. STC indeed came from a higher civilization. It was truly a product of advanced technology. The pinnacle of the universe. Cheng Chen's eyes flickered. Were they once the most powerful technological civilization? But no nation lasts forever, and no bell tolls indefinitely. At some point, they were defeated by other civilizations. Why me? A strong fighting spirit ignited within Cheng Chen. STC chose him for a reason. This was a heavy mission, because I have bad luck. What? The fragments are like meteors, uncontrollable. My main body just happened to crash down on you, the most unpromising bug. Let me tell you, who the hell would help you revive a civilization? I'll just lie flat. I'll just make money. I'll just arm myself, and in the future, when I see fragments, I'll just take a detour. For a rude civilization like yours, destruction is just right. The moment I was activated, everything was already destined. You will ultimately succeed. On behalf of the entire civilization, I express my gratitude to you. You. Cheng Chen was stunned again. You change your tone pretty quickly. In fact, banter aside, Cheng Chen, who had obtained STC, would never choose to simply lie flat. The completion of STC was particularly crucial. How could there be anyone in this world who despises their own strength and too much equipment? I will ultimately succeed? Cheng Chen was somewhat puzzled. In theory, technology can certainly master time, but I don't know what level of technological civilization can grasp the secrets and keys of time. Could it be that STC's mother civilization has already reached this height? Shaking his head, he dispelled the thoughts in his mind. All of this was beyond what Cheng Chen could comprehend at the moment. In any case, STC at this time contained all the design blueprints of civilizations below level 4. The human civilization Cheng Chen lived in hadn't even broken through level 2. In other words, the existence of STC was undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction strike. As long as it was used properly, the path of ascension would not be interrupted. As for the high-entropy alloys scattered around, they could currently only be sold to Boss Missouri. Cheng Chen felt a bit of anticipation. What kind of expression would Boss Missouri have if he knew the amount of this transaction? ZZZ. Calling Boss Missouri. Cheng Chen opened the dedicated radio. Your destined big client plus unparalleled benefactor is online. Cheng Chen. Mo's voice was still as steady as before. I conducted an investigation. The gray storm on Earth has already come to an end 4 hours ago, but why have my 20 technology boxes not returned? Ha, this guy really has no feelings. Cheng Chen slowly exhaled. You don't know? The world is unpredictable. Most things don't go as planned. What? Mo's voice came through. You need new materials to claim them as your own? Did you mishear, or is the signal bad? Cheng Chen was somewhat speechless. Your thinking is wrong. I cherish the opportunity to trade with you. What did you say? Mo continued. Those boxes are very expensive. They definitely cannot be free? What the hell? Cheng Chen narrowed his eyes. This guy figured it out but didn't directly expose me. What about me? But this high-level gene user really has high quality. Even the way he speaks is so sophisticated. Those are not important. The gray storm is coming, and I got a large batch of good stuff. What? This is a matter of principle. Don't think you can get away with it? What the hell? Cheng Chen was taken aback again. Boss Missouri, you really are a genius. You've staked everything on this. Are you planning to take the graduate entrance exam? Clearing his throat, Cheng Chen said, I've managed to get my hands on high-entropy alloy. What? Mo was no longer betting. He had never expected that within such a short time, Cheng Chen could produce high-entropy alloy, which surprised him greatly. Are you hiding some incredible secret? Mo's voice was filled with doubt. High-entropy alloy is a rare commodity even in the entire solar system. How can you just say you have it? I already told you, a gray storm hit and stirred up a lot of junk, and I've always had good luck. I just happened to pick up some high-entropy alloy. Cheng Chen spoke naturally, though he was a bit curious himself. He was already a C-level gene user, higher than Mo's level, so why could he casually say this without a hint of embarrassment? How many pieces did you get this time? Mo's tone was somewhat serious. Anything related to high-entropy alloy was a big deal. Moreover, he had shown full trust in Cheng Chen by specifically using the term pieces. 12,450 pieces. What? 12,450 pieces? What? Is your signal really that bad? 12,450 pieces. I've said it several times. Thud. Suddenly, Cheng Chen heard a strange sound from the communicator. Did Mo fall off his chair? Cheng Chen scratched his head. As a big boss and a high-level gene user, how could he be so unstable? What a joke. Just wait. The transport box will arrive soon. And don't drink those inferior gene potions. Cheng Chen arrived at the surface. He found that Hanzai was indeed meticulous. The exit of the underground shelter had been camouflaged with a large amount of junk, all welded or glued together. Without the sweeping of the gray storm, this disguise was very secure. Once the entrance was completely closed, the surroundings were filled with heaps of similar trash, making it impossible for anyone to notice anything unusual. Not far from the entrance was the shack where Cheng Chen used to live. Hanzai had propped it up again, but there was no doubt it was just a facade. Yet, such a detail could effectively dispel others' concerns. After all, Cheng Chen would always be coming and going nearby, and he definitely needed a nominal residence. Perfect. Cheng Chen nodded. Hanzai truly lives up to being a nanny robot. Then, Cheng Chen quietly waited for Mo's transport box, looking up at the sky. The 2 Starship fleet ships he had previously spotted were still hovering near the atmosphere. Why haven't they landed yet? Cheng Chen was puzzled. Usually, these self-proclaimed superior beings were filled with disdain for Earth, coming and going in a hurry, unwilling to linger for even a second. A slight sense of alertness emerged in Cheng Chen's consciousness. Moreover, this feeling was accompanied by a sound, like 2 thin crystals rubbing and colliding against each other. Is this the sixth sense of silicon-based life? Cheng Chen underwent a partial siliconization, his eyes turning into brilliant diamonds. Only then did he notice that the bottom of the massive ship above was continuously releasing wide-ranging scanning beams. These beams were not visible light, so the naked eye, to be precise, the naked eye of carbon-based life could not perceive them. Cheng Chen squinted. The pilot, Crow, had said that he had come this time to search for something. Originally, Cheng Chen thought Crow's inside information was unreliable, but now it seemed that Crow's information channels were indeed very reliable. After a moment of careful observation, Chang Chen discovered that the scanning beams from the starship could only detect down to about 50 meters underground, completely unable to find his underground shelter. Although they could sense the tunnel, in this garbage-filled Earth, there were plenty of scavengers profiting from digging, and such tunnels were everywhere, nothing unusual. Xiao Chun's father had also perished underground while excavating such a tunnel. Suddenly, Chang Chen heard a faint sound coming from behind a garbage pile about 500 meters away. Thanks to his genetic enhancement, he might not have noticed otherwise. What is that? This was the second time Chang Chen felt there was some living creature around. The last time, he had seen a quarter of a person struggling to crawl on the ground during a gray storm. Some kind of creature? Or perhaps a malfunctioning robot that had suddenly activated? Chang Chen shifted his feet slightly, but then he suddenly heard a voice from the communicator, prepare to receive the box. Looking at the chaotic and desolate garbage pile ahead, Chang Chen stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at the sky and saw a black biological box, much larger than usual, slowly appearing in the distance. The previous box was about the size of a shoebox, but this time, it was equivalent to a small refrigerator from the old days. TSK. MO has learned from experience. This time, he brought a bigger box and will load as many items as possible. At worst, he can make a few trips. Cheng Chen pouted, in that case, I won't have the chance to keep the box. Cheng Chen glanced again at the two warships hovering in the air. The box's flight path was cleverly utilizing the scanning blind spots. The Earth was sealed off, and now they had sent in heavy soldiers. Mo was quite brave, smuggling right under their noses. Chang Chen shook his head. Merchants, in the face of sufficient profit, risks are nothing. The gray storm had completely passed. The airflow was very stable, and the refrigerator-sized biological technology box landed smoothly in front of Cheng Chen. Cheng Chen examined the biological technology box. It was just a larger version of the small box, with no technological upgrades. Of course, due to the increased manufacturing materials, the price of this thing had surely multiplied many times. What a pity! How much alloy could such a small box hold? At most 500 pieces, right? How many trips would that take? Cheng Chen felt a bit helpless as he slowly approached and pressed the box's switch. The pneumatic sound echoed, and the hatch slowly opened. Cheng Chen was stunned. Inside the box was a chair that was just the right size, and on the chair sat Mo, dressed in a suit and holding a cane, crossing his legs, sitting as steady as a mountain, quietly watching Cheng Chen. Why are you here again? Cheng Chen felt a bit uneasy under Mo's gaze. Mo's expression remained aloof and formal. Pull me out. I can't get out. Cheng Chen exerted some effort to pull Mo out of the box, not expecting that this guy had really made quite an effort to transport himself. The box was too big and easy to be intercepted, too small, and he couldn't fit in. Forced to choose, Mo picked an extreme size, which led to him getting perfectly stuck. Cheng Chen felt a bit helpless. With such a big risk, why did you come in person? Do you think I wanted to come? Mo's gaze was resentful as he slowly touched his biological box. If I didn't show up in person, it would be like a meat bun hitting a donkey. You didn't study history well, did you? Cheng Chen corrected him. That saying is a meat bun hitting a dog. Right. Mo suddenly turned to Cheng Chen. It is indeed a dog. Cheng Chen's neck stiffened. Did he just dig a pit for me? High-level genetic beings really have a lot of tricks in their speech. Doesn't he get tired? At this moment, Cheng Chen noticed that Mo looked weak and needed to lean on his cane to walk, his physical condition much worse than last time. I want to declare that I do not mean to despise your identity, Mo said. I don't quite believe you can produce 12,450 units of high-entropy alloy. That's almost impossible. In that moment, Mo completely froze and swallowed the rest of his words, because Cheng Chen had arrived in front of the shed and, with a swift motion, slowly lifted the tarpaulin. The blinding reflection nearly dazzled Mo's eyes. There stood 4 individual pyramids, each towering at least 7 meters high. Previously, Cheng Chen had ordered Steel Mama to stack the 12,450 units of high-entropy alloy inside the shed. The valuable high-entropy alloy was piled layer upon layer, with all dimensions precisely measured to an astonishing degree, resembling a delicate craft, radiating a soft golden glow. Ding! Cheng Chen tapped on the pyramid, producing a crisp sound. With a smile, he immediately began to pack it up. Boss Missouri, have you ever seen such a wealthy dog? Unbelievably, there really is this much. Mo stood on the ground, his hands propped on his cane, but due to his overwhelming excitement, his hands trembled, causing the cane to shake as well, driving it 5 centimeters into the ground like a drill, and Mo's body leaned forward, becoming increasingly crooked. This quantity, there are really over 10,000 pieces. This will be my largest transaction in nearly 3 years, even within the entire family. It cannot be underestimated. I will once again make a stunning impression in the interstellar trading market. Mo's superior genes had been controlling his verbal outbursts, but his pupils were trembling. Next, he struggled to regain his professional demeanor as a businessman, continuously counting the high-entropy alloy. Mo found it increasingly hard to believe. How could there be so much high-entropy alloy on the garbage planet Earth, and concentrated in Cheng Chen's hands? This was simply too outrageous. Despite his many doubts, Mo maintained his business principles and did not raise any questions. I will soon find a safe way to transport these alloys. After the alloys are transported, I will calculate the price. Rest assured, it will be fair and at standard market rates. Before that, I need to store the alloys with you. We can consider ourselves friends now. Mo suppressed his inner excitement, his eyes flickering. I will first provide you with a credit limit of 500 million. Do you need cash or items in exchange? The total selling price of these alloys far exceeded 500 million. But Mo was indeed generous. Currently, he did not plan to transport the alloys. The transaction had not been smoothly completed, but he was still willing to offer a credit limit of 500 million. In his view, if Cheng Chen was in urgent need, this amount should be sufficient. Next, Mo heard a familiar request. Although he found it hard to believe, Cheng Chen still uttered that phrase. Black market gene potion failures, not seeking quality, but quantity. How much you have, I want. Upon hearing this, Mo could not hide his astonishment. You want that many potions? What exactly do you plan to do? What about those previous potions? But in the next moment, Mo proactively provided an answer, frowning. Do you have some kind of potion extraction technology? Cheng Chen took the opportunity to play mysterious. Don't tell anyone. Mo took a step back, momentarily dazed. Then, he stepped forward 2 more steps, staring into Cheng Chen's pupils, which were pitch black. The extraction of gene potions is one of the most difficult technologies in this world. I hope you succeed. Mo shook his head. While human gene modification technology was not the most difficult, it was certainly the most complex. Extracting gene potions in the civilian sector was essentially like a welder handcrafting an atomic bomb in the old era, with operational difficulties as high as the sky and a success rate as slim as dust. If Cheng Chen chose this path, Mo could only give him one word: he was truly brave. Cheng Chen was also observing Mo's pupils, straining his eyes to discover that deep within Mo's pupils floated imperceptible golden specks of light. The STC annotations were very clear. In those poisoned, golden specks would gradually appear in their pupils, and they would also show a growing fear of light. Cheng Chen scrutinized Mo. Boss Missouri, have you not been well lately? You can't seem to part with your cane? I've recently visited some special environments. I might have caught some virus. Mo casually shook his head. Our family has long employed the best doctors in the solar system. These minor issues will be resolved quickly. Cheng Chen smirked and nodded. Boss Missouri, have you been preferring to stay in dark places lately? Mo was taken aback, recalling that he indeed had not liked bright lights recently. Even in the starship's cockpit, he subconsciously chose the dimmest lighting, and every night, he felt inexplicably comfortable. Mo then raised his head. How do you know? Cheng Chen smiled. With Boss Mo's family background, you must have a large mansion, but whether it's the butler's wishes or others' orders, the lighting in the mansion has also been quite dim lately, hasn't it? Mo frowned, recalling for a moment. How do you know? Cheng Chen continued. Haven't other members of Boss Mo's family been feeling unwell lately, showing slight weakness, but not very obvious? Mo frowned. My family is large, my father is second in line, and I am the 4th son. To be honest, my father's branch has always been somewhat marginalized, including myself, so I'm not very clear about the situation of others. But, Mo inhaled slightly, my father has indeed not been well lately, and the family doctor has also been very busy. Don't count on your doctor, Cheng Chen sighed. He won't offer any substantial advice, he'll mostly say ambiguous things, trying to comfort you. He should already know the truth but is powerless. He might even be preparing to run away. Mo's eyes widened. Why? Because, Cheng Chen looked directly at Mo. Your entire family has been poisoned by a type of cytotoxin, and this toxin is beyond the reach of current human medicine. It can't even be shaken. Cheng Chen paused and added, the symptoms of gradual weakening, fear of light, and the appearance of golden specks in the pupils are all signs of poisoning. What? Mo's body stiffened, swaying slightly, barely managing to stand with the support of his cane. How do you know all this? Cheng Chen slowly replied, this toxin comes from the high-energy protein extract specifically supplied to your Mo family. Mo was completely stunned, a hint of terror appearing in his eyes. He then slowly turned to look at Cheng Chen, his expression growing increasingly shocked. Was all of this true? Did he find a clue from that bottle of drink? But since it was beyond the limits of human medicine, How did he notice it? Mo's heartbeat quickened, the series of shocks making it feel as if his heart could not bear it. You just said your father was marginalized, and you were excluded? Changchen raised an eyebrow. Knowing me is really your luck. This time, buddy, I'll help you stage a comeback as the useless young master, showing off and slapping faces, turning your mouth into a Nike swoosh, and saving the whole family. Mo said in a daze, I'm not useless, I'm just a little overlooked, not to the point of turning my mouth into a Nike swoosh. Alright. Chung Chen waved his hand, then took out a glass test tube. Inside the test tube was a drop of blood, congealed and shimmering like a ruby. Mo looked at the drop of blood and noticed countless tiny crystalline structures sparkling within, mysterious and beautiful. This is definitely not an ordinary thing. The profession-related illness is somewhat difficult to control. Mo quickly took out a miniature golden scale from his pocket and unfolded it to scan. The semi-silicon-based biological blood, filled with a large number of gene completion crystals, can theoretically repair all defective genes. There are no precedents for this transaction. Its value is immeasurable. Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did you get this stuff? You should care more about your own family, came the reply. Go back and interrogate your family doctor properly, make him tell the truth. Cheng Chen tilted his head and said, of course, your so-called top physician might also be one of the masterminds behind this. Speaking of that kind of cell liquid toxin, the only thing that can neutralize it, across the entire solar system, is probably this drop of blood. I've already confirmed that the concentration of this blood is very high, even if diluted 10,000 times, it can still maintain its effect. As Cheng Chen spoke, he looked up at Mo and directly handed over the test tube, slowly uttering one word, give. You, give this to me? Mo's eyes bulged to an exaggerated degree. What's the price? Cheng Chen just smiled and said nothing. Instead, he pushed the test tube forward again. Mo took the test tube, staring at the drop of bright red blood inside, his lips trembled, and his expression kept changing, unable to speak. Cheng Chen shrugged. I risked my life, endured hardships, and found this drop of blood to save someone's whole family. But that person suspects I've embezzled his transport box. TSK, Boss Missouri, don't you think this person has a wolf's heart and a pig's lung? Mo seemed a bit dazed. You mean wolf's heart and dog's lung, right? Cheng Chen looked straight at him. Yes, dogs. Hiss. The corner of Mo's eye twitched, and he took a small step back. Mo gripped the test tube tightly, his expression uncertain, and he unconsciously broke into a light sweat. He raised his head, looking seriously at Chung Chen. I will start investigating as soon as I return. If all of this is true, then my Mo family owes you, Chung Chen, a huge favor. If you need anything, my whole family will go through fire and water for you. You're being too serious, Boss Missouri. I'm just afraid of cutting off my financial resources. Cheng Chen waved his hand. By the way, what exactly does your family do? Are you all merchants of goods? I have to admit my mistake to you. My surname is not Mo. Mo straightened his chest. Our entire family's surname comes from a name that has shone brightly in the 1,000-year history of Huaxia. We are all his descendants. Our surname is the of Mozi. At this moment, a trace of sacred respect appeared in Mo's eyes, and the current head of the family is named Mou, but he has long gone to the stars and hasn't returned for 100 years. Oh, Mou. Cheng Chen shrugged. I've never heard of him. In any case, you haven't ignored my family. Mo said seriously, to express my preliminary gratitude, I must tell you some information. Mo looked up at the two starships in the sky. About this Interstellar Alliance combat team. Mo's expression became serious. Before they arrived on Earth, they purchased a large amount of weapons and ammunition from the interstellar black market. This is completely unreasonable. As regular troops, they originally had a quota for ammunition, but they chose to purchase extra, which indicates they have some combat plans outside the regulations. Outside the regulations? Combat? Chung Chen frowned. What exactly do they want to do? Everything is unknown. No one knows what they are hiding. Mo looked at Chung Chen. From now on, you need to be careful, or rather, the entire garbage earth needs to be careful. Mo's eagerness to return was palpable. It was as if some latent potential had erupted, stuffing himself back into the refrigerator-sized biological transport box. Cheng Chen was rummaging through his backpack, pulling out a bottle of blue drink and tossing it into Mo's arms. He smiled, drink it on the way. Mo's face turned a mix of blue and purple. Due to the cramped space, he had to hold the bottle but looked utterly disdainful. Didn't you say this drink was poisoned? Do you want me to drink it on the way? Or do you want me to hurry up? Cheng Chen grinned mischievously. Since this drink is toxic, it will definitely become garbage later. It would be a waste to destroy it. Instead of wasting it, why not find a way to transport it all in and give it to me? Cheng Chen's eyes sparkled. After all, this drink has a slight strengthening effect on human strength. Mo's brain struggled to process this, and he finally sighed. Let's talk about it after I investigate clearly. Watching Mo's transport box gradually disappear into the atmosphere, Changchen gazed at the two starships in the distant sky, slowly furrowing his brows. He then called Hanzai through the communicator, urging him and Xiao Qiong to hurry back to the shelter. Wow, who is this? In the underground shelter, Xiao Qiong looked at the little white mouse on Chang Chen's shoulder, her round eyes sparkling. After all, she was just a 6-year-old girl, and by nature, such a cute little animal had a fatal attraction for her. Its name is Gigi. From now on, it will be our new member. Chang Chen smiled as Hanzai and Xiao Qiong, covered in mud, had once again collected a lot of wood and soil, seemingly continuing to build the underground shelter. Gigi? Xiao Qiong reached out a finger, gently touching Gigi's fur. Then you will be my second pet. Second? Chang Chen was taken aback. Who is the first? It's Hanzai. Xiao Qiong's eyes twinkled as she pouted. Hanzai is silly and funny when he talks. He is my first pet. Hanzai raised his shiny arm. What do you mean silly? I'm super handsome, okay? Xiao Qiong got busy. After searching through the pile of wood for a long time, she found a handful of dry grass and wove a small straw hat, placing it on Gigi's head. With this outfit, Gigi's cuteness multiplied 100-fold. It stood like a person, wearing the straw hat, with its hands crossed over its chest, its white whiskers quivering, resembling a little sprite mouse. Moreover, the exposed brain and pink crystal on Gigi's head were perfectly covered. Xiao Qiong didn't mind Gigi's originally somewhat terrifying head because in this wasteland apocalypse, such conditions were no longer surprising. Besides, Xiao Qiong didn't know what a true pet should look like. The two starships above are not a good omen. You two, for the time being, do not leave the shelter. Chang Chen arranged seriously. Hanzai, contact the monkeys in them, temporarily stop the acquisitions, and try to find a place to hide. I will notify them when we can start working. Okay, keep your heart in your stomach. Hanzai wasn't really silly. He wouldn't do something reckless knowing there was danger. Xiao Qiong. Hanzai lowered his head. Did you hear what Chang Chen said? For now, we will stay here. Besides, we have a lot of work to do, and we won't go anywhere. Xiao Qiong nodded earnestly. I will listen to Chang Chen. Attention all scavengers in Zone B24. Attention all scavengers in Zone B24. At that moment, the old communicator emitted an announcement from the Scavenger Alliance. All scavengers please proceed immediately to the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance. Collectively welcome the arrival of the Interstellar Alliance combat team. This concerns our fate. We must show the utmost respect. Chang Chen furrowed his brow, a sense of unease rising within him. You two stay here, I'll go by myself. Immediately, Chang Chen donned the tattered scavenger cloak filled with holes. He confirmed that the extreme warrior armor was perfectly concealed beneath the outer garment. He checked his jet turbine shoes and anti-gravity gloves once more. Finally, he verified his eyes. The unique light refraction ability of his silicon-based genes had perfectly hidden the 3 rings of light in his pupils. Taking a deep breath, Chang Chen walked step by step toward the exit. I want to see what this interstellar combat team is really up to. In front of the Scavenger Alliance headquarters, a large amount of garbage had been compacted and flattened, forming a complete square. On either side of the square stood 8 pillars made from various melted metal scraps, towering straight under the gray sky. Here, even in the garbage-ridden earth, it was the biggest display. Thousands of scavengers gathered here. Water resources on Earth were scarce, making bathing a relatively luxurious affair. Over the years, the scavengers emitted a musty odor, and now, gathered together, they formed an aura that kept others at bay. Chang Chen stood among the crowd, quietly observing everything. Little beggar. A female scavenger, around 50 years old and wearing a red scarf, shoved a small cloth bag into Chang Chen's hand. Aunt Lan? Chang Chen was taken aback, opening the small cloth bag to find several round edible energy blocks inside. What is this? Aunt Lan's face was weathered, but she smiled. I recooked the ordinary energy blocks, filtered out the impurities, and added some sugar. Take them back to eat. Aunt Lan's husband was Old Lin, a close friend of Chang Chen's grandfather. Previously, when the hyena gang attempted to seize Chang Chen's amorphous alloy, they kidnapped Old Lin as leverage, but Chang Chen ultimately defeated the gang and rescued him. Regardless of how the environment changed, Old Lin's family had always cared for Chang Chen and looked after him. Aunt Lan was a great cook, often modifying the energy blocks distributed by the Scavenger Alliance to enhance their flavor and texture, then selling them for credit points to sustain their daily lives. Old woman, you're stingy. At that moment, Old Lin squeezed through the crowd. Chang Chen is still growing. How can that little bit be enough? As he spoke, Old Lin took off his satchel and pulled out another pack of energy blocks. Here, take my rations back to eat. But Aunt Lan pressed down on Old Lin's hand. You don't need to. Old Lin was taken aback. I know my energy blocks haven't been filtered, but there's still energy. Aunt Lan shook her head. No, your energy blocks are made with impurities. Old Lin, the president is here. The president has appeared. With the scavengers' exclamations, Chung Chen also looked up at the main entrance of the scavenger headquarters. An elderly man, over 60, stepped out first. He had a square face, deep wrinkles carved by the elements, and his hair and beard were snow white. He straightened his back, trying to appear radiant. Behind the old man, two figures followed on either side. On the right was a woman in a red dress, like a rose in the apocalypse, named Hona. The moment Hona appeared in the crowd's view, countless men waved at her, trying hard to greet her, their praises ringing out. Chang Chen's gaze lingered on Hona for half a second, instinctively furrowing his brow. He then looked at the other figure behind the old man. She wore a gray cloak, but it was evident that she had a tall and graceful figure, exuding an extraordinary aura. Including Chung Chen, the vast majority of people did not know the true identity of this figure. In the distant sky, two Hawk-class starships still had not landed. One of the starships slowly opened its hatch, and a shuttle-shaped landing craft gradually flew out. 3 seconds after the landing craft departed from the starship, Chung Chen saw that the area around the Hawk-class starship suddenly flickered with a layer of defensive force field made up of countless blue diamond-shaped blocks. Those force fields appeared thick and solid, suggesting they had extremely strong defensive capabilities. One of the diamond-shaped force fields flickered densely as the shuttle landing craft slowly passed through it and then landed on the square ahead, kicking up a cloud of dust. The scavengers held their breath. Even the president on the steps swallowed nervously. Cheng Chen also squinted slightly. With a hiss, the hatch of the landing craft slowly opened, forming a downward step as it landed on the ground. A tall young man gradually appeared from within the hatch. He was dressed in military uniform, which borrowed elements from a suit, appearing neat, solemn, and aesthetically pleasing. On his shoulder was a dark gold epaulet, with 2 thin golden stripes and 2 golden stars above. However, his face was obscured by a black high-polymer gas mask, concealing his true appearance. The young lieutenant colonel stepped down from the landing craft, followed by a dozen armed soldiers who filed out behind him. The young man walked forward slowly, scanning the scavengers standing on either side. The mask on his face gleamed with a cold light, creating a strong sense of oppression. The scavengers widened their eyes but remained silent, not daring to make a sound. Suddenly, the young man extended his white finger and removed the mask from his face. It revealed a handsome face, about 25 or 26 years old, with black hair and clear, light blue rings shimmering in his pupils. Many female scavengers secretly covered their mouths. He was so handsome. Haha, hello everyone, my name is Ning, and you can call me Lieutenant Colonel Ning from now on. The young officer smiled warmly and waved to greet everyone. A soldier beside him said, "Colonel, the air here. You should put on the mask." Lieutenant Colonel Ning frowned slightly and whispered, "If everyone else isn't wearing a mask, wouldn't it seem a bit too high and mighty for us to do so?" The soldier paused, then raised his hand to remove his gas mask, revealing a rugged face with a scar on his brow. The remaining soldiers followed suit, all removing their masks. Cheng Chen was somewhat surprised. How polite. The president of the Scavenger Alliance on the steps, witnessing this scene, had his pupils tremble slightly. In the next moment, the tension on his face gradually faded, and he hurried down the steps to greet them. President Li. Lieutenant Colonel Ning extended his right hand from a distance. "Welcome to your arrival." President Li, visibly excited, wiped his hands on his clothes before extending both hands to firmly grasp the young officer's hand. "On behalf of the Scavenger Alliance, I assure you we will cooperate fully." Following behind, he now looked at the young officer's face, her eyes sparkling with a special light as she bit her lips lightly. "All right, let me introduce you to Lieutenant Colonel Ning," President Li said with a beaming smile. "This is my youngest daughter, Hina." Hina stepped forward, extending her fair hand to shake the young officer's hand, and she held on for a long time, her beautiful eyes gazing at his face, her fingers lightly rubbing against the back of his hand. "Hello." Lieutenant Colonel Ning offered a polite smile, nodding like a gentleman, and then with some effort, withdrew his hand. "Haha, this is my eldest daughter." President Li turned to point at a figure draped in a gray cloak. It was at this moment that the figure suddenly yanked off the cloak. A figure appeared, clad in a leather jacket on top and tight shorts on the bottom, her legs snow white and straight, her stature tall and slender. When Colonel Ning saw her face, his expression froze momentarily. Gasps of surprise arose among the scavengers. Who is she? Could she be the president's eldest daughter? She rarely shows herself, many have never seen her. How can she be so beautiful? Hona had always been called the Red Rose of the Apocalypse, but compared to that figure, she seemed like dirt, overshadowed. Hong Yan's face was adorned with a light makeup, a hint of red on her lips. Her beauty, her figure, her very existence seemed entirely out of place on this garbage-filled Earth. "Hello, Colonel Ning." Hong Yan stepped forward. "As you can see, the current Earth is lacking in resources, and the scavenger's survival is particularly difficult." "Hong Yan." It was President Li who interrupted the conversation. "Colonel Ning has just landed, isn't it a bit too hasty to say all this?" "It's fine, Colonel Ning smiled, gazing into Hong Yan's eyes. Miss Hong Yan, you are actually a D-class gene? Hong Yan paused for a moment and gently nodded. Colonel Ning bowed slightly, expressing his respect. Even in the desert, flowers can bloom. That is truly admirable. It was at this moment that two soldiers carried a large black box to Colonel Ning's side. Colonel, as per protocol, if we discover any E-class or higher gene individuals during our patrol, we need to conduct a gene identification. Upon hearing this, Hong Yan's beautiful eyes trembled violently. The president and Hona beside her both shuddered slightly. Cheng Chen was also watching everything in the shadows. He felt something strange about the big beauty's eyes, but he couldn't pinpoint what was off. Colonel Ning waved his hand. Miss Hong Yan's appearance already speaks for itself. A check? I don't think that's necessary. The two soldiers hesitated for a moment and nodded. Understood. Hong Yan's expression relaxed. President Li burst into laughter. You soldiers have come a long way. Hurry inside. Let's sit down and talk. No rush. Colonel Ning said seriously, I understand Miss Hong Yan's intentions. I will soon submit a request to the Alliance for necessary supplies like fresh water, food, and energy batteries. I will apply for enough quantities and ensure they are delivered as quickly as possible. Really? President Li's eyes widened, his lips trembling with excitement. I never expected you to be so open-minded, so kind. President Li was so moved he nearly cried, looking at the scavengers. Did you hear that? Cheers erupted from the crowd of scavengers. Long live the Interstellar Alliance of the Solar System. Long live Colonel Ning. Colonel Ning smiled and nodded at the crowd. He looked back at President Li. Moreover, to show their importance to the people of Earth, the higher-ups have arranged for a group of heroes to be part of this inspection team. President Li paused. Heroes? Yes, renowned heroes. Colonel Ning slowly turned, fingers together, pointing towards the landing craft's door. Immediately, the sound of activation echoed, and 8 massive figures slowly appeared in the doorway. Thousands of scavengers fell silent. They were 8 warriors clad in exoskeleton armor. Each stood at a height of 2.5 meters, their robust exoskeletons made of titanium aluminum compounds, with a dark fuel cell mounted on their backs, wielding dark silver battle axes in their right hands and 20mm beam machine guns on their left arms. President Li's pupils seemed to quake. This is the Extreme Warriors 8? In the crowd, Cheng Chen's pupils contracted in an instant. He knew a secret that no one else did. The Extreme Warriors 8-man team has turned to dust. They were sealed in a fuel tank, buried underground for 20 years. At this moment, how could the Extreme Warriors 8-man team still appear? Cheng Chen's eyes flickered as he observed the equipment of these 8 individuals. That was the X-55 Extreme Warrior Power Exoskeleton. It was an iterative product of the original Extreme Warrior exoskeleton and a product of Cheng Chen's synthesis process. Compared to the Memory Metal Extreme Warrior armor on Cheng Chen, it was 2 versions behind. Cheng Chen remembered that the output power of this equipment was between 9000-9800 N. Could it be the Extreme Warrior team has been re-established? Have they recruited new pilots? Cheng Chen frowned, trying to find a reasonable explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, the arrival of the Extreme Warrior team is also to inspire everyone to face everything with greater courage. Colonel Ning turned around and saluted the Extreme Warrior team. Hiss, hiss, a more subtle sound of hydraulics came, and the metal masks of the 8 Extreme Warrior exoskeletons slowly flipped open, revealing faces that had weathered the years but still bore a resolute expression. They all saluted the scavengers in unison. Extreme Warrior Team, Ding Feng. Extreme Warrior Team, Lin Lanue. Extreme Warrior Team, Long Zhanxiao. Extreme Warrior Team. They each shouted their names, their presence formidable against the backdrop of the powerful exoskeletons. Cheng Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. Ding Feng, Lin Lanue, Long Zhanxiao. Cheng Chen remembered clearly that after he found those exoskeletons, he buried the remains and collected their nameplates. At that time, Cheng Chen was filled with reverence and promised that one day he would uncover the truth for them. So, he had long memorized these names. And now, suddenly, a group of exoskeleton pilots around 40 to 50 years old appeared, claiming to be members of the Extreme Warrior team, and they reported the exact same names? As you can see, Colonel Ning said with a righteous smile, 20 years ago, they undertook an extremely dangerous mission, and there were rumors of their heroic sacrifice, but in reality, they used their powerful combat skills to turn danger into safety and successfully returned to headquarters. Perhaps people love stories of escaping from the jaws of death, of heroes being reborn. The scene erupted in intense applause. Cheng Chen gritted his teeth slightly. Nonsense! The real Extreme Warriors 8-man team has already sacrificed. They were ambushed and had their throats cut from behind. Looking at Colonel Ning's heroic and righteous figure, Cheng Chen squinted. Who are you really? What is your purpose? the scavengers gradually dispersed, eagerly awaiting new supplies. Colonel Ning and his group also entered the Scavenger Alliance headquarters. Chang Chen stood in place, watching the armed Interstellar Alliance combat team seal off the Scavenger Alliance headquarters. Several sharp gazes turned towards him, signaling Chang Chen to leave quickly. Chang Chen slightly shifted his feet, standing outside their warning line, continuing to ignore those gazes. If he could hear their subsequent conversation, he might gather more clues. Chang Chen pondered, tilting his head, his gaze landing on the massive antenna standing atop the Scavenger headquarters building. This belonged to the broadcasting system of the Scavenger headquarters. The various announcements from the radio were sent out by this antenna. Chang Chen's brow twitched. Suddenly, he turned around, facing away from the combat team. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the depths of his pupils burst forth with a dazzling brilliance like diamonds. He saw in the air various blue ribbons swirling, which were actually electromagnetic signals, all converging at the top of that massive antenna. Chang Chen felt as if he was experiencing an illusion, his perspective following one of the ribbons, diving into the interior of the antenna, and then along the lines, landing inside the communicator located within the headquarters of the scavengers. On the digital display of the communicator, the frequency band flickered slightly, the value increasing by 0.01, but no one could perceive this detail. Just 5 meters to the right of this communicator sat President Li, Colonel Ning, Hong Yan, and others. In the next moment, Chang Chen heard their conversation. Colonel Ning, the reason you brought heavy firepower this time is because there's an SSS-level wanted criminal hiding on Garbage Earth? President Li's tone was noticeably altered, his voice filled with deep terror. Chang Chen, who was in the square, instinctively widened his eyes upon hearing this. This was indeed significant information. Chang Chen had heard some news before, 7 years ago, that genetic mutant who slaughtered half a colonial planet was only classified as S+ level. But now this SSS level, what kind of being could that be? This information was truly complex. First, Mo mentioned that this small team had purchased a large amount of black market weapons and ammunition. Then, the extreme warrior team that had come back from the dead appeared. Now, there was an SSS wanted criminal. What on earth was going on? What was the connection? Chang Chen listened quietly to the rest. The reason it is SSS level is because it was once one of the highest echelons of the Galactic Alliance's military operations. Colonel Ning's voice came through. President Li, have you heard of Kunlun? Kunlun? President Li's voice was even more surprised. The Kunlun that stands tall at the peak of the galaxy, as the military should be? Colonel Ning's voice slowly came, yes. President Li's voice became much sharper. Isn't it one of the 4 great generals of the Human Legion? Its name comes from a famous mountain on Earth, always a pride of humanity. That was in the past. Colonel Ning said slowly, now, it has betrayed all of humanity. Crash. Then came a flurry of chaotic sounds, as President Li seemed to have knocked over the cup in his hand, utterly shocked. What? Kunlun attempted to assassinate the other 2 great generals. The goal is to seize military power. Colonel Ning slowed his speech, enunciating each word. It wants to rebel. The scene fell silent for a full 30 seconds. Our visit this time, routine inspection is secondary. 7 days ago, the 5th, 6th, 12th, and 19th fleets besieged Kunlun's 24th fleet. They were almost completely annihilated, and Kunlun itself was hit by thousands of superpower sniper beams, suffering fatal damage. After that, it fled to Earth, which is under your jurisdiction, President Li. As Colonel Ning spoke slowly, one could clearly hear President Li swallowing, the sound of him wiping sweat, and even the tremor in his throat. So the blockade against Earth some time ago, President Li asked tremulously, is it related to Kunlun? That was to prevent Kunlun's remnants from replenishing it. Replenishing? Colonel Ning continued, Kunlun is not a human in the conventional sense. It was severely injured before, and if it wants to regain combat capability, it needs external equipment. President Li trembled again, but Earth is filled with technological garbage. Colonel Ning seemed to shake his head. I mean, no offense, but in Kunlun's eyes, these things on Earth are not even worthy of the word garbage. They are of no help to it whatsoever. Then, President Li said again, what should I do? Colonel Ning's voice came, you and the scavengers need to do nothing. Everything will be handled by us. The remaining conversation held no key information, just some routine checks. Chang Chen blinked, his pupils returning to black. He glanced back at the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance standing under the gray sky. The soldiers were still driving him away. Chang Chen stepped forward, heading back to his underground shelter. On the way, he kept pondering. Was everything because of this SSS-level wanted criminal? But that didn't seem right. Why were they buying ammunition outside the regulations? What secrets were hidden behind that extreme warrior team of 8? Was this small team righteous or evil? The probability of evil was high, but the question was, how could it manifest in certain individuals and the entire team? After all, they were the regular army of the Interstellar Alliance. Unknowingly, he returned to his underground shelter. Cheng Chen sat in front of the Ground Dragon King's expansion dock, frowning in thought, casually picking up a worn teapot to moisten his throat. Han Zai, why is Xiao Qiong in the potty again? Cheng Chen sighed. Han Zai poked half of his brass head out from behind the room. You said we couldn't go out, so we've been obedient, and then Xiao Qiong got anxious and didn't want to dirty the floor. The toilet is also uncomfortable, so she had to pee in your pot. Cheng Chen rubbed his forehead and then asked, where's Xiao Qiong? What is she doing? She's not behind the house, and she's not playing with her new pet. This was a clear cover-up. Cheng Chen scratched his head, slowly getting up and walking towards the back of the dock, guessing that Xiao Qiong was probably making some strange clothes for Gigi. After all, he was a mutated rat king, one should at least leave him some dignity. When Cheng Chen reached the back of the dock, Xiao Qiong was flustered, with her hands behind her back. Gigi's new clothes aren't finished yet, so I can't show them. Cheng Chen tilted his head and saw a half-height rack standing behind Xiao Qiong, with a piece of worn burlap covering the top. Cheng Chen frowned. What's inside there? That is. Xiao Qiong's eyes darted away. It's Gigi. Cheng Chen's frown deepened. Gigi. On the ground to one side, Gigi nimbly crawled out, climbing up Cheng Chen's pant leg and onto his shoulder. Meanwhile, the burlap behind Xiao Qiong showed no signs of movement. Cheng Chen's voice was low. I asked you what's inside there. Xiao Qiong was only 6 years old. Her psychological resilience was still very tender. At this moment, she was nervously rubbing her hands, her eyes filled with panic. Cheng Chen shook his head helplessly. He recalled how Xiao Qiong referred to Gigi as her second pet. The first one was definitely not Han Zai, but probably what was in the burlap. His expression turned serious as he stepped forward and ripped open the worn burlap. Then, Cheng Chen's pupils trembled, and he froze in place. What is this? Before him was a simple metal platform made of spliced pieces. On the platform sat a round birthday cake made from edible energy blocks. Ha ha, Cheng Chen, happy birthday. Xiao Qiong giggled, showing a reproachful expression. You adults are really worrisome, forgetting your own birthday. Cheng Chen, on this day 18 years ago, Grandpa found you, but we don't even know when you actually landed. So today was set as your birthday. Han Zai took out a welding rod, heated it with the spray gun on his arm, and stuck it into the birthday cake. Happy birthday, silly boy. Cheng Chen was completely stunned. Gradually, his eyes became a bit moist. We're all family. Of course we have to celebrate your birthday. Are you going to cry? You adults have such low emotional thresholds. Gigi. The chirping on the shoulder seemed to be one of the planners of this surprise. No wonder before, Han Zai had been so evasive. It turned out he wanted to lead Cheng Chen to the back of the house. As for Xiao Qiong, Cheng Chen had just been mocking her for her immature psychology and exposed acting skills, but in reality, Xiao Qiong's move was quite impressive. Xiao Qiong smiled. This cake is indeed a bit lacking, but you can imagine it in various flavors, like the sweet and sour cherry flavor, or the soft and sticky banana flavor. Whenever I think of it this way, I start to drool. Cheng Chen nodded, promising that once he had the means, he would definitely achieve fruit freedom. Cheng Chen, hurry up and blow out the candles. I heard that those who can't blow out their birthday candles are short-lived. Looking at the glowing welding rod, Cheng Chen wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. How do you blow this thing out? But no matter what, at this moment, Cheng Chen's heart was filled with emotion. He revealed a heartfelt smile. Thank you all. I previously underestimated you, thinking you had taken in something you shouldn't have. Bang! Suddenly, a dark shadow fell from the ceiling, smashing the energy block cake to pieces. Everyone was startled. They all looked up at the splendid and beautiful dome above. Then, their gazes shifted down to the object that had landed on the cake. It was a quarter of a person. 10 minutes later, this unidentified object was propped up on a metal stand. Cheng Chen, Han Zai, Xiao Qiong, and Gigi surrounded it, staring at each other in astonishment. It had a human head, female, with exquisitely beautiful facial features, full of vigor. At this moment, its eyes were tightly closed, with long, distinct eyelashes, and much of its synthetic skin was burned away, revealing a mottled face with exposed metal skeleton. It originally had a red ponytail that reached its waist, but that beautiful long hair was scorched, leaving only half. It also had half a shoulder, with a broken area exposing a silver alloy structure, and some red liquid was continuously dripping onto the ground. On the left side of the shoulder, there was a connected arm, but this arm was severely burned, with no synthetic skin left, revealing a twisted and deformed metal skeleton inside. Just below its neck, a long mechanical spine was left with only half, the nerve interfaces on the surface charred and blackened, resembling a terrifying mechanical centipede, swaying slightly in the air. "This is not a robot," Chengchen said in shock. "This is a highly cybernetic lifeform." Through the cracks in the metal skull of the unidentified creature, one could clearly see a human brain inside, pink in color, with visible folds and grooves. It was originally a human, but for some reason, perhaps due to limb degeneration or a desire to become stronger and enhance combat ability, it began to continuously modify its body, replacing its organs with mechanical prosthetics. In the end, it had replaced almost all human organs, including limbs, internal organs, and spine, leaving only its brain. Chengchen carefully observed the cracks on its head. The remaining brain has also been modified, implanted with various chips, likely to enhance reaction speed, computational ability, memory, and other functions. Realizing everything, Chengchen gasped and took a step back. Was the blurry figure he saw crawling on the ground earlier it? When did it come in? Chengchen looked at the ceiling, where the only object was the floating light of the Earth Dragon King. Had it been lying on the light all along? It was clear. The unidentified object before him absolutely did not belong to the garbage Earth. The technologies, materials, and components on it were all things Chengchen had never seen before. Chengchen was somewhat dazed. He had previously imagined all possibilities. One of those possibilities was that the Interstellar Alliance combat team outside had fabricated an SSS-level wanted criminal to cover up some other objectives. It seemed now that Chengchen had hit the jackpot. The SSS-level wanted criminal was not fabricated. The scene before him was so vivid. If Chengchen didn't connect these two matters, he might as well scoop out his brain, wash it clean, chop it up, and flush it down the toilet. But, was there another minuscule possibility? What if this thing was just discarded trash that had suddenly regained a tiny bit of energy and crawled into Chengchen's underground shelter? After all, if it really was that SSS-level wanted criminal, it would definitely be a hot potato. Handed over to the Interstellar Alliance combat team? But the morality of that team was still undetermined. Not handing it over? What if it truly was a heinous human traitor? Chengchen, she seems to be dead. Xiao Qiong gazed at the broken body before her, seemingly feeling a pang of sympathy. She was a very beautiful sister. Han's bulbous eyes sparkled. Not dead yet. Her brain still has a bit of weak activity. Chengchen decided to perform simple repairs on it first to obtain more information. He tilted his head. The KP-03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster, resembling a metallic pyramid, flickered with azure light. It was like an ancient miracle, as the hatch before it slowly opened, a misty halo emanating from within, and tens of thousands of nano-level repair robots floated like smoke, gathering towards the broken cybernetic lifeform. Chengchen's orders were clear. First, repair its communication function. The nano-repair robots aggregated and dispersed. Within the cybernetic lifeform's brain, extremely tiny electric arcs flickered. Due to severe damage to various circuits, only remedial repairs can be executed. Repair results cannot be estimated. A small UFO floated before Chengchen, relaying repair information. Chengchen silently nodded. This was garbage Earth. With damage to this extent, if it hadn't encountered him, Chengchen, and if Chengchen hadn't just synthesized the quantum repair cluster, it would have had no chance of being repaired. Suddenly, the eyelids of the cybernetic life twitched, and its eyelashes trembled. Whoosh! It suddenly opened its eyes, but only the left one. Yet, it lacked a human pupil, and there was no information like genetic level. It appeared to be an electronic eyeball, with a dim red dot flickering at the very center of the eyeball. Xiao Qiong instinctively shrank back at this sight. Chengchen attempted to communicate with it using the electronic resonance characteristics of silicon-based lifeforms, but there was no feedback, as it did not possess a core CPU. Its consciousness came entirely from that human brain. The red dot in the eyeball flickered, then transformed into a red halo, which began to slowly expand and then gradually shrink, ultimately condensing into a red pupil. It had to be said that its eye was beautiful, evoking a breathtaking sensation. Her left eye also began to tremble, but despite her efforts for a long time, it still did not open. The repair work of the quantum cluster was nearing completion. Chengchen steadied his mind and slowly spoke. "Who are you?" "I." The dust-streaked red lips slowly parted, the voice crisp and cold, though weak. It was very pleasant to hear. "I am. I don't remember." Chengchen furrowed his brow. Is the biological brain damaged? The scene before me was still very bizarre. A person with only a head and half an arm, even the spine exposed, swaying slightly as it spoke, yet it could not provide its own identity. Chengchen endured patiently. "What do you remember?" "I." The red ring in the right eye of the cybernetic lifeform flickered slightly. "I was betrayed." Chengchen's heart tightened. It was increasingly resembling that SSS-level wanted criminal. "What else can you remember about yourself?" I. The red lips on the head trembled. "I seem to have the surname Hua." "The flower." "Hua?" Cheng Chen tilted his head. Hua Mulan? I remember now. My surname is indeed Hua. My name is. The flickering right eye opened wide. It seemed unable to see Cheng Chen, only the void before it. My name is Hua Kunlun. Hiss. Alright, so it really is a jackpot. Cheng Chen leaned back. For the military, one should be like Kunlun, standing tall at the peak of the galaxy. That Kunlun? No. The beautiful head trembled with one eye. My father said, a daughter should be like Kunlun, daring to be the first in everything. Cheng Chen clicked his tongue. Your father is quite ruthless. A good daughter turned into this. In the past, Cheng Chen had heard some legends about General Kunlun on the interstellar radio. He knew he was brave and invincible, with remarkable military achievements, but most of his personal information was classified. The reason was obvious. It was not a human in the traditional sense. But one thing Cheng Chen never expected was that Kunlun was actually a female person. What about them? Who? What about them? The tone of the beautiful head suddenly rose a few notches. That group who slandered my name and labeled me a traitor. Their true identity is a gang of interstellar bandits from 20 years ago. They slaughtered an entire interstellar squad, donned military uniforms, altered system records, and brazenly rampaged for 20 years. Cheng Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. The amount of information was explosive. Kunlun was wronged, and the true identity of that interstellar combat squad was a group of bandits? In other words, the robbers put on police uniforms, transformed, and changed their identities? According to the quantum repair cluster's hints, the cybernetic lifeform's head before him had not been completely repaired. Rather, it was the subconscious in its biological brain that was supporting all its actions. In other words, this information all came from her subconscious. It was the most genuine expression from deep within her heart. She did not lie, nor could she lie. I need to expose them. I need to eliminate them. I cannot let this go. As she spoke, the left eye that had been stuck suddenly opened wide, and the beautiful head's eyes burst forth with red light, like a strong battle intent. Her head began to twist violently. I will never fall. I will fight forever. In Cheng Chen's eyes, she was merely a broken body, propped up on a metal frame, the only arm completely damaged and immobile, half of her exposed spine, and a bright red ponytail swaying violently with her head. What Cheng Chen saw was only a fallen tiger, only a hero in twilight, only the word tragic. I was betrayed by a traitor. I was destroyed. I lost my body and escaped to Earth. The battle intent of the beautiful head faded, her head gradually drooping, but she seemed to remember something again. But I saw a boy in the garbage heap, carrying technology far beyond Earth's level. He can help me. Only he can help me. Please help me. The voice of the beautiful woman's head grew fainter, and gradually, her eyes lost their luster, staring blankly ahead, no longer moving. Its energy level is extremely low. Self-preservation protocol has been forcibly activated, entering hibernation. The quantum repair cluster transmitted the diagnostic information. Cheng Chen took a deep breath. The truth was that the Interstellar Alliance team were the real traitors. They weren't even true traitors, but a gang of thugs. It was likely that 20 years ago, the real Extreme Warrior team was killed at their hands. 20 years. Disguised as regular troops for 20 years without being uncovered, there must be higher-ranking individuals protecting them. That person was the true human traitor who wanted to rebel. As for Hua Kunlun, he was merely their obstacle. The purpose of this team's mission was indeed to capture General Kunlun. But Kunlun was not an SSS-level fugitive. He was someone they had to eliminate completely, 100% silenced. Cheng Chen replayed the thoughts in her mind. After Kunlun escaped to Earth, he inadvertently saw her weaving through the gray storm, using the Extreme Warrior armor to leap dozens of meters to receive Boss Mo's transport box. Thus, the remaining consciousness told her that Cheng Chen might be a very powerful repairman or mechanic. Although the underground shelter was secretive, it currently had no alarm devices. Kunlun must have taken advantage of a moment when Han Zai and Xiao Qiong were out, opening the door to slip in. Once a formidable human general, reduced to such a fate. All because she held on to her obsession. It's rather pitiful. Cheng Chen sighed. The beautiful woman's head hung low, her eyes facing the ground, her face still holding on to its last expression, which was one of pleading. And on the melted metal ground, Cheng Chen's figure was reflected, appearing somewhat tall from a low angle. In that moment, Cheng Chen slightly puffed out her chest and turned her head. Han Zai, Contact Monkey, and the others. We can secretly start the acquisition business. Tell them I need some cybernetic limbs, torso, arms, legs, weapons, as many parts as possible. KRF-02 Hawk-class starship of the Galactic Alliance. Colonel Ning walked slowly along the corridor of the bridge. The overhead lighting beams cast his face in alternating shadows. Behind him followed two soldiers, who were carrying a rectangular, somewhat thin box. Colonel Ning's back was straight as he reached the center of the bridge, the entire control center. He raised his hand and slowly saluted, "General." The light in the center of the bridge was dim. One could vaguely see a tall and broad mechanical seat, and in the center of the seat was a hazy figure. The figure responded in a low voice, "What have you found?" Colonel Ning stepped aside. The two soldiers behind him placed the black box flat on the ground, and with a mechanical sound, the lid of the box slowly slid to one side. The bottom of the box lit up with white backlight. Clearly visible inside were hundreds of fragments of various sizes. Most of the surfaces of these fragments were painted red, and inside was some kind of translucent metal, arranged to restore the original structure of these fragments as much as possible. They now resembled half a humanoid figure. The figure in the mechanical seat slowly extended a hand. Colonel Ning understood and respectfully took a piece from the box, handing it to the figure's hand. The figure lifted the fragment towards the distant light, its somewhat dark eyes slowly squinting. "Ha!" The figure let out a low, deep laugh. He spun the fragment in his hand, a piece that had been deformed by high temperatures, its surface coating peeling away bit by bit. Yet, it was still faintly recognizable as some sort of badge, integrated into a mechanical prosthetic. The badge's design depicted a majestic mountain peak formed by simple lines, in a crimson color, edged with gold. "General, 30% of these fragments come from the space battlefield. The remaining 70% come from the garbage planet. The soldiers spent over 4 hours collecting these." Colonel Ning spoke slowly. "Our mechanics have assessed that her body has been shattered to an extremely severe degree. Even if she is still alive, she has no combat capability." The shadow in the darkness continued to admire the fragment in his hand. Colonel Ning added, "She chose Earth, which has almost no surveillance facilities. It seems like a lifeline, but in reality, it is a dead end. She will not find any useful parts here. Perhaps she can use garbage to piece herself together, but she will definitely be a fragile wreck that shatters at a touch. Here, no one will be able to help her, and no scavenger would be foolish enough to assist her." "Ha!" Colonel Ning chuckled. "Perhaps, by now, she has already been picked up by some scavenger, disassembled into fragments and hung in the market. After all, these garbage people only have this little bit of desperate pursuit in their hearts. Colonel Ning, you once served as Kunlun's adjutant, lurking by her side, providing me with her movements, ultimately assisting us in destroying her 24 fleets. This is indeed a great achievement." The figure in the darkness slowly spoke, "But I am now clearly telling you, I want her brain. I want to witness her brain death with my own eyes, and I want to embed her beneath my seat, making her forever feel the humiliation beneath my crotch." The figure looked at Colonel Ning, a cold gaze piercing through. "If you cannot find her brain within 72 hours, then you will not deserve to have your own brain." Colonel Ning trembled, quickly lowering his head. "Yes, General." Chang Chen arrived again at the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance. It was still guarded by soldiers from the Interstellar Alliance team. He utilized his silicon-based biological abilities to infiltrate their communication system. His ability to manipulate silicon-based DNA always felt like it was separated by a layer of gauze. Chang Chen still could not master it perfectly. It was as if he had entered an electronic maze, like a headless fly, lost for a long time. Finally, he saw President Li's bedroom, the elderly man in his 60s sitting alone on the bed, deep in thought. "President Li." Suddenly, a young voice emerged from the already shut communication device. "Who are you?" The old man was startled, looking at the communicator in the room with a shocked expression. "You are a hacker. You have invaded my communication. What do you want?" "The Interstellar Alliance team you received has issues. As a fellow scavenger, I feel it is necessary to give you a warning." President Li's expression flickered. "They are regular troops of the Interstellar Alliance. Before their arrival, I received a notice from the Solar System Alliance. Identity verification, keys, everything is normal. You need to be responsible for your words. Their current identity is indeed that of regular troops, but their past identity." President Li directly interrupted Cheng Chen. "You possess such advanced black technology, you are an impressive scavenger, but I hope you use this ability for the right purposes, not for such boring pranks." "President Li, are you really going to be so stubborn?" "Stubborn?" The old man frowned. "If you were in my position, would you prefer to believe in a fully documented regular army or in a scavenger hacker? Everyone says I am moderate. Everyone says I am timid and afraid of trouble, but my duty is to weigh the relationship between tens of thousands of scavengers and the authorities. Now everyone is waiting for the rescue of the Interstellar Alliance. Do you think you can make me question them with just a few words? What if the one communicating with you now is a high-level gene user?" President Li's body trembled slightly. "High-level gene user? How high?" "Sea level." President Li fell silent for a long time. It was a daunting piece of data. He walked to the window, gently lifted the curtain, and looked at the back of a boy in a blue scavenger cloak in the square. His daughter Hongyan flashed through his mind, along with the black market potion he had exchanged 10 years of wealth for. How could a sea-level gene user be born on this garbage planet? He sighed deeply. Child, let me give you some advice. Don't use those biological contact lenses to deceive people anymore. You can hide it for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Chang Chen paused. What kind of thought process does this guy have? Child, I actually discovered some problems. This team is too humble. They are too approachable. The patrols in previous years were not like this. They seem to be constantly trying to polish their camouflage. President Lee pondered, but it cannot be denied that today's garbage planet holds no value for them. We are just a bunch of cockroaches and rats living in a garbage heap. As the saying goes, bandits do not enter a poor family. We have nothing to lose. On the contrary, I can use their camouflage to strive for what I want. For example, using their closeness and humility to demand next year's rations. I survive in the cracks. It's rare to be confused. Child, do you understand? Just then, Chang Chen suddenly saw a dozen small transport ships appear in the distant sky. They broke through the atmosphere and landed on the south side of the scavenger headquarters square. After the hatches opened, boxes filled with edible energy blocks were stacked inside. The surrounding scavengers rushed towards those transport ships like a grand celebration. Meanwhile, Chang Chen stood alone on the north side of the square unmoved. The situation on the ground was clear-cut. In that moment, Chang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Everyone has their own starting point. Perhaps it is due to different needs or different stances. Next, no matter what tricks you want to play, the boy looked up at the starship in the distant sky. I, Chang Chen, will face them alone. Major, in the past 2 hours, we found another 12 pieces of Kunlun wreckage, an officer said. But her main brain has been missing. Could it be that some reckless scavenger has hidden it? Major Ning, sitting behind the desk, slowly stood up and looked down at the garbage planet in the night through the starship's observation glass. I don't think scavengers have the guts to do that. Major Ning frowned, his expression dark as water. However, these scavengers, like rats and cockroaches, are not without value. The officer asked in confusion, what value could they have? Major Ning chuckled darkly. Tell the brothers that the plan they've been looking forward to can begin to be executed. Really? The officer's eyes lit up. The brothers have been pretending for years. They are about to burst. This time, they can finally let loose on the garbage planet and enjoy themselves. But this plan must be carried out step by step. Tonight, we can only create a small commotion. Major Ning's eyes sparkled with a sinister light. I still need some performances that can slip through the cracks. Detected similar technological creations synthesize? In the underground shelter, Chang Chen looked at the pile of technological waste before him. This was the labor result obtained by the monkeys before the Grey Storm, just delivered. Meanwhile, the monkeys were tirelessly executing Chang Chen's new orders, doing their utmost to acquire cybernetic limbs. Previously, Chang Chen had ordered Han Zai to build a 300-square-meter wooden warehouse on the east side of the underground shelter, which would be Chang Chen's future workspace. I have no eyes. In the workspace, Chang Chen pondered, I need an effective and discreet surveillance system to track the movements of that counterfeit army. His gaze slightly lowered. Chang Chen looked at today's raw materials. Old antiques from the bygone era, 22 camera probes. They were all identical models, their white bodies already rusted, and the lenses caked with dirt. They must have been dug up by some scavenger. In this era, such equipment was worthless, and the original owner would likely curse the monkeys for their foolishness. Chang Chen's eyes flickered. Start synthesis. Disassemble into raw materials synthesis successful DF-011 drone *11. Lightweight aerial reconnaissance drone, equipped with night vision system, 200x zoom system, for wide-angle cameras, fixed monitoring range of 3 square kilometers, endurance of 4 hours. Chang Chen shook his head. It was far from adequate. The wingspan of this drone was a full 1.5 meters, with no counter-surveillance system. Once it took flight, the noise would be astonishingly loud, easily detectable by anyone with sight. Disassemble into raw materials synthesis successful DF-058 Flying I*5. Military comprehensive aerial monitoring platform, equipped with sonar system, high-precision thermal imaging system, 28 intelligent tracking cameras, power system upgraded to magnetic levitation, cruising noise below 35 dB too big. Chang Chen looked at the equipment before him. Its diameter was at least over 4 meters, and its overall shape resembled a small black flying saucer. One could imagine that when it flew, it would be in a quiet, soundless state, but the same issue remained, it was too conspicuous. Disassemble into raw materials synthesis successful AF-21 ecological camouflage monitoring system *2. Chang Chen looked at the equipment before him, his expression turning somewhat playful, filled with curiosity. Before him was a metal cage taller than a person, with slender bars and a semicircular top, while a row of red indicator lights flickered on the base. Chang Chen leaned forward, peering through the gaps in the bars to see inside. There, he found a tangle of metal branches, and perched on those branches were dozens of small gray birds. Birds! Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly. This device disguises the appearance of aerial monitoring equipment as tree sparrows, while also emitting simulated ecological chirps and biological electromagnetic waves. Under a level 3 technological civilization, it cannot be identified from a distance, and the tree sparrow is equipped with 2 high-precision cameras, capable of thermal imaging, wide-angle shooting, and long endurance among 7 capabilities. Tree sparrows are omnivorous, have a strong reproductive capacity, and are one of the few bird species that are widespread globally. This device, due to its excellent performance and good concealment, has been codenamed Birdcage. Birdcage. Chang Chen felt somewhat helpless. Tree sparrow should be the scientific name for sparrows. These birds once indeed spread across the earth, becoming a nuisance, and at one point were even one of the 4 pests in Huaxia, but now, they are extinct, completely vanished from the garbage earth. Even the 4 pests cannot withstand nuclear radiation and chemical toxins. If they were released, their chirping wouldn't be chirp chirp, but rather I have a problem. I have a problem. I damn have a problem. Chang Chen steadied his mind. Continue the synthesis. Dispersing into primitive matter. Synthesis successful. SF-100 Ecological Camouflage Monitoring System. Still the ecological camouflage system? But the serial number has changed to start with S. Chang Chen paused, looking at the unknown object before him, his complexion shifting from red to purple, then to white. What is this? Before him was a lump of metallic excrement. To be precise, it was a tower made up of layers of silver metallic discs, with the discs getting smaller as they rose, culminating in a small pointed tip. Chang Chen stared wide-eyed. This shape makes it hard not to have associations. Forget it. This should be a creation of some aesthetically peculiar advanced technological civilization. Chang Chen noticed that the surface of the metallic excrement. No, the mysterious device had inconspicuous gaps. It should be able to open. His palm gently touched it, and the excrement opened. Chang Chen's eye twitched, because inside this device were layers upon layers of very tiny grids, and in each grid stood a white worm, clearly visible, with rings of grooves on its body, writhing. Chang Chen was shocked and speechless. STC, is the codename for this device Maggot Nest? Its codename is Thousand Eyes, because it perfectly replicates the most powerful compound eyes in nature. Just then, the white worms began to writhe more violently. Suddenly, slender black tentacles pierced through the skin of the maggots from the inside, and then small black flies crawled out from within the maggots, shaking their transparent wings, adapting to their new bodies. Afterward, these flies quickly turned their heads and all faced Chang Chen. Chang Chen's pupils constricted in that instant. He saw that in the eyes of these flies, dense compound eyes gathered, and in each compound eye, his own figure seemed to be clearly reflected. Buzz, an invisible tremor came, and these little flies all vibrated their wings at once. Each of their compound eyes reflected a tiny gleam. Though small, the gleam was countless, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. They are not real flies, they are mechanical bodies. Chang Chen felt enlightened, and each of their compound eyes is a surveillance camera. Each fly contains about 8,000 compound eyes. This provides a 360-degree field of vision, observing the situation in all directions without visual blind spots. The compound eyes have a strong ability to perceive and track moving objects, capable of processing and reacting in an extremely short time. The human eye takes about 0.5 seconds to see the outline of an object, while flies only need about 0.01 seconds. When humans try to swat flies, it appears to them as slow motion, allowing them to easily evade. The flies in SF-100 are actually a semi-biological, semi-mechanized artificial species, possessing the functions of fly compound eyes, as well as long-distance signal transmission, intelligent control, and other attributes. They can even supplement biological energy through feeding, achieving ultra-long endurance. The current Earth environment is practically tailor-made for SF-100. Here, it is an almost invincible monitoring system. This device comes from a level 2.6 biological civilization. It is indeed powerful. Chang Chen's expression was filled with shock. On today's garbage Earth, aside from rats, flies have also survived, breeding near human living areas, buzzing annoyingly, just like in the old days. Next, I want to test its effectiveness. Chang Chen slightly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they had transformed into 2 brilliant diamonds. A flowing, ethereal blue ribbon slowly appeared in his line of sight. The body of Thousand Eyes also radiated a blue technological glow. Buzz! In the next moment, thousands of flies swarmed up, forming a clearly visible black whirlwind, drifting towards the exit of the underground shelter under Chang Chen's command. Yay! Where did all these flies come from? I'll smash you. The clueless Han Zai, being a high-end nanny robot, flipped out a huge metal fly swatter from its arm and chased after the swarm. Of course, the flies had the upper hand, and since Chang Chen had already opened the exit of the underground shelter in advance, Hanzai missed its target and was left gasping. Watching the flies disappear from view, Chang Chen suddenly realized, wait a minute. First it was the squeaking of a little mouse, and now it's little flies? Am I really getting involved with a garbage heap? Some people must be doing this on purpose, right? Has the title of King of Garbage been solidified once again? Well, whatever. No matter what it is, the effect is the most crucial. In that moment, a straight beam of light was released from the small tip of the SF-100 ecological camouflage monitoring system. Chang Chen was somewhat speechless. Does it have to be this? The beam formed a fan-shaped scan, and in the blink of an eye, a huge virtual screen was constructed in the air. Chang Chen was a bit taken aback. On this screen, densely packed like a puzzle, millions of monitoring perspectives were displayed, each no larger than a fingernail, all showing dynamic images. Under normal circumstances, such images would dazzle the eyes and even cause adverse reactions. But this device had a built-in gaze capture function. As Chang Chen moved his gaze, the millions of monitoring perspectives rippled like a shimmering water surface, very splendid and technological. When Chang Chen's gaze settled, the corresponding area's image instantly magnified. What Chang Chen locked onto was a rusty iron can, with a resolution of 88K, every detail visible. He could see the modeled text on the can Hualien Food Factory Pecan, produced on August 17, 2024. The name and production date of the can were on two different sides, yet Chang Chen saw all the contents simultaneously. At that moment, the can was aggregated into something resembling a four-dimensional model, allowing Chang Chen to see its front, back, left, right, top, and bottom all at once. It was a magical perspective, like X-ray vision, but much clearer. It was as if Chang Chen was standing around the can, observing it in a 360-degree angle without any blind spots. Is this the way flies see? Chang Chen pondered, then looked up. In the upper perspective of the can, he saw another fly, which was also a member of Thousand Eyes. But this fly was flying very slowly, its wings seemingly caught in thick air, each tremor clearly visible. It's not that the fly is slow, Chang Chen exclaimed in astonishment, but rather that Thousand Eyes capture and reaction speed is too fast. At the same time, on the right side of the virtual screen, a map was being drawn at a rapid pace, and the B-24 area where Chang Chen lived was completed in the blink of an eye. When Chang Chen's gaze fell on the map, the corresponding area was instantly magnified, showing multi-angle real-time images. All of this was thanks to those flies, which were now spread across dozens of kilometers around and were continuing to expand. Chang Chen also discovered that inside the SF-100, a new batch of flies was hatching. TSK, too strong. Chang Chen could sense that various warning alerts could be set for Qianyan, such as for fires, wild beasts, or those fake soldiers. Moreover, the Tianyan was equipped with additional biological contact lenses that could be worn on the eyeball, allowing for monitoring at any time and place. In that moment, Chang Chen noticed something strange during a casual glance. It was a village. This was not a perfunctory name, it was genuinely called a village. A small settlement composed of a dozen families of scavengers. However, at this moment, as the first light of dawn appeared in the east, a village, shrouded in a gray morning glow, was eerily silent. Chang Chen's eyes widened, and multiple perspectives appeared simultaneously. All the villagers of a village were dead. They had not been attacked by weapons. Almost all had their necks twisted or their spines broken. Some had been thrown to the tops of shanties, their half-bodies hanging down, mouths dripping with dark red blood, eyes wide open in death. Chang Chen's pupils trembled. A village. I don't know the others, but Old Lin and Aunt Lon live there. In the next moment, a glimmer of hope appeared. Aunt Lon, carrying a bamboo basket, and Old Lin appeared at the entrance of a village. They looked at the scene in the village, their bodies stiffening in shock. The cloth bag in Aunt Lan's hand fell to the ground, scattering its contents, which were the unsold flavored energy blocks. A guess emerged in Chang Chen's mind, and a simmering rage gradually surfaced in his eyes. It was Kunlun's doing. Major Ning sat in the hall of the Scavenger Alliance, a look of sorrow on his face. I hope those scavengers can enter heaven and no longer suffer. President Li trembled slightly. No wonder I couldn't reach a village last night. No one responded. I was trying to have them come collect their rations. Hong Yan clenched her fists. Has Kunlun gone mad? Why would she massacre the scavengers? Kunlun. Her nature is evil, Major Ning frowned. Perhaps the villagers were unwilling to cooperate with her, unwilling to be threatened by her. Sigh. After a pause, Major Ning raised his head. I think it's time to tell the scavengers the truth. Next, I will release the possible status of Kunlun, and you need to inform everyone of two things. First, absolutely prohibit anyone from providing any form of assistance to objects suspected to be Kunlun. Second, if any object suspected to be Kunlun is discovered, notify me immediately. Inside the KRF-02 Hawk-class starship, Major Ning was followed by a group of soldiers, wearing strange smiles as they hurried through. The sound of polished shoes echoed crisply against the floor as he passed through corridors and doorways. As he walked, Major Ning loosened his shirt collar, casually exposing his chest. He also unbuttoned his cuffs, rolling up his sleeves to reveal arms with faint wrinkles left by washed tattoos. An elderly man in a white coat approached with a flattering smile, offering a tray. "Major, this is the anti-aging serum for this month. Haha." Major Ning paused. "What are you laughing about?" The elderly man in the white coat bowed slightly. "Sorry, that's a saying from my hometown. I'm just used to it." Major Ning shot him a glare, then grabbed the syringe from the tray, biting off the needle cap with his teeth and swiftly injecting it into his arm. The pale blue serum was injected into his body in one go, and he casually tossed the syringe aside. The elderly man nodded and smiled, kneeling to pick up the syringe, watching Major Ning leave. Click! The attendant pushed open the massive double doors in front of him. Major Ning's figure slowly appeared at the doorway. Inside the starship's transport bay, over 500 soldiers of the Interstellar Alliance were gathered. When the soldiers saw Major Ning arrive, they did not stand up or salute. Instead, they continued to laugh and joke, some cleaning their weapons, others drinking strong liquor. Most of them would glance at Major Ning, nod their heads, and greet him. "Brothers," Major Ning said nonchalantly, "the hunting plan can begin." "Oh," many soldiers perked up, standing up eagerly. "Boss, how are we playing this time?" He. Major Ning strolled in, casually sitting on a piece of cargo, lifting one leg to rest on the edge of a box. "During the day, I want all of you to search for Kunlun's whereabouts. No slacking off. And once night falls, it's our time to have fun. Last night, the little village that Team Mao 2 slaughtered, I've successfully framed it on Kunlun." Major Ning revealed a smug smile. Initial panic has already set in. From now on, no matter what happens, those foolish scavengers will instinctively blame Kunlun. Many soldiers' eyes lit up. This trick is brilliant. The brothers can't hold back anymore. Every day pretending to be regular troops, acting like we follow orders, acting like iron-blooded warriors. If we don't get our hands a bit bloody, it's like we haven't eaten, we feel completely lifeless. Looking at those scavengers who are as weak as chickens, my hands are itching. One soldier mimicked the humble demeanor of Chairman Li, bending over and speaking in a high-pitched voice. "Major Ning, hello, you finally came. I admire you so much, you were so mighty. Ha ha, brother, my dream is also to join the army when I grow up and serve the Galactic Alliance." Another soldier imitated the voice of a scavenger child, speaking in a cheeky manner, causing uproarious laughter. At that moment, the soldier who had been mimicking the child straightened up, his eyes gleaming with a beast-like intensity, and said in a low voice, "When I'm a soldier, I just want to snap his neck and rip his belly open." Major Ning slowly exhaled. "The anti-aging serum we've been using has certain side effects. It stimulates the ferocity within. You've all suffered over the years. It's fine." A soldier with a massive scar across his face looked up and said, "Isn't this the relaxation moment we've been waiting for? Same old rules, point system." Major Ning casually picked up a dagger, fiddling with it in his hand. According to combat strength, Team Mao 2 goes first to the hunting ground, then after 10 minutes, the stronger Team Huzi, and after another 10 minutes, Team X, and so on. Children and the elderly get 1 point, women 2 points, and adult men 3 points. The dagger spun quickly between his fingers as Major Ning looked up and said, "Anyone who sees a living person, not a single one can be left alive. If any team reveals their identity, their points will be reset to 0, and other teams must immediately assist in silencing everyone within 100 miles. The total time is 4 hours. Once the first light appears on the horizon, everyone must return to the team." The soldiers were already rubbing their fists together, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. "Sounds exhilarating. Also, no hot weapons tonight. Everyone, engage in hand-to-hand combat." Major Ning looked at everyone. "Do you understand?" "Understood." A group of soldiers was eager. "Boss, when do we start?" "Countdown 5 minutes." Major Ning with a snap inserted the dagger into the box, revealing a sinister smile. "After tonight, a large number of scavengers will be killed by Kunlun, and Kunlun will transform into the most terrifying demon. Who would dare to help her? Who would dare to hide her whereabouts?" One soldier laughed maniacally. "Yeah, they would love to provide us with some information, hoping we catch Kunlun quickly. He. As the saying goes, the eyes of the masses are sharp, and the power of the masses is strong. Ha ha ha." Lieutenant Ning squinted his eyes. "This way, we can speed up the capture of Kunlun and let the brothers have some fun." The Mao 2 team consisted of 12 members, all ready at this moment. They had changed into black night gear, standing 10 meters away from the landing craft, already in a starting position. The so-called Mao 2 team was actually the advanced squad among the interstellar bandits, responsible for gathering intelligence and scouting ahead. Inside the cargo hold of the Hawk-class starship, a large screen had already lit up. At the top were the names of the teams: Mao-Tu Team, Axe Team, Beard Team, and so on, while below was a form for recording points. They would first report the battle situation in real time through their communicators. Finally, the verification would be completed based on the number of human right ears they brought back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! The Mao-Tu team rushed into the landing craft, which roared to life, leaving the starship and descending towards the garbage-strewn surface of Earth. Under the night sky, the air currents swelled as the landing craft chose a location far from residential areas and quietly landed. The members of the Mao-Tu team stepped out of the hatch, each with a fierce glint in their eyes. This time, our points must exceed the Beard team. Those idiots have been mocking us for months. After all these years, our strength level should be reassessed. Yeah, I'm so tired of wearing this Mao-Tu label. I say, can we put aside the competitiveness and focus on enjoying the moment? Life requires wisdom. Wisdom my ass. I remember when I first landed, I scouted well, 12 kilometers east. There's a scavenger's den with at least 20 people living there. Look at you, you really have no ambition. You'll never shake off the Mao-Tu label, always just scouting. I know another place with at least 30 people. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. You're just the same. Ugh, why are there so many flies? Garbage Earth is just garbage, it's so disgusting. In the night, a boy wearing a blue scavenger cloak slowly emerged from behind a garbage mound, standing in front of the Mao-Tu team. A gift delivered to our door? Our luck is turning. The 12 members of the Mao-Tu team looked up and saw dozens of flies swirling around the boy, all frowning in unison. So disgusting. Don't be picky. Having something to play with is good enough. A burly member stepped forward, clenched his fist, and bones cracked. I'll take this one, score a point first. So, you find pleasure in slaughtering scavengers. The boy in the darkness slowly spoke. A member of the Mao-Tu team frowned and tilted his head. This kid has been hiding here. Did he hear our conversation? What if he did? The strong member at the front said, look at him, he looks so weak. He probably can't even fill his stomach. Living must be a struggle for him. In the eyes of these big men, there was a faint ring of earthy yellow light, which was not a sign of high-level genetic enhancement. It was a form of modification characteristic, as they had been taking a certain enhancement drug for years, resulting in improved physical qualities. Each of them was strong, with solid muscles, and their combat power was several times greater than that of ordinary people. Among the entire Interstellar Alliance team, Lieutenant Ning was a high-level genetic enhancer, while the others were all of this enhanced form. In other words, entering the scavenger's world was like wolves entering a flock of sheep, harvesting at will. This is Garbage Earth, the home of scavengers, and it is also my home. The boy in the darkness slowly took a breath. I can do whatever I want here. Even if I take a step back, other scavengers can also do whatever they want here. At that moment, the boy suddenly looked up, his gaze dark and sharp. But you cannot. Damn, is this kid sick? A strong man swung his arm and stepped forward. Give him 3 points. Boom! The ground where the boy stood suddenly erupted with a large amount of garbage being kicked away, and he vanished from his spot. In the night, a shadow appeared in front of the strong man, and upon seeing the still somewhat youthful face, the man was taken aback. In the next second, the strong man felt a powerful force gripping his neck, like an unyielding iron hoop. Then he felt his head heavy and his feet light. He was lifted by the neck and spun around. A tremendous force surged through him, and he was slammed headfirst into the ground. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering echoed from the strong man's skull and spine. His skull instantly shattered, and a large amount of black blood oozed from his features, killing him in an instant. The other members of the rookie team hadn't even reacted, standing there in shock. Inside the exosuit of the extreme warrior, a trajectory with 11 stopping points appeared in an instant, and each stopping point represented a lethal move. The talent brought by the C-grade gene allowed Cheng Chen's speed to exceed the limits of the armor, but even the restricted speed was something this group of rookies could not comprehend. Clang! A silver cold light appeared before a bandit's neck. His pupils suddenly contracted, realizing it was a curved dagger, but the dagger's trajectory seemed a bit off, suddenly changing direction just 2 centimeters from his skin, heading towards the back of his neck. The bandit relaxed. He had dodged. But in the next second, the curved dagger suddenly spun rapidly, like a sharp winch, rotating hundreds of times around his neck in an instant. The bandit only felt a chill at his neck, and then his perspective spun upwards into the sky. For the last time, he glanced at the desolate garbage earth, and then his view crashed down heavily, tilting as he watched that figure, like a dark demon, slaughtering his comrades one after another. Thud! Thud! One member of the rookie team after another fell to the ground, each one a fatal blow, all of it adding up to no more than 100 seconds. The boy's scavenger cloak fluttered gently. He shook his hand, retracting the memory metal dagger, glanced back at the corpses on the ground, and slowly said, 36 points. Inside the Hawk-class starship, Major Ning tapped the silent communicator, shaking his head. The rookie team still can't do it. 9 minutes have passed, and there's still no news, nor any points. Then, Major Ning looked at the nearby lineup. The Beard team is ready to go. Hope you have fun and achieve a good score. Cheng Chen checked the 12 corpses. He was somewhat disappointed to find they hadn't carried any firearms. Then, he discovered 12 particle-cutting daggers and 12 pieces of equipment resembling small signal jammers on them. After collecting these spoils, Cheng Chen casually dug a pit and buried them. Just as he finished everything, he heard a movement in his ears, turned around, and saw another landing craft flying out from the Hawk-class starship. Are these guys really executing the points competition according to the program? Cheng Chen's eyes flickered, and he quickly hid behind a nearby garbage mound. The landing pod slowly descended. 12 members of the Beard team filed out, their eyes gleaming with a beast-like hunger. The group from the Mao 2 team is ridiculously foolish. They're probably searching aimlessly. I've already confirmed the nearby water source. After sunset, the chemical toxins here will slightly decrease, and a large number of scavengers will come to fetch water. A burly man removed his wig with one hand, revealing a bald head covered in tattoos. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. East side, 5 kilometers. I'll wait at the water source for a rabbit to come. The phrase waiting for a rabbit by the stump is well used. A low voice came from above, where a boy sat atop a pile of garbage, draped in a tattered scavenger cloak, silhouetted against the hazy silver moon. The bald man was likely the leader of this small group. He squinted. I've said it before, even when facing scavengers, we shouldn't underestimate them. This place is full of toxins. It's inevitable that some genetic mutations might appear. The bald man took a defensive stance. Look, at the top of that high garbage mound, there's such a small metal box, and he's sitting there steadily, not making a sound for several minutes. This guy must have high agility. Lao San, you just injected an agility-enhancing drug, go test him out. The rest of you, surround him and look for a chance to strike decisively. 4 minutes later, Cheng Chen stood on the tattooed bald head. The owner of the bald head had already been knocked out with a punch, blood oozing from his orifices, his tongue hanging out. Cheng Chen slowly wiped his palms, 72 points. After that, Cheng Chen casually dug a pit and buried the Huzi team. He collected another 12 particle-cutting daggers and 12 pieces of equipment resembling small signal jammers. Then, he looked hopefully at the Harrier-class starship hovering in the air. The garbage Earth is vast and sparsely populated. It might be a bit unsatisfying. Too much time has been wasted searching for targets. 10 minutes are up. Major Ning shook his head. Axe team, prepare for the next round. Cheng Chen stared at the Harrier-class starship in the air, feeling like time was dragging on. He tried 2 things. First, he attempted to connect to the control systems of the 2 starships through the genes of silicon-based lifeforms, but there was no feedback, perhaps due to the distance or the powerful defensive field on the starship's surface. Second, he tried to use STC to scan the 2 starships and synthesize them. However, STC provided an unexpected response. The 2 Harrier-class starships share a common control brain, which possesses autonomous consciousness and personality traits. STC's fundamental belief: do not plunder, do not forcibly synthesize items with clear ownership. This is an unwritten rule passed down in the mother civilization. 108 points. The extreme warrior armor retracted into his sleeves, and Cheng Chen tilted his head slightly. All 12 members of the Axe team hung lifelessly on the garbage mound. The leader of the Axe team was strong. According to the extreme warrior armor assessment, his punch had a force close to 2,200 newtons, which is quite abnormal for an ordinary person. At this moment, he was pierced through the chest by more than a dozen metal spikes, blood dripping, yet he still hadn't breathed his last. He stared with bulging eyes, fixated on Cheng Chen's back. We might have been targeted by the Interstellar Alliance. It's impossible for scavengers to be this strong. But he didn't have time to send any message before his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Cheng Chen casually dug a pit and buried the Axe team. He harvested another pile of equipment. Major Ning stretched. To ensure the reasonableness of the deaths, we'll send out these 3 teams today. Everyone, get some rest and look forward to their battle report in 4 hours. The bandits felt a bit disappointed but also somewhat expectant, because this hunting game had just begun. Until the east gradually revealed the deep night, Cheng Chen still hadn't waited for the 4th wave. It seems the audition has ended. They must be slaughtering at night, then pretending to be regular troops during the day. Cheng Chen had summoned a large number of thousand-eyed flies, which were spread out beneath the 2 starships, closely monitoring the movements of the crew inside. Once they ventured outside, Cheng Chen would receive an early warning. After that, Cheng Chen returned to his underground shelter. In the workshop, today's haul was neatly arranged on the ground. 36 particle cutting daggers, 18 small electronic shielding devices. Chang Chen had buried a total of 36 bandits and originally obtained 36 small electronic shields, but these shields also had internal communication functions, serving as communication facilities for the bandit team. Chang Chen felt that these communicators were very likely equipped with tracking systems. To be safe, he conducted a synthesis in the wild. Now, these communicators had transformed into a brand new type of device, and they were in an unactivated state, eliminating any possibility of being tracked. He picked up a particle-cutting dagger. The side of the dagger bore the steel stamp of the Interstellar Alliance team, official military equipment now held in the hands of a gang of bandits, stained with the blood of countless innocents. Chang Chen then looked at the 18 electronic shielding devices. What the underground shelter lacked the most was a set of shielding equipment, preferably integrated with a monitoring facility. This way, it could not only prevent deep scans from the starships above but also identify abnormal intruders, such as Kunlun and the like. Dispersing into primitive matter, synthesis successful, magnetic shield, *9. Dispersing into primitive matter, synthesis successful, high-energy magnetic beam signal defense launcher, *4. EOP gravitational field shield, *2. Innocent defense array, *1. Chang Chen completed the synthesis in one go, directly reaching the highest level, and a metallic football radiating a yellow glow quietly floated in the air, slowly rotating. Indiscriminate shielding against all probing signals below level 4 civilization, or arbitrarily tampering with its signal feedback. Even visual observation can release a visual distortion field, highly realistically modifying the observer's visual image, achieving the effect of seeing a mountain is not a mountain. Built-in pinpoint high-energy sniper beam, capable of instantly killing abnormal intruders according to the user's command. Built-in ionized plasma defense shield system, can be passively activated once due to energy limits, maximum resistance against 20 million MPa pressure. This device comes from a level 3 technological civilization. Simply perfect. Chang Chen's eyes sparkled, the shielding capability far exceeds expectations, the pinpoint sniper beam is also unexpected. And that plasma defense shield, 20 million megapascals? The pressure at the Earth's core is only 400,000 megapascals. This last function is an incredibly powerful life-saving skill. Chang Chen raised his hand. The metallic football slowly ascended, hovering at the top of the underground shelter. Chang Chen opened his eyes wide, and his pupils shone with brilliant gem-like light. The football received the command and began to activate, its body radiating a faint yellow glow, forming a nearly invisible light yellow ripple that perfectly enveloped the entire underground shelter. Finally, a halo emanated from the football, also light yellow, slightly tilted. The entire set of equipment completed its activation, presetting, and deployment, falling into a state of stillness. The halo did not dissipate, appearing very beautiful from a distance. Chang Chen tilted his head. The dome of the shelter, originally brilliant like the Milky Way, now with the innocent defense array, particularly resembled Saturn. Even the Saturn rings were identical. Chang Chen experienced a momentary illusion. Above his head seemed to be an incomplete universe. He shook his head. Chang Chen turned around and returned to the workshop. Looking at the row of particle-cutting daggers on the ground, he hesitated slightly. Currently, I don't lack cold weapons, as the Extreme Warrior armor can form various types of weapons, available at any time, with endless transformations. Chang Chen decided to leave himself something to look forward to. After collecting more of the same daggers, he performed a major synthesis, directly upgrading to level 7 technology. The long night stretched on, and Chang Chen's gaze searched once more. On one side of the workshop, there was still a small amount of garbage collected by the monkeys. Among it was a half-person-high aluminum barrel. Inside were thousands of small green capsules, round and light, very similar to pills from the old era. Soilless cultivation capsule. When dissolved in water, it can form a soilless cultivation container with a diameter of about 10 centimeters, suitable for planting various potted flowers. This is a very convenient planting method. Unfortunately, the garbage-filled earth has a harsh environment, lacking sunlight, making it impossible to grow healthy plants. There are actually so many. It should be able to synthesize some amazing things. Chang Chen raised his wrist-mounted STC, and a blue fan-shaped beam slowly blossomed. Synthesis successful, max soilless cultivation capsule, *3365. When dissolved in water, the soilless cultivation container expands to 300 centimeters. Chang Chen shook his head. Simply expanding the volume has no significance for now. Disassemble into primitive material, KN ecological gel, *1682. Abandoning the nutrient solution form, upgraded to an ecological gel that can integrate various trace elements needed by plants, while also providing moisture and breathability, shielding plants from disease, and shortening the plant growth cycle by 240%. The planting medium has changed. Efficiency has improved a lot, but for the ecological environment of garbage earth, it's still far from enough. Cheng Chen tilted his head, continue synthesizing. Limited space detected around, extracting a portion to perform synthesis operation. Cheng Chen paused. He hadn't encountered a similar situation before, and the STC settings were very user-friendly. KN03 Ecological Planting Platform, *8, can expand to a 50 by 50 square meter ecological gel, built-in miniature artificial sun, providing effective light for crops while purifying and filtering the surrounding air, offering high-quality growth space for crops, with a growth efficiency increase of 860%. Artificial sun? Cheng Chen's eyes flickered. Continue. Disassemble into primitive material, synthesis successful, SN11 Ecological Recycling Platform, can expand to a maximum of 1000 by 1000 square meters of ecological gel, built-in upgraded artificial sun, additionally equipped with an inorganic decomposition system, can effectively decompose various inorganic materials and convert them into clean energy or nutrients needed by crops, while integrating microbial civilization's biological symbiosis enhancement technology, creating a special symbiotic relationship between microorganisms and plants, increasing plant growth efficiency by 6,400%. This technology comes from Level 4 technological civilization. Before Cheng Chen, a 5-meter-high black rectangular prism suddenly appeared, its surface engraved with complex electronic patterns, within which flickered a green light representing vitality. Is this the limit? Cheng Chen's eyes sparkled. Presumably, Level 4 civilization doesn't need to obtain food through planting crops. They should use artificial food, synthetic proteins, or some completely unimaginable methods. And this SN11 Ecological Recycling Platform is not a mainstream device, with no need for in-depth research and development. It's like a flashlight in human civilization. You could say it's a Level 1.5 technological creation, and it is, but almost no one uses it. But Cheng Chen stared at the STC's annotations, secretly astonished. Decomposing inorganic materials, converting them into energy or nutrients? Doesn't that elevate to the molecular manipulation level? What inorganic materials are there? Metals, glass, ceramics, sand, and gravel. Cheng Chen's eyes widened. In this garbage planet today, everything in sight is inorganic. Cheng Chen pushed the SN11 Ecological Recycling Platform out of the workshop. He glanced at the small burial mound on the north side of the underground shelter, still stubbornly standing. Han Zai and Xiao Qiong had worked hard for a long time to realize their dream of a small garden, but they had only managed to gather about 50 kilograms of clean soil. Technology changes lives. Cheng Chen smiled, his eyes sparkling, as a blue ribbon fluttered out. Suddenly, greenish gaps appeared on the surface of the SN11 Ecological Recycling Platform. Then, its covering split apart, activating the expansion mode. A faint mechanical sound emerged, and the SN11 first expanded into a 10M*10M rectangular platform, and then, astonishingly, a water wheel made of metal emerged from the platform's surface. Yes, it was that ancient and practical irrigation tool from the old days, made of wood. It had a 3-meter diameter water wheel connected to a sunken water pool below. Creak, creak. The water wheel turned, seemingly accompanied by a sound system simulating the sound of wood rubbing together. Its water lifting device was a wooden bucket made of silver metal, drawing bucket after bucket of transparent gel from the sunken water pool. This gel was clear and pure, with a faint green hue. Then, those buckets tilted slightly, continuously pouring the gel onto the ground. The light green gel gathered more and more, slowly flowing, gradually covering the ground on the north side of the shelter, looking from afar like a large expanse of delicious jelly. Cheng Chen's eyes were filled with novelty. Is this the ecological gel mentioned in the notes? At that moment, the SN11 platform opened its hatch again, and a small sun radiating dazzling light slowly rose, eventually hovering at the top of the ecological dome. Cheng Chen looked up. He noticed that this artificial sun was constantly adjusting its light intensity according to the surrounding environment, and after about 10 seconds, it transformed into a comfortable brightness, very bright, but not glaring, making one feel warm all over. It's been a long time since I felt real sunlight. Cheng Chen's pupils sparkled in the sunlight. He glanced at the floating lights of the Earth Dragon King expansion dock, then issued a command, and the floating lights slowly descended, retracting into the body of the Earth Dragon King. He looked back at the dome of the shelter. The background was adorned with beautiful metallic stripes. The north side formed a Saturn by the Innocence defense system, while the center was the sun created by the SN11 ecological platform. It was increasingly resembling a small universe. In Cheng Chen's heart, there was a sense of observing the process of the universe's myriad things evolving from chaos to rebirth, inexplicably grand. Looking down at the ground, the water wheel was still creaking and turning, having formed a patch of fertile soil, and at the very front of this field, a strange flower had sprouted, though he didn't know when. It was no more than 20 centimeters tall, with a compact flower head surrounded by a circle of blue petals. It resembled a blue sunflower, its flower head gently rotating, always facing the artificial sun. Chang Chan recalled for a moment. This was the biological symbiotic enhancement technology that combined microbial civilization, capable of creating special microorganisms that increased plant growth efficiency by 6,400%. Now that he thought about it, Chang Chen found it quite interesting. Are microorganisms also a form of civilization? Is there a technological hierarchy among them? Seeds. The ecological environment is ready. I now need seeds. Chang Chen hurriedly rummaged through his previous belongings. Once, when he was out selling scrap, he encountered a mysterious scavenger, a guy with a thick beard, whose face was hard to discern. The man took a liking to a micro-nanochip in Chang Chen's hand but couldn't pay, offering a bag of seeds in exchange instead. Seeds were quite rare on Earth nowadays, but also rather useless, as there was no space for them to grow. Chang Chen agreed to the exchange, thinking that if he ever found himself starving, he could cook the seeds. Good thing I didn't cook them. Chang Chen found the small cloth bag and also discovered a few apple tree seeds. Last time, he had gotten a few apples from the hunting dog safe, and after making the fruit, the seeds were left behind by Hanzai. Upon opening the small cloth bag, he found seeds of various colors and sizes. Chang Chen had no idea what these plants were, but with the SN11 platform, he would soon find out. He evenly scattered all the seeds over the ecological gel. The ecological gel felt solid underfoot, but once the seeds landed, they seemed to sink into it, reaching varying depths that appeared to be their optimal planting depth. The gel was semi-transparent, clearly showing the seeds surrounded by a layer of tiny water droplets. Then, the seeds began to sprout at a visible speed. Chang Chen's eyes widened. It was the first time he had witnessed the growth process of plants, and all he could think of was two words: vitality, bursting with vitality. This boy, born and raised in a garbage dump, was now overwhelmed with excitement. Green was too rare and precious in the garbage-strewn area. It was the most beautiful color. In an instant, countless green sprouts broke through the soil. The artificial sun overhead adjusted its light, reducing the intensity slightly. The delicate sprouts were too small, and strong light would cause them to lose moisture. 3 minutes later, most of the sprouts had grown to a height of 5 centimeters, showing clear distinctions and various shapes. Wow! So amazing! Chang Chen's hands trembled slightly with excitement as he gently lifted a green leaf in front of him, afraid to use too much force, worried about hurting this tiny life. Why aren't they growing anymore? Chang Chen's eyes widened. Energy. Nutrients. He looked to the other side of the SN11 platform, where there was an empty conveyor belt. Chang Chen's eyes lit up. Inorganic matter. He immediately went to the surface and brought back a large amount of broken garbage, including rusty metal and shattered ceramics, mixed with gravel, and dumped it all onto the conveyor belt. Buzz! The conveyor belt started moving, and the SN11 platform emitted a blue glow, scanning the inorganic materials inch by inch, somewhat like a security scanner from the old days. At the connection point between the ecological gel and the SN11 platform, a green light suddenly burst forth, and the entire ecological gel lit up like a green crystal, with countless tiny green light spots wandering within, absorbed by the plant roots. It really can convert inorganic matter. Chang Chen was exhilarated. This was the most impressive technology of the entire SN11 platform, molecular recombination or some other incredible principle. This was the true power of a level 4 civilization, touching upon the realm of creation in some sense, so powerful. Countless plants began to grow rapidly again. At the same time, a miraculous scene unfolded. The small blue sunflower at the edge of the field suddenly began to sway rhythmically, as if it had come to life. It seemed to emit a kind of chirp-chirp sound, adorably cute. The blue sunflower appeared to be scattering some kind of blue pollen, forming swirling clouds that evenly fell upon every newly sprouted plant. Meanwhile, the growth rate of the other plants seemed to have increased several times. In the hazy atmosphere of the east, a dim light of dawn finally appeared. At 6:09 a.m., Xiao Qiong groggily woke up, wearing a patchwork nightgown, and slowly walked out of the Earth Dragon King's dock. When she stood on the wooden platform ahead, she suddenly froze. On both sides of the wooden corridor, greenery flourished. An apple tree, a pumpkin, a tomato, a morning glory. Wow, that should be a grapevine, and below it, there were strawberries like a carpet. TCH. Xiao Qiong merely raised an eyebrow. I thought I woke up, but I'm still dreaming. Thud. Xiao Qiong looked up and noticed that a cherry tree had grown on one side of the Earth Dragon King's dock, and a bright red cherry fell, hitting her on the head. TCH. Pretty realistic. Xiao Qiong shrugged, her arms hanging down like noodles, and turned to head back inside. Thud. But on the other side, Hanzai stood beneath a tall coconut tree, and a coconut fell, hitting its metal head. Hanzai naturally wouldn't get hurt, but spiral whirlpools appeared in its electronic eyes. Wow, Hanzai, you're in my dream too. I heard that if you die in a dream, you can wake up. Xiao Qiong swayed over to the coconut tree, standing shoulder to shoulder with Hanzai, looked up, and deliberately shifted her position to stand under a coconut that was about to fall. Immediately, Hanzai's eyes swirled like a vortex. Xiao Qiong, still half asleep, had her mouth slightly open, her arms swaying like noodles. The two quietly waited. Crack crack, a faint cracking sound came from above. The coconut had ripened and suddenly fell from the tree. Xiao Qiong was standing perfectly positioned, 100% headshot. Thud. As if a whirlwind had swept in, Changchen appeared beside Xiao Qiong, reaching out to catch the coconut, his wrist flipping out a memory metal dagger, quickly slicing the coconut, and then pouring the clear, sweet coconut water into Xiao Qiong's mouth. Xiao Qiong's eyes widened suddenly. She felt the taste in her mouth, the coolness in her throat, and the fragrance that filled her mind. From now on, please call me Inventor Changchen. The boy pointed behind him. Last night I invented all night, and the results are remarkable. I created a device that can be called extraordinary. Xiao Qiong finally woke up. She discovered that reality was even more beautiful than her dreams. Changchen, you're amazing. Oh my gosh. Ha ha ha. Big watermelon. Big pumpkin. Big persimmon. Xiao Qiong's legs turned into flying black dots as she dashed into the botanical garden. He. Changchen smiled. In his eyes, everything before him also seemed dreamlike. He reached out to pick a green apple and took a big bite with a crunch. The sourness filled his mouth, confirming that all of this was real. Ha ha ha. Big grapes. Big strawberries. Big chili peppers. Big. Changchen, what is this? Xiao Qiong stood deep in the botanical garden, pointing at a purple plant that was nearly 2 meters tall, momentarily stunned. Xiao Qiong had seen a magazine before and recognized various plants, but this thing before her was something she had never seen. Changchen approached and looked up at the plant. He didn't know what it was either. The seeds of the plant came from a small cloth bag, the source of which could not be traced. The plant before him was very peculiar. Its roots and branches were perfectly horizontal and vertical, extending outwards to form a standard geometric symmetrical shape, while its purple leaves were 100% round, distributed among the branches, perfectly symmetrical on both sides. From a distance, this plant resembled some kind of totem, its precise geometric structure filled with a religious aura, as if it were metaphorically hinting at something mysterious and ancient. Moreover, the growth rate of this plant was far slower than that of other plants. So far, it showed no signs of blooming or bearing fruit. If placed in a normal environment, the growth cycle of this plant might extend to several hundred years. Everything about it hinted at its extraordinary nature. Changchen speculated that it might be some kind of alien plant or perhaps a type of ancient plant from Earth. What it truly was would only be known once it bloomed in boar fruit. Big peach. Big celery. Xiao Qiong began to frolic and run around the botanical garden again. Changchen noticed that in the distance, Kunlun, still fixed to the rack, seemed to have slightly revived, perhaps due to accumulating some energy. She looked at the lush green botanical garden, at the running Xiao Qiong, and at the quietly standing Changchen. Kunlun's beautiful eyes flickered, and a segment of an image was projected in her red pupils. It was a vast and beautiful field. A little girl with a red ponytail stood beside a strong man in military uniform. Daddy, can I keep my right hand? The little girl lowered her head, extending her hands. Her right hand was clean and white, human skin, while her left hand had turned into a dark gray metallic body. Through the gaps in her hands, it could be seen that her feet had also been replaced with cybernetic limbs. The strong man bent down and stroked the little girl's head. Child, how can you gain strength beyond others without replacing your limbs? You are my child, and our family's descendants are destined to become the strongest soldiers. The man revealed a hint of a smile. This is the supreme honor. But, the little girl lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. I like this hand. I don't want to replace it with a machine. The man frowned. Have you heard some crazy talk again? The little girl clutched her clothing with her mechanical arm. The other kids are all afraid of me. They are moving further away. What do they understand? Those ordinary people don't understand your value at all. The man's voice rose a few notches, his tone tinged with anger, causing the little girl to take a step back in fear. At that moment, the man in military uniform took a deep breath, his tone softening as he helped the girl tidy her hair. A daughter should be like Kunlun, daring to be the first in everything. You must listen obediently. Daddy promises you, no matter what you will be transformed into in the future, I will definitely keep your beautiful red hair. As long as it remains, you will always be the most beautiful girl. At this moment, Kunlun's shoulders trembled slightly. The half-burned red ponytail she had also began to quiver subtly. She had no tear ducts, but the images projected in her pupils became increasingly blurred. Sister, here. At this time, Xiao Qiong stood beside Kunlun, offering a freshly picked peach to her lips. Sweet things can make people happy. Kunlun's expression clearly paused. Cheng Chen also approached. Xiao Qiong, your sister doesn't need to eat. Xiao Qiong turned her head. You adults. I certainly know that my sister is a cyborg. What I'm doing is to let her know that someone cares about her. I hope she feels a little better. Then I thank you on behalf of my sister. Cheng Chen nodded, his gaze fixed on Kunlun. I know your greatest pain right now is humiliation and unwillingness, especially after paying such a high price, only to end up like this, while those murderers are still at large. Kunlun's pupils flickered, his lips trembling. Don't worry. Cheng Chen lifted his chin. I will help you. What I give you will far exceed your imagination. It was Kunlun who did it. At 6 in the morning, Major Ning stood beneath the Harrier-class starship, looking at the endless garbage before him, his eyes shaking violently. His 3 small teams had been missing for a full 6 hours. No sign of life, no bodies. It must be Kunlun. Major Ning clenched his fists tightly. No one on this garbage planet could silently wipe out my 3 teams, even blocking their positioning signals. These garbage bugs don't have that capability. She must have equipped herself with some trash limbs. After all, she was once a Valkyrie. Major Ning gritted his teeth. Poor my brothers who fought alongside me, they must have been killed. But where are their bodies? Suddenly, Major Ning's eyes narrowed as he saw a large number of flies swarming over a distant garbage mound. Dig there! Major Ning's voice trembled. Hurry! 3 minutes later, a soldier pointed at the dug-up garbage pile, wrinkling his nose. Report, Major Ning, this is the excrement of those scavengers. Major Ning's mouth twitched, then pointed to another area where flies were gathering. There! Report, Major Ning, this is also excrement. Damn it! Major Ning gritted his teeth. Cheng Chen was secretly laughing in the underground shelter. Didn't expect that, did you? I didn't expect it either. Flies can also become my soldiers. These guys indeed put on military uniforms during the day, carrying out normal search operations. Has the penetrating scan beam arrived yet? Major Ning shouted in frustration. Report, it has been installed on the Harrier-class starship. Deploy the scan for me. Set the depth to 300. No, 500 meters. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find Kunlun. On one of the Harrier-class starships, a thick crimson beam was instantly released, crossing 100 meters and directly penetrating the surface of the garbage planet. This penetrating beam, rooted underground, blossomed like a lotus. In just 30 seconds, it reached Cheng Chen's underground shelter. Cheng Chen slightly tilted his head, looking at the small Saturn on the dome. At that moment, its Saturn ring emitted a faint yellow light, which suddenly blossomed, forming another yellow shield, while the crimson beam was swallowed in an instant. Major Ning looked at the virtual panel in his hand, which displayed the feedback results of the penetrating beam. The location of Cheng Chen's underground shelter had been completely disguised, appearing like a winding gravel path. Major Ning's gaze swept over the gravel path without pausing. Not far away, a fly raised its hind legs and groomed its wings, its 8,000 compound eyes reflecting 8,000 images of Major Ning. At that moment, every move and micro-expression of Major Ning was transmitted to Cheng Chen's eyes. Cheng Chen smiled faintly. He gently leaned back in the lounge chair. Breakfast is here today. Charcoal-grilled whole wheat bread, steamed pumpkin, tomato melon soup, and 18 kinds of fruits for dessert. The simpleton was wearing an apron, serving as an A24 nanny robot, and the built-in cooking module finally came into play as it approached Cheng Chen with 2 full trays of food. Cheng Chen twitched his nose. The fragrant scent of fruit wafted through the air, and the aroma of whole wheat bread was overwhelming. These foods, placed on the garbage planet, could no longer be described as luxurious. It was simply impossible. Colonel Ning once again headed to the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance. He exaggeratedly pinned the crime of murdering soldiers on Kunlun, causing a stir throughout the entire Scavenger Alliance. For an entire day, large numbers of scavengers cooperated with soldiers to conduct a thorough search. Cheng Chen watched as President Li appeared anxious and fearful in front of Colonel Ning, surrounded by countless bowing scavengers. He suddenly realized a problem. What bent their backs was not their identity or status, but the deep-seated inferiority within them. As night fell, in the cargo hold of the Hawk-class starship, Colonel Ning still found nothing, his expression extremely impatient. Continue the hunt. The 12 members of the Dagger team looked at the score panel filled with zeros and swallowed hard. Are you sure, boss? Sure. Colonel Ning squinted. If my guess is correct, Kunlun will ambush you from the shadows. If there's a large-scale troop movement, Kunlun definitely won't show up. The Dagger team members were taken aback. Are you planning to use us as bait? Don't worry, Kunlun has only pieced together some junk parts. Colonel Ning's gaze shifted deeper into the cargo hold, but they are different. 8 massive figures slowly emerged from the depths of the cargo hold, like metal demons, exuding an intimidating presence. They will follow you. Once Kunlun is locked on, you won't have to worry about the rest. Colonel Ning chuckled darkly. Whoever kills Kunlun, I will award your dagger team 1,000 points. After Kunlun is caught, we'll still be here for several days, and those 1,000 points are no small amount. Greed flickered in the eyes of the dagger team members. Let's do it. Late at night, a landing craft slowly descended onto the garbage planet. This time, the dagger team was equipped with RAM-16 beam rifles as they cautiously exited the landing craft. Previous groups had landed like beasts searching for prey. But now, every member of the dagger team held their breath, gripping their guns, crouching low, fully alert, like mice trying to avoid detection. There's someone ahead. Who? Who cares who it is? Fall back and let those 8 guys go first. The psychological defenses of the dagger team crumbled in an instant, scattering in all directions. A heavy pneumatic sound echoed as 8 massive figures stepped out of the landing craft with heavy strides. A boy draped in a blue scavenger cloak stood quietly in front. The innocent defense array, 20 kilometers away, released a directional camouflage beam, enveloping a 1-kilometer radius around them. Meanwhile, Colonel Ning inside the Hawk-class starship saw a different scene. From his perspective, the dagger team was cautiously advancing while those 8 elite warriors lay in wait in the shadows. I thought it was something else. Turns out it's just a little scavenger. A gigantic figure emerged from the darkness, revealing a complex hydraulic power system and a massive metal body, and then the imposing metal mask flipped up, revealing a righteous middle-aged face. I am Long Zhanxiao of the Extreme Warrior Team. I command you to step forward for inspection. Unbeknownst to anyone, a dark gun barrel had silently flipped out from Long Zhanxiao's exoskeleton arm. Their mission was to capture Kunlun. There was no need to waste a single moment on such a garbage bug. Oh, are you the Extreme Warriors team of 8? The boy in the blue cloak's eyes sparkled. The team known as the Cosmic Pioneers, who have explored over a dozen new planets and completed countless arduous missions? The arm hiding the black gun barrel paused. Long Zhanxiao revealed a hint of a smile. That's us. 20 years ago, they underwent facial reconstruction, fingerprint modification, dental imprint alteration, and genetic disguise, transforming from ruthless bandits into the Extreme Warriors team. Their superiors instructed them to act low-key, to abandon all unnecessary exposure, and to gradually fade from the public eye. But this was far from satisfying their vanity. After finally cleansing their past, they could not enjoy the glory, the flowers, and the honor. Over a decade ago, one team member secretly went out and, under the guise of an extreme warrior, slept with his wife, a woman who seemed virtuous and demure but was actually incredibly flirtatious, without her noticing anything amiss. However, this team member was injected with a 6-fold pain-inducing drug by the second-in-command and was beaten for 2 whole hours. Since then, the entire Extreme Warriors team became even more low-key, to the point of being nearly transparent. And the little bug in front of them was clearly a fan of the Extreme Warriors. His expression, attitude, and those words of praise made Long Zhanxiao feel quite pleased. He slowly retracted the gun barrel. A warm feeling flowed through Long Zhanxiao's heart. He decided to leave this boy with a whole corpse. The boy tilted his head back, a fiery glint in his eyes. What you're wearing should be the X-55 Extreme Warrior Power Exoskeleton, right? Still a die-hard fan. Made of titanium aluminum alloy, with an output force of 9,000-9,800 N. Mechanical and pneumatic sounds came forth, and Long Zhanxiao proudly clenched his fist, steam puffing out from his elbow. Let me tell you some good news. After completing this special mission, our entire team will be replacing our gear with the new generation XX-23 Extreme Warrior armor. By then, we will be several times stronger than we are now. Speaking of which, what you admire is actually this cool exoskeleton. As for who is piloting this exoskeleton, it doesn't matter, right? The massive figure paused. What I mean is, whether it's me, Long Zhanxiao, or some other Long Zhanxiao, we will all become your idols, right? You, Long Zhanxiao? Then if you are Long Zhanxiao, the boy smiled, pulling out a soldier's nameplate from his pocket and holding it up in the air. Then who are they? Under the dim and hazy moonlight, the nameplate spun slightly, reflecting faint glimmers. These nameplates were made of high-strength aluminum alloy, designed to be resistant to deformation and melting under normal conditions, ensuring that the names deeply engraved on their surfaces could be preserved after the war. Sometimes, the owner might have turned to ashes, but the nameplate could still confirm their true identity. At least it could provide him with a gravestone engraved with the correct name. Looking at that familiar name, Long Zhanxiao's eyes suddenly narrowed, a cold glint flashing through the slits of his eyes. He slightly tilted his head and asked a teammate beside him, who dealt with the bodies of those 8 guys. It was that fool, Ghost Head. Did he throw the bodies in the garbage on Earth? "Boss, those 8 exoskeletons were severely damaged, and the Alliance issued new equipment, so Ghost Head probably tossed both the exoskeletons and the bodies together. This little bug, so well prepared, did he pick up those 8 outdated exoskeletons too? This little thing must have dismantled some weapons from them. That's why he dares to stand in front of us so recklessly." Long Zhanxiao's eyes were filled with hostility as he stared at Cheng Chen and said, "It seems you know some forbidden information, huh? What a stupid little bug. So what if we are the extreme squad of 8? So what if you are? Do you want to take revenge for the heroes in your heart? After hearing a few stories and watching a few videos, you think heroes are close to you, and that one day you will step into the world of heroes? Let me tell you." With a click, Long Zhanxiao's mask fell down, obscuring his fierce face. His electronic eyes emitted a red glow. Whether in the old era or now, those heroic tales are exceptions because the authorities prefer to push such news to you. You have been trained and forced to cultivate that so-called selfless spirit, but the truth is, 99% of those who act like heroes end up dead without a complete corpse. Boom! Long Zhanxiao's fists collided, creating a loud sound. Then he stepped forward, stomping the ground with a thunderous noise, charging like a locomotive. The opponent's exoskeleton was heavy and lagging. In Cheng Chen's eyes, it was as slow as a tortoise. He raised his hand and leaned the 8 nameplates against an abandoned refrigerator, the surface of the nameplates reflecting a silver light, facing the battlefield ahead. Seeing this scene, Long Zhanxiao was greatly provoked, letting out a low and frenzied roar. For some reason, the light reflected from those small nameplates seemed to penetrate his protective mask, piercing his eyes with pain. He took a few steps forward and was already in front of Cheng Chen, extending a mechanical hand that was more than 3 times larger than a normal person's, directly squeezing towards Cheng Chen's head. Yet Cheng Chen remained calm, extending his right hand and suddenly swinging it. From his sleeve, a metallic substance resembling silver liquid suddenly flipped out, instantly condensing into countless diamond-shaped small pieces. These modular units quickly wrapped around his fist, forming a thin and flexible armor. The 7 extreme warriors in the distance were suddenly startled. "What is that? Doesn't that look a bit like memory metal extreme warrior armor? Isn't that a concept machine from the Science Alliance? We applied for testing qualifications for 1 year and 4 months and still haven't gotten them. Why would a bug have such equipment? I must be seeing things." Long Zhanxiao was also stunned. Up close, he saw it most clearly. This is impossible. But the momentum of his charge had already formed, leaving him no room to adjust. Long Zhanxiao clearly saw that the little bug's left leg retreated, and with his right hand covered in silver armor, he threw a straight punch. Boom! Cheng Chen's fist struck Long Zhanxiao's palm. In the previous battles, Cheng Chen had not unleashed the full power of the extreme warrior armor. At this moment, Cheng Chen held nothing back. The impact force of 130,000 newtons could be understood as the effect of a 30-ton heavy truck colliding at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. But if the area of force was reduced to the size of a fist, then this impact would increase geometrically. Long Zhanxiao saw his exoskeleton fist disintegrate in an instant, broken parts shooting out. Then his entire arm twisted and collapsed, and the mech on his shoulder also shattered in an instant. Cheng Chen's fist was unadorned but completely unstoppable. A sharp pain surged through him, and Long Zhanxiao felt darkness before his eyes. Then came an even greater sound of shattering and the sound of bones breaking. All of this happened in a split second. In the end, Long Zhanxiao only felt a gust of wind sweep past his right side. His body swayed slightly, but he did not fall. When his vision returned and he looked to his right side, he found that his entire arm, both the exoskeleton and the flesh inside, had completely vanished, leaving only a gaping, bleeding hole at his shoulder. Behind him, shattered parts and flesh lay scattered like a bouquet of flowers that had burst open. His mind was blank, unable to comprehend what had happened. In the next moment, a crackling electric sound suddenly filled his visor, and the internal screen shattered with a loud pop. Someone yanked off his visor and threw it away. Long Zhanxiao saw a boy leap high into the air, his eyes filled with rage, raising his fist to strike his face. Bang! Boom! Long Zhanxiao instantly contorted his features, his massive body losing balance and crashing to the ground. Cheng Chen's fist followed closely, smashing into his visor, penetrating the helmet and emerging from the back of his head, shaking the ground. In the next second, deep red blood and white brain matter flowed out from the helmet of the exoskeleton. Long Zhanxiao's legs twitched violently due to nerve reflexes. After that, his entire body relaxed and became completely still. Boom! Blazing white flames engulfed Cheng Chen's body. In the distance, an extreme warrior exoskeleton released high-temperature flames. Several others flipped out beam machine guns, unleashing oval-shaped beam bullets that tore through the air. All firepower was concentrated on Cheng Chen. The remaining members of the Extreme Warriors team were filled with terror, but a scene flashed in their minds. That little garbage bug was being burned like charcoal, covered in bullet holes. It was said that anyone who pulled the trigger in panic would have similar imaginations in their minds. But this was, after all, just imagination. Yet, amidst the white flames, a figure clad in silver armor slowly emerged. Every inch of his skin seemed to be covered with a layer of diamond-shaped metal sheets, which expanded and shifted as he moved, providing seamless and impenetrable defense. His face was also covered by a silver facial armor, and his eyes glimmered with a dark blue sheen. Ding! A beam bullet struck Cheng Chen's face. He merely tilted his head slightly before returning to a neutral position. The remaining Extreme Warriors team members were utterly horrified. That's really the memory metal Extreme Warrior armor. It seems even more perfected than the conceptual machines. How is this possible? Cheng Chen spoke in a low voice. Are you envious? Let me tell you, next I will possess armor that you cannot even begin to comprehend. But unfortunately, you will never have the chance to witness it with your own eyes. The scene was filled with flickering flames, casting the 8 true Extreme Warrior team badges in a dim light. It was as if their souls in the heavens could see the scene before them through these badges. The sounds of metal shattering, bones breaking, and screams echoed continuously. Cheng Chen ripped off the visors of the 8 fake warriors one by one, crushing their skulls one after another. Although they were all Extreme Warrior armors, there was a significant gap due to 2 iterations in between. In the end, Cheng Chen stood among the scattered bodies, slowly turning around to gaze at the 8 badges from a distance. This is a small tribute from a little fan to you, and also a tribute to the hero dream in my heart. At this moment, a landing craft in the distance was slowly starting up, releasing blue flames from its thrusters. The Dagger team, terrified and trembling, had mostly boarded the landing craft, preparing to escape back to the base. The driver could not afford to wait any longer. He started the engine before all the members had boarded. There was a member of the Dagger team running on the ground, taking 2 steps at a time, leaping, and hanging onto the hatch of the landing craft with both hands, his body suspended in midair. What the hell? What on earth is that thing? 8 Extreme Warriors were taken out in an instant. It's too brutal. How could such a thing exist on this garbage planet? What the hell are we hunting here? The member hanging on the landing craft shouted, "Someone pull me up, you bunch of bastards. Hurry the hell up and pull me up." A gust of wind blew by, and a shadow darted across nearly 100 meters with the speed of a cheetah, leaping into the landing craft. Don't worry. In the next moment, a figure clad in silver armor leaned out from inside the hatch, extending an arm with a smile, saying, "I'll pull you up." You, how the hell did you get up there? The Dagger team member was taken aback. "Don't touch me." He let go of his grip and fell towards the ground. At that moment, the ground clearly felt safer than inside the landing craft. Whoosh! The silver arm grabbed the Dagger team member's hand, and the smile on the boy's face was devilish. "That won't do. I won't leave anyone behind." The Dagger team member's body stiffened, instinctively swallowing hard. Then, he was firmly grasped by that strong hand and pulled back into the landing craft. Immediately, the hatch was slammed shut with great force. Screams, crashes, and various sounds mixed together. Bang! 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 The hull of the landing craft was also being pounded from the inside, causing many bulges. 5 minutes later, the landing craft crashed. 144 points. Cheng Chen shook his arm and slowly walked out of the landing craft. Behind him, blood continued to seep out from the hatch, accumulating more and more. Adhering to the professional spirit of black eating black, Cheng Chen returned, casually dug a pit, and buried the Dagger team. He once again collected a pile of equipment, including the standard 12 particle cutting daggers, 12 small signal jammers, and 12 ROM-16 beam rifles. Cheng Chen then approached the 8 Extreme Warrior exoskeletons. This was what he considered the most precious thing. First, he pulled out the 8 corpses and casually dug a pit to bury them. Cheng Chen glanced at the 2 massive objects in the sky, unsure if there would be a second wave tonight. But before that, Cheng Chen decided to complete a series of syntheses first. Cheng Chen rubbed his hands together. Let's start with some appetizers. ROM-16 beam rifle, the standard weapon of the current human civilization military corps, equipped with an energy magazine of 240 rounds, firing high-energy beam clusters at a speed of 900 m/s, with a range of 900 meters, causing immense destruction, capable of penetrating, ablating, or shattering target objects. Not to mention 12 of them. Just one fully functional beam rifle with a full magazine could dominate on this garbage planet. However, weapon-related junk was strictly controlled, and piecing together a beam pistol from broken parts was nearly impossible. Dismantle into raw materials, starting synthesis, ROM-Long 102 beam rifle, *6. Cheng Chen glanced at the notes. The magazine increased, power enhanced, and weight reduced, but it was merely a more advanced rifle. Dismantle into raw materials, starting synthesis, intelligent high-energy particle cluster rifle, *3. This time, the firearm changed the beam bullets into high-energy particle clusters, increasing lethality nearly ninefold, capable of penetrating various heavy vehicles and large mechs. But since the particle clusters required a fraction of a second to condense, the firing interval slowed down. However, this rifle was equipped with an intelligent targeting system, allowing the weapon to automatically lock onto targets and even assist the user in adjusting grip strength and posture, significantly increasing hit rates. Chang Chen shook his head. Dismantle into raw materials, starting synthesis. Particle cluster tracking rifle, *1. The lightweight handheld weapon can launch tracking particle clusters, with a condensed time reduced by 370%. The particle clusters in motion can alter their ballistic trajectory through slight particle oscillations and can penetrate 1 to 20 targets during the energy decay process. Chang Chen picked up the dark red, approximately 50 centimeter long lightweight rifle in front of him. Its design was highly technological, but surprisingly, a small aiming scope resembling a glass lens was mounted on the gun's spine, which seemed somewhat outdated. However, it was the product of 3 syntheses. Chang Chen did not dare to underestimate it. He gently raised the rifle, mimicking the gun-holding posture of regular army soldiers in his mind, resting his cheek lightly against the stock, with one eye aligned with the small glass sight. Whoosh! The small sight unexpectedly opened up like a lotus flower, splitting into 20 independent aiming lenses. Then, within these lenses, 20 independent images appeared, instantly scanning the terrain ahead and displaying 20 crosshairs moving back and forth. Could it be? Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly. This firearm also integrated a line-of-sight tracking function. When Chang Chen paused slightly in front of the 20 target debris, the crosshairs changed from blue to red. Click! Chang Chen pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A bright yellow particle cluster, the size of a bullet, instantly completed its coil acceleration and shot out from the muzzle. There was almost no time delay. It instantly penetrated the black iron barrel ahead. Next, an astonishing scene unfolded before Chang Chen. The bright yellow particle cluster did not extinguish. Instead, it directly altered its trajectory, like a dragonfly skimming the water at 100 times speed. In an instant, the tail light it formed wove into a web of light ahead. Bang bang bang! The sounds of penetration nearly overlapped. In the blink of an eye, all 20 targets were pierced without exception. In the deep night sky, the interwoven web of light shattered into countless particles. It was hard to imagine that this was the trajectory formed by a single bullet in an instant. It could even complete a 90-degree turn during rapid flight, continuing to hit the next target. Moreover, in the final moment of energy depletion, it still penetrated a steel plate that was 3 centimeters thick. Damn! Chang Chen glanced at the gun. At this moment, the explosion effect of the particle cluster was merely a preset value, only 26%. Yet, the first iron barrel hit had still blown a hole the size of a soccer ball. Hiss! The advantage of this weapon lies in infantry melee combat. One gun, one bullet, can instantly kill 20 people? And there's no concern about overheating. It can fire continuously. What a powerful weapon advantage this must be. Chang Chen held the dark red rifle in his hands. As far as I know, the Interstellar Alliance squad shouldn't be equipped with such weapons yet? Chang Chen gently set the dark red rifle aside. People say that everyone has a love for talent, a love for beauty. In fact, the love for objects is also universal. This gun brought Chang Chen great surprise. Its lethality might not be the strongest, but in terms of practicality, it was definitely top tier. Chang Chen did not want to scratch its paint surface so soon. Then, Chang Chen looked at the 8x55 Extreme Warrior exoskeletons. Compared to beam rifles, these were even rarer. If it weren't for these counterfeit goods delivering equipment from thousands of miles away, Chang Chen would never have been able to obtain them. The slight battle damage just now was not a problem. Each synthesis by the STC would upgrade and refurbish the equipment. Dispersing into raw materials, starting synthesis, Chang Chen's face was illuminated by the STC's azure beam, his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. XX-23 Extreme Warrior Armor, *4. Memory Metal Extreme Warrior Power Armor, *2. Chang Chen's pupils trembled slightly. Before him were 2 dark silver battle armors identical to his own, the conceptual machines of the Interstellar Science Alliance. If he continued to synthesize, it would become an existence beyond the imagination of even the Interstellar Science Alliance, undoubtedly a creation of a higher civilization. Dispersing into primitive matter, beginning synthesis, one of the memory metal armors slowly transformed into white particles, merging with the other. Chang Chen nervously rubbed his fingers together. Synthesis successful, I-type bioarmor, *1. Induction-type external biological armor, relying on biological neural sensing of human movement trends, receiving commands through biological brain electromagnetic signals, enhancing host physical abilities through biological muscle fibers, and increasing biological energy limits through consumption. Please note, it is a living organism. What? Cheng Chen was taken aback. It's a living organism? He had imagined that the memory metal armor would upgrade into some more powerful technological creation, boasting a cooler appearance and greater combat power, but he never expected the armor could evolve into a living being. Cheng Chen looked at the so-called eye-type bioarmor. It was actually a half-meter-long eye. Its eyelids were tightly closed, and its entire body was covered in interwoven black muscle, resembling a tangle of old tree roots encasing a massive eyeball. The reason he referred to those things as muscles was that Cheng Chen could clearly see the muscle fibers within, and those fibers were subtly writhing. The reason this eye could stand in mid-air was that beneath it extended 3 tentacles made of muscle, standing on the ground like a tripod. Cheng Chen's eyelids twitched. STC, you call this thing armor? The so-called eye-type bioarmor actually comes from a level 3 biological civilization. Residence? Cheng Chen's tone rose a few notches, his expression even more bewildered. So, to clarify, this thing isn't equipment from a higher civilization, it's actually a person from a higher civilization? I'll emphasize again, it is a higher biological civilization. They do not classify civilization levels based on technological advancements or creations. For them, civilization level is about environmental adaptability, the iterative and evolutionary nature of their species, and the continuity of their descendants, among other factors. If one day you travel far into the universe and see a planet filled with valleys and greenery, where the life forms are still in animal form, needing to eat or drink water, it does not mean they are a lower-level civilization. The universe is wondrous, containing everything. Cheng Chen's eyes widened. I've learned something. And the creature before you comes from the distant Triangulum galaxy, which contains billions of stars and nurtures multiple racial civilizations. The so-called eye-type bioarmor is essentially a biospecies with autonomous consciousness. Some civilizations above level 6 in the universe capture them during their early stages, training and modifying them to form auxiliary bioarmors, and the one before you is no exception. Please note, it is currently the only eye-type bioarmor in the entire Milky Way. The only one in the Milky Way? No wonder, the mainstream life form in the Milky Way is humanity, and humans certainly lack the ability to capture such armor. Cheng Chen looked at the eye-type bioarmor before him, chewing on his lip. Just thinking about wearing this thing makes me feel a bit at a loss. He hesitated for a full 3 minutes. Cheng Chen gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. He steeled himself to go for it. After all, this kind of armor was extremely rare. He slowly opened his arms. The first step was to remove the memory metal extreme warrior armor he was wearing. A fine array of diamond-shaped metal plates flickered in front of his chest, and the entire set of battle armor disengaged, slowly retreating behind him to form a silver humanoid figure that stood quietly to the side. Cheng Chen was left bare. The previous imposter extreme warriors had unleashed high-temperature flames, reducing his ordinary clothing to ashes. His only lining was the once memorable metallic extreme battle armor. Now, stripped away, he was exposed under the moonlight. Who? Cheng Chen took a breath. This was unimportant. A real man's dream must be to don the strongest armor. Just then, a shadow like a ghost flashed from the distant garbage mountain. Its speed was astonishing, and in an instant, it appeared behind Cheng Chen, a pair of crimson eyes gleaming coldly in the black liquid, a damp tongue hanging outside its mouth, and in its hand, it gripped a particle-cutting dagger that flickered with electricity. Hiss! Its movements were fluid as it swiftly slashed at Cheng Chen's neck from behind. Then, its body trailed a series of afterimages, vanishing into the distant heap of trash. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. What was that? Cheng Chen stood firm, raising a hand to gently touch his neck. In that fleeting moment, he had indeed been slashed. But Cheng Chen discovered an unexpected surprise. His silicon-based genetic sequence seemed to have collaborated with the carbon-based crisis awareness. At the moment his throat was cut, the skin on his neck transformed into a silicon-based lifeform, that is, an indestructible, brilliant crystal. Touching his neck, he felt the localized crystallization still present, without a single scratch, yet it radiated a searing heat. Cheng Chen frowned. The recent cut had not caused any actual harm, but due to the rapid friction, it had generated considerable heat. One could imagine that if it were an ordinary life form, the trachea would have surely ruptured, blood spraying everywhere. Who knows, the cervical vertebrae might also have deep gashes. Marks. Throat cut. Cheng Chen's eyes widened. This guy has been waiting for the right moment. He must be a member of that group of bandits, and he is very likely the true culprit behind the massacre of the Extreme Warrior team. Cheng Chen's guess was not wrong. The figure had seen Cheng Chen remove his armor, so it instantly revealed itself, aiming for a lethal strike. At that moment, Cheng Chen felt a gust of wind rushing from the left. Without thinking, he threw a punch to the left, but he hit nothing. and predictably, he heard the sound of friction at his neck again. After that, the figure vanished like a ghost once more. Under the night sky, Cheng Chen stood bare, squinting. This guy's speed was definitely greater than 28 meters per second. Is he faster than me, someone who has been gifted with speed? What on earth is this thing? Swish, swish. Cheng Chen stood still, watching the shadow dart rapidly through the garbage pile. It would occasionally pause, revealing a pair of crimson eyes, but only for a fraction of a second before it transformed back into a high-speed moving shadow, its eyes trailing a faint red glow. From time to time, Cheng Chen would hear a shrill laugh, like the mocking sound of a strange creature. Although the two attacks had not claimed Cheng Chen's life, that thing seemed in no hurry, as it completely held the initiative, toying with Cheng Chen. Cheng Chen's gaze shifted slightly to the I-type bio battle armor. Let's see what your performance is like in this first battle. Cheng Chen's expression grew serious as he slowly spread his arms, forming a Tai character under the dim and hazy moonlight. Cheng Chen had expected the I-type bio battle armor to open its brilliant eyes and then perform a dazzling display, merging with him, but after waiting a full 30 seconds, there was no response from it. Finally, the enormous eyelid of the I-type bio armor twitched, and then a soft, pitch-black tentacle, as pliable as asphalt, extended, inch by inch, climbing up Cheng Chen's body. It coiled and moved around him like a python, or perhaps like the tentacles of an octopus. In its overall languid state, it seemed rather reluctant. Then that massive eye slowly turned, pressing against Cheng Chen's chest. At this moment, the black tentacles that covered Cheng Chen's entire body began to thin out, increasingly resembling a black matte bodysuit. At the collar, two slender tentacles extended, pressing against Cheng Chen's temples on either side, spreading out like slime mold, forming a web-like pattern. Immediately after, the two patches of webbing seemed to merge into Cheng Chen's skin, flashing a glimmer of black light before vanishing. The large closed eye on his chest also became lighter and thinner, until its thickness was less than a centimeter, resembling a precise and three-dimensional embroidery. In that instant, a certain connection was completed. Cheng Chen only felt a buzzing in his head. Then he saw a strange perspective. It was a red planet, where rocks, soil, and rivers were all red, and three deep red suns floated in the sky. Various bizarre plants grew here. Huge black flowers trembled slightly, releasing white pollen. There were also countless brightly colored mushrooms, growing in twisted shapes. A large bird with over 20 claws flew by, only to be swallowed by a dandelion with a diameter of 10 meters. Many creatures resembling catfish stood on the ground, not knowing whether they were crying or secreting something. Rainbows flowed from their eyes. The owner of this perspective seemed to be a relatively small creature. 7 or 8 enormous, black-eyed beings surrounded the perspective's owner, snatching away the food that looked like a rotting dragon fruit from its hands, while extending their tentacles to whip at the perspective's owner. The perspective's owner could only offer up the food, cowering in a corner, trembling. The 7 or 8 large eyes continuously emitted some strange sounds, resembling Zelu. Zelu! It was unclear whether it was some kind of curse or if the perspective's owner was named Zelu. Suddenly, on the distant red earth, a dazzling light flashed, and a gigantic plant appeared out of nowhere. This plant was several thousand meters tall, with branches that were horizontal and vertical, symmetrical on both sides. In an instant, countless flower buds grew from its branches, and the next moment, these buds suddenly bloomed, revealing huge eyes of various colors inside. All the flora and fauna on the red planet assumed submissive postures. Some of the creatures with legs immediately knelt on the ground, continuously bowing. The perspective's owner did the same, hurriedly kneeling before the gigantic plant. Cheng Chen suddenly felt a flicker of emotion within it. Only during the pilgrimage would the weak not be bullied, not be oppressed, and gain a moment of respite. The scene shifted, seemingly to another time. A mysterious and colossal starship suddenly appeared on the red planet, beginning to capture the creatures of the red planet. The perspective's owner was illuminated by a blue beam of light, its body slowly floating into the air. It too was captured, leaving its homeland from that moment on. Cheng Chen shook his head violently. The strange image vanished, and before him lay the dim, garbage-strewn earth, along with a rapidly moving figure in the distance. He slightly lowered his head to look at his own body. At that moment, he felt as if he had donned a black bodysuit, and the enormous eye had transformed into the totem on his chest. Was everything just now a scene from the triangular star system, the home planet of the bio-armor before him? STC had mentioned that the so-called I-type bio-armor was a captured organism. Was that perspective just now it? Is it a bullied, somewhat reclusive little battle armor? Cheng Chen's eyes flickered as he tried to pronounce that sound, Zalo? In the next moment, a massive wave of emotion suddenly surged in Cheng Chen's mind, the information chaotic, but summed up in one word, hungry. Suddenly, the large eye on Chang Chen's chest snapped open, revealing a crimson eyeball. Its eyelids seemed to transform into a gaping maw, stretching out 2 meters, and with a howl, it swallowed the memory metal extreme battle armor standing beside Chang Chen. Crunch, crunch. The enormous eyelids closed, chewing internally, producing a crisp sound. Damn, my battle armor. Chang Chen's brain crashed. The large eye on his chest now resembled a mouth stuffed with food, chewing the memory metal, which was as hard as steel, like it was peanuts. This. Chang Chen couldn't comprehend at all. An eyeball that could eat things. Did the eyeball have organs similar to a stomach? How did it absorb? Did it stuff it into the pupil? Well, since it was a higher biological civilization, it must have its peculiarities. Chang Chen reassured himself, but his heart ached faintly. The memory metal battle armor was very precious. Originally, Chang Chen planned to use it as a backup. After all, the ability of memory metal to transform into weapons at any time was very practical. Now, the eye on his chest gradually shrank, and that set of memory metal battle armor was digested in a matter of moments. Chang Chen's face showed sorrow. He didn't even know where the memory metal battle armor had gone, what form it had taken, or if there were any remnants left. It was at this moment that Chang Chen felt something unusual in his palm. He slowly raised his hand, the surface of his palm covered with Type 1 bioarmor, as if wearing a black silk glove. Suddenly, the black silk glove changed. In an instant, a pitch-black dagger materialized. Chang Chen was taken aback. From a distance, it looked like he was holding a dagger, but in reality, the handle of the dagger was completely connected to his skin. In the next moment, the dagger transformed into a cleaver, and then quickly into a spear. After that, like a revolving lantern, it continuously changed into various weapons. Chang Chen had seen or hadn't seen, could use or couldn't use, at least hundreds of types. At the same time, black spikes began to grow from Chang Chen's back and the soles of his feet, deeply embedding into the ground like giant spider legs, their purpose to help stabilize Chang Chen's body against powerful recoil. Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly. These were all functions of the memory metal battle armor. Chang Chen suddenly realized the Type 1 bioarmor had swallowed the memory metal extreme battle armor and gained similar functions. The myriad of weapons flashing before him was clearly a test. The Type 1 bioarmor was adapting to its new abilities. So then, what exactly is your enhancement ability? Chang Chen's eyes widened as he began to scan the garbage pile, searching for that ghostly figure. In that instant, he locked onto a target. The other party's scarlet eyes were hiding behind a pile of garbage, secretly observing him. Chang Chen slightly bent down, stepping back 20 centimeters with his right foot, deeply embedding it into the ground. With a thunderous sound, the power in Chang Chen's legs erupted. What he couldn't see was that at that moment, the surface of his legs' Type 1 bioarmor suddenly bulged with muscle fibers, twisted together like thick steel bars. The fibers contracted and expanded, revealing small blue squares that emitted a dim blue light, a complete characteristic of an alien organism. Chang Chen transformed into a blur, instantly dashing over 100 meters. During the process, Chang Chen could clearly feel that the previous sensation of energy overflowing had vanished. Once, due to genetic enhancement, he had surpassed the speed limit provided by the memory metal armor, meaning a portion of his speed had been wasted. But at this moment, it was an entirely different feeling. He sensed that this Type 1 bioarmor had no limits at all. It was a completely different form of assistance. The experience of the memory metal armor felt like wearing a suit of iron. Although the reaction speed was quick, almost without delay, there was still a sense of being bound. If he exceeded the armor's limits with certain movements, it felt as if he had hit a wall, forcing him to retract his strength. In contrast, the Type 1 bioarmor felt less like clothing. It was a form of comprehensive assistance from the outside. For instance, when Chang Chen ran, at the moment he lifted his leg and fully released his power, the Type 1 bioarmor would simultaneously unleash another force, like a pair of all-encompassing hands pushing him forward once more. And the strength of this help. Chang Chen savored it carefully. If he exerted 3 parts of his strength, with the help of the Type 1 bioarmor, that strength would become 6 parts. If he exerted 10 parts, the final strength would become 20 parts. That was roughly the conclusion. It had no limits, it would only enhance Chang Chen. It was a feeling of soaring high in the sky and leaping freely in the vast sea, embodying freedom of expression and infinite possibilities. As for whether this Type 1 bioarmor possessed a striking force of 130,000 newtons, Chang Chen had already reached a conclusion in his heart. Unless something unexpected happened, after the memory metal armor was devoured, that power had likely been inherited by the bioarmor and possibly even enhanced a second time. Chang Chen secretly estimated his speed. It should have doubled compared to before, reaching 56 meters per second, equivalent to the speed of a strong typhoon, also comparable to 1/5 the speed of a handgun bullet. At such a speed, there was a sense of visual chaos. Some distant objects would appear in his field of vision and, in the next instant, become right in front of him. Chang Chen almost instantaneously arrived at the back of a garbage pile. The mysterious assassin had completely not anticipated Chang Chen's sudden burst of speed and was frozen in place. Chang Chen finally saw his true appearance. He turned out to be a thin old man, with disheveled silver hair, a sallow complexion, and murky eyes. Then, Chang Chen brushed past the old assassin. The old assassin was stunned. Chang Chen was also stunned, because he had just experienced explosive growth and was using the Type 1 bioarmor for the first time. He was very unfamiliar with controlling everything. Boom! Chang Chen, having overshot, tumbled over a dozen times and crashed into a heap of garbage, a large amount of refuse falling and burying him. Off! Work? The old assassin's mouth twitched. He judged that this kid must have activated some kind of propulsion device but couldn't handle the immense thrust, which caused him to fall. He certainly knew that such force wouldn't kill Chang Chen. His eyes flickered, and then his body transformed into an afterimage, changing hiding spots, preparing to look for other assassination opportunities. With a splash, Chang Chen sprang up from the garbage pile, standing upright, his expression exceptionally excited. That felt great. With a loud crash, Chang Chen kicked countless pieces of garbage away and charged out again. The old assassin leaped and maneuvered through the heaps of trash with incredible speed. Suddenly, the old assassin saw a youthful face with a smile appearing beside him. The old killer's first reaction was to look around. Everything was rapidly retreating, and the wind howled in his ears. He was not equipped? It was impossible for any human to be faster than me. The old killer's eyes widened slightly as he secretly pushed his speed to the limit. To his astonishment, the young man still maintained a parallel position with him. At that moment, Chang Chen also looked at the lower half of the old killer. There was a blurry shadow there. Something was moving rapidly, clearly not human legs. Crack! Oh no! Boom! In his frantic run, Chang Chen accidentally tripped over a huge piece of garbage, his body rolling over a dozen times before crashing into a mountain of trash again. The old killer's expression changed. Hiss! In the next moment, Chang Chen sprang up from the pile of garbage like a carp. Exciting! He transformed into a whirlwind again, instantly catching up to the killer. This time, the Type 1 biocombat armor seemed to have completed some form of adaptation and learning. During Chang Chen's sprint, certain parts of the armor flipped out countless small black wings, like the stabilizers of an aircraft, adjusting angles by recognizing the surrounding airflow, significantly increasing stability. Creak! This time, Chang Chen directly extended his arm and grabbed the old killer's neck, producing a sound like a squeezed rubber chicken. Then, Chang Chen slammed to a stop, sliding across the ground for dozens of meters, scattering countless pieces of garbage, finally coming to a halt. The mysterious killer in his hand had turned purple from the grip, his eyes rolling back. His lower half finally stopped moving, suspended in the air, twitching slightly. Chang Chen was somewhat horrified. There were actually 6 thick little legs, without toes, not even feet. The whole thing was a cylinder, a light gray color, resembling a shrunken elephant's leg. And these strange legs were clearly not the killer's own organs. His waist had a huge exposed stitched wound. This guy's upper body was human, while his lower half was sewn onto some strange creature. Of course, it was these 6 ugly and clumsy legs that gave this killer superhuman speed. Chang Chen tilted his head and saw that the killer was holding a particle-cutting dagger, the blade side marked with a clear steel seal of the Interstellar Alliance Squad. He was using military weapons. It seemed he was indeed one of Colonel Ning's subordinates. First, the Garbage Squad, then the fake Extreme Warrior Squad, and at the same time, a killer lurking in the shadows. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Colonel Ning was very cunning. In his plan, he was determined to eliminate Kunlun. The killer made a strange sound from his throat, extending his thin fingers to point at Chang Chen's palm. He wanted to speak but was choked by Chang Chen. Chang Chen's eyes flickered as he slightly loosened his grip. The killer knelt on the ground. It was then that Chang Chen saw the killer's neck was covered in light gray growths. His physiological structure must have been gradually assimilated by those elephant legs. He could no longer produce human sounds, but on one side of his neck hung a small speaker, with wires embedded in his throat, likely able to pick up the vibrations of his throat. Zzz. The speaker emitted a distorted, hoarse voice of an old man. I was forced to. I was modified by that group of bandits. They stitched alien creatures onto me. I was compelled to follow their orders. The old killer trembled, pleading in tone. Chang Chen narrowed his eyes. 20 years, the Extreme Warrior 8-man team, you killed them too? I was forced to. I was born in a small mountain village. I didn't want to kill, but I had no choice. Because I can't stand it if I don't lick human blood for a day. The killer's voice suddenly became sharp and fierce, and his weak demeanor vanished in an instant. He grabbed the dagger beside him and lunged toward Chang Chen's right eye, striking like lightning. In his mind, Chang Chen must have taken some kind of drug that allowed his body to harden to a certain extent, which had caused his 2 previous attacks to fail. But this drug also had weaknesses. In 99% of cases, a person's eyes were the weak point. Put! A sharp sound of an object piercing leather echoed. A sinister smile spread across the killer's face. But in the next second, his smile froze. The tip of the dagger was only 5 centimeters away from Chang Chen's pupil, yet it hung in midair, no longer advancing an inch. The killer's eyes bulged in disbelief as he looked at Chang Chen's palm. At some point, a pitch-black spike had formed in Chang Chen's hand, piercing through the old man's chest. I've lived on this garbage planet for so long. About pity, about helplessness, about despair. I've seen too much. Chang Chen shook his head. Your acting is just too fake. The killer's entire facial muscles trembled. How could he be faster than me? He actually saw through me. He looks so stupid. Why? Roar! Ah! Chang Chen merely pretended to cup his hand slightly, and the next second he was shocked. The enormous eye on his chest suddenly transformed into a gaping maw without warning, directly swallowing the killer. To be precise, it swallowed the old man's lower half, his 6 elephant legs. The old man's upper body collapsed to the ground with a thud, blood gushing. He was already dead. This half of a human body did not pique the giant eye's interest at all. Crunch crunch! The sound of chewing came from the giant eye again, this time distinctly chewing flesh, sending a shiver down Chang Chen's spine. Chang Chen extended his palm, facing down, and slowly pressed down, trying to calm his inner self. It turned out that the Type 1 biocombat armor's so-called biological energy replenishment required consuming other things. The memory metal armor, the 6 alien elephant legs. What it consumed was not ordinary. Chang Chen pondered quietly. Suddenly his expression changed. Wait, the Type 1 biocombat armor inherits corresponding abilities after consuming something and displays them in a biological form. Then, Chang Chen lowered his head slightly, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He discovered that his handsome long legs had turned into 6 pitch-black, hideously ugly elephant legs. The 6 elephant legs only appeared for a moment. The Type 1 biocombat armor seemed to have made some kind of judgment, realizing that the speed boost from these limbs was not as good as Chang Chen's own, and retracted the 6 elephant legs. At this moment, Chang Chen sat quietly on a pile of garbage. 2 hours had already passed. The Hawk-class starship had not sent out a second wave of troops. Was tonight going to be like this? Chang Chen felt a bit unsatisfied. In fact, these days, Chang Chen had been researching how to merge those 2 starships at once. First, it would be best to completely empty the contents of those 2 starships. Second, to maintain the integrity of both starships as much as possible. If they crashed and exploded into a pile of debris, it would likely be impossible to synthesize them. Finally, he needed to find a way to the ownership of the 2 starships, which should belong to the starship's captain. Previously, he discovered that the starship had a powerful defensive field. If he attacked recklessly, and couldn't finish quickly, he would expose himself, and the starship would surely be equipped with powerful destructive weapons. Furthermore, their title is now regular troops, and openly making enemies with them would poke the hornet's nest of the Galactic Alliance. In short, a direct confrontation is not a wise choice. Instead, secretly reaping benefits in the shadows is a much better compromise. Moreover, Chang Chen was also contemplating another plan. After waiting for another 3 hours, there was still no movement. Chang Chen summoned 90% of the thousand-eyed flies to hover directly beneath the starship. He would be the first to know if anything stirred. Then, Chang Chen used a miniature directional stargate to transport today's spoils back to the underground shelter. At the same time, he took out his turbojet-powered shoes and anti-gravity gloves. He was preparing to take a stroll on the garbage planet. Just as he retrieved the shoes and gloves, Chang Chen feared that the eye on his chest would swallow them. But in fact, he was overthinking it. The shoes and gloves did not catch the attention of the Type 1 bioarmor, perhaps because their technological level was too low, and it had no desire to devour them. When Chang Chen put on the gloves and slipped into the shoes, a strange scene unfolded. The Type 1 bioarmor surged with black tentacles, wrapping around the gloves and shoes, creating some form of fusion, or perhaps the armor itself possessed powerful compatibility. The turbojet shoes, now enveloped, seemed to melt, shrinking several sizes and becoming lighter, resembling a pair of stockings. The once bulky gravity gloves, still exposing some wiring, were now completely fused, transforming into black silk gloves. Chang Chen tested them. Both the flight function and gravity field adjustment were intact, and they had become more precise and easier to control. The monitoring system of the thousand-eyed flies, which was like the contact lenses Chang Chen wore, was also assimilated by the Type 1 bioarmor, completely losing the so-called lenses and turning into a transparent nerve that adhered to Chang Chen's eyeball, still smoothly adjusting the monitoring perspective. Chang Chen marveled at this. This made things so much more convenient, but he also felt a bit of a headache because now he looked like a pervert. A grown man, dressed in a tight black suit, wearing black stockings on his feet and black silk gloves on his hands. The appearance of the Type 1 bioarmor. Choosing SM between monster and character. Choosing perversion between normalcy and abnormality. Just then, two drunken scavengers stumbled by, supporting each other. Hey, what is that kid wearing? Oh, what's so strange? The garbage planet is so oppressive. It's normal for people to exhibit some abnormal mental states. Quick, let's go, don't let that kid notice us. Chang Chen pursed his lips. At that moment, the eye on his chest suddenly opened a small slit, releasing a biological scanning beam that only Chang Chen could see, scanning the two scavengers from top to bottom. Zelu. Chang Chen heard the Type 1 bioarmor mumbling in his ear. Having consumed quite a bit, it had become slightly more active. In that instant, the SM suit on Chang Chen underwent a strange transformation. It actually mimicked the appearance of the two scavengers, reconstituting into a new outfit. Patch-filled work pants, a loose and tattered top, an oil-stained black mask, and a pair of worn-out big-headed shoes. Chang Chen looked at his body, his eyes filled with shock. One of the scavengers' outfits was identical. He then looked at his hands. The black silk gloves had completely turned transparent, revealing his skin. You can change your appearance? Then, I want to look like myself. Chang Chen closed his eyes, carefully recalling the clothes that had turned to ashes. Zelu. At the same moment, the outer garment that Chang Chen had just simulated transformed into a black biological entity, rippling like asphalt, and then recoalesced, filling in with color. That was Chang Chen's signature outfit, black long pants and a denim jacket made of radiation-resistant material, with a blue scavenger cloak full of holes on the back. When Chang Chen opened his eyes, they were filled with surprise and satisfaction. It felt comfortable. The cool breeze blew gently, and the night on Garbage Earth was not only pitch black but also shrouded in an indescribable dimness. Chang Chen walked for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the heaps of trash around him. There was very little intact garbage, let alone similar technological creations. Suddenly, Chang Chen spotted a hazy light in the distance, illuminating a small patch of sky. Several swaying scavengers were coming and going there. It was the Pentagon of the old European era, now a bar street. In the late-night Garbage Earth, it was the only place with a bit of liveliness. Chang Chen slowly stepped inside. He discovered that the bar he had destroyed during his rampage against the savage dogs had been rebuilt, and there were quite a few patrons inside. Chang Chen entered the bar and scanned the room. He soon noticed a particularly striking presence in the corner. It was an incredibly ugly woman. In front of her was a huge glass of low-quality beer, which she was drinking alone. Chang Chen walked over and sat down across from her, sharing a table. The woman had slightly glazed eyes, and her face bore a massive scar, rotting and oozing, making her extremely unattractive. Although her body beneath the gray cloak appeared alluring and graceful, her face was enough to scare off all men. The Type 1 biocombat armor had assimilated Chang Chen's contact lenses, allowing it to provide him with some unexpected information through visual imaging. For example, the woman before him wore a relatively high-quality biological skin on her face, intended to conceal her true appearance. Her real face, on Garbage Earth, could only be described as stunningly grotesque. Chang Chen was certain. She was the eldest daughter of the Scavenger Alliance president, Li Hongyan. Hey, did you see what happened that day? What do you mean by that day? What scene? There's no clear time, no clear reference. How could I see anything? Inside the bar, two drunken scavengers were conversing. The latter clearly possessed excellent logical thinking, hitting the nail on the head. After boasting with a haughty demeanor, he tilted his head back and downed his drink, but due to the alcohol causing his cerebellum to numb, all the liquor ended up in his nostrils. It was the day the Interstellar Alliance squad arrived. Did you see it? President Li's eldest daughter, Miss Hongyan, she was so beautiful. I saw her. But so what? Someone like her is beyond the reach of trash like us. Miss Hongyan is as beautiful as a celestial being, like a flower in the desert, like a diamond in a garbage heap, or like a precious single-leaf clover growing on a cliff. If we try to pick her, we will all fall into an abyss. Miss Hongyan. In the future, she will surely leave us behind, turning elegantly with a brilliant and magnificent glow, carrying the hopes of all scavengers, walking out of Garbage Earth. The only ones worthy of Miss Hongyan can only be those who are more excellent, more advanced, perfect like ancient Greek sculptures, the gene creators. As he spoke, the latter gazed up at the ceiling, his eyes filled with longing. Hey, I say, brother, you have quite the eloquence. Another scavenger clasped his fists. We are just a temporary gathering. May I ask your esteemed name? No problem, no problem. The scavenger with liquor dripping from his nose also clasped his fists. I am Wang Zi. Oh, no rules? No rules, no rules. Brother, just because of your name, tonight's drinks are on me. Oh, come on, we're all just scavengers. What's the difference between you and me? Bartender, bring 8 more cups. 5 meters away, Cheng Chen sat in front of Hong Yan. Hong Yan was very curious. There were empty seats in the bar, but this young man chose to share a table with this incredibly ugly woman. She leaned forward slightly, squinting her eyes to look at Cheng Chen, her drunkenness evident. This movement made the gray cloak she wore tighten, revealing her graceful silhouette. Below her waist, her firm and perky hips resembled a peach, and her long, overlapping legs were equally elegant. It was just her face that made one feel nauseous. Cheng Chen paused, then suddenly heard a sizzle sound. The biological imaging system hidden in his eyes instantly erased the biological disguise on Hong Yan's face. Her true appearance was revealed to Cheng Chen. Her face was stunningly beautiful, her skin like mutton fat jade, glowing with a pure white sheen under the lights. At this moment, she was slightly tipsy, a faint blush on her cheeks, her gaze a mix of daze and curiosity. Her face was very close to Cheng Chen's, her breath like orchids, carrying a slight scent of alcohol, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. This woman was too beautiful. Cheng Chen felt a momentary flutter in his heart. Thanks to the Type 1 biomechanical battle armor, Cheng Chen saw the real Hong Yan. This flawless face, combined with her impeccable figure, viewed at such close range, was a top-tier enjoyment for any man with a normal sexual orientation. Moreover, at this moment, Cheng Chen could use the pretense of treating everyone equally to watch her without restraint, which was quite a thrill. Hong Yan tilted her head, her thoughts a bit mischievous. She knew very well that her face was extremely ugly at this moment, yet she wanted to see if the other party would be disgusted. She looked at Cheng Chen, suddenly smiled, revealing a seductive glance, her white teeth lightly biting her bright red lips, letting out a soft moan. A drunken man in the distance also witnessed this scene, his mouth twitching. Oh my god, who can stand this? Cheng Chen's eyes widened as well. Oh my god, who can stand this? At this moment, Cheng Chen's perspective was different from all the other men in the bar. It couldn't even be called a perspective, it was a beautiful new world. Who would have thought that the stunningly aloof Miss Hong Yan was doing her utmost to seduce him at this moment? He. Hong Yan chuckled, the prank over, and returned to her seat. She did not disguise her voice, which was crisp and had a sense of distance, just like the legendary cool girl voice. Why would you sit at the same table with me when I'm so ugly? Cheng Chen shrugged, looking at her perfect face. We're here to drink. The goal is to relax and have fun. Why care so much about others' appearances? Hong Yan nodded. I like your viewpoint. Cheng Chen realized a truth. No wonder the vast majority of scavengers had never seen Miss Hong Yan before, and some even didn't know of her existence. It turned out this woman presented herself in such a manner daily. Cheng Chen looked up at the bar counter. The bar owner was a plump middle-aged woman, smiling warmly as she greeted the endless stream of customers. I remember, this bar didn't have such good business before. Cheng Chen wondered. Oh, not long ago, a young punk killed a hyena and tore this place down. Then Rita rebuilt this bar. Hong Yan also looked at the plump owner. Rita is very serious and hardworking, so I gave her some ideas, some management methods, marketing strategies, and so on, and that's how the business gradually improved. Oh, Cheng Chen's eyes flickered. He remembered that Hong Yan was a high-level geneticist, while those below level C would possess some talent or gift in a certain area. Could her talent be in management and operation? Cheng Chen smiled. What idea do you have? Hong Yan playfully smiled and tapped her glass. Dilute the wine with water. Cheng Chen was taken aback. Aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation? On the contrary, Hong Yan replied with a smile. Life on the garbage planet is oppressive and difficult. The main purpose of the scavengers entering the bar is not the alcohol, but the rare opportunity to relax. If a drink can be finished in just a few minutes, that relaxation time becomes very short. Cheng Chen's eyes flickered. So, by diluting a small glass of wine with water, it turns into a large glass, making it last longer. Absolutely correct. Hong Yan blinked. This is a secret understood among the patrons, while other bars never grasp this principle and even chase away those who finish their drinks for the sake of revenue. Thus, Rita's bar gradually became the most popular spot on the bar street. Cheng Chen gently clapped. Clever. What's your name? I'm Cheng Chen, and you? I'm Yun. Oh, Miss Yun, nice to meet you. Hong Yan held her glass, leaning gently against the back of her chair, surveying the entire bar. Thanks to the protection of those unnamed heroes from the Interstellar Alliance team, we can sit here drinking without the threat to our lives. Cheng Chen clicked his tongue and slowly said, yes, our safety is largely due to the protection of those unnamed heroes. It won't be long before the human traitor Kunlun is captured. Everything here will return to normal. Hope sparkled in Hong Yan's eyes. By then, I want to make a big move. Cheng Chen paused and suddenly said, have you considered that Hua Kunlun might be wronged, and that team might not be so legitimate? Hong Yan put down her glass. Friend, you probably haven't had a drink yet. You should know that some things are very dangerous to discuss, even in conversation. Cheng Chen shrugged and changed the subject. You just said you want to make a big move. How do you plan to do that? Speaking of which, Hong Yan suddenly perked up, her face unable to hide her excitement. I'm in a great mood today because we just received a large shipment of relief supplies, so I've decided to declare today as the dream day for scavengers. Chang Chen was taken aback. Huh? He saw Hong Yan lift her skirt, step onto the table. She raised her glass high. Everyone listen up. I declare today is dream day for all of us. The patrons were a bit confused. They looked at the girl standing on the table, incredibly ugly, and swaying, clearly drunk. What dream day? This girl is high. We're lucky to be alive. What dreams do we have? But Hong Yan ignored them, gracefully spinning 360 degrees on the table. Shut up and let me speak. Tonight, all expenses in the venue will be covered by me. What? What? The patrons initially couldn't believe it, but when they saw the bar owner Rita wiping her hands with a towel while smiling, alright, whatever Miss Yun says goes. No way. Really? Miss Yun is generous. Long live Miss Yun. Hong Yan beamed, swaying slightly, and pointed a finger. But today, everyone must voice their dreams out loud, because today is the dream day for scavengers. No problem. My dream is to marry Hong Yan. My dream is to save up 20,000 credit points. My dream is to become an E-level gene. My dream is that I'm not dreaming right now. My dream is to get a brand new second-in-command. Cheng Chen was also taken aback, then looked towards the corner of the bar, where he saw his little brother, Xiongzi, drinking and already seeing stars, not recognizing Cheng Chen. He wiped his mechanical arm and said, "Don't get me wrong, my second-in-command is an arm. I, Miss Yun." At that moment, Hong Yan raised her wine glass. My dream is to govern the entire garbage low earth. I want to establish a fair business system, set up a strict judicial system, and recruit talent to research new energy and agricultural planting technology. Her words echoed, and all the scavengers were stunned. Everyone quietly watched the girl standing on the table, her eyes hazy with drunkenness. Do you know? Hong Yan raised her glass high, looking up at the ceiling as if her gaze could penetrate the gray atmosphere and see the brightest sun. We were born here, we grew up here, and that's something we can't change. This place is backward, this place is desolate, this is a place that is despised by the higher humans. But I think we shouldn't give up on ourselves. We shouldn't wallow in self-pity. Do you know? Perhaps due to her drunkenness, a hint of tears glimmered in Hong Yan's eyes as she spoke with a deep and powerful voice. Self-improvement is the magic of the weak. I believe that each of us has unimaginable strength hidden in our hearts. I believe we can rely on our own hands to change everything in sight. I believe a beautiful future, a beautiful tomorrow, is waiting for us not far away. Hong Yan's voice echoed throughout the bar. Everyone was silent, but everyone secretly clenched their fists. Yes, why should we passively accept all of this? Why should we always be shrouded in loneliness and despair? Why don't we resist? Why not fight against that so-called fate? Then Hong Yan raised her glass high again, the liquid inside swirling. She shouted, at that time, I, Miss Yun, will need each of your support and help. No problem. We absolutely support Miss Yun. We will follow Miss Yun to break the shackles of fate. The crowd, fueled by alcohol, shouted angrily, and the scavenger who called himself Wang Zi was even more passionate, downing a large glass of beer in one go before collapsing. Cheng Chen quietly watched all of this. This was a late-night bar, and everyone was somewhat drunk. They had no idea what they were saying or who they were talking to. Miss Yun was Li Hongyan. She was the eldest daughter of the president of the Scavenger Association, and President Li was already old. The position would eventually be passed to Hong Yan. By that time, the scavengers would realize that the drunken words spoken today were not a joke. Cheng Chen's gaze flickered, and Li Hongyan, she really was different from all the scavengers. She was a high-level gene carrier, and from just a few words, it was clear that she indeed possessed some talent for management. Could she really change all of this? Maybe she could, maybe she couldn't, but she definitely needed an opportunity. Cheng Chen looked into Hong Yan's eyes again. At that moment, her pupils were pitch black, likely wearing some kind of biological camouflage glasses, but her glasses were of poor quality, and the eye-type bioarmor saw through everything in an instant. In her eyes, there was only a light ring. It was the most basic E-level gene carrier, and that day, what she presented in front of Colonel Ning was an illusion. It was a crazy, reckless act. Hey, Cheng Chen. Suddenly, Hong Yan, who was standing on the table, looked down and asked, "What is your dream?" Everyone turned to look as well. My dream. Cheng Chen smiled, then stood up. My dream seems very small compared to everyone else's, and it's hard to say. Oh, today is dream day. Say whatever you want. No matter what you say, no one will laugh at you. The crowd cheered, and the atmosphere was lively. Cheng Chen was also infected by this atmosphere, one foot on the stool, shouting, "Then I'll say it. My name is Cheng Chen, the beggar's beggar, and my dream is to become the king of garbage on the entire planet. Ha ha ha, damn." This kid has drunk too much. Well, ambitious. Ha ha ha. Hong Yan laughed so hard she nearly fell over. Cheng Chen, your dream sounds even harder to achieve than mine. Cheng Chen pouted, wasn't that what you said? Self-improvement is the magic of the weak. That's true. We all have magic. Hong Yan's true feelings came out. Lita, pour drinks for everyone. The chubby Lita, smiling, brought cup after cup of drinks to everyone. Lita also placed a large cup of beer in front of Cheng Chen, who was just about to lift the cup. Suddenly, he received a warning from the thousand-eyed fly. Major Ning had sent out 3 more small teams. These people were thin, dressed in night gear, and moved swiftly, likely some kind of scouts. Major Ning, anxious from waiting, had sent more people to gather information. Cheng Chen took a deep breath. Miss Yun, some work just came up. I have to go. Hong Yan turned to look, her expression a bit disappointed. But, Cheng Chen smiled, since you treated me to drinks, as a return gesture, I'll treat you to one too. Saying this, Cheng Chen took out a test tube containing a light blue liquid from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. Then, he waved his hand and turned to walk into the dim night. The bar was noisy and lively, but due to the unlimited supply of drinks, everyone quickly got drunk. Hong Yan sat alone in a corner, becoming increasingly sober. She carefully recalled Cheng Chen's words. Have you ever thought that Hua Kunlun might be wronged, and that team might not be so formal? For some unknown reason, Hong Yan suddenly stood up and plunged into the night. Using the cover of the garbage pile, she moved closer to the area directly beneath the 2 Hawk-class starships. She wanted to know a vague result, like whether the 2 starships were quietly hovering in mid-air without any changes. Suddenly, Hong Yan spotted a small team dressed in night gear. She quickly shrank back behind a mountain of garbage, and as she observed in the dark, her eyes widened slightly. They were holding military particle-cutting daggers. Were they from the Interstellar Alliance team? But why weren't they in military uniforms? What were they doing so late? Searching for Kunlun? But why was there only one small team? Hong Yan was puzzled, and inadvertently, she stepped on a piece of metal garbage, making a crisp sound. It seemed that the small team in the distance had extremely sensitive hearing. The moment the sound was made, they all turned around in unison, their eyes equipped with some kind of night vision device, glowing with a bright, eerie red light. The movements of that small team were extremely agile. In the next second, they surrounded the position where Hong Yan was. In an instant, Hong Yan's figure was exposed to a dozen blood-red gazes. Hong Yan's body trembled, and just as she was about to speak, one of the team members made a sound first. A scavenger? Why is she so ugly and disgusting? Scavengers are like this. Ugly or not, the hunting plan hasn't stopped. A woman can earn a point. Let's just kill her. The team showed no hesitation. One member stepped forward, drawing a particle-cutting dagger, a cold glint flashing as his target was Hong Yan's ear. In the hunting game, the standard for points was to obtain the ears of scavengers. Swish! In a panic, Hong Yan extended her arm to block, and the particle-cutting dagger left a half-finger-long gash on her arm. The killer was impatient, twisting his wrist, the dagger now horizontal, a cold light cutting towards Hong Yan's neck. Kill first, then take the ears. Buzz! In that instant, an unknown force field resembling a faint green ripple suddenly appeared around them. The killer's eyes widened. No matter how he swung the dagger, it couldn't advance an inch. It was as if chaotic gravity had emerged, interfering with everyone's movements. What's going on? The team members quickly reacted. Someone is interfering nearby. They tried to turn back, but under the chaotic gravity, every movement was extremely strenuous, as if a tremendous downward pressure was coming from above, causing cracking sounds in their spines and kneecaps, their bodies passively kneeling towards the ground. Buzz! Another wave of chaotic gravity sent the entire team flying, rolling several meters. Hong Yan was astonished, only she remained unaffected. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared, releasing dark green biological flames from the soles of his feet, slowly descending from the sky. Hong Yan's eyes widened. Unfortunately, her position was directly behind the figure, and with the darkness of the night, she couldn't see his face clearly. All she could see was that he seemed to be wearing a tattered scavenger cloak. Extending his palm, releasing some kind of faint green ripple that crashed against the fallen team. Hong Yan's heart raced with fear. What kind of equipment was that? Never seen before. Moreover, he was descending from the sky. On this garbage planet, flying equipment couldn't be scavenged due to the no-fly order, and that kind of equipment was probably not something one could just pick up. The newcomer was Cheng Chen, who had just dealt with another scout team. After the gravity field adjustment gloves and jet turbine-powered shoes were integrated with the Type 1 biocombat armor, the entire mechanism had changed, releasing a gravity field and jet flames, all transformed into a representation of biological technology in green. Furthermore, the performance had nearly a 50% enhancement. Cheng Chen felt at ease using it, more free than before. Buzz! The green ripples released from the gloves became denser, and the gravity field grew stronger. Ah! The scout team ahead could only lie flat on the ground, their faces twisted in rage, but they couldn't even get up. Put! Crack! The gravity field had exceeded the critical threshold their bodies could withstand. In an instant, the bones of the scout team shattered, their skin cracking like bursting ketchup, splattering large amounts of blood. Each complete person was instantly crushed into a meat pie. They didn't even see who the newcomer was before being annihilated in an instant. Chang Chen waved his hand. The signal jammers and particle-cutting daggers carried by the team were enveloped by the green ripples, slowly floating into the air. Then, the biological turbine jet shoes under Chang Chen's feet activated, releasing green flames. He clasped his hands behind his back and slowly ascended. The equipment, as if controlled from a distance, also floated up, following closely behind Chang Chen. In a moment, a person with a pile of equipment vanished into the night sky, because there was still a third scout team waiting for Chang Chen's harvest. As for why he had his hands behind his back, there was actually no need for it. Chang Chen just thought this pose looked cool, like an ancient immortal. Hong Yan witnessed everything. Her eyes widened, completely frozen like a clay sculpture. Who is that? What level of technology does he possess? He shouldn't be from Earth, but why is he wearing a scavenger's cloak? Why do his equipment effects look so fantastical? Like magic. In the next moment, Hong Yan shook her head violently, the alcohol in her system instantly turning into cold sweat. The Interstellar Alliance team really has a problem. I need to hurry back to tell my father, tell my sister. In the cargo hold of the No. 2 Hawk-class starship, the atmosphere was gloomy. The more than 600 fake soldiers here hadn't even had the chance to participate in the hunting game when they heard the news from the No. 1 starship. The several teams that had gone down before had all perished, not even leaving behind their bodies. Did Hua Kunlun really repair herself? A terrifying cloud of doubt loomed over their hearts, and thinking of that invincible female war god made them shiver. Suppressed, stifled, unknown. This was the most uncomfortable, especially since the current order from above was to keep them obediently on the starship, unable to go anywhere. Click, click. Several fake soldiers changed their expressions and looked towards a nearby transport box. To pose as regular troops, they had applied for some energy blocks, and these boxes were used to transport the energy blocks. But 2 days ago, they had been fully distributed, and the empty boxes had returned to the starship. Yet at this moment, there was a sound coming from inside the box. Thud, thud. Someone was knocking from inside the box. A group of fake soldiers instantly grabbed their weapons and surrounded it. One bold guy stepped forward, his fingers trembling slightly as he unlocked the box, yanked the door open, and immediately raised his gun, aiming at the inside of the box. In the next second, the group of fake soldiers froze in unison. Inside the box was a beautiful woman dressed in a red dress. The woman's hands trembled slightly as she arranged her long hair. "Hello everyone, my name is Hina." The fake soldiers were all taken aback. "A scavenger woman? I'm very sorry." Hina pressed her lips together. "I was hiding in the box and came in with the transport ship. Don't worry, I just wanted to meet your Colonel Ning. I've been hiding here for 2 days and haven't found a chance to sneak out. I might need a bit of food and water now." Hina shrugged her shoulders, trying to show a charming smile. "After that, can you take me to meet Colonel Ning? He. Suddenly, one of the fake soldiers burst into laughter. "I heard before that low-level geneticists can become the bitches of high-level geneticists to rise up. I didn't believe it at first. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be the same on this trash planet Earth. Look, she's still an E-level geneticist. Hey brothers, have you experienced an E-level genetic woman? We've really been cooped up these days. We need to release some pressure." A look of terror appeared on Hina's face. "What are you saying? You are soldiers. Little girl. Even if we really bring you to Colonel Ning, he might not even look at you. But big brothers won't mind you. Look, we've also injected physical enhancement agents, and we have faint yellow halos in our eyes." More than 600 fake soldiers slowly gathered around, drooling, their eyes shining with a devilish light. Hina couldn't believe the scene before her. She widened her eyes and quickly shrank deep into the cargo box. "What are you doing? Don't come over." Tap, tap, tap. Colonel Ning walked on the bridge. The sound of military boots striking the steel deck echoed. A drop of sweat slid down from his forehead. There were only 12 hours left to capture Kunlun, yet the general suddenly wanted to see him. Crossing the long suspension bridge, he arrived at the central circular platform. Colonel Ning slowly stopped, saluted the shadow ahead with a standard military gesture. According to common sense, a large starship like the Harrier should be bustling with people on the bridge. But at this moment, it was unusually quiet, with not a single staff member in sight. The entire starship, however, was operating perfectly. Whoosh! A dim light illuminated the platform. The general's true form slowly emerged. He was a strong man in his 50s, dressed in a black captain's uniform, sitting majestically in a huge metal seat. His face was a standard square shape, with dark skin. However, there was a noticeable defect. He had a congenital cleft lip, with his upper lip split and growing to the sides, a genetic issue. The general tilted his head back, looking at Colonel Ning, and spoke in a deep voice, "Tear off that ugly mask of yours." Colonel Ning frowned slightly but still raised his hand, his fingers digging into the line of his right jaw. A very realistic biological mask was torn off his face by Colonel Ning. His true appearance was revealed under the dim light. He was no longer the handsome figure from before. He also had a square face, dark skin, and a congenital defect. He too had a cleft lip. Colonel Ning lowered his head slightly, his gaze evasive. "Brother." The general still held his head high. "Fourth brother." At this moment, the two faces presented a clear contrast. Colonel Ning and the general's faces were about 90% similar, with the general being older and Colonel Ning slightly younger. "Fourth brother, do you remember our happy childhood as quadruplets on planet K-23? Colonel Ning kept his head down. "I remember." The general placed his hands flat on the metal armrests of the chair, seemingly lost in some memory. "Our father was a famous interstellar bandit. He raised us 4 brothers with the money and food he stole. He used decades of experience fighting the Interstellar Alliance to educate us, teaching us to arm ourselves. But in the end, our father died under the bombardment of the Interstellar Alliance, leaving no ashes behind." The general sighed slowly, speaking with the weight of an elder. "From that moment, I understood a principle: if we fight head-on, we will never win against the Interstellar Alliance. But if we go against the grain, we can join the Interstellar Alliance under false identities. Not only can we gain a legitimate identity, but we can also gradually undermine this giant from within." At that time, none of you agreed with my idea. I had no choice but to go my own way. I enlisted alone and became a starship soldier. We were all born with E-level genes, but we had no individual talents. However, because we are quadruplets, our genetic essence is a symbiotic gene within the special gene catalog. This is a powerful group talent. We brothers possess abilities like telepathy and coordinated movement. In the most exaggerated cases, one person's experiences can be completely known by another. I struggled in the military for so many years and finally became the captain of a small attack ship. It was at this time that the advantages of our 4 brothers became apparent. Our father gave us 4 brothers very beautiful names: Wind, Rain, Mountain, River. I am Ning Feng, and your real name is Ning Chuan. And Ning Yu and Ning Shan have made tremendous contributions to pave the way for me. The general leaned slightly forward. It was then that he noticed a massive helmet on his head, with dense metal wires connecting to the back, resembling a series of dreadlocks styled by an African woman. These wires extended all the way to the main control console of the Hawk-class starship. Inside the main control console, there was a transparent glass cabinet. Inside the cabinet was a completely exposed pink brain, with specialized tubes supplying nutrients beneath it, and the surface of the brain was embedded with tens of thousands of thin silver needle signal sensors. "That is my second brother, Ning Yu." The general clasped his hands, gazing at the brain with a loving expression. "I have linked him with the entire Hawk-class starship, and through the symbiotic genetic talent between us brothers, I can connect with him. This method can only be achieved by us brothers, and only in this way can the starship exhibit the strongest combat power, the fastest reaction speed, and form the most perfect and tacit whole with its commander. It hasn't been easy for us. Ning Yu and Ning Shan have always been by my side. They have constantly moved, being installed on one starship after another, from small warships to the current super-large warships. With them, I can perform the most difficult piloting maneuvers. No one is faster than my reaction speed, and no one is more familiar with my starship than I am." The general's eyes widened, and 4 rings of light flickered in his pupils. "Thanks to their help, I gradually became the most dazzling genius commander in the entire Interstellar Alliance and one of the top 20 generals of the Interstellar Alliance." As he spoke, a commanding gaze shot towards him, "And it was I who transformed you, a mere interstellar bandit, into Lieutenant Colonel Ning." Lieutenant Colonel Ning's body trembled uncontrollably. Yes, his elder brother was one of the top 20 generals. The reason he could achieve what he had today was because of the sacrifices of his second and third brothers. The second brother's brain was on this starship, and the third brother Ning Shan's brain was on another Hawk-class starship. In this way, the elder brother could perfectly control 2 Alpha-class main starships by himself. Once, the elder brother even considered extracting his own brain to transform it into his third puppet, allowing him to control another large starship. But the elder brother also needed some human hands around him, which was why he could stand here today. This was also the reason behind the elder brother's past words. "If you can't find Kunlun's brain within 72 hours, you don't deserve to have your own brain." Fourth brother, is it really that difficult to capture a battered Kunlun? The general lowered his head, looking down at Lieutenant Colonel Ning from the massive metal seat. "You disappoint me." Lieutenant Colonel Ning's legs trembled. He could even feel a faint stain of urine seeping through. He was terrified. He didn't want to become a brain forever imprisoned and commanded, living a life devoid of light. That would be the most cruel and inhumane punishment in the world. He had once heard the mournful cries of humans coming from the onboard communicator in the dead of night. He wasn't sure if those were the souls of his second and third brothers. Ning Chuan, the general shook his head helplessly. Father has spoiled you since you were young. I won't lay a hand on you unless absolutely necessary. My physical condition is not as good as yours. In the future, someone must continue our family's legacy. Do you remember our goal? We must step by step reach the highest echelons of the Interstellar Alliance, and then instigate a coup. We want to become the true official power in the galaxy. We want a rampage here, and no one will dare to stop us anymore. Now, we are not strong enough, and Kunlun knows our secret. We absolutely cannot let her pass the message. Colonel Ning was still trembling. Although his elder brother spoke slowly, the look in his eyes was always like a beast staring at fresh flesh. But faced with the current situation, Colonel Ning didn't know what to do. Let me show you something. The general shook his head, looking frustrated, and a signal line behind his head suddenly flickered with light, flowing like water into the core control console of the starship. Above, the imaging system of the Hawk-class starship suddenly activated, projecting a void image. The scene depicted the terrain of garbage Earth. A Hawk-class starship's landing pod slowly descended, and 3 scout teams streamed out one after another. Colonel Ning was somewhat puzzled. This was an image from about 10 minutes ago. At that time, he had also monitored everything through the starship's scanning system. These 3 teams were sent out according to his orders to investigate the whereabouts of the Extreme Warriors team. Up to now, the scout teams were still searching, and Colonel Ning had not received any feedback. The general's voice suddenly came through. What you see is an illusion. Colonel Ning's eyes widened. What? The image before him focused on one of the scout teams. But strangely, the image became increasingly blurry, as if someone was adjusting the resolution. The mosaic on the screen grew more and more until, in the end, the team members even turned into human-shaped mosaics. Suddenly, another figure covered in mosaics fell from the sky. Immediately, bursts of red mosaics erupted from the scout team. The scene resembled a minor protection system, showing no bloodshed and no clear view of any shattered corpses, yet the audience could clearly understand that those scout team members had died horribly. Colonel Ning's face gradually turned pale. Then the corners of his eyes began to twitch. According to his information feedback, the life signals of the scout team were still normal. I have achieved first-class military merit 7 times. The Interstellar Alliance rewarded me with a visual detector abandoned by a level 4 civilization. It took nearly 7 years to repair, and I finally installed this detector on the Hawk-class starship. Previously, I activated it, but after just a few dozen seconds, its built-in energy was depleted. The engineer said it could no longer be used. The general's eyes glinted coldly. The opponent's signal barrier is very strong. If it weren't for that detector, we wouldn't even be able to see these images. Colonel Ning's face was filled with horror. A level 4 civilization detector could only see a bunch of mosaics? The general's voice was low. Someone is overestimating their abilities, pretending to be a guardian in the dark. Colonel Ning stared wide-eyed, fixated on this extremely blurry 33-second clip. Isn't that like Kunlun? He seems to be wearing a blue cloak. Is he a scavenger? How could there be such a scavenger? What is he doing? He seems to be digging a pit? Colonel Ning was overwhelmed by the barrage of vague information, feeling somewhat mentally broken. The feeling in his heart was very difficult to describe. Earth, in their minds, was a rotting, stinking garbage heap, inhabited by a group of waste struggling on the edge of life and death. Yet the scene before him was like a maggot born from cow dung, suddenly standing up and then overturning a strong bull. Colonel Ning thought left and right, still somewhat dumbfounded. How is that possible? It's obvious. The general said in a low voice. He found some powerful equipment, even a very advanced signal jammer. Although the probability is extremely low, it just so happened that he got lucky. Damn! Colonel Ning glared at the screen, gritting his teeth. He's killing my brothers who have fought alongside me. The good news is that Kunlun has not regained combat capability. The general leaned back in his chair. The bad news is that a lone hero has emerged from the thousands of scavengers. Of course, even if he has incredible luck and found a high-level signal jammer, he should be out of luck now. As for his combat level, while he has some tricks, as long as he shows his face in front of me, I can kill him in an instant. However, this guy might have some connection to Kunlun. I want you to find him. As for the method, the general narrowed his eyes. Next, you need to frame those scavengers with a reasonable accusation, then arrest them on a large scale. If there is any resistance, shoot them on the spot. And that blue cloak, doesn't he want to be a hero? He will definitely show up. Don't worry, big brother. I will definitely become your most capable assistant. I will prove to be as important as the ship's brain. I will not let you down again. Colonel Ning stared at the holographic projection, his chest rising and falling slightly. Perfectly executing his brother's orders and being a useful person was his only way out. In the image, the figure in the blue cloak stood on the ground, looking up at the two Hawk-class starships in the sky. Behind this figure were the scattered lights of the scavengers. A hero? He is just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Colonel Ning ground his teeth. No one can block my brother's path. Colonel Ning walked quickly inside the Hawk-class starship, his brow furrowed. The adjutant followed in his footsteps. Boss, you said you wanted to frame those scavengers. That seems a bit difficult. Difficult? Colonel Ning had put on his handsome mask again, but his eyes were filled with gloom. Do you remember the president's eldest daughter, that woman named Hong Yen? The adjutant nodded. That girl looks good, and she's a D-grade gene. I have a deep impression of her. D-grade? Colonel Ning smiled. I have taken gene drugs multiple times and failed many times. My current D-grade gene is hard-earned, and that woman, I could tell something was off about her that day. Her condition is clearly a characteristic of a failed gene enhancement. The adjutant was taken aback. Then why did you stop us from conducting a gene test? If she really is D-grade, then during the gene test, her data would sync to the Galactic Alliance headquarters. And if a high-grade gene user appears on the garbage planet, it will definitely attract attention from above. Colonel Ning chuckled softly. Although the possibility is almost zero, I didn't want to take the risk at that time because I promised my brothers to hold a hunting game. In other words, as long as we kill some trash, it won't attract the Alliance's attention. I understand. The adjutant nodded. You don't want to play along with them anymore and are ready to expose them directly. But deceiving the Alliance officers and forging gene identities is a serious crime. The hazy morning sun slowly rose. On the garbage planet filled with murky air, there was finally a glimmer of light. At the Scavenger Alliance headquarters, President Li's face turned red. Hong Yen, do you know what you're saying? I know clearly. Hong Yen raised her arm, revealing a somewhat charred wound. Only the standard-issue particle-cutting dagger of the Interstellar Alliance squad can cause such an injury. President Li stared wide-eyed. What if some bandits found a particle-cutting dagger? Hong Yen also raised her head. What if the Interstellar Alliance team is itself a group of bandits? President Li's body trembled, and beneath his anger lay a deep-seated fear. Where did these terrifying thoughts of yours come from? Hong Yen remained calm. A scavenger named Cheng Chen reminded me. Cheng Chen? A scavenger? President Li was at a loss for words. You choose to trust a scavenger instead of the regular army? Hong Yen, have you gone mad? Do you know we have always lived in a crevice? If the team really treats the lives of scavengers as worthless, then why are we still living well? President Li knocked on the table. And why do they bring us food? Hong Yan's eyes flickered. Someone is protecting us. President Li stared. Who? Hong Yan frowned. I'm not sure, but he is also a scavenger, possibly Cheng Chen. What about this Cheng Chen? President Li was even more helpless. Daughter, open your eyes and look. Where we are is just a garbage dump. Can a scavenger emerge from here to fight against the Interstellar Alliance team? Our scavenger alliance, this large, only has 7 makeshift beam pistols, with a total of just 110 rounds. Under such conditions, can an ordinary scavenger fight against the Interstellar Alliance team? Can he secretly stop the Interstellar Alliance team? You almost led me astray. The Interstellar Alliance team cannot harm us. President Li emphasized each word. What you say, I cannot believe, nor can I trust. Just then, a member of the Scavenger Alliance rushed into the room. President, Colonel Ning has suddenly arrived. What? President Li's expression changed, and he quickly began to tidy his clothes while urging Hong Yen to stand up and prepare to greet. Where did that girl Hina run off to? Forget it, forget it. Prepare the best filtered water, and bring out the tea leaves I've treasured. Just as President Li was nervously fidgeting, Colonel Ning entered the room slowly with a team of soldiers. President Li, there's no need to trouble yourself. Colonel Ning smiled. This conversation will be very brief. And is the tea you treasure even drinkable? President Li was momentarily stunned. He saw Colonel Ning slowly sit down, gazing at the 2 rings of light in Hong Yan's eyes, representing D-level genes. President Li. Colonel Ning slowly crossed his legs. Do you know the consequences of forging genetic identities? Upon hearing this, President Li's face seemed to instantly turn pale. His hands began to tremble, but he struggled to control himself, hiding his hands behind his back. Medium offense, level 3 to 5. It was Hong Yen who spoke slowly. Including the forger and all accomplices, they will be arrested, facing up to 10 years in prison. Miss Hong Yen is well versed in the regulations, but you aren't being very comprehensive. Colonel Ning smiled. Let me add something. Suppose, if Miss Hong Yan's D gene is fake, and you are merely deceiving some scavengers on garbage earth to gain some respect, then that crime is indeed a medium offense. But if you deceive someone like me, an officer of the Interstellar Alliance combat team, and through the identity of a D-level gene holder, request me to grant resources worth millions of credit points, then this would be deceiving the entire Galactic Alliance. This is a level 9 felony, 60 years in prison, or even the death penalty. Colonel Ning scanned the room, and this range not only includes the dozens of people in your scavenger alliance, but also those scavengers on the square snatching energy blocks. They are either shielding each other or participating in the spoils. Not a single one can escape. Colonel Ning suddenly gritted his teeth, his voice chilling. If that's the case, I will suppress the entire garbage planet. Do you understand what suppression means? If there are any resistors, I have the right to execute them on the spot. President Lee was trembling like a leaf, forcing a smile. Colonel Ning really knows how to joke. How could we dare deceive you? Perhaps it's heaven's favor. Hong Yan, she is truly gifted. But Colonel Ning raised his hand to interrupt President Lee, then waved it dismissively. Behind him, four soldiers carried a massive gene testing device into the room. President Lee felt as if he were having a heart attack, his entire body turning icy cold, as if he had suddenly plunged into a deep winter lake. At that moment, one thought filled his mind. It's over. All over. Miss Hong Yan. Colonel Ning extended his hand, pointing at the gene testing device with a smile. Please. The gene testing device had already been activated, its surface opening to reveal a humanoid space inside. The device was so large because it integrated comprehensive testing functions. Gene level is a significant matter. The entire Galactic Alliance has always treated it with caution. Once the tester enters the device, it will complete 12 tests, including blood, DNA, and pupil recognition, aiming for 100% accuracy. Hong Yan appeared calm, stepping into the testing device one step at a time. Hiss! As the cabin door slowly closed, Hong Yan took one last look at her father. Meanwhile, President Lee had completely stiffened, his heart like dead ash. The casing of the gene testing device pulsed with blue technological light, rapidly collecting samples and generating vast amounts of data. The display screen began to show groups of characters. Finally, those characters converged into two lines of Chinese characters. Testing complete. Tester has high-level genes. President Lee could no longer control his weak legs and collapsed to the ground. Hong Yan was originally an E-level gene, indeed falling within the category of high-level gene holders, so the machine's assessment was expected. But this was just preliminary information. The specific level that followed would be the real fatal blow. I didn't expect you to have such a solid foundation. Colonel Ning sneered, his gaze fixed on the display screen. E-level gene, disguised as D-level gene, is also a significant deception. Ding! The precise gene level of the tester is D-level. The gene testing machine made its final conclusion. President Lee slapped his forehead, wailing, It's over, it's over. My daughter is actually a D-level gene. Wait, D-level? President Lee suddenly widened his eyes and stood up with a start. He rushed to the testing machine's screen, rubbing his murky eyes vigorously. Hiss! President Lee gasped, stepping back 3 paces. D-level. It really is D-level. How is this possible? Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure and swallowed the rest of his words. Hiss! The testing machine's cabin door slowly opened. The first thing that caught everyone's eye was the 2 azure halos in Hong Yan's eyes. Hong Yan's beauty was already stunning, and now paired with the 2 mysterious and noble halos, her aura became even more aloof and proud. Colonel Ning was completely frozen in his seat, his eyes filled with disbelief. Did I see it wrong? How could it be? The way she looked that day was clearly the result of the drug backlash. She also used makeup to disguise herself. But the genetic testing machine cannot be wrong. Colonel Ning's mouth slightly opened, his head tilted slightly, staring blankly at Hong Yan. How could a D-level gene holder appear on this garbage planet? They couldn't possibly obtain high-efficiency drugs. They lacked that kind of strength and financial resources. But the facts were laid out before him, and Colonel Ning was left speechless. At that moment, a staff member from the Scavenger Alliance brought in a pot of brewed tea and placed it beside Colonel Ning. Hong Yan gently adjusted her clothes, stepped out of the testing machine, and walked slowly on the ground. This stunning woman raised her head and puffed out her chest, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She recalled the bar from last night. She remembered the dream day from last night. She thought of the scavenger boy in the blue cloak. She also recalled the pale blue potion he left behind when he departed. Last night, she had been diligently searching for the source of this potion. It seemed to be the work of the genius pharmacist Valente, but none of the available information had ever mentioned this form of Valente's potion. In the hazy morning as the sun rose, she leaned against the window, reminiscing about the pure eyes of the boy in the blue cloak, feeling an inexplicable trust arise within her. Finally, facing the distant and dim sun, she drank the potion. At this moment, Hong Yan stood before Colonel Ning. Her figure was graceful as she extended her white, slender hand, gently picked up the teapot, and poured a cup of tea for Colonel Ning. Then, standing to one side, she lifted her white chin. Colonel Ning, this tea indeed comes from the garbage planet and has been dusty for a long time. But, the real cannot be faked, and the fake cannot be real. At this moment, under new help and nourishment, it has magically revived with a second life. It is genuine and fragrant. Would you like to try it? Colonel Ning's arm even showed a slight tremor. He instinctively took the teacup, gazing into Hong Yan's eyes, his face still bearing that incredulous expression. How could this be? Colonel Ning left the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance with a group of people. After walking several hundred meters in front of the square, he couldn't help but look back at the Scavenger headquarters building again. Gritting his teeth, he returned in defeat. The fact that Hong Yan's genetic level was not fabricated left him with no opportunity to explode in anger. Unknowingly, he arrived in front of the landing craft, and while he was busy expressing his anger by looking back, he stumbled over the climbing ladder, lunging forward a few steps and kneeling on one knee. Colonel Ning, are you all right? Several attendants gathered around. Colonel Ning's eyes were filled with rage as he waved his hand and straightened up. He looked back at the Scavenger headquarters building and gritted his teeth. Have someone bring over the wreckage of the Wakunlan 24th Fleet, scatter it evenly outside the Earth's atmosphere, and collect the remains of those old Wakunlan members as well. The adjutant raised an eyebrow. What are you planning? The Interstellar Alliance has already received Hong Yan's genetic information, but their system is bloated and slow to react. It will take at least 10 to 12 hours before they send someone to investigate and verify. Colonel Ning's gaze turned icy, and during this time, I want every last scavenger killed, including that boy in the blue cloak. He knows our true identity. I must draw him out and find clues about Wakunlan from him. Colonel Ning growled, then I will kill them all and end this once and for all. A bloodthirsty glint appeared in the adjutant's eyes. Then we can pin the blame for this massacre on Wakunlan? Not just a blame without witnesses. Colonel Ning's face gradually twisted. After it's over, I will report up. After that demon, Hua Kunlun, indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent, we arrived too late and destroyed her outside the Earth's atmosphere. The merits and demerits balance out. At least we can still claim to be nominal heroes. The adjutant stared wide-eyed. This is thrilling, but the difficulty is immense. If we miss even one survivor, so not a single one can be left. There's no turning back on this path. But they forced my hand, I have no other way to go. Colonel Ning tilted his head, looking at the Scavenger headquarters, his eyes filled with madness. Time is of the essence. Tell the brothers to check their gear, have the medic prepare painkillers, and get the mechanics to repair the equipment. In 3 hours, the army will descend, starting the most thrilling hunting game. Cheng Chen stood in front of his shack. He watched as Colonel Ning's landing craft soared upward, returning to the Harrier-class starship. He shrugged, guessing that Colonel Ning would stir up a blatant incident under the pretext of falsifying Hong Yan's genes. When the first batch of Valente Fantasy serums was synthesized, exactly 5 were produced. Thus, he gave the remaining odd-numbered Valente Fantasy serum to Hong Yan. The success rate of the Valente Fantasy serum is 99.9%. It is essentially a blind box, and the genetic enhancement depends on the user's innate talent. But Hong Yan is a naturally E-class gene, a brilliant gem on this trashy Earth. Her innate talent must be exceptional. It seems she succeeded. Moreover, after the genetic level is enhanced, Hong Yan's management talent should also strengthen. For Cheng Chen, one Valente Fantasy serum is nothing. But for Hong Yan, for the entire Scavenger Alliance, and even for all scavengers, it could very well be the beginning of a new life. However, Cheng Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. For someone like Colonel Ning, extremism and madness are the norm, especially after hitting walls everywhere. The beastly instincts accumulated within will become even more uncontrollable. Like a bomb with a lit fuse, he probably won't hesitate any longer. The final battle should be approaching. Let's fight. Cheng Chen's eyes sparkled. Behind him, the door of the underground shelter slowly opened. The young man walked in. He too needed to start preparing his strategic materials. In the workshop, the equipment Cheng Chen recently acquired was spread out on the ground. By harvesting 3 scout teams, he had again obtained 36 small signal jammers and 36 particle-cutting daggers. Adding to his previous stock, he had accumulated 84 military particle-cutting daggers. Organizing his thoughts, Cheng Chen first merged the small signal jammers into a second innocent defense array. Then, Cheng Chen looked at the 84 military particle-cutting daggers. These are cold weapons combined with modern technology. Cheng Chen had not synthesized similar equipment before. The reason he had accumulated so many was to achieve a seamless synthesis. Similar technological creations detected. Synthesis begins. Cheng Chen raised his arm, and the STC on his wrist emitted a blue fan-shaped scanning beam. Dispersing into raw materials, synthesis successful, military particle scimitars, *42. Military light blade long swords, *21. Looking at the military light blade long sword before him, its appearance had completely changed. The type shifted from dagger to longsword, longer in size and greater in power. But Chang Chen did not pause. He sought the ultimate answer. Dispersing into raw materials, military quantum oscillation swords, *10. Military force field shield swords, *5. Why do they all have military in their names? Chang Chen paused slightly. Are all the upgrade paths for these weapons locked to military equipment? He gently picked up a military force field shield sword. The sword, filled with a sense of technology, showed no signs of activation, appearing dull and lifeless. Such technological weapons must be activated to display their full capabilities. At that moment, a line of red text suddenly appeared on the holographic screen at the handle. Military personnel file not found. Device cannot be activated. Chang Chen nodded in realization. These weapons were locked. After all, they were advanced military equipment. Even if they accidentally flowed into civilian hands, they would be unusable due to the lack of corresponding file permissions. But these weapons were merely a transition. Chang Chen still had two synthesis opportunities. Disassemble into raw materials military gravity war spear *2. Disassemble into raw materials exclusive military weapon Red Lotus War God *1. This weapon comes from the immortal legend 120 years in the future, a technological creation of the human legion 120 years later, not belonging to the current era, but a uniquely customized weapon of the future, equipped with a biometric recognition system, force field protection system, gravity flight system, particle oscillation penetration system, antimatter flame system, and holographic Red Lotus totem. This weapon integrates multiple technologies from civilizations rated 2.9 to 4.0. Although in the era of stars and seas, melee weapons can no longer exert effective value, this weapon symbolizes the spirit of the war god, the unceasing war drum in the hearts of countless soldiers. Chang Chen's eyes widened. Before him stood a long spear, crimson in color, with golden patterns coiling around it. It automatically activated its built-in force field, quietly standing on the ground. Its length was a full 2 meters, taller than Chang Chen himself. Just a glance at the spear radiated an unparalleled aura of slaughter. The red technological glow on it continuously flowed, like water reversing its course, gathering from the base of the spear to the tip. The bright blade at the tip emitted a sharp star-like glint, piercing into Chang Chen's eyes. Hiss! Chang Chen inhaled sharply. This feeling was akin to gazing at a battlefield strewn with corpses in the stars. The spear's wielder would always be the victorious side. It seemed it would never fall, inspiring all bloodied warriors with its powerful penetrating sound and unmatched sharpness. It's actually a combat equipment of future humanity, integrated with so many functions, even the antimatter technology that humanity has long aspired to. This is a huge gain. But, a uniquely customized weapon? It can't be what I think it is. Chang Chen's eyes flickered as he slowly rose, extending his arm to grasp the imposing spear. Buzz! The spear suddenly released a tangible defensive force field, like a transparent wall, pushing Chang Chen back 2 meters. This weapon can only recognize the Red Lotus War God, and the creator of the Red Lotus War God is a legendary genius mechanic. Damn it! Chang Chen understood everything. It was just as he thought. Even if he forcibly took this weapon, he would be unable to activate it due to the biometric recognition system's restrictions. This is a bit of a trap. Chang Chen gritted his teeth. Who is the Red Lotus? Dad, if I just install those things, can I really become the most powerful soldier in the entire galaxy? Of course, not only will you be the strongest in the entire galaxy, but you will also become the strongest soldier in the entire universe. In the underground shelter, the broken flower Kunlun was propped up on an iron frame, the program in chaos, projecting segments of images in its eyes. On the vast green prairie, a little girl with a red ponytail sat quietly with a strong man. The scenery was beautiful and warm, and any unpleasant thing would shatter this perfection. Suddenly, the image blurred. A blinding flash erupted. Screams and explosions echoed all around. In the dark universe, hundreds of sniper beams struck the body of the adult Hua Kunlun, her body like a kite with its strings cut, riddled with countless bullet holes. In the shelter, Hua Kunlun's head began to tremble, emitting a low growl of anger and fear. Chang Chen leaned against the workshop door, arms crossed, quietly watching Hua Kunlun, feeling a twinge of regret inside. Chang Chen, the monkeys are here. After holding it in for so many days, they came like a volcano erupting, bringing a lot of junk. Han Zai appeared at the entrance of the shelter, cradling a massive mountain of garbage over 6 meters high. Junk is Han Zai's dialect for garbage. Among the trash Han Zai was holding, 80% were damaged cybernetic limbs, with various parts included. Chang Chen saw the mountain of garbage in Han Zai's hands and nodded in satisfaction, giving the monkeys a thumbs up in his heart. These guys were really fast and strong. Hua Kunlun struggled to turn her head. Due to damage to her control chip, she could only open one eye wide, while the other eyelid opened to a certain point before starting to tremble mechanically. Are you really going to help me? This will put you at great risk. Hua Kunlun looked at Cheng Chen. I know that it's impossible to find suitable parts on this garbage planet. I will never have excessive demands or expectations. Asking you to restore all my functions is simply too much to ask. I only need a pair of usable legs to have a chance to escape the encirclement and return to the Alliance headquarters. Of course, no matter how far you can go, it will be a tremendous help to me in this desperate situation. As she spoke, a burst of electric sparks erupted from her neck, and she made an effort to nod. Kunlun will always remember Mr. Cheng Chen's helping hand. Thank you. Cheng Chen smiled. Got it. Inside the workshop, Cheng Chen looked at the cybernetic limbs on the ground. Currently, there was no shortage of parts, even artificial lung lobes were available. But these cybernetic limbs all had the same problem. They had no surface armor or artificial skin, just skeletons or incomplete cores. Cheng Chen picked up a cybernetic arm, which now only had a dark metal arm bone left, with bite marks from some unknown creature, possibly a rodent that had nibbled on it in the garbage pile and found it inedible. Cheng Chen moved his shoulders and his eyes flickered. Well then, let's get started. Inside Hua Kunlun's body, there was only a little bit of residual energy left, but she didn't want to go into sleep mode, keeping her beautiful red pupils fixed on Cheng Chen's workshop. Inside that shabby workshop made of old wooden boards and metal, blue lights flickered continuously, seemingly engaged in some welding work. She hoped that the young mechanic could piece together a usable body for her from that scrap. Although under such conditions, it was too much to ask. But this was Hua Kunlun's only chance, and her heart kept praying just as long as she could move, as long as she could act. 20 minutes later, Cheng Chen walked out of the workshop, holding a pile of pitch-black cybernetic skeletons. Due to module damage, Hua Kunlun's vision was somewhat blurry. She was very surprised that in such a short time, Cheng Chen had managed to assemble those old skeletons. But as Cheng Chen approached, her vision became clearer and clearer. One of Hua Kunlun's eyes suddenly opened wide. It was a set of fully refurbished cybernetic skeletons. The rust had disappeared, and the damaged areas had been repaired, resembling a matte carbon fiber material, but the skeleton was covered in small spiral patterns. No, that's not right. Due to the intense fluctuations of thought, a spark erupted from the back of Hua Kunlun's head. Was that a micro-rotor skeleton? It housed hundreds of micro-rotor matrices that generated power through high-speed rotation of gravitons, ensuring lightweight construction while increasing the attack and movement speed of the prosthetic, allowing for swifter actions and a significant advantage in combat or operation. Hua Kunlun found it hard to believe. This technology was at the pinnacle level of the artificial prosthetic branch of the Galactic Science Alliance, a level above her own body. Cheng Chen had actually mastered this technology? But how did he manage to do that? Such technology could not possibly have been leaked. Even if it were, it would never reach the garbage planet Earth. Hua Kunlun's eyes suddenly trembled violently. This technology was developed by Cheng Chen himself, coincidentally overlapping with the pinnacle technology of the Galactic Alliance. Hua Kunlun found it increasingly hard to believe. Her mind was filled with a single thought: Cheng Chen's talent was incredibly powerful. But, to complete the refurbishment of the skeleton and integrate the micro-rotor technology in such a short time? Hua Kunlun stared at the few wooden houses. Did he have some kind of large production line in his workshop? The materials are limited, so we'll have to make do, Cheng Chen said as he stepped in front of Kunlun, picking up an arm to connect it to Hua Kunlun's body. In that moment, the end of the arm bone extended countless tentacles as thin as hair, winding through the air before slowly penetrating Kunlun's tattered shoulder, beginning to merge with her electronic nerves. Hua Kunlun's heart trembled again. The rotor skeleton did not possess such connection technology. The rotor skeleton she knew used a physical hard connection method. Those black filaments resembled some kind of nano-level biological nerve. Was this an upgraded version of the rotor skeleton? The emotional assistance module's warning grew increasingly intense, because Hua Kunlun was becoming more and more shocked, increasingly unable to comprehend everything before her. I guess those counterfeit soldiers will soon tear off their hypocritical masks, Cheng Chen said, continuously measuring one piece of micro-rotor skeleton after another: scapula, arm bone, rib, meticulously. Hua Kunlun's expression gradually became serious. I have a plan, Cheng Chen continued his work. If they really dare to act recklessly, then I am prepared to leave them here forever. Hua Kunlun paused. She only heard Cheng Chen say, the ideal scenario is for them to all die, while I render the starship incapable of combat without destroying the Harrier-class starship. Hua Kunlun's expression paused again. In her heart, the idea of leaving everyone here was already impossible to achieve. Yet she did not expect Cheng Chen to escalate this difficulty to not destroy the starship but instead render it incapable of combat. It sounded like a fantasy. Cheng Chen's expression was calm, as the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. But I know nothing about those two starships. The captain of the Harrier-class starship is named Ningfeng. He is the most talented commander in the Interstellar Alliance in nearly 20 years. His greatest asset is the two fully armed Harrier-class starships. Hua Kunlun frowned. If you battle him, the moment you reveal yourself, he can completely activate the annihilation cannon on the starship and kill you instantly. In the Alliance, people often use the term unity of man and nature to describe the relationship between Ningfeng and the starship. Cheng Chen paused in his actions. What kind of power does the annihilation cannon have? Due to the limitations of the ship's size, it is equipped with a secondary annihilation energy cannon. The instantaneous pressure caused by a single attack is 30 times that of the Earth's core. The Star Destroyer cannon, as the name suggests, annihilates stars. That is a force no individual can withstand. Hua Kunlun's red pupils flickered. Even at my peak, I couldn't. Got it. Cheng Chen's voice was unusually calm. Two starships, only equipped with one Star Destroyer cannon, right? How can we prevent its second shot? Hua Kunlun's expression froze for a moment. She didn't understand what Cheng Chen meant by second shot, because for countless beings, experiencing the power of the Star Destroyer cannon, the first time is equivalent to the last time. The Hawk-class defense field, codenamed Sky Shield, is one of the most robust force field shields in the Galactic Alliance. To stop the second shot of the Star Destroyer cannon, we can only penetrate the Sky Shield and destroy the main body of the cannon. The only way to break through the Sky Shield is to concentrate a certain high-energy, high-density light beam on one of its diamond units. If the attack power is sufficient, the Sky Shield may show localized damage, creating a small gap, but the Sky Shield has a total of 7 layers. Even if these 7 layers are breached in an instant, the Sky Shield as a whole will rotate like a Rubik's Cube, and the 7 gaps will shift in a moment, turning into a massive maze. And 30 seconds later, the Star Destroyer cannon will launch its second attack. No one can get in. Hua Kunlun's expression was complex. It's unrealistic for you to think you can break through the Sky Shield alone. Got it. Cheng Chen's eyes sparkled with a certain gleam. Hua Kunlun was puzzled. She had described Ningfeng's power, yet the warp-repairing Cheng Chen only responded with a faint got it? If I complete your repair, Cheng Chen suddenly said, will you help me when I fight against the imposter army? Hua Kunlun did not hesitate. I will help. Cheng Chen nodded, but actually, your best choice is to take advantage of the chaos to return to the Star Alliance headquarters and report everything truthfully. Hua Kunlun was silent for a moment. First, you gave me a second life, and I must repay that kindness. Second, the scavengers are also residents of the Star Alliance, and I am a soldier. If I know they are about to be killed and do nothing, I won't be able to eat or sleep well. I must do something. Cheng Chen pouted and nodded. Actually, this pitch-black, skinless skeleton really doesn't match my reputation as Chang the Great Genius. At that moment, Hua Kunlun suddenly realized. After talking for so long, Chang Chen had only laid the micro-rotor skeleton on the ground in front of her, without installing it on herself. She saw Cheng Chen pick up those bones all at once, revealing a smile. Just a moment. Dispersing into primitive matter, beginning synthesis. In the workshop, Cheng Chen's face was immersed in a blue glow of technology. After confirming Hua Kunlun's true intentions, Cheng Chen decided to give her a greater opportunity. The previous micro-rotor skeleton was merely a test. In fact, Cheng Chen had only used half of a discarded prosthetic. With the addition of new materials, the final product could surpass 2 levels. Synthesis successful. Carbon-24 magnetic cybernetic prosthetic skeleton arm bones, *2. Carbon-24 magnetic cybernetic prosthetic skeleton scapula, *2. Carbon-24 magnetic cybernetic prosthetic skeleton ribs, *2. Like the arrival of a creator, the STC initiated another round of grand synthesis. The tattered equipment before them transformed from 8 to 4, and from 4 to 2, renewed in the miraculous glow. The brand new bionic skeleton was complete, encompassing all parts. Carbon-24. This is a brand new form of carbon element, which should have surpassed human technology. Cheng Chen looked at the annotations of this skeletal structure. Extremely lightweight. Not only has it upgraded the micro-rotor technology, but it has also added magnetic control technology. The basic combat data of this skeleton has increased by more than 3 times, but this was still excessive. Cheng Chen felt a surge of anticipation, blood rushing. Disperse it into primitive matter and continue the synthesis. STC, I have to say this, your words are useless. Alright, you go ahead. Disperse into primitive matter, begin synthesis. Based on the synthesis materials, predict the user's synthesis target and trend, and activate the overall plan synthesis module. Cheng Chen paused. Overall plan? Synthesis successful. 3. 5-level cyber civilization core structure, *1. Also known as 7-level cyber war skeleton, 620 years later, human civilization continues to exist in the universe and has not perished. One of the ways humanity has continued its civilization is through full-body cyberization, thus giving birth to a brand new civilization in the universe, cyber civilization. Cyber civilization retains only the human brain, while all other organs are replaced with cybernetic technology. Due to the rampant electronic drugs, most cyber lives have experienced mental distortion, leading to a split between orthodox cyber civilization and the cyber underworld. Both sides gradually ignited a cyber war lasting a century. The 7-level cyber war skeleton is the top combat force of the cyber underworld, equipped with a dedicated 2 minutes and 01 seconds red warm mode. Once activated, its combat power is second only to the cyber emperor of the 8-level cybernetic body. This technology integrates all cyber bionic skeletal technologies, including but not limited to iterative nanoneurons, ultramicro rotor matrices, cybernetic energy packs, and the strength and lightweight properties of carbon-24-2 fibers. Built-in BCM5241 integrated processing chip, capable of enhancing computational power, reaction speed, combat skill assistance, and other global chip capabilities. The chip is equipped with augmented reality (AR) technology, which can transmit comprehensive operational guidelines to the biological brain in a virtual environment and complete all-around combat training. Chung Chen looked at this annotation. His second reaction was that this equipment was terrifying. His first reaction, however, was the vastness of the universe, embracing all kinds of civilizations like 100 flowers blooming, mysterious and attractive. Previously, he had learned about microbial civilization, plant civilization, biological civilization, and now it was cyber civilization. A hint of longing appeared on Chung Chen's face. One day, he must enter the starry sea to explore, to witness, to discover. He pulled back his thoughts. Chang Chen looked at the new creation before him. Only then did he understand what STC meant by the overall planned module. Before him was a pale red skeleton, approximately 170 centimeters tall. First, it was no longer a scattered collection of bones but a whole. Second, it had been completed with many details. For example, the pair of cybernetic eyes in the eye sockets, the human brain auxiliary chip glowing red on the forehead, and a brand new mechanical spine, with a bionic heart in the chest cavity. Moreover, on its bones, there were bulging bionic muscles formed by converging red fibers. Only the interior of its skull was hollow, requiring the implantation of a human brain to activate the entire skeletal structure. The essence of STC's overall plan module was to calculate Cheng Chen's core target and then synthesize it all at once, eliminating steps like assembly and going straight to the point. If it weren't for this function, Cheng Chen would have to synthesize cyber bones one by one and then attach them to Kunlun one by one. This is very humane. Zelu. Oh, I say, this can't be eaten. After a moment of confusion, the door to the workshop was pushed open. Cheng Chen slowly stepped out. The head of the beautiful woman struggled to lift her gaze towards Cheng Chen. Her pupils, which had been dimmed due to energy shortages, now radiated a bright light. Behind Cheng Chen floated an unprecedented cybernetic skeletal structure. The wrists and ankles of the skeleton emitted faint red rippling force fields, allowing its body to hover vertically. Truly, it was the second combat power of a level 3/5 cyber civilization. Even in its unactivated state, it stood like a war god. Hua Kunlun could clearly sense the power and unknown nature of this skeleton. Having once integrated the strongest cybernetic body of human civilization, she understood well that the technology before her likely did not belong to human civilization. With her knowledge, she had no idea what kind of technology or level this cyber skeleton represented. Hua Kunlun looked at Cheng Chen, overwhelmed with too many questions and too much shock to articulate. You have truly exceeded my imagination. The red pupils of the beautiful head sparkled. The transplantation of a biological brain is a complex and precise process. I will share my modification experiences as much as possible to assist you in completing this operation. No need. Cheng Chen tilted her head, and one side of the KP-03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster suddenly activated. Hundreds of thousands of nano-repair robots drifted in like black smoke, lightly landing on the head of the beautiful robot, beginning to gradually analyze her neural connection system and instantly formulating a safe transplantation plan. In the next moment, tiny and dense electric arcs flickered within Hua Kunlun's head. The quantum repair cluster had already begun its work. Hua Kunlun's eyes widened. The passive safety system informed her that the precision of the transplantation operation currently taking place in her brain far exceeded that of the Galactic Science Alliance. Throw away all those outdated chips in her brain. Cheng Chen's voice came. Hua Kunlun was taken aback again, slowly turning her eyes towards the faintly red cyber skeleton standing to the side. In the center of its forehead, there was a chip flickering with red light, its glow pulsing mysteriously, as if it were calling out to Hua Kunlun with a sense of fate. Still a bit lacking. The upgrade path for this set of equipment ultimately relies on the inner skeleton. Changchen stroked her chin, frowning. It seems that the external armor and internal skeleton of cyberlife are two separate systems. To be honest, the current Kunlun is just a red technological skeleton. Going out like this would scare little girls to tears. Hua Kunlun could hardly hide her astonishment. This is already very, very good. How could I ask for more? Yet Changchen still pursed her lips and shook her head. Hua Kunlun added, moreover, there should be no armor materials on Earth that can match this skeleton. Changchen tilted her head, looking at the ground on the other side of the shelter. There, another type of garbage sent by the monkeys was neatly arranged. Among them were 15 metal smelting crucibles. These small devices were typically used by scavengers to melt various alloys, ultimately refining some precious metals. After gathering a pile of crucibles, Changchen dove back into the workshop. Disassemble into primitive materials, begin synthesis high-energy molecular crucibles *7. Halo smelting furnaces *3. Moros intelligent manufacturing production line *1. Meltable and forgeable into 223 types of rare alloys. This product integrates the lifelong forging techniques of master blacksmith Moros, combining forging, design, and spraying into one. The final performance of the product is closely related to the forged materials, enhancing toughness by up to 300%, while adhering to Moros's design philosophy of pursuing ultimate mechanical aesthetics. Each item produced by this production line is bound to become a hot commodity in the interstellar collectibles market. Looking at his masterpiece, Changchen nodded with a smile. This was indeed what he wanted, even more suitable than he had imagined. He turned and opened the wooden door of the workshop, leaning against the doorframe, gazing at the beautiful head in the distance. Sigh, General Hua Kunlun, he said. Meeting me is truly your good fortune. In your past life, you must have saved the galaxy. In the distance, Hua Kunlun furrowed his brow with difficulty. I don't quite understand what you mean, and if I may be blunt, I've only saved the galaxy twice in this life. Changchen was taken aback. Alright, you win. Changchen buried himself in work for another 20 minutes. Just as he sat down, wiping the sweat from his forehead, he picked up a bright red apple and took a big bite. The synthesis was exhilarating. Whether researching or crafting machinery, it was equally intoxicating. Warning! The small Saturn on the ceiling, part of the innocent defense array, suddenly flashed a crimson light and issued a warning alert. Changchen paused slightly, then frowned. A scene appeared in his view, showing the surface above. He saw a small garbage transport ship landing near his shelter. To his surprise, this garbage ship bore the insignia of an Interstellar Alliance squad. Tracing back, Changchen discovered that this small transport ship was indeed from one of the Harrier-class starships. What's going on? How did they find me here? Changchen slowly stood up, his gaze fixed on the garbage transport ship. He watched as the ship's hatch slowly opened, and a man in a white lab coat, around 60 years old with shifty eyes, stepped out. The man stood in front of Changchen's shelter, waving his hands and hissing, don't shoot, we're one of us." Changchen was stunned again. This guy had the vibe of an intruder. "Who said you were one of us? I'm coming in. Don't attack me." Saying this, the man in the white coat raised his hand and lifted the flap of Changchen's tent, but he was taken aback to find the tent was tattered and empty. At that moment, Changchen, draped in a blue scavenger cloak, slowly emerged from behind a nearby pile of garbage. In his hand was a black dagger. "If you can't explain what's going on, I'll have to leave you here forever. Is this Mr. Changchen?" The man in the white coat jogged closer. "I'm sent by Boss Missouri. M.O.?" Changchen was taken aback, glancing at the garbage ship and then at the Harrier-class starship in the sky. "Ha ha." The man in the white coat nodded and bowed, a smile on his face. "I'm known as the Thousand-Faced Demon Lord, currently employed by Boss Missouri. He sent me here to retrieve the goods." Thousand-Faced Demon Lord. Changchen's eyelid twitched. What era is it that someone still uses such a silly codename? Ha ha. Rest assured, I'm not from the Interstellar Alliance. I just captured one of their logistics team members in advance and brought a complete set of biological disguise masks. 2 days ago, I mixed in with their supplies on one of the Harrier-class starships. The man in the white coat smiled. "My task is to retrieve the goods from you and then retreat with them." Ha ha. Changchen was somewhat dazed. This is possible? M.O. had indeed mentioned that he would find a way to retrieve those more than 10,000 high-entropy alloys later on. At that time, Changchen was still a bit curious. Now that the Earth was under the control of the Interstellar Alliance team, what could he possibly do? He never expected that he would leverage the situation and directly find someone to sneak into the Interstellar Alliance team? Mr. Chang, the Interstellar Alliance team is brewing a big move, and the internal chaos is overwhelming. I just took the opportunity to slip out while disposing of medical waste. The guy who called himself the Faceless Demon Lord laughed. I merely disguised myself as a nutritionist, delivering some anti-aging potions to them daily, and I don't really know their plans. You should be extra careful, Chang Chen tilted his head. Why do you keep saying The man in the white coat nodded. It's a colloquial expression from my hometown, roughly meaning that's how it is. Chang Chen raised his head. Is it really that easy to sneak into a Harrier-class starship? Not easy. The man in the white coat patted his chest. This is my specialty. Chang Chen was still somewhat skeptical. Do you know what you're after? 12,450 pieces of high-entropy alloy. Then you must know that this stuff is quite valuable, and I have to be cautious. I understand your concerns. The man in the white coat nodded. First, you can contact Boss Missouri at any time to confirm my identity. Second, before coming here, Boss Missouri specifically told me your rendezvous code. Chang Chen paused. He had never agreed on any so-called rendezvous code with Mo. What was this guy babbling about? But he saw the old man in the white coat seriously scanning the surroundings, covering his mouth with his hand, and whispering, Mr. Chang, listen carefully, the first half of the code is wolf heart, pig lungs. Chang Chen was taken aback. The man in the white coat looked serious. Mr. Chang, please be sure to say the second half of the code. Chang Chen's eye twitched, and he tentatively said, meat bun hits donkey? Rendezvous successful. I told you we are one of us. The man in the white coat was excited. Successful meeting. Chang Chen slowly rubbed his forehead. What was going on here? After that, to be safe, Chang Chen still contacted Mo through a dedicated radio. Sure enough, this mysterious faceless demon lord was indeed the person he had hired to retrieve the goods. Moreover, Mo said that this guy was very capable, with a good reputation and creditworthiness. In the entire interstellar black market, this guy's business skills were among the best, and the high-entropy alloy could be entrusted to him without worry. Mr. Chang Chen, the quantity of this goods is wrong. At this moment, the faceless demon lord frowned. Boss Missouri was very clear, a total of 12,450 pieces. But how come it's short by 450 pieces? Chang Chen's expression was calm. I used some just now. The faceless demon lord was taken aback. What on earth did you use that required so much high-entropy alloy? Chang Chen smiled. That's something I have the right to keep confidential. Of course. The faceless demon lord nodded. But I will report this to Boss Missouri truthfully, and the remaining payment will naturally be deducted by this amount. Suddenly, Chang Chen asked, next, are you going to return to the Harrier-class starship? Not going back. The faceless demon lord was non-committal. The interstellar team is spreading something outside the atmosphere, and I just happened to take the opportunity to pilot the transport ship, escaping at the first moment and delivering the goods to Boss Missouri as soon as possible. Can you do me a favor? Chang Chen slowly took out a metal device the size of a playing card. Help me place this inside the Harrier-class starship. The faceless demon lord was taken aback. It's not impossible, but it will increase the risk, and I need more money. Chang Chen suddenly smiled. The extra fee, ask Boss Missouri for it. Just say it's for doing a favor for me, Chang Chen, and he will pay. The thousand-faced demon lord did not take the device but said, but I need to tell you in advance that this device clearly has remote communication capabilities. The detectors inside the Hawk-class starship are very sensitive. Once this foreign device is activated, even if the signal is weak, it will definitely be discovered by the captain within 60 seconds. 60 seconds of usage time? Chang Chen's eyes flickered. That's enough. The thousand-faced demon lord was puzzled but still asked, where do you want to place it? Did they not purchase a batch of black market weapons? Chang Chen's gaze shifted. I need you to place this thing in the warehouse where the black market weapons are stored. Is this a bomb? You don't intend to blow up those weapons, do you? The thousand-faced demon lord seemed a bit dazed. Forget it, blowing them to bits has nothing to do with me. My duty is to deliver goods for others and earn my reward. Then, the thousand-faced demon lord finally took the playing card from Chang Chen's hand. Boss Chang, I'll take this job. In the underground shelter, Chang Chen looked at the newly revitalized Hua Kunlun. She was now equipped with brand new external armor, and her beautiful artificial skin face and long crimson hair had been perfectly transplanted onto the new skeleton by the quantum repair cluster. Chang Chen couldn't help but marvel. At this moment, Hua Kunlun perfectly embodied what is known as extreme mechanical aesthetics. Hua Kunlun's eyes were tightly closed, seemingly in a state of sleep. In reality, she was immersed in the augmented reality technology of Level 7 cyber technology. Her consciousness was in an independent virtual space, learning how to operate this brand new cybernetic body while also undergoing new adaptive combat training. Cheng Chen was unsure how long it would take for her to awaken, but Cheng Chen had to leave. He walked through the wooden corridor of the underground shelter and glanced at the scavenger communicator standing to one side, gently tapping the silent communicator with his fingers. Cheng Chen smiled and said, "I hope you won't let me down. All scavengers, immediately gather at Zone B24. The sky echoed with a sound wave-like audio, spreading to every corner of Garbage Earth. 2 Hawk-class starships, each 20 kilometers long, hovered thousands of meters in the air, slowly adjusting their posture. The bow tilted downward, pointing toward the ground, resembling 2 swords suspended in the sky. More and more scavengers gathered, soon forming a massive team. This team moved slowly on the ground like a bloated giant beast. For some reason, today's temperature was noticeably lower than usual, and the chilly air seemed to seep through the protective suits, penetrating to the bones, causing involuntary shivers. In the distance, small whirlwinds swirled, carrying gray metallic dust as they darted about. President Lee walked at the forefront of the crowd. The sudden command from the Interstellar Alliance team felt a bit abrupt to him, but he dared not think negatively. There must be some unified order, or better yet, they would be distributing a second round of supplies. He glanced around the crowd but did not see the figures of his 2 daughters. President Lee frowned. The 2 children were being very rude. Suddenly, a grand scene appeared ahead. The main hatches of the 2 Hawk-class starships opened with a loud bang, and landing craft lined up in a straight line, descending toward the ground. Then, squads of armed Interstellar Alliance soldiers emerged from the landing craft, their gazes cold as they formed one formation after another in front. President Lee's heart trembled uncontrollably. He felt an immense sense of pressure. At that moment, one of the Harrier-class starships suddenly released a red laser, illuminating a clear red line that stretched from north to south in front of the scavenger team. "Everyone, stand behind the line." A furious shout came from a distance, revealing it was Major Ning standing at the very front of the Interstellar Alliance team, a full 100 meters away from the scavenger team, his face devoid of any expression. President Lee swallowed hard. He took a half step forward but immediately withdrew, standing behind the red line. At that moment, a scavenger girl, around 7 or 8 years old, holding a nameless wildflower she had worked hard to pick, crossed the red line and ran towards Major Ning, believing he was still one of the soldiers who brought her food. The wind, mixed with metallic dust, blew past. The little girl stood in front of Major Ning, holding up the white flower. Major Ning's gaze passed over the flower, looking at the girl's wind-etched, cracked face and her pale, fluttering lips. He suddenly smiled. Major Ning took the flower. The little girl grinned back. Suddenly, Major Ning crushed the flower in his hand, his smile turning into a grimace. The girl's eyes filled with terror. "Disgusting!" With a whoosh, Major Ning suddenly threw the flower fragments at the girl's face, then kicked her in the chest. With a thud, the girl was sent flying 4 or 5 meters, landing in a heap of garbage. But the girl's vitality was strong. Sitting in the trash, blood trickling from her mouth, she cried out in heart-wrenching sobs, her cries echoing in everyone's ears. "What the hell are you doing?" A thin young man in the scavenger crowd shouted angrily and tried to step forward. "Are you deaf? Stand behind the line." Major Ning bellowed, "Dare to cross the line, and I'll shoot you on the spot." He then looked at the little girl, thinking how tough she was. Why hadn't he kicked her to death? Many scavengers held the thin young man tightly, who struggled and shouted, "Let me go, that's my sister." This thin young man was the monkey who had been collecting garbage for Cheng Chen. President Lee trembled slightly but ultimately did not cross the red line. His facial muscles quivered, his voice laced with fear. "Major Ning, what are you doing? I no longer have to pretend in front of you garbage bugs." Major Ning's eyes flashed with ferocity. "If it weren't for an arrogant fool showing up, you would have been bloodied 3 days ago." President Lee's expression changed dramatically. "What?" At that moment, a soldier from the Interstellar Alliance opened a void imaging device. A massive screen unfolded, revealing a blurry figure covered in mosaics, barely distinguishable as a boy draped in a blue scavenger cloak. "You still don't know that a fool has been secretly protecting you, do you? It's this guy who killed my 8 squads during the past nights." Major Ning's anger erupted, and these 8 squads were supposed to play a hunting game, with you as the target. "I have never regarded you as human. You are just a bunch of filthy bugs in a garbage heap, disgusting, worthless, and without any meaning of existence." President Lee trembled violently. "What?" The little girl who had been kicked away by Major Ning sat in the center of the 2 factions, crying her heart out. "So annoying." Major Ning frowned. "Get rid of her." A squad of soldiers pulled back their gun bolts, stepping out of the line towards the little girl. The monkey broke down, crying uncontrollably, but was held back tightly by other scavengers. "Stop right there. If anyone dares to take another step forward, I'll shoot. In the distance, on the mountain of garbage, a striking figure appeared. Her gray cloak fluttered and danced, revealing her perfect figure clad in tight shorts and a small jacket. President Lee widened his eyes. Hong Yan. Behind Hong Yan, more figures gradually emerged. They were the guard team of the Scavenger Alliance, not many in number, about 30 people, each with a resolute expression, standing in a line behind Hong Yan. Self-defense team? Colonel Ning turned to look, a hint of disdain gradually appearing on his face as his gaze fixed on the strange weapons in the hands of Hong Yan and the others. I don't even know where they got those ugly weapons. Colonel Ning waved his hand to a small team behind him. Kill them all. A 20-member team from the Interstellar Alliance stepped forward. Just as they raised their firearms, Hong Yan moved. With a shake of her arm, the crimson-painted firearm in her hand clicked into place. The moment she raised the weapon, the single scope suddenly blossomed like a lotus, splitting into 20 independent lenses. Buzz! The moment Hong Yan pulled the trigger, a yellow beam bullet shot out. Colonel Ning's eyes widened. He had no time to react as the oval beam bullet shot towards his face. But an unbelievable scene occurred. At the moment the beam bullet struck his face, it suddenly turned 90 degrees, swiftly grazing his cheek and leaving a searing burn. Put! Put! The sound of 20 bullets penetrating human bodies almost overlapped. Colonel Ning's face, marked by the abrasion, slowly dripped a drop of blood, just before it could hit the ground. At the same time, a burst of blood erupted from the bodies of the 20-member Interstellar Alliance team. Thud! They all fell over at once. Colonel Ning's expression froze, and before him was a yellow light net that was slowly dissipating. A bullet trajectory that can turn? Colonel Ning looked in disbelief at the weapon in Hong Yan's hand. At the same time, he saw an even more shocking scene. Behind Hong Yan, every member of the Scavenger self-defense team held a similar weapon. Not to mention official equipment, Colonel Ning had never seen such weapons before. President Lee was equally shocked. Hong Yan, where did you get these things? Standing on the mountain of garbage, with the breeze blowing her cloak and long hair, Hong Yan's figure seemed much taller than before, her beautiful face displaying a resolute expression of fighting against all odds. 1 hour ago, a voice came through the communicator of Hong Yan and the entire self-defense team. My name is Chung Chen, the beggars beg. Now, we are facing a group of bandits disguised as regular troops. If we compromise this time, then in the future, how will we face interstellar pirates, alien invaders, and so on? Yielding is definitely not the only solution. If you are willing to rise up in resistance, then I have prepared some weapons for you on the north side of the Scavenger Square. If you take up these weapons, then you will stand on the same battlefield as me. Everyone, I once heard a saying, and now I pass it on to you. Self-improvement is the magic of the weak. At this moment, Hong Yan's gaze crossed several meters to look at her father. I once mentioned his name to you. President Lee felt as if struck by lightning. Instinctively, he glanced at the tall figure in the holographic projection with a look of horror on his face. 2 hours earlier, in a secret cargo hold of a Hawk-class starship, in a corner unnoticed by anyone, a strange metal poker lay quietly. Buzz! A blue micro-directional stargate suddenly unfolded, illuminating the dark space around it. A steel mother slowly emerged, and then it opened the transport space in its chest, revealing a smaller steel mother that drove out again. After the second steel mother appeared, it slowly opened the hatch in its chest once more, and the third steel mother emerged. Within 60 seconds, the detection system aboard the starship could identify these foreign electronic devices. In an instant, the 3 steel mothers extended 176 mechanical arms. The ultimate move, mother moving. In just 50 seconds, the 3 steel mothers swept away all the hidden weapons, neatly storing them in their bellies, and then they took off running, one after another entering the directional stargate. When Colonel Ning prepared to call upon these weapons, he discovered the warehouse was empty. However, the steel mother carried an innocent defense array, and he did not obtain any surveillance footage. He ultimately speculated that there was a traitor within his ranks, someone who had taken advantage of the chaos to smuggle away the equipment for profit, as these items were unregistered black market goods. Colonel Ning was furious but could only swallow his anger. After all, this team was filled with morally corrupt bandits. Not to mention, a transport ship had also conveniently gone missing from the starship. Colonel Ning would never understand the underlying principles. The lost weapons had been synthesized by Chang Chen into 200 particle tracking rifles and dozens of directional shock bombs. The particle tracking rifle, also known as the battlefield ghost, was precisely what Hong Yan held in her hands, those astonishing, unprecedented crimson rifles. Is that all? Colonel Ning, who had just been shocked, suddenly revealed a sinister smile. I'm afraid you only have these 30 people and 30 weapons, right? At the same time, the 20 members of the Interstellar Alliance team who had just fallen suddenly stood up unsteadily. They had varying sizes of bullet holes in their bodies, some had penetrated their chests, others had shattered shoulders, and some had entire arms blown off. Yet these individuals stood up expressionless, swaying slightly. Meanwhile, the Alliance combat suits they wore immediately released medical gel, sealing their wounds and providing basic treatment. The scavengers were utterly horrified. President Lee's eyes widened in shock. Hong Yan's eyes slowly narrowed. She noticed that the soldiers had a black vial fixed to their arms, with needles continuously inserted into their veins, slowly injecting. The moment they stood up, the dosage suddenly increased, and a full vial of black liquid was injected. Pain relief agent. Colonel Ning's eyes glinted coldly. It allows their brains to block all pain. As long as their bodies can move, they will be tireless and pain-free, turning into killing machines. As for you, trash is still trash. With such good weapons in your hands, your aim is still so poor. Hong Yan, I ask you, how many people can you completely kill with a single shot? But, blood seeped from Colonel Ning's face as he pointed at Hong Yan and roared, if you dare to fire another shot, I will activate the planet-destroying cannon and wipe out half of the scavengers. Hong Yan's face turned pale, and her hand holding the gun suddenly trembled. Ha ha ha, trash. Colonel Ning laughed maniacally. Look at these tens of thousands of scavengers. How many can stand up? Do you still want to oppose me? A few high-energy firearms, and you think you can scare me off? I've walked this bloody path. President Lee, I can slaughter you or spare your life. Now it all depends on your attitude. Colonel Ning narrowed his eyes. I command you to kneel. As his words fell, inside one of the Harrier-class starships, a black cannon barrel with a diameter of several dozen meters suddenly extended. Pure black light brewed within, swirling and exploding, enveloping the entire ground in an instant with an invisible pressure. I want to know if you are hiding information about Kunlun. I also want to know everything about that blue cloak. Colonel Ning furrowed his brows. But I demand that you speak to me on your knees. President Lee's body trembled uncontrollably. He believed in the doctrine of moderation, was timid and fearful, and in the face of any powerful force, he would choose to be submissive, even enduring endless humiliation for a false sense of peace. Hong Yan, put down the gun, President Lee said, his hands drooping weakly, his knees bending involuntarily. He knew that with the few guns in Hong Yan's hands, facing an entire team from the Interstellar Alliance was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If he lowered his head and obeyed, it should give the scavengers a glimmer of hope. Father, you can't kneel. Hong Yan shouted, do you really think they will let us go? President Lee's eyes trembled, you don't understand. Ha ha. Colonel Ning continued to laugh maniacally, look at them, they are so humble, so weak, barely gathering a bit of momentum, and it collapses in an instant. In the distance, landing pods continued to descend, and the Interstellar Alliance team was still growing. Suddenly, a red figure was thrown out of a landing pod hovering in midair. The red dress fluttered in the air, while its owner seemed unable to make any movement, falling straight from the sky. Bang! The figure crashed onto a nearby mountain of garbage, kicking up a cloud of dust. President Lee's murky eyes stared in shock. Hona. At that moment, Hona lay diagonally on a metal plate, her red dress torn to shreds, exposing her chest. Her snow-white skin was covered in purple bruises, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her head tilted back, staring blankly at the Harrier-class starship in the sky, the wind that passed by no longer able to move her sticky hair. Hona! President Lee's heart shattered. What have you done to her? Hong Yan also froze in place, her eyes wide. Ha. She came to me willingly. Colonel Ning chuckled indifferently, so I turned a blind eye and treated my soldiers well, just a few hundred of them. Colonel Ning squinted, just a lowly woman, being able to provide such value is already her honor. President Lee was struck down again and again, his vision darkening. Kneel, I command you to kneel. Kneel before me, and perhaps I will spare your life. Colonel Ning's expression turned frenzied. The mask of pretense on his face cracked and drooped due to the newly formed wounds, hanging on one side of his face. President Lee maintained a half-bent knee position, his whole body frozen in place. Memories of a lifetime of compromise flashed through his mind. At the same time, he finally recognized the beastly nature of the people before him. They had no humanity whatsoever. Perhaps, the past subservience could have bought him a brief reprieve. But this time, even if he broke his back, buried his knees in the ground, and knocked his head until it bled, the outcome would likely not change. A wrinkled arm propped itself against the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was President Lee supporting himself. Tears streamed down his face as he gritted his teeth, glancing at Hona, whose fate was uncertain, and then at Hong Yan, who stood with a gun. I will not kneel. The elderly President Lee trembled as he uttered those three words. Then, he pushed against the ground with his palm and slowly stood up. He finally straightened his chest, but tears streamed down his face. He growled, you are nothing but a bunch of beasts. I will not kneel to beasts. If it comes to it, I will die. I will not kneel. Isn't it a bit too late to awaken your thoughts now? A flicker of panic crossed Colonel Ning's face, but in that moment, the voice of his elder brother, Ning Feng, echoed in his mind. The annihilation cannon is fully preheated. Colonel Ning relaxed his brow. He had been bluffing all along, using a tough attitude to suppress the momentum of the scavengers. He was also afraid that his head would suddenly be blown apart by that incomprehensible beam weapon. The phrase licking blood from the blade was just a line. Finally, he had bought time with his acting, and now he had no more scruples. Colonel Ning turned around, pointing his finger towards the position shared by Hong Yan and President Li, gritting his teeth and saying, "Die." Buzz! Without any hesitation, a terrifying black light burst forth from the cannon's muzzle. In an instant, half the sky lost its light, becoming pitch black. The terrifying annihilation energy erupted in an instant. It formed a black beam descending from the sky, carrying a terrifying pressure, cutting through the void. The target of the annihilation cannon was centered on President Li and Hong Yan, covering a ground space of 300 meters. This area was behind the red line, densely packed with nearly 1,000 scavengers. Once this beam fell, no one would survive. Beasts! President Li cursed one last time, closing his eyes as if accepting his fate. A hint of madness flashed across Colonel Ning's face. If I kill you stubborn ones, the others will surely obey. They are all just trash, their bones are soft. No one can block the path of us brothers. As for that blue-caped one, doesn't he want to be a hero? As long as he doesn't show up, I will kill 1,000 people every 2 minutes. Suddenly, on the far eastern side of the scene, a figure appeared in an almost distorted speed, arriving in an instant. Colonel Ning was startled. What is that? He saw the figure standing between President Li and Hong Yan, making a motion as if lifting something high above its head. Buzz! A bright yellow spherical shield instantly blossomed, dazzlingly bright, enveloping a space of 500 meters. Boom! In just 0.1 seconds, a deafening collision sound erupted, the ground trembled, and the air howled violently. The extreme brightness of the light blinded everyone, and the scavengers further away were instantly blown off balance. The sky darkened, and sand and stones flew. Two enormous energies collided, consumed, and then extinguished. As everything gradually calmed down, the temperature around rose nearly 10 degrees. Colonel Ning and the others staggered back, horrified, looking ahead. The energy of the annihilation cannon had been almost completely consumed, but the bright yellow shield remained intact. At that moment, the bright yellow shield gradually became transparent, its remaining energy retracting to the core. The core of this defensive shield turned out to be a small, bright sphere resembling Saturn, and this sphere was quietly floating beside a boy in a blue cape. The Innocent Defense Array, a level 3 civilization creation, equipped with an ionized plasma defense shield system, could be passively activated once, with a maximum limit to withstand 20 million MPa of pressure. At that moment, Cheng Chen immediately recognized the key. This was an extremely powerful life-saving technique. Colonel Ning's eyes widened. His gaze moved back and forth between the boy in the blue cape and the void. Suddenly, Colonel Ning's pupils constricted. It's you, not just Colonel Ning. All the scavengers, including President Li and Hong Yan, looked at the boy in shock. President Li had already fallen to the ground, his murky eyes slightly open. It's him. Suddenly recalling the previous hacker. And now, the two figures in his mind gradually merged, completely identical, their cloaks gently billowing. The boy always gave the impression of standing firm in a storm, yet remaining unyielding. He had warned me long ago. President Li clenched his fists, his expression filled with self-reproach. Hong Yan gazed at the boy's silhouette, her fear slowly dissipating, and light began to emerge in her eyes. President Li's body trembled, lightning flashing through his mind. It was he who helped Hong Yan enhance her genes. It was he who secretly ambushed the Interstellar Alliance team. What was his name again? But President Li strained to recall, yet could not remember the name he had once scoffed at. How could you have such a level of defense? A handheld shield can actually withstand a planet-destroying cannon. Colonel Ning's eyes widened. In his life as a bandit and soldier, he had never seen such advanced technology, and he could not comprehend everything before him. Who on earth are you? The boy in the blue cloak had a somber expression as he stepped forward, crossing nearly 100 meters beyond the red line, picking up the little girl from the ground, and returning to the crowd of scavengers, handing the girl to the monkey. The monkey's eyes were filled with tears. Beggar brother. The boy smiled, then turned to Colonel Ning. My name is Cheng Chen. Beggar isn't it true? Scavenger. Hiss. Colonel Ning instinctively took a step back, gasping. Suddenly, it seemed he had discovered something. He stared intently at the little Saturn on Cheng Chen's shoulder. The light of that equipment has gone out. It consumed a tremendous amount of energy. It can't withstand a second time. Colonel Ning suddenly shouted to the sky, Big brother, prepare for a second attack immediately. The planet-destroying cannon required a massive amount of energy, and the launch interval needed a second recharge. However, under preheating conditions, its charging time was very brief, requiring only 55 seconds at maximum capacity. To the naked eye, the enormous cannon's mouth was once again brewing that terrifying black light. You truly exceed my imagination. But I most enjoy seeing those so-called heroes, only to find themselves to be humble and weak ants, realizing that in the face of true power, they are less than a speck of dust. Colonel Ning was incredibly arrogant. Without the shield, under the planet-destroying cannon, all are ants. In the next moment, the scavengers, dazed and confused, were all startled. They saw Cheng Chen's legs slightly bend, and with a thunderous leap, he soared into the air, his feet releasing dark green biological flames, lifting him several dozen meters higher. The scavengers were astonished. He actually had flying equipment? Dodge? Colonel Ning looked up, snarling, "The planet-destroying cannon has locked on, it's useless." But Cheng Chen flipped his wrist, revealing a device resembling a crystal flashlight. Without any hesitation, he pointed to the sky, and an invisible tremor suddenly spread, a thin white energy, as fine as a hair, silently streaking across the sky. Buzz! At that moment, the external sky shield defense field of the Hawk-class starship revealed its true form. A blue light appeared out of nowhere. Countless diamond-shaped modular units, flashing with blue light, were tightly connected, forming layer upon layer of energy shields. From a distance, it looked like 7 translucent spheres wrapping the Hawk-class starship in layers at its core. He wants to destroy the planet-destroying cannon? Colonel Ning guessed Cheng Chen's intention, but he still gritted his teeth. Wishful thinking, he can't break through the sky shield. At that moment, everyone's ears suddenly filled with an unbearable ringing, as if a needle had pierced their eardrums. Cheng Chen had already pushed the initial catalyst of the Miaozi to 100% release state. The power of 1010 equivalent was condensed into something as fine as a strand of hair, with an energy density increased by hundreds of times, reaching a terrifying level. A slender white beam released from Cheng Chen's hand seemed unstoppable, instantly piercing through the 7 layers of the sky shield's protection. The corresponding 7 diamond-shaped force fields were riddled with cracks and shattered into fragments in an instant. But unfortunately, the energy of the muon lightspeed was exhausted as it broke through the last layer of the sky shield. Major Ning staggered, as if struck by lightning. What kind of technology is that? How can such a small volume contain such immense energy? It was at this moment that the sky shield's force field activated its ultimate mechanism. The 7-layer spherical energy shield suddenly began to spin chaotically, like the intricate core of a precision clock. The gap that had formed a straight line instantly became dazzling, disappearing among the many diamond-shaped blocks. Major Ning felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell. He can't get in, but only for a few seconds. Those gaps will automatically close. It was also at this moment that an unbelievable scene unfolded for countless scavengers. In the distant sky, an unidentified flying object suddenly appeared. It was equipped with 8 previously unseen particle engines, its form almost a streak of light, arriving in an instant. The crowd was astonished. It looked like a ground effect vehicle? How could it fly so high, so fast? As if completing a relay race, Cheng Chen, nearly 1,000 meters away from the Harrier-class starship, made no further moves but looked up at the unidentified flying object. Major Ning momentarily panicked. What is that thing? Its flying speed is incredible. It seems to be entering the defense shield. Open fire, bring it down. On the ground, countless soldiers raised their weapons, and in an instant, countless beams and bullets were fired. Yet, the flying vehicle was extremely agile, performing various high-difficulty evasions in the air, exuding an aura of passing through a sea of flowers without touching a single leaf. But fantasy is fantasy, and reality is reality. Thousands of people opened fire, and the bullets were too dense. Boom, boom, boom. It was seen that 5 of the engines on that flying vehicle emitted thick black smoke, clearly rendered inoperable after being hit. Yet, countless soldiers, including Major Ning, were left in shock. 5 out of 8 engines destroyed. How can it still be so swift? Under normal circumstances, it should have crashed long ago. In the incredulous gaze of the soldiers, the flying vehicle escaped the range of ground weapons and dove into the first gap of the sky shield. Then, relying on its super-high piloting skills and compact, agile size, the flying vehicle continuously found one gap after another in the energy shield, passing through layer after layer of the sky shield, rapidly approaching the main body of the planet-destroying cannon. The crowd vaguely heard a boastful voice. No problem, no problem. I once flew 120 kilometers with only half an engine left in extreme conditions. I, the crow, always fly steadily. Countless scavengers were astonished. That was actually the crow? President Lee was still sitting on the ground, his pupils trembling violently. Even the crow dares to resist the Interstellar Alliance squad? President Lee turned his gaze to the boy wearing a blue scavenger cloak. A portion of the scavengers seemed to have undergone a tremendous change in silence, and the cause of this variable was likely none other than the boy ahead. At this moment, Chung Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Previously, he had learned from Hua Kunlun about the Harrier-class starship's planet-destroying cannon and the Sky Shield's defensive force field. Although the innocent defense array was a product of advanced technological civilization, its small size and limited energy could only withstand one strike from the planet-destroying cannon. After that, it was imperative to remove the blade hanging over their heads at the first opportunity. Previously confirmed, the Thousand-Eyed Demon Lord, due to his identity as a nutritionist, did not have the authority to approach the Star Destroyer cannon. So, an hour and a half ago, Chung Chen contacted Crow. After explaining the situation, this guy indeed showed the same passionate nature he usually displayed. Then, Chang Chen had him retrieve the scattered engines along the flight path and synthesized 8 wind chaser particle turbine propellers for him. After some modifications, Crow gained the ability to soar into the sky. At this moment, Crow was also carrying 10 directional shock bombs synthesized from the illegal equipment provided by Chung Chen. Just as it was said, Crow took only 43 seconds to rush into the final layer of the Sky Shield, while the countdown for the Star Destroyer cannon's charging had only 8 seconds left. Crow raised his hand, and the 10 directional shock bombs adhered to the surface of the Star Destroyer cannon like magnets. The countdown for the bomb's explosion was merely 5 seconds. In that instant, Crow stood on his shabby ground effect vehicle, turned back, and looked through the completely closed Sky Shield at Cheng Chen and the countless scavengers. He revealed a smile of triumph. He choked out, "Everyone, I, Crow, will never let you down. No matter when, I can safely deliver anyone or anything to any place." Finally, Crow slowly closed his eyes. "But this time, I will not." However, Chung Chen's voice came from afar, "Stop showing off, come back quickly." "All right." Crow turned around and, 1 second before the explosion, opened the directional stargate that Chung Chen had given him in advance, diving into it and disappearing. Boom! Boom! The Star Destroyer cannon on the Harrier-class battleship was engulfed in a series of fireballs, its massive body disintegrating and falling apart. Colonel Ning was completely stunned. What? Why was that person's piloting skill so superb? Where did that spaceship come from? And where did the bombs come from? Where did he go? How did they manage to do this? Kill. Indiscriminate attack. I don't believe that he alone, with those strange guns, can defeat my army that has taken painkillers. Colonel Ning looked at the Harrier-class starship billowing thick black smoke, already somewhat mad, disregarding everything. He waved his hand, and the rear line immediately spread out, forming a fan-shaped encirclement. Whoosh! Hong Yen first pulled the trigger, and a bright yellow light net instantly pierced through the bodies of several soldiers. But due to lack of training, she and the scavengers could not unleash the maximum power of the weapons, as they could not handle the powerful recoil. The soldiers' bodies exploded with obvious flesh wounds, some even had half of their cheeks blown off. Yet their expressions showed no change. They merely swayed slightly before resuming their steps, raising their firearms. Hong Yan's expression was horrified. To her, the opponents seemed like a group of mindless zombies, a dark mass, an unstoppable encirclement coming in. "Miss Yun, the moment you picked up the weapon, you have already done enough." It was Chung Chen's voice that came through. "The reason I arranged it this way is to ignite the flame in the hearts of the scavengers, and the rest, just leave it to me." "You." Hong Yan looked at Chung Chen from afar. "How can you face this army alone? That guy, focus fire on that guy." Colonel Ning pointed at Chung Chen, gritting his teeth, utterly mad. "Trash, all trash. There's even a rat on his shoulder. Disgusting people, disgusting rat, turn them into a beehive." Hong Yan was taken aback, only then realizing that a fluffy white thing was perched on Chung Chen's shoulder. Cheng Chen let out a slow breath, turning to the little white mouse wearing a straw hat on his shoulder. "Ji, did you hear that? He's cursing at you. Ji." The small white mouse stood upright, its straw hat blown away by a gust of wind, revealing its pink brain and strands of pink crystals. It wore a highly anthropomorphized expression, furrowing its brow, its tiny eyes filled with rage. Ji. Roar, roar. Across the entire garbage planet, whether in distant Kyoto or right beneath their feet, countless beast-like roars suddenly erupted. These roars formed a wave of overlapping sound, shaking the heavens and the earth. Immediately, a heavy scent of blood rushed toward them. The crowd, unaware of the truth, instinctively shuddered. In the next moment, pairs of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared from the garbage mounds and the cracks in the ground. These eyes were fierce and terrifying, each the size of a fist. A soldier felt a tremor beneath his feet, and then the steel plate he stood on was flipped away. A horrifying scene unfolded as a gigantic red-furred rat, measuring 5 meters long, emerged from the garbage heap. Roar! This red-furred rat opened its mouth, which was 2 meters in diameter, spraying corrosive saliva as it let out a deafening roar at the soldier. Although this soldier had been injected with a painkiller, his mental state was normal. He couldn't comprehend what was happening before him and had never seen such a ferocious and terrifying beast. Moreover, these beasts had emerged from the nearby garbage heaps without any warning, causing his inner fear to explode in an instant. He widened his eyes and let out a terrified scream. The enormous red-furred rat didn't give him a chance to breathe. It bit down, directly severing half of the soldier's body, then tilted its head back, crunching and chewing with a sound of bone crunching. That's a killer rat. Countless killer rats. The scavengers were also engulfed in immense fear, retreating backward on the ground. Killer rats were the nightmares of the scavengers, let alone the fact that such giant red-furred killer rats, which they had never seen before, had appeared on the battlefield. But gradually, the scavengers noticed a strange phenomenon. Those killer rats seemed to be commanded by someone and did not attack any of the scavengers. "It's him, that boy!" someone shouted in terror, pointing at Cheng Chen. Cheng Chen stood still, slightly turning his head. Wherever his gaze fell, swarms of red-furred killer rats would emerge from the ground. President Li had completely stiffened. Hong Yan was the same, her beautiful eyes wide open. He can actually control the killer rats. The scene erupted with countless screams, the soldiers terrified to the extreme, hysterical. In the blink of an eye, the number of killer rats was 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, 100 times that of this interstellar alliance squad. Each soldier had at least 3 or 4 killer rats fighting over their flesh. The soldiers felt no pain, and death was delayed. They could clearly see their bodies being torn apart, dragged along with their intestines and fluids, swallowed whole by those killer rats. Before they died, they experienced the most brutal mental torture of their lives. Major Ning had been deliberately left behind. The biological mask had peeled off his face, and he stood trembling on the ground, his groin soaked with his own urine. Cheng Chen raised his head and slowly said, "I actually enjoy seeing this scene. You find out in the end that you are just a humble and weak ant, realizing that in the face of true power, you are less than a speck of dust." Major Ning's face was deathly pale. As he retreated, he muttered softly, "Big brother, what are you waiting for? Why don't you make a move? Are you just going to watch my brothers die one by one?" Inside one of the Harrier-class starships, a deep and powerful voice suddenly echoed, "I've long wanted to get rid of this bandit army. They are filled with uncontrollable risks and offer no help for my path ahead. So next, this farce should come to an end. General, you must escape. Someone has to bring the news back. My brothers and I will hold them off at all costs." In the vastness of space, bursts of fire and explosions continued unabated. In the bridge, a young lieutenant, blood on his cheeks, looked resolute. "Our warship has been surrounded. There is no chance of escape. In 2 minutes, I will initiate a suicide charge. General, you must seize this opportunity to escape. If possible, go see my wife and my unborn child. Tell them I am not a traitor." The scene became chaotic. On the vast grassland, a little girl with red ponytails sat with her father. "Daddy, my right hand has been replaced with metal. Now, am I the strongest warrior in the galaxy?" "My child, you are not yet. Then when will I be?" "Well, it is a long road. As technology advances and you grow day by day, your prosthetics will be continuously replaced. One day, you will become the mightiest warrior." The scene became chaotic again. Inside the crumbling starship, the bridge was already on fire. The young lieutenant stood at the control panel, turned around, and shouted with tears streaming down his face, "General, escape now." Boom! A massive explosion suddenly erupted, creating a huge hole in one side of the hull. A tall, dark figure appeared within the hole, able to withstand the powerful pressure leak with its flesh, stepping into the cabin. It was also a highly cybernetic being. It had no inch of biological skin, its entire body was black metal, its face resembling a demon, with 4 massive metal fangs glinting coldly, wielding a giant axe crackling with electricity. It scanned the area and spotted the young lieutenant setting the collision command. A gust of turbulent air surged, accompanied by the sounds of wailing, as the black cybernetic being instantly moved, raising its giant axe to cleave down at the young lieutenant. Clang! The owner of the perspective rushed forward, raising a silver spear to block the descending axe. The black cybernetic being let out a furious roar, unleashing terrifying power from its hands, the giant axe crackling with violent electricity, producing a sharp sound as the silver spear was directly severed. Swoosh! Immediately after, the young lieutenant's body was also split in 2. The owner of the perspective felt despair and anger. She extended her cybernetic arm, a burst of explosive flames erupting from her palm, propelling herself backward through the gap in the ship, rushing into the deep void. She looked back and saw the black cybernetic being holding the half-body of the young lieutenant, standing like a demon, watching from afar. Buzz! Boom! A high-energy sniper beam struck her body, and she was also cleaved in half, her legs exploding into countless fragments. Buzz! Boom! Another sniper beam hit her left arm, which also shattered into countless pieces. During this, she saw her 24th Fleet surrounded by nearly 100 warships, all firing in unison, turning into cosmic dust. Her body was designed without tear ducts. She could not cry, but her heart bled as she realized the world was engulfed in endless darkness. The shockwaves continued to toss her broken body, and she fell endlessly. Her consciousness blurred, and her visual system began to malfunction. The final image is of a grayish planet. When she regained consciousness, she found herself on a ground littered with garbage. Through the haze, she saw a boy in a blue cloak standing firm in the storm. The image twisted and blurred again. Dad, my name is clearly Honglian. Why give me the code name Kunlun? It sounds like a boy's name. The strong man smiled. Honglian is too delicate, while Kunlun is tall and solid. It represents strength. Oh, I see. One day, when I am no longer weak, I will let people know that my real name is Honglian. In the underground shelter, a pair of brilliant eyes suddenly opened, red pupils radiating unparalleled brilliance. These eyes were filled with anger, unwillingness, and an intense fighting spirit. The red chip on her head flickered beneath the artificial skin, casting the outline of a blooming lotus flower. Xiao Qiong was startled and stepped back, as she was currently wiping the woman's cheek with a cloth. Thank you. The imposing woman turned her head and said. A slight sound of air movement followed as she slowly stood upright. You're welcome. Xiao Qiong gripped the rag tightly, her eyes wide open, reflecting an extremely perfect body. Ding! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. A slender hand made of crimson metal grasped the spear known as Honglian Wushan. Exclusive military weapon, biometric identification passed. The golden patterns on the spear shone brightly, ultimately converging on the sharp spearhead, completing the full activation of this unique exclusive weapon. Then next, this farce should come to an end. Inside the Hawk-class starship, a deep and oppressive voice resonated. As the words fell, the front armor of a Hawk-class starship slowly opened, revealing a square space inside. There, a cyber robot made entirely of black metal, wielding a giant axe, was fixed in that square space. Its body was filled with thick lines for charging, and the sound of air valves breaking echoed as the lines peeled away. In that instant, the giant axe sparked with explosive electricity, and the cyber robot's head, adorned with 4 metallic fangs, let out a beastly roar. It lowered its head, surveying the battlefield from a high vantage point. The red circles in its view swept past the red-haired mice without stopping, finally locking onto Chang Chen and the squeaking mouse on her shoulder. Its combat chip provided the most accurate hints. The boy in the blue cloak and the white-haired mouse were the controllers of the countless mice. As long as they were killed, the mouse horde would naturally disband. Oh whoa! The black cyber body let out a strange and terrifying roar, like a combination of a tiger's roar and a wolf's howl. The armor on its back slightly opened, and black propulsion flames erupted. It dove down from a high altitude, the giant axe crackling with electricity, raised high, heading straight for Chang Chen. After Kunlun was defined as a traitor to humanity, Ningfeng took over Kunlun's cybernetic research team. He provided a brain and used oppressive means and a tough attitude to force the team to produce the latest technology. With no other choice, the team presented the immature Carbon-12 technology. However, after testing, it achieved astonishing results. This brand new artificial body was defined as the strongest artificial body within the next 5 years, at least within human civilization. No other artificial body would be comparable to it. During the combat power testing phase, this black prosthetic body crushed all other prosthetics in the laboratory with a bloodthirsty demeanor, including the one that Kunlun had once replaced. Ningfeng, against the consensus, gave this artificial prosthetic a strange name, Killing Star. The researchers concluded that Killing Star was a full one, 5 levels ahead of Kunlun. Today, human civilization is trapped in a technological bottleneck, with the growth of all high-tech advancements being very slow. If a sudden leap occurs in a certain field, it is undoubtedly a minuscule probability and an exaggerated gap. Dr. Zheng Tian, the former chief mechanic of Kunlun, committed suicide by jumping off a building on the night Killing Star was officially named. He left behind a single last word. Once glorious, now a regret. I will not continue to serve Killing Star, for I cannot accept all of this. Inside the Falcon-class starship, in the general's exclusive metal seat, Ningfeng quietly observed the situation on the ground. It turned out that the one stirring everything up in the shadows was just a young scavenger. One had to admit, this kid had incredible luck. Perhaps he had found remnants of some advanced civilization on the garbage planet, acquiring various high-level equipment all at once. But in the end, he was just a scavenger. As for the beam device that had pierced the sky shield earlier, although its energy was astonishing, it was merely a handheld piece of equipment. Whether it could cause damage depended entirely on the user. Such means could not destroy Killing Star. its evasion and movement speed surpassed human comprehension. Just one encounter would sever his head. Once that guy fell, everything would settle. This guy is interesting. Chang Chen looked up at the descending black cyber prosthetic, slightly moving his arm. What is that? Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the scavengers behind. Chang Chen paused, turning his head to look at the distant sky. On the horizon, the gray clouds were suddenly illuminated by a strong light source, dyed a crimson red, resembling the evening glow. The light source was moving rapidly, growing larger as it approached. Some scavengers were even entranced. They had never seen such a sight, for on the heavily polluted Earth, the evening glow only existed in legends. The black prosthetic killing star suddenly came to a halt. Its crimson eyes narrowed slightly, scanning the bizarre phenomena in the sky. Suddenly, a deafening sonic boom erupted. In the distance, a red glowing body continuously broke through the air walls, creating an almost teleportation visual illusion. In an instant, as it neared the battlefield, it penetrated the last air wall and vanished. Killing Star's eyes narrowed in high alert, its reconnaissance chip issuing a warning, enemy concealed. Suddenly, Killing Star locked onto the target, its eyes flashing red, and it abruptly turned, swinging an axe down. But unexpectedly, Killing Star swung at empty air, staring in disbelief at the vacant front. Its reconnaissance chip, derived from the most advanced technology of human civilization, had never been wrong. Suddenly, Killing Star felt a sharp wind above its head. It looked up sharply, only to see a red figure descending from the sky. At that moment, Killing Star had swung at empty air, its body in a forward-leaning position, and the red figure directly used the momentum to step on its back. A weight as heavy as a mountain transmitted through. The immense impact caused Killing Star to lose its balance, being stomped on the back and plummeting straight down from the sky. Boom! On the ground, within a 100-meter radius, the red-haired killing mice scattered in a panic, the dust rising in ripples. The entire ground formed a funnel shape, sinking several meters. Amidst the swirling dust, a proud figure stood on the back of the demon star, quietly erect. Howl! The face armor of the demon star twisted as it was trampled underfoot, letting out a roar, and it swung its giant axe backward, striking at the figure on its back. Yet, the figure slightly bent its legs and leaped, the immense reaction force creating a loud bang as the ground sank another 2 meters. The demon star not only missed its strike but also suffered another heavy blow, buried under a pile of debris. The red figure twisted in the air, transforming into a streak of red light, landing beside Chang Chen. The scene fell silent for a full 10 seconds. Everyone's eyes widened. It was a nearly perfect cybernetic body. The skin, made of some semi-transparent metal, emitted a fiery red sheen like agate, with streams of lively golden light slowly flowing across her form. She wore no clothing, her seductive female figure fully exposed. Long legs, graceful curves, a slender waist, and rounded, firm breasts. The smooth lines seemed like a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by an artist, with every turn and arc perfectly placed, the proportions of her entire body deemed flawless. Her face was covered with artificial skin, delicate and flawless, her features cold yet stunning. A long red ponytail cascaded down like the Milky Way, seemingly composed of fine red optical fibers, gently swaying in midair. In her right hand, she held a striking red spear. The spear also shimmered with lively golden light, standing on the ground with its tip pointed skyward, exuding a mysterious technological aura and a sharp, lethal presence. She slightly opened her eyes, her red pupils radiating a fierce light, emanating an unparalleled heroism. Countless scavengers were all astonished by this perfect body. She was like the evening glow, an exquisite sight never before seen on this garbage planet. Colonel Ning was horrified, stepping back repeatedly, stammering, Kun Lun. Ning Feng in the starship also widened his eyes, his pupils reflecting that perfect body. She was actually repaired? What kind of person could restore her to this state? Ning Feng stared at Kunlun's body, his brow suddenly twitching again. The material of the metallic skin on her body. The well-informed Ning Feng carefully recalled, and a look of even greater disbelief appeared on his face. High-entropy alloy. And it was high-entropy alloy that had been tempered. The entire surface of Kunlun's body was made of high-entropy alloy. This was unimaginable for Ning Feng. The stock of high-entropy alloy, even within the entire galaxy, could be described as rare. After years of warfare and accumulating wealth, Ning Feng had only collected 900 grams. And the high-entropy alloy on Kunlun now was clearly of a higher purity. How much high-entropy alloy would it take to refine and completely cover the body of an adult woman? 5 kilograms? 10 kilograms? 20 kilograms? Or even more? To Ning Feng, these were astronomical figures. On this garbage planet, How could anyone produce so much high-entropy alloy to create a set of metallic skin for Kunlun? Extracted from garbage? That was simply unrealistic. In this way, wouldn't Kunlun's lightness and defense be in existence beyond the heavens? You gave me a second life. The crimson figure slowly turned her head, revealing a flawless profile, and it far exceeded my imagination. Should I call you Kunlun, or should I call you Red Lotus? Shengchen looked at the figure and then at the red spear in her hand, revealing a hint of a smile. I have invested quite a bit in you. The beautiful red eyes of the crimson figure flickered. After everything is over, I will repay you. Shengchen smiled again. The reason the high-entropy alloy taken by the faceless demon lord was reduced by 450 pieces was that it was used on Honglian. After being forged by the Morrow's intelligent manufacturing line, it not only underwent quenching and purification but also formed an exquisite mechanical aesthetic comparable to a work of art. Han Yen, President Li, and the nearby scavengers were left speechless by the shock. A scavenger actually created a cybernetic body of this level. Shengchen's conversation with Hua Kunlun was simultaneously captured by the scanning equipment of the Hawk-class starship and transmitted into Ningfeng's ears. He was even more astonished. It was still that scavenger who repaired Kunlun? How could he possibly do all this? Howl! A roar echoed across the sky, garbage flew, and the black cybernetic body suddenly stood up from the ground. Part of its back armor was damaged, emitting fine electric currents. Yet, its overwhelming ferocity remained terrifying. Defeated opponent, I want you dead. Its scarlet eyes fixed on Kunlun, letting out a strange roar between its fangs, raising its left hand with an axe, and clenching its right fist, smashing it down onto the axe, producing a huge metallic clash, then spreading its arms wide and howling to the sky. That is, my father's signature move. Seeing this scene, Major Ning's pupils suddenly constricted. Then he looked at the Hawk-class starship. Brother, the brain inside the demon star. Is father. Didn't you say he was turned to ashes by the Interstellar Alliance? The voice of Ning Feng echoed in Major Ning's mind. Just a kind lie. Back then, he was severely injured and escaped the encirclement. I ended his life and took out his brain, which has now been transformed into the demon star. As the saying goes, father and son share the same heart. We also have a mental connection. Otherwise, how could I control it remotely? Deep fear spread in Major Ning's eyes. What about me? By any means necessary? Father actually advised me to give up resisting the Interstellar Alliance. Have you forgotten? No one can block my path. I, General Hua Kunlun of the Galactic Alliance. The crimson figure stepped forward. I have sufficient evidence to prove that you are a group of bandits disguised as an alliance team. Now, I have the right to take you back to the Galactic Alliance headquarters. Howl! The distant black cybernetic body let out a fierce roar again. Suddenly, the energy core in its chest erupted with black electricity, instantly spreading throughout its body. The electricity expanded, forming a spherical magnetic cage around it, a personal force field that combined both attack and defense, causing the surrounding air to slightly distort as it entered a certain extreme state at the cost of energy consumption. Of course, Hua Kunlun raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the atmosphere, looking at the countless corpses scattered outside the Earth and the wreckage of starships. I could also choose to execute you on the spot. In memory of the souls of the 12,455 crew members of the Galactic Alliance's 24th Fleet. In that instant, a crimson lotus flower illuminated the center of Hua Kunlun's brow, followed by a plume of steaming flame that enveloped the lotus. At the same time, a tangible ripple force field was released from within Hua Kunlun's body, causing his momentum to suddenly increase geometrically. The previous talk of bringing them back to the Alliance was merely a formality. In the next second, Hua Kunlun directly activated the red warm mode of the level 7 cyber war skeleton. Boom! Hua Kunlun's body shot out like a cannonball, the spear pointing straight ahead, while the holographic red lotus totem inside the spear suddenly bloomed, projecting a gigantic red lotus hundreds of meters high behind Hua Kunlun, creating a visually stunning scene. Shengchen squinted his eyes, recalling the introduction of STC. Although in the era of stars and seas, close combat weapons can no longer exert effective value, this weapon represents more the spirit of a war god, a symbol of the unceasing war drums in the hearts of countless soldiers. This was the symbol of the Red Lotus war god. 120 years later, whenever this massive lotus appeared, the human legions would be greatly inspired. 120 years. Was Hua Kunlun still alive then? Or had this weapon been passed on to someone else? At this moment, Hua Kunlun let out a roar that echoed through the heavens and the earth. The Shashing also swung its massive battle axe, crackling with electricity, bursting out from the pit. Boom! The instant the two figures collided, the red spear pierced through the black force field of the Shashing, and under the explosion of golden light from the spear, the black force field instantly shattered. Immediately, the two weapons clashed, and the Shashing's black battle axe barely held for 1/100th of a second before suddenly exploding into countless fragments. The difference in their levels was like that between clouds and mud, the gap too vast. Crack! In the next moment, Hua Kunlun's spear directly pierced through the head of the black cybernetic body, stabbing in between its fangs and emerging from the back of its head. Tiny black fragments and bright red brain matter splattered out. The Shashing's red eyes widened in shock. Inside the starship, Ningfeng felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something had struck him. Come back to life. In the red-hot mode, Hua Kunlun roared, shaking the heavens. A tremendous energy surged from within her body, merging into the Red Lotus War God, and at the tip of the Red Lotus War God, a crimson beam of light, over 100 meters in diameter and several hundred kilometers long, erupted instantly. A particle shockwave capable of tearing everything apart, combined with antimatter flames that could melt anything, exploded together. The Shashing still retained a final shred of attack desire, swinging its axe handle without the axe head towards Kunlun. But in this process, the powerful energy beam engulfed it, turning it into a pitch-black afterimage, which then shattered into dust under the energy's wash. The crimson beam struck the heavens. The residual force created a circular gap in the atmosphere with a diameter of several dozen kilometers. The violent airflow swept past the two Hawk-class starships, and even their massive 20-kilometer bodies swayed unsteadily in the airflow, like a lone boat in a storm. Seeing this scene, Major Ning's face turned pale, and he was petrified. The first reaction of the thousands of scavengers was to cover their heads and bury themselves deep in the garbage piles. Meanwhile, Ningfeng in the Hawk-class starship was thrown into a massive turbulence, panicking, and with the intense pain in his head, he even rolled off his metal seat. This was not the Hua Kunlun of the past. That boy from the junkyard could actually create something so terrifying. And Hua Kunlun, through the gap in the atmosphere, truly saw the wreckage of the 24th Legion, as well as the bodies, frozen with frost, their forms stiff in the dark universe, quietly floating. Hua Kunlun supported her Red Lotus War God and slowly knelt on the ground. She looked at the wreckage and the bodies from afar, without tear ducts, but in her red cybernetic eye, there were flickering points of light, shimmering in and out. You are not traitors. Hua Kunlun slowly lowered her head, the red lotus on her forehead flickering for a moment before gradually extinguishing. After the red-hot mode ended, she fell into silence. Cheng Chen let out a slow sigh, directly into red-hot mode. Who could blame Hua Kunlun's heart, filled with too much unwillingness, too much grievance, and too much anger? After all, she was a human brain. Sometimes, intense emotions could break through all restraint. Bastard! Bastard! The disheveled Ningfeng had blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. But he saw the silent Kunlun and knew that this was his only chance. Ningfeng rolled and crawled back to his metal seat. The metal lines connected to his head began to flicker wildly. At that moment, an astonishing mechanical transformation occurred on the bridge. Surrounding metal components rose up, wrapping around the metal seat layer by layer, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into an unbreakable metal cube. Then, a large metal door on the ship slowly opened, and the metal cube floated into view before everyone. Scavengers of Earth, I am General Ningfeng of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance. Suddenly, defensive energy fields lit up around the metal cube, revealing small heavenly shields. At the same time, a transparent inspection window opened on the front of the cube. Inside sat a man whose eyes slightly opened, and 4 azure rings of light flashed suddenly in his pupils. This scene was magnified hundreds of times by a projection in the void. The scavengers were instantly horrified. B-level Gene. He is truly a high-ranking member of the Interstellar Alliance. President Lee was equally shocked. How could there be such a big shot on the starship? However, the next words made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. I have seen you with my own eyes, uniting with the traitor Kunlun to resist the Interstellar Alliance, and killing thousands of Interstellar Alliance warriors. Genes represent everything. At your core, there are only despicable lies. He spoke these words because he had activated the ship's recording system. He needed a perfect excuse for the ultimate massacre that was about to follow. Genes are the most faithful expression. You haven't even gained the approval of your ancestors. So, Ningfeng was speaking when his expression suddenly changed. He saw the boy in the blue cloak on the ground suddenly straighten his chest, his eyes slightly opened, and 3 azure rings of light flickered in his pupils. Ningfeng was stunned. How could a sea-level gene appear on this garbage planet? This statement caused an uproar. The scavengers, realizing too late, looked at Cheng Chen, each one of them dumbfounded. When did this happen? Among them, there was actually such a noble sea-level gene. President Lee had already come to Hina's side. He was pleasantly surprised to find that Hina was not dead. At this moment, he held his second daughter, equally shocked, and looked at Cheng Chen. The genetic manifestation in Cheng Chen's eyes was so lively and clear, exuding a noble aura. President Li's pupils trembled. He knew in his heart that this was definitely not some kind of disguise. Meanwhile, Hina's entire body was stiff, unable to move. Her pale face slightly trembled, staring at Cheng Chen, and she uttered a cryptic sound. Just a sea level. It hasn't completely discarded inferior genes. Moreover, compared to me, you are still a lower existence. In fact, a sea gene was already an extraordinary identity, but there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. Ning Feng roared, I will represent the Interstellar Alliance and purge you traitors. Immediately, the lines on Ning Feng's head flickered wildly. A tremendous roar filled the air. Two massive Hawk-class starships suddenly performed an extremely difficult maneuver, flipping in mid-air at low speed, with their bows pointing towards the stars and their tails aimed at the ground. The nuclear fusion thrusters at the rear began to brew immense thermal energy. 6 enormous nozzles, each with a diameter of 7 kilometers, resembling dark volcanic craters, emitted waves of heat, distorting the surrounding space. Brother, are you crazy? You want to burn Earth with the ship's thrusters? Lieutenant Colonel Ning's expression collapsed as he shouted anxiously, I'm still here. No one can block my path. You can't, Kunlun can't, and that blue-cloaked scavenger can't either. No one can survive at a temperature of 13,000 degrees. Boom! The flame jet engine of the interstellar battleship roared to life. The flames grew from small to large, changing from yellow to blue, and finally to pure white, instantly covering the sky, like the wrath of a deity. Suddenly, Cheng Chen waved his arm, and the distant Hua Kunlun, along with the chirping creature on his shoulder, was enveloped in a momentary green ripple, floating down into the crowd of scavengers in the distance. The massive flames focused into a needle-like shape with a radius of 100 meters, and as the enormous ship adjusted, the first to turn to ash would be Cheng Chen in the blue cloak. Zelu, the Type 1 biological battle armor emitted a sound. It could not withstand such an exaggerated ultra-high temperature. Boom! The white descended to the ground, devouring everything around it, including Cheng Chen's frail body. The surrounding garbage melted in an instant, bursting into clouds of relatively low-temperature yellow flames, emitting a pungent burnt smell. Ha ha ha! Ning Feng laughed heartily. Only I, the most genius commander in history, can accomplish such a difficult operation. Boom! The jet flames refocused, increasing in intensity, and the core temperature had already soared to 13,000 degrees Celsius. 60 seconds. A full 60 seconds of burning. No biological entity could survive at such a temperature. At this moment, Ning Feng was like a madman, beginning to search for Kunlun's whereabouts, the ship's body roaring, and the massive white began to slowly move. In that instant, Ning Feng broke out in a cold sweat, because he saw a figure standing firm amidst the flickering white flames. In the next moment, that figure stepped out from the surrounding heat waves steaming and distorting. Even the metal garbage beneath his feet melted into molten iron the moment he landed. So this is the energy replenishment method of silicon-based life. Cheng Chen raised his head, his body now like a brilliant diamond, dazzling and eye-catching. The Type 1 biological battle armor had shrunk into a green eye pendant, hidden beneath his crystalline skin at his chest. How could your body change like that? Ning Feng froze. How could you possibly withstand such a temperature? Cheng Chen's eyes suddenly widened. In his pupils, besides 3 azure halos, there was also a ring of rainbow-like diamond light. What is that? What gene level are you? Ning Feng was equally shocked beyond measure. Why have I never seen such a genetic manifestation? You possess a gene level beyond my understanding. In the distance, Hina clearly witnessed this scene. She stared intently at Cheng Chen's eyes, filled with an indescribable heartache and infatuation. She reached out her hand, wanting to touch Cheng Chen in the distance, but due to exhaustion, her arm fell heavily to the ground, and at the same time, her head tilted, a layer of dead gray gradually spreading in her pupils. Hina! President Li was heartbroken, shaking his daughter's body vigorously. Wake up, don't leave me. Cheng Chen frowned slightly. His legs bent slightly, and the sound of crystal friction emanated from within the silicon-based life form. He could clearly feel that this body, which had just replenished its energy through ultra-high temperature, contained unimaginable violent power. Boom! The earth trembled, and the surface buried beneath layers of garbage cracked inch by inch. Cheng Chen actually leaped hundreds of meters high with just his body. In an instant, he reached the height where Ning Feng was located. Ning Feng, hiding inside the metal box, looked on in disbelief at everything. In midair, Cheng Chen's eyes sparkled with a strange luster, his diamond-like arms bent at the elbow, sharp crystal spikes growing from between his elbows, crashing down from the sky. Boom! Crack! The 7-layered sky shield outside the metal cube was pierced in an instant. It is unimaginable that this is the physical power of a living being. Ning Feng's eyes widened to their limit as he clearly saw Cheng Chen's elbow getting closer to his face. No one can block your path? Cheng Chen's voice echoed softly, My lord, the times have changed. The metallic cube fell to the ground, emitting thick black smoke. Its surface was dented and cracked, revealing Ning Feng's body. Only a terrified, gaping mouth remained on Ningfeng's head, which had completely exploded, turning into a splatter of flesh and mud on the surrounding walls. It fell into a pile of garbage, becoming just another piece of trash. Chengchen stood on the ground, looking up at the two Hawk-class starships in the sky, blue ribbons fluttering out. He realized that the barrier between him and the two starships had vanished. His eyes flickered. It turned out that Ningfeng had used some method to directly control the two starships with his brain. Now, with Ningfeng's brain turned to mush, the two starships had become ownerless. Indeed. Chengchen felt a surge of joy in his heart, not regretting the trouble he had gone through to eliminate everyone on the starships while keeping them relatively intact. What are you doing? I am a major of the Interstellar Alliance. Who dares to touch me? The only surviving Major Ning was continuously retreating, surrounded by a large group of scavengers. It was President Li stepping out from the crowd, holding a metal pipe, tears in his eyes. Beast! Bang! President Li struck Major Ning's head with a stick. A scream erupted as blood gushed from Major Ning's forehead, filled with terror. Immediately, countless scavengers surged forward, completely drowning Major Ning in the crowd, his screams growing fainter. Moments later, countless scavengers gathered around Chengchen. They suddenly knelt down, with President Li leading the way, continuously bowing to Chengchen, "My lord." Chengchen slowly turned around. In his eyes flickered 3 azure rings symbolizing sea-level genes, along with a colorful diamond ring. In that instant, Chengchen's diamond skin faded away, and the eye-shaped bioarmor on his chest spread out, reforming into Chengchen's black leather jacket and a blue scavenger cloak filled with holes. This scene appeared miraculous to everyone. The crowd kept bowing, "My lord! My lord!" Chengchen knew that the "my lord" they spoke of came from his previous performances and the genetic differences. "I was born in the garbage earth and grew up here. This is my homeland." No one wishes for their homeland to be a place where people live in misery, kill each other, and eat flesh. Defeating this fake army shouldn't be so complicated. The reason I do this is to hope to stir something within you. If we continue in this muddled state, without any external force, the scavengers will eventually perish. Only through self-awakening can we change everything. Only through self-improvement can we build our own beautiful homeland. As Chengchen spoke, he glanced at Hong Yan, who stood in the distance with a gun in hand. Then, he looked at President Li kneeling before him. "President Li, you are old. From now on, let Hong Yan take over the Scavenger Alliance." Thud, thud, thud. President Li kept bowing. "Yes, good, I will listen to you." "What is this?" Hong Yan stood beside Chengchen's shelter, looking at the rectangular metal device on the ground. One end of the device was continuously breaking down garbage, while the other end released a kind of living gel. At the same time, a rising artificial sun emitted warm yellow light, illuminating the desolate ground around. This is called the SN11 Ecological Recycling Platform. Chengchen looked at the front end of the gel, where a blue sunflower swayed continuously. It can dissolve in organic matter, convert it into energy, and accelerate plant growth at several times the normal rate. As he spoke, tiny green shoots had already begun to sprout in the ecological gel before him. Chengchen had previously obtained over 6,000 soil-free cultivation capsules and had synthesized the first such device in the underground shelter. At that time, the STC had indicated insufficient space, and if he synthesized them all, Chengchen could have over 400 of these devices. Hong Yan's beautiful eyes widened. In an instant, she envisioned the scene of her dreams. The scavengers had solved the famine, relying on their own hands to build their homeland, and the entire garbage-ridden Earth gradually moved towards standardization and a path of sustainable development. Moreover, the scene in Hong Yan's mind was even more perfect than her dreams. The mountains of garbage had vanished, and the earth was lush with green trees, with wheat fields swaying in the wind, stretching endlessly. The tiny shoots before her had grown a few more centimeters. Hong Yan was increasingly astonished and turned to look at the other side of the shelter, where 100 SN11 ecological recycling platforms were arranged. "Did you make all those?" Hong Yan's breath trembled slightly. "This is advanced technology, right?" Chengchen nodded. "Yes, quite advanced." Hong Yan was speechless, unsure of where to begin. "Keep those weapons for the self-defense team. They need training to unleash the true power of those weapons. And these recycling platforms, you must make full use of them. They are only enough to address immediate needs, while more changes will require the scavengers to take action themselves." Chengchen gazed at Hong Yan. "Miss Yun, I support your dream day." Hong Yan's eyes quivered. "So you recognized me that night?" Chengchen shrugged. "Even if I couldn't see through your biological disguise, the aura you emit is different from other scavengers." Hong Yan's body slightly froze. Chengchen smiled and said, "President Li, I hope to see a comfortable Earth in the near future." Tears welled in Hong Yan's eyes. The despair of genetic levels, living conditions, and the longing for outer space confined Hina's life. In the end, she met such a fate, and I will never allow a similar tragedy to happen again. Chang Chen nodded, staring at the desolate surroundings, remaining silent for a long time. After a moment, he suddenly said, "During the entire Earth transformation process, all similar technological waste discovered should be handed over to the monkeys." Hong Yan's eyes flickered. She recalled Chang Chen's words from that night of Dream Day. "My name is Chang Chen, the beggar's beggar, and my dream is to become the king of garbage here." He could casually produce such high-level genetic agents, disregard the no-fly order, and repair Kunlun, one astonishing piece of technology after another, with mysterious genetic levels, and now, the breathtaking ecological recycling platforms. All of this was a miracle created by Chang Chen through the garbage resources on Earth. Hong Yan's heart surged with excitement, infinitely inspired. He had already become the king of garbage on Earth. In the end, Hong Yan said little more, showing respect, and nodded, yes. Not far away, the valiant and imposing Valkyrie stood quietly. Chang Chen approached her. "Now, no one should be able to stop your return to the Interstellar Alliance, but that group of bandits, after all, is an Interstellar Alliance team. Their deaths here will surely cause a series of troubles." The red pupils of Hua Kunlun flickered. "I will handle everything." Chang Chen chuckled. "Working with smart people is convenient." Speaking of a series of troubles, Hua Kunlun looked at Chang Chen. "Deep down, don't you also wish not to be too conspicuous?" "My strength is still insufficient. A tall tree catches the wind." Chang Chen's tone was calm. "I can pretend to be a cup in this garbage planet, but when facing the vast universe, it's better to be cautious." "I understand." Hua Kunlun also gazed at the gray sky. "If someone asks later who repaired me and gave me such a powerful body and new life, I will say, he is a mysterious and great genius mechanic." Genius mechanic. Chang Chen savored this phrase, recalling STC's annotations on the Red Lotus War God, and suddenly a profound sense of time and space was born within her. "Chang Chen, you deserve this title. I've seen you before, you always manage to repurpose some junk and create entirely new machinery." Hua Kunlun suddenly turned around, extending a mechanical palm, revealing a chip with exposed wires in the center. "This is my former memory chip, which holds the memories of my interstellar battles, and among them, the most crucial are 5 technological ruins scattered in deep space." Chang Chen's eyes brightened slightly. "Technological ruins?" "Yes. Among them are mechanical planets abandoned by advanced civilizations, interstellar battlefields filled with the wreckage of tens of thousands of warships, and the legendary time portals left behind by a level 12 technological civilization." Hua Kunlun looked at Chang Chen seriously. "I think these are all valuable resources for you, and this is the only way I can repay you." Hiss. "These things are indeed the most precious resources." Chang Chen's gaze flickered as she took the item from Hua Kunlun's hand. "But this is your memory chip, your entire past memory? I've always been quite curious. Your previous body was covered in artificial skin. Could it allow you to have a boyfriend?" "Chang Chen, I've actually always admired you. Clearly possessing such powerful abilities, yet you can still act like a fool, often making brainless moves, and occasionally being quite shameless." Hua Kunlun stared directly at Chang Chen. "How do you manage to do that?" Chang Chen grinned. "I live in a dark and hopeless garbage planet, surrounded by despair. If I don't find a way to adjust my mindset, should I just cry and moan all day, being emo and hanging myself?" Hua Kunlun paused slightly. It was then that she realized Chang Chen's smile had always been radiant. But at that moment, Hua Kunlun suddenly faced Chang Chen, knelt on one knee, and placed her left hand against her chest. "Hey, what are you doing?" Chang Chen was taken aback. "Even if I have a lot of charisma, you don't have to go this far, right? I express gratitude on behalf of the countless souls of the 24th Fleet to Mr. Chang Chen." Hua Kunlun slowly lowered her head. "It is you who has cleared our names from unjust accusations." "Oh, there's no need for that." Chang Chen supported Hua Kunlun. "Spider-Man's uncle once said, 'With great power comes great responsibility.' Who is Spider-Man? And who is his uncle?" "Oh, just a mythical figure from ancient history. Haven't you heard of Spider-Man battling the white bone demon? It's understandable, after all, there are too few youths like me who are well-versed in history." Hua Kunlun stood up, interrupting Chang Chen's display. "There's one more thing." She suddenly lost her train of thought, only to see Xiao Qiong hiding behind a pile of garbage, watching Chang Chen from a distance. "I really like this child. I can see she has immense potential." Hua Kunlun paused. "I want to take her away, train her to become the best warrior, and perhaps one day, she can take my place." Chang Chen frowned. Hua Kunlun quickly added, "Don't worry, I won't make any modifications to her. Xiao Qiong will always be Xiao Qiong." Xiao Qiong's gaze flickered as she said, "I want to become a powerful warrior so that I can protect the people around me. If I were born a strong warrior, then Dad wouldn't have died, and Mom wouldn't have died either." Cheng Chen's brows gradually relaxed. After a long while, Cheng Chen sighed softly. Everyone has their own destiny, Xiao Qiong. I will wait for you to become the strongest warrior. I wish for you to gain the strength to protect everyone around you as soon as possible. Xiao Qiong nodded, her eyes a bit moist. At that time, I will protect Cheng Chen. Cheng Chen was also moved. Good child, it was worth it for me to have brewed one pot after another. Hua Kunlun looked puzzled. What pot? That's not important. Cheng Chen closed his eyes in pain. Please take good care of Xiao Qiong. What a coincidence. Hua Kunlun looked at Xiao Qiong. This child's real name is also Honglian. Some things are truly destined. Oh, Cheng Chen was a bit surprised. He hadn't really known Xiao Qiong's real name for a long time. I think you're about to embark on your own cosmic journey soon, right? Hua Kunlun suddenly said, after I return to headquarters, I'll find a way to get you a ship. A ship? Cheng Chen smiled. That's not necessary, because compared to a ship, I prefer a warship. Hua Kunlun suddenly realized something and looked up at the two tilted, floating Hawk-class starships in the sky. The Interstellar Alliance will soon send someone to investigate the situation. Hua Kunlun hesitated for a moment. Unless you have the ability to hide them well, otherwise. Cheng Chen chuckled softly. You see, I can't hide it. Cheng Chen stood atop a towering mountain of garbage. A gust of wind made the blue scavenger cloak flutter loudly. Hua Kunlun finally contacted her old subordinates, and soon someone came to take her and Xiao Qiong away. Meanwhile, Hong Yan also transported the ecological recycling platform. As she had said before, she would work vigorously. The electronic voice of STC rang in Cheng Chen's ears. You have synthesized a large number of firearms, activating Hong Yan's rebellious thoughts. You have synthesized cybernetic limbs, giving Kunlun a new life. Her appearance has shown the scavengers that the Interstellar Alliance is not all evil, giving them hope, and Kunlun will also handle all subsequent troubles. You have synthesized the SN11 ecological recycling platform, aiming to change the entire garbage earth with the power of technology, also providing the scavengers with initial resources and conditions. In fact, what you have synthesized is not just equipment, but an opportunity for a lost civilization to rise again. Cheng Chen waved his hand. I'm not that great. Since this is my hometown, there will always be a faint bond, right? That is very great. I feel like I haven't chosen the wrong person. I see the hope of the mother civilization's revival. Cheng Chen's body slowly ascended. In his view, the garbage earth beneath him became increasingly distant, everything growing smaller and smaller. The closer he got to the two Hawk-class starships, the more excited he felt. Observing from a close distance, the 20-kilometer lone hull was quite shocking. The appearance of the Hawk-class starship resembled an aircraft carrier from the old era, like a steel fortress suspended beneath the atmosphere. Giant thrusters were distributed at the rear and sides of the warship, periodically expelling dazzling blue plasma flames to maintain its posture, causing slight tremors in the space around it. At the front of the warship, the towering command tower resembled a majestic peak, covered with various sensors and communication devices, indicating its capability for long-distance space travel. Although one of the Hawk-class starships had its star cannon destroyed, emitting thick black smoke and tilting slightly, this could be considered minor damage for such a massive starship. At this moment, the interior of the starship was spotless, with the fake soldiers lying dead on the ground. These two starships were particularly special. Within the vast bridge, there wasn't a single operator present. Cheng Chen looked at the two starships and wiped his mouth. If we talk about a real man's dreams, one of them is medicine machinery, while the other is starships and the vast sea of stars. Among these, the most exhilarating is to wear one's own battle armor, pilot one's own starship, and carve out a path that belongs to oneself. The boundless universe, the uniquely beautiful planets, the mysterious and splendid treasures, and countless unimaginable civilizations, growing stronger along the way, maturing, and experiencing the most beautiful scenery. This was a scene Cheng Chen had fantasized about countless times, dreamed of countless times. Of course, if the starship could perform explosively, capable of withstanding various risks and disappearing without a trace, that would be even more thrilling and exhilarating. What can these two treasures combine into? They are already the top starships of the human alliance. The next level must surpass reality. Cheng Chen's eyes sparkled with a lustrous light. The next operation was the most anticipated synthesis he had ever experienced. He glanced at the garbage planet beneath his feet. Such a large-scale synthesis still needed to be kept under wraps. Cheng Chen closed his eyes, then opened them again, and his eyes shone with brilliant diamond-like radiance. At the same time, dozens of floating blue ribbons appeared in his vision. These ribbons twisted and intertwined, connecting the two massive starships. The electronic resonance of silicon-based life forms was indeed formidable. In the next moment, the main engines of the two starships slowly started. A tremendous roar and tremor echoed through the sky as the two starships began to ascend continuously. However, Cheng Chen frowned slightly. with just a simple movement command, he felt his energy being scattered in various directions as he controlled the two starships, because there were simply too many electronic systems within the starships, and too many functions to manage. In an instant, he felt as if his body had been emptied. Although the starships were moving, Changchen felt as if he were lifting a car with arms as thin as bamboo sticks. He had lifted it, but his arms were trembling like butterfly wings. It must be that my silicon-based sequence level is too low, Changchen worried. After the starships are synthesized, will I even be able to control them? Despite some setbacks, the two starships finally moved beyond the atmosphere. At this moment, the two Hawk-class starships, set against the dark and profound backdrop of the universe, with twinkling stars shining, looked even more impressive. Cheng Chen's face was covered by a black mask formed by the Type 1 biological battle armor, which insulated him from the surrounding low temperatures and provided ample oxygen. Start synthesis. He took a deep breath, slowly raised his right hand, palm facing the two starships, and the STC emitted a blue beam of light, dispersing into primitive matter. This scene was more grand and spectacular than ever before. The massive Hawk-class starships, under the azure technological beam, transformed into specks of white light, even more dazzling than the distant stars. Cheng Chen had grown accustomed to such scenes, but this time, his heart was inexplicably filled with awe for technology. Starting synthesis, target blueprint is the post-78-year human civilization technological creation, Falcon-class interstellar starship, Hawk-class, Falcon-class, continuing the naming of the Raptor series. Cheng Chen's pupils trembled. Indeed, it is future technology. Synthesis in progress. Synthesis in progress. Cheng Chen frowned slightly. This time, it seemed like there was a lag, a phenomenon that had never occurred before. Undocumented technology appeared in the target creation, different from ordinary Hawk-class starships. Cheng Chen's eyes widened. What's going on? In the next moment, STC projected a void image in front of Cheng Chen. It was the scanning result of STC, a holographic representation of two Harrier-class starships. In the bridge positions of these two starships, two human brains were suspended, with nearly 1,000 fine steel needles piercing the surface of each brain, delving deep into the cerebral matter. The backs of these steel needles were connected to countless circuits, which twisted and turned, spreading throughout various parts of the Harrier-class starships, linking to all sorts of hubs. Cheng Chen furrowed his brow. What is this? These two Harrier-class starships are extremely special. Their core control systems are not conventional onboard intelligence, but rather two human brains. Cheng Chen's body paused slightly. Suddenly, he recalled a detail. In a previous battle, Ningfeng had a telepathic conversation with Colonel Ning, where Ningfeng mentioned that the black cybernetic body contained the brains of their father, which allowed him to achieve remote control. They are all high-level geneticists, so they possess some ability akin to telepathy in their bloodline? Cheng Chen's eyes flickered. His speculation was nearly spot on. After clarifying the connections, Cheng Chen gasped. The brains inside the Harrier-class starships should also be direct relatives of Ningfeng, such as siblings. So that guy was operating the two warships in this manner. No wonder he could become the most genius commander in history. This meant that these two seemingly ordinary Harrier-class starships actually contained profound secrets, being a special existence. Even STC did not have corresponding synthesis blueprints. Cheng Chen's heart instantly sank. I thought I had stumbled upon a treasure, but it turns out to be so unconventional that it can't be used. Integrate existing technology, replan synthesis scheme. Cheng Chen, given your previous aspirations, I will attempt to develop a brand new route for you, along with a technological blueprint. The situation took an unexpected turn, and Cheng Chen was somewhat taken aback. Redevelop? To be precise, it means creating another possibility through existing technology and conditions. Of course, there is a certain probability of failure involved. What happens if it fails? Everything will turn to nothing. Cheng Chen clenched his fist, realizing he had no other options. After a few seconds of silence, Cheng Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Combine." In that instant, STC emitted an even more dazzling light than before, as if performing some high-speed calculations. One Harrier-class starship shattered into white light points and began to pulse violently. Gradually, those light points converged towards the other Harrier-class starship. At that moment, a blinding light erupted ahead. Cheng Chen's eyes widened slightly, his palms drenched in sweat. 3 seconds later, he heard the most pleasant sound. Synthesis successful. Cheng Chen's brow suddenly relaxed. It worked. The blinding brilliance ahead gradually faded. It was as if a grand light curtain was slowly drawn back, and the protagonist within finally emerged after countless calls. Cheng Chen's pupils trembled as he gazed ahead. There stood a white warship, sharp and spear-like. It was much smaller than the previous Harrier-class starships, with an overall length of about 2 kilometers, its design sharp and smooth, yet filled with a sense of edge. Chang Chen knew very well that size meant nothing. The key lay in the technological content within. The material of the starship before him seemed to be of no known metal, but rather pure white, resembling delicate ceramic, emitting a faint milky glow. Most peculiarly, the surface of this warship was covered in strange blue patterns. Moreover, there were no dead angles, covering all aspects. Those patterns resembled gigantic octopuses, extending all their tentacles, each connected to the next. Chang Chen's pupils flickered, momentarily stunned. This pattern resembles human brain neurons. The body of the octopus is the main part of the neuron, while the multiple branches extending out are like the dendrites and axons of the neuron. Chang Chen's eyes flickered. A ceramic warship covered in a network of brain neurons? Theoretically, human consciousness exists within the neural network. Whenever a human thinks and generates an idea, biological electricity forms within these neural networks, and those blue currents that flicker continuously constitute human self-awareness and judgment of external information. Just then, a surge of blue electricity suddenly emerged on the hull of the white starship, flashing rapidly along the surface patterns, like a shooting star, gone in an instant. Chang Chen was somewhat astonished. It generated a thought? Although he had never seen the legendary Falcon-class starship, Chang Chen was certain that this thing before him was definitely not a Falcon class, because it completely defied human design concepts and even overturned human conventional thinking. Moreover, the Falcon-class starship was born 78 years in the future, and the technological quality of this thing before him was clearly not something that could be accumulated in just 78 years. Countless blue currents once again emerged on the starship before him, flowing across the entire hull, forming a brilliant blue glow in the dim universe. Magnificent, spectacular, and full of mystery. Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly. Is it thinking? Among the two Falcon-class starships, there exist two highly electronic human brains. In the recent process, the two brains also completed a merger and produced a unique reaction with the two Falcon-class starships in synthesis, forming an unprecedented product. Chang Chen felt quite shocked. The synthesis of human brains. Unnamed starship. Appearance dimensions, 1,680 meters/270 meters/230 meters. Hull mass, 100,024 tons. Hull material, white metal. The first recorded technological creation, a combination of metal and human brain white matter, allowing the hull surface to have an extremely high information transmission rate capable of withstanding a maximum pressure of 10 million megapascals. This material is a crucial prerequisite for the ship's exclusive technology, communication system. Neural network ultra-distance communication can access mainstream interstellar communication channels and communication range enhanced by 160%. Propulsion system, biological energy nuclear fusion engine, maximum speed 2% of the speed of light, maximum endurance range 245 light-years, living facilities, a total of 3 internal levels, including 10 first-class lounge rooms, 95 capsule sleeping pods, a 400-square-meter recreational area, dining area, automated medical equipment area, physical training area, cargo storage area, weapon system, neural network star destroyer cannon, defense shield system, neural network sky shield, exclusive technology, to be explored, technology level. Given the starship's excellent interstellar navigation capabilities, the minimum technology level is level 2, while the upper limit of the technology level is pending due to the inclusion of many undocumented technologies. Chang Chen looked at the long annotations. The amount of information contained was vast. The old interstellar radio left by his grandfather was once Chang Chen's only way to understand the vast universe. He would always be by the radio at the scheduled times, like a shriveled sponge, absorbing all information. He had also heard quite a bit about starships. This starship before him, in terms of size and tonnage, belonged to a small reconnaissance or assault ship. Its maximum speed is 2% of the speed of light. This figure seems small, but it is equivalent to 17,000 times the speed of sound. From what Chang Chen knew, it was already 30% faster than the fastest small reconnaissance ships on the market. Although this was already far ahead, Chang Chen still felt it wasn't as stunning as he had imagined. The white metallic substance, which gives the starship its ceramic appearance, is an unprecedented material on the market. Chang Chen squinted. Capable of withstanding a maximum pressure of 10 million megapascals? Wouldn't that mean it could be destroyed by a single shot from a star destroyer? Chang Chen frowned. The defense seems a bit weak. The onboard living facilities are quite comprehensive, so long-distance travel should be very comfortable. The long-range communication is also more than sufficient. Neural network star destroyer? Neural network sky shield? Chang Chen pondered. Previously, the weapons and shields on the Harrier-class starship underwent a systematic upgrade, but what exactly was upgraded? In that moment, the STC shone brightly, projecting a holographic image of the starship. Neural network Star Destroyer. In the hologram, the densely packed neurons on the white hull suddenly flickered in unison, a captivating black light swirling on the surface. Then, the entire white starship seemed to transform into a cosmic-level hedgehog. Hundreds of neurons on the hull each unleashed a pitch-black, straight attack beam, covering 360 degrees without any blind spots. Cheng Chen was somewhat surprised. He vividly remembered this black beam. It was precisely the attack method of the Star Destroyer on the previous Harrier-class starship. Releasing the Star Destroyer through neurons? And hundreds of them? The scale is truly astonishing. Cheng Chen's gaze trembled, and then an even more explosive scene unfolded. The neurons began to slightly writhe, and hundreds of black beams gathered in front of the hull, energy surging violently, the black beams converging into an ultra-large attack beam nearly a meter in diameter, as if it were a solid entity, instantly vanishing into deep space. 10 seconds later, a massive black energy sphere suddenly erupted in the distant sky, followed by a violent explosion. Although this scene was merely a holographic simulation, Cheng Chen could clearly feel the terrifying power within it, as well as the sense of world-destroying devastation. Dispersed shooting attack power is 10% of the original Harrier-class starship's Star Destroyer. Concentrated shooting attack power is 220% of the original Harrier-class starship's Star Destroyer. So that's how it is? Cheng Chen finally understood. The power of dispersed attacks is reduced, but it can strike multiple targets at once, while the concentrated attack power is two times greater than before. The emphasis on enhancement is not on power, but on practicality. Neural Network Sky Shield. The old version of the Sky Shield had many drawbacks, such as its honeycomb structural state, which was not the most optimized solution. There exist other more stable and efficient energy transmission structures in the world, such as the human brain's neural network. In the holographic simulation, the neural network on the surface of the white starship suddenly flickered, and a layer of virtual shadow slowly emerged. It was a layer of blue-brain neural network patterns, which began to slowly expand, dragging out a series of virtual shadows, continuously leaving layer upon layer of blue light shields on the outside of the starship. After a moment, there were a full 10 layers of light blue brain neural networks, each layer enveloping the starship at its core. Human thought is quick, mainly due to the precise and complex structure of the brain's neural network. And the essence of the shield is also energy transmission. Similarly, by adopting a brain neural structure, the efficiency of the Sky Shield will be greatly enhanced. Cheng Chen's eyes widened slightly. How much stronger is it compared to the previous Sky Shield? Rough calculations suggest its defensive effect is about 4 times that of the Sky Shield, and its deployment speed is 3 times that of the old version of the Sky Shield, while also possessing dual camouflage functions of visual distortion and electronic reconnaissance signal distortion. 4 times? And the deployment speed is 10 times faster. Then my Musi first-generation machine can no longer penetrate it. Cheng Chen nodded. This largely compensates for the shortcomings of the white metallic substance. Cheng Chen summarized his starship. Purely in terms of hull strength, it is actually quite fragile. It is like the human brain, powerful in function but unable to withstand heavy blows. The upgraded heavenly shield resembles the human skull, largely protecting the inner brain. The additional function of the neural network heavenly shield can distort signals, but this function is defined as camouflage, not invisibility. In Cheng Chen's heart, there was still a slight lack of security. The upgraded Star Destroyer, in a dispersed firing state, resembled a shotgun, while in a concentrated state, it was like a sniper rifle. As for the speed of the starship, it was 30% faster than the fastest small starships on the market. In summary, this brand new starship had a hint of reconnaissance vanguard about it. Its overall performance still had some gaps compared to certain super starships, but as a light starship, it was extremely excellent. Cheng Chen's gaze moved over the annotations and slowly fixed on one. What is this exclusive technology that appeared twice? My data comes from the feedback of the starship's intelligent brain. As of now, the special technology of this starship is in an unactivated state. You need to explore it yourself. Cheng Chen's eyes flickered. This was quite normal, after all. The starship before him was a product beyond the STC blueprint. Exploring hidden functions and such. I love it the most. Watch me decode it in no time. Cheng Chen rubbed his hands together, and the turbo-powered shoes propelled his body to move silently through space. After circling the entire starship, he surprisingly found no door. The whole starship was seamless, not even a crack. What does it mean that there's no door? Just as Cheng Chen was in a daze, a small cluster of neural networks suddenly appeared on the ship's hull, glowing with blue light. Then, this cluster of neural networks slowly spread in a way that defied the laws of geometry, forming a 3-meter-high entrance in front of Cheng Chen. Truly unconventional. Even the hatch door was so magical. Cheng Chen slowly entered the starship, and the hatch door behind him closed silently, forming a wall that resembled ceramic, with no gaps at all. He scanned his surroundings. The interior of the starship perfectly blended a sense of science fiction and magic. The light was bright, and everything was spotless. The materials in sight were all white metallic, and just by looking, it gave a delicate, soft, and extremely comfortable feeling. Tap, tap, tap. Chang Chen removed his protective mask and walked through the spacious corridor, his footsteps echoing. This was Chang Chen's starship. He looked around and felt increasingly refreshed. A garbage bug having its own starship? It was simply fantastical. Unfortunately, there was no one else here. Chang Chen had no way to share his joy. Where's the bridge? Where's the bridge? The bridge is on the third deck. Suddenly humming a tune, Chang Chen paused his steps, slowly taking 3 steps back to look at a cabin he had just passed. In the next second, Chang Chen's eyes widened. What is that? He saw a woman in a red dress sitting on a half-meter-high platform inside the cabin. She wore a bright red gown, one foot resting on the edge of the platform, the other curled up, her hands hugging her ankles as she looked up at the sky. Hannah? Chang Chen's pupils constricted. Isn't she dead? The woman in the red dress was indeed Hannah, and her posture was exactly the same as when she once waited for the arrival of hygiene beings on the roadside of the bar street. Hannah slowly turned her head, suddenly noticing Chang Chen, and then she extended a hand covered in bruises, reaching out to Chang Chen from a distance, murmuring a strange chant. Chang Chen felt a chill run down his spine, instantly covered in goosebumps. What's going on? Fortunately, Hannah remained in place, maintaining the same posture, unable to affect Chang Chen. He felt a wave of eerie terror. Could this be related to the hidden functions of the starship? I need to reach the bridge to uncover the truth. Continuing forward, Chang Chen saw a pair of middle-aged people cuddling by the roadside, dressed in tattered scavenger cloaks, with the woman leaning on the man's shoulder. Chang Chen recognized them. They were Xiao Qiong's father and mother. At that moment, Xiao Qiong's parents suddenly smiled and nodded at Chang Chen. Chang Chen was taken aback. These two had already died. As he walked further, Chang Chen saw a set of quadruplets. Among them, the oldest appeared to be Ning Feng, the soul of his subordinate, frowning as he paced in place, muttering something silently. Chang Chen could roughly discern from his lip movements that he was saying, "No one can block my path." The relatively younger one was Colonel Ning, who had been beaten to death by scavengers. He was now holding his head, trembling violently, with intense fear in his eyes. The other two resembled Colonel Ning and Ning Feng closely, but their expressions were vacant, their arms hanging limply, and it was clear that their skulls were empty, their brains missing. What are these things, spirits? Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly, feeling that his brain couldn't keep up. His thoughts and understanding were clearly lagging behind the changes before him. Chang Chen had also observed carefully that these ghosts had no holographic devices on their heads or feet. They were not images but a form he could not comprehend. Finally, he arrived at the bridge. Ahead seemed to be a massive single-lens glass, revealing the vastness of deep space. In the center of this platform stood a gigantic cocoon. It was 3 meters tall, over a meter in diameter, radiating a blue glow, and inside it pulsed like a heart, thump, thump. Chang Chen's eyelids twitched. What was this? At that moment, he suddenly felt an itch on his scalp. It seemed countless fine currents were generated in his brain, gathering at his brow. When the energy reached a certain intensity, Chang Chen felt as if a third eye had opened on his forehead. Immediately, something surged from his forehead, floating and merging into the giant cocoon ahead. Inside the cocoon, a bright light suddenly shone. It illuminated the curled outline of a baby, resembling a fetus in a color ultrasound. Chang Chen's eyes twitched slightly, feeling that everything was becoming increasingly bizarre. In the next moment, the baby suddenly stretched its limbs, pudgy arms and tiny fists reaching for the sky. Then, the baby began to grow rapidly. In an instant, it transformed into the outline of a 4 or 5-year-old child, then in the blink of an eye, it became a teenager, and in another blink, it turned into a 2-meter-tall adult. The adult's feet slowly touched the ground, taking a step forward, silently passing through the giant cocoon, which then transformed into some kind of energy absorbed by its body. After that, the tall figure dragged strands of light, walking step by step until it stood before Chang Chen. It was a skeleton wrapped in blue light, with 2 blazing white flames flickering in its eye sockets. My creator, hello. The tall blue skeleton opened its mouth slightly, and an invisible sound wave spread out. After merging with a fragment of your consciousness, I have become an independent life. Life? Chang Chen was stunned. What exactly are you? I am this starship. The blue skeleton stood upright. I am also a materialized, electronic attribute of human consciousness. Chang Chen felt an inexplicable shock. The invisible, intangible human consciousness had turned into a physical entity? In other words, the remaining consciousness in the 2 human brains aboard the starship was synthesized and then merged with the starship, forming a kind of electronic consciousness? Chang Chen was somewhat taken aback and said, Are you equivalent to some kind of artificial intelligence? I am a more special existence. In all known records, I am unique. The Blue Skull's voice echoed. I am born from the souls of Ningyu and Ningshan, but I am unrelated to them. Now, I am both a soul and an electronic consciousness that can exist in the material world. Soul, material world? Chang Chen's eyes flickered as he slowly turned to look at the familiar faces from his past. Is there really an afterlife in this world? Have you heard of the concept of 21 grams of soul? The Blue Skull's mouth opened slightly, and sound waves continued to spread. At the moment of human death, the body precisely loses 21 grams of weight, that is the weight of the soul, because at that moment, the soul leaves the body. The so-called soul is actually human consciousness. Human consciousness and the body have always been two independent existences, just like mechs and mech pilots. Chang Chen paused slightly. So where does human consciousness go after death? It floats in the air, existing silently in an undetectable form. Chang Chen inhaled slightly, feeling a bit horrified. So, does that mean those who have died are actually floating around us, quietly watching us? You could understand it that way. The ghostly fire in the Blue Skull's eyes flickered as it calmly looked ahead. Human consciousness is a quantum state, born from quantum phenomena at the microscopic level of the brain, such as the quantum vibrations of proteins or the quantum tunneling of ion channels, as well as the process of brain cells transitioning from a superposition state to a collapsed state. All of these contribute to the formation of human consciousness. Cheng Chen was somewhat astonished. So, the concept of quantum soul is real. And when a human dies, the consciousness particles do not dissipate. Instead, they become a superposition state. If someone can observe them, then the consciousness will collapse back into a definite state. Cheng Chen's eyes widened. So, the spirits I saw before collapsed into a definite state for some reason, becoming visible to the naked eye? Yes. The Blue Skull nodded. Before you observed them, they were consciousness particles drifting in another space. Cheng Chen was somewhat shocked. Another space? The Blue Skull continued. This space both exists and does not exist, as it is another dimension. Normally, no human can break through this barrier because it lies beyond the fourth wall. Cheng Chen felt his mind open up. Fourth wall? This term comes from human civilization's theater. The stage has 3 walls on the left, right, and back, while there exists a 4th wall between the actors and the audience. The Blue Skull's mouth opened slightly, and sound waves drifted slowly. The consciousness of the deceased exists beyond the 4th wall, like an audience, silently watching the performance of the living. But as a concretized electronic consciousness, I possess both physical and soul states. The Blue Skull paused. Therefore, I am an existence that can break through the 4th wall. Upon hearing this, Cheng Chen recoiled sharply. This was too bizarre. The Blue Skull continued. Because I have the dual attributes of soul and reality, I can observe all consciousness particles within the field, and they will thus collapse into a definite state, forming those spirits in your eyes. Cheng Chen was somewhat dazed. The principle of spirits surprised him greatly, even opening up his mind. The Blue Skeleton added, of course, the so-called state of certainty is only for me, and because you and I share a unique consciousness link, you can also have the same perspective as I do. Others cannot see those spirits. Cheng Chen's eyes widened. With thousands of years of human civilization, aren't those spirits overcrowded? They can also dissipate due to energy depletion, but the duration varies. The ghostly fire in the Blue Skeleton's eyes flickered. Consciousness possesses quantum entanglement properties. The more ties the deceased had in life, the longer they exist. Cheng Chen felt a chill. It's like the ghost stories say, heavy obsessions keep the spirits from dispersing. The Blue Skeleton nodded slowly, then suddenly turned to reveal the space behind it. Cheng Chen's expression paused slightly. Not far away stood 8 tall figures. They were 8 resolute-looking warriors clad in massive mechanical exoskeletons. Cheng Chen's pupils trembled slightly. The extreme warriors 8, Ding Feng, Lin Lanhua, Long Zhanshou. In that instant, the 8 warriors straightened their backs, raised their hands, and performed a standard military salute towards Cheng Chen. Cheng Chen's body stiffened. In their eyes was a clear gratitude and a sense of relief. Cheng Chen recalled a previous scene. He had slain 8 imposter soldiers in front of the warriors' plaques, intending to give these 8 heroic spirits an explanation. And combined with what the Blue Skeleton had just said, it meant that these 8 warriors had always been behind the 4th wall, truly witnessing that scene. Their current actions expressed respect and gratitude towards Cheng Chen. For 20 years, their consciousness had not dissipated due to grievances and unwillingness. For some reason, Cheng Chen felt moved. After all, he wasn't that great, just a fortunate coincidence, a small effort. Yet unexpectedly, the mysteries of the world had conveyed his gratitude in such a way. Cheng Chen also smiled and nodded at the 8 figures. In the next moment, the 8 figures maintained their salute and slowly dissipated. Their entanglement vanished, and at this moment, they had truly left this world. Cheng Chen tilted his head. Suddenly, he saw behind him a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, smoking a cigarette, with tattooed arms. Chang Chen's eyes widened. Professor Huo Linzhong. The man in the lab coat discarded his cigarette, rolled down his sleeves to cover his tattoos, then carefully adjusted his attire before bowing slightly to Chang Chen. Chang Chen knew that Professor Huo Linzhong's bow was for the muon technology that had not been buried. Taking a deep breath, Chang Chen also bowed slowly to Professor Huo, a mutual respect that transcended the fourth wall. I haven't done much, I was just lucky to stand on the shoulders of giants, Chang Chen said with deep respect. If it weren't for Professor Huo's relentless persistence, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to harness muon technology. Professor Huo Linzhong's figure slowly dissipated. At that moment, the couple of scavengers who had been cuddling together reappeared, looking at Chang Chen with the same smile. Chang Chen then understood. They were also expressing gratitude to him, because after they passed away, Chang Chen had taken in their daughter, Xiao Qiong. Chang Chen felt a sense of awe, deeply shaken. The world is vast, and its mysteries are endless. Human understanding, in the universe, is but a flicker of light. It cannot even illuminate humanity's own civilization. So, Chang Chen turned to the tall blue skeleton. What exactly is the exclusive technology of this starship? My essence is this starship, and I am the only being in the known universe capable of crossing the fourth wall. Therefore, this starship can also cross the fourth wall. The blue skull nodded. And you, as a crew member of the starship, can also traverse it. Hiss. Chang Chen's eyes widened. This information was like a bombshell. He had previously imagined the hidden functions of the starship, but he could never have anticipated such an absurd, mind-blowing answer. 2 minutes ago, Chang Chen had just formed a concept. That is, in this world, there exists a magical and profound fourth wall. In Chang Chen's understanding, this concept was deep, secretive, awe-inspiring, and unattainable. Yet at this moment, Chang Chen suddenly learned that he could actually explore it, and even use it himself. This was a bit too explosive, too surprising. My great creator, Chang Chen, please prepare yourself. You will become the first human to cross the fourth wall. The voice of the blue skull echoed. Suddenly, the entire starship trembled slightly as the main engine started. The rear of the starship released white particle flames, and the whole vessel began to move slowly. Chang Chen looked through the deck's transparent canopy and clearly saw a mass of blue-glowing neural networks materializing out of the dark universe ahead. The starship quietly and grandly sailed into that neural network. It was like a mirror penetration. In the next second, the white starship emerged from the back of the neural network. As the entire vessel exited, the brain neural network in the deep universe flickered for a moment and then silently dissipated. From Chang Chen's perspective, nothing had changed. The universe was still the same universe, with the distant bright sun floating above and the gray, trash-laden earth below. But within Chang Chen's entire view, it seemed as if a light green filter had been applied, causing all the colors to take on a slight greenish hue. Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly. He felt a mysterious sensation, even somewhat indescribable. He clearly knew that he was in this world yet not in this world. It was such a contradiction, yet so clear. In that instant, Chang Chen saw in the distant sky nearly 10,000 figures radiating green light. Chang Chen squinted, his expression stern. That is the 24th fleet of Wakunlin. Previously, Ningfeng scattered their bodies around Earth. At this moment, nearly 10,000 figures saluted Chang Chen, their momentum like a rainbow, yet inexplicably tragic. They had seen it. It was Chang Chen who had restored Wakunlin, giving them the chance to clear their grievances. Chang Chen's heart was a mix of emotions. I feel unworthy, unworthy. Then, the nearly 10,000 figures of the 24th fleet turned in unison and walked towards the deep universe, gradually disappearing from Chang Chen's sight. Chang Chen also slowly took a breath, calming the indescribable feelings within him. It seemed that he had truly penetrated the fourth wall. This was too unbelievable. Chang Chen's eyes flickered. So what is my relationship with the real world now? It was at this moment that a small passenger starship suddenly approached from the distant sky. Chang Chen recognized the insignia on the starship. It should be the investigator from the Interstellar Alliance mentioned by Wakunlin. The front of that spacecraft was flashing with a faint red scanning beam, coming closer. At this time, Chang Chen's white starship was perfectly blocking the small passenger ship's path, but the other parties seemed completely unaware. 30 seconds later, Chang Chen's eyes widened as he watched the small passenger starship penetrate through his white starship, heading towards the trash-laden Earth. Chang Chen's mind roared, and then he commanded the blue skeleton to accelerate, sailing alongside the passenger starship for a full 100 kilometers. There were no surprises. No matter how the passenger starship scanned or how its crew looked around with their naked eyes, even at such close range, they were completely unaware of the white starship's presence. During the journey, Chang Chen experienced a whole new sensation. He found that he could perform operations similar to consciousness control with the blue skeleton. he only needed to transmit the navigation plan to it, almost like telepathy, and it could precisely control the starship, executing various complex maneuvers. The concern Chang Chen had about not being able to pilot the starship solely due to silicon-based genes did not materialize. On the contrary, thanks to the existence of the blue skeleton as a hub, Chang Chen found himself adept at piloting the starship. This was akin to the operations of the genius commander Ningfeng, and in fact, Chang Chen's coordination with the blue skeleton was even stronger than with Ningfeng. The blue skeleton slowly said, inside and outside the fourth wall, although overlapping, they are two entirely different spaces, unable to interfere with each other. Theoretically, whether it is human civilization or other life forms, as long as they are living beings, they cannot detect our presence. Of course, we also cannot attack them. Chang Chen's heart surged. Can we enter and exit at will? The blue skeleton nodded. Yes. Chang Chen suddenly clenched his fist. This was an incredible function. It meant unparalleled stealth technology, an ultimate form of infiltration. In that moment, Chang Chen truly discovered the core capability of this starship. Its offensive power was not the strongest, nor was its shield the best, but its stealth ability was absolutely extraordinary. Entering and exiting various perilous situations, accessing realms unreachable by other starships, or evading pursuit, safely navigating through the crisis-ridden universe. That was the advantage of this starship. This truly fulfilled Chang Chen's previous wish. How exhilarating! This synthesis was beyond his expectations. Chang Chen was somewhat excited as he looked at the blue skeleton. This is amazing. It's a starship that traverses the realms of yin and yang. He saw the ghostly fire in the blue skeleton's eyes flicker. Esteemed creator, your statement is a bit naive and somewhat amusing. To be precise, this technology is called fourth wall navigation. Are you challenging me? Not at all. Chang Chen looked at the towering blue skeleton nodding before him. Now he understood that he had split off a thread of consciousness and fully activated it. It was indeed his creation, imbued with absolute loyalty, but it also had its own consciousness. From a certain perspective, it was somewhat like his subjects. The voice of STC suddenly echoed in his ears. It is a brand new life form. From a certain perspective, it is also an independent new civilization. I am merely a tool, and you are its creator. Now, you may name this civilization. Name. A newly born civilization. I am Chang Chen. Although the name is a bit common, it is exclusive and unique. Then I shall not be polite. Chang Chen's eyes suddenly flashed. I will name it Chi Civilization. Chi Civilization. I will establish its profile and record this starship as the first technology of Chi Civilization. Chang Chen felt a surge of excitement. This synthesis greatly exceeded his expectations. He never imagined that Ningfeng's two human brain starships were not useless scraps but rather a unique and scarce resource. This granted him an unparalleled technology, the only starship in the universe, a new civilization that belonged to him. He looked at the tall blue skeleton standing quietly beside him. As the first subject of Chi Civilization, Chang Chen suddenly said, "You should have a name." The blue skeleton looked at Chang Chen respectfully. "Great creator, if you would be so kind as to bestow a name upon me, I would be most grateful." Dog egg. Chang Chen waved his hand. "Just kidding, how about we call you Ling, as in soul?" Civilization and Technology Blueprint Collection, File No. 1, Ling-class starship, ready for a trip. Packing the luggage. The Ling-class starship docked next to Chang Chen's shelter, and a scavenging vulture passed through the seemingly non-existent starship, landing on the ground and pecking at a metal can with its sharp beak. The packing of luggage was entirely handled by Steel Mom. The KP-03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster, SN-11 Ecological Platform, and Innocent Defense Array were all loaded onto the starship. Han Zai was just holding a large metal box, not allowing anyone to touch it, treating it like a treasure. Chang Chen stood at a distance, squinting slightly. A thousand-eyed fly circled and landed on Han Zai's metal box, thousands of compound eyes peering through the gaps to see inside. Inside were a dozen colorful robot magazines and an old-looking robot toy. On those colorful robot magazines, various voluptuous female robots, with enchanting expressions, opened the metal covers on their chests, revealing two heart-shaped power batteries inside. Chang Chen smiled helplessly. He glanced again at the radio that was specifically connected to MO. He had made 3 or 4 calls before, but received no response. Could it be that MO had run off with my more than 10,000 high-entropy alloys? Just then, Mo's voice came through the radio, sounding somewhat exhausted. Family infighting, unable to split myself, great kindness, thanks later, MO, never untrustworthy. Chang Chen nodded in understanding. It seemed that Mo's mouth had not successfully twisted into a Nike swoosh. The only one who could spread the toxic drink throughout the family was an insider, and insiders were the hardest to deal with. Procuring similar equipment through MO was not a viable path for now, but it was okay. Chang Chen looked up at the gray sky. Now, I possess the stars and the sea. 18 years of dreams, also the dreams of all scavengers. Once, Chung Chen could only listen to the stories of the universe intermittently through the old radio left by his grandfather, and the universe and all of human civilization formed a vague outline in his mind, like a child growing up in a mountain village, piecing together the splendor of a big city through snippets of conversation. Han Zai, it's about time. We will come back, this is our only home. Chang Chen moved forward, we should set off. Suddenly, a neural net lit up in the open space ahead, revealing the hatch of the Link-class starship. The boy and his caretaker robot slowly walked inside, and then the neural net extinguished, the two figures disappearing from the garbage earth. Sometimes, the beginning of a great voyage is rather silent. On the bridge, Chung Chen looked back one last time at the desolate garbage earth, his gaze flickering, and when he straightened his head, the Link-class starship had already broken through the atmosphere. According to Chung Chen's wishes, the interior of the Link-class starship became bright, the temperature maintained at 23 degrees, and the oxygen content at 21%, as if standing on a vast prairie, tranquil and comfortable. There would be no unnecessary spirits appearing. Then, Chang Chen saw the moon up close. Its front was still a sphere, covered with craters of various sizes, but its back had been hollowed out. Why does the moon not rotate? Why is it not attracted by the Earth's gravity, only to be destroyed along with it? But why is it that those meteors striking its surface, which would clearly cause severe damage, only leave shallow craters? Because its core is a hard and precise machine. An unknown advanced civilization placed the moon near Earth with the purpose of monitoring human civilization. Now, human civilization has spread throughout the galaxy, and the moon's core has been reclaimed without humanity's knowledge. Now, this is a well-known secret. The moon is left with only a fragile shell, and it could crumble into pieces at any moment. The moon has been left behind. In the distant sky, a narrow defensive line gradually comes into view. This is the Earth blockade line once constructed by the Ningfeng Interstellar Alliance. However, this defensive line has not been evacuated immediately. There are still some scattered small floating outposts and a massive signal jammer. Chang Chen gazes at the blockade line approaching from afar. Once, this was a shackle he could never break through. At this moment, a soldier inside the outpost, bored, slowly opens his mouth and yawns widely. The sleek starship, shaped like a spear, pierces through the soldier's throat. Immediately after, the massive ship passes through the small outpost and the narrow blockade line. The soldier finishes yawning, rubs his sore eyes, and smacks his lips. In his eyes, there is only the unchanging, profound universe. Cheng Chen also looks at the profound universe before him, feeling an inexplicable surge of emotions. The soldier is bound by rules. The universe is vast, and he can only move within the small outpost. But Cheng Chen is the exact opposite. He has just broken the rules. The universe is vast, and he can go anywhere he wants. Cheng Chen extends his hand, hovering over the control panel of the sleek starship, slightly loosening his palm, and a broken chip slowly drifts out. A beam of light quickly releases from the control panel, holding the chip in midair. Then, lines spread out from the workstation, connecting with the chip's leads, rapidly analyzing the contents of the chip. This is the memory chip of Hua Kunlun, and it is her return gift. The 5 technological ruins in her memory are listed one by one. The closest one is located in the galaxy nearest to the solar system, Alpha Centauri. This ruin has been named the Shipwreck Ruins by Hua Kunlun. 4 years ago, during a mission, Hua Kunlun accidentally discovered its existence. She did not delve deeply into it but made an evaluation. Undiscovered by the public, unknown technological system, unknown technological level, unknown lifeforms, unknown civilization, with almost no determinable factors, the risk factor is extremely high. Chang Chen's eyes flicker. A series of unknowns sums up to a very high risk. But, as the ancients said, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. With the sleek starship, he fears no risk. If it really comes to it, just take a glance and run. The vast universe, in Chang Chen's eyes, is a feast of delicacies, so enormous that it seems hard to approach. Therefore, he chooses to explore the nearest ruin. In that moment, Chang Chen, full of vigor, looks into the distance and shouts, "Full speed ahead." The sleek starship finally unleashes its true speed. A white flame bursts from its tail, disappearing into the deep universe like a shooting star in the blink of an eye. Alpha Centauri, the star region where the shipwreck ruins are located, is 424 light-years away from Earth. Cheng Chen's sleek starship, traveling at 2% of the speed of light, will take 21 years to reach Alpha Centauri. Whether inside or outside the fourth wall, the distance and speed required for navigation are equal. And the universe is vast. The units of meters and kilometers used in human daily life are completely inadequate to describe the scale of the universe. A light year is a commonly used unit of distance in the universe, which is the distance light travels in a year at the speed of light, approximately 9,400 million kilometers. He, just 21 years, I will definitely be full of vigor then. Woo, look at me, so inexperienced. Chen Chen stood on the bridge, amusing himself while actually reviewing the memories of Hua Kunlun, searching for the directional Stargate hub. In fact, no human starship would really foolishly travel a distance of 4.2 light-years. The reason humanity entered the era of the Great Universe was not due to the birth of starships but because of the emergence of directional stargates. Stargates are shortcuts in the universe. As for why humanity was able to set up countless stargates in just a few hundred years, that is a closely guarded official secret, with rumors suggesting that humanity sacrificed certain things in exchange for assistance from advanced civilizations. The nearest Stargate hub still requires 5 hours of travel time. This is an unavoidable journey. What is this thing? Inside the bridge, Han Zai stared intently at Ling. Ling still appeared as a tall blue skeleton, but at that moment, it was sitting on a ceramic step, its right elbow resting on its knee, palm slightly curved, supporting its chin, head slightly bowed, gazing vacantly ahead. Han Zai's electronic eye flickered. Is it a thinker sculpture? Cheng Chen also found it quite interesting and moved closer to stare at Ling. Ling slowly turned its head and nodded slightly at Cheng Chen. Creator, I am communicating with nearby spirits, learning and contemplating. Many times, I empathize with their obsessions. It is a peculiar experience that fascinates me. Cheng Chen was somewhat taken aback. Ling was a newly born being, with many unknowns. At the same time, as a species located in the Yin and Yang realms, it indeed had some extraordinary information channels. The scene before him was quite intriguing. After finishing the conversation with Cheng Chen, Ling returned to its thinker mode. A 2-meter-tall blue fluorescent skeleton, with white ghostly flames flickering in its eyes, sat quietly on the steps, its expression a mix of confusion, curiosity, and the unknown, like a philosopher exploring the ultimate riddle. Wow! Han Zai scratched his brass head. It has such a tone, the quiet big blue ghost. Bang! This is outrageous. I am by Jui, clearly written in the book to Yuan Weiji. Startled up in a dying illness, the dark wind blows rain into the cold window. Such a poetic line, yet it was altered by later generations into startled up in a dying illness. The clown is actually me. Suddenly, Ling slammed the table, startled and furious, its ribs heaving. Cheng Chen and Han Zai were both taken aback, exchanging glances. Oh, my apologies, both of you. I was momentarily empathetic. Ling nodded slightly in apology, then sat back down on the steps, returning to its thinker mode. Han Zai was stunned. It seems like it was possessed by a ghost. Cheng Chen clicked his tongue in agreement. I didn't expect this guy to be quite emotional. Bang! It infuriates me. I am Chow Minda. I possess great talent and strategy, an outstanding military strategist, politician, and writer, adept at recognizing talents, politically enlightened, suppressing warlords, unifying the North, restoring production, the founder of the Chow Wei regime. Yet later generations only remember my fondness for married women. I am sorrowful. Ling again slammed the table, howling to the sky, its body trembling. Cheng Chen was astonished. He realized Ling was once again empathizing with Cao Cao. But were those two just nearby on Earth? Who would have thought that a clown and a fond of married women could keep two spirits from dispersing for centuries? Ling again expressed an apology, promising to try to restrain itself in the future, then return to its thinker mode. Cheng Chen found it amusing, shook his head with a smile, and then checked the starship's navigation data. He suddenly froze. Why has the maximum speed of the starship increased by 0.3%, and the power of the neural network Star Destroyer increased by 1.3%? The shield has also strengthened by 0.3%? Although the increments are small, why has there been growth? This optimization method is something I learned. Ling's voice rang out. I simply implemented a better plan and made adjustments within my capabilities. Cheng Chen was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion, who did you learn it from? From the Wakumlan 24 fleet, the chief engineer on board, Xia Xing. He is a true genius, Ling said slowly. He had various optimization plans for the Hawk-class starship in his mind, but before he could compile and report them, his fleet was labeled as traitors and perished in the Great Encirclement. Cheng Chen's eyes flickered. While feeling the injustice for Xia Xing, a chill spread throughout his body. This was not some kind of horror, it was a pure shock to the soul. At this moment, Cheng Chen realized the power of Ling. In the vast river of history, countless precious knowledge, experiences, and secrets have been interrupted due to the death of lives. They are forever covered by a heavy curtain, unable to shine as they once did, and cannot be utilized by future generations. This represents an immeasurable loss among all wise civilizations. If the knowledge in Sun Simiao and Hua Tuo's minds could be passed down 100% and continuously improved, how could traditional Chinese medicine gradually decline, and now be replaced by Western medicine. If Einstein's way of thinking could be passed down to this day, humanity might have uncovered the mysteries of the universe much earlier. And at this moment, everything seemed different. Cheng Chen's eyes widened slightly as he looked at Ling. This being could bring back the sealed knowledge from the hearts of the deceased through cross-barrier communication and utilize it. Its ability undoubtedly holds a terrifying potential for growth. In other words, it is a key that can unlock a massive treasure chest. Cheng Chen believed that there are many beings with souls in the universe, not just humans. Different paths lead to the same source, and Ling could surely activate them. In that instant, Cheng Chen felt he had found the positioning of the Q civilization and saw its future. This civilization, with a name that doesn't sound grand, possesses the most unique technology, and this technology comes from the memories of countless deceased, as well as from the technological gaps that have caused countless civilizations to lament and ultimately cannot be compensated for. It is somewhat like a grave digger, but not quite accurate. It is more like a gold digger. Cheng Chen asked, "Can you communicate with the souls of the deceased? Is there a specific range for this?" Ling nodded. "Yes, so far, this field is about 500 kilometers. Cheng Chen's gaze flickered. "Then, the war ruins in the universe, or those planets where civilizations have perished, will become your fertile ground." Ling was also somewhat excited. "If you can give me such an opportunity, I will spare no effort in learning and thinking, and will report the results back to you." Next, Cheng Chen and Han Zai explored the entire Ling-class starship. In terms of living facilities, it was like a moving 7-star hotel. In the recreational area, there was even a small basketball court, a swimming pool, and 3 fully equipped soundwave massage rooms. The fitness area was also extremely well equipped, even featuring a gravity training chamber and various strength testing devices. The dining area had 2 food cooking production lines. Just by placing in the raw materials, delicious dishes could be prepared in minutes. Cheng Chen also selected a medium-sized cargo hold, unfolded the SN11 ecological platform, and the ecological gel quickly spread into a 600 square meter planting space. After scattering the seeds, the artificial sun slowly floated up, and the blue sunflowers swayed in the fields. Soon, this place will be filled with fruits and vegetables, providing Cheng Chen with a continuous supply of fresh ingredients. In the rest area, inside a first-class lounge, the floor is covered with a soft white carpet, and stepping on it even gives Cheng Chen a sense of guilt. The enormous bed is incredibly soft. Its internal mechanical structure can adjust in real time according to the tilt of the ship's body. No matter how much the ship shakes or tilts, lying on the bed feels like lying on a calm and warm surface of water, without feeling any vibrations. The Ling-style starship is a combination of 2 Hawk-style starships, and these facilities are derived from the previous layout. It can be inferred that the comfort level of the former Hawk-style starships was equally impressive. Humans never shortchanged themselves. Cheng Chen lay sprawled on what was the most comfortable bed he had ever experienced, gazing at the clean ceiling, murmuring, "This is too luxurious. Oh my." 5 hours later, Cheng Chen looked ahead at the crimson planet quietly floating in space and the 20 massive directional stargates in front of it, unable to suppress a gasp. That was Mars, once the limit of human exploration. And to the north of Mars, 20 stargates, each towering 100 kilometers high and glowing blue like rings, illuminated the area brilliantly. His gaze penetrated the stargates, and he could see the debris slowly drifting behind. But once one enters that stargate, it's as if space folds, and the starship could appear anywhere in the universe. Cheng Chen had complained countless times about stargates. It was because of their existence that Earth was abandoned by humanity, reduced to the garbage dump it is today. Yet, upon witnessing such an epoch-making creation, Cheng Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Magnificent!" The solar system is sparsely populated, and at this moment, the Mars Stargate hub is empty, desolate. Ling's voice came through. "If we use the directional Stargate, we need to return from outside the fourth wall. The starship will be exposed to other beings. The starship has built-in visual distortion technology. Should we simulate a disguise?" "That sounds good." Cheng Chen nodded. The appearance of the Ling-style starship was too peculiar, and if it could be disguised to look more ordinary, it would reduce some unnecessary trouble. "I will combine it with your subconscious to simulate an appearance for the starship that you have in mind." Ling, sitting on the ceramic steps, nodded at Cheng Chen, her eyes flickering with a ghostly light, wearing an expression of "leave it to me." Cheng Chen felt a bit curious. He had never dreamed of having his own starship, so even he wasn't sure what his ideal starship looked like. At that moment, the neural network on the surface of the Ling-style starship began to flicker slowly, and a blue light covered the entire surface of the starship. When the light faded, the starship's exterior transformed into a mottled, rusty gray metal, with a huge barrel painted on one side, surrounded by a circle of clockwise rotating arrows. Chang Chen looked at the real-time hologram of his starship and tilted his head. Half a second later, he realized, okay, my ideal starship is a garbage collection ship, right? That is indeed the pattern in your subconscious. Chang Chen finally let it go, saying, a garbage ship is a garbage ship. It's a match. In the dark universe, a silent flickering of a neural network appeared, and the garbage collection ship made its grand entrance. The Stargate is unmanned, entirely controlled by artificial intelligence, with a starting fee of 180,000 credit points for each use. Chang Chen was astonished. An ordinary scavenger family could never accumulate such wealth in a lifetime. Even more surprising to Chang Chen was that the Stargate he chose towards Alpha Centauri required a queue. The system displayed that there were too many starships heading to Alpha Centauri, with 533 starships ahead. The estimated waiting time is 5 hours and 58 minutes. Waited this long? Chang Chen was a bit curious. Is there some major festival in Alpha Centauri? Next, Chang Chen had to face a small problem. He had no identity, and the Ling-style starship had no registration. It was said that on the once garbage-filled Earth, a few advanced genetic beings had emerged, breaking free from their constraints and entering human civilization. But this required a series of registrations and identity establishment, and so on. However, without an identity and without registration, one could not use the directional Stargate. No rush. Fortunately, I was prepared. Chang Chen slowly took out a palm-sized white disk, the surface of which shimmered with circles of light, and within it, small darts could be faintly seen. Before setting off, Chang Chen had found some interesting items in the garbage sent by the monkeys. A box of rusty graphite darts. This was a weapon with a bit of technological content, but not much. It was said to be a special weapon for spies. When used, these darts would be thrown, and upon hitting a circuit board, they would release micron-level graphite fibers that would adhere to the circuit, causing a short circuit or burning it out. In fact, this thing had extremely high requirements for the user, not to mention hitting a bullseye from 100 paces. One at least had to hit the target every time. Moreover, nowadays, devices would not expose circuit boards, so this invention naturally became garbage. Chang Chen obtained a total of 8 graphite darts. After 3 syntheses, he formed the equipment in his hand M23 Information Assassin. Although the small disc contained 3 tiny darts, these darts were not meant to be launched. Instead, this device would release a compilable electromagnetic pulse that directly struck the target's circuit board. It would implant specific information into the circuit board, as if a small conceptual deity had directly descended into the opponent's algorithm. After a very short time, this information would completely disappear. Chang Chen compiled a segment of content and gently pressed the small disk. An invisible pulse was emitted, hitting the Stargate's artificial intelligence. Identity, unprecedented and unparalleled, the most badass scavenger. Starship, earth-shattering, and ghost-weeping, the most badass starship. Waiting in line is simply an insult to them. The Stargate's artificial intelligence received this message, called upon immense computing power, and the CPU nearly smoked before it finally understood. It then immediately began the release operation, elevating Chang Chen's queue number all the way to the first position. The feeling of cheating is just great. Chang Chen was granted permission, and the garbage recycling ship slowly entered the massive Stargate. Soon, Chang Chen's priority would disappear from the Stargate's artificial intelligence data, and it would not trigger a system big data alarm, as if nothing had happened. In simple terms, this was a temporary breach targeting a single device. The M23 Information Assassin also had some limitations. To avoid exposure, it could only launch a dart at the same device once within 12 hours, and there were strict character limits. Chang Chen had just used up all the characters. Beep. The moment he passed through the Stargate, Chang Chen was charged 230,000 toll fees. The introduction of the M23 Information Assassin was very clear. It could tamper with over 70% of the electronic logic on the market, but it must not touch the financial system. Chang Chen felt a pang in his heart. He wondered if there would be a chance in the future to upgrade the Information Assassin to achieve a disguised evasion function. Character limits were not a problem. At worst, he would just brag a little less. After entering the Stargate, a burst of radiant light caused a slight confusion in Chang Chen's sense of time and space, and visually, it felt like diving into a kaleidoscope, with colors dazzling and overwhelming. Suddenly, a blinding blue light appeared ahead, like a heavy curtain, slowly pulling back. Chang Chen's eyes slowly opened. This feeling was dreamlike and surreal. In just a few seconds, he had reached the Alpha Centauri star system, the Proxima Centauri hub. The Stargate emitted a departure prompt. Grand music played, evoking a sense of grandeur and excitement. Chang Chen's eyes widened, revealing a scene he could hardly imagine, truly a new world. In the deep universe to the right, a massive starship port floated silently. The entire port stretched for thousands of kilometers, entirely white and shaped like a, with various starships docked in the gaps. A gigantic black sightseeing starship passed by, resembling a planet and casting a large shadow. My God! Cheng Chen looked up. It can transport at least 100,000 passengers. After the sightseeing starship passed, a huge disc-shaped space station appeared in the distance, emitting bright white light, also floating quietly in the cosmos. From afar, starships of various designs shuttled between the port and the space station. The port served as a parking lot, while the space station functioned like a service area. There were also some space service robots flying around the starships. One of the robots, holding a laser dusting gun and a rotating brush, flew towards Cheng Chen's starship. They resembled car washers from the old days, relying on cleaning cars for survival, offering a quick wipe-down of the starships for a fee ranging from dozens to 100 credit points. Most starship pilots were unwilling to waste time and would pay a small fee to pass through quickly. Of course, the so-called cleaning was merely a perfunctory act, largely a form of extortion. Behind these robots were common human owners, and the credit points earned by the robots belonged to the human bosses. It was said that this unremarkable business could make them quietly wealthy. No matter where humanity's footprints spread or how technology advanced, this routine still worked. At that moment, the cleaning robot discovered that Cheng Chen's starship was a garbage collection vessel and immediately gave it the finger before flying back. So snobbish? What the hell is that? A space mech? Cheng Chen leaned against the observation window of the starship, staring wide-eyed at the colossal object in the distance. It was a 30-meter-tall giant robot, painted entirely black, possessing the same space navigation capabilities as a starship, along with a commanding appearance and impressive combat abilities. I've heard about this kind of mech countless times on interstellar radios. Now I finally see it in person. It's so cool. Cheng Chen looked left and right. Is that a private space fortress? It's both the owner's home and warship. Everything was incredibly novel for Cheng Chen, who had lived on garbage Earth for 18 years. The small starship slowly approached the disc-shaped space station. The space station ahead had a diameter of at least 1,000 kilometers, filled with awe-inspiring technological marvels. It was hard to imagine that humanity could build such a massive structure in the vast emptiness of space. The small starship could enter the space station, equivalent to securing an indoor parking spot. However, before entering the space station, Cheng Chen paid another 30,000 credit points, and the attendant looked at Cheng Chen's garbage collection starship with disdain. Cheng Chen grimaced. It was true that one could be poor at home but rich on the road, but the cost of this journey was too high. He hoped this adventure would break even. Suddenly, the thinking state of Ling stood up, its ghostly eyes fixed on the void in the distance, speaking with a solemn tone. Even if she has vanished like a shooting star into the vast deep universe, we must fulfill our promise and protect until the last moment. Ling was deeply moved, and small flames dripped from its eyes, falling to the ground and turning into white smoke. Cheng Chen tilted his head. Ling, who are you communicating with again? Ling turned around, her face full of apology. My Lord Creator, I am very sorry. I once again couldn't restrain my emotions. They are a group of very ancient lives, older than the lifespan of this galaxy. I am moved by their loyal spirit, but unfortunately, I cannot see them. I can only hear their voices. They must be very weak by now. Cheng Chen nodded. Maintain reverence for all the departed. At this moment, the garbage collection ship arrived at the designated docking position and shut down its engines. The reason for stopping here was that the shipwreck ruins were just 10,000 kilometers north of the space station. Cheng Chen was uncertain whether this bustling space station would affect his treasure hunting journey, and it seemed that a significant festival was taking place here, with many unstable factors. It was necessary to gather some information in advance. Of course, Cheng Chen's heart was also filled with a bit of anticipation and excitement, as this was his first time stepping into a human gathering place beyond Earth. Taking a deep breath, he slowly walked out of the cabin door. His pupils reflected the splendor of everything around him. Slightly tilting his head, he saw that the top of the space station was a huge transparent dome, through which other stars were clearly visible. Once his feet touched the ground, Cheng Chen confirmed that the gravity setting here was almost identical to that of Earth, making it the most suitable environment for humans. However, as he looked at the two footprints he left behind, he hesitated slightly. The ground here was covered with a thin layer of dust, as if it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. He then glanced at some service facilities in the distance. The water points and medical stations were also abandoned. What's going on? Cheng Chen frowned. It feels like this space station has been silent for a long time, just recently activated. At that moment, an indoor flying vehicle dragged a long beam of light across the glass dome. The annual Shipwreck Ruins Exploration Competition is about to begin. All registered participants please gather at the center of the space station. So that's how it is. This place is only activated once a year. Wait, Cheng Chen suddenly paused. Once a year? The information from Hua Kunlun didn't say that the shipwreck ruins had gone unnoticed, did it? Cheng Chen had always imagined this adventure as entering a hidden ruin alone, facing numerous dangers, and enjoying the rewards by himself. How did it turn into an annual event? Does that mean the countless starships and the humans he saw before were all here for the shipwreck ruins? Cheng Chen was somewhat stunned as he sorted through his thoughts. Hua Kunlun had discovered the shipwreck ruins by chance 4 years ago, when it was still an unknown secret. But unfortunately, after Hua Kunlun, others found it, and gradually the shipwreck ruins became well known. Once a year, which means the shipwreck ruins had already been explored at least twice. Cheng Chen's expression stiffened. Doesn't that mean it has been emptied? No, wait. If it had really been emptied, how could so many people gather this year? The shipwreck ruins should not have been completely explored. There is hope. Cheng Chen prayed, I've paid so much in transportation fees, I should at least get something back. I didn't expect your starship to look unimpressive on the outside, but the interior is quite special. Cheng Chen suddenly heard a somewhat slurred yet extremely pleasant female voice. He slowly turned around to see a beautiful woman in a black sequin long dress, holding a bottle of red wine, swaying as she approached the Ling-style starship. She arched her back, wrapped in the two long skirts, revealing a graceful curve, peering inside with a seductive posture. It's strange, I actually feel like I've found a home. The appearance of the Spirit-class starship was simulated to look like a garbage transport vessel, but the interior remained pristine, entirely porcelain white and spotless, exuding a strong aesthetic appeal. It must be a particularly special existence within all of human civilization. As she spoke, the woman in the black dress surprisingly sat inside the hatch, leaning against the edge, her snow-white legs crossed, placing a glass of red wine and a goblet aside. She slightly puffed out her chest and began to pull down the zipper of her long dress inch by inch. Can I sleep here tonight? She asked, the zipper already undone, the dress sliding down to reveal her snowy shoulders. A blush covered her face as she turned to look at Cheng Chen. Cheng Chen froze for a moment. Madam, you might have had too much to drink. I know what you men want. It's just this directionless, meaningless shell of a body, like a walking corpse. The woman revealed a self-mocking smile, her long dress continuing to slide down, exposing her black lingerie. She glanced at Cheng Chen, tipsy, and said, Is it okay if we sleep together? Cheng Chen was startled, instinctively taking a step back. Huh? At that moment, several men in black suits approached the garbage ship, one of them quickly removing his coat to wrap around the woman's body, while another came to Cheng Chen's side. Sir, I apologize for the trouble. We hope you can keep everything you just saw confidential. This is a small compensation, I hope you won't mind. The man bowed deeply to Cheng Chen, quite polite, then took out a small blue token, similar to a casino chip, with the number 20,000 written on it. The tattered cloak and rusty garbage ship did not seem to bother him. He wore an apologetic expression. Cheng Chen recognized this small token. It was a form of cryptocurrency, and the number 20,000 represented 20,000 credit points. So generous? Cheng Chen paused, realizing he had to accept it gladly. Immediately, several men in black helped the woman in the long dress to leave. The woman still resisted, but the men moved gently, afraid of hurting her. Don't pull me, I want to stay here tonight. Cheng Chen fumbled with the cryptocurrency in his hand. He had a rough idea of the situation. The woman was probably around 25 or 26, extremely beautiful, dressed luxuriously, and those men in black were likely her bodyguards or servants. Today's scene was likely a result of the woman's pent-up emotions, going out to drink and act recklessly, either to infuriate her father or to take revenge on her unfaithful fiancé. There was an old saying that specifically described such situations, the Disney runaway bride. Dear friends, on behalf of the organizers, I welcome you all. In the center of the space station, on a massive stage, a spirited old man stood in front of the laser screen for the annual Shipwreck Ruins exploration competition, scanning the sea of spectators below. Cheng Chen, Han Zai, and Ling, who was covered in a gray cloak, had also arrived at the scene. Han Zai was pushing Ling, struggling to move forward. The difficulty arose because Ling was completely unwilling to move its feet, its posture resembling that of a slippery slide, being forcibly pushed by Han Zai. Cheng Chen looked at Ling beneath the cloak. What's wrong with you? The 2-meter-tall, terrifying-looking Ling had very weak ghostly flames in its eyes, as if they could be extinguished with a single breath. Its voice trembled slightly as it looked at Cheng Chen and said, Respected creator, I have social anxiety. Cheng Chen was taken aback. Huh? Ling scanned the surroundings in fear. I only excel at quiet contemplation or communicating with the deceased. I have social anxiety when facing the living. Cheng Chen patted its shoulder. But I might need your abilities. Ling lowered its head, trying hard to encourage itself. Then I'll do my best to overcome it. As we all know, Alpha Centauri is a 3-star system. In a normal state, Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B, 2 stars, orbit each other, forming a binary solar system. And every 6 months, the relatively smaller star, Proxima Centauri, will appear on the same side as the other two suns due to its orbital position. This creates a spectacle, the three suns in the sky. It is also at this time that the mysterious ruins of the sunken ship will reveal their true form, floating in the cosmos. And this year's three suns in the sky will occur in just 2 hours. The old man on stage finally revealed some key information. Chang Chen's gaze flickered. It turned out that the sunken ship did not always exist, but required the specific condition of the three suns in the sky. Creator, Ling said, still tense, there's something unusual. In the next moment, a scene appeared in Chang Chen's view that only he and Ling could see. Behind the old man on stage lay a strange monster. The monster was entirely white, resembling a cross with forked ends. Its long arms were wrapped around the old man's arms, and its legs were entwined with the old man's legs. The monster's round, ball-like head drooped on the old man's left shoulder, with eyes and mouth represented by a single black line, somewhat dull. As the old man spoke, the white monster's arms elongated, becoming sharp and thin, prying open the old man's mouth. For every word the old man uttered, the white monster would pry open a bit more, or rather, every time the white figure opened the old man's mouth, he would say a sentence. Chang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. He felt that every action and word of the old man was not voluntary but seemed to be forcibly controlled by that white figure. Not only speaking, but the old man's limbs were also entangled by the white monster, and actions like raising a hand or taking a step could also be controlled. Chang Chen looked at Ling in horror. Are they the embodied souls? How can they interfere with the living? The ghostly fire in Ling's eyes flickered. They are a strange type of cosmic biological soul, something I have never seen before and am still learning about. Chang Chen's eyes sparkled. Can we communicate with them? Ling shook his head. They seem inherently unable to communicate, they are silent. The old man on stage continued. My organization discovered the sunken ship 4 years ago and learned of the incredible treasures hidden within, so we widely publicized it and invited friends from all over the world to explore together. We also obtained the operating rights for this star region through the Interstellar Alliance. In recent years, every expedition has achieved great success. Therefore, the registration fee for this expedition competition has risen to 2 million credit points. The audience below was instantly stirred. What? Last year it was only 20,000 credit points, and this year it has increased 100-fold. You are too greedy. But the old man on stage, under the tugging of that little white figure, revealed a hint of a smile. Expensive fees come with their reasons. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly 50 figures walked out from behind the stage, both men and women, each with a proud demeanor. The men were strong and robust, while the women had graceful figures and striking looks. The spirited old man smiled. I, along with these 50 distinguished guests, have successfully entered the sunken ship and obtained treasures in the past 3 years. Chang Chen's eyes narrowed again. With his special perspective, he discovered another astonishing scene. Behind each of the 50 people on stage lay a creature resembling a little white figure, their limbs tightly entwined. The sunken ship is a relic left behind by a great and selfless advanced civilization. One strong man among the 50 distinguished guests slowly spoke, his voice like a bell. We entered it and gained an indescribable spiritual power that invigorates me and clears my mind. The man looked back at the other 50 companions. In the past time, among us, some have expanded their business territory threefold, some have been promoted 3 levels, and some have had their genetic rank elevated. As the man's words fell, the 51 people on stage widened their eyes in unison, scanning the thousands of spectators with a piercing gaze that conveyed a heart-stopping momentum. Chang Chen was astonished. The action of these people widening their eyes was actually those little white beings extending 2 tentacles, secretly tugging at their eyelids. There was a moment of silence at the scene. Then, intense discussions erupted. So that's how it is. An enhancement of psychological power? This must be some unknown technology. They say psychological power is greater than everything. When I step out again, I will reap 10-fold or 100-fold rewards. I must try this year. The shipwreck ruins, I will sell everything to get in. Chang Chen remained quiet. He felt that everything was too bizarre. Only he knew the truth. Those 51 people, after entering the shipwreck ruins, brought out those alien souls, and the so-called vitality of those people was related to those white souls. Master Creator. The spirit shrank its shoulders, but the ghostly fire in its eyes flared slightly. If there really is treasure inside the shipwreck ruins, then none of those 51 people obtained any real treasure. Chang Chen's eyes flickered. Why do you say that? The ghostly fire in the spirit's eye socket danced. Those little white beings still cannot communicate, but they convey some singular thoughts. Their outing is to search for something. Searching for something? Chang Chen paused slightly. Everyone thinks about obtaining treasure from the shipwreck ruins, but in fact, the creatures inside the shipwreck ruins Want to go out to search for certain things? There is another piece of information in their thoughts. The spirit's ghostly fire flickered. If someone can satisfy them, they are willing to contribute what humans define as treasure. Human-defined treasure? Cheng Chen's eyes sparkled. What could that be? Little brother, how about opening a navigation slot? Just kidding. 2 hours later, Cheng Chen's garbage recycling starship quietly floated on the eastern side of the space station, and 500 kilometers away, there was a highly guarded area. Thousands of starships, large and small, had gathered there, all of which had paid the entrance fee for the shipwreck ruins. Among them were the space mechs Cheng Chen had seen before, as well as that imposing space fortress. A massive void projection was continuously directing traffic, and all starships needed to hover at preset positions. Mr. Mu Chen has secured the first launch position for 44 million credit points. The Galactic Vanguard Fortress has secured the second channel for 16 million credit points. The Explorer Starship has secured the third channel for 7 million credit points. Cheng Chen was munching on an apple, watching the excitement from his starship. As for his current identity, he was among the wave of poor people who couldn't afford the entrance fee. Cheng Chen hadn't expected that the organizers would auction the launch order of the starships, and at such astronomical prices. The one in first place, Mr. Mu Chen, was actually the pilot of that black space mech. He had spent 44 million just to secure the first launch position. Cheng Chen stared at that space mech, finding himself liking it more and more. That Mu Chen was definitely a tycoon, someone who could casually spend 18 million for a position that had no practical significance, so that mech must be worth a fortune, surely hiding many advanced technologies inside. Warning! Warning! Unpaid garbage collection starship located at coordinates 56146/28812, please leave the active area immediately. Second warning, please leave at once, or we will take coercive measures. Cheng Chen finished the apple, even swallowing the core. As a scavenger, he would never waste food, especially such a delicious apple. Wiping his mouth, Cheng Chen slowly squinted his eyes. It seemed that the organizers were under control, which was why they were promoting this place so widely, attracting countless adventurers. Every person who entered the shipwreck ruins would be possessed by the little white beings. The spirits received a hint that they were looking for something, and if someone could help them, they would gain special treasures. What exactly were the little white beings after, and what were they searching for? And what lay within the shipwreck ruins? The spirits can sense the thoughts of the little white beings, a capability that others do not possess, giving me an advantage. Cheng Chen tilted his head back. If I don't explore, there may not be a second person who can uncover the secrets within. Third warning, please leave immediately, or we will take coercive measures. Finally, the rusty garbage collection starship slowly moved away under the disdainful gazes of the crowd, gradually sailing into the distant starship port. A massive metal pillar gradually blocked the view of the spirit-type starship. But in the next moment, behind this enormous pillar, a flickering dark neural network appeared out of thin air, unfolding a dreamlike door. The garbage starship slowly entered the door, and when it emerged from the other side, it had transformed into a porcelain white vessel, shaped like a spear, adorned with a shining neural network. The spirit-type starship turned back again, but it was already behind the fourth wall. It sailed slowly, positioning itself at the end of all the starships. Thousands of starships were on high alert, yet no one could detect the presence of the spirit-type starship. For Cheng Chen, who possessed the ability of fourth-wall navigation, spending 2 million on a ticket was simply a joke. In the distant sky, a massive void screen displayed a 10-minute countdown. The organizers truly knew how to create an atmosphere. The numbers on the screen were over 100 meters tall, thundering as they jumped. 9 minutes and 59 seconds. 9 minutes and 58 seconds. In the farther distance, the two dazzling stars, Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B, shone with a bright yellow glow, creating the spectacle of twin suns in the sky. In less than 10 minutes, the third sun would slowly rise. The shipwreck ruins would also appear before everyone. Boom! Bang! To the west, dazzling fireworks suddenly erupted. They were not real burning materials, as there were no conditions for combustion in deep space. It was some kind of artificial laser, creating an effect more dazzling and brighter than fireworks. A massive starship, transformed into a stage, slowly approached, its back illuminated by countless searchlights sweeping back and forth across the sky. Suddenly, an excited and enthusiastic host's voice echoed in the public channel of all nearby starships. Dear adventurers, this is a surprise prepared for you by the organizers. Let us welcome the entire galaxy, the most dazzling, the most passionate, the most seductive, with the most beautiful singing, Crimson Diva. Boom, boom. In the dark depths of space, even grander fireworks erupted. On that floating stage, bright lights suddenly illuminated. Countless searchlights rapidly swept across the stage, finally locking onto the very center of the stage. Under the white light, there stood a figure in a red leather mini-skirt, red leather boots, and red leather gloves, exuding a sensual silhouette. Her legs were slightly apart. One hand rested on her slender waist, while the other pointed towards the sky. In the intense light, her form appeared slightly hazy, yet it was clear that she had a tall, curvaceous figure with an extremely perfect proportion. Just standing there, she conveyed an infinite allure, transforming the cold universe into a passionate, vibrant scene with her presence. After 3 seconds of silence, the communicator erupted with frenzied cheers. It's the Scarlet Diva, the most dazzling superstar in the entire galaxy in recent years. The organizers are so thoughtful. Tickets for the Scarlet Diva's deep space concert are hard to come by. At one point they were sold for 60,000 each. Oh my god, I can't believe I can see her here. Wife, I love you. Damn, I'm going crazy. I'm her fan. I would lick the floor she walked on. My blood is boiling. I must get the treasure. At this moment, the massive stage suddenly burst into passionate and exhilarating music, transmitted through the regional radio to the ears of all explorers. Flames erupted from both sides of the stage. 2 electronic guitarists emerged from behind the flames, striking the strings with a fierce intensity. The explosive sound filled with wildness and madness, igniting the audience's passion like a bomb going off. In that instant, the Scarlet Diva finally turned around. The upper part of her face was adorned with a mask encrusted with red diamonds, revealing only her long, enchanting eyes and the red lips on the lower half of her cheeks. The voices of various spectators in the communication channel grew even more frenzied. It's the Scarlet Diva. It's definitely her. Inside the Ling-style starship, Cheng-Chen furrowed his brow. Why does this face look so familiar? He pondered for a moment, trying to reconstruct the true appearance of the Scarlet Diva, and suddenly gasped, "Isn't this the Disney runaway housewife who wanted to spend the night with me?" Suddenly, the woman on stage, the center of attention, slowly spoke, her voice like a heavenly melody, perfectly blending with the passionate music, striking the souls of everyone present. "My destiny is far more than this. The nebula shines like a dream scene. Even the pull of gravity cannot stop the courage burning fiercely in my heart, brave to venture into the mysterious world. Let's set off. Let's set off. The warrior of my dreams." At this moment, the massive countdown reached 0. In the distant sky, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, the third sun slowly rose. The bright light ascended gradually. It was the third star of the Alpha Centauri system, Proxima Centauri. On either side, Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B also shone with dazzling brilliance, a spectacle that appeared only once every year. 3 suns in the sky. The 3 suns responded to each other, shining brilliantly. And where the 3 types of sunlight converged, it seemed to activate a space that should not exist. That shadow gradually turned solid, spanning at least 20,000 kilometers. It resembled a dull piece of glass, flickering with colorful luster, filled with a mysterious aura. Yet the scene inside was obscured by the colorful light, and no one knew what it truly contained. From a distance, its outline resembled a giant ship, with the rear sloping down and the front raised high, as if it were sinking. Shipwreck ruins. The public channel echoed with the excited shouts of everyone. Cheng-Chen's eyes widened. Having just left Earth, he was witnessing something unprecedented. This address was indeed mysterious, existing only at specific times and places, revealing its true form. At this moment, countless flames lit up ahead, and all the poised exploration starships activated their propulsion engines, like a grand interstellar chase, with various starships revving up and heading towards the shipwreck ruins. At the very front of the entire fleet, a long knife made of pure energy suddenly blossomed in the palm of a space mech, metallic wings unfurled behind it, and the jet engines roared to life, leaving everything in its dust. Gravity's pull cannot hold us back. Courage burns fiercely in our hearts. Brave the mysterious world ahead. Let's set off. The warrior of my dreams. The Crimson Songstress continued to sing that exhilarating song, the pilot's emotions soaring to their peak, disregarding everything. Cheng-Chen also took a slow breath. The Spirit-class starship behind the fourth wall quietly started, silently trailing behind the entire main force. As they drew closer to the shipwreck ruins, everyone passed through one cloud after another of gray dust, as thin as gauze. After traveling nearly 1,000 kilometers, a dense wall of green smoke appeared ahead, thick as substance. The moment everyone approached, the smoke slowly parted like a curtain. Cheng-Chen's expression shifted in surprise as he witnessed a bizarre and shocking scene. In the air ahead, countless small white figures floated, their legs together, arms straight, holding hands with one another, forming a massive matrix of small white figures, resembling a gigantic fishing net. These small white figures looked exactly like the 51 elites on their backs. Pure white bodies, with eyes and mouths represented by thin black lines, staring blankly at everything with no expression, devoid of any emotion. Cheng-Chen immediately observed the reactions of the other starships. No one noticed anything unusual. The entire exploration fleet sailed grandly and silently through deep space. In the next moment, the array of small white figures suddenly disbanded, like white ghosts swirling in the sky, then diving down towards the exploration starships. The small white figures silently penetrated the starships, entering the cockpits and bridges, and then silently passed through the bodies of the crew, hovering behind various individuals. Then, the heads of the small white figures rotated 180 degrees, their backs becoming their fronts, as they extended their white hands and feet, wrapping around the limbs of the crew in circles. Finally, their expressionless heads drooped limply onto the shoulders of the crew members. Chang Chen, through a starship's glass observation window, clearly saw this scene. A chill ran down his spine. In fact, these small white figures were unknown biological phantoms manifesting in Chang Chen's eyes. Apart from Chang Chen and Ling, no one else could detect their presence. The crew of the other starships had no idea that such a bizarre and eerie entity was clinging to their backs. Boom! Boom! The sudden explosion startled Chang Chen. The surrounding green smoke turned out to be a medium capable of transmitting sound, the explosion resonating deep and powerful. Chang Chen looked out through the observation window, the flames illuminating his face. It was a small exploration starship that had entered the shipwreck ruins together that had exploded, now billowing thick black smoke as it plummeted downwards. And the ones destroying it were not some strange entities, but rather other human starships within the exploration team. Chang Chen furrowed his brow, attacking each other to eliminate competitors? In the next moment, all the starships fell into chaos, various colored defensive fields bursting forth, and an array of thermal weapons unleashed, as if they had seen a ghost, blindly and chaotically firing their weapons. Through the shared channel, Chang Chen heard their terrified shouts. Monster! 2,300 meters ahead, a huge monster shaped like a lizard. It's charging at us. Launch the attack. Unknown alien starship. It has deployed some kind of harvesting force field. It wants to devour us. Fire! My starship is being attacked by giant locusts. It's severely damaged. Help! Chang Chen looked at the chaotic battlefield before him, his eyes squinting into a narrow slit. There were no monsters, no unknown alien starships at all. The so-called attack was merely the result of these people losing their formation and harming each other. The exploration fleet was dense and compact, and in an instant, dozens of starships exploded and shattered, turning into pieces of broken scrap metal, drifting into the depths of the universe. At that moment, a beam of energy nearly 10 meters in diameter pierced through the Ling-style starship. In the next instant, behind the Ling-style starship, a retreating starship was hit, its hull struck and snapped in two. At this time, the Ling-style starship was located behind the fourth wall, not in the same dimension as the real world, in a state of mutual non-interference with everyone, and it was an extremely safe state. Chang Chen turned around inch by inch. In the corner of the Ling-style starship's bridge stood a small white figure, resembling a soccer ball-sized head with eyes and a mouth represented by a black line, silently watching Chang Chen. Chang Chen stared at the little figure, tilting his head. The white figure also tilted its head, looking at Chang Chen. You can actually interfere with human consciousness, making them see illusions and such. Chang Chen focused on the little white figure, knowing full well that the onboard warning systems of the other exploration starships had not detected any enemy attacks. The only ones in a panic were the humans themselves, whose perspectives had conjured non-existent monsters, forcing them to attack with their starships. The little white figure stood quietly in the corner. Its arms hung down, 10 fingers resembling 10 white strips of paper, gently swaying in the air. In its perception, Chang Chen was a being behind the fourth wall, of the same kind as itself, so it did not make any hugging gestures, merely tilting its head in observation, seemingly puzzled. Creator, Ling said, looking at the little white figure, they still do not communicate, they only convey some simple thoughts. They are some kind of guardians. Guardians? Chang Chen turned around and glanced into the depths of the shipwreck ruins. What exactly are they guarding? Continue sailing. Chang Chen's gaze flickered. He had an unparalleled advantage. The little white figure did not cause any interference, and all the weapons on site could not inflict harm. As he thought, if he did not move, it was likely that no one else could uncover the true secrets of the shipwreck ruins. Amidst the hail of bullets, the Ling-style starship slowly sailed. A light green filter covered Chang Chen's eyes, a characteristic of being behind the fourth wall, also conveying an extremely comfortable sense of safety. The external scene could be described as very brutal. Chang Chen gradually sorted out the situation. The monsters in the eyes of those starship pilots did not appear out of thin air, rather, their perspectives seemed to have been altered, perceiving other companion starships as ferocious monsters charging at them. The sudden emergence of danger caused them to maximize their firepower and defense systems. Some starships had robust shields, temporarily standing firm. The vast majority of starships had already collapsed under the intense firepower. Chang Chen glanced again at the corner of his starship, where the little white figure stood dazedly. It attracted everyone here, seemingly with some conspiracy, but in fact, it led everyone to kill each other? What exactly did they want? On the outside, a similarly white, disc-shaped starship seemed to carry some unique technology. Amidst the flames of war, its hull slowly became ethereal, reaching a state of nearly 90% transparency, the surrounding light dimming as it basically concealed itself. Chang Chen noticed that when the starship displayed its special cloaking ability, the little white figure in the cabin slowly raised its head, seemingly very attentive. But the next second, the disc-shaped starship was discovered. The only black space mech in the area detected its presence, and its thrusters suddenly fired. The pure energy long sword in its hand directly struck the disc-shaped starship, which was then damaged and emitted thick black smoke. In the eyes of the space mech pilot, that starship seemed to be some kind of cloaked monster. At this moment, Chang Chen noticed that the little white figure in the bridge slowly lowered its head, its body gradually becoming somewhat hunched, as if very disappointed. Chang Chen frowned, deep in thought, but he couldn't find an answer for a while. The spirit-type starship gradually distanced itself from the battlefield, moving further away, increasingly approaching the core area of the shipwreck ruins. Behind them, flames soared into the sky, and 80% of the exploration starships had been rendered inoperable. The space mech, though smaller in size, was unmatched, wreaking havoc. After traveling about 4,000 kilometers, the surrounding starfield had become extremely quiet, with only the occasional drifting debris. Chang Chen's gaze shifted, and he realized he must have reached a place where no one had ever set foot. Ahead of Chang Chen was a hazy gray mist, with visibility extremely low, almost obscuring all sight. Gradually, Chang Chen penetrated through the mist. His perspective suddenly opened up. He saw a shocking scene. In the space ahead, a dark black object floated, its size enormous, measuring at least 1,000 kilometers in length, emitting a faint black light. It resembled a giant black juju pit, but both ends curved inward like a banana. It floated silently, exuding an astonishing aura of mystery. Is this the core of the shipwreck ruins? Chang Chen's pupils contracted. To him, it didn't look like an interstellar warship, as it had no technological feel, no detectors, or thruster-like shapes, but rather resembled some ancient totem. Chang Chen felt a surge of excitement and thrill. After confirming that the little white figure in the cabin still showed no signs of movement, the spirit-type starship slowly approached the mysterious object. It's too massive. Chang Chen's pupils reflected the mysterious object. From a distance, it looked like a pitch-black mountain, but as they got closer, its scale became increasingly clear. Its surface was like a continent. The spirit-type starship arrived at the central position of this gigantic object. From afar, this massive object resembled a black moonship, emitting an eerie black mist. Meanwhile, the spirit-type starship was but a faint starlight suspended on its surface. The vastness and minuteness of the universe were vividly displayed in an instant. Chang Chen looked down. He discovered that this enormous black juju pit seemed to be made of some kind of metal, but this metal was very rough, like cast iron filled with impurities. It certainly wasn't as low-end as it appeared on the surface, otherwise, it wouldn't have existed in the universe for so long. Chang Chen squinted. What is that? Upon closer inspection, the surface of the giant juju pit was filled with even dimmer grooves, crisscrossing in all directions. The spirit-type starship moved silently, approaching a nearby large pattern and slowly descending. Chang Chen's eyes narrowed. Is the interior of this massive object hollow? Those patterns turned out to be a regular hollow design, with gaps directly linking to the interior of the giant object, faintly revealing a spacious interior. Fortune favors the bold, while famine preys on the timid. Chang Chen steeled his heart and directly commanded the spirit-type starship to fly into the gap. The gap was as wide as a canyon. Even if the spirit-type starship were in the real world, it could easily enter. Caution is the first principle. As soon as the spirit-class starship entered the massive object, it came to a halt. The silence here is terrifying. Chang Chen, aided by the dim light, looked down. He saw enormous gray pillars, curved into arcs, with depths below that seemed unfathomable and heights reaching close to the ceiling. Judging by the size of the juju pit, these pillars were astonishingly tall. Every few dozen kilometers, a similar massive pillar appeared, extending into the distant pitch-black space. Chang Chen then looked in the opposite direction. In the haze, he could also see a row of curved, gigantic pillars, symmetrically aligned on both sides. It looks like some kind of ancient architecture, with 2 rows of columns at the entrance to enhance its grandeur. The design is somewhat peculiar, resembling a series of arches that do not close at the top, stretching into the distance. Chang Chen nodded to himself, forming a hypothesis. Could the shipwreck ruins be an ancient building left by an unknown civilization? Following the center of the pillars, the spirit-class starship moved laterally, delving deeper into the massive object. In his imagination, there should be a huge house there, and if there were treasures, they would undoubtedly be stored within. The light here was dim, with only some rays filtering in from the 3 suns above, creating a hazy and dark atmosphere. He dared not move too quickly, as Chang Chen needed to carefully observe everything around him, remaining vigilant. About 20 minutes later, Chang Chen reached the end of the 2 rows of pillars, and he was completely stunned. He was so shocked that he couldn't describe it. Everything before him was worlds apart from what he had imagined. At the end of these pillars was a gigantic human skull. The skull was astonishingly large. The Spirit-class starship could even hover in its eye socket. Below the skull were massive neck bones and vertebrae, but the depths were dark and profound, obscuring the whole. Chang Chen was utterly dumbfounded. Was this a complete skeleton? This meant that those enormous, curved black stone pillars were its ribs. The Spirit-class starship had been traveling inside a giant skeleton's ribcage. Oh my god. Chang Chen suddenly realized that the massive black juju pit was a gigantic coffin. The interior was certainly not some ancient building, but a supersized skeleton. A chill ran down Chang Chen's back. So, the shipwreck ruins is a tomb. After learning the truth, the atmosphere around seemed to change. Chang Chen slowly turned around. The little white figure in the bridge was still standing quietly. Its round white head, with black line-like eyes and mouth, showed no change. Its hands hung down, fingers fluttering like paper strips, exuding an indescribable eeriness. He. Ugh. Suddenly, a strange and low laughter echoed in the air, sending chills down his spine. Chang Chen turned his head and found that Han's eye was peeking from behind a distant pillar, giggling while reading a magazine called Flower Robots. Chang Chen was speechless, then shifted his gaze to the little white figure. So, what you're guarding is actually this gigantic coffin. What exactly are you searching for during your outings? The little white figure remained silent, its expression unchanged. Chang Chen silently shook his head and then looked down at the enormous skeleton. The Juju pit coffin was at least 1,000 kilometers long, clearly custom-made for this skeleton, which meant that the creature buried here was approximately 800 kilometers tall in life. Chang Chen's eyes trembled slightly. 800 kilometers. That's about a quarter of the moon's diameter. In other words, the creature in the coffin would stand a quarter of the moon's height if it were upright. It is unimaginable what kind of creature this is. The universe is vast and mysterious, and humanity has made preliminary explorations. Chang Chen had heard of all sorts of fantastical extraterrestrial beings, but never of one with such a gigantic body. The most horrifying thing is that, from the skeleton, this creature's bones are extremely similar to those of humans. So, when it was alive, did it also look like a human? An 800-kilometer tall human. Is this a person or a god? The highest peak on Earth is only 84 kilometers, yet this enormous human is as tall as 10 Mount Everests. If it were standing on the moon, it would resemble an adult standing on a giant yoga ball. If it stood on Earth, it would be clearly visible from hundreds of thousands of kilometers in outer space. The more Chang Chen thought about it, the more horrifying it became. This creature must belong to another civilization in the universe. Who exactly is it, and why is it buried here? What about its civilization? Are all its beings this gigantic? Where is its habitat? Is it extinct, or does it still exist somewhere in deep space? Just then, the spirit in a contemplative state suddenly stood up slowly, straightened its chest, and the yellow ghost fire in its eyes danced wildly. The spirit began to speak slowly, its voice deep and trembling. You disturb my long slumber. Chang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. Just like Cao Cao and Bai Jui, the spirit empathized with the master of the tomb. The spirit looked to the west, its gaze seemingly able to penetrate thousands of kilometers. Seeing the explorers who had intruded into the wreck of the sunken ship, the ghost fire in its eyes flickering with rage. 7 billion years ago, the singularity exploded, and the universe began to expand from an infinitely small point. My civilization was born in the 9th billion year, one of the earliest civilizations in the universe. The spirit spoke slowly, its voice carrying an inexplicable power that trembled the soul. Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly. The master of this tomb was actually a being from 7 billion years ago. At this moment, the spirit had completely become the spokesperson for the master of the tomb, puffing out its chest and gazing northward. With the expansion of the universe, the structure of galaxies has also changed. I never expected that to this day, the giant galaxy where my civilization resided has already been swallowed by the Virgo supercluster. You humans even gave this place a ridiculous name, Alpha Centauri. Chang Chen's gaze shifted. The supergiant galaxies in the universe are constantly moving, and they can collide and merge, with stars crashing into each other, resulting in massive explosions that turn into dust, which then gives birth to new stars. In fact, the Milky Way, where Earth is located, will one day be devoured by the galaxy killer Andromeda Galaxy, at which point everything will be destroyed, and the massive fragments will reabsorb dust and coalesce into a new type of galaxy. This is the topographical change on a cosmic scale. But for humanity, this seems somewhat dreamlike, as the collision process of two galaxies is always measured in billions of years, and humans may not even live to see that day. However, for this being from 4.7 billion years ago in the tomb, this scene has already become a reality. Its home, the giant galaxy, has undergone tremendous changes, becoming what humans define as the Alpha Centauri galaxy. Sheng Chen listened quietly, nodding to himself. No wonder this enormous coffin appeared here, for this was its former homeland. It was born here and buried here. I just want to sleep quietly. But the phenomenon of three suns in the sky exposes me to the public eye. The spirit continued to gaze to the west, where faint flames flickered, the explosions caused by the attacking exploration starships. A bunch of ants. I no longer wish to endure. The voice of the spirit grew increasingly deep and tremulous, the ghostly fire in its eyes flickering wildly. I will destroy everything. Shang Chen frowned slightly. At that moment, the enormous coffin suddenly shook violently, creating a sensation as if the earth was trembling and the heavens were collapsing. Shang Chen looked down in astonishment. In the haze, the giant skeleton seemed to show signs of movement, as if it had stirred slightly. I will make everything here cease to exist. The spirit let out a low growl, and the coffin trembled once more. Shang Chen's pupils contracted slightly. He saw the spirit slowly turn around, glaring at Shang Chen with a fierce expression. No one can withstand the wrath of ancient civilization, no one can escape. Even if you are behind the fourth wall, you will still be affected. Boom, boom, boom. The entire coffin shook even more violently, as if the giant skeleton, which had been sleeping for billions of years, was about to awaken. 3 minutes. The ghostly fire in the spirit's eyes flickered as it continued to roar. In 3 minutes, as defined by you humans, I will destroy everything here. Got it. Chang Chen suddenly shrugged nonchalantly. If it's 3 minutes, I'll stay here and see how you destroy everything. The ghostly fire in the spirit's eyes exploded and then condensed again. You cannot be at ease, you will die here too. Chang Chen raised his head. I don't care. You. The spirit's body stiffened suddenly, seemingly at a loss for words. At that moment, Chang Chen shook his head and smiled, looking at the little white figure in the corner of the bridge. Little guy, stop pretending. The soul of the tomb's master has probably long since dissipated, everything is just you using their authority. Snap! Chang Chen snapped his fingers in front of the spirit. Buddy, wake up. The spirit suddenly shook its head, the ghostly fire in its eyes dimming significantly, and then it nodded at Chang Chen, master creator. Chang Chen smiled. Where did those lines just come from? The spirit replied, I did not see the specific image of the other party's soul. I only heard a magnificent and grand voice in my mind. It was ancient, tragic, and angry. I accidentally got into character and then relayed its words. That's right. Shang Chen nodded, then squinted at the little white figure in the cabin. There was a glint in his eyes. The spirit is very simple. You tricked it. In fact, you could have communicated normally all along, and those words just now came from your mouth. Yet the little white figure's mouth and eyes remained a black line, its expression unchanged, offering no response. Still not admitting it? Cheng Chen smiled. Regarding the truth of this, shipwreck ruins, I seem to have guessed a rough idea. The little white figure's expression remained unchanged. When my starship just exited the Stargate hub, the spirit resonated with other souls and spoke a series of inexplicable words. Cheng Chen said slowly, it said that even if she disappeared into the vast deep space like a shooting star, we must fulfill our promise and protect until the last moment. Cheng Chen stared intently at the little white figure. She referred to the master of this tomb, and those who must fulfill the promise and protect until the last moment are actually you. The little white figure's expression still showed no change, as if its appearance was fixed and would never change. Cheng Chen smiled, turned, and walked toward the bridge, speaking over his shoulder. The spirit taught me much knowledge. When the quantum state soul of a being loses all entanglements with this world, then its soul will completely dissipate and cease to exist. The master of the tomb should be in this state. It seems you are indeed loyal. Even if the master of the tomb has completely left, you still unwaveringly guard her body. At this moment, the elongated eyes of the little white figure suddenly contracted, turning into two small black dots. Cheng Chen abruptly turned around. But in that instant, the little white figure's eyes returned to two black lines, once again becoming expressionless. Cheng Chen squinted, seemingly not noticing anything unusual, and continued, you manipulate the organizers to attract a large number of adventurers, leading them to the edge of the tomb, but you also set up significant crises for them. This seems contradictory, but in reality, you must be conducting a selection. As he spoke, Cheng Chen turned around, facing away from the little white figure and continued to pace. What exactly do you want? Are you seeking some kind of technology related to invisibility, concealment, or disguise? In that moment, the little white figure's elongated eyes shrank again into two small black dots. Whoosh! Cheng Chen suddenly turned back, but the little white figure was faster. In the instant Cheng Chen's gaze fell upon it, it returned to its elongated eyes, expressionless. He. Cheng Chen chuckled. On the chaotic battlefield before, a starship demonstrated a cloaking technology with nearly 90% transparency. You seemed very interested, but when you discovered that the warship was uncovered by space mechs, you were greatly disappointed. Let me guess, what you mentioned earlier, about existing in the 4.7 billion-year-old giant galaxy, where the deceased are buried here. That information should be true. And this massive coffin has been able to exist in the universe for so long because it must have some kind of concealment technology installed. Unfortunately, the erosion of time has caused this technology to malfunction. Cheng Chen turned around again, stroking his chin and said, "Every year, the 3 days of floating here will render the coffin's concealment technology completely ineffective. Although this is a brief period, it clearly conflicts with your mission. You absolutely cannot allow the master you protect to be disturbed, and if this continues, disturbance is a mild term. It could very well lead to the coffin being opened and the tomb being excavated. You are located behind the fourth wall, although you can slightly interfere with human consciousness, that is all you can do. Faced with such a situation, you cannot resolve it on your own. So, you combined your abilities and devised a plan. The first step is to recruit human elites. The second step is to let them engage in chaos, passively showcasing your concealment technology. The third step is to select a leading, unsolvable concealment technology from among them. The fourth step is to control the owner of the technology and repair the coffin. But unfortunately, up until now, all the concealment technologies demonstrated by humans have greatly disappointed you. And in this plan, an anomaly like me has appeared. I can actually navigate through the fourth wall, directly entering the coffin. Your mission is to guard, so I am also a target for your expulsion. Thus, you just pretended to be the tomb's master through spirit, trying to scare me away. In fact, you can do nothing. The giant wreckage cannot possibly awaken, let alone destroy everything. Cheng Chen slightly bent forward, staring directly into the little white figure's black line-like eyes, and smiled. Am I right? Yet the little white figure remained expressionless and motionless. The ghost fire in the spirit's eyes flickered slightly. Master Creator, it completely ignores you. Your seemingly astonishing speculation might be way off. Ha, what do you mean it ignores me? Cheng Chen looked at the spirit. This guy, show me great respect and attitude. But why do you always push back against me in words? Sorry, Master Creator. Ling nodded slightly. As for human language, I am still learning and contemplating. Next time, I will definitely strike you down in one blow. Oh no, I will hit the nail on the head. Cheng Chen felt a bit helpless and then looked at the little white figure. The reason it ignores me is for a reason. Just then, a brilliant light suddenly approached from afar. Cheng Chen turned to look, and to his surprise, it was the black cosmic mech from before. He hadn't expected it to be so formidable, single-handedly taking down the entire exploration fleet. At this moment, both man and machine broke through the blockade and directly arrived at the core of the shipwreck ruins. At a distance of 500 kilometers from the giant coffin, a bright green barrier suddenly lit up, blocking the sky and directly protecting the coffin within. The space mech seemed to be caught off guard by this scene. Its deceleration wings opened at the last moment, and the bright yellow flame thrusters fired in reverse, completing an emergency stop just before crashing into the green barrier. Cheng Chen squinted. This coffin also had its own exclusive defensive field, which had not been detected before because the Ling-style starship had always been behind the fourth wall, so the force field had not been triggered. Cheng Chen observed the green force field from within. The green light inside flickered irregularly, dimming and brightening, already giving off a dappled feeling. Cheng Chen thought to himself, the history is too long. The energy of this force field is almost depleted. He saw the space mech hovering outside the force field, releasing some kind of scanning beam to assess the strength of the field. At that moment, a massive object slowly emerged from the gray smoke behind the space mech. Cheng Chen's gaze sharpened. It's that space fortress. It actually broke through the encirclement? However, the next scene took Cheng Chen by surprise. The space fortress and the space mech did not clash at all. He saw the palm of the space mech suddenly burst forth with two bright beams of light, which ultimately coalesced into a pure energy longsword measuring 50 meters. Meanwhile, the surface armor of the space fortress flipped over, and the hatch opened wide, revealing three black boxes about 10 meters tall slowly flying out from within. These boxes were made of metal, painted black, and equipped with their own propulsion systems, somewhat similar to the biological boxes of Boss Missouri. In the next second, those boxes flew toward the back of the space mech, both sides flipping out perfectly matching physical latches. Click, click. A faint sound of metal clashing echoed as the three 10-meter tall black boxes completely assembled with the back of the space mech, making it look from a distance like the 50-meter-tall space mech was carrying 3 huge suitcases stacked together. Chang Chen's eyes widened. They were actually in cahoots. Those boxes should be some kind of high-energy battery, a power supplement for the space mech. At that moment, a blinding light erupted, and the pure energy long sword in the space mech's hand suddenly surged from its original 50 meters to over 300 meters, held in the mech's hand like a divine weapon. The space mech showed no hesitation. The pure energy long sword was raised high, causing a slight tremor in the space, and it slashed down toward the coffin's green energy shield. The coffin's defensive field was already low on energy and could not withstand this strike that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth. The little white figure beside Cheng Chen finally stirred. It turned its head, and although its expression did not change, its body trembled slightly, clearly already gripped by fear. Cheng Chen slowly stood up straight. Little white figure, I don't know what you are or what your name is, but I can tell you that I might be the only one in this world who can help you. I understand why you don't want to react at all. It's because in your perception, I am merely a soul behind the fourth wall, unable to interfere with the real world, so no matter what I guess, it holds no significance. It's too small. The scope is too small. At this moment, Chang Chen turned to Ling and said, the spirit-style starship of the civilized beggars should make an appearance. Mu Chen, that is, Mr. Mu Chen, who bid 44 million credit points for the launch position. He is the pilot of the Black Space Mecha and the most dazzling genius inventor within the B3Q4 Star Domain Alliance. He has accumulated an astonishing fortune through his various inventions. For him, the shipwreck ruins are most attractive not because of the incredible treasures hidden within, but because it provides a perfect opportunity to test his inventions amidst a gathering of human elites. This 50-meter-tall space mecha, codenamed M14 Black Phantom, integrates the most advanced material technology, energy control technology, and beam magnetic cage weapon technology from human civilization. Compared to starships, although it is not large, it possesses incredible maneuverability and terrifying explosive damage. This space mecha is not a mass-produced product. It is Mu Chen's exclusive invention, the only one of its kind in the entire galaxy. The massive space fortress behind it, which others see as a dream, is actually just the logistical support center for this mecha. If outsiders knew the truth, they would surely be astonished. No one could guess that Mu Chen's actions were merely to test the extreme performance of his mecha. Spending 44 million credit points to secure the launch position for the mecha, he also paid an additional 16 million credit points for the second position at the logistical support center. This is not all the cost. The operational costs of the space fortress and the mecha are also an astonishing figure. According to Mu Chen's character, he would never sell any technology of the M14 Black Phantom in the future. In his mind, the M14 Black Phantom is a work of art, and the joy lies in its meticulous refinement and continuous improvement. As for those expenses, in his eyes, they are merely pocket money that can be exchanged for a few inventions, completely insignificant. Just now, Mu Chen's consciousness was interfered with, battling against numerous unknown monsters, but relying on the mecha's formidable performance, he almost slaughtered all the monsters, which greatly boosted his confidence and satisfaction with his creation. At this moment, Mu Chen was certain that only he had broken through the encirclement, and the core of the shipwreck ruins was already visible to the naked eye. Regardless of the motives, since he was here, he had to leave his mark on the shipwreck ruins. To be precise, it was the footprint of the M14 Black Phantom. As usual, this was an achievement that only he, Mu Chen, could accomplish. In that instant, the pure energy long knife in the M14 Black Phantom's hand struck heavily against the green energy shield. The point of contact between the blade and the energy shield instantly produced a spatial distortion resembling transparent steam, simultaneously emitting astonishing heat. Mu Chen squinted, witnessing the pure energy blade cutting through the green energy shield at an incredible speed. He scoffed, "It's just E3 level defense strength. The official propaganda claims it's a relic of a high-level civilization. Such exaggeration." At that very moment, a bizarre phenomenon appeared before Mu Chen that he could not comprehend. Inside the green energy shield, in the dark universe, a dense mass of light suddenly emerged, crisscrossing and flickering with blue brilliance, resembling a sprawling human neural network from a distance. "What is that?" Mu Chen's expression suddenly froze. The next moment, a pure white, small starship, seamless like ceramic, slowly emerged from within the neural network, as if it had come from another dimension. The white starship was covered in a design resembling the human brain's neural network. Suddenly, the blue neural network on the mysterious starship brightened, bursting forth with intense light, momentarily blinding Mu Chen in the cockpit of his mech. When Mu Chen's vision returned, he was shocked to discover that the mysterious starship had just released dozens of layers of defensive shields, each adorned with patterns resembling the human brain's neural network glowing in a brilliant azure. What kind of technology is this? Mu Chen's eyes widened, and as he glanced slightly upward, he saw that the pure energy longsword in his mech's hand could no longer strike down. Although the longsword had penetrated the green defensive shield of the sunken ship ruins, it was resisted by the neural network defense shield released by the mysterious starship. This is already a threefold energy amplification. How can the defensive shield of a small starship have such hardness? Mu Chen found it hard to believe, staring intently at the mysterious starship just a wall away. Is it an advanced civilization? In the next moment, the neural network design on the surface of the starship suddenly flickered with a faint black glow, which rapidly flowed within the entire neural network, gathering more and more, becoming clearer. Detected massive energy fluctuations. Hearing the mech's warning, Mu Chen's pupils constricted. It's gathering energy, it's going to attack me. In an instant, Mu Chen could confirm that the dark energy was similar to the annihilation cannon in the human legion, but it seemed to have undergone some kind of extensive technological optimization, resulting in an astonishing increase in destructive power, though its exact might was incalculable. Retreat! Mu Chen reacted quickly, extinguishing the pure energy longsword in his space mech's hand, flipping the flight wings behind him, and the thrusters roared as the entire mech instantly broke the sound barrier, retreating into the cosmos. But it was too late. The black energy on the surface of the white starship had gathered completely, and a black beam of light, 5 meters in diameter, shot out through a neuron at the front of the starship. There was no time to react. Buzz! The lightweight defensive field of the M14 Black Phantom was instantly breached, and the black energy beam struck its shoulder directly, completely shattering the shoulder blade, with one arm breaking off and falling into the depths of space. The energy of the black beam was far from exhausted, crossing nearly 1,000 kilometers to directly hit the space fortress. The space fortress was massive. Although this strike caused a penetrating injury, the emergency systems activated, multiple balancing engines erupted, and it wobbled to maintain the fortress's structure. Severe damage to the body. Energy system burned out. Pilot escape procedure initiated. In front of Mu Chen, the control panel was a sea of red, with various emergency lights flashing wildly. The next second, a series of pneumatic sounds echoed as emergency space helmets and metallic spacesuits flipped out from the cockpit, directly fitting onto Mu Chen, while the entire cockpit rapidly detached, ejecting from the back of the mech. The cockpit of the space mech was also a type of escape pod, shaped like a round sphere. The moment it detached from the mech, a directional electromagnetic force was released from the distant space fortress, like a giant magnet, generating a tremendous pulling force that could suck the powerless escape pod back to the space fortress for timely shelter. During the backward flight, Mu Chen was shocked to see that the bridge of the white starship had opened an observation window. Standing there was a young boy draped in a blue cloak. Mu Chen was utterly shocked. His eyes with 6 halos widened to the extreme. Is it human? At this moment, Changchen stood on the bridge, looking at the escape pod from a distance, slowly speaking, "Don't steal my business." Mu Chen's body trembled. He could only vaguely see the shape of the boy's mouth. After a strenuous mental effort to match it, he thought he had guessed the boy's words MLGB. How could he still be cursing? What the hell? Even if your technology is advanced, you can't just curse at people. But at this moment, Mu Chen was already powerless to turn the tide. The space mech was scrapped and could only be abandoned. The space fortress had also been breached, and now it was barely holding on. Fortunately, that uncouth guy on the opposite side hadn't gone for the kill. Now, Mu Chen had no other choice but to retreat quickly. He watched as the space fortress wobbled and disappeared into the distance. Changchen smiled lightly and turned to look at the little white figure inside the cabin. At this moment, the little white figure was already facing Changchen, kneeling on both knees. Its mouth, resembling a black line, suddenly converged into a small black, then stretched into a straight line, and during this process, it finally made a sound. "My name is Hug Hug. Great advanced civilization, please help us." Changchen chuckled. "I'm not that great, but I can help you. Just remember to fulfill your promise and give me the most precious treasure after everything is over." Hug Hug. The little white figure's round head had its black line mouth converge into a black, then stretch again. Changchen nodded. "Yes, I know your name is Hug Hug. Hug Hug." The little white figure remained kneeling on the ground, facing Changchen, slowly extending its arms, its paper-like fingers floating in the air. "Do you really want to hug me?" Changchen's expression changed as he thought of those so-called elites and the explorers who entered the shipwreck ruins. After being hugged from behind by the little white figure, they all fell into illusions and lost themselves. It was a terrifying hug. "I just want to tell you about the past that I am almost forgetting. To tell you who I am and who is buried here." Hug Hug. The little white figure opened its arms, but it remained kneeling on the ground, revealing a sense of sincerity. "Do you need physical contact to convey information?" Changchen took a slow breath, extending a finger. "A hug is unnecessary. We can have limited contact to share information. making our future cooperation easier. The little white figure did not insist anymore and extended an arm, its paper-like fingers gathering together, slowly wrapping around Cheng Chen's finger. In that moment, Cheng Chen felt a massive amount of information being injected into his mind. This information formed a brand new set of 5 senses, and immediately, everything in Cheng Chen's eyes changed. Blinking slightly, Cheng Chen found himself standing on a peculiar planet. Surrounding him were enormous gray stones, the soil was gray, and the sky was gray, with not a single plant in sight, as if the entire world was gray. In the distant sky floated more than a dozen suns, some large, some small, with varying brightness. Some were normal yellow, some were crimson, and others were deep red. Cheng Chen was slightly stunned. These were stars from different periods, youth, middle age, and some had already entered old age. Turning his head slightly, he looked at the other side of the sky. There, an incredible scene unfolded. A massive core floated in the distant universe, slowly attracting surrounding dust. As time passed, it would grow larger and larger, eventually forming a planet, and if its gravity was sufficient, it could even form a brand new sun. Scenes from outer space appeared so vividly because the planet where Cheng Chen was located had no atmosphere, allowing for an unobstructed view. Why are the distances between stars so close, yet they don't pull and collide with each other due to their mutual gravity? Even more astonishing is that new planets are actually being formed nearby. There is only one explanation. Cheng Chen's eyes flickered. This place is in a period of cosmic expansion, like a chessboard that hasn't been fully laid out, with all the pieces piled together, and each piece has an enormous mass. This is the universe 6 billion years ago. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook violently. An incredibly massive foot stomped down on the ground beside Cheng Chen. The foot was so large, it resembled an aircraft carrier, clad in a shoe made of an unknown gray material. Cheng Chen's neck nearly tilted to a 90-degree angle. He saw a boy around 14 or 15 years old, dressed in gray clothing, resembling a giant reaching for the sky, standing at least 600 kilometers tall. Cheng Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. The unprecedented ecological environment and the exaggerated size of the giant were not what shocked Cheng Chen the most. What was hardest to comprehend was the boy's facial structure, which was identical to that of humans 6 billion years later. He had black eyebrows, sparkling eyes, a nose, and a mouth, all forming a weathered face. This was too incredible. On this planet, there was no atmosphere, no plants, surrounded by a dozen suns. This indicated that there was no oxygen, ultraviolet rays were off the charts, and the temperature was astonishing. Under such conditions, how could a biological structure evolve to be exactly the same as that of humans 6 billion years later? On Earth, ultraviolet rays are filtered by the atmosphere, so humans do not need strong UV resistance, resulting in delicate and fair skin. Humans evolved organs like noses to facilitate oxygen circulation. If the objective conditions were drastically different, then humans could not possibly look as they do today. Unless the theory of evolution in human civilization is a complete fallacy. Everything here left Cheng Chen utterly shocked. It seemed that within the vast timeline of cosmic evolution, there were extremely astonishing and unknown secrets hidden away. Boom! Boom! The ground continued to tremble, and in the distance, a long line of figures approached. At the front and back of the line were dozens of teenagers, all dressed in gray. In the center of the line was something resembling a palanquin, floating forward using some form of silent levitation technology. Hug me! Suddenly, a loud voice came from within the palanquin, belonging to what seemed to be a cute 4 or 5-year-old girl, clear and innocent. To one side of the palanquin, a short-haired boy slightly nodded. "Your Majesty, we will be home soon. The wind and sand here are too strong." Cheng Chen felt his established perceptions being repeatedly challenged. This was human language, human customs. Palanquins, queens, strong winds and sand. This felt like a scene from an ancient era. "I want a hug." The curtain of the gray palanquin was lifted, revealing the only splash of color in this gray world. A little girl in a red dress, no more than 3 or 4 years old, wearing a mask made of red gemstones, jumped down from the palanquin. Boom! The ground shook. In Cheng Chen's eyes, she appeared to be a little girl at least 400 kilometers tall. "Okay, hug." The boy guard seemed helpless and had no choice but to hold the little girl in his arms, and then the entire procession continued on its way. Cheng Chen felt the earth rumble, and in his view, the entire line gradually disappeared into the distance. The scene shifted. Cheng Chen found himself in a large courtyard built of an unknown gray material. He was still so small that even a grain of sand on the ground felt like a giant boulder to him. The little girl wearing the ruby mask had grown to 7 or 8 years old, sitting on a gray bench in the yard, swinging her legs. The short-haired boy guard was nearing 20, with a deep scar running across his face and his right hand severed. "Hug!" The little girl squinted against the glare of the sun, reaching out her hand toward the boy. The guard boy hesitated for a moment but then, with one arm, picked up the little girl and slowly walked into the shade under the eaves, where they stood quietly together. The scene shifted again. A long line of people was walking. The girl in the sedan chair, still wearing the ruby mask, was now 14 or 15. The one-armed boy following beside her had some stubble on his face, and one of his eyes had been removed, leaving only a dark hollow in its place. The long line of guards had many new faces. Many of the former guard boys had died in battle. Suddenly, the sedan chair stopped. The girl with the ruby mask leaned out, looking at a gray flower growing on the gray rock. "Hug, Your Majesty, you are no longer a child. I can no longer hug you. The flower is too high. If you don't hug me, I can't reach it." The guard boy hesitated for a moment, then picked up the girl, and she finally plucked the gray flower. The scene shifted again. The previous gray courtyard was on fire. The bodies of the guard boy lay sprawled across the ground. In the porch, the boy, now missing an arm and an eye, with a scar running across his face, had become a middle-aged man. Opposite him stood hundreds of enemies dressed in ancient garb, wielding beam swords. He was the last line of defense and would not waver. The enemies surged forward, and he faced them alone. In less than a moment, he was slashed with dozens of deep wounds that reached the bone, blood dripping to the ground, splattering before Chang Chen, creating a vast pool of crimson. During the battle, the guard boy lost his other hand and left leg to the enemy's blades. He could no longer stand, crashing to the ground like a collapsing mountain. His vow to defend had worked. Reinforcements arrived and slaughtered all the enemies. In the innermost room of the courtyard, a beautiful figure wearing a ruby mask slowly emerged. She knelt beside the guard boy, gently embracing his broken body, tears in her eyes as she said, "Hug." The scene shifted again. Thousands of common people knelt and wept. The girl with the ruby mask, her lips devoid of color, floated silently in midair. She had lost her life, yet there were no wounds on her, seemingly having succumbed to illness. Two dark, curved metal semicircles slowly merged, forming her coffin, resembling a crescent moon. Someone spun at the top and tail of the crescent, and two small candle flames lit up simultaneously. The dark crescent coffin slowly ascended, becoming increasingly transparent until it vanished from sight. Below where the crescent had disappeared lay a black lake. The guard boy, now missing two arms and a leg, with some gray in his hair, sat upright before the lake, flanked on both sides by thousands of similarly dressed young guards. Time passed, and the years changed. The guards remained steadfast, but gradually, many of their lives came to an end, standing in death, their flesh rotting into white bones. 100 years passed, the lake dried up, and the inhabitants of this planet gradually perished. Thousands of years passed, and an old sun extinguished. Hundreds of millions of years passed, and the changes in the universe became clearly visible. The expansion at the speed of light made the universe grow larger, and the density of celestial bodies continued to thin. The movement of nebulae caused stars to collide, shattering into interstellar dust and gas clouds, which then condensed again, giving birth to a new galaxy. Once again, billions of years passed, and a new pattern emerged. This universe saw the appearance of many brand new celestial bodies, as well as 3 dazzling stars. Time seemed to fast forward. Many tiny humans, as insignificant as ants, appeared here piloting their spaceships, constructing stargates. Gradually, this place began to attract attention, with unfamiliar ships visiting continuously, and some even dying here due to accidents. Yet, in the cosmic scale of time, they were merely bacteria that lived and died quickly. Suddenly, the 3 stars here shone simultaneously due to their annual orbital alignment. The crescent-shaped coffin began to flicker intermittently, manifesting in the world. Many humans regarded this place as a relic of a higher civilization, approaching it with a treasure-hunting mindset, and at that moment, a row upon row of little white beings appeared before the coffin. The past 3 years condensed into an instant. The little white beings did their utmost to guard the coffin during the 3 days it hovered in the air, ensuring it remained undisturbed. In the 4th year, the coffin experienced intense vibrations, seemingly on the verge of collapse. The little white beings began to gather a large number of humans, hoping to find a way to repair it, but unfortunately, things did not go as planned. A strange white starship appeared, reaching deep into the area, and one of the humans surprisingly deduced the truth of the matter. He extended a finger and engaged in a peculiar exchange with one of the little white beings. Suddenly, the entire world rippled slightly, and everything dissipated like water splashes. Chang Chen opened his eyes, finding himself standing on the bridge of a spiritual starship, his outstretched finger entwined with the little white being's paper-like finger. Chang Chen blinked, as if waking from a 4.6 billion year dream. He looked at the little white being before him. "You are the guardian boy." Then, Chang Chen turned his head to look through the observation window at the enormous black skeleton below. "And she is the girl wearing the jeweled mask. Why do so many people want to harm the girl with the mask? I have forgotten. Why do the people love her so much? I have forgotten." How did she die? I have forgotten. What is your real name? Hug. Cheng Chen looked at the little white being whose eyes and mouth were mere black lines. Its essence was a soul located beyond the fourth wall, which, due to its obsession, had not dissipated for billions of years. It surely had its own name. Perhaps because of the endless erosion of time, all its memories had become faint. The words hug came from its conversation with the masked girl. It only vaguely remembered a few moments spent with her, and beyond that, everything had vanished, including its original name. I only remember, the little white being's mouth, resembling a black line, suddenly transformed into a black, then stretched out. I want to guard her forever, until the last moment. Cheng Chen looked at the little white being. Why are you so persistent? The little white being fell silent for a moment, then slowly said, I have forgotten. Cheng Chen sighed softly. He knew that the past of the masked girl could probably no longer be traced, having become a colorful stone sunk at the bottom of the river of time, likely never to be turned over again. Cheng Chen took a deep breath. Let me see what I can do to help you. Under the guidance of the white little being, the spiritual starship slowly floated into the air. First, it flew to the top of the enormous coffin, where a peculiar technological candlestick was embedded, with green energy pulsing slowly. Then, Cheng Chen arrived at the tail end of the giant coffin. Although there was also a technological candlestick here, the green flame had already extinguished. It seems this is the problem. Cheng Chen glanced at the little white figure standing beside him, its black, line-like eyes fixed on him. Although it had no expression, Cheng Chen could clearly sense its anticipation and longing. The spirit-style starship slowly lifted the extinguished candlestick, carrying it upward to the top of the coffin, placing the two candlesticks side by side. The Type 1 biomechanical battle armor flipped out its black mask, and Cheng Chen slowly stepped out of the spirit-style starship, floating in midair. He raised his right wrist, and a blue fan-shaped scanning beam burst forth. Detected similar technological creations. Ancient Titan civilization Mirage System, *2, can fold space within a specific area, forming a dedicated spatial corridor, distinguishing it from the real world, achieving a state of non-interference and coexistence. If the device's power is insufficient, it can be interfered with by a special magnetic field, causing the space to fail and lose its effect. The device comes from a level 3, 2 ancient technological civilization. Cheng Chen nodded to himself. One of the candlesticks was damaged, resulting in the so-called insufficient power state, while the three suns hanging in the sky of the Centaurus Alpha system just happened to create the so-called special interference magnetic field. Thus, the shipwreck ruins appeared in the sight of ordinary humans. Level 3, 2 ancient technological civilization. Cheng Chen looked at the little white figure. You can't find a substitute among humans. Just as previously stated, only I, Cheng Chen, can help you across the entire galaxy. Beginning synthesis, the extinguished candlestick shattered into specks of white light, drifting and swaying, perfectly merging with another candlestick. Synthesis successful. Spatial cone failure product, *1. Cheng Chen's gaze paused slightly. Failure product? This device can only be released once, but it can pierce through the invisible dimensional space and form a zero-dimensional independent space. The entrance exists for 24 seconds, and once it closes, that space will permanently disappear from the physical universe, never to be traced again. It is called a failure product because this hiding technology is not only irreversible but also requires a massive amount of energy to be consumed in an instant, making it completely impractical under real conditions. The little white figure stared at the enormous green cone that seemed to appear out of nowhere, its expression falling into a daze. Cheng Chen pondered for a moment and slowly said, once this equipment is activated, the enormous coffin will permanently disappear from this world, entering an independent space that will never be opened again, and no one will be able to disturb her. At the same time, you will also lose her forever. The little white figure fell silent for a long time, its mouth, like a black line, converging into a small, this is her best resting place. In that moment, thousands of little white figures gathered around the black coffin, forming a circle, holding hands. There was no wind in the universe, but it seemed to resonate with a kind of mournful song. The spatial cone failure product slowly activated, releasing a slender green beam of light in an instant. The surrounding space vibrated continuously, and before the enormous coffin, a bright white entrance slowly opened. Thousands of kilometers away, Cheng Chen gazed at the entrance, clearly seeing that inside was a pure white spherical space. Cheng Chen felt a tingling sensation in his body. The entrance was releasing a strange energy, causing every atom within him to seem to pulse. Although silent, the vibrations of space caused a violent roar. The gigantic coffin, stretching for 1,000 kilometers, was slowly drawn into that mysterious entrance. After 24 seconds, the brilliant light extinguished in an instant. The surrounding universe, thousands of kilometers wide, became empty. The shipwreck ruins, which countless people yearned for, completely vanished. Cheng Chen looked at the little white figure beside him. their black line-like eyes slowly melted into drops of black tears, scattering in the universe. This is a good ending, Changchen comforted. The little white being who had communicated with Changchen slowly nodded. Changchen fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. So, the legendary treasure. But he saw the little white being extend its hands, saying, "Hug." Changchen smiled. "I know your name is Hug, but what I mean is, I have already helped you fulfill your wish, so this time, the reward. The true treasure in human understanding." The little white being's mouth formed a black dot again and said, "Hug." Changchen's smile gradually froze. "You've been deceiving me from the start. You have no treasure in your hands at all." "I'm sorry." The little white being's mouth once again condensed into a black dot. "Our civilization has been destroyed for billions of years. On a material level, we have nothing left." "You rascal!" Changchen gasped, then looked up to the sky and closed his eyes. But the next second, he quickly adjusted himself and became at ease. Changchen smiled and said softly, "If there isn't any, then so be it. It was just a small effort on my part." The little white being was quite moved, its black-lined eyes melting away, silently shedding tears. "But I vaguely remember, our Long-Song civilization possesses a spiritual treasure that others covet." The little white being suddenly spoke. "Long-Song civilization?" Changchen was taken aback. "Aren't you the ancient Titan civilization?" The little white being shook its head. Changchen did not delve deeper. His eyes brightened slightly. "What is the spiritual treasure you speak of?" The little white being continued. "That spiritual treasure is our queen. Countless foreign tribes do not wish to harm her but want to seize the treasure in her mind." Changchen froze. "Your queen has already passed away, her consciousness has dissipated, and even her bones have been irreversibly hidden. Completely unsolvable. Well, what should not be mine cannot be forced." Changchen shook his head and smiled, but he saw the little white being extend a paper-like finger and draw a 5-leaf clover on the back of Changchen's right hand, the shape exactly like the flower the little girl with the mask had picked in its memory. "She has peacefully fallen asleep. We no longer have any attachments, just as you said, we too are about to dissipate into the universe." As the little white being spoke, Changchen noticed that not only its black eyes were melting, but its entire body was as well. "On behalf of the Long-Song civilization's youth guard, I express my final gratitude to you." As it spoke, the little white being's mouth gradually melted away, turning into ink drops, and then dissipated into the universe. Changchen nodded and fully opened his arms. "Hug." The little white being floated up and embraced Changchen. Perhaps due to the physical contact, at that moment, scenes began to appear in Changchen's mind once again. Still the memories of the little white being, still that girl wearing a diamond mask. But this time, the scenes were different, either in a quiet room or on a journey, within a tightly guarded cave. In any case, they were places where one could shed fatigue and relax. The girl took off her ruby mask, revealing a cute, tender face of only 4 or 5 years old. The scenes flickered one after another, gradually advancing. The girl continuously removed her mask in various safe settings. That tender face kept growing. From 4 or 5 years old, to 6 or 7, then to 11 or 12. She became increasingly beautiful, increasingly captivating. The final scene of her removing the mask froze at around 23 or 24 years of age. She revealed a smile, her white teeth shining, eyes like crescent moons, and her brows elegantly arched. Changchen, upon seeing this scene, felt his whole body stiffen slightly. It was at this moment that the little white being embracing him completely dissipated. Changchen fell into an indescribable shock. For a long time, Changchen looked at Ling beside him and asked, "Is there such a thing as reincarnation for the souls of living beings?" "I'm not sure," Ling replied, the ghostly fire in her eyes flickering. "But I speculate that if a soul in a quantum state is strong enough, it might be able to descend into a new vessel." Changchen's expression remained horrified. "What if her vessel looks exactly like her soul's face?" Ling shook her head. "Creator, what you describe exceeds my current knowledge." Changchen stood frozen in place. The image of that radiant, beautiful figure on stage surfaced in his mind. The Scarlet Songstress. Her face was indistinguishable from the queen in the memories of the little white person. Every frown and smile, every gesture, seemed like the queen reborn. The deep universe was empty, dark, yet silent. No one knew what had truly happened here, who had come and lingered, and why they had left. Changchen floated in the cosmos, gazing quietly for a moment before turning to leave. The shipwreck ruins no longer existed. The Ling-style starship slowly began its return journey. Actually, it wasn't all for nothing. Changchen observed through the observation window the space mech quietly floating in the distance, its pilot having fled, now a masterless object. A mech, one of a man's dreams, something Changchen had long coveted. And it wasn't just an ordinary land mech, it was clearly a high-grade space mech. When it had launched its attack earlier, it had deliberately controlled its firepower. In the perfect scenario, it would injure the mech, forcing the pilot to escape, and then he could pick up a great bargain. The result was satisfying. That unknown space mech had only one arm severed and was floating not far away. Must collect it. The Link-style starship slowly approached, and the cargo hold opened gradually. The space mech was only about 50 meters in size, easily fitting into the Link-style starship. The rear cargo hold of the Link-style starship was equipped with transport and rescue mechanical arms. Chang Chen didn't even let Ling do it. He personally operated the two mechanical arms, perfectly bringing the space mech and the severed arm into the cargo hold. Ling was somewhat surprised. It was Chang Chen's first time operating the omnidirectional mechanical arms, and he was multitasking, controlling two sets simultaneously, yet the operation was flawless, without even a hint of collision. Ling nodded in approval. Creator, you have quite a talent for scavenging. Chang Chen fell silent for a moment. You're still the same, quite talented at hiding daggers in your words. After securing the space mech, a vast blue neural network slowly emerged ahead of the Link-style starship. The pristine starship gradually entered, crossing into the fourth wall. As it moved forward, Chang Chen arrived at the previous battlefield, where nearly 1,000 exploration starships had engaged in fierce combat. Chang Chen thought about seeing if he could pick up some scraps again, but unexpectedly, the previous shipwreck ruins exploration officials turned out to be quite responsible. They had dispatched numerous medical and recovery starships, not only rescuing the explorers scattered throughout the universe but also regaining control of their starships, likely to return them to their rightful owners, as most starships were not yet in a state of being scrapped and could still be used after repairs. In a panoramic inspection ship, Chang Chen saw the official elder who had spoken on stage earlier, along with the 50 elites. The little white people had permanently departed, their backs empty. At that moment, the elder was filled with immense regret, constantly blaming himself. What was I thinking? Why did I invest so much in such a high-risk project? With so many damaged starships, I might face hefty compensation. And the previously vibrant 50 elites now appeared listless, as if they had lost interest in everything. After the little white people disappeared, they had returned to their original selves. Chang Chen frowned. In fact, there were still many unsolved mysteries in the shipwreck ruins. Where did the little white people's abilities come from? It was clearly the quantum state soul of the young guardian. Why could it affect the living? As for their abilities, it seemed to be a form of slight consciousness manipulation, originating from the human heart, capable of providing spiritual motivation and interfering with human judgment on a specific level. The Link-style starship continued to sail forward, reaching the exit of the shipwreck ruins, penetrating the last layer of pale green dust. From a distance, a massive space station was overcrowded. The stage starship hovered beside the space station, and the stage was still radiating splendid light. Countless tourists, separated by the glass dome of the space station, admired the performance on stage, waiting for the glorious return of the treasure-hunting adventurers according to the official plan. Only Chang Chen knew that no adventurers would return in glory. Suddenly, the entire stage of the starship went dark, and then a single spotlight illuminated a graceful and beautiful figure standing on the stage. The figure was hazy and dreamlike, her ruby mask reflecting the starlight like twinkling stars in the night sky, dazzling and enchanting. The tens of thousands of spectators inside the space station held their breath in that moment. The next second, she began to sing, without any musical accompaniment, just her voice. Her voice was ethereal, like a clear spring flowing through the mountains, the melody elegant yet tinged with a hint of confusion. That day, I woke up from a dream looking at this unfamiliar world. I lost myself, I tried to think, I tried to ask, no one could give me an answer. The lighthouse in my heart grew dim, I seemed to have lost a great treasure. I tried to think, I tried to ask, no one could give me an answer. Each of her notes seemed to tell a moving story, evoking feelings of loss and confusion, as if something within one's heart had also been lost in the past. Some would think of everything that time had taken away, of those who could no longer appear, and the scenes that could never be revisited, feeling a deep melancholy, tears welling up. The Link-style starship slowly sailed past a massive pillar of the space station, the blue neural network flickering, as a rust-covered garbage collection ship slowly entered reality. Then, the garbage collection ship slowly docked with the starship. After the docking was complete, Chang Chen stepped out of the cabin, crossed her arms, leaned against the ship's body, tilted her head back, and quietly listened to the enchanting song through the glass barrier. After a moment, the Crimson Diva's curtain call was complete. She slightly nodded to the tens of thousands of spectators and then disappeared behind the stage. The audience went wild, and the scene instantly spiraled out of control. Countless people rushed toward their starships, wanting to soar into space to chase that stage starship, to have an intimate encounter with their dream lover, the super idol of the entire galaxy. Several security robots on site were immediately toppled. Some even had their arms torn off by audience members with red eyes. The organizers had no choice but to deploy more security robots. The scene was utter chaos. Crimson Diva, I love you. In life, I am yours. In death, I am your ghost. Crimson, look at me. I'm here. You are too beautiful, diva. Ah! Bang bang bang. A crazed fan even raised a beam pistol in the crowd, shooting wildly into the sky. I must get the Crimson Diva's autograph today. Not even Jesus can stop me. Chang Chen's eyes twitched. These people were too crazy. The scene before her was reminiscent of scavengers on the garbage earth fighting over energy blocks, but energy blocks could save lives, while the situation here could be deadly. 15 minutes later, a large crowd of enthusiastic fans left to chase after the stage starship. The scene was a mess, with only a few scattered robots tidying up the aftermath. Chang Chen slowly turned her head. She saw a strange figure standing at the front of her starship. The person wore a huge baseball cap that almost covered half of her face. Additionally, she had on a pair of oversized sunglasses, and her body was draped in an extremely baggy men's suit, with long sleeves completely hiding her hands and the pant legs so wide that they piled up on her feet, covering her shoes. At that moment, she was looking up, somewhat entranced, staring at Chang Chen's garbage collection starship, like a child without money gazing longingly at a lollipop. Chang Chen slowly walked over to the strange figure. The oversized suit made her appear petite and delicate. Beneath the baseball cap, one could still see the makeup she hadn't had time to remove and her striking red lips. Big star, Chang Chen said, looking at her and speaking slowly. The figure clearly paused, her voice clear and melodious. What are you talking about? Chang Chen smiled helplessly. Come on, do you think this is a novel? Change your clothes and sunglasses, and I wouldn't recognize you? The figure hesitated. Can you keep it a secret? Chang Chen smiled again, rubbing her fingers together. That'll cost you. The figure suddenly smiled, revealing white teeth that contrasted with her bright red lips. She knew that this boy in front of her was not one of her crazy fans. He was so calm and indifferent that he might not even be a fan at all, which gave her a sense of security. Just call me Scarlet, the woman in the baggy suit said, tilting her head back to reveal her smooth, fair chin as she looked at the garbage starship. I don't know why, but I have a special fondness for this starship. Like someone who really loves small animals suddenly seeing a fluffy, adorable puppy. Chang Chen glanced at Ling, who was hidden inside the starship. I suggest you don't describe it as a dog. Someone might not be happy about that. It's just a metaphor, the woman said, tilting her head. Can I rest inside your starship for a while? I've been insomnia for the past few months. Chang Chen tilted her head. Is that why you wanted to sleep with me before? The woman pressed her lips together. I had a bit too much to drink back then. If you want money, I can give you as much as you want. Chang Chen thought for a moment. You can keep the money, but I want to know the meaning behind your farewell song. The surrounding light dimmed a little. Proxima Centauri was getting farther away, and the spectacle of the three suns in the sky was about to disappear. Scarlet was polite, or perhaps she didn't trust Chang Chen enough, as she didn't casually observe the Ling-style starship, not even venturing inside. She simply leaned against the hatch, her legs resting on the climbing ladder, quietly watching Proxima Centauri in the distance. She pushed her sunglasses up onto her baseball cap, revealing her captivating eyes, her hands overlapping, hidden beneath the baggy fabric like her youthful fingers. That song is my true experience, she said, looking at Chang Chen with a gentle smile. You might not believe me if I tell you. Chang Chen stood on the ground, leaning against the side of the ship. But go ahead. I suddenly came to this world. I woke up suddenly from a corner of a street, without any clothes, remembering nothing. It wasn't complete amnesia. I knew this was a city, knew how to breathe, how to walk, how to steal clothes, and I even knew how to sing. Scarlet gazed into the distance, her confusion deepening. Then I sang by the roadside, and later met my boss. With his packaging and promotion, I transformed into the beloved Scarlet Diva. After saying all this, Crimson looked at Chang Chen, surprised to find that there was not a trace of shock or disbelief on Chang Chen's face. Instead, her brows were tightly furrowed, deep in thought. Later, I discovered I had a very serious problem. Crimson continued, I suffer from severe insomnia, and it has reached an astonishing level. I have sought out various renowned doctors and tried all kinds of top-notch medical equipment, but nothing could cure me, and I couldn't even find the cause. Chang Chen turned to look at her. How serious is it? Crimson paused. I have never slept. Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly. Crimson shrugged. If I were an ordinary person, I would have probably collapsed long ago or even died, but I'm still fine, just feeling very tired, yet I can never fall asleep. Chang Chen did not interrupt, listening quietly. Crimson raised her hand and rubbed her eyes with her sleeve. Sometimes, memories suddenly surge in my mind, but they're vague. Please don't laugh at me. I feel like they are from my past life. In my previous life, I seemed to be a queen. At this point, Crimson glanced at Chang Chen with a hint of guilt, only to find that Chang Chen had no intention of mocking her, instead wearing a serious expression. I remember sitting in a palanquin, seemingly always on the move. I possessed a special ability. Wherever I went, the people there could continue to survive. If I couldn't arrive in time, they would starve, die of thirst, and eventually perish. and there were various foreign tribes always looking for opportunities to kidnap me. It seemed to be because my mind held some kind of treasure. As Crimson spoke, she frowned and then relaxed, but fortunately, there was a group of loyal guards who always protected me. They grew up with me, and when I was young, I often asked them to hug me. Chang Chen's eyes widened at this. But, Crimson frowned again, no matter how I think about it, I can never recall what they looked like. I liked them very much and relied on them, but in the end, I had no choice but to imagine them as little white figures. Chang Chen's body stiffened. It felt as if there was a very profound truth behind all of this. They had round heads, eyes and mouths like black lines, and they would hold hands, forming a circle around me. Crimson suddenly smiled, looking at Chang Chen. Does it feel like you're listening to a naive girl telling a fairy tale? Chang Chen quietly shook her head. No, this is very real. Crimson laughed again, like a blooming flower. I suddenly like you so much. You really are very accommodating to me. Chang Chen smiled politely. What else? What else did you see? I have another feeling. Crimson tilted her head in recollection. I don't belong to this world, but because I was too powerful, I broke through certain barriers and became a physical entity, landing here. Isn't that even more ridiculous? And it's both ridiculous and hard to understand. Crimson smiled shyly. If you didn't want to hear it, I wouldn't have the courage to say it. Chang Chen shook her head. It's okay, you can say anything. And your starship. Crimson leaned against the starship's door, rubbing her tired eyes again. When I first saw it, I felt very comfortable, as if we were kindred spirits. The moment I entered here, I felt incredibly relaxed and at ease. I even felt a drowsiness I had never experienced before. I feel like I could fall asleep here. I want to make it clear that I don't want to sleep with you. I just want to. Crimson's voice grew softer, until it became indistinct. When Chang Chen turned back to look, he found that the woman was actually leaning against the cabin door, her chin resting on her chest, fast asleep. Chang Chen scratched his head in astonishment. This woman, who suffered from severe insomnia and had never slept before, was now sleeping on the Ling-style starship? Blinking, Chang Chen gazed at the beautiful woman, her face full of fatigue, dressed in an oversized suit, lost in an unprecedented deep sleep. In the end, Chang Chen slowly exhaled, choosing not to disturb her. At this moment, the distant Proxima Centauri finally broke free from its 3-day orbit, gradually disappearing like the setting sun. Although there were still 2 suns in the sky, the overall brightness dimmed slightly, as if the entire universe had adjusted itself for the crimson sleep. Chang Chen stood quietly beside the starship, connecting everything in his mind. The crimson and the content shared during their previous embrace seemed like 2 sides of a story. One side was the protected queen, and the other was the loyal guardian. It was clear that the crimson was related to the quantum state soul of the queen. Could it really be, as she said, that she was a powerful existence who then broke something? The fourth wall? And then the queen's soul materialized into the current crimson? In fact, she was not the only one of such existence. Ling was the same. The queen possessed some kind of treasure in her mind, but the crimson had lost her memory. Chang Chen pondered, is it really that bizarre? Just then, Chang Chen suddenly felt a strange energy vibration coming from behind him. He turned around inch by inch, only to see a massive figure floating in the sky, her head touching the top of the space station, towering several times above the Ling-style starship. It was a woman in a red dress, wearing a ruby mask. She was also the queen from the little white person's memory. Chang Chen's gaze shifted slightly downward and discovered that this enormous figure originated from the sleeping crimson. She stood behind the crimson like a guardian deity. Ling approached Chang Chen. Creator, she is a soul that can materialize herself. Chang Chen's pupils constricted as he noticed that the scattered passers-by around them were oblivious to the existence of this giant figure. When the crimson sleeps, the queen will appear. Chang Chen's expression shifted. They really are the same person. At that moment, a small light suddenly burst forth from the back of Chang Chen's right hand, a mark left by the little white person, which before disappearing, drew a small 5-leaf clover on his hand. At this time, the small clover emitted a faint white halo, gently flickering, incredibly clear. The enormous queen gazed at the tiny 4-leaf clover for a long time before suddenly nodding slightly at Chang Chen. Then, she looked at Ling, who stood beside Chang Chen. The ghostly fire in Ling's eye sockets flickered violently. Creator, I have received countless pieces of information in my mind. Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly. Ling, somewhat shocked, said, it is a vast amount of technological knowledge about construction, coming from a giant human civilization of 4.6 billion years. Because of their enormous size, they had to use special high-strength materials to build various facilities and tools. Although these technologies are commonplace in giant society, they represent a significant leap in materials science compared to current human civilization. Also, due to their massive size, their energy demands would be extremely large. They possess powerful nuclear control capabilities and ultra-high energy level Dyson sphere technology. Everything seems similar to today's technology, but in reality, the overall reference system is completely different. Preliminary estimates suggest that these technologies are at least one level higher than the existing technology of human civilization. Cheng Chen was somewhat stunned. His mind recalled the black buildings from the little white person's memory, as well as the palanquin floating in the air. At first glance, there seems to be nothing particularly special about it, but as Ling said, the reference system is completely different. 6 billion years ago, the density and gravity of celestial bodies were utterly different from now. All the objective conditions were 100 times harsher than today. Moreover, the humans using those devices and buildings were giants, each standing 800 kilometers tall. That seemingly ordinary palanquin probably weighed over 100 million tons. Its ability to float in the air required an astonishing amount of energy consumption and an incredibly powerful anti-gravity system. And those gray houses, gray tables, and chairs. Now that I think about it, the materials are somewhat similar to that enormous coffin. Their mass, density, and toughness must be truly astonishing. In other words, under the same effects, magnifying everything to a giant society, their construction quality is extremely exaggerated. This involves a material science system and energy system that are completely different from today. There's too much information. The ghost fire in Ling's eye sockets danced wildly. I need a lot of time to learn and digest this. In the future, I can apply these technologies in Ling-style starships or build other facilities for the Qi civilization. Cheng Chen felt a chill in his heart. This was an incredible gain. My Qi civilization seems to have taken its first step. In that moment, the enormous figure of the queen turned her head to look at Cheng Chen. Boom! Cheng Chen felt a clash in his mind. He too received a massive amount of information. This information was equally vast and chaotic, difficult to comprehend at once. But Cheng Chen had a vague feeling that this information seemed to be interpreting the relationship between genes and consciousness. He saw the tall queen figure slightly tilt her head, her expression seemingly puzzled and a bit surprised. At that moment, Cheng Chen felt his consciousness was in disarray. For a brief moment, his dual gene sequences underwent a slight switch. In Cheng Chen's pupils and on a small part of his skin, the characteristics of silicon-based lifeforms emerged, turning into dazzling crystals. The queen figure quietly nodded. Then, another wave of immense information flooded into Cheng Chen's mind. Cheng Chen felt a wave of dizziness in his head. It felt as if his stomach was full but was being stuffed with all kinds of food. Although the food was delicious and the easiest to digest, there was still a sensation of it reaching his throat. Of course, for Cheng Chen's current feelings, replacing the stomach with the brain was very apt. In a realm of darkness, Cheng Chen once again saw his two sets of DNA. One was the double helix structure of humans, and the other was the diamond dodecahedron structure of silicon-based life. But this time, around the two DNAs, there were blue lights swirling like smoke. In the depths of his being, Cheng Chen naturally gained the corresponding understanding. That blue, smoky substance was his consciousness, and the former Cheng Chen could not perceive them. The relationship between consciousness and DNA is that of a subject to a ruler, while the body and DNA are that of soldiers to subjects. Humans are not the original life forms but rather a shell that carries consciousness. Consciousness is the essence of cosmic life. The stronger the consciousness, the more forcibly the DNA sequence will be optimized. The stronger the DNA, the more the body will evolve accordingly. 6 billion years ago, the purity of consciousness was far greater than now, thus we also penetrated more truths of the universe. At this moment, Cheng Chen could feel that the information previously poured into his mind was knowledge related to mastering consciousness. It was like a precise and complex Rubik's Cube, turned by his subjective will. But its facets were too many, perhaps hundreds of millions. The cube was spinning rapidly, and Cheng Chen believed he had only pieced together 1/10,000th of its surface. In that instant, in reality, Cheng Chen's eyes slightly opened, and within her pupils, 3 rings of light representing sea-level genes suddenly brightened. Amidst the intense flickering, a 4th ring of light slowly emerged. From Cheng Chen's perspective, she remained in a dark space. Ahead, 2 beams of light shone, representing her 2 sets of DNA. Suddenly, behind the 2 sets of DNA, a dim and profound black light flickered, beginning to spread, as if it were an inkwash painting unfurling. This painting grew larger, with more and more white light points appearing. The light points multiplied, shining in harmony. Cheng Chen had already guessed its meaning. Is this the universe? In the next moment, her 2 sets of DNA merged into the vast backdrop of the universe, with each node in the DNA structure transforming into twinkling stars, while the DNA framework grew increasingly dim, ultimately merging with the universe. This perspective was peculiar. Because of the previous visual anchor, Chang Chen could easily locate her two sets of DNA. However, if she had not witnessed that merging process, what lay before her would merely be a common miniature of the universe. It was akin to the constellations in human cognition. If specific stars were connected by lines, they formed patterns resembling Sagittarius, Libra, or Gemini. If at this moment, the visual anchors in Chang Chen's eyes were linked, patterns of carbon-based and silicon-based DNA would emerge in the universe. Chang Chen couldn't help but wonder, if my cognition were sufficient, could I find all DNA models in the universe? At that moment, the Queen's cold and noble voice echoed in Chang Chen's ears. At the dawn of the vast and boundless universe, there existed a primordial, diffuse cosmic consciousness. It had no specific form, like a vast web of energy connecting every particle and every wave of energy in the universe. As the universe evolved, life gradually emerged and developed. Throughout the long process of biological evolution, various highly intelligent beings appeared, and their consciousness did not arise from nothing but was gradually nurtured under the influence of cosmic consciousness. Thus, the consciousness of intelligent beings and cosmic consciousness is the same elevated existence. It possesses unimaginable limits, the most primitive and powerful force, and the most efficient, creative thinking. But at a certain moment, across all time, in all space, the consciousness of all beings was shackled. I named this shackle the inhibition chain. It may have originated from the hands of an ancient, ultra-high-level civilization. I do not know the true purpose of this advanced civilization. Perhaps they simply do not wish for a second civilization to emerge in the universe that could be compared to them. But I can be certain that they have violated the intentions of the universe. I was born 6 billion years ago, at a time when the universe's expansion volume was only 65% of what it is now. My consciousness purity was also far greater than that of present-day humans. Thus, I discovered the existence of the inhibition chain, a truth that no human could be aware of, whether my subjects or all humans of your era. For countless beings, it is entirely beyond cognition. Even if separated by a thin veil that could be easily broken, it remains an unperceived existence. Now, you are the second human to know the truth. This is a secret from 6 billion years ago, long buried within the upheaval of the universe. In Chang Chen's perspective, the miniature universe gradually dissipated, returning to her two sets of DNA. At this moment, faint black shadows emerged on the surface of the two sets of DNA, gradually condensing into two dark and cold iron chains. The iron chains intertwined, firmly trapping the two sets of DNA. This scene was like a long-hidden truth finally surfacing. It was also a possibility that Chang Chen had never considered. When you become aware of the inhibition chain, it will appear in a visual form. For others, from birth to death, they will never see the true form of the inhibition chain. For them, it is a non-existent secret. The moment that inhibition chain appears, you will be even more concretely imprisoned. In reality, standing before the spiritual starship, Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly. He saw the 4 azure rings representing B-level genes in his eyes suddenly dim, gradually losing color, and then becoming filled with cracks, collapsing silently, the 4 rings shattering into countless gray fragments. At the same time, the brilliant eyes of silicon-based genes appeared, and the colorful rings underwent the same process, shattering and disappearing. In the end, in Chang Chen's eyes, only half of a gray ring remained, located in the lower half of his pupil, dim and lifeless, filled with ashen despair. At the same time, in Chang Chen's consciousness world, it felt as if waves of weakening energy were continuously washing over him, making his brain heavy and dull. Break and then stand. The so-called gene enhancement in human civilization is merely dancing in shackles, pursuing success amidst failure. Even if they achieve the so-called SSS-level gene, they are still the strongest ants under the inhibition chain. I originally just wanted to repay you for your care of my remains, to repay you for the liberation of the little white people. But I didn't expect you to be a human who might possess a different future, an extremely special human. Not only can you introspect your own genes, but you also have a dual gene sequence that I have never seen before. At this moment, I activated the sealed knowledge and conveyed to you the existence of the inhibition chain. As a result, you have suffered a more obvious suppression. But if you can break through the current initial suppression, you will truly take the first step in resisting the inhibition chain, and you will achieve the first stage of consciousness liberation. Your genes will restore their original level and be fundamentally strengthened. Under the same gene level, after the first stage of consciousness liberation, the abilities brought by your genes will be 100 to 12,000% greater than those of others. Moreover, this enhancement will have a double effect for you, simultaneously acting on both carbon-based and silicon-based sequences. At that time, you will glimpse the most authentic corner of consciousness. Chang Chen's thoughts slightly condensed, and he then asked, how do I achieve this so-called breakthrough? By fundamentally enhancing the strength of your consciousness, and it does not require a large span. it can be achieved through the feedback of human DNA. If we quantify a level, it would be reaching the A-level gene defined by humanity. Chang Chen pondered for a moment. Just a moment ago, he felt his gene level rise from C to B. But after learning about the existence of the inhibition chain, it seemed as if his genes had shattered into pieces, becoming unranked. He had originally thought that the Queen's appearance would bring him unexpected gains. Now it seemed she had brought an unforeseen task. The inhibition chain? A secret unknown to anyone. He was fortunate to learn this truth from the soul of 4.9 billion years ago, and then those iron chains instantly materialized, rebounding in an instant. The child was originally a C-level gene. Although this gene level would only make them a minor elite in the society of all humanity, the child was, after all, a robust seedling that had emerged from the garbage of Earth, overcoming countless difficulties. The dishes had just been served, and before anyone could even touch them, the table was flipped. However, if my genetic level could reach a level, then the backlash of the suppression chain would be broken. My genes would receive an essential enhancement beyond the human-defined genetic levels, with an increase ranging from 100% to 12,000%, and it would also affect the dual gene sequences, A-level genes. For ordinary humans, this is an unattainable existence. But for someone like me with STC, it doesn't seem that difficult. In that moment, Chang Chen's thoughts surged. Actually, many times, I have a clear understanding in my heart. To become a strong person, there are many prerequisites, such as strong willpower, extraordinary efforts behind the scenes, and also the innate talent that stands out among others. I'm not that arrogant. I believe there are many people in this world whose efforts far exceed mine. But in fact, not all efforts can yield equivalent results. If success is a broad road, then before this road, there will be countless forks. Whether the road narrows or widens depends on another factor, which is opportunity. Many hard-working people just lack some opportunities. What you bring me is a huge opportunity. This is the most precious thing. Break and then establish. Chang Chen, like this term. What I need to do next. I understand. Chang Chen's consciousness was still in the dark space. He looked around. I know you are the queen in the memory of the little white person, but at the same time, I have no idea what kind of existence you are. Why you can. Higher self. I am the higher self of the queen. Chang Chen's thoughts paused. What is higher self? However, before the queen could answer, Chang Chen's consciousness suddenly returned to reality. In his view, the huge queen figure in midair was rapidly becoming transparent, about to dissipate. At that moment, leaning against the hatch of the Spirit-class starship, the crimson-haired girl's long eyelashes trembled slightly. She suddenly reached out, rubbed her eyes, then stretched lazily, and opened her eyes wide. It was at this moment that the giant queen figure in midair suddenly vanished completely, as if it had never existed. Chang Chen's pupils trembled. Wow, that sleep was so comfortable. It was really too comfortable. I've never had such an experience. The crimson-haired girl gazed at Chang Chen with her beautiful eyes, her fatigue completely swept away, filled with sunny vitality, radiating a unique charm of femininity. At this moment, Chang Chen understood the logic behind it. When the crimson-haired girl was asleep, the queen would appear, and when she woke up, the queen would disappear in an instant. Although the logic was clear, it still concealed an elusive truth and principle. Suddenly, the crimson-haired girl grasped Chang Chen's hands, her touch warm and delicate. Up close, her skin was like mutton fat jade, her eyes deep and beautiful. Chang Chen, if I continue to have insomnia and become very, very tired in the future, can I come find you and rest on your starship? Chang Chen paused slightly. Perhaps there was a hint of straightforwardness in his nature, or he simply ignored her beauty trap. He took a different approach and discovered a key question. When did I ever tell you my name is Chang Chen? The crimson-haired girl also paused, recalling that he indeed had not introduced himself. I'm not sure, but your name just magically appeared in my awareness. Crimson suddenly smiled, her eyes like a crescent moon. Perhaps this is what they call fate? Chang Chen pondered. He had only mentioned his name to the queen. There was a slight connection between the queen and Crimson, but Crimson was completely unaware of it. All right then, when you get tired in the future, you can contact me. Chang Chen smiled. Perhaps being ambiguous with a superstar like Crimson was the ultimate fantasy of countless men. But for Chang Chen, that was not what he coveted at all. What he desired was the queen. Because within the queen's understanding lay countless secrets, fragments of information like pearls lost in the deep sea, which might also contain other incredibly precious opportunities. In the future, when Crimson rested aboard the Spirit-class starship, Chang Chen would have the chance to converse with the queen. Just then, a series of Huawei-branded luxury starships entered the space station. After docking, more than 20 bodyguards in black suits filed out, heading straight for Chang Chen. Crimson stuck out her tongue. It's over, they've found me. I'm afraid I have to leave. Shortly after, Crimson left under the encirclement of the group of black-clad men, one of whom wore a reproachful expression but dared not say much. They whispered, "Teacher Crimson, you've been gone for over 5 hours. The whole team is in a panic. If anything happens to you, I can't take responsibility for that." Then another bodyguard approached Cheng Chen, requesting the starship's contact ID as per Crimson's instructions. This bodyguard was very polite, but he couldn't perfectly hide his emotions. He stared blankly at Cheng Chen's shabby starship for a long time, then at Cheng Chen himself. Teacher Crimson spent 5 hours with this boy in such a junk starship? This. It must not be what I think. They must have been discussing the origins of the universe. Yes, they were discussing the origins of the universe. Thinking this way, it all made sense. Woo, Teacher Crimson, what kind of taste do you have? Inside the Spirit-class starship, Cheng Chen stared at himself in the mirror, his eyes wide as he looked at his pupils. The handsome glow had vanished, leaving only a gray semicircle in his pupils, rough like coarse rock, devoid of any luster. Cheng Chen also tested his physical abilities. Without the help of the Type 1 biocombat armor, his body had reverted to the state of a scavenger, just an ordinary person. Of course, if he activated the Type 1 biocombat armor's assistance, his strength would easily exceed 10,000 newtons, and his speed would easily break 30 meters per second, still a little freakish. It's okay. I just need to break through to A-grade genes, and everything from the past will return, and I will undergo a transformation, gaining several times or even dozens of times the enhancement. Cheng Chen squinted. I just need to take some good medicine. But this so-called taking medicine was not what ordinary people understood. A-grade genes were an extremely rare existence among humans. Reaching this height almost entirely relied on innate genetic advantages, the so-called foundation. One must have a quality foundation to have a certain probability of breaking through to the height of A-grade genes. Conversely, if the foundation is lacking, no matter how much medicine one takes, there will be no cumulative results. After the rapid advancement of human genetics, there were instances of super-rich individuals spending their fortunes to buy massive amounts of gene catalyst drugs for themselves, but their ultimate outcome was that before reaching A-grade, they experienced gene dissolution and ultimately met an unavoidable death. People gradually came to a conclusion. The concept of quantitative change leading to qualitative change does not hold in the path of genetic evolution. Cheng Chen judged his own condition as genetically superior. After all, he had once experienced a leap of 3 levels after taking the Valente Fantasy Potion. The effects of the Valente Fantasy Potion also depended on the foundation of one's genes. Cheng Chen was not blindly confident. What he relied on was STC. If he could obtain enough synthetic materials, then the final product would be unimaginable, with a very high possibility of achieving one shot to the soul. No, it was the possibility of directly advancing to A level. So, Cheng Chen's next goal was very clear. He needed a large quantity of gene potions of the same model. Failed products and defective ones were all acceptable, the more, the better. Because here, the ultimate iron law was that quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Family infighting, unable to split oneself, great kindness, thanks after the fact, MO, never untrustworthy. Cheng Chen listened to the reply from the communicator. MO hadn't sorted things out yet? Moreover, the tone was still so hurried. After replying once, he completely disappeared. Mo's procurement channel was still unavailable for the time being. GG. At that moment, a bunch of soft, fluffy white objects crawled up Cheng Chen's pant leg and onto his shoulder. Cheng Chen tilted his head. Naturally, he had to bring Gigi along when leaving the garbage planet, but this little guy had been rather inactive lately, hiding in the ventilation ducts of the Spirit-class starship and dozing off. Gigi stood on Cheng Chen's shoulder, touching his cheek with its sharp little mouth. Cheng Chen could feel its whiskers and furry mouth, warm and very healing. But the next second, Gigi tilted its whole body and slumped against Cheng Chen's neck, its 2 front paws resting on its plump belly. Gigi, what's wrong? Gigi. A crisp and clear little girl's voice entered Cheng Chen's ears. Don't call me Gigi, I'm Gigi's cousin. The real Gigi starved to death 2 days ago, and I will starve to death in 2 days. Saying this, Gigi patted its deflated belly with its paw. Oh dear, this. Cheng Chen knew very well that the one on his shoulder was indeed Gigi. It was just that this little guy had extremely high intelligence and was joking around, but its belly was genuinely hungry. Gigi was the only surviving little white mouse from the Huaxia Gene Research Institute. The reason it was in its current state was that it had consumed a large amount of gene catalyst agents sealed by the Research Institute. To this day, this little guy's life could only be sustained by gene potions. During the time in the underground shelter, Gigi survived on the inferior gene potions left over after Cheng Chen's synthesis. But that was only a couple of vials, and they were quickly consumed. At that time, Cheng Chen discovered that Gigi didn't particularly like those inferior gene potion failures, but it still managed to drink them all. There is an old saying, a dog does not mind a poor home, and Gigi's status was naturally much higher than that of a pet dog. Moreover, its true identity was that of the king of billions of killer mice. This little guy trusted Changchen very much and had fought alongside him. Changchen scratched his head. If he really let Gigi starve to death, that would be a huge sin. Gene potions. I need a large quantity of gene potions. Gigi also needs to eat gene potions. Urgently needed. Changchen furrowed his brows in thought, and suddenly his eyes lit up. I remember seeing a planet related to gene potions in the memory chip from Wakunlan. Changchen went directly to the bridge. The processor began to quickly analyze the contents of the Wakunlan chip. Serpens Beta Star, the late-stage star Barnard Star region, D3JD34 class terrestrial planet, known as the City of Genes, is currently the largest gene potion hub center in human civilization. Good. Changchen's eyes gradually sparkled. Set sail. The engine of the garbage recycling starship slowly powered on, its target clear and defined. After departing from the space station, it plunged into the directional stargate leading to the constellation of Serpens Beta. Toll fee, 80,000. Toll fee, 180,000. Toll fee, 360,000. Toll fee, 420,000. As an interstellar novice, Changchen never expected that traveling to Serpens Beta, only 596 light-years from the Sun, would require navigating through 7 or 8 directional stargates. He dared not even look at the subsequent toll fees. The accumulated amount had already reached over 1 million. Such a sum was enough to live a life of ease on the garbage earth, even to bully and dominate others, living a life of tyranny. Indeed, given humanity's current level of technology, traversing the universe was a daunting task. The energy consumption of those directional stargates was astonishing, and the extraction of interstellar energy was extremely laborious, indirectly leading to astronomical costs for interstellar travel. During the journey through the Ling-style starship, Changchen arrived at the cargo hold, where a cool space mech lay dormant. Currently, the mech had sustained damage and lacked a core control cabin, as its core control cabin had previously served as an escape pod and had been reclaimed by that space fortress. But these were minor issues. Changchen planned that after resolving the gene drug crisis, he would head to the core city of human civilization, a place that would surely have large mech sales centers or custom factories. Changchen could easily purchase one or even multiple mechs and then synthesize them with this one. As a true man, his third dream was to own an incredibly powerful mech. This dream was no longer distant. It was just around the corner. In 5 minutes, we will enter the D3JD34 dedicated Stargate. The Ling starship is expected to reach its final destination in 8 minutes. Changchen was slightly taken aback by the announcement echoing through the starship. D3JD34 was the Gene City, wasn't it? He hadn't expected it to have its own dedicated Stargate, which was akin to a city in the old era having a direct airport, highlighting its level of prosperity. He hurried back to the bridge. Changchen saw Ling maintaining a thinker's pose, sitting motionless on the steps. This state had persisted throughout the entire journey, nearly 40 hours. Changchen knew that Ling had received a gift from the Queen, knowledge of materials science and energy utilization from the Giant Society 4.9 billion years ago, and Ling's nature was very studious and inclined towards immersive thinking. Thus, Ling had been learning and organizing that precious knowledge. In the near future, Ling would return this knowledge to the currently insignificant beggar civilization. Majestic music began to play. The rusty garbage ship slowly made its way through the last stargate. About 10,000 kilometers ahead, a red planet floated quietly, possessing a rare atmosphere in the universe, with dark clouds swirling on its surface. Although it looked strange, it was understandable, as the star of this star region, the Sun, was the previously mentioned Barnard star, ancient and belonging to the M4 type of dim red dwarf with a surface temperature of about 3000 K, emitting a red glow. All celestial bodies in the nearby star region were illuminated in dark red. The red planet, 10,000 kilometers away, was Changchen's destination, the legendary Gene City. As they approached, Changchen noticed that the planet had dedicated space navigators who piloted command starships, guiding all incoming starships to a unified entrance, allowing them to enter the atmosphere of Gene City. At the entrance, a human operator controlled a large scanning device to scan the garbage collection ship. Changchen, the only pilot, also underwent the same scan. Once everything was completed, a massive appeared on the huge floating void screen ahead. Changchen felt a bit puzzled. The pathway ahead was unexpectedly split into 2 entrances, one on the left and one on the right. Following local customs, the garbage collection ship slowly entered the right entrance. During the landing process, Changchen noticed that on the left side of the starship, there was an enormous metal wall that seemed to be rooted in the ground and extended straight into the atmosphere, seemingly dividing the space on the ground as well. 30 minutes later, the garbage collection ship gently landed on the dark red ground. The area was desolate, with dark red soil and rocks, devoid of any buildings or traces of human civilization, resembling an undeveloped planet. Of course, to Chang Chen's left, the massive gray metal wall still reached up to the clouds. Chang Chen slowly descended from the starship, looking around in confusion. What's going on? Suddenly, Chang Chen felt someone tugging at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw a 7 or 8 year old boy wearing a white tank top and black shorts, who had appeared beside him at some point. The boy had his hands behind his back, and his entire body was covered in dirt and grime. Chang Chen glanced behind the boy, revealing an endless expanse of red desert. Where did he come from? Brother, do you have any medicine? The boy asked, his voice clear and crisp. Chang Chen paused. What kind of medicine? Just, the boy said, suddenly extending his hand from behind his back, pointing to his mouth. At that moment, Chang Chen noticed that the boy had 3 arms growing from his right shoulder, 2 of which were malnourished, resembling dried corpses, swaying in the air as the main arm lifted. The boy opened his mouth, revealing a curve twice the size of an ordinary person's. Chang Chen could clearly see that inside his mouth, there were 7 or 8 layers of pure black teeth. A terrifying mouth kept approaching, as if it wanted to tear Chang Chen apart and devour him. Chang Chen could even see the black uvula in its throat. Suddenly, the grinding mouth stopped in front of Chang Chen, and the boy pointed at the 7 or 8 layers of teeth in his mouth with his deformed arm. Speaking with his mouth open, his words were muffled. It's the medicine that can cure my strange illness. The boy's body was bizarre, but his eyes remained clear. Beneath the terrifying exterior hid the soul of an ordinary little boy. Chang Chen shook his head. I just arrived too, and I'm here looking for medicine. The boy's strange mouth closed, and a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. Oh. At that moment, a patrol aircraft from the city of Jin slowly passed in front of Chang Chen. Inside the aircraft, a man dressed in protective gear, resembling security personnel, looked down at Chang Chen and the strange little boy. Chang Chen asked, how can I get into the city? The aircraft paused slightly, and the man replied, you don't have the qualifications. Chang Chen frowned. Why don't I have the qualifications? A hint of impatience appeared on the man's face. Because you are a failure. Chang Chen paused slightly, then furrowed his brow even deeper. What standard are you using? I don't know if your amnesia is due to drugs or if you suffered failure on another planet and ended up here. The security personnel in the aircraft leaned their arm on the window. Take a good look at yourself, then look at that child. Chang Chen suddenly realized something and looked down at the boy's pupils. The boy also grinned at Chang Chen, revealing his 7 or 8 layers of teeth. Chang Chen clearly saw that in the boy's pupils, there was a semicircular pattern. The lower half of the pupil was dim and lifeless, resembling rough, cracked rock. Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly. This child's genetic expression was exactly the same as his own. Little brother. The security personnel on the aircraft looked at Chang Chen's surprised expression and finally showed a hint of sympathy. Everyone has it tough. Everyone wants to climb higher. The successful are always the minority. Right now, you are just like those children. You seem young, so I won't say those 2 words outright, but in short, your existence, like those children, has no meaningful significance. The aircraft slowly started. The security's voice grew fainter. The rules of Gene City are very clear. Failed genes, flawed genes, are not allowed inside. Chang Chen stood still, forming a hypothesis in his mind. This child must have a genetic issue that caused his physical deformity. But he was fundamentally different from the child. His condition was temporary, while this child's was lifelong. The people of Gene City had categorized him and these children as the same type. The reason the pathways of this planet were divided in 2 was also to distinguish between different kinds of genes. Chang Chen looked up at the towering city walls before him. In other words, the inside was the true Gene City, filled with so-called superior gene carriers. Suddenly, a large door opened on the city wall not far away. Standing in the doorway were 7 or 8 figures, all dressed in matching special black work uniforms, somewhat resembling the old-style Zhongshan suits, with a pure gold human DNA graphic printed on the right side of their chests. At the forefront was a young man, about 23 or 24 years old, with black hair, handsome features, and a spirited demeanor. Brother White Dove. The little boy beside Chang Chen suddenly shouted excitedly. At that moment, the ground around them suddenly flipped over, revealing wooden boards covered with red soil, which had been hard to notice before. Beneath these boards were half-meter deep earth beds, and many children crawled out of the pits, running towards the man at the door. Chang Chen was taken aback. It turned out the little guy had been hiding beneath the ground. None of the children who emerged were in a normal state. All had varying degrees of deformity. Some were barefoot, with unusually large feet and multiple toes. Others had spines curved in an intersection shape, unable to stand upright, only able to crawl on all 4s. The child who looked the most normal had a third eye growing at the corner of his right eye. Observing the scene before him, Chang Chen gained new information and formed new deductions. These children clearly had different genetic issues. Their gathering outside Gene City must have a significant reason. Perhaps Gene City was not as glamorous as it seemed. For instance, the achievements they obtained were likely at the cost of endless test subjects, and these children were probably those test subjects. Brother White Dove. Brother White Dove. These children clearly recognized the man, cheering incessantly. The man in black also smiled warmly, reaching out to pat the children's heads, showing no signs of disdain. Then, the man in black waved his hand. Several staff members behind him slowly brought out a huge glass jar, the front of which was fitted with an electronic measuring tap. Staff members took test tubes from the jar, extracting precise doses of black liquid, which they then distributed to the deformed children. Chang Chen squinted. The children's reaction showed no fear. Instead, they looked eager and excited. After receiving the test tubes, they eagerly drank the black liquid in one go, then displayed satisfied and content expressions. A child wanted another cup, but the staff shook their head and pointed to the scale on the test tube, implying that the potion needed to be measured. Chang Chen felt that the actions before him and the black potion hinted at something strange, and he slightly moved his feet. At that moment, the leading man in black saw Chang Chen's figure and locked eyes with him. For some reason, the man in black scrutinized Chang Chen's clothing, then glanced at Chang Chen's garbage collection starship, suddenly freezing in place, his pupils trembling violently. He took a few steps forward. The man in black, known as Brother White Dove by the children, walked straight up to Chang Chen, his eyes wide open, for azure rings flickering in his pupils. Chang Chen paused slightly. What does this guy mean? My name is Zheng Beige. The man in black slowly reached out and grabbed Chang Chen's blue scavenger cloak, clutching the worn and rough fabric, his fingers rubbing slightly, tears welling up in his eyes. In fact, the scavenger cloak he held was not the original but a projection created by Chang Chen's Type 1 bio-armored suit. But it was clear that this man in black had a special attachment to the scavenger cloak. He looked up, tears clearly visible in his eyes. Friend, did you come from Garbage Earth? Chang Chen was somewhat puzzled and slowly nodded. Zhang Bei's expression suddenly became excited as he hugged Chang Chen tightly, completely unfazed by the dust on him, whispering in a trembling voice, Brother, my name is Zheng Beige, from Garbage Earth Zone 33. Chang Chen's eyes widened. You? From Garbage Earth? Zheng Beige released Chang Chen, staring directly at him, tears in his eyes. Once, there was a blue scavenger cloak that accompanied me for 20 years. Chang Chen was taken aback and somewhat shocked. I've always heard that on Garbage Earth, some rare scavengers broke through genetic limitations with their talents and then left Garbage Earth to enter human society. Zheng Beige nodded. I am honored to be one of them. Chang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Zheng Bei's arms trembled with excitement. Brother, do you know? Although the environment on Garbage Earth is harsh and the residents are in constant conflict, seeing you in this familiar cloak makes me feel incredibly close. In this vast universe, to meet another scavenger again feels like a dream. Perhaps moved by Zhang Bei's emotions, Chang Chen also felt a stir within. Indeed, overcoming countless difficulties to become outstanding and then leaving Earth to enter the universe is an event with a very low probability. Not to mention, for two such outstanding individuals to meet in the vast universe, the odds are even slimmer. If one were to trace it back, it could only be fate's arrangement. Chang Chen looked at Zhang Beige, inexplicably feeling a sense of closeness. This guy now looked glamorous, having emerged from the city of genes, and was accompanied by 7 or 8 subordinates. All signs indicated that he was doing very well. Regardless, he was also an outstanding individual from Garbage Earth, and even if he had entered human society now, he certainly wouldn't fall to the bottom. He should be a person of some influence in this city of genes, at least a captain or a department director. The saying goes, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix? Wrong. If one is the head of a chicken, there must be something exceptional about them. As long as they do not tire of striving, they will never become the tail of a phoenix. At that moment, the security patrol that had been driving the flying vehicle arrived, taking 3 steps in 2 strides, coming before Zhang Beige and bowing at a 90-degree angle. Boss, hello. Chang Chen paused and looked at the security guard. Boss? He saw the security guard raise his head, beaming at Chang Chen. Little brother, I never expected you to know the boss of Gene City. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ha? Chang Chen looked at Zhang Beige in surprise. You, the boss of Gene City? He saw Zhang Beige smiling and nodding slightly. It's an honor, that's me. Wow, my perspective was too narrow. This kid went from being a chicken head to a phoenix head? A super comeback. Chang Chen stared blankly at Zhang Beige in front of him. Based on previous estimates, this Earth-like planet beneath their feet was already close to half the size of Earth, and the city walls of Gene City divided this place in 2, indicating that the area of Gene City was at least half of this planet. Such a vast area showed its prosperity and wealth. And as its boss, Zhang Beige, TSK, both his strength and financial power were unimaginable. Gradually, Cheng Chen revealed a smile. Where in life do we not meet? Where do we not find surprises? Since the boss of Jean City is my fellow townsman, then my medicinal disaster is probably no longer a problem. But, before revealing his true intentions, Cheng Chen still needed to ascertain Zheng Bei's character, because the numerous deformed children and that strange black liquid were also facts. Then, Cheng Chen looked at the children in the distance who were taking the black medicine. What's going on with them? Zheng Bei looked at the children from afar and sighed slightly. They are not the subjects of the genetic drug experiments, their parents are. Cheng Chen slowly turned his head to look at Zheng Bei. He saw Zheng Bei reminiscing. About 5 years ago, Jean City developed a new generation of genetic modification drugs, and this drug had the potential to elevate human genetic levels across tiers, which made Jean City the center of attention overnight. But we knew very well that this drug was only in the initial stage and could not guarantee results 100%. We needed a large number of tests and corrections, and the only way to test was through human experimentation. Jean City is not an evil force. We would never engage in inhumane activities in the dark. We issued a recruitment to the entire human society, hoping to find a certain number of volunteers based on the principles of equality and voluntariness. There was no compensation for this experiment, and we clearly, even exaggeratedly, described the consequences of failure. Saying this, Zheng Bei looked at Cheng Chen. Guess what the final result was? Cheng Chen's eyes flickered. A rush of people. Zheng Bei nodded. The temptation of genetic enhancement was simply too great, not to mention the chance of tier elevation. Within 2 hours of the recruitment announcement, Jean City was overflowing with people, thousands of them. If we hadn't stopped the recruitment in time, there could have been tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even more gathered here. Cheng Chen frowned, and then? Zheng Bei slowly said, at the strong request of the first batch of 5,845 people, we conducted drug experiments on all of them. Cheng Chen raised his head. What was the result? Zheng Bei hesitated, his brows furrowing tighter. After a full minute of silence, he finally spoke slowly. It failed, all of it failed, 5,845 people, without exception. Cheng Chen frowned. How could this happen? The drug has already produced results. Even if the success rate is low, it can't be zero. Zheng Bei slowly lowered his head. This was a mistake of Jean City, a significant mistake. Cheng Chen let out a slow breath, and then, at first, there were no abnormalities among the 5,845 test subjects. We once thought this was a blessing in disguise, that it hadn't caused any catastrophic consequences. But gradually, more and more of them began to show genetic issues, their originally healthy genes turning into flawed ones, leading to various diseases and even deaths. They gathered here to denounce us, demanding that we take responsibility, that we develop new medications to cure them, and that we promise to find ways to enhance their genetic quality as compensation after their recovery. Before the experiments, we signed a liability waiver, so the Interstellar Alliance is on our side and has not sanctioned us. But I know I have no reason to expel them. This is an inescapable responsibility of ours. However, 5 years have passed, and we still haven't found a way to cure them. Zheng Bei looked at the desolate landscape before her. They are still here, but most of them are already weak and unable to gather for protests anymore. Moreover, during this time, despite our warnings, they have formed families here and even engaged in promiscuity, giving birth to one baby after another. Zheng Bei glanced at the deformed child. New life is beautiful, the world is beautiful, but if from the moment of birth, life is filled with flaws and destined to be unfixable, then this world will be like hell. I would rather they had never come. Cheng Chen had already understood everything. What are they drinking? Flawed genes will disrupt their immune systems, causing their bodies to have intermittent fevers and severe bone pain. Zheng Bei spoke frankly. I lied to them, saying it was a gene repair medication. In fact, it was just some ordinary painkillers. At that moment, the children had finished their medication, blinking their eyes, filled with hopeful light. Zheng Bei continued. I also deceived them by saying that as long as they kept taking the medicine, one day their bodies would return to normal. The dark red sun hung in the sky. A gentle breeze stirred the red soil. A group of deformed children looked ahead with longing. Cheng Chen knew. This was the lament of an era, the negative consequences brought about by technological advancement. Who should be blamed? Is it the fault of the city of genes, or the fault of those experimenters? They are all at fault, or perhaps none of them are. The progress of the times has birthed gene optimization technology, and human greed has led those experimenters to disregard the consequences, losing control over their desires, resulting in the birth of those children. Perhaps it has nothing to do with genes, it is all a flaw of humanity. Brother, Zheng Bei looked at Cheng Chen. I haven't asked you yet. What do you want to do here? I need a large quantity of gene medications, not repair medications, but gene enhancement medications. I don't care about quality, success rates don't matter, even failures are fine. Cheng Chen looked at Zhang Beige, now knowing that this person had a kind heart and was not an evil villain, so he revealed the purpose of his visit. Zhang Beige had previously noticed the half-circle in Cheng Chen's eyes. He judged in his heart that this fellow villager must have used gene catalyst medications somewhere, leading to genetic collapse. Although he was slightly better off than those experimenters, his situation was quite similar, having to pin his future on those very slim hopes. A trace of sorrow appeared on Zhang Beige's face. I will try my best to help you. Zhang Beige, what are you doing? At that moment, a furious shout came from inside the city gate, revealing a tall man of European descent with blonde hair and blue eyes. Zhang Bei's expression changed, and she quickly turned back, showing a smile. Senior brother, I was just. You are doing this meaningless and resource-wasting thing again. The blonde man frowned. How many times have I told you not to open the city gates, not to help them? At that moment, the deformed boy from before came to the side of the blonde man, tugging at his pant leg, and opened his mouth, which had 7 or 8 layers of teeth, saying, Brother, do you have any medicine? So disgusting. The blonde man raised his hand, ready to slap the boy's face, but Zhang Beige stepped in between the man and the boy, forcing a smile. Senior brother, don't be angry. The blonde man's hand froze in midair as he suddenly caught sight of a jar of black liquid nearby, his brows furrowing. Such a large dosage. Do you think my Gene City is a charity? Slap. A loud sound echoed as the blonde man slapped Zhang Beige across the face. Zhang Beige's head tilted, his cheek reddening, but he quickly smiled again. Senior brother, I'll reduce it next time. You dare to have a next time? The blonde man glared, and Zhang Beige swallowed hard, not daring to speak. This scene was completely unexpected for Cheng Chen. Wasn't Zhang Beige the owner of Gene City? Who was this blonde man that he could slap the owner at the entrance of Gene City? The major client from K233 colony has already landed in the city. This is the biggest order for my Gene City this year. You're not going to greet the client, and instead, you're here doing these meaningless things? The blonde man glared. Zhang Beige, can you still do your job as the boss? Zhang Beige nodded repeatedly. I can. But he saw the blonde man turn and walk toward the city gate. Zhang Beige stood still for a moment, hesitating, then ran straight to Cheng Chen. Cheng Chen spoke first. Who is that person? Zhang Bei's cheek was still slightly red as he sighed. He is my senior brother, my elder, and this Gene City was established by our common teacher. 4 years ago, the teacher disappeared without a trace, leaving only a letter for me to take over as the boss. So you are a boss existing in the cracks. Is there infighting within your sect? Cheng Chen's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the back of the blonde man, a hint of coldness in his gaze. Since you are willing to help me, in exchange, I can actually do something for you. Zhang Beige instantly guessed Cheng Chen's meaning, shaking his head with a bitter smile. It's not what you think. Zhang Beige, what are you still hesitating for? From inside the city gate, the blonde man's furious voice rang out again. You useless waste. Zhang Beige panicked instantly, whispering to Cheng Chen, we'll meet here at 3 tonight, and I'll give you what you want. Then, Zhang Beige looked at the boy with 7 or 8 layers of teeth. Help me out. Find a temporary resting place for this brother. The boy nodded. Immediately, Zhang Beige dashed after the blonde man, and the great door of Gene City slammed shut. Brother, let's go. The boy beside him grinned, revealing his 7 or 8 layers of black teeth. I'll take you to my home. Your home? Cheng Chen pondered. Earlier, Zhang Beige mentioned that over 5,000 test subjects had never left here and had settled down. The home the boy spoke of must be where they lived. Cheng Chen knew too little about the world beyond Earth and didn't mind seeing more of the local customs. Then, Cheng Chen moved along with a few children. The boy with 7 or 8 layers of teeth suddenly laughed. My name is Quan Yazi. Another boy with 3 eyes said, my name is Sen Yanzi. The boy with huge bare feet said, my name is Fihiatzi. I'm Cheng Chen. Cheng Chen smiled. These children's names were simple and direct, named after their characteristics. Suddenly, a flawless-looking boy jumped in front of Cheng Chen, grinning. My name is Shuang Jizai. Cheng Chen looked at the little guy. Double chicken. What's wrong? Don't believe me? The little boy reached for his belt. I'll take off my pants to show you. Forget it. I believe you. As they walked, Cheng Chen glanced back at the towering walls of Gene City. So far, they were unclear about the situation with Zhang Beige, the blonde man, and Gene City, and what hidden secrets lay behind it all. They would have the chance to ask Zhang Beige for clarity when they met in the evening. If Zhang Beige truly had something difficult to say, Cheng Chen wouldn't mind lending a hand. At that moment, Cheng Chen suddenly saw Quan Yazi eating something. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a rough-textured energy bar. Quan Yazi had kept a small part for himself and shared most of it with the other children. Cheng Chen asked, where did you get the energy bar? While chewing, Quan Yazi replied, I stole it from that big blonde idiot just now. So you approached that guy just to steal something? You really are small but cunning. But as Cheng Chen looked at the energy bar in Quan Yazi's hand, his eyes gradually narrowed. The energy bar looked rough, similar to the rations of scavengers on garbage Earth. How could that guy, who was at least a senior to the boss of Gene City, carry such low-quality food? Inside the magnificent and grand Gene City, a luxurious starship painted black, exuding wealth, was parked in a vast square of hundreds of thousands of square meters. Hee, boss Shin. No matter how much your order is this time, we in Gene City will give you the highest discount. The previous blonde senior, a fat man with a glamorous female companion, shook hands. Zheng Bei stood quietly to the side. Whether you want to extend the fingers of your esports athletes through secondary gene programming, or customize a slender waist for the dancers in your entertainment venues, the blonde senior smiled. We in Gene City guarantee to achieve the greatest effect in the shortest time. Those small tricks are no longer meaningful. Moreover, outside, there are at least 3 modification institutions that have surpassed you technically. The fat man opposite had a face full of flesh, his eyes squinted into slits. I came this time with other needs. The blonde senior's expression stiffened slightly, then he revealed a calm smile. So what does Boss Shin want? The fat man raised his head. I want the formula for the No. 2 reagent left by your teacher. No. 2 reagent? The blonde senior's expression changed slightly. Don't joke, the No. 2 reagent is something from 5 years ago, it's outdated. No matter how old it is, the No. 2 reagent has a 23% enhancement rate, and it's very sought after in the black market. The fat man said, I want to buy the formula for No. 2. As for the price, you can quote whatever you want. Ha ha ha. The blonde senior laughed heartily. Boss Shin is getting more and more humorous. No. 2 is an early achievement of the teacher. Its effectiveness is hard to describe. After the teacher left, the relevant files were lost. Where would there be any formula left? Kexius, can you stop pretending? The fat man sneered coldly. Don't think I don't know the true nature of your Gene City. You are now worse than a dog. The blonde senior's smile froze. Boss Shin, what are you saying? I'm saying, your Gene City is now impoverished, like a dog. The fat man said lightly, and you still pretend to be glamorous, seemingly on equal footing with me, discussing business? The blonde senior frowned. Boss Shin, please mind your words. Words? I've already given you enough face. You are nothing without your teacher, you, and that nominal boss Zhang Beige. The fat man pointed at Zhang Beige, then at the blonde senior brother, and shouted angrily, I had someone investigate you before. Since the experimental accident 5 years ago, your Gene City has been on a downward spiral. Now, you have nothing left. I've been cooperating with you all these years, and you treated me like a dog. Slap. A loud sound of a slap echoed as the fat man struck the blonde senior brother's face with great force, causing him to stagger back and finally fall to the ground. Senior brother. Zheng Beige rushed forward and quickly supported the blonde man. The fat man said, your only value now is the formulas left by your teacher. I will be here today, giving you 12 hours to decide whether to sell them to me for cash or continue waiting to die. The choice is yours. With that, the fat man turned and boarded his starship, which slowly lifted off and eventually hovered just below the atmosphere. This luxurious starship was fully equipped, allowing the fat man to wait comfortably through the night. The blonde senior brother knelt on the ground, his eyes trembling. At that moment, a notification sound of insufficient energy echoed nearby. Suddenly, the entire Gene City began to flicker. The tall laboratories, luxurious residences, and wide, straight roads around them started to appear like phantoms, becoming increasingly indistinct. Finally, the energy for the holographic projection ran out. Gene City revealed its true face. The white stone road was covered in cracks, the artificial greenery had turned into bare trunks, and almost all the building's glass was shattered. With not a single light on, it was completely deserted. This was the ruin of a once glorious city, resembling a wasteland at the end of the world. In the vast square, only the kneeling blonde senior brother and Zhang Beige, who was supporting his shoulder, remained. The previously plump Boss Shin, who seemed overweight, had actually undergone extensive genetic optimization, giving him immense strength. That slap had swollen half of the blonde senior brother's face. He stared at the ground, spat, and coughed up 2 bloodied teeth. Zheng Beige exhaled shakily. He turned to look at the towering statue in the center of the square, which stood at a height of 100 meters. The statue depicted an old man, dressed in a tattered, patched white coat, with curly hair tangled together, appearing to be around 60 years old, standing with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. Teacher! Tears welled up in Zhang Bei's eyes. The fat man was not wrong. In fact, since the experimental accident 5 years ago, Gene City's reputation had already soured, and more institutions had terminated their cooperation. Gene City had lost its former glory and was now barely surviving. Before leaving, the teacher had already shown signs of mental distress. Perhaps he did not want to leave behind this mess. Nevertheless, both he and the senior brother were not willing to give up on the Gene City that had once brought them countless honors and had taken them in at their lowest point. The two had been striving, constantly seeking ways to save Gene City. But defeat was like a mountain collapsing, and the decline was becoming increasingly severe. At this moment, the vast Gene City could only receive sporadic gene customization orders. Although it was called gene customization, it was essentially akin to cosmetic surgery from the old era, a very low-end project. There were about 20 employees left, but soon they would also be unable to pay salaries. Everything could only rely on illusions to compensate. No one knew that within these tall city walls, the reality was even more destitute than outside. The senior brother, due to immense pressure, had a bad temper, but whenever a significant event occurred, he would always stand at the forefront. Previously, he had scolded himself for giving those children pain relief medication, but it was actually a helpless act. It was just a barrel of pain relief medication. Such a huge Gene City was barely able to afford it anymore. Teacher. Zhang Beige continued to gaze at the massive sculpture, which had become mottled and dilapidated from the wind and sun. We know you have a laboratory. It stores your past formulas and thousands of experimental potions. But why didn't you tell us its location before you left? I come from a garbage planet, despised and targeted by everyone. It was you who took me in as a student. You saved my senior brother, who was born with defective genes. We won't use power for personal gain. We just want to save the city of genes. Where exactly is your laboratory? And where have you gone? At that moment, the communicator of the golden-haired senior brother suddenly crackled with the voice of the chubby Boshin. Alright, if you don't plan to sell me the formula for potion no. 2, then I'm prepared to expose the truth about your city of genes to the public. After all, as a successful entrepreneur, I must also bear my social responsibilities. The golden-haired senior brother's eyes trembled, letting out a low roar filled with anger and resentment. He kept pounding the ground with his fists, the shattered tiles cutting into his palms, blood streaming down. The D3JD34 terrain was peculiar. Coupled with the light of the aging star, it formed an endless expanse of red Gobi Desert. Small tornadoes swirling with soil were also a peculiar shade of red, quite novel. Chang Chen looked ahead, a flat expanse with no sign of any buildings. He couldn't help but ask Quan Yazi, "Is your home very far away?" "Not at all." Quan Yazi took a few quick steps forward, then jumped onto a red stone, pointing downwards. "We're here." Chang Chen's expression shifted as he stepped forward and climbed onto the stone to look down. Below was a massive red canyon stretching for hundreds of kilometers. The sides of the canyon were rugged, with natural walkways and nearly 1,000 caves of varying sizes, some of which had faint yellow lights flickering inside, and some cave entrances were draped with tattered fabric curtains. Vaguely, he could see several figures walking along the walkways, and some were cooking at the cave entrances, with wisps of smoke rising. Quan Yazi grinned widely, saying, "Welcome to the Valley of Flaws." Chang Chen found the scene before him quite shocking. "You live underground?" "Yes," Quan Yazi replied. "We live underground so that we won't be discovered by clients from the universe, allowing Brother Beige to make deals with them. We don't want to put Brother Beige in a difficult position." Chang Chen looked at Quan Yazi. "You have such a good impression of Zhang Beige?" "Of course," Quan Yazi sighed. "We all know he just inherited the mess left by the old city lord. If I find out where that old city lord is, I will definitely use my teeth to bite off his balls." Chang Chen nodded to himself. According to the timeline, the teacher who established the city of genes had made a mess and soon after abandoned Zhang Beige and the others, running away. Along with a few children, they walked along the steep sidewalls into the canyon. On the way, Chang Chen saw the so-called flaws. They were all gaunt, with dark skin, barely clothed, many were bald, and their eyes were swollen, resembling goldfish. Fortunately, they all had a clear will, though their gazes were dull and numb as they stared at Chang Chen. If they had lost their rationality and attacked humans indiscriminately, this place would be no different from a zombie den in a movie. "Sister!" At the bottom of the canyon, Quan Yazi shouted at a cave entrance draped with tattered burlap, "I brought back an outsider. Brother Beige asked us to take care of him for a few hours." The burlap was lifted, and a girl of about 16 or 17 stepped out. She had a graceful and delicate figure, and at a glance, one could see that her features were very beautiful. Unfortunately, she had no hair, and her forehead was swollen, twice the size of an ordinary person's. Chang Chen nodded and smiled at her, wondering if her name would also reflect her appearance. "My name is Xiang Cao." The girl looked at Chang Chen, her expression somewhat stern, and said, "I am one of the experimenters." "I am Chang Chen." The boy, who came from the garbage planet, never discriminated against anyone. The girl paused for a moment, returned to the cave, and took out a very rough object resembling a steamed bun, stuffing it into Chang Chen's hand. Yuan Yazi, standing nearby, swallowed hard. Chang Chen observed closely. In the girl's cave, there was a clay pot made using primitive methods, containing only a half piece of steamed bun. Just a moment ago, Xiang Cao had lingered over that half piece, but in the end, she took out a whole steamed bun and handed it to Cheng Chen. Cheng Chen said nothing more and accepted the bun. The clear texture in his hand indicated that this bun was of even lower quality than the energy blocks filled with impurities from Old Lin. You came to treat an illness, right? Xiangsa looked at Cheng Chen, her eyes showing a half-gray halo. We also have an outsider here. I'll take you to meet him. You might find some common ground, and it could be easier for you to get along. Cheng Chen was taken aback. There's actually another outsider living in the Valley of Flawed Ones? He has been living here for 4 years. As she spoke, Xiangsa began to walk, leading the way. Cheng Chen followed and said, Sister Xiangsa, since you are an experimenter, you must be one of the first visitors from 5 years ago. You must know something about the creator of this Gene City, who is also Zhang Bei's teacher, right? Xiangsa merely nodded, showing no desire to express herself. Her demeanor remained cold. Cheng Chen did not feel discouraged. Can you tell me about him? You are a flawed gene, and so are we. Xiansao's eyes widened slightly, the half-gray halo in her pupils particularly pronounced. But the reasons for our formation are different. In the entire Valley of Flawed Ones, everyone hates that name to the bone, no one wants to mention him. Then, Xiangsao turned back to glance at Cheng Chen, who looked somewhat apologetic, remembering that he was entrusted by Zhang Bei. Finally, Xiangsa sighed slowly. His name is Valente. Valente? Cheng Chen paused slightly, clearly remembering that he had seen this name more than once while synthesizing genetic potions on the garbage planet. The various genetic potions Cheng Chen had synthesized all came from Valente's formulas. He was a genius pharmacist in the black market, creating many genetic potions that sold like hotcakes, but one day, this Valente suddenly disappeared from the black market, rumored to have been recruited by the Galactic Alliance. Were they the same person? All I know is that this guy once accumulated a vast fortune through a hidden identity. As Xiangsa led the way, she continued, then he brought his savings here, established Gene City, and transformed into a well-known scientist and businessman. After saying this, Xiangsa fell silent, seemingly unwilling to mention that name again, or perhaps she only knew this much. Cheng Chen suddenly felt that this event was becoming increasingly interesting. Who are you taking me to meet? Cheng Chen didn't want to put Xiangsa in a difficult position, so he changed the subject. He calls himself Uncle Fei. Xiangsa turned a corner ahead and continued walking. He, like you, comes from the outside world and is also a flawed gene individual. In your situation, there is a possibility of dying at any moment, but Uncle Fei seems to have a deep understanding of health preservation and prolonging life. Communicating with him should be helpful. Oh, Cheng Chen found it quite intriguing. There's actually such a person? We've arrived. Xiangsa stopped in front of a cave entrance. Uncle Fei is inside. The fragrant grass lifted the tattered burlap, revealing the scene inside the cave. It was a wide and tall cavern, filled with clutter and crisscrossed wooden shelves. On one of the beams, a length of hemp rope was tied, and an old man with a head full of curly silver hair was hanging, swaying slightly. It seemed he had been dead for quite some time. Cheng Chen was shocked. Is this what you call deep understanding of the way of health preservation? Waste, uncle. Stop playing around. We have guests. The fragrant grass said calmly, as if it were a common occurrence. The old man's completely white eyes suddenly turned, revealing 2 black pupils. Then his hand moved, rummaging inside his clothes, and he pulled out a pair of scissors, turning them around to cut the hanging rope. Thud! He fell directly into the large iron pot below, where burning wood was stacked underneath, and the clear water inside the pot was boiling. He began to stew himself in the pot. Cheng Chen's eyes twitched. Am I really that inexperienced? Is this some kind of extreme health preservation I've never seen before? I'm really a waste. The old man sighed dramatically in the boiling water. I can't even manage to kill myself. You all chat, I'm leaving first. The fragrant grass greeted and turned to leave. Cheng Chen's expression remained calm as he found a rickety stool, slowly sat down, and began to examine the cave's furnishings. It was very chaotic, filled with various old items. In the depths of the cave, there was a slightly tilted workbench, with test tubes carved from rock above, a crucible seemingly made from iron slag, and some wooden tweezers. The only decent item was a glass alcohol lamp. However, all these items were covered in dust, indicating they hadn't been used in a long time. Cheng Chen turned his eyes and looked at the old man in the boiling water. His tone was filled with pain, but it was clearly not caused by the scalding water. Rather, it seemed like a kind of inner collapse. Cheng Chen tilted his head slightly, his gaze crossing over the old man's shoulder to look at his face. It could be described as extremely ugly and terrifying, not due to natural appearance, but from being splashed with something like sulfuric acid, resulting in disfigurement. His face was riddled with deep pits and new scars over old ones. Oh no! Suddenly, the old man in the iron pot exclaimed, a person has 3 urgent needs. I can hold back from hanging myself and boiling, but I can't hold back from pooping. I need to go to the bathroom. With a splash, The old man stood up from the pot. Cheng Chen's pupils constricted as he looked at his body. His wrists and belly were exposed, covered in scars, but they were not caused by boiling. The recent boiling had only slightly reddened his skin. Paper, paper. The old man jumped out of the iron pot, one hand covering his backside, the other frantically rummaging through the clutter in the cave, extremely urgent, like a spinning top. Little brother, do you have paper? Cheng Chen shook his head. I can't hold it anymore. Yo-hoo, found it. The old man exclaimed as he dug out a tattered notebook from a pile of broken boards, quickly opened it, and ripped off 7 or 8 pages with a snap, then casually tossed the notebook aside, clutching the wad of paper and running out of the cave. Cheng Chen stood up and picked up the notebook. He saw that the surface of the notebook had 5 large characters written on it, but the first 3 characters had been slashed through with a small knife. The paper completely penetrated, making it impossible to read what they were. Only the last 2 characters were clear. Diary. Somebody's diary? Cheng Chen flipped through the notebook, but saw that at least half of the diary had been torn out, likely used by the old man to wipe himself earlier. Cheng Chen turned to a page with only half a sheet of paper left. Agent No. 2. Gene enhancement success rate 23%. Aside from these few words, the rest of the content had been torn away at an angle, probably also due to the urgency of wiping. 23% success rate, completely coinciding with the superior black market gene potion I once synthesized. Cheng Chen's eyes flickered. He remembered that this potion would cause disabilities if it failed, so he had not hesitated at the time and chose to continue the synthesis. He flipped through the diary again. This time it was a complete page. Certain gene potion, the certain part had also been slashed with a small knife, and the paper fragments had already begun to mold, indicating it was a long time ago. Based on CRISPR-Cas9, creating a set of gene sequencing technology, the catalytic success rate of the potion reached 98%. It will definitely make that group of idiots at the Galactic Science Association blow their beards and glare. Cheng Chen looked at the annotations for the certain gene potion, his eyes widening slightly. Isn't this the Valent gene potion I once synthesized, created by the legendary black market potion genius, Valent? Cheng Chen flipped through the diary again. Certain fantasy potion, similarly, the certain part was slashed to pieces. Below it were clear words. May 24th. This is an almost perfect potion. It was first born in my imagination. When I clarified its function, I was excited and thrilled. I even couldn't sleep for 3 whole days. I must create this potion because I am an unprecedented genius pharmacist. I have to do it. When the potion is released, I will become the brightest star among all humanity. I will change the entire pattern of human civilization. June 1st. I am so excited today. I purchased the rights to an entire planet. I will establish my own gene empire here. July 15th. I actually found a feasible method for the fantasy potion. This will be the first step in changing human history. September 6th. Incredible, I actually produced a semi-finished product of the fantasy potion. October 30th. The gene empire has been completed. December 1st. The fantasy potion has undergone various theoretical tests. From a certain perspective, it seems I have succeeded. December 15th. We are recruiting drug testers from the entire human civilization. This information has driven all humanity crazy. December 20th. I am a complete failure. I am worthless. December 31st. Even if I die 100,000 times, I cannot make up for the mistakes I have made. Cheng Chen continued to flip through the diary. Although there were still pages at the back, they were all blank. He closed the diary. Cheng Chen recalled the scene when he first took the potion and rose 3 levels. The potion he took at that time had a clear annotation from STC. Valent Fantasy Potion. This potion is a concept that exists in the notes of the genius pharmacist Valent. It is his ultimate vision of his own technology, but until Valent disappeared, he was unable to bring this vision into reality. Ha! Uncle Fei walked into the cave with a relaxed expression. He saw the boy still sitting on the bench, but his toilet paper was neatly placed beside him, clearly having been moved. Uncle Fei frowned slightly, then laughed heartily. What are you looking at that? That's just garbage thrown out from the Gene City, only good for wiping your butt. Cheng Chen simply nodded calmly, but his gaze was still scrutinizing the old man who called himself Uncle Fei. There was also a gray ring in his pupils, just like Cheng Chen and all the flawed ones. But the I-type biochemical battle armor reminded Cheng Chen in secret. He was wearing biological camouflage glasses, a piece of equipment that was old hat, the same as Hong Yan's. Combining the fact that Uncle Fei hanged himself and didn't die, and his body is not afraid of boiling water, Cheng Chen already had an answer in his heart. Uncle Fei is a high-level geneticist. After all, as a genius pharmacist, it is quite normal to use some high success rate potions to enhance oneself. In a butcher's home, how could there be a lack of lard? Little brother, I see from your outfit that you're from Garbage Earth, right? Uncle Fei said, picking his ears and changing the subject. What normal human would pay attention to a place like Garbage Earth? Did Uncle Fei deduce my identity just from my cloak? Chang Chen laughed. That's not very reasonable, unless you've seen other scavengers before. Uncle Fei paused, feeling that talking to this kid was like walking on the edge of a cliff. He looked at that broken diary. What was recorded in it was something only he could understand. I just heard others talk about it. Uncle Fei surprisingly strengthened his credibility through a direct approach, continuing, by the way, it's a lucky thing that you could walk out of Garbage Earth, but I heard that even so, outsiders still look down on former scavengers, fearing they carry some ancient viruses or something. Therefore, those scavengers who came out of Earth don't have it easy. I'm doing just fine, Chang Chen replied calmly with a smile. At that moment, the air in the valley stirred, and a garbage collection ship, 3 kilometers long, slowly descended into the valley. Is that your ship? Uncle Fei smiled helplessly. What good is it to still be collecting garbage outside? At this time, the rear hatch of the garbage collection ship opened. Hanzai walked out and greeted Chang Chen from the opening. Chang Chen, I received your order. I brought the food up. Hanzai stepped aside, and 2 iron mamas began unloading a large amount of fresh fruits and vegetables, distributing them to the flawed ones in the valley. The children, including Kwanya Zai, had never seen so much fresh fruit and were as happy as if they were going crazy. The vanilla girl also looked at the pile of fruits in front of her, her face full of shock. One iron mama passed by and stuffed a big red apple into Vanilla's hand, making her look even more astonished as she turned to Chang Chen. Chang Chen raised the rough bun in his hand from a distance, revealing a smile as he waved it at Vanilla. Chang Chen mouthed, thanks. Vanilla froze for a moment. Her usually expressionless face finally showed a hint of a smile, and her eyes glistened as she nodded. These fruits came from the ecological planting platform inside the Spirit-class starship, with a huge yield. Chang Chen couldn't finish them all and even had to adjust the growth rate. Even if he gave them all to the flawed ones, in just a few hours, there would be another big harvest. Babysitter robots, transport robots, I vaguely saw some kind of ecological planting gel inside that I'd never seen before. Uncle Fei was also astonished, staring wide-eyed at Chang Chen. Chang Chen shrugged, I said I'm doing just fine, maybe. It's because I haven't been dragged down? Uncle Fei's expression was strange, his face twitching unnaturally. I feel quite sorry for these flawed ones. Chang Chen seemed to be talking to himself. I heard it was because the creator of Gene City hastily used immature genetic potions. TSK, I heard Kwanya Zai say that if he found that creator, he would bite off the creator's eggs. Uncle Fei's eye twitched, instinctively covering his groin. Esteemed Mr. Valente, Chang Chen suddenly pondered, do you think that fantasy potion can really make a person's genes jump 3 levels? Uncle Fei replied seriously, what you're talking about is an extreme situation, in principle. Uncle Fei had only spoken halfway when he suddenly froze, his eyes wide with terror. Chang Chen slowly turned around, meeting his gaze directly. TSK, I once found a psychology novel on the garbage planet, called The Abyss of Insomnia. It mentioned that if the other party refuses to admit certain things, you can first describe some situations to awaken their past memories, draw them in, and make them panic and flustered, and then suddenly question them. This could create a possibility where their brain can't react in time, leading to an unconscious admission. I didn't expect it to actually work. Uncle Fei was visibly flustered. You brat. What kind of trash book is that? Chang Chen shrugged. I think that book is pretty good. The author is a handsome guy. Uncle Fei's chest heaved violently, his expression one of extreme struggle. After a long while, he leaned directly against the large iron pot, letting the fire scorch his skin. I am Valente. I am the creator of the City of Genes. But so what? His eyes lost focus as he said, go tell those defectors, go on, let them know that this coward has been living among them, let them come and kill me, do whatever they want, I've always wanted to die anyway. Chang Chen just sat quietly, not moving, but Uncle Fei had already broken down. It's all because of the Valente fantasy potion. That thing is completely nonsense, an entirely impossible technology, it's because of it. It ruined me, ruined everyone. It's nonsense, nonsense, nonsense. I am just a waste. Uncle Fei, waste. My mind is filled with unrealistic fantasies. It's delusional thinking, and this kind of thought has led to such terrible consequences. Uncle Fei was madly tugging at his hair. The Valente fantasy potion, a joke, a completely unrealistic joke. This thing doesn't exist in the world, and it can't exist. But Chang Chen's voice was calm. I can make it. Uncle Fei paused slightly, looking at Chang Chen. What did you say? Chang Chen enunciated clearly, I said, I can make the Valente fantasy potion. Uncle Fei was practically shaking his head and tail, hysterical, the flames igniting his clothes, yet he laughed madly. Maybe you are an outstanding scavenger, but you don't understand the Valente gene potion at all. You have no idea what kind of concept it is. He laughed while pointing at Changchen. Although I once made a sample of the Valente potion, that was a huge joke. All the theories have been overturned. How should I explain this to you? I tell you, can you condense gold from the air? Do you believe it? Let's assume this concept holds, but you need to tell me, what should the first step be? This is complete nonsense. Changchen said, you don't need to worry about the rest. If I can produce a finished Valente fantasy potion, with your abilities, you should be able to deduce its production process. Uncle Fei paused for a moment, then awkwardly laughed. Heh, and then what? I suspect that the current situation in the City of Genes isn't great either, so if you can produce the Valente fantasy potion, everything will reverse. The previous money, resources, everything will come back. Changchen looked at Uncle Fei seriously. Then, I ask you to do two things. First, become my Changchen's gene potion supplier, free, unlimited supplier. Second, develop an antidote as much as possible to save the mistakes made before. That's great. Another one gone mad. Then Uncle Fei paused for a moment, before bursting into laughter. Your name is Changchen, right? I've decided to rename the Valente fantasy potion to the damn Changchen's fantasy potion. D3JD34. This is Gene City, a terrestrial-like planet. It has its own rotation and revolution, so it experiences day and night. During the day, the star Barnard, now in its twilight years, can only provide a dim red sunlight. As night falls, D3JD34 has its own satellite, much like the moon on Earth. But this moon reflects Barnard's dark red glow. Thus, at this moment, a blood-red full moon hangs over the top of Gene City. The land is dim, shrouded in a dark red light. The already dilapidated Gene City, resembling a ghost town, appears even more eerie and sinister. Bang! 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 In front of a crumbling second floor, Zhang Beige anxiously knocks on the metal door before her. Senior brother. Senior brother, are you okay? The senior brother, of European descent, is named Kexius. After being struck by Boshin, he became repressed and furious, pushing Zhang Beige away and locking himself in the laboratory. Kexius has not come out for 4 hours. Zhang Beige, feeling anxious, holds some clean water and energy blocks, continuously knocking on the door. Although Kexius appears fierce, he actually cares for his junior brother Zhang Beige. For instance, when facing the formidable Boshin, Kexius always stands at the forefront. Senior brother, don't worry, there will definitely be a way. Zhang Beige knocks on the door, her palm slightly swollen. This metal door cannot be broken down with sheer force. Clang! The metal door is opened from the inside. Kexius appears at the doorway, his golden hair in disarray, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, and his eyes, with 4 halos, are filled with red veins resembling worms. He is panting heavily, saliva uncontrollably dripping from the corner of his mouth. What happened to you, senior brother? Zhang Beige stumbles back in shock, then looks inside the laboratory. The workbench is cluttered with various sized potion test tubes, the protein separator is still running, and the electronic alcohol lamp is burning. Some unknown green liquid is scattered across the table and floor, emitting a pungent odor. Zhang Bei's eyes widen. What have you made? What did you take? You don't need to worry about it. Kexius's voice is low and hoarse as he looks up at the half-empty sky. Boshin's luxurious starship hovers just below the atmosphere, waiting for a response. The formula no. 2 that Boshin wants cannot be provided by the 2 senior brothers. Those files disappeared along with their teacher. But if the 2 senior brothers cannot give Boshin a satisfactory answer in 12 hours, he will expose the grim truth of Gene City, and at that point, there will be no chance for Gene City to recover. Kexius gazes at the sky, a terrifying red light flashing in his eyes. I will solve everything. In the Valley of the Flawed, Changchen sits outside Uncle Fei's cave, looking up at the blood-red moon in the sky. Zhang Beige has promised to meet him at 3 o'clock tonight, vowing to help him. At that time, Changchen only needs to obtain some low-quality gene potions from Zhang Beige, not even needing too many, just enough to synthesize a Valente fantasy potion. Once he has this potion, it will be like a tangled ball of hemp rope, with countless knots in Gene City. Finding a breakthrough, the knots will unravel one by one, and all problems will be easily resolved. Fantasy Potion, Valente reverse-engineered formula mass production, Gene City resumes operation, wealth flows and reinvest in Changchen. From then on, the gap in Changchen's gene potion will no longer exist. Whatever you want, you can have it. It's explosively satisfying, you could even soak in the potion. Gigi sat on Changchen's shoulder, leaning against his cheek, its little pink belly like a deflated balloon. The little guy was so hungry it was about to ascend to heaven. Gigi, just hold on a little longer. Changchen extended a finger and gently touched Gigi's forehead. Soon, I'll give you food freedom, and you'll become the fattest little white mouse in the world. Changchen squinted, the half-circle in his pupils dimmed. I can also break the inhibition chain and see what power lies in the liberated genes. Damn! Inside the cave, Uncle Fei was attempting to commit suicide by cutting his wrist, but the blade of the broken kitchen knife was already bent, leaving only a faint white mark on his wrist. Uncle Fei tossed the knife aside and slumped back in his chair, picking his nose. If you can make the Valent Fantasy Potion, I'll damn well stand on my head and take a shit, and catch it all in my mouth without missing a single drop. If you can make the Valent Fantasy Potion, I'll run to the Flawless Valley and bungee jump without a rope, 800 times a day. If I do one less, it counts as my character collapsing. If you can make... Cheng Chen turned his back and raised a hand. Shut up. Uncle Fei paused, clicked his tongue, and stopped talking. Uncle Fei was once the black market genius pharmacist, Valent. Sometimes, the greater the halo on a person, the greater the pressure, and the expectations for oneself can grow infinitely, even transcending reality. The failure of the fantasy potion had already shattered his beliefs, driving him mad. To put it in the old-fashioned way, it was like the heart of the Tao shattered. Although your heart has collapsed, this body, however, is indestructible, impervious to blades and bullets. Cheng Chen slowly turned around and looked at Uncle Fei. Do you geneticists often use drugs to enhance yourselves? Compared to genetic enhancement, it's relatively simple to modify certain gene segments through some drug methods, allowing the body to undergo secondary development and change certain traits. Uncle Fei gazed into the void. Speaking of which, my first student, Kexius, was always obsessed with this field, helping others gain muscle and enhance their features, modifying skin color, finger length, and so on. That guy was ambitious and responsible, but his personality was a bit obsessive. He even conducted some risky experiments behind my back, and those experiments had the risk of demonizing humans. When I ran away, I actually wanted to find a deserted place to end my life. I specifically left a message for Zheng Beige to be the boss of Gene City. He was my second student, timid but kind, and relatively steady. If he becomes the boss, the flawless ones won't make things too difficult for Gene City. They still have a chance to breathe. As Uncle Fei spoke, tears shimmered in his eyes. Actually, they are all innocent. You're right, I dragged them down. Cheng Chen had already made some guesses about the insider information Uncle Fei shared, so he wasn't too surprised and could only let out a light sigh. However, one of Uncle Fei's terms caught Cheng Chen's attention. He looked at Uncle Fei, narrowing his eyes slightly. What do you mean by demonizing? Inside the luxurious starship, on the huge waterbed, Boss Shen was embracing a beauty in a black silk short skirt beside him. These beauties had all undergone specific gene optimization before serving the boss. It wasn't an upgrade in gene level, but rather some adjustments to external traits. A pair of long legs measuring 1.2 meters, a waist that can be grasped with both hands, a chest that bursts like an airbag, a face as perfect as an angel, accompanied by a voice that sends shivers down a man's spine, and a tongue extended by 5 centimeters. These features, which could attract immense attention in the 21st century through any short video, can now be perfectly embodied in the same woman. If Cheng Chen could see this scene, he would understand the words of Mo from before. Hona's beauty is actually quite ordinary in a normal human society. And then there's Boss Shen. His appearance is ugly and fat, weighing at least 150 kilograms, with facial fat obscuring his features. He could have adjusted his genes to possess a strong and handsome appearance, but he chose not to. He enjoys his current look, his body resembling that of a dead pig, because with money, he can wantonly trample on the top beauties in others' eyes, which fills him with an overwhelming sense of superiority and doubles his pleasure. Every time he embraces beauties on both sides and appears in underdeveloped areas, the envious and jealous gazes around him make him feel immensely satisfied and even prouder. A bunch of trash, a bunch of useless people. Boss Shen lay on the bed, one hand vigorously kneading the shoulders of the top beauty. Those two guys from Gene City, without their teacher, they are nothing, not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Kexius is trash. That Zheng Beige is even worse than trash. The only valuable thing is the formulas left by their teacher during his peak. To be honest, that Valente guy is also a fool. Isn't it better to sell gene agents on the black market and make a fortune quietly? What's the point of Gene City? What's the point of upgrading agents? Now look, such a huge commercial empire has turned into a ghost town. Boss Shen gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with rage. Those two kids have no way out. They will definitely give me Formula No. 2. As for buying and trading, I won't give them a penny. I will directly expose their secrets to the world. At that time, those defectors will know they have lost all hope of recovery and will surely tear those two kids to pieces. You're so bad. I like it so much. The beauty in a black silk short skirt extended her fair fingers, sliding them back and forth on Boss Shen's chest, her seductive eyes burning with desire. Do you like it? Boss Shen leered. Come, in this long night, stick out your tongue. Just as Boss Shen turned to pounce on the beauty, he suddenly felt a chill rise at the back of his neck, his hair standing on end, a sense of inexplicable horror spreading through his body. Bastian quickly turned around and looked out through the observation window of the starship. In the next second, his eyes slowly widened, his expression filled with terror. What is that thing? Outside in space, a blood-red full moon hung quietly in the sky, appearing enormous due to the starship's altitude near the atmosphere. In front of the moon, a strange shadow floated silently. It was roughly humanoid, towering at least 3 meters tall, with a pair of enormous wings on its back, the outline of feathers faintly visible, resembling a pair of eagle-like predatory wings, which were still slightly flapping. The shadow's hands were slightly extended to the sides of its body, but they were not human hands. Instead, they were claws with sharp nails that curved inward. The shadow's feet were also peculiar, with exceptionally muscular calves that transformed into slender bones at the ankles, below which were claws resembling those of a predator. Faint yellow scales could be seen on the claws and calves, reflecting a slight glow. Monster! Bastian's pupils suddenly constricted, experiencing a tremendous shock, for that strange shadow was merely gazing from a distance, yet it emanated an invisible terror that made it hard to breathe and filled one with endless dread. He saw the creature slowly tilt its head back, its eyes in the darkness seemingly reflecting the light of Barnard's star, erupting in a strong blood-red glow. What is that thing? Goosebumps instantly covered Bastian's body as he shouted in terror, "Activate the defense shield." As a luxurious private starship, it naturally had a built-in defense system. A buzzing sound echoed. A faint blue energy shield appeared, enveloping Bastian's starship in its protection. Suddenly, the shadow before the blood moon let out a sharp and high-pitched bird call, the sound wave instantly reaching Bastian's ears, causing his eardrums to feel as if they were tearing apart. He covered his ears, letting out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. A gust of fierce wind howled. The shadow flapped its enormous wings and lunged toward the starship. Clang! The shadow's claw, resembling an eagle's talon, collided with the starship's defensive field, producing a metallic clang. In the next moment, that pitch-black, steel-like eagle claw directly pierced through the defense field, which had a stress value of hundreds of thousands, and the bird call echoed through the night sky again. The two eagle claws suddenly spread apart, tearing a gaping hole in the starship's defense field. Bastian's face turned pale, and he had already rolled off the bed. What on earth is that thing? Bang! In the next second, 5 dark and thick claws pierced through the starship's hull, a chilling light directly reflecting on Bastian's pale face. Crack! The starship's alloy hull was torn open, creating a massive gap. A gigantic shadow, 3 meters tall, crashed through the gap and rolled back into the starship's cabin. Bastian's pupils reflected the terrifying figure, his liver and gallbladder trembling. This figure was covered in hard, metallic black feathers, with blood-red eyes the size of fists, and beneath them was a pale yellow beak nearly a meter long. Its body, hidden beneath the feathers, was muscular and explosive, exuding an aura as terrifying as a demon god. Bastian was already stiff with fear, instantly losing control of his bladder. Like a storm of darkness flashing by, the shadow's wings spread out to 5 meters, soaring into the air, and in an instant, it was above Bastian. 2 eagle claws reached for Bastian's shoulders, the sharp talons piercing through his skin and penetrating his collarbone. "Who are you? What do you want?" Bastian's sanity had already collapsed, wailing and shouting, yet the monster did not utter a word. Crack! The sound of leather tearing and bones breaking echoed simultaneously. Bastian's plump body was split in two, torn apart. His head remained on the left half of his body, still shaking from inertia, but the right side of his ear and cheek had already been ripped off, left on the other half of his body. The left half of his head was a fat human face, while the right half was stained with blood and bone. Guts and entrails spilled everywhere. Bastian, with a terrified expression, had already breathed his last. "Ah! Ah!" The previously short-skirted beauty screamed in terror, fleeing toward the other cabins. But the shadow slowly turned its head, opened its beak, and its long, blood-red tongue trembled violently, saliva splattering as a sharp sound wave erupted. In an instant, all the electronic devices within the starship sparked violently. The short-skirted beauty instantly bled from all 5 orifices, collapsing to the ground with a thud, her beautiful eyes wide open, but her brain had turned to mush. Bastian and his woman had become corpses. No one would report it anymore. The luxurious starship emitted thick black smoke. All electronic systems have been damaged, and the ship's tilt is increasing, heading towards the Gene City for a crash. Shie! A terrifying bird cry emanates from within the ship, and a fierce figure bursts through the ship's armor, silhouetted against the blood moon, wings spread wide, soaring into the sky. But in that moment, the terrifying figure's body halts abruptly, suddenly hovering, its wings fluttering slightly as its crimson eyes gaze towards the sky on the other side. Not far away, a rusty garbage collection starship hovers quietly in the air, and a boy dressed in a blue scavenger cloak stands atop the garbage ship, quietly observing, the dark red night sky making his cloak flutter. Clearly, the garbage collection starship's hovering posture is stable, having been suspended for quite some time, witnessing the entire scene. There is still an hour until 3 in the morning. Chang Chen, adhering to a principle of caution, used the fourth wall navigation function of the Spirit-class starship to enter the Gene City, preparing to investigate in advance, only to stumble upon the scene before him. The monster's chilling gaze is fixed on Chang Chen. Chang Chen slightly raises his head, his eye-shaped bioarmor ready for battle at all times. The two gazes silently intersect in the air, an undercurrent surging. "My name is Chang Chen. Beggar is into beg." Chang Chen remains calm. "Who are you?" But for some reason, at this moment, Chang Chen is wearing a thin black mask, which is obviously a poor disguise. Anyone who has seen his true face would instantly recognize him. The sound of cracking bones comes from within the monster's body, its two sharp claws clashing slightly, producing a crisp metallic sound, its gaze suddenly turning blood red, then dimming again. It seems to be suppressing an inner impulse, only its massive wings fluttering, yet it does not launch an attack. "Who exactly are you?" Chang Chen asks again, unafraid. The monster's red glow in its eyes flickers, and it suddenly shakes its wings, but instead of charging at Chang Chen, it transforms into a shadow, diving towards the Gene City below. At that moment, Boshan's starship touches down, resulting in a violent explosion that kicks up a massive cloud of dust. The black monster also disappears without a trace in the dust. Zhang Beige pushes open the metal door to his senior's laboratory once more. Due to the recent chaos, he had to deal with it, but strangely, he had not seen his senior's figure despite the severity of the situation. Unexpectedly, his senior, Kexius, remained alone in the laboratory. At this moment, Kexius lies on the bed, his body trembling continuously, looking as if he has lost weight, drenched in cold sweat. "Senior, what happened to you?" Zhang Bei's face is anxious as he hurriedly checks Kexius's condition. "I'm fine." Kexius's lips are pale, and the red veins in his eyes have turned black. My skills are lacking. I previously developed a new gene serum, hoping it could save us in Gene City, but I didn't expect it to fail." Zhang Bei's eyes tremble. "Did you make yourself a test subject?" Cough cough. Kexius weakly replies, "It's fine, after all, I am a high-level gene user. My body will soon detoxify these poisons, and I will be fine by tomorrow." Zhang Bei's eyes well up with tears. "Senior, you've sacrificed too much." Kexius smiles. "Can you stop crying all the time? After all, you are the boss of Gene City. Being so timid every day is laughable." "Senior, I have news that I don't know if it's good or bad." Zhang Beige wipes his tears and says, "That annoying Boshan, it seems his starship has encountered some malfunction. 20 minutes ago, it suddenly crashed deep into Gene City. He won't have the chance to report us." "Oh," Kexius seemed a bit calm. "I can tell you clearly, this is good news." Suddenly, Kexius touched Zhang Bei's pocket and discovered two hard objects. Taking advantage of Zhang Bei's inattention, he directly pulled out the two items, which turned out to be two light blue potions. Kexius's eyes widened. "Teachers know. 3 potion? This is one of our few remaining stocks, it's our lifeline. What are you doing with these?" Zhang Bei's gaze flickered, shrinking his shoulders, not daring to speak. Kexius glared with bloodshot eyes. "You want to give it to that scavenger?" Zhang Bei frowned, his aura very weak. "I don't want him to follow in my footsteps and fall into trouble." "You bastard! Who cares about him? Who cares about us?" Kexius raised his hand, ready to slap him. But at that moment, he seemed to suffer some kind of backlash, feeling incredibly weak, and was actually robbed of the 2 potions by Zhang Beige. Zhang Beige stood at the door. "Senior brother, I must give this to him and let him go. I know this potion is precious, and when I come back, you can hit me or scold me however you want." After that, Zhang Bei's figure disappeared into the night. Kexius struggled to get up from the bed but fell to the ground with a thud. When he looked up, the bloodshot in his eyes turned crimson again, and he growled, "Zhang Beige, don't blame me for being ungrateful." At 3 in the morning, outside the gates of Gene City, Zhang Beige handed the 2 light blue potions to Chang Chen. Chang Chen took the potions and examined them closely, feeling a sense of familiarity. This potion used to circulate in the black market, known as the Valent potion. Zhang Bei smiled. "Valent is my teacher, and this potion is his masterpiece. Its effects are astonishing. It should solve your predicament." Chang Chen clearly remembered. Across the entire black market, only 13 of these potions had been circulated, and if they were combined, the next step would be the Valent Fantasy Potion. Zhang Bei's gift landed directly on Chang Chen's heart. "Beige." Chang Chen turned to look. "This potion is very expensive, isn't it?" Zhang Beige laughed heartily. "It is very expensive, but for my vast Gene City, it's nothing, just a drop in the bucket." "I'm really touched." Chang Chen said, "Actually, I also know that since the last incident with the experimenters, Gene City has lost its former glory. After all, it is an economic entity that needs a lot of business to sustain itself." Zhang Beige paused slightly, then smiled again. "A dead camel is bigger than a horse, you don't need to worry." Chang Chen nodded, then suddenly said, I just heard a huge sound of a starship crashing, and then an explosion. Could it be that your client had an accident? Zhang Bei frowned. It's Boss Shen. His starship crashed for some unknown reason. It can't be that simple. Cheng Chen shook his head. Your clients are either rich or noble, and the performance of their starships must be good. How could they just crash like that? Zhang Bei fell silent, his expression becoming somewhat grim. Cheng Chen kept staring at Zhang Bei, feeling a bit overwhelmed. After a long time, Zhang Bei sighed slightly. There's a monster in Jin City. Oh? Cheng Chen looked at Zhang Bei in confusion. I've seen that guy a few times in passing. It looks like a humanoid raptor, very huge, with an eagle's beak and claws. I named it the Eagle Demon, a devil like an eagle. Zhang Bei recalled, a hint of terror appearing on his face. I guess someone took some failed gene drugs, causing bodily abnormalities, but there are many people in Jin City, and I can't be sure who it is. I've been investigating this matter. Cheng Chen's expression remained calm. He had already traveled through the city of genes in secret and knew all the truths. There weren't many people, only a few security guards without genetic levels and 2 senior brothers with high-level genes. The possibility of ordinary people suddenly turning into such powerful monsters after taking a certain drug was minuscule, as they would likely be poisoned to death before their bodies even changed. Could it be that the true face of that monster is your senior brother? Cheng Chen suddenly said, staring at Zhang Bei's cheek, which was swollen from a slap from her senior brother. Cheng Chen, don't talk nonsense, Zhang Bei exclaimed, suddenly agitated. My senior brother is wholeheartedly devoted to the revival of the city of genes. You can't imagine what he has sacrificed. He would never do such a thing. Zhang Bei suddenly realized she was getting too worked up and calmed her tone. Cheng Chen, I will investigate this matter in secret to minimize the losses. You know that the city of genes is a place of chaos, with terrifying monsters inside. Take the medicine I gave you and leave quickly. As she spoke, Zhang Bei pushed Cheng Chen towards the exit. Cheng Chen, please keep this a secret for the sake of our trashy Earth. Ah, Cheng Chen suddenly sighed. Maybe I haven't been very polite. Since we met, I haven't introduced myself. How did you know my name is Cheng Chen? Zhang Bei paused. That's not important. It is important. Cheng Chen stood still. Since coming here, aside from Quan Yazi, Xiang Sao, and Uncle Fei, I've only introduced myself to Eagle Demon. Zhang Bei stiffened. What are you talking about? I don't mean to disrespect you, Cheng Chen said slowly. I've lived on Earth for 18 years. Every scavenger carries a scent that is hard to remove due to long-term exposure to a highly polluted environment. When we first met, you hugged me. Although it was faint, I still smelled that familiar scent. When I explored the city of genes before, I wore a mask made from biochemical armor, which greatly enhanced my sense of smell. Even when the monster was far away, I could still clearly identify that scent. That unique scent of scavengers, only you and I have it in the entire D3JD34. Thank you for considering our fellow villager bond and being willing to pay such a high price to ensure my safe departure. At that moment, Cheng Chen looked at the dazed man. You are the timid and kind-hearted Beige, but also the ruthless and devil-like Eagle Demon. Beige, Eagle Demon. What a stark contrast. Under the crimson night, Cheng Chen's gaze flickered. I am a witness to the Eagle Demon's killings, yet you still couldn't bring yourself to harm me and even offered me 2 such precious medicines, hoping to satisfy me so I could leave quietly without causing a stir or losing my life. Zhang Bei's thoughts surged, his face trembling with excitement. Look at me, weak and incompetent. I really am not the Eagle Demon. You are kind and sentimental. There must be a reason behind your actions. Cheng Chen's expression was calm. That Boss Shen from before likely threatened the city of genes. Killing such a petty person who takes advantage of others is justified. I stand by your side. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bei's eyes widened, but after a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, I really don't know who the Eagle Demon is. Cheng Chen smiled and patted Zhang Bei's shoulder. It's okay. Since that's the case, I also don't know who the Eagle Demon is. Zhang Bei was taken aback again, tears welling in his eyes. Then I thank you on behalf of the Eagle Demon. Just then, between the two, a thin red line, as fine as a hair, suddenly appeared, shooting down from the sky and slanting into the ground, resembling a targeting beam from some kind of light weapon. In the sky, a black battle starship, 10 kilometers long, emerged from the atmosphere. Zhang Bei looked up in shock. It must be Boss Shen sending out a distress signal before he died. He has a team of interstellar mercenaries under his command. There was no time to react. The battle starship fired a crimson energy beam, striking the ground at light speed along the previous laser path. Boom! As the beam touched the ground, it instantly expanded, forming a massive red sphere with a diameter of 100 meters, filled with high temperature and pressure, the energy peaking simultaneously, followed by a world-destroying explosion. In that moment, the Type 1 bioarmor instinctively protected Cheng Chen's entire body. Cheng Chen crossed his arms, but the energy was too violent, flipping his body backward, and the Type 1 bioarmor extended a biological tentacle, anchoring itself to the ground, allowing Cheng Chen to land back on the ground and regain control. Rumble! The terrifying energy rampaged, and the towering walls of Jin City were blasted open, creating a giant hole over 100 meters high, with massive concrete debris falling from the sky, shaking the earth. After about 30 seconds, the energy was finally exhausted. A gust of wind blew away the dust, revealing Cheng Chen's figure. At this moment, he was wearing a black biological battle armor, its surface crisscrossed with writhing muscles and thick veins, glowing red from burns and emitting wisps of blue smoke, yet it showed no signs of damage. A large yellow eye on his chest radiated an eerie light. The biological mask faded away. Cheng Chen looked up, his pupils suddenly constricting. He saw Zhang Beige crushed by a massive concrete block at least 50 meters in diameter and weighing no less than 1,000 tons. From the neck down, he was pinned under the concrete block, making it hard to imagine his current state. Blood trickled from the corner of Zhang Bei's mouth, his eyes were torn, and he stared wide-eyed. Zhang Beige! Cheng Chen shouted. Zhang Beige was severely injured. He was a B-class gene user, with 4 blue halos in his eyes, but those halos were flickering, growing dimmer and dimmer, about to extinguish. But just as the 4 halos in Zhang Bei's eyes completely went out, 4 new red halos ignited. Those halos were strange and bloody, radiating a captivating light. Ah! Zhang Beige suddenly roared, and the latter part of his roar transformed into a bird-like cry that seemed capable of piercing eardrums. In his desperate situation, Zhang Bei's body suddenly mutated. His arms sprouted sharp and hard black feathers, the dimensions of his entire arms multiplied, muscles surged and bulged, and his hands turned into dark, curved eagle claws. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! Zhang Beige, using only his arms, lifted the massive concrete block and tossed it aside. Dust billowed, obscuring vision. A vague silhouette, 3 meters tall, slowly rose from the ruins. Whoosh! 2 enormous wings, spanning 6 meters, suddenly spread open. This figure resembled a demon from the human realm, instilling fear in the heart. Whoosh! The massive wings flapped, and the shadow soared into the sky, bursting through the swirling dust, appearing before the blood moon. It was the eagle demon, with a bird's beak and human body, its limbs all claws. Cheng Chen stood in place and suddenly smiled. It turned out this guy could switch forms at will. The 4 red halos. He had already become a kind of genetic mutant. Zhang Beige was undoubtedly one of the top individual combat powers in human civilization. But, Cheng Chen slightly lowered his head, looking at his palm, where 2 glass test tubes had shattered in the recent explosion, the pale blue liquid spilling out through the gaps in his palm, leaving very little behind. Grass! Boom boom boom! Boom boom boom! The battle starship in the sky believed that the 2 weak humans, Zhang Beige and Cheng Chen, were already dead and was launching indiscriminate attacks on the entire Jin City. The towering city walls were constantly breaking apart, while the buildings inside were collapsing in large chunks. The original virtual imaging camouflage system had long been destroyed. At this moment, Jin City was in ruins and devastation. The starship discovered the terrifying eagle demon. It continuously fired high-voltage electromagnetic nets, the energy contained within capable of incinerating an elephant-sized creature into ashes in an instant. The soaring eagle demon was wrapped in a high-voltage electromagnetic net, and the millions of volts exploded, illuminating the air like daylight. But the eagle demon was fierce, its claws as tough as metal, instantly tearing the electromagnetic net apart. However, the nets came one after another, and sometimes the eagle demon would be surrounded by multiple nets at once. Although it could easily escape each time, its movements were severely hindered, making it impossible to approach the battle starship smoothly. In that moment, the eerie and terrifying eagle head suddenly turned, spotting Cheng Chen, who was hovering in the air, releasing a hazy green glow from beneath his feet, hundreds of meters away. The eagle demon's eyes, adorned with 4 red rings, flickered slightly. Cheng Chen said, "I told you, I will stand by your side." In the next instant, Cheng Chen slowly took out the first-generation muon catalyst, instantly pushing its energy level to 100%. Cheng Chen was also enraged, shouting, "Pay for my potion with your life." Buzz! The space trembled as the muon catalyst suddenly erupted, releasing a dazzling blue beam of light, like a divine sword, which Cheng Chen swung in a massive arc. The energy beam slashed down abruptly. The defensive level of this private battle starship was far inferior to that of the former military Hawk-class starship. Its defenses shattered in an instant, and the surface of the starship was struck heavily, its armor crumpling and breaking apart. This slash created a massive gap of at least 20 meters in the starship, causing it to lose its flight posture and tilt downwards. Cheng Chen did not relent, continuously striking with the muon catalyst. The scene was like using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. the small human body wielded the massive light weapon, slicing the starship in mid-air into pieces. Ultimately, that private battle starship was reduced to huge fragments, crashing to the ground. Throughout this process, even the pupils of the Eagle Demon were constantly contracting. Looking back at the entire Gene City, it had now become dilapidated and mottled, with more than half of the buildings destroyed, the towering city walls riddled with gaps, a scene of utter chaos. The Eagle Demon hovered in the air, its expression indescribable. The pale and extremely weak senior brother, Kexius, also emerged from his laboratory, gazing at the surrounding scene, slowly raising his head, tears streaming down his face. The blood-red sun was slowly rising from the east. The darkness gradually receded, representing that the truth of Gene City would no longer be hidden. The enormous sounds of explosions and destruction had already alarmed thousands of the Flawed. They emerged from the Valley of the Flawed, silhouetted against the red morning light, slowly walking towards Gene City. They no longer needed to get too close. They could see the internal scenes of Gene City through the gaps in the walls. Although they walked in the morning sun, their hearts grew increasingly desperate. If the truth of Gene City was like this, then they would have no hope of being healed again. Uncle Fei walked at the forefront, his eyes trembling, with 2 streams of murky tears on his face. He never expected that after disappearing for 5 years, Gene City had fallen to such a state. Through the largest gap, he could still see the enormous statue of genius pharmacist Valente, which had survived the flames of war and still stood tall. In the statue, Valente's eyes were filled with wisdom, steadfastly gazing into the distance. At this point, it had become a massive irony. Gradually, all the defectors gathered in front of the city wall. Kexius dragged his weak body over the wall and stood alone before all the defectors, their gazes piercing him like swords, leaving him feeling fragmented. Thud! Kexius bent his legs, facing thousands of defectors, and suddenly knelt on the ground, slowly lowering his head. At this point, he had nothing left to explain. It was at this moment that the terrifying figure of the Eagle Demon descended from the sky, landing beside Kexius, and then its claws and black feathers gradually faded away, revealing the face of Zhang Beige. Brother Kexius was shocked, but when he saw Zhang Beige also slowly kneeling, he could only manage a sorrowful smile. Even if Zhang Beige had immense power, at this moment, guilt rendered her unable to act. Suddenly, Uncle Fei slowly walked out from the crowd of defectors, glancing back at the somewhat dazed Shangso and Quan Yazi. Finally, Uncle Fei reached Kexius and Zhang Beige, extended his hand, patted their heads, smiled, and then pulled off the biological disguise mask from his face. Zhang Beige and Kexius were stunned. Teacher. Someone in the crowd of defectors screamed, "Valiant." In turn, Uncle Fei faced the thousands of defectors and slowly knelt on the ground. I know my mistakes cannot be made up for, but the 2 students are implicated because of me. If possible, I leave their fate in your hands. Please spare them. Teacher. Zhang Beige and Kexius both had tears in their eyes. You are all responsible. You can't escape. The downfall of Gene City ignited the anger within the defectors, and this flame grew fiercer, fueled by despair. Cheng Chen did not participate in this one-sided conflict. Instead, he landed on the ground and walked through the ruined Gene City. Eventually, Cheng Chen arrived in front of Valent's statue and looked up. The half-gray halo in his pupils held no light, but his shoulders shimmered with a deep blue glow. That was the traveling suit of the KP-03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster, the small UFO carrying tens of thousands of nano-repair robots. The nano-robots floated out like smoke, merging into the base of the massive statue. An electronic voice sounded. Encrypted door lock detected, beginning decryption. 3, 2, 1. Hiss. A dark door over a person's height slowly opened at the base of the statue. Cheng Chen smiled, slowly turned around, and looked at Valent, who was kneeling on the ground. Valent also noticed the scene. Inside the statue was his secret laboratory. Valent had never revealed the location of this laboratory to anyone because, in his plan, the 2 stubborn students would eventually be unable to bear it and would completely let go of Gene City. At that time, he would tell them the location of the laboratory. The things inside the laboratory were enough for the 2 students to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. At this moment, Valent let out a long sigh and slowly closed his eyes. That little bastard Cheng Chen. The reason he approached the 2 students, was to get at the laboratory. What could he possibly create with the Valent fantasy potion? He was full of crap. He was nothing but lies. At this point, the defectors would surely beat him and the 2 students to death, or even tear them apart. No one could stop Cheng Chen from emptying the laboratory. Valent did not know how Cheng Chen had found the secret laboratory, but in any case, that kid would be the biggest winner in the entire event. Cheng Chen, you damned bastard. The scavenger boy in the blue cloak slowly walked into the entrance of the laboratory. In front of him was a spiral staircase, and he climbed it slowly, step by step. Memories of last night flashed through his mind. The reason he used the Type 1 bioarmor, which transformed into a pitch-black mask, was indeed to enhance his sense of smell, but not to identify the eagle demon, as he was unaware of its existence during his first entry into the Gene City. The former X-Series Extreme Warrior armor had the capability to enhance human senses. Not to mention, the Type 1 bio armor was several levels above that. With the enhancement, Cheng Chen's sense of smell was nearly 30 times stronger. He was certain that even if the Gene City was in ruins, there would still be some stock left, possibly even some that Zhang Beige was unaware of. Because that Uncle Waste fellow spoke with a sense of guilt towards the two students, it was highly likely that he had left them a way out. Although it was merely a tentative guess, Cheng Chen decided to enter the Gene City and conduct a search. However, Gene agents do not emit any signals, and with the vastness of the Gene City, how could he search? So, Cheng Chen remembered the scent of those discarded agents on that broken table in Uncle Waste's cave. Although this behavior seemed a bit dog-like, he relied on his enhanced sense of smell to find the same scent in the Gene City, subsequently locking onto the Valent sculpture. Unexpectedly, Valent was somewhat narcissistic, placing his secret laboratory within his own sculpture. This tactic proved effective, as neither Zhang Beige nor Kexius noticed. His encounter with the Eagle Demon was indeed beyond Cheng Chen's expectations, but it was precisely the enhancement of his sense of smell at that moment that allowed him to identify the Eagle Demon's true identity and advance through the scavenger's scent. After reaching the last level of the spiral staircase, it seemed to trigger some kind of sensory switch. The pure white lights on the ceiling lit up one after another like a heavenly ladder, and his perspective suddenly opened up. It was a wide corridor. On either side of the corridor were 2 rows of bright, shiny glass cabinets. Inside the cabinets, pure white lights illuminated rows of black light-blocking test tubes, making them incredibly clear. As Cheng Chen walked, the STC emitted azure beams of light. Similar technological creation detected, synthesize? Similar technological creation detected, synthesize? Similar technological creation detected, synthesize? The most beautiful sounds rang in his ears, one after another. Cheng Chen spread his arms wide, a smile on his face, and walked forward with his eyes closed. In that moment, he felt as if he were embracing the entire world. I told you before, I'm the king of the world. I am the king of the world. At that moment, a fluffy, soft object popped out of Cheng Chen's pocket, standing on his shoulder, its small eyes like black jewels reflecting countless gene agents, and glistening with tears. Squeak, squeak, finally, I have food. Unexpectedly, Valent had quite the flair. As Cheng Chen stepped into this place, the sound system automatically turned on, playing a magnificent and cheerful dance tune. Cheng Chen had never heard such wonderful music before, and with his spirits high, he unconsciously began to dance. The scavenger boy couldn't dance at all, but he could flail around. In the beautiful dance tune, Cheng Chen executed a splendid 360-degree turn, keeping in time with the music, his left hand on his chest, and his right hand pointing at a gene agent cabinet. The azure scanning beams burst forth brilliantly. Ordinary black market gene agent, *118. Synthesis started, synthesis successful, high-quality black market gene agent, *59. Cheng Chen executed another stunning 720-degree spin, raising his head and pointing with his right hand to another set of gene potion cabinets. High-quality black market gene potion *56. Synthesis start, synthesis successful, special grade black market gene potion *28. The music began to swell, and Cheng Chen performed a front flip, adding a spin of indeterminate degrees, then pointed to another set of potion cabinets. Valent gene potion *22. Synthesis start, synthesis successful, Valent fantasy potion *11. The frenzied synthesis was just beginning. Cheng Chen spun again, this time with an indeterminate degree of elegance, his left hand resting on the back of his head, his right hand pointing forward. Synthesis start. Success. 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 Valent fantasy potion *170. During this process, Cheng Chen kept spinning, mainly because in his impression, dancing was all about spinning to the point of exhaustion. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. I'm a bit dizzy. Cheng Chen stumbled, breaking out of his spinning state, only able to see a swarm of little flies buzzing around in front of him. Damn, everyone else is flying like little stars, and I'm flying like little flies. Still the same saying, in this life, I'm stuck with a garbage heap. Cheng Chen held his head, glancing ahead, and unknowingly spun to the end of the corridor, where he found several jars lined up on the ground, some containing black potions. These potions were not treated well, not in cabinets, but gathering dust in the corner. Cheng Chen looked and sniffed. It turned out these were pain relief potions, the same ones Zhang Beige had distributed to the children earlier. No more spinning, but the synthesis must continue. Cheng Chen raised his right wrist, and the STC emitted a brilliant blue beam, enveloping the dozen or so pain relief potions. Detected similar technological creations, conventional gene pain relief potion *12. Synthesis successful, gene anomaly suppression potion *6. Chang Chen did not stop and continued synthesizing. Gene Repair Potion *3. Synthesis successful human exclusive flawed gene repair potion, paradox version, *1. Chang Chen looked at the newly synthesized creation, narrowing his eyes. Paradox version? What does that mean? The source of this potion is exceptionally mysterious, but its effects are incredibly powerful, capable of repairing 99% of flawed genes in human physiology caused by drug trials, congenital genetic defects, and other reasons. Chang Chen's eyes sharpened. Isn't this just perfect for repairing the flawed ones? Paradox version. Currently, this potion is in a paradoxical state, existing between existence and non-existence. Whether it ultimately solidifies depends on subsequent causal choices. The chooser, Valiant hiss. Chang Chen took a slight breath, then looked at the plain black test tube in his hand. The professional gene potion test tube was coated in black to prevent direct sunlight, avoiding unexpected reactions that could impair its effectiveness. Chang Chen gently opened the test tube stopper and peered inside. He witnessed a miraculous scene. The light green liquid suddenly became transparent, the weight in his hand lightened, as if it were non-existent, and in the next moment, green liquid formed again inside the test tube, gently rippling. It really is between existence and non-existence. Chang Chen squinted, a guess forming in his mind. The human-exclusive flawed gene repair potion synthesized this time by the STC might have its blueprint from a parallel universe, just like the former Dark Blue Mal's version superconducting electronic assistant. As for whether this repair potion can exist in this universe, it all depends on Valent's choice. If he chooses wrong, then this potion will vanish into thin air. If he chooses right, then this potion will truly materialize. As for what the options are, Chang Chen looked at the synthesized Valent fantasy potion, and the answer was obvious. Soon, Chang Chen would make that guy make the final choice. And now, Chang Chen looked at the 170 Valent fantasy potions in front of him and smiled. This potion is already the limit for Valent, but for me, Chang Chen, it's just the beginning. After taking out 2 Valent fantasy potions, the STC emitted a blue fan-shaped beam, detected similar technological creations beginning synthesis. Life's Bud Gene Sequence Liberation Potion *84. Life's Tree Gene Sequence Liberation Potion *42. Chang Chen grew more and more excited. The synthesis path was still the same. Next, it would reach heights never before attained. Beginning synthesis successful human limit gene potion *21. Human limit gene potion. Among all the intelligent beings in the universe, humans are in the lower middle stage. Each human's genetic limit is predetermined at birth, and under this premise, the genetic limits of each human vary. The human limit gene potion can activate all potential contained within human genes in a short time, creating a gene-level shock. Once successful, the gene level of the user will instantly rise to the limit and remain permanently fixed. Instant limit, Chang Chen exclaimed as he looked at the annotations in his view. The Valent fantasy potion only had a chance to increase by 3 levels, while this potion was even more monstrous, directly capping it. However, when Chang Chen saw the last line of the annotation, his expression became hard to describe. Success probability of shock 0.000000001%. That's even lower than the probability of 10 consecutive draws in the old era. Chang Chen shook his head. Indeed, with such a crazy return, the success rate is absurdly low. One would have to be a child of destiny to unleash the power of this potion. Of course, even if someone had this probability, they probably wouldn't have access to such a potion. As for whether Chang Chen was that child of destiny, there was no need for testing. He just needed to continue synthesizing, and the potion's effects would naturally multiply. Beginning synthesis successful gene Big Bang Potion *10. Chang Chen's eyes widened. Big Bang? The moment he saw the name of the potion, Chang Chen thought he had taken too big a step and was in over his head. What was this Big Bang? Would he explode on the spot after taking it? Gene Big Bang Potion, an upgraded version of the Limit Potion. The principle is also to call upon gene potential, but instead of creating a single shock, it gradually forms 30 gene Big Bangs, producing possibilities for gene enhancement, gene mutation, and gene leveling up. Although it cannot achieve an instant cap effect, the single success rate is greatly increased, with almost no side effects. The most precious aspect of this potion lies in breaking through innate defect genes, default gene limits, and high-level civilization gene locks, among various inhibitions. In this field, this potion is one of the best products. This potion comes from a 3-8-level new human civilization. Chang Chen paused, his eyes slowly lighting up. Breakthrough inhibition? The inhibition chain mentioned by the Queen was a type of suppression, so this potion in front of him was just the right remedy. And with 30 gene Big Bangs, this description sounded extremely astonishing. Then, Chang Chen asked with some confusion, what is a new human civilization? Although their civilization has the term human, it is entirely different from humanity. it has merely evolved under the same cosmic ecological environment, developing a physiological structure similar to that of humans, including the same physical features and brain, but their wisdom, cognition, and technological level far exceed that of humans. They are also humans, but they are somewhat like the gods in our understanding. Chang Chen's eyes were filled with longing. I wonder if I will have the chance to see them and their civilization in the future. It was at this moment that Chang Chen suddenly noticed a small black cube mixed in with a row of newly synthesized gene explosion agents. Picking up the cube, Chang Chen found that it had a delicate texture, somewhat like frosted material, about the size of a human mahjong tile, but very thin and exuding a sense of high quality. What is this? Chang Chen examined the small cube. How could such an item appear in the agent? It clearly didn't exist just now. In the new human civilization, every 10 gene explosion agents are equipped with such a device, which functions as a gene manual. You can think of it as a gift. A gift, a gene manual. Chang Chen's eyes brightened. You really are quite humane, even synthesizing a manual. Following the STC's instructions, Chang Chen placed the black cube on his right wrist. A miraculous scene unfolded as the black cube seemed to melt, permeating into Chang Chen's skin, ultimately leaving a small black square on his wrist, resembling a tattoo. Chang Chen was somewhat astonished. Even a gift possesses such high technological content. Gently touching the black square, a scene suddenly appeared in Chang Chen's perspective. A black background, with what looked like a coordinate axis at the bottom, featuring 24 nodes, but both the coordinates and nodes were dark gray, as if not activated. Below the second and third nodes, 2 phrases were written, instinct line and supernatural line. Above these 2 nodes extended 2 vertical coordinate axes, each with 24 nodes, which were also gray, as if uncolored. Is this the gene manual? It's not that simple. From a glimpse, Chang Chen could instantly determine that this was a gene ability map. Instinct line, supernatural line. Chang Chen's gaze flickered. Before being blocked by the suppression chain, he must have already activated these 2 abilities. The lines. Thus, the horizontal coordinate axis having 24 nodes means that there are 24 different lines in human genes. The vertical axis should represent the promotion space for these abilities. The instinct line likely refers to basic human abilities, such as thinking and basic physical qualities. The supernatural line should refer to the supernatural abilities defined by humanity. It is rumored that certain high-level gene users possess special abilities, which should belong to this category. Like Zhang Beige, he should belong to another type of line. For example, gene mutation line or something similar. So that's how it is. Chang Chen felt a chill, realizing that through that small manual, he had uncovered a tiny corner of the vast gene world. He wondered what kind of data might appear in this interface in the future. But at the very least, it allowed Chang Chen to fully understand his own situation. Humanity's genes actually have 24 lines. He wondered how many lines the current human civilization had unlocked and to what extent they had advanced. And regarding myself, when I break the suppression chain, the gene roadmap should be updated. At this moment, Chang Chen looked at the 10 vials of gene explosion potion, which was undoubtedly the most suitable potion. Squeak! Just as Chang Chen picked up one vial, he heard a squeaking sound. He saw the little creature hugging the vial of Valiant Fantasy Potion that Chang Chen had just given it, but it hadn't drunk it. Instead, its small eyes were fixed on the gene explosion in front of Chang Chen. Chang Chen tilted his head. Do you want to drink this too? Squeak! Squeak weakly called out, not being annoying, but seeking Chang Chen's opinion. If all goes well, we won't lack potion materials in the future. Chang Chen smiled. Besides, I promised you that I would raise you to be the fattest little mouse in the universe. Saying this, Chang Chen picked up a gene explosion, removed the stopper, and placed it in Squeak's arms. Squeak's pink nose twitched, its whiskers trembled, and its small eyes sparkled. Then, Chang Chen also picked up a gene explosion, removed the stopper, and gently clinked it with the potion in Squeak's arms, producing a crisp sound. Come on, cheers! Squeak! Thud thud thud. Zzzzz. Chang Chen tilted his head back to drink the potion, while Squeak stuck its mouth into the test tube to drink. After a moment, both vials were empty. Chang Chen smacked his lips. Squeak also smacked its lips. Besides the pleasant taste, it seemed there was no other feeling. Chang Chen remembered that the notes clearly stated almost no side effects, so he didn't hesitate and immediately opened 2 more vials, clinking them with Squeak. Let's keep drinking. Thud thud thud. Zzzzz. No feeling. Squeak. Not full. Keep drinking. Thud thud thud. Zzzzz. One person and one mouse, wildly spinning with gene explosion potion. If this scene were seen by human geneticists, they would probably go mad on the spot. Each gene explosion potion essentially formed 30 instances of critical hits, not to mention the gene repair function. Each critical hit also had a high probability of resulting in a leap in gene level. 30 times plus high probability. 1. Valent Fantasy Potion could drive all of humanity crazy, while the effect of the Gene Explosion Potion was undoubtedly a geometric multiple of that. Moreover, the current human civilization could not possibly manufacture such a potion. Its rarity could hardly be defined. Yet, such a potion was being consumed by Chang Chen as if it were tap water. In the end, Chang Chen drank a total of 6 vials of Gene Explosion Potion, while Squeak drank 4. At this moment, Squeak looked like a fluffy balloon, unable to touch the ground with its 4 legs, all 4 paws in the air, gently rolling on the ground. Squeak's expression was very dazed. It squinted its eyes, seemingly entering a state of food ecstasy. The whole mouse felt extremely comfortable. It had never drunk such a delicious potion before. Once, in the basement of the Gene Research Institute, to survive for a long time, it needed to eat a fixed amount every day, so it had never indulged like this. Squeak, Squeak murmured softly. Chang Chen knew that this little guy was now thoroughly satisfied, floating in bliss. Then, Chang Chen began to experience his own situation. He first entered the interface for switching between dual gene sequences. Although it was called a page, it was actually a mysterious space deep within his consciousness. The space was dim and profound, with only 2 groups of DNA quietly floating. But at this moment, 2 solidified, dark gray chains tightly wrapped around the 2 groups of DNA, sealing them off completely. This was the inhibition chain that had been materialized as a reminder from the Queen. It felt as if everything had fallen into a kind of stagnation and silence. Nothing has changed. Does the potion need time to take effect? Chang Chen wondered, his perspective returning to reality. But he found Gigi standing on the ground, bending over and looking at the ground, with pink light blooming in its 2 eyes, exceptionally strong. Moreover, Gigi's round belly had disappeared, as if all the potions had been digested. Gigi! A loud cry came from Gigi's mouth, and he saw the pink crystals above its head growing inch by inch. Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly. Gigi could actually evolve through potions. He watched as the crystals on Gigi's brain grew longer, originally about 2 to 3 centimeters, now nearly 10 centimeters. Then those crystals slowly bent backward, gradually fitting against Gigi's back, as if the pure white fur on its spine was melted by the crystals, and then those crystals fused with the skin on its back, radiating a pink glow. About 3 minutes later, Gigi's appearance underwent an astonishing change. The crystals formed a translucent skull on top of its head, finally covering its previously exposed brain, and then the crystals on its head extended along Gigi's body, forming a crystal spine. Gigi's entire tail had turned into pink crystals, but it was not rigid. Instead, it could sway back and forth in the air. This must be some kind of evolution. Chang Chen found it incredible. In that moment, Gigi suddenly tilted its head back and let out a piercing cry towards the sky. Gigi, although Chang Chen's silicon-based biological genes were suppressed, he still maintained a basic connection with Gigi. There were no strange sounds at the scene, but after Gigi let out that cry, Chang Chen heard countless earth-shattering roars of beasts, as if responding to Gigi in some way. And none of those beast sounds were ones Chang Chen had ever heard. They came from the depths of the universe, possibly from any planet, any kind of extraterrestrial monster. At that moment, a large yellow eye of the I-type bioarmor appeared automatically on Chang Chen's chest, looking at Gigi, its eyes glowing yellow, and it emitted a low-response Zelu. Chang Chen instantly realized the truth. After Gigi's evolution, it could connect with more strange creatures, and this connection could cross infinite distances. Chang Chen also thought of a possibility. If they encountered other monsters in space in the future, could Gigi also control them? Even if it wasn't that ideal, establishing some communication shouldn't be a problem. This was indeed a strong advantage. It was quite a pleasant surprise. Chang Chen had originally wanted Gigi to eat well, but unexpectedly facilitated Gigi's evolution. Just as Chang Chen was delighted, a sudden earth-shattering sound startled him into a cold sweat. Boom! The sound was so immense, it was even somewhat terrifying. For a moment, Chang Chen thought the Valente sculpture had been hit by a large lightspeed weapon, but in fact, there was no change around him. The terrifying loud noise came from his mind. Boom! Another loud sound. Chang Chen's whole body shook, breaking into a cold sweat, his head pounding. The perspective returned to his genetic space, and he finally discovered the truth. He saw that the loud noise came from his human DNA double helix. The DNA was still wrapped in thick iron chains, but after another astonishing loud noise, the thick iron chains trembled violently. Chang Chen was stunned. The genetic explosion. No, it was his own critical hit coming. Boom! Another terrifying loud sound. The suppression chain trembled incessantly. Boom, boom, boom. The loud noises continued, and this feeling was like a house made of reinforced concrete, with the windows and doors sealed shut, but a big man wielding a heavy hammer was smashing inside, trying to break open the cage, because all of this was happening in Chang Chen's mind. So this kind of smash carried a shocking impact that could intimidate the heart, along with a deafening sound that only Chang Chen could hear. Boom! Boom! Amidst the loud noises, Chang Chen silently calculated that each loud sound represented a critical hit, and since he had consumed 6 doses of the gene explosion potion, that meant 6 by 30, totaling 180 times. Approximately after the 60th smash, the chains on human DNA were already riddled with cracks. A blazing fire ignited within Chang Chen's heart. I am finally going to break free from my restraints. Bang! Crack! The red stone shattered. To his surprise, a defector used the fragments in his hand to smash towards Valente's head. Valente showed no expression. The stone did not harm him, only leaving some debris and a faint white mark on his head. Behind him, many defectors tightened their grips on their stones. The 3 masters and disciples knelt there, facing thousands of defectors. If their essence were truly that of great villains, this scene would never have occurred. They would have long fled, disappearing without a trace. Because of their inner conscience, transformed into immense guilt, they set aside all thoughts and quietly awaited their final punishment. There is a saying that is not very appropriate but quite fitting. Good people do not last long, while bad people live for 1,000 years. Enough! It was Chang Chen, slowly stepping out from the gap in the city wall, looking at the crowd of defectors. Stop hitting. The defector at the front halted his arm in mid-air, not continuing to strike. Chang Chen's words held a bit of weight among the defectors. Not long ago, Chang Chen's junk starship had landed in the valley, bringing them a large supply of fresh fruits and vegetables. Zhang Beige frowned. What are you doing here? Leave quickly. Valente's expression was unfriendly, his gaze burning like fire as he looked at Chang Chen. What do you want? Chang Chen did not waste words. He flipped his hand, revealing a black test tube in his palm, extending it towards Valente, the Valente fantasy potion. Upon hearing this, the entire place fell silent. Valente's pupils instantly contracted. Ha ha. But just a few seconds later, Valente burst into absurd laughter. Ha ha ha. Are you crazy or am I crazy? You spent over 10 minutes in my lab and came out with the Valente fantasy potion? Ha ha. Chang Chen remained calm, raising his hand to take out a device with a small screen at the tail and a sharp tip like a slender steel needle. This is a potion component detector. You can check the data yourself. Chang Chen said slowly. As a genius pharmacist, the results will surely be clear to you. Valente was taken aback. Is this equipment from my lab? How come I've never seen it before? Chang Chen smiled. I made a small upgrade to it. Valente was stunned. He glanced at the somewhat unreliable device in Chang Chen's hand and then at the unremarkable potion test tube. Ha ha ha. Valente began to laugh absurdly again. How is that possible? How is that possible? The potion that I have spent my entire life's knowledge and countless resources trying to touch. How could you, a punk from a garbage planet, possibly? Valente's latter half of the sentence suddenly choked back, falling into an eerie silence as he stared wide-eyed at Chang Chen's pupils. In Chang Chen's pupils, there still existed half a gray circle, a characteristic of defective genes or genetic failures. But at this moment, the half circle in Chang Chen's eyes was actually filled with fine cracks. In fact, Chang Chen's gene critical hit had not yet ended. The astonishing loud sound in his mind continued, and he had stepped out early to prevent Valente, Zhang Beige, and the others from truly being killed by the defectors. Valente's eyes widened. He discovered that in Chang Chen's pupils, not only were there cracks filling the gray semicircle, but also faintly emerging in the depths of the pupils were golden halos. Because the pupils were too small, Valente had to strain his eyes, counting one by one, 1, 2, 3, 4. But before he could finish counting, the brightness of those halos intensified, intertwining until they became indistinguishable. Valente was utterly shocked. His words became somewhat stammering. What on earth have you done, or rather, what kind of potion have you created? This was something Valente could hardly believe. Chang Chen must have taken something, the signs were obvious. What kind of potion could allow a person to transform directly from flawed genes to high-level genes? Such a thing was impossible in Valente's knowledge and experience. Yet, he saw Chang Chen once again extend the black test tube in his hand, his gaze intense, saying, "Test." Valente's heart suddenly jolted. If Chang Chen truly had the ability to turn decay into wonder, then Valente remained kneeling on the ground, his arms trembling as he picked up Chang Chen's testing device, opened the potion vial, and slowly inserted it into the tester, allowing the probe to touch the potion's original liquid. In the next moment, a large amount of data appeared on the screen above the tester, with a blue interface and white characters scrolling rapidly, containing incredibly complex chemical formulas and a plethora of textual annotations. The speed of the character scrolling was extremely fast. For anyone else, it would be a challenge not only to understand but even to see clearly. But Valente remained motionless, his face illuminated and dimmed by the screen, his pupils rapidly pulsating, true to his genius name, he was clearly able to see, understand, and digest it. After a full minute and a half, the data finally scrolled to the end, the screen stopped flickering, and the word review appeared at the top, but Valente did not click it. Instead, he became like a clay statue. Chang Chen raised his hand and took the potion back from Valente. Without needing to ask, Chang Chen knew that Valente had already identified the authenticity of the potion. Kexius pursed his pale, cracked lips and gently called out, "Teacher." Valente was seen kneeling on the ground, his hands still in the position of holding the potion, as the wind-carrying red sandy soil blew through his white hair, causing it to sway slightly. Zhang Beige also showed concern. "Teacher." Woo-woo. Suddenly, Valente, frozen in place, let out a muffled cry, tears bursting forth in an instant. He suddenly fell back to the ground, lying in a big shape, facing the red sky, his cries growing louder. On his face, dirt and tears mixed together, forming dark red mud. He wiped it with his sleeve, making his face even more murky. Woo-woo. New tears washed away the mud, leaving streaks on his face. Valente recalled his once glorious self in the black market. He remembered the one who had rejected the invitation from the Galactic Science Alliance, the arrogant self who relied on his talent. He also recalled the spirited self who had just established the Gene City, and the one who had just developed the prototype of the Valente fantasy potion, jumping 3 feet high in excitement. Woo-woo. Valente, nearing 70 years old, cried even more tragically. He remembered the first and only large-scale test of the fantasy potion, where the place was packed, everyone scrambling to be first. Then, faces appeared in his mind. Those were the first batch of humans who, due to the side effects of the fantasy potion, became emaciated with severely swollen brains. Soon after, these people began to die one after another. The scene was tragic. Valent stood up, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly banging his head against the stone before him. Even with his robust physique, this time he finally drew blood, mixing it with tears and mud into a puddle. Woo-woo. In the past few years, he had lived among the flawed as Uncle Waste, hoping to find a cure by observing their symptoms, but whether it was 100 trials or 200, all had failed. As Uncle Waste, he watched his student Zhang Beige from a distance, secretly distributing painkillers to the children of the flawed, and saw Zhang Beige grow thinner day by day. He also, as Uncle Waste, secretly observed the number of client starships in the atmosphere, fully aware that the clients were dwindling day by day, until finally, there were almost no clients left in Gene City. He knew he wouldn't die, but every day he engaged in various forms of suicide to alleviate his inner guilt. All of this was because of him. All because of that imagined gene potion. Once, he had drawn an unshakable conclusion: the Valent fantasy potion absolutely did not exist. But now, he had just seen it. He had truly seen it. The thing in Chang Chen's hand was the Valent fantasy potion he had longed for. Now that the potion clearly existed, he couldn't understand why he couldn't suppress the emotions within him, why he couldn't hold back his tears. Woo-woo. Valent curled up on the ground, his forehead pressed against the soil, tugging at his hair, his throat hoarse from crying. He gradually understood. Once, he had created a failed fantasy potion, causing 5,000 people to fall into hell. This was a colossal mistake. If the Valent fantasy potion truly did not exist, that would be fine. No one in this world could create the Valent fantasy potion. Anyone who touched it would inevitably make mistakes. But now, the real Valent fantasy potion had appeared, which meant that the beautiful dream he had denied existed. He just lacked the ability to touch it, leaving him without his last excuse, and guilt surged like a tidal wave, drowning everything. Why hadn't it appeared sooner? Or perhaps, it would have been better if he had never conceived the idea of creating this potion. People thought he had found an outlet for his emotions at that moment, but in reality, his emotions became even more complex. Valent suddenly looked up, staring at the blood-red sun in the sky, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. The scream pierced through the clouds. Valent's hysteria gradually made the flawed lose their patience. They tightened their grip on the stones in their hands and slowly moved forward. Changchen held a bit of status in their hearts, but it was not high. With a whoosh, one of the flawed threw a stone that hit Valent on the forehead, shattering into pieces. It was unclear which flawed person, without discernment, threw a fist-sized stone at Changchen, with great force and speed. The Type 1 biocombat armor reacted swiftly. Changchen waved his hand, turning the stone into powder, then squinted at the crowd of flawed, some trembling at his gaze. Valent slowly stood up, his voice calm but resonating in everyone's ears. He, Changchen, has developed the real Valent fantasy potion. This sentence was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, causing a huge uproar. The flawed were all taken aback, and soon countless whispers overlapped, becoming a deafening roar. They had already been utterly hopeless about the Valent fantasy potion, but hearing it confirmed from Valent himself forced them to believe. Kexius and Zhang Beige exchanged glances, both seeing extreme shock reflected in each other's eyes. Valent looked up at the red sky. Cheng Chen's expertise in genetic agents is 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times greater than mine. I am unworthy of the title genius. Valent slowly closed his eyes, and 2 lines of resigned tears flowed down his cheeks. Cheng Chen called out, "Valent, come here." Yes. No one expected that Valent would respond to Cheng Chen's summons with a submissive yes. Perhaps this was the emotional shift of a top scientist, his confidence shattered, completely surrendering. Valent approached Cheng Chen and slightly bowed his head. Cheng Chen extended his hands, one holding the recently created Valent fantasy agent, while the other held a test tube coated with a light-blocking layer. Cheng Chen suddenly lowered his voice, "You need to make a choice now." Valent's eyes widened slightly, confused. 2 agents, one is the Valent fantasy agent. The other is a flawed gene repair agent, which has a certain probability of curing the flawed. And you can only take one from me. Cheng Chen's voice was low, almost only audible to Valent and 2 nearby students. Which one do you choose? Valent's eyes widened in shock. He never expected to face a choice at this time and place. In that moment, a huge wave surged within him. Cheng Chen gazed at Valent. If he chose the Valent fantasy agent, then the city of genes would truly rise, its fame spreading throughout human civilization. This agent would be enough to bring them immense wealth in a short time, making them rich enough to rival nations. The benefit would be that Cheng Chen would gain a powerful, even the most formidable supplier of agents in human society, and the returns would be unimaginable. As long as there was sufficient funding, genetic technology would surely innovate. The downside was that there might be high-level genes everywhere, and he would be no better than a dog. Of course, saying a dog was a bit exaggerated. After all, Cheng Chen was a man with STC, standing out from the crowd, but his personal aura would definitely be diminished. If Valent chose the human-exclusive flawed gene repair agent, then thousands of flawed individuals would be cured. Valent would find redemption within himself, and the crisis of the flawed would come to an end. The human genetic system would remain stable. With Valent's previous technology, producing some basic genetic agents should not be a problem. The issue was that the city of genes could not turn around instantly. Its financial strength would become significantly weaker, and research and development would inevitably be hindered. Cheng Chen's supply would also be delayed and insufficient. As for why it had to be a choice between the two, STC had previously stated that since Cheng Chen had synthesized a paradoxical item, this paradox must be resolved: either make the repair agent a reality or let it disappear. If the paradox continued to exist, it would lead to unpredictable severe consequences. The Valent fantasy agent was originally a fantasy. The human-exclusive flawed gene repair agent was a paradox. In human civilization, only one of the two could exist. Cheng Chen sighed inwardly. An ancient saying goes, "You cannot have both fish in bear's paw." At this moment, Zheng Beige and Kexius's lips trembled to varying degrees as they stared intently at their teacher. A layer of sweat unknowingly formed on Valent's forehead. This was not an easy choice. Cheng Chen had a guess in his heart. He had had deep contact with Valent, so he had a different interpretation of Valent's seemingly mad behavior. Valent's heart was filled only with regret and remorse. When he witnessed the moment the fantasy potion became reality, frustration and regret consumed him entirely, so he was very likely to choose to repair the potion, thus completing his self-redemption and completely freeing himself from his inner demons. A gentle breeze stirred the red dust. Valente's white hair was also blown by the wind, and he reached out with a trembling arm, but unexpectedly, he grabbed the Valente fantasy potion. Cheng Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw Valente lift the potion, looking at the liquid inside under the red sunlight, which had turned blood red due to the sunlight's influence. Valente's eyes were moist. In his hand was the existence he yearned for and dreamed of. Cheng Chen could clearly feel that the repair potion in his hand was becoming lighter and lighter. Valente suddenly chuckled. Whoosh! He swung his arm, and crack! The La Valente fantasy potion was smashed to the ground, the test tube shattered into pieces, and the potion spilled everywhere, slowly seeping into the soil, disappearing without a trace. Cheng Chen tilted his head slightly. Zheng Beige and Kexius both froze in shock. Next, Valente took a deep breath and picked up the gene repair potion from Cheng Chen's hand, gripping it tightly. Valente fantasy potion can be born. Then in the future, there will definitely be Zhang Lunt fantasy potion, Li Lunt fantasy potion. They all have the potential to become disasters for humanity. I do not want to be the beginning of this. I would rather that the Valente fantasy potion never existed. Valente looked at Cheng Chen, his gaze incredibly firm. I choose to heal everyone. After a moment of complex expressions, Zheng Beige and Kexius slowly became relieved. Mr. Cheng Chen, rest assured, Valente said, from now on, I can still provide you with an unlimited supply of potions. Cheng Chen smiled and looked at the shattered potion on the ground. How will you provide it? You no longer have your cash cow. You do not know. Valente held the repair potion in his hand, feeling its weight increasing, whether due to an illusion or some other reason. The number of people with genetic flaws caused by various reasons in all of human civilization is already astonishing. Perhaps it accounts for 30% of the total human population. Among them, there are many wealthy and powerful individuals. Valente looked at Cheng Chen. From today, the City of Genes will change its nature and become the first hospital for repairing flawed genes in all of human civilization. Repair hospital? Cheng Chen's eyes widened slightly. He remembered that Hong Yan on the garbage planet suffered genetic damage due to the backlash of the potion. Although her genetic level was later improved, the damage was permanently imprinted in her genes. In this context, looking at all of human civilization, everyone was pursuing higher genes, while the effectiveness of potions on the market had almost negligible success rates and enormous damage rates. Under such circumstances, the number of those with genetic flaws and injuries was likely incalculable. And regarding this potion, since it comes from Mr. Cheng Chen's hands, its effectiveness is self-evident. I will restore and produce this potion. It won't be long. Valente's eyes sparkled. The City of Genes will gain another unshakable status and astonishing wealth. And you, Cheng Chen, will be the sole owner of the City of Genes. As for me, Valente, the old man with graying hair slightly gritted his teeth. I am merely a penitent who intends to spend the rest of my life healing humanity. Cheng Chen's eyes flickered. He had just entered human society, had little experience, and never imagined that there was such an alternative path. Of course, Valent promised, I will also establish a gene drug production line, but it will not be for sale, only for Mr. Shang. At this moment, Cheng Chen finally understood Valent's entire plan. He couldn't help but smile with relief. It turned out that one could have both fish in bear's paw. Boom! Boom! The huge sounds in Cheng Chen's mind continued to resonate. Throughout the recent process, his own gene critical strike had never ceased. In the gene space, the inhibition chain materialized as iron chains, which were now covered in cracks, and those cracks were growing larger, with dazzling golden light seeping through the gaps. What surprised Cheng Chen even more was that initially, only the iron chains on the human double helix DNA had developed cracks. Now, the iron chains of the silicon-based DNA had also changed, similarly covered in cracks. At first, Cheng Chen was worried that the inhibition chain of the silicon-based organisms required some other agents, like silicon-based civilization agents, to break the blockade. But now it seemed that both gene types were one entity, belonging to Cheng Chen, and could critical strike together. Cheng Chen didn't know whether this was a stroke of luck or a common phenomenon. Of course, there was no way to verify it. Perhaps Cheng Chen was the only dual gene sequence owner in this universe. Standing on the dark red ground, Cheng Chen's eyes widened slightly. Meanwhile, in the gene space, the iron chains on the carbon-based DNA could no longer bear the burden and began to shed fragments. Cheng Chen could vaguely see that the double helix DNA within the iron chains had turned golden, shining brilliantly, exuding a breathtaking aura. What are you two doing? You said you made the fantasy drug, so why did it break? Are you putting on a show? If they escape, we're done for. I think they're just stalling for time. Everyone, go. Capture them. At this moment, the defectors had begun to riot, their ugly faces surrounding them like zombies. Boom! Boom! The loud noises in Cheng Chen's mind grew stronger, the frequency increasing. Suddenly, the iron chains on the carbon-based DNA collapsed, exploding into countless fragments. The complete double helix DNA emerged, no longer blue, but a dazzling gold, as if forged from gold, incredibly eye-catching. Shut up! Facing thousands of defectors, Cheng Chen suddenly shouted in anger. In that instant, the gray semicircle in his pupils shattered, and 5 golden rings appeared within his eyes. Thousands of defectors suddenly felt an unprecedented state, a kind of intangible and formless intimidation, as if carrying an innate restraint, causing their hearts to race and their hair to stand on end. Unknowingly, thousands of defectors took a step back in unison. This is. Valent stood beside Cheng Chen, clearly seeing the change in his pupils, an A-level gene user. But wait, why is their gene manifestation this color? Valent, well versed in the field of genetics, had seen more than 5 A-level gene users, yet he could not explain the situation before him. At the same time, Valent turned to look at the terrified defectors, his heart pounding. In theory, in legends, in speculations, human genes are connected to the mysterious forces of the universe. The strength of gene levels corresponds to the strength of these mysterious forces. This was originally the realm of mysticism, but it could also be linked to biological magnetic fields and the quantum mechanics between thoughts. If placed in the animal kingdom, a weak antelope, upon seeing a strong adult tiger, would instinctively feel fear, even if no predation occurred. In severe cases, it might lose the ability to flee. Valent's gaze moved back and forth between the defectors and Cheng Chen. On one side are the extremely lowly flawed gene carriers, and on the other side are the high-level gene carriers with unique genetic attributes, antelopes and ferocious tigers. Valente's eyelid twitched. Could this be the unproven gene suppression? You people are all greedy. Cheng Chen spoke up, 5 golden halos flickering in his eyes, his voice both intimidating and penetrating. The current state of Gene City is half due to Valente's recklessness and half because of your greed. You seem weak. In reality, in my heart, pity and hatred coexist. Cheng Chen's gaze was like a sharp sword. Take Vanilla, she is only in her teens now. 5 years ago she was just a child. Who brought her here? Was it not you parents, and those like Circle Tooth? You all knew your genes had flaws, yet you still could not control your desires, recklessly releasing and promiscuously engaging here. The moment those children are born, they have already 1 foot in hell. Valente and the others did not escape, they stayed here, facing their responsibilities. And I, willing to offer the option of gene repair agents, is my final mercy. Cheng Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. If you continue to be so vicious, I will let you perish on your own. As these words were spoken, combined with the invisible gene suppression, all the flawed ones stiffened, their pupils trembling, and the scene fell into silence. Zheng Bei's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at Cheng Chen, trembling slightly. No one wishes to be endlessly trapped, nor does anyone truly want to bear all the responsibility willingly. He only felt guilt and never complained. Cheng Chen spoke the words he had long dared not say. Valente slowly exhaled, but the breath was trembling, his throat bitter. Boom, boom, boom. The huge sounds in Cheng Chen's mind had not ceased. The chains of silicon-based DNA shattered in that instant. However, after all, it was the human gene explosion agent, which did not catalyze the silicon-based genes, so the diamond dodecahedron DNA of the silicon-based did not show obvious changes, only breaking through the suppression chain. Nevertheless, deep within Cheng Chen's pupils, the characteristics of silicon-based life forms briefly emerged, and in the central halo appeared a dazzling rainbow-colored glass. Valente suddenly took a step back, his eyes fixed on Cheng Chen's pupils. What is this? Boom, boom, boom. Cheng Chen's genetic critical strike had not yet been exhausted, about 20 strikes remained. The loud noise continued, and Cheng Chen clearly felt that the remaining 20 critical strikes would all act on his carbon-based DNA. Boom! The earth shook. This time, it was the external terrain that changed. In the distance, the Valley of Flawed Ones suddenly billowed with a large amount of dust, accompanied by loud cracking and falling sounds. Zhang Beige reacted first. The main body of the Flawed Ones Valley is soil. The previous fierce bombardment from the starship caused geological tremors, and the Flawed Ones Valley is going to collapse. Not good. But among the crowd of Flawed Ones, Vanilla exclaimed, the children like Circle Tooth are still in the valley. Boom, boom, boom. The critical strikes in Cheng Chen's mind continued, unseen by anyone, and deep within his pupils, the 6th halo faintly emerged, representing 1 in a billion S-level high-level gene carriers in human civilization. At the same time, the gene circuit diagram he had previously obtained appeared in Cheng Chen's eyes. On the horizontal axis, the words supernatural line glowed slightly, and at the same time, a corresponding vertical axis extended a line, with one node after another being illuminated. Every birth of human consciousness has its unique and specific meaning and function. This also determines the scope of his abilities. Every human burdened with a special mission has their own strengths. User Cheng Chen, your ability is speed. The gene blueprint slowly revealed a line of explanatory text. At the same time, accompanied by the deafening sound of genetic impact, the first node's annotation gradually appeared on the vertical axis corresponding to the supernatural line. Level 1 speed. Immediately after, the annotation for the second node also emerged. Level 2 speed. Then came the third node. Level 3 speed. Next was the fourth. Level 4 speed. Meanwhile, on the fourth node, a branch suddenly split off horizontally, forming a new node, resembling some kind of derived ability, super metabolic rate. Cheng Chen's eyes widened slightly. Having ascended to a new genetic level, I have gained the legendary supernatural power. And all of this had been hinted at before. This power is speed. So, what exactly is level 4 speed? And how many meters per second is it? In that instant, a thunderous roar erupted, the ground where Cheng Chen stood cracked, and the soil rolled back. Cheng Chen himself, like an arrow released from a bow, transformed into a black shadow, instantly sweeping past 5,000 defectors, stirring up a whirlwind and a cloud of dust several meters high. In the moment when no one had reacted, he charged into the defector valley. The moment Cheng Chen burst out, his world was different from others. Blurry. The surrounding figures, boulders, etc., could not be clearly distinguished in detail as if in a state of stillness. His eyes couldn't focus on each specific object, creating a strong sense of dynamism, as if the entire world was flowing at an incredibly fast speed. Depth. The scenery was not only blurry but also flashed by, with a complete loss of distance perception, making it difficult to accurately grasp the relationship between near and far. Color. Different areas had varying brightness. As he rushed through different regions, the colors of the scenery flickered intensely, as if someone was rapidly flipping the light switch in a dim room. Chang Chen's eyes experienced a strong discomfort, with clusters of cyan halos appearing in his field of vision, as if he had rubbed his eyes vigorously for 10 minutes, resulting in aftereffects. The human body's structure seemed completely unable to adapt to this speed. Along with gaining his abilities, Chang Chen also acquired a tremendous pressure. Chang Chen's thoughts churned. Perhaps every strong person, behind the scenes, has to make similar struggles. Suddenly, the instinct line within the gene blueprint began to flicker, and 2 nodes lit up consecutively on the corresponding vertical axis. Level 1 Instinct. Level 2 Instinct. The emergence of these abilities was like a timely rain. In the next moment, the scenery in Chang Chen's eyes became much clearer, his sense of distance barely restored, and the rapid color changes became more tolerable. His world transformed from a blurry mess into a display with extremely low resolution. Although everything was pixelated, he could at least distinguish which was a person and which was a stone, roughly estimating the distance in meters, and the frequency of the guy frantically flipping switches in the room had significantly decreased. The so-called asterisk level instinct should be related to the basic 5 senses of humanity. At this moment, the enhancement of the 5 senses in the Type 1 bioarmor also took effect, further improving the resolution in Chang Chen's world. Under layers of enhancement, Chang Chen finally managed to gain control over himself. It was in this moment of clarity that Chang Chen was astonished to discover that he had already crossed at least 5 kilometers during the process. With a sudden break, he stood at the very edge of the defector valley. One more step forward would lead to an abyss. Chang Chen took a deep breath, filled with trepidation. At this moment, his body paused, and everything in his view returned to normal. He looked down at the crumbling, collapsing valley beneath him and quickly mapped out a course of action in his mind. In just half a second, Chang Chen's body transformed into a shadow once more, rushing into the valley. Superspeed combined with inertia made him as light as a swallow. With a light tap on the falling debris, he could surge forward several dozen meters. In the collapsing walkway, there was a moment when the original state of stillness had a tendency to maintain, and it was this instant of stability that provided Chang Chen with a strong support, allowing him to glide through with ease. The faster the speed, the slower the time. This logic held true. In a cave, Chang Chen found the 3-eyed child huddled in a corner, looking up in terror at a pillar that was about to crash down on him, and this scene felt like a movie playing at 10 times slower. The Type 1 biomechanical armor extended its tendrils, protecting the 3-eyed child's neck and limb joints, preventing any fractures from the upcoming high-speed movement. Subsequently, like a whirlwind, Chang Chen found Fat Foot and Double Chick, along with 7 or 8 other children in the valley. After confirming that there were no other children in the valley, the Type 1 biomechanical armor marked a red circle in his view, planning a climbing route on the rugged cliff. Chang Chen led the group of children and quickly dashed out of the valley. Like a whirlwind, he returned to his original position, appearing before the thousands of defectors and the 3 Valente teachers and students. The entire process took about 2 minutes, roughly the time it took for everyone to regain their senses and understand the situation. At that moment, the defector valley also experienced a complete collapse, with dust and smoke rising. At this time, Chang Chen placed the children on the ground, the tendrils of the Type 1 biomechanical armor retracted, and the black mask flipped over, revealing Chang Chen's face. The black battle armor gradually transformed into a blue scavenger cloak, along with a set of extremely ordinary clothing. Thud! A stone dropped from a defector's hand, and his mouth fell open in shock. Valente's expression was also twitching violently. He had seen much and knew that some high-level genetic beings could awaken certain supernatural powers, but Chang Chen's ability was something he had never seen or heard of before. In fact, most high-level genetic beings awakened supernatural powers that were merely immense in strength or astonishing in vision. As for the battle suit Chang Chen wore, it seemed to integrate some form of biological technology, possessing such versatile abilities, and it appeared to perfectly match Chang Chen's super speed. All of this exceeded Valente's understanding, leaving him greatly shocked. Boom! Boom! The last 2 gene critical hits in Chang Chen's mind were completed. Chang Chen felt that these final 20 critical hits had broken through a more solid invisible barrier, and his gene level had once again received some enhancement. Suddenly, the 6th golden circle lit up in Chang Chen's eyes. Thud thud thud. Valente staggered back 3 steps, being the closest and seeing it clearly, S-level gene. As a top figure in the field of genetics, he had heard of it twice but had never seen it. A few defectors also noticed this scene and gasped in surprise. Meanwhile, Chung Chun himself felt very uncomfortable at this moment. In physics, there is a concept called G-value, which refers to the gravitational acceleration value. It exists in various high-speed motion scenarios. In ordinary situations, such as a rapidly ascending elevator, one would feel a downward drag force that causes discomfort in the body. In high-speed car racing, whenever a car completes a sharp turn, the driver experiences lateral drag forces. The faster the speed, the greater the force. They must resist this force, especially since the head bears the most strain, which is why top race car drivers have exceptionally developed neck muscles. Similarly, pilots of high-speed fighter jets and space shuttles encounter similar situations. They must endure immense G-forces, necessitating rigorous anti-G training. If an ordinary person suddenly experiences unresistible G-forces, they would face overwhelming pressure, difficulty breathing, cerebral ischemia, ruptured organs, and broken bones. Chang Chen experienced all of these issues without exception. He now felt intense pain throughout his body, bloating, and chest tightness, and his arms and legs likely had fractures. If it weren't for the protection of the Type 1 biochemical battle armor, the situation would have been several times worse. Chang Chen's expression was incredibly cool, but inside, he was frantically complaining. Damn it! I gained super speed but didn't get a corresponding physique. Is this even reasonable? Am I going to die from this? Just as the sixth light ring lit up, the gene blueprint illuminated another node. This node appeared after the supernatural line branch of supermetabolism rate. Supermetabolism rate LV2. Chang Chen's metabolism rate had once again increased. In that moment, he felt a wonderful sensation, as if all the cells in his body had significantly enhanced activity. Energy was burning within him, his immune system was working frantically, and his self-healing system was also in overdrive. Although he couldn't see it, he could sense that the blood stasis in his organs was being rapidly absorbed by capillaries, significantly diminishing. The active factors within his bones were also boiling, with calcium and phosphorus, essential elements for bone regeneration, actively working, and the vitamin D in his body was being frantically utilized. All of this was affecting the fractures in his bones. Chang Chen could clearly feel that the pain from the fractures was greatly reducing. Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly. Supermetabolism rate is roughly equivalent to super energy conversion rate and super self-healing ability. To some extent, this compensates for the super speed. Thank you. At this moment, Xiangzi looked at the unharmed children and slowly bowed to Chang Chen. Thousands of defectives no longer dared to show even the slightest defiance, all bowing their heads to Chang Chen. The front wave of people clearly saw the 6 light rings in Chang Chen's pupils. They understood what this represented. It symbolized a vast chasm he could never cross in his lifetime, indicating that in the near future, this young man would become the most powerful and influential figure in all of human civilization, even reaching the pinnacle of existence. And this young man had said they would be healed, so they certainly would be. 1 hour later, Chang Chen, Valente, Zheng Beige, and Kexia stood before the massive Valente statue in the ruined Jin city. Meanwhile, thousands of defectives had set up a temporary camp outside the city, quietly waiting for treatment. The first step to renovate this place, Valente said, looking up slowly, is to destroy this statue. In a month, Valente looked at Chang Chen. I will establish the entire supply chain. By then, if Boss Cheng wants any potion, just send me a message. Cheng Chen nodded and smiled. You've seen the Valente fantasy potion with your own eyes, so about those previous promises, like standing on your head to defecate. Valent paused for a moment, perhaps his madness had not yet fully subsided. He clenched his teeth and slowly walked to one side while reaching for his belt. Cheng Chen was taken aback. I was just joking. No way. I have to perform a handstand and poop today, Valent said, actually stopping in his tracks, turning around, and suddenly bursting into laughter, his expression filled with relief and relaxation. Cheng Chen laughed heartily as well. I actually don't really like the title of Boss Cheng either. From now on, we are good friends and the strongest partners. Right. Valent's eyes brimmed with tears. Partners. As he spoke, Cheng Chen turned to look at Zhang Beige, who also wore a smile. Zhang Beige nodded slowly. Cheng Chen, you might be the most outstanding scavenger in this universe. Cheng Chen tilted his head. What about the eagle demon? At this moment, Zhang Beige no longer concealed anything and said freely, I lack skill in my craft. For a long time, I wanted to develop a sufficiently effective repair potion. In the process, I kept experimenting on myself, and as you can see, the repair function is almost non-existent, but I ended up mutating myself. Zhang Beige looked at Valent, unable to meet his gaze. I feel ashamed of my teacher's teachings. As I said, my talent is lacking, and my skills are poor, I can only develop some strange things. No. Cheng Chen's eyes flickered. After you transformed into the eagle demon, your combat power is terrifying, and your self-awareness is clear, without a hint of losing control. In my view, your results are simply astonishing. Zheng Beige trembled slightly, looking at Cheng Chen with some emotion. Suddenly, Cheng Chen turned around. Uncle Fei, after the renovation of Jin City, can you create a dedicated laboratory for Beige, equipped with a professional team, so he can fully utilize his talent and delve into the research of mutation potions? Although the name Uncle Fei didn't sound pleasant, Valent felt warm inside because the sudden change in address represented Cheng Chen's respect for his decision. Uncle Fei nodded, listening to Boss Chang. I already said I don't like being called Boss Chang. Alright, Boss Chang, stop with these old jokes. Uncle Fei smiled. No matter what achievements Jin City obtains in the future, the starting point of it all is your gene repair potion. This is unshakable. No matter how large Jin City becomes or what potions are developed, it all belongs to you, Cheng Chen. Although it somewhat goes against your wishes, I need to use this title to remind myself at all times. Fine. Cheng Chen sighed helplessly and looked at Zheng Beige. Regarding your mutation potion, looking across the entire universe, there are countless unknown civilizations and unknown creatures. Humanity will inevitably face war one day, and at that time, your mutation potion will surely become a powerful weapon. Before that, it can remain unreleased, but it cannot be absent. Zheng Beige nodded heavily. I will do my utmost. Then, Cheng Chen looked at Master Brother Xias. At this moment, Xias still looked pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat, struggling to maintain his standing position. Cheng Chen frowned. Since Zheng Beige is the eagle demon, then you are just an ordinary person, unrelated to any backlash. So what's wrong with your physical condition? I took an order. Xias raised his head, his weak body finally unable to support itself, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, slowly saying, like Beige, I also experimented on my body. What order? Uncle Fei stepped forward to check Xias's condition. You look like you've been poisoned. It's a gene poison order. Kexius's pale lips trembled. The client's demands are very high, and the compensation is also very high. I just want to save Jin City. You're confused. Uncle Fei was beside himself. How could you do such a thing? Teacher, at that time Jin City was at its wit's end. I had no choice. Kexius slowly lowered his head. I extracted a type of cellular toxin from the corpse of an alien organism, and then combined it with gene locking technology to create a toxin. As it stands, it cannot be cracked with current human medical conditions. Cellular toxin? Cheng Chen's eyes widened slightly. What is gene locking technology? Kexius coughed. It's a lock targeting specific groups, for example, an entire family. Cheng Chen was somewhat shocked. Who is your client? Kexius's head drooped even lower. I don't know his true identity. He only contacted me through encrypted signals. Cheng Chen's eyes flashed with intense light. You said the client's demands are very high. Just how high are they? The toxin is divided into two types, A and B, with effects in 3 stages. Kexius kept his head down. After taking toxin A, chronic poisoning effects will appear, the body will gradually weaken, light sensitivity will occur, and golden spots will appear in the pupils. Cheng Chen's pupils slightly constricted. And if during this process, toxin B is taken? Kexius paused for a moment, then quietly said, the poisoning effect will instantly enter the 2nd stage, and within 3 hours, the poisoned person will die suddenly. Uncle Fei's expression changed dramatically. He grabbed Kexius's shoulders and shook him vigorously. You little brat, tell me, how many kinds of agents did you test on yourself? Teacher, I'm sorry. Kexius's tears fell like rain. His voice suddenly cut off, his head tilted slightly to one side, and a layer of white film gradually covered his pupils. Uncle Fei quickly checked Kexius's breath and pulse. In the next moment, Uncle Fei began to sob quietly. Cheng Chen's eyes widened, the corners trembling violently. On the Ling-style starship, Cheng Chen took out the communicator dedicated to MO. He slowly pressed the communication button. Boss Missouri, are you there? Family infighting, unable to split myself, a great favor, thanks afterward, MO, never lose trust. Cheng Chen frowned and said, Dog MO, are you fucking dead? The communicator replied in the same tone, even the pauses were identical. Family infighting, unable to split myself, a great favor, thanks afterward, MO, never lose trust. The garbage recycling starship slowly ascended. Countless defectors looked up. Uncle Fei and Zhang Beige, with tear-streaked faces, stood in Jin City, waving goodbye. On the bridge, Cheng Chen frowned, recalling the scene just now. All the symptoms matched. The toxins in Kexius's order were the same as those in the MO family's energy drinks. However, what Cheng Chen had previously tested was Toxin A. Toxin B was very likely mixed in another batch of drinks, and if someone consumed both types simultaneously, they would enter the 2nd stage. As for Mo's reply, it was confirmed to be a repetitive recording. Perhaps it was set up by Mo himself, similar to an auto-reply function. Perhaps it was a clumsy disguise made by the murderer to cover up the truth. Could it be that Mo's mouth not only didn't turn into a Nike swoosh but instead got him killed? Online novels don't write it this way, do they? Chang Chen's mood was somewhat gloomy. Boss Missouri, why are you so useless? Originally, in Chang Chen's plan, Mo was a very important channel. As the saying goes, behind every successful man, there is an excellent equipment supplier. Because next, Chang Chen planned to look for some basic materials that could be synthesized, turning waste into treasure, and exchange them for a large amount of cash through Mo. Then, he would use most channels to purchase a large quantity of equipment, such as handy weapons, turbo-powered shoes, and the same type of cosmic mecha as in the cabin, and then synthesize them into more powerful gear. After all, this is an era of technology, an era where even asteroids can be instantly destroyed in front of a super starship. Once, Chang Chen worried whether there would be problems with the Mo channel. Now, it was good. The anxious heart was finally at ease. As for the current situation, ever since humanity entered the great cosmic era, with living spaces set against the backdrop of galaxies, human civilization has become somewhat sparse, reminiscent of the nomadic tribes of the old era. Perhaps after traveling millions of kilometers between planets, or even distances measured in light years, one might finally encounter a human settlement. Moreover, the universe itself is also vast and sparsely populated. Although one can gaze at the starry sky on Earth, in reality, 95% of the universe's space is empty, cold, and lonely. Chang Chen knew very little about the universe and had no guides like a map of human civilization. He was very eager to understand the situation with Mo, but he did not know the location of the Mo family. If this line with Mo were truly cut off, then finding a reliable and powerful supplier again in the vast universe would be a difficult task. Location. I need to know the Mo family's location. Chang Chen looked up through the observation window of the starship, gazing at the somewhat dim sky. The spirit in a contemplative state sensed Chang Chen's inner emotions, and thus played a tragic and desolate aero piece through the ship's sound system. Chang Chen's eyes became moist. Compared to the supply chain being cut off, there was something else that made him very sad. Back on Garbage Earth, he had established a friendship with Mo. That guy was his first friend in the vast universe outside of Garbage Earth. Did something really happen to you? Under the mournful music, Chang Chen's throat trembled. I, Chang Chen, actually don't care that much about other people's business, but I must understand yours clearly, because you took away over 10,000 high-entropy alloys from me without paying a single cent. I must find your hometown. If I can't get the money back, even if you're already dead, I will have to dig up your grave. The sound of the arrow was melodious. Chang Chen wiped away his tears, feeling heartbroken. Suddenly, Chang Chen's eyes lit up. He remembered a person whose abilities and nickname were quite peculiar. He was called the Thousand-Faced Demon Lord. This guy had a close partnership with Mo and should know the location of the Mo family. Ha ha, you want to know where Boss Mo's family is? Ha ha, it's in Tingzhou. Tangzhou? Chang Chen found it a bit strange. This was a place name on Earth from the old era. But when the Thousand-Faced Demon Lord sent the specific coordinates, Chang Chen finally understood the true location of this place. It was 7-9 light-years away from the solar system. In the Leo constellation, Wolf 359 star system, a Mi 2342 class terrestrial planet. The Mo family had purchased the usage rights for the entire planet and renamed it Tingzhou. I come from a poor background. Every inch and every thread is hard-earned. Chang Chen wiped away his tears and suddenly felt a surge of fighting spirit. So, no one can shirk my debt. Although directional stargates are spread throughout the galaxy, reaching a destination several light-years away usually requires transferring between multiple stargates. The navigation system provided a plan. It would take another 5 hours to reach Tingzhou. The Spirit-class starship activated the fourth wall navigation technology, and Chang Chen's perspective was covered by a light green filter, entering an extremely safe state overall. Then, Chang Chen arrived at the physical training area of the starship, which could be understood as a high-tech gym covering nearly 1,000 square meters. His gaze was fixed on a spherical treadmill. Above this machine was a pure white sphere that could rotate 360 degrees in response to the tester's movements, simulating various environmental resistances as the tester walked inside. The function of this device was to test the user's speed and agility, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy. Chang Chen needed to know his maximum speed and the backlash he would experience under high G-forces. He stepped into the sphere, with all metrics referenced to Earth, experiencing the same gravity, wind resistance, and friction. Chang Chen squinted, a golden light flickering in his eyes. Buzz! The moment Chang Chen began to run, the white sphere spun wildly. In an instant, he broke through his previous limit of 56 meters per second, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain brought on by the high G-forces. 108 meters per second, 230 meters per second, 301 meters per second. In that moment, Changchen felt his body had reached its limit. He suddenly stopped, his chest heaving. The white sphere also came to a sudden halt, emitting waves of heat. This machine was incredibly sturdy and showed no signs of damage, but it had never been designed to accommodate a user as abnormal as Changchen. 301 meters per second, 6 times his previous speed. It was close to the speed of sound. Such speed, manifested in a human body, could only be described as terrifying. But Changchen knew this was not the limit of his speed, but rather the limit of his body. The powerful G-forces had made it unbearable, and his body was already showing signs of damage. The Type 1 biocombat armor was very strong, but it was an external protection. The armor could protect Changchen's skull from injury, but when the centrifugal force increased to a certain extent, it would exert tremendous pressure on his brain, potentially turning it into a mush. It was like clothes being spun at high speed in a washing machine. Moreover, if Changchen continued to increase his speed, he would exceed the speed of sound and crash into the sound barrier. Just like a supersonic fighter jet, the moment it breaks the sound barrier, a stunning sonic boom occurs. That is, in fact, the moment of breaking through the sound wall. The surrounding air would also be violently compressed and disturbed at that instant, creating a massive reactive force, making it even more impossible for Changchen, who was already struggling against the high G-forces, to withstand such consequences. I need to find a way to enhance my physical condition to fully utilize my abilities. Physical condition. The poison drinks from the MO family have the effect of enhancing physical condition, but I have no idea about the current situation of the MO family or the whereabouts of those drinks. You could say, human genetic abilities are indeed quite special. For example, I have gained super speed, but my other attributes are almost negligible, with hardly any improvement. I haven't gained an abnormal level of intelligence, nor any talent for singing or business management, etc. Just speed, going all out, running to the death. A real man can't say he's fast. It's a one-sided talent. Changchen pondered. The genetic blueprint indicates that each person's genetic potential is related to their mission. I suppose my future path will still be about enhancing speed, so, if I have achieved maximum speed, what then? Running fast, outrunning sound, outrunning light. Relativity mentions that when an object exceeds the speed of light, it also transcends time. Could it be that I will ultimately outrun time and return to the past? Changchen felt a sense of longing, but all of this was merely his speculation. To know the final outcome, he needed to take it step by step, grounded in reality. Afterwards, Changchen entered his genetic space. The suppression chain has disappeared. Humanity's double helix DNA has now transformed into a dazzling golden hue, grander and deeper, as if it has come closer to its original form. The origins of humanity are widely debated. If humans are not products of evolution, then the essence of human genes remains a great mystery. Although super speed is powerful, Changchen still feels vaguely that his genes have been activated to unleash tremendous potential, yet he has not fully mastered it. The Queen's assertion that consciousness determines genes still eludes him. If given the chance, he would like to sleep once more in the Crimson. No, when the Crimson Diva returns to the starship for another slumber, Changchen must learn more from the Queen. As for his silicon-based genes, their suppression chain has also vanished, and Changchen's abilities related to silicon-based life have fully revived. However, the silicon-based genes have not been enhanced, they merely emit a faint golden glow. Changchen's previous speculation was correct. Silicon-based genes have their own exclusive catalytic agents, which will be his goal moving forward. Afterward, Changchen wondered if he would still possess super speed after fully transforming into a silicon-based life form. The result was as he expected. Silicon is silicon, and carbon is carbon. The silicon-based body possesses preliminary electronic resonance, allowing for simple manipulation of some electronic chips, while exhibiting an enigmatic resilience, but lacks speed. Even partial siliconization results in a stiffness that hinders speed. Finally, Changchen gazed into the mirror, carefully observing his pupils. 6 golden rings were tightly connected, more solid than before, radiating a soft and restrained golden light. If not magnified, the details would be indistinguishable, resembling a golden contact lens within his pupils. Changchen knew this was an S-level gene, and it was an S-level gene that had broken through the suppression chain. S-level genes are already rare, and the color change from blue to gold after breaking the suppression chain makes it even scarcer, possibly an existence that has never appeared before. He feared that even if he stood openly on the street, no one would recognize his true essence. After some turmoil, Changchen felt an extreme hunger. During the speed test, his body had sustained damage again, and the accompanying ability of super speed, LV2 super metabolism rate, was rapidly repairing his body, based on the principle of energy conservation. Therefore, Cheng Chen needed a large amount of energy, such as proteins, vitamins, calcium, and so on. I'm so damn hungry. Cheng Chen picked a large quantity of fruits and vegetables from the onboard garden and devoured them. Although he quickly felt full, he still sensed something was missing. Meat. I really want to eat meat. Cheng Chen stared wide-eyed. The last time he had meat seemed like years ago. Now, with cracks in his bones and some muscle tearing, he needed a substantial protein boost. Cheng Chen craved meat, feeling a lack of meat flavor in his mouth, which was actually a demand from his brain. Humans often experience similar situations. For instance, a precursor to low blood sugar is an inexplicable craving for ice cream or chocolate, as the brain has a self-protection mechanism that releases subconscious desires when lacking a certain energy. So, when someone calls you a foodie, you can place your hands on your hips and retort, I can't help it, that's my brain wanting to eat. Slurp. Cheng Chen was now going crazy for meat. He looked at his pale, tender arms and swallowed hard. Should it be steamed or sashimi? After all, on the entire spiritual starship, the spirit is a semi-virtual entity and cannot be gnawed on. The clumsy guy is all iron lumps and can't be chewed either. The squeaky one has a bit of meat, but not enough to fill the gaps. D3JD34. Not long after Cheng Chen left, a slight rustling appeared on a patch of red ground near the city walls of Jin City. This was also where Valente had smashed that vial of Valente Fantasy Potion. Previously, among the crowd of defectors, there was no sign of the Circle Tooth, and when Cheng Chen rescued the children in the valley, the Circle Tooth was also absent. This little guy had been hiding in its own pit, covered by a worn-out wooden board, which was also coated with red soil, blending seamlessly with the earth. The Circle Tooth and its companions often waited in this manner for Zhang Bei's feeding. Medicine. The Circle Tooth in the burrow looked at the green liquid seeping from the soil, opened its mouth filled with 7 or 8 layers of teeth, and began to sip the Valente Fantasy Potion, drop by drop. So delicious. The Circle Tooth was unaware that cracks had gradually appeared in the gray semicircle of its pupils. Tolfi 130,000. Tolfi 250,000. Tolfi 120,000. Tolfi 880,000. Damn 880,000, do I look like I'm worth 880,000? Cheng Chen stood on the bridge of the ship, listening to the constant toll charges from the directional stargate, his heart bleeding. The cost of interstellar travel was too high. Cheng Chen had previously traded high-entropy alloys with MO, most of the expenses were exchanged for inferior gene potions, and he only received 10 million credit points in cash. After the monkeys started their acquisition business, Cheng Chen gave them another 2 million as startup capital. At that time, holding the remaining 8 million, Cheng Chen felt he had reached the peak of his life, unable to spend it all, simply unable to spend it all. Indeed, 8 million credit points on the garbage earth was absolutely wealthy. But once Cheng Chen entered the universe, just the transportation fees alone had already cost him 3 million. This was only in a few days, merely for 3 locations. The second transaction of high-entropy alloys, due to the inability to make an accurate valuation at the time, MO had initially given Cheng Chen a credit limit of 500 million, allowing him to exchange items freely. Who would have thought that although the limit was there, the person was gone? Originally, Cheng Chen had planned to take some money from MO to throw at Uncle Waste to speed up the construction of the new Jin City and obtain potion supplies sooner. Now, Cheng Chen was truly in dire straits, desperately craving meat, and his credit points were nearly depleted. MO, you'd better not die. Cheng Chen took a deep breath. Just then, the garbage recycling starship passed through the last stargate. The grand music echoed in his ears once again. Before Cheng Chen's eyes appeared a white planet, much smaller than Earth, yet incredibly beautiful, resembling a pearl floating in space, reflecting sunlight and emitting a warm glow. This was Tingzhou, the home of the MO family. Of course, this place was also one of the MO family's enterprises. As the ship gradually approached the planet, Cheng Chen discovered that the reason for the planet's white appearance was due to a layer of cotton-like white mist gathering around its periphery. That must be some advanced technology that had created an artificial atmosphere for the planet, capable of blocking ultraviolet rays and low temperatures, thus providing the residents with a high-quality living environment. Indeed, the MO family is immensely wealthy. The garbage recycling starship penetrated the atmosphere and descended towards the surface. Cheng Chen also saw the internal scenery of the planet, which astonished him. Inside the planet, there were actually green mountains and clear waters, with mist floating gently. Growing up on the garbage earth, Cheng Chen had never seen such dense greenery, but he had heard similar descriptions on the radio. This planet seemed like a paradise. After confirming the external air quality, the starship activated the air circulation system. Cheng Chen, on the bridge, took a slight breath and could only feel the air was fresh, warm, and soft, extremely comfortable. Impressive. Cheng Chen's eyes flickered. The nearby star is an M-type red dwarf, with a mass about 11% that of the sun and insufficient brightness, so the original landscape must not have been like this. The lush greenery covering the planet must have been specially transplanted or artificially cultivated. The manpower, material resources, and financial investment involved must be enormous and unimaginable. Mo, you really are the ceiling of ATM machines. Chang Chen clenched his fist nervously. You mustn't die. The garbage recycling starship slowly descended into the internal docking port of the planet. The hatch opened, and Chang Chen stepped out slowly. The ground felt soft beneath his feet. Even the vast docking area was covered with lush green grass, quite luxurious. Chang Chen looked around. It was bustling here, with various private starships parked all around. In the distance, 3 figures slowly approached. Chang Chen found them peculiar. All 3 were men, dressed in neat light blue classical robes, with the character MO embroidered on their chests. They all had long hair and exceptionally handsome faces, exuding an air of elegance in their every gesture. Moreover, each of them had 2 azure halos in their eyes, all D-level geneticists, the so-called elites of human society. Chang Chen felt a sense of awe. Encountering 3D-level geneticists, a rarity on the garbage earth, was quite extraordinary. This friend, I am Mo Yuan, said the leading man in the robe, stepping in front of Cheng Chen, slightly nodding, his tone very cultured. Welcome to Tingzhou. I, Mo Yuan, represent the Mo family to express our gratitude to you. The young man also nodded in acknowledgement. My name is Cheng Chen. Despite being dressed as a scavenger and arriving on a garbage recycling starship, the other party showed no signs of disdain, which made Cheng Chen feel a bit of goodwill. However, the 3 men were staring at the golden disc in Cheng Chen's pupils, their expressions puzzled. As expected, they couldn't discern his genetic level at all. Mr. Cheng Chen, please follow me, Mo Yuan said politely, one hand resting on his sleeve while pointing into the distance. The place he pointed to was an ancient-looking doorway with intricate carvings. Mo Yuan nodded again. I need to trouble you to undergo a genetic level assessment. Oh, Cheng Chen was taken aback. That door is a genetic testing device? Mo Yuan nodded. The name Tingzhou is derived from the hometown of the founder of the school, Mozi. The descendants respect their teachers and value the way, so regardless of how technology evolves, the simple ancient charm has been preserved. Therefore, all facilities in Tingzhou have an ancient appearance. Interesting, Cheng Chen nodded, staring at the genetic testing device. I thought you didn't care about the status of the visitors. Mr. Chang, please don't misunderstand, Mo Yuan said with some regret. We do not categorize guests by status. However, some visitors with higher genetic levels and significant status inevitably have unique preferences, so we need to identify their identities and treat them with caution. Cheng Chen smiled. I understand, it's just that some people are self-important, troublesome, and hard to serve, so you need to highlight the key points. Mo Yuan actually smiled. What Mr. Chang said is quite straightforward. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Cheng Chen walked towards the ancient doorway, but before he could get close, another group of men in black suits blocked the way between Cheng Chen and the genetic testing device. At the same time, a man in an extravagant suit, with a broad back and a stern gaze, walked into the genetic testing machine, flanked by several attendants. 7 or 8 scanning beams swept back and forth over his body, while a gentle beam hovered over his pupils. Simultaneously, the 5 halos in the man's pupils suddenly brightened. A-level geneticist, the genetic testing machine issued its final judgment. Mo Yuan's expression changed, and he quickly signaled another man in a long robe to step forward and receive the guest. At the same time, Mo Yuan pressed the communicator on his wrist and said cautiously, send more senior disciples to receive him. Counselor Liu from the Li Interstellar Federation has arrived, with a gene level of A. Cheng Chen frowned slightly, feeling dissatisfied. But before he could speak, he saw the burly Counselor Liu turn around. Little brother, I apologize, I am quite anxious. Although Counselor Liu was saying sorry, the inherent arrogance in him seemed innate and could not be concealed. However, he indeed did not follow the usual protocol and lowered his stance to apologize. Cheng Chen chose not to pursue the matter further. Counselor Liu and his entourage hurriedly disappeared into the distance. Afterwards, Cheng Chen, accompanied by Mo Yuan, entered the uniquely designed gene testing machine. Multiple beams of light continuously scanned, and a gentle beam hovered over Cheng Chen's pupils for identification and recognition. After a minute, Mo Yuan appeared somewhat flustered. Has the machine malfunctioned? It's taking too long. Just as he was puzzled, the identification result appeared. Unrecorded gene level. Cheng Chen was slightly taken aback. What does this mean? Mo Yuan smiled politely. According to your gene profile, the system did not find a corresponding level record. In other words, you have not undergone a gene level enhancement. I noticed an anomaly in your pupils. You must have undergone some localized gene optimization. Mr. Chang Chen, rest assured, regardless of the result, we will not treat you differently. Chang Chen smiled inwardly. In their habitual thinking, no record meant no level. But in fact, the human gene testing machine had never recorded an S-level gene that had broken through the inhibition chain. Mo Yuan glanced at the man in the long robe beside him. Mo Shan, accompany Mr. Chang Chen. However, Mo Shan looked somewhat troubled. We are short on staff right now. Mo Yuan frowned. How can Mr. Chang attend the memorial without an escort? Memorial? Chang Chen caught the key point. Is this scene today because of a funeral? Who has passed away? Mo Yuan suddenly displayed an indescribable look of sorrow. Speaking of grief, I can hardly bear to say it. The mourning hall is in the main courtyard. Why don't you go check for yourself? Main courtyard. Chang Chen looked up and saw a massive ancient-style mansion several kilometers away. No need for an escort. Farewell. After Chang Chen left for a long time, Mo Yuan, who had been busy receiving guests, suddenly heard the gene testing machine emit a sound. He looked over in confusion. There were clearly no testers, and the entrance was empty. Moreover, after the sound, the machine's virtual screen suddenly unfolded and displayed a series of complex codes. Ding! Detection result corrected. S-level gene bearer Mo Yuan and several disciples of the Mo family around him froze. What happened? Whose result was corrected? An S-level gene bearer? Could such a big shot be arriving? Is it a program error, or is there really a delay? Everyone scrambled to check the machine but found a slight chaos in the program. The information came out of nowhere, and they couldn't find the source. Mo Yuan quickly reacted. How many unrecorded gene levels have we received today? Mo Shan replied sternly. At least 17 or 18. Mo Yuan's expression turned somewhat horrified. Two possibilities. Mo Shan frowned and said, first, the machine's program has malfunctioned, falsely reporting data, and no real S-level gene bearer has arrived. Second, that would be somewhat terrifying. The machine misdetected, reporting a high level as a low level during a previous test, and it just completed the correction. Those truly high-level gene bearers probably won't waste time arguing with us. After all, they are all here to pay their respects to the family head. Mo Yuan's forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. I hope it's just a mistake. Otherwise, if we neglect such an existence, none of us can bear the responsibility. Chang Chen was walking in Tingzhou. The streets and buildings here were all in a retro style, imbued with an ancient charm and exquisite structure. Mo had once said that their family was actually descended from the ancient master Mozi. Back in the old era, during the Preqin period, the Mozi school was an extremely advanced existence, with mechanical technology that was ahead of its time, mastering the legendary Mo family mechanism techniques. Today, as humanity ventures into the universe, the Mo family remains strong. The recent host, judging by their attire, should not belong to the Mo family. They were likely disciples of the Mo school. As he walked, Chang Chen noticed that at every courtyard entrance, a white flower was inserted. It was clear that someone was being commemorated. Chang Chen's steps felt inexplicably heavy. Boss Missouri, it can't be that you've died, right? Unknowingly, Chang Chen arrived at the so-called main courtyard. This was a huge residence with a front gate, inner courtyard, main house, and side rooms. The bluestone floor, redwood pillars, and simple gray tiles exuded an imposing yet ancient elegance. Inside the courtyard, many guests stood quietly. Chang Chen frowned, feeling somewhat anxious, and slowly squeezed into the crowd, looking toward the center of the courtyard. At a glance, Chang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. There, 82 magnetic levitation coffins floated silently in the courtyard. Behind each coffin, there was a holographic projection of the deceased. Chang Chen searched among the 82 holographic projections, his gaze passing over elderly figures, moving to the second row of relatively younger deceased, but after finding nothing, he looked to the third row. Finally, in a corner, he found a figure dressed in a black suit, wearing a top hat, and holding an exquisite cane. Damn! Chang Chen finally understood the truth. Including Mo himself, the entire family of 82 was completely gone, not a single one left. 82 coffins, a shocking sight. Chang Chen had not expected this outcome. In his subconscious, he thought that a few individuals from the Mo family had died, while most, including Mo, had survived, leaving room for maneuver, but the current situation clearly showed there was no turning back. It must be said that Valente, now known as Uncle Fei, had two students who were each a genius. However, all their skill points were misallocated. One had a genetic mutation, and the other was a master of poisons. The toxins that Kexius studied were divided into two types, A and B. Taking toxin A would not pose an immediate lethal threat, which was the situation Mo had once faced, but once toxin B was ingested, the two toxins would merge, entering the second stage, causing the poison individual to die suddenly within a short time. This meant that the entire Mo family, unknowingly, first ingested toxin A and then toxin B. The energy drink that Chung Chen had once received contained only Toxin A. That cellular toxin was already difficult to crack, and then it was followed by Toxin B, making it impossible to defend against. Boss Missouri. Chang Chen looked at the coffin in the corner. The virtual image behind it was a kind of memorial from the technological era. The figure within was strikingly clear, unmistakably the businessman M.O. Chang Chen shifted his position to find a higher vantage point, stood on tiptoe, and looked through the transparent coffin lid at the figure inside. The facial features were lifelike, as if in sleep, and upon closer inspection, the skin was covered with a faint layer of ice crystals. Chang Chen confirmed Mo's coffin. There was no doubt, his familiar old friend Mo lay quietly within. Damn it! Chang Chen gritted his teeth and frowned. Not only had his money gone to waste, but now seeing Mo's corpse with his own eyes, a wave of sorrow surged uncontrollably within him. For Chang Chen, money was important, but his eyes were not solely focused on money. Mo, indeed, was his first friend in the universe. Taking a deep breath, Chang Chen's gaze gradually sharpened as he began to observe the situation at the scene. Here, people were packed closely together, filled with a large number of mourners and many disciples of the Mo family responsible for receiving guests. The least among them had E-level genes, indicating that the Mo family was undoubtedly at the top tier of humanity. Chang Chen squinted. Who are they? At that moment, a line of figures slowly emerged from the back courtyard, all female, dressed in identical black long dresses. To signify solemnity, the dresses had no embellishments, their faces covered with half a black veil, wearing black silk gloves, and a white flower pinned to their chests. Just a glance revealed that these women had extraordinary grace and stunning beauty. Although their dresses were plain, the contours were clear, each with long legs, slender waists, and proud figures. They are the widows of the Mo family, someone nearby whispered. Widows? Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly. They were the wives of the deceased, as well as mothers and daughters of different generations. Wasn't that energy drink a product of the entire Mo family? Why were all the women safe and sound? Just as Chang Chen was puzzled, a strange sensation suddenly struck his mind, perhaps due to the enhancement of his genes, bringing about a sixth sense. In any case, Chang Chen felt a familiar feeling coming from the left side behind him, and he abruptly turned around. Chang Chen saw a strange shadow in the crowd, cloaked in black, obscuring its face, flashing through the crowd and leaving the main courtyard. Chang Chen frowned and followed closely. After exiting, he saw the figure turn and slip into a small alley beside the main courtyard. Chang Chen quickened his pace, turned, and entered the alley, only to find that the figure was not fleeing. It seemed he hadn't even noticed Chang Chen's pursuit. He was just sitting there, head down, looking lost. Chang Chen felt it was increasingly odd. Taking a few steps forward, the person instinctively looked up upon hearing the sound. Then, a tear-streaked face appeared. Chang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. You? The person was equally shocked. You? Chang Chen found it hard to believe, as the scene before him felt incredibly unreal. In a concise manner, Chang Chen uttered a coded phrase, meat bun hits donkey. The person's face twitched, wolf heart, pig lungs. Chang Chen was astonished. This person was indeed the real deal. How come you didn't die? The person was equally astonished. How did you leave that garbage planet? I naturally left that garbage planet because I was awesome. Chang Chen stared at the person, chasing debts across 1,000 miles. Is it inspiring? The figure in the black cloak was none other than the merchant Mo. At that moment, Mo looked at Chang Chen's appearance, feeling somewhat dreamlike, a sudden pang of sorrow swelling in his heart, tears welling up. He felt that in the vastness of Tingzhou, with countless people, at this moment, only Chang Chen, a friend from light years away, was trustworthy. Chang Chen, for some reason, was also moved. What's going on? As you can see, all the males in my family are dead. I'm the only one who survived. Standing up, immense grief spread out. The one in the coffin, that me, is a dummy I made. Oh, Chang Chen squinted. Why is it that only you didn't die? Mo slowly sighed, his throat trembling. That's another tragedy. I found out earlier that the poison among everyone carried a certain genetic lock, specifically targeting the bloodline of the Mo family. In other words, only direct relatives of the Mo family would succumb to the poison. Chang Chen already knew this information but didn't immediately grasp the connection. What does this have to do with you surviving? Mo twitched. The moment I woke up, I suddenly realized. I'm not my father's biological son. This. Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly. In an instant, a flurry of words flashed through her mind. Wealthy family, ethics, infidelity, betrayal, affair, adoption, abandoned baby. In short, if she let her imagination run wild, this could be the basis for a million-word novel. In that moment, a hint of sympathy flickered in Chang Chen's eyes. Brother, you've suffered. Hang in there. Inside Chang Chen's mind, this guy is too miserable. His whole family is gone, and he finds out he's not even biological. No home, no blood ties, not even worthy of crying at the grave. No matter what, it was my father who raised me, it was the entire Mo family that raised me. The tears in Mo's eyes had not yet faded, and a look of determination emerged. Now, only you, Cheng Chen, know that I am still alive. This is an opportunity. The enemy is in the light while I am in the dark. I must uncover the mastermind behind this. Regarding my debts, Mo flipped his cloak, revealing a coarse black garment underneath, pursing his lips as he said, I cannot use any resources from the family right now, including my personal account. After all, in everyone's eyes, I am a dead man. But rest assured, now that the Mo family has no male heirs, when the truth comes to light, regardless of blood ties, the only one who can control the Mo family will be me. Mo looked at Cheng Chen. I promise, by then. Understood. Cheng Chen waved her hand. If I want money, I must help you uncover all the truths and catch the mastermind. Mo slowly exhaled. Cheng Chen, you can stay out of this. You can leave here and find a quiet place to wait. But Cheng Chen shook her head with a smile. I can't wait at all. Mo smiled slowly, looking at Cheng Chen with some emotion. Thank you. Don't waste time. Cheng Chen moved her shoulders slightly. What do you know about this murder? Then, Mo and Cheng Chen each found a stone stool to stand on. Since they were in a small alley on the side of the main courtyard, from this height, they could just see over the courtyard wall and observe the situation inside, with all the guests in full view. I have 4 suspects, Mo said in a low voice. On the north side, the widow of the Mo family, the woman standing in the first position. Cheng Chen turned her gaze to the beautiful woman in a black long dress from earlier. The woman standing in the first position was very tall, with not an ounce of excess flesh on her body. This figure could rival top models, if not surpass them. A black veil covered half of her face, revealing a pair of eyes that were slightly red and swollen from crying. At first glance, she was a 101-point woman. Just half a face and a flawless figure were worth a perfect score of 100, and the extra point came from the mystery and imagination behind the veil. Her name is Chi Mei, Mo said softly. She is my aunt by marriage. Aunt by marriage? Cheng Chen was taken aback. Let me sort this out. So she is your father's brother's wife? How old is she? Mo hesitated. She should be 49. 49? Cheng Chen was somewhat shocked. At that age, to have such a figure and face, still so charming, is completely unexpected. She's even somewhat stunning. That's just the surface, Mo frowned. She is a very ambitious woman. In the past, she was very dissatisfied with my uncle's actions and repeatedly urged him to force my grandfather, the old man, to step down. She wants to dominate the entire Mo family. Cheng Chen nodded. As it stands, all the males in the Mo family have died from poisoning, so the subsequent arrangements naturally need to be led by a woman. As the eldest son's wife, Chi Mei taking charge of the family seems logical. But, is this routine a bit outdated? Ambition often correlates with intelligence. Is Chi Mei being a bit too obvious in her actions? It was at this moment that Cheng Chen noticed something strange. He saw Chi Mei's right hand resting on her long thigh, her index finger tapping with very slight movements. Cheng Chen squinted slightly. What is her right hand doing? Is that some kind of code, like Morse code? You noticed too? Mo was somewhat surprised by Cheng Chen's observational skills. In his perception, this kid was different from those on the garbage planet. He was sharper, smarter. Although the finger movements are small, they contain a pattern. Since the beginning of the funeral, she has been tapping. She is sending messages to certain people. Mo exhaled slightly. I've been observing for a long time and found that it is not any known code. It should have a dedicated cipher disk, and this cipher disk is likely something they created themselves, like a special letter correspondence table. Without the cipher disk, no one can decipher the content. Cheng Chen nodded secretly. She is indeed suspicious. Mo turned slightly, looking at the second target, 3 o'clock direction, that burly man. Cheng Chen also turned his head, his expression pausing slightly. Councilman Liu? I know him. Yes, Councilman Liu of the Li Interstellar Federation. Mo said slowly. The Li Interstellar Federation is an official organization, a kind of merchant management institution, somewhat similar to the old era's industrial and commercial bureau. Our Mo family is a leading retailer, so we have a close cooperation. About 4 months ago, Councilman Liu had a conflict with my grandfather. He wanted to raise taxes to achieve impressive results, but my grandfather found it completely unreasonable and complained to higher-ups in Li. As a result, not only did the taxes not increase, but Councilman Liu also faced disciplinary action. This year, he was originally expected to run for the Li chairman, but after this incident, he completely lost his qualification. Cheng Chen listened quietly while carefully observing Councilman Liu. This man was the A-level gene user who had previously clashed with him in line. At this moment, his expression was one of deep sorrow, his eye sockets moist as he looked at the coffin of the Mo family elder, shaking his head repeatedly. He seemed genuinely sad. However, Cheng Chen recalled a previous scene. This guy had a high opinion of himself, but after cutting in line, he quickly lowered his stance and apologized to Cheng Chen. The same was written in the masterpiece, The Abyss of Insomnia. Those who can adjust their emotions and demeanor at any time often do not show their true selves and have deep ulterior motives. Moreover, there was another point of suspicion. Although Councilman Liu himself did not appear to have any obvious marks, a bodyguard stood behind him, holding a delicate silver box, his expression very cautious, eyes filled with vigilance as he observed the surroundings. Cheng Chen said, "The contents of the bodyguard's box must be very important and absolutely cannot be exposed." Imo nodded, "I have traded a large number of potions before, so I can tell at a glance that it is a box specifically for high-grade potions, sealed, light-proof, and temperature-controlled. It could be poison or gene agents. In short, the contents inside are definitely not simple." Cheng Chen nodded. "This guy is also highly suspicious. Mo brother, why did you leave so suddenly?" At that moment, a loud cry with a sobbing tone came from the courtyard, and a giant weighing nearly 500 pounds pushed through the crowd, slowly walking into the courtyard. Cheng Chen looked at the astonishingly fat man, feeling his eyes widen. This guy wasn't wearing clothes. To be precise, he wasn't wearing conventional clothing. His entire body was clad in armor made of gold. To call it armor wasn't quite right, its design was not cool at all, lacking edges and angles, as if a series of gold bracelets of different sizes had been fitted onto him. Moreover, his entire body of fat seemed to spill out from the gaps of the golden bracelets, and from a distance, it looked somewhat like a human-shaped pig intestine bundled with golden hemp rope. "Damn, it's blinding my eyes." Cheng Chen tilted his head and rubbed his eyes. Under the intense sunlight, the human-shaped pig intestine reflected a dazzling glare. It was one thing for him to wear different diameters of golden bracelets on his arms, legs, and neck. The most eye-catching part was that, as a man, he also had golden bracelets adorning his plump chest, forming two little mountain peaks. Cheng Chen grinned. "What on earth is this thing? His name is Ni Mang. Don't be fooled by his disgusting appearance. He is one of the richest people I know." Mo quietly introduced, "He is a Star Master." Cheng Chen tilted his head slightly. "Star Master? It means the owner of a planet. It's the same as landlord or city lord, just with different levels, and the property is calculated in terms of planets." Mo continued, "Ni Mang is not an ordinary Star Master. He commands 112 mineral planets, which are not the common planets found throughout the universe, but planets rich in high-value minerals." "An interstellar coal boss?" Cheng Chen nodded. "This guy is draped in gold. Isn't gold not very valuable in this era?" "Not very valuable, but not cheap either." Mo continued, "This metal, which has almost no practical use, still represents nobility, friendship stronger than gold, a house full of gold and jade, and other nonsense meanings in human perception. Therefore, to this day, this metal is still considered a high-quality ornament in the eyes of many. And where there is business opportunity, there are merchants. So many capitalists and consortiums come together to create the scarcity of gold, driving up prices madly, with the aim of making a huge profit." "Brother Mo, I haven't even taken a last look at you, and you've left." Ni Mang cried out in the venue, and everyone felt a bit dazzled. Mo's expression was disdainful. "The brother Mo he refers to as my grandfather, the head of the Mo family. In reality, he is not on the same level as my grandfather. Not only is he wrapped in fat, but he also wants to gild his own face. The gold mined from my gold mine has excellent purity and unbeatable quality. The retail price per gram reaches as high as 1355 credit points, yet it is crazily snatched up by countless young women." Ni Mang stretched out his large hand. "Now that brother Mo has passed away, I am rather traditional and must present silk gold to express my condolences to the deceased and my sympathy to the family. Come, bring me my 86 tons of gold." With a wave of his hand, two attendants behind him drove two lifting robots, bringing out a massive gold block over 5 meters tall. With a loud crash, the gold block was placed in front of the morning hall, shattering the blue stone floor beneath it. Everyone was left speechless. Cheng Chen quietly observed, "Is this local tycoon one of the suspects?" Mo nodded. "The Mo family controls a vast retail channel. My grandfather disapproved of the methods of those gold traders and wanted to unite some smaller mine owners to increase the gold supply while lowering prices. You should know that in this great cosmic era, various planetary mineral resources are abundant. Natural minerals like gold are not exactly everywhere, but they are also inexhaustible." Cheng Chen nodded. "There was a sales pitch in the old era of live streaming sales. What was it called? Your grandfather wanted to drive down the price of gold? So, he directly touched the interests of big mine owners like Ni Mang, thus giving Ni Mang a motive to kill." "Yes." Mo's gaze flickered, gritting his teeth. "As long as the Mo family, this big retailer, is wiped out, no group will be able to shake their monopoly." Cheng Chen nodded slightly. He then looked at the enormous block of gold left by the mud grasshopper. Previously, Cheng Chen had a faint sense that this object contained great secrets. In that instant, a circle of dazzling light, as brilliant as glass, suddenly appeared in the center of Cheng Chen's pupils as he activated his localized silicon-based perception. The next moment, his senses became clear, and from the massive gold block, streams of azure ribbons emanated. These were groups of electronic signals. Hidden within the gold block was not just one remote electronic control device. Cheng Chen chuckled softly. This humanoid pig intestine was all show on the surface but had a hidden agenda. It was not a good thing. Cheng Chen looked at Mo. Who is the fourth suspect? Mo paused and said, he hasn't arrived yet. Cheng Chen nodded. When did he come last time? Mo pursed his lips. He has never come. Cheng Chen was a bit confused. Never come, and yet you listed him as a suspect? He is my grandfather's illegitimate son, but he has never returned. Mo slowly lowered his head, looking at the ground. The family has always wanted to accept him, but he has a lot of grievances against the family, even hatred. Illegitimate son, the family wants to accept him, but he completely ignores them. And you, with no blood relation, want to perform well, yet are overlooked by the family. Cheng Chen looked at Mo. You listed him as a suspect. Are you sure there are no personal factors involved? Just a little. Mo sighed, but this guy is very strange, and his identity is quite frightening. He is known as the pinnacle of individual combat power among humans, an S-class gene, and has awakened some kind of supernatural power. Cheng Chen immediately squinted. Pinnacle of combat power. This person is indeed significant. He currently maintains a cooperative relationship with the entire Galactic Alliance in the form of a strategic advisor. In simple terms, he is the official super enforcer. Of course, every time they ask him to act, the official side has to pay a huge price. They do not have a clear superior-subordinate relationship, only a slight constraint. The officials are not worried about his rebellion, and he, to some extent, will receive protection from the officials. His name is Li Bailong. According to the records available, a total of 124 people on 7 colonial planets have seen him in action, witnessed his abilities. The officials have classified this as confidential and cannot be spread privately. I only know that those 124 people all refer to him as Li Shun. A hint of fear appeared in Mo's eyes. It is rumored that this person has a violent temperament, and with the protection of the officials, his actions are reckless. He might randomly vent his anger on passers-by, directly crushing their bones and throwing them into a cesspit. Cesspit. Cheng Chen felt a chill. On modernized planets, can one easily find a cesspit? I heard he tore the ground apart and dug up the cesspit on site. Mo said, in short, this guy is like a terrifying bomb that could explode at any moment. The entire family knows he despises us greatly. Although using poison doesn't quite fit his character, considering various factors, I still listed him as a suspect. Tisk TSK. Cheng Chen frowned. The known pinnacle of human combat power. Although Cheng Chen was also an S-class gene user, he did not fully understand the combat power system of human civilization. In other words, as someone who had just entered the universe and was newly exposed to human civilization, Cheng Chen did not know how strong he truly was, nor how strong the so-called pinnacle was. If this S-class gene user Li Bailong was indeed the mastermind behind the scenes, then this matter would indeed be quite challenging. As for the other people, Cheng Chen did not take them to heart. At this moment, Mo was still perched on the wall, his gaze flickering as he watched the scene. Cheng Chen followed his gaze and locked onto another person, a woman standing in the second position of the widow's line. Her figure was equally flawless, her demeanor ethereal. Cheng Chen asked in confusion, aren't there 4 suspects? Aunt, Councilman Li, and I Meng, and Li Bailong. Who is that woman in black? Her name is Meng Lan, and she is not a suspect, a core disciple of the Mo family. I've liked her for 16 years. Actually, I've tried to express it a few times, but she didn't understand. Mo's gaze was filled with disappointment. Now that I'm dead, her eyes have never lingered on my coffin. It turns out I was just hopelessly infatuated. Cheng Chen looked at the woman. Half of her face was covered by a black veil, but there was a red birthmark at the corner of her right eye, resembling a flower with 5 petals. This birthmark not only did not detract from her beauty but added another touch of charm and tenderness. Forget it. This isn't the time for romantic feelings. Mo's brows were tightly furrowed. Who exactly is the murderer? Brother, no matter who the murderer is, I will definitely bring him to justice. Cheng Chen stared intently at Mo. I must give an account to your spirit in the afterlife. Mo suddenly smiled. You always make these kinds of jokes, it's not funny at all. But Cheng Chen suddenly became serious. In the time before, I mastered a kind of technology that sounds mystical. It actually allows me to see the dead. Mo still looked helpless. What nonsense is that? How could such technology exist? Cheng Chen ignored him and continued. Before, I imagined a scenario but hadn't encountered it yet. What if some people, having already become spirits, don't realize they are dead? They would think they are still alive. Even if they see their own corpse, they would come up with excuses. As Changchen spoke, he pressed his lips together, tears slowly welling up in his eyes. He met a trustworthy brother, and under that brother's guidance, he could finally express the secrets in his heart, including some investigations he conducted while alive, and even spoke of the girl he once had a crush on. Mo's eyes widened. Changchen, what are you talking about? Changchen's eyes grew redder. Brother, I already know the situation. Next, I will investigate alone. I promise to give you an account and eliminate all your obsessions. Mo was somewhat dumbfounded, not knowing why he suddenly felt his body was very light. He suddenly recalled a detail. The stone pedestal he had just found was very low. Even if he stood on it, the height wouldn't be enough to see the scene in the inner courtyard. What was going on? Mo lowered his head inch by inch, his pupils dilating. He clearly saw that he was not standing on the stone pedestal at all, but his entire body was emitting a green light, quietly floating in the air. He heard Changchen's voice slowly coming through. Boss Missouri, I'm glad to cooperate with you. I no longer want the debt you owe me. But there are still too many plans unfinished. But I still want to find out the mastermind behind it all. But I still want to confess to Meng Lan again after everything is over. Mo's body floated in the air, his voice growing smaller, as if all his strength had been drained in an instant. Changchen pressed his lips together, his facial muscles trembling, tears gathering more and more in his eyes. Ha, I really can't hold it in anymore. Changchen suddenly clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. I was just joking with you, and you took it seriously. A joke? Mo was immediately stunned. Am I not dead? But why am I floating in the air? Changchen held his stomach with one hand while extending his right hand. A black technological glove had appeared on his right hand at some point, fingers slightly spread apart, and a faint green light spread out. As his fingers curled slightly, the surrounding green light was absorbed. Mo's expression was one of astonishment as he watched the green light around him disappear, and the force that had lifted him dissipated, causing his body to slowly fall to the ground. Ha. Changchen continued to laugh. This is a biological gravity field adjustment glove. Mo fell silent for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh in anger. You really are like a medicinal herb, known as the Eastern Divine Herb. Divine herb? Changchen was taken aback. What is that? Dog beggar. Mo's expression then clouded with sorrow. So, I really am not my father's biological child. A little joke to lighten the mood. But jokes aside, the debt you owe me cannot be waived. Changchen stepped forward and shook hands with Mo firmly. From now on, let's work together to solve the mystery. Mo could clearly feel the sensation in his palm and the grip from Changchen's hand, which fully proved that he was a living person. His eyes sparkled with determination. Alright, let's work together to solve the mystery. After that, the two stood side by side in the alley, their minds racing. With so many suspects, each with their own doubts, where should they start? At that moment, a slight commotion came from the front of the main courtyard. The two exchanged glances and stepped forward cautiously, peeking out to observe the situation outside. They saw many disciples dressed in Mo family robes arriving at the main courtyard. The leader was Mo Yuan, who appeared anxious but was trying hard to maintain humility and politeness. He spoke with the guests one by one, and after obtaining their consent, specialized Mo disciples led the guests away towards the entrance of the gene testing facility. Mo pondered. Mo Yuan is an excellent disciple, humble and polite, usually responsible for reception work. Could it be that there was a problem with the gene testing, and they want to retest? Changchen squinted, seeing how nervous he is. Could it be that he overlooked some important figures? In that instant, both realized a problem and exchanged a knowing look. Could it be that Li Bailong has infiltrated? If that perverted guy had truly entered the fray, the entire incident would undoubtedly become more complex and troublesome. Li Bailong is an uncertain factor. Let's not worry prematurely. Changchen's thoughts were clear. First, let's deal with the three confirmed suspects, unraveling the threads one by one. Then Changchen frowned slightly. But you, Boss Missouri, are currently a dead man, so we must be cautious and cannot expose ourselves easily. These three suspects probably won't make any unusual moves in broad daylight. What do you mean I'm a dead man? That sounds so strange. Mo sighed slightly but added, on Tingzhou planet, the main residents are disciples of the Mo family, and every night from 9 to 11 p.m. is study time. They will be quietly reading in their rooms, so at that time, it's very quiet here, and almost no one goes out. Oh, Changchen's eyes flickered. So, regardless of what schemes those three suspects have, they should be waiting for study time, which means tonight from 9 to 11 p.m. is when the chaos will unfold. Mo nodded, just as I thought. Hey, it seems there are two more guests over there. At that moment, a Mo disciple responsible for reception noticed the two figures in the alley and walked over. Cheng Chen and Mo quickly retreated into the alley. Cheng Chen's eyes sparkled. Then let's find a place to hide and catch the thief at night. Mo pressed his lips together. Are you going to use your gravity gloves again? I don't know why, but I feel inexplicably averse to it. At that moment, footsteps of a disciple from the Mo family came from around the corner, already close enough that turning the corner would reveal Cheng Chen and the others. Cheng Chen's eyes sparkled with golden light. Gravity gloves? There's no time. You too, I am. The Mo disciple turned the corner, a smile on his face, but as he spoke half a sentence and looked at the empty alley, he froze. There were clearly people here. Am I seeing things? Damn. The usually refined and cultured boss Missouri couldn't help but let out a curse. In that brief moment, Cheng Chen supported the back of his head with one hand, then lifted his shoulder, and after a dizzying swirl, they found themselves on a street a kilometer away. As expected of a well-traveled businessman, he quickly provided an answer. Are you wearing some kind of advanced battle armor? Cheng Chen nodded. Mo's guess was correct, but not entirely. Mo's gaze flickered. He felt he was increasingly unable to see through Cheng Chen. Passers-by moved around them, and Mo quickly adjusted his cloak to cover his face. The two walked down the street. This was still an ancient and charming street, with a bluestone pavement and buildings on either side that exuded an old-world charm, even with a few scattered vendors. But since the Mo family was holding a funeral, they no longer called out their wares. The coded information in Chimei's hands is likely crucial, Mo said quietly as they walked, because there's a possibility that this poisoning case is the result of collaboration among multiple suspects, and that hand gesture code might be a way to discuss strategies. If we can crack that code in advance, we will definitely gain the upper hand. What do you think, Cheng Chen? There was no response. Mo paused and turned to look. He saw Cheng Chen standing in front of a small stall, stroking his chin, staring at the goods on display. Mo was somewhat puzzled, tugged at his cloak, and stepped forward to stand beside Cheng Chen. He saw that this craft stall currently had only one item for sale, a puzzle toy called Moziyu. It was a wooden toy, similar to the Hua Rong Dao. Inside the palm-sized rectangular sliding track were several small wooden blocks that could slide up, down, left, and right. One of the blocks was printed with an old man holding a cane, dressed in ancient attire. The other blocks depicted stones, rivers, and soldiers wielding large knives. Tap tap, tap, tap tap tap. A child sat beside the stall, biting his tongue, playing with the Moziyu he had just bought. He gently tapped the side of the toy with his finger, seemingly following some kind of pattern, and the Mozi would slide up and down with the child's tapping. Mozi spent his life promoting his teachings, traveling everywhere, unafraid of difficulties and dangers. But his ideas and actions at the time touched the interests of some powerful figures. Therefore, Mozi was once hunted down by the city lord of the Song state. The toy vendor was a kind-looking old man, with white hair and a face full of wrinkles, and Moziyu was developed based on this event. Players need to tap the code to control Mozi to move in 4 directions, crossing mountains and rivers to evade pursuit. Tap, tap tap, tap tap tap. Suddenly, the child raised his Moziyu excitedly. Yay, my Mozi broke through the encirclement. I've also made an effort to spread the ideal of benefiting the world and eliminating harm. Cheng Chen and Mo had been listening for quite a while, and at this moment, they both squinted their eyes. Between the two nodes, there could be at most 3 sets of taps, and each set could have a maximum of 3 taps. Exactly the same as Aunt Chimei's tapping method. It turns out this woman's password is derived from a roadside game. The hardest part of this game is distinguishing up, down, left, and right before the chase begins. The elderly vendor chuckled. Don't be fooled by its small size, it has a built-in rolling program, and the up, down, left, right for each game is different. Before the game starts, players have a total of 20 chances to determine how to tap. Cheng Chen nodded slowly. Staring at the small Mozi game, he realized that beneath its wooden exterior lies a precise electronic structure. Speaking of which, many things in Tingzhou are like this. The gameplay is actually quite easy to understand. Each game is different. Tap tap, tap, tap might mean left, or a simple tap tap could also represent left. In short, it requires experimentation, exploring within limited combinations, and ultimately finding the correct way to control it. Once up, down, left, right is determined, controlling Mozi to escape is the easiest step. Cheng Chen suddenly smiled. That's a pretty good idea. The elderly vendor also smiled. Little brother, would you like to buy one? Buy. But it was Mo who spoke first, looking at Cheng Chen in surprise. What is this kid's situation? His insight is so abnormal. He just passed by and discovered the source of Aunt Chimei's password. If he studies this Mozi game well, cracking Aunt Chimei's password is probably just a matter of time. Cheng Chen was staring at the last 3 Mozi games on the stall. I'll take all 3. All right. The elderly vendor chuckled. 1 point each, 3 points total. 3 points? Cheng Chen was taken aback. So cheap? 3 credit points would be considered pocket change on the garbage earth. The customs of Tingzhou are surprisingly simple, and the prices are so low. In the next moment, Cheng Chen turned to Mo and whispered, "After this is over, reimburse me for this money." Mo. When Cheng Chen revealed his credit point scanning device to prepare for payment, the stall owner paused slightly. "I meant learning points. What is this?" Cheng Chen was confused. "What are learning points?" "It's the learning credits you earn from studying and researching Mozi's teachings here." The stall owner shook his head with a smile. "You two are quite lucky. Today Tingzhou has many guests, and the students of Mo Yuan are worried that the guests might be neglected, so as long as the spending isn't too extravagant, it can be charged to his account." Saying this, the stall owner wrapped up the 3 Mozi games and handed them to Cheng Chen. Cheng Chen nodded in astonishment. The Mozi school advocates universal love, emphasizing virtue and thought, and its disciples are indeed excellent. The sky was getting dark, and there were less than 3 hours until the evening study session at 9 o'clock. This planet called Tingzhou is picturesque, with abundant mountains and trees. Cheng Chen and Mo prepared to enter the nearby mountains, waiting and resting at the same time. Rustling. In the distance, the grass suddenly trembled, and a white shadow flashed by. "Is that a rabbit?" Cheng Chen's eyes widened like saucers. Previously, after his super metabolism repaired his body, he felt an extreme lack of meat. After meeting Mo, this feeling was temporarily suppressed. Now, as Cheng Chen entered the primitive ecology of the mountains, sensing wild game running around, his brain couldn't take it anymore. He felt like he was going crazy. Meat. Cheng Chen drooled. During his 18 years on garbage earth, he had probably eaten meat only 7 or 8 times. At this moment, that wonderful memory suddenly surfaced from the depths of his mind, uncontrollable. Cheng Chen seemed to experience some kind of hallucination, as a large pot resting on firewood appeared amidst colorful bubbles. The fragrant meat soup was boiling in the pot, large chunks of meat bobbing up and down within. Grabbing a piece, it was a bit hot to the touch, but he slowly tore off a strip and put it in his mouth. The scalding aroma instantly filled his mouth, and with a gentle chew, the juices burst forth, so fragrant, incredibly fragrant. "Cheng Chen, are you okay?" Mo looked at Cheng Chen in shock. This guy had somehow found a branch and was gnawing on it. "I'm fine." Cheng Chen quickly shook his head. "Hurry and find a sheltered spot to set up camp. You're in charge of starting the fire." As soon as he said start the fire, a bunch of colorful bubbles appeared in Cheng Chen's mind. The bubbles dispersed, revealing a whole roasted lamb on the fire, golden brown, sizzling with oil, so fragrant, truly fragrant. Deep in the mountains, the campfire was lit. Mo sat by the fire, holding a set of moziyu, constantly testing and calculating, occasionally using a nearby branch to mark the ground. The roaring flames danced, illuminating his face, resonating with the obsession in his heart. He had to solve the problem. He had to find the mastermind behind it all. Lost in thought, time slipped away unnoticed. When Mo came back to his senses, he realized he had no idea how much time had passed, maybe 40 minutes, maybe an hour. Earlier, Cheng Chen had taken 2 sets of moziyu and a fire starter, and had vanished without a trace. Mo looked around and soon spotted a large tree not far away, glowing with the light of the campfire. He got up and walked over, and from a distance, he saw Cheng Chen's silhouette and smelled something burning. As he got closer, Mo saw that on the campfire in front of Cheng Chen was a charred, mottled whole goat. Mo shook his head helplessly. The animals on the mountains of Tingzhou were carefully bred by his family at great expense, meant to enhance the spiritual essence within Tingzhou. There were family rules against hunting and consuming these animals. Then, Mo smiled again. Cheng Chen was his good brother, having traveled thousands of miles to help him. Just a goat. If he wanted to eat it, then let him eat. Meat. Cheng Chen squatted by the campfire, his eyes glazed over, the need conveyed by his brain driving him nearly mad. Is this even food for humans? Mo glanced at the pitiful goat before him. On your garbage planet, there are almost no edible animals, so you wouldn't know how to cook. He then took out his dagger and carefully cut away the charred parts of the goat, searching around until he found some special plant leaves. This is rosemary, with a rich aroma, a mix of pine and lemon scents. Mo placed the tender branches of rosemary on the coals to roast slightly, letting the fragrance waft out, then crushed the dried leaves and sprinkled them over the meat. This is chamomile, also a natural spice that can remove the fishy smell. Mo squeezed the juice from this plant and rubbed it on the meat, stuffing the remaining leaves into the goat's belly. Cheng Chen's eyes glinted like a hungry wolf. So fragrant. Mission accomplished. 10 minutes later, Mo clapped his hands and smiled. Let's eat. Cheng Chen instantly sprang up over 3 meters high. Meat. I'm going to devour it. Ah woo. Cheng Chen tore off a leg of the beast, ripping off half a pound of meat in one bite, oil dripping from the corners of his mouth, tears streaming from his eyes. Incredible. So delicious. This meat has saved my life. So delicious. So satisfying. Mo, I didn't expect you to know how to cook. From today on, your status in my heart has risen significantly. Cheng Chen shouted and gobbled down the food. Mo watched quietly, a smile on his face. Then, Mo also tore off a small strip of meat, holding it in his palm, his eyes flickering. By the way, when I was 9, I also snuck a taste of a goat. It was indeed quite good. Actually, the rules within the family are a bit too rigid. The animals on this mountain have been reproducing for dozens of generations, and their numbers are vast. The only one that cannot be touched is that special 9-colored deer. Mo scanned the green mountains before him. It seems to be a rare breed caused by genetic mutation. It is said that it has survived since the time of the ancestors of the Mo family, and the first animal created by the Mo family's mechanism technique was modeled after it and named Rualu. Cheng Chen, who was crazily gnawing on meat with grease dripping from his mouth, suddenly paused. What? Nothing. You keep eating. Mo continued dreamily. The deer is quite spiritual, moving at incredible speed, and very few have seen its true form. It has now become the totem of our Mo family. I even feel that after Grandpa passed away, his soul merged with that deer. The deer is Grandpa, and Grandpa is that deer. Cheng Chen paused again, his mouth full of delicious meat. He then saw Mo lick his lips and put the piece of meat in his mouth, savoring it, so delicious. Immediately, Mo couldn't help but tear off another piece of meat and slowly chew it. By the way, where did you catch this goat? The meat is quite special. Well, Cheng Chen looked at the goat, which was almost just a skeleton, and said, actually, this isn't a goat, it's called a Te Wu Tien beast. Te Wu Tien? Mo paused slightly. What kind of animal is that? Just then, a melodious chime echoed from the city at the foot of the mountain. That seemingly ancient bell actually had a precise timing device installed inside. Mo suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing. It's 9 o'clock. It's time for evening study. In the night, Cheng Chen and Mo walked out of the mountains. They stood on the quiet streets of Tingzhou, where ancient-style houses stood before them, each lit with a faint glow resembling candlelight, as if countless disciples of the Mo family were studying late into the night, tirelessly. Although many guests were staying over, they chose to respect the traditions here and did not go out casually. The night breeze was slightly cool. On this planet named Tingzhou, deep in the universe, there was a strangely elusive atmosphere. Let's go check on Aunt Chimei. The two moved along the corner of the wall and soon arrived in front of an imposing 3-story pavilion, which was the home of Uncle Mo. Now that Uncle Mo had passed away, only Chimei and a few servants lived here, and although Uncle Mo was not young, he had no children. This scene had a hint of the suspicion of sneaking into a widow's home at night. Cheng Chen and Mo crouched in the bushes outside the pavilion, squinting to observe the situation ahead. Unexpectedly, Chimei was standing alone on the balcony of the 3-story pavilion, gazing at the night sky. At this moment, although she was still wearing the black long dress from the day, she had removed her facial veil and the shawl from her shoulders. Her face was revealed, even more beautiful than Cheng Chen had imagined, with no flaws, elongated eyes, a straight and delicate nose, and a cherry-red mouth, stunningly attractive. Her fair shoulders were partially exposed, exuding exceptional grace, and as she looked at the starry sky, her face bore a heart-wrenching beauty. Cheng Chen couldn't help but sigh. At 49 years old, it was unclear whether she had used some kind of genetic modification technology, but in any case, this woman was truly one in a million, outshining all others. Could she be the culprit behind the Mo family's tragedy? Suddenly, Chimei extended her fair hand, resting it on the wooden railing, and began to tap her slender index finger in a very rhythmic manner. Tap, 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 tap. Cheng Chen and Mo's eyes immediately focused. Mo's gaze suddenly became incredibly sharp, instantly honing in on Chimei's finger. I have already tested all the password combinations in MoZU. After all, it's just a puzzle toy, with only 24 arrangements. Mo lowered his voice and said, now, I just need to match it in my mind to know which one Chimei used. Cheng Chen was slightly surprised. This guy spoke so casually. 24 password arrangements were equivalent to remembering 24 ways to complete Mosey's game, and within each way, there were different combinations of strikes. How many results was that? Cheng Chen had calculated it before. It was 5,832. Yet Mo needed to remember all the combinations and sequences in his mind, and within a short time, match them with Chimei's actions to find that unique result. Mo's arithmetic ability and memory were truly remarkable. Cheng Chen said with a hint of awe, you really are a born merchant. Your genetic talent must be related to these aspects. That's nothing, Mo said seriously. I just hope Chimei's password method indeed comes from Mosey's game. Otherwise, we will have no clues. Next, Mo's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly, revealing a hint of joy. It really is Mosey's game. She used the 12th way to complete it. Let me see what she is compiling. Left, right, up, left, left, down. Cheng Chen thought to himself. Since the password came from Mosey's game, the corresponding information must be directional information because in Mosey's game, only direction can be manipulated. Next, we need to use a password disk. Mo's eyes sparkled. It should be a matrix alphabet, with all the letters arranged in a large square, starting from the central position. According to the signals Chimei sends, such as up, left, right, down, we find the corresponding letters and finally piece together a sentence, and that sentence is the information she wants to convey. Chang Chen nodded but then asked in confusion, "Weren't you lacking such a password disk before? The situation is different now. With the directional information, I can make an inference. After all, Chimei is from the Mo family, so the spelling of the letters should be in pinyin. I will try to guess her first word based on human speech habits, and then follow the logic of expression to deduce the subsequent words. If the overall logic is reasonable, I can reverse determine what letters correspond to certain positions, and then align them back, cracking the code while sorting out the entire password table." Mo said seriously, in the early days of the resistance in the old era, Chinese code experts cracked enemy codes bit by bit under completely irregular circumstances. Shang Chen felt a sense of awe. This is so abstract. How exactly do we do it? It's very simple. Mo squinted. According to human speech habits, the first word Chimei conveys could be I, you, today, task, and so on. I will use the first letters of these words to match directions like up, left to try to determine the arrangement of the password disk. Chang Chen was even more surprised, but that's countless possibilities. If you can deduce it, that would be incredible. I have to say, there is some luck involved. However, I have known my aunt for so long, I understand her way of speaking a bit. Then, Mo stopped talking, his eyes bursting with brilliance, 3 gene halos flickering. Chang Chen could feel that this guy's CPU was boiling over, operating in a very terrifying state. You. Mo's expression flickered. Her first word is you. Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly. You, today. Her second word is today. Mo whispered, you today. Bring up medicine. A chill shot up Chang Chen's back. He really did it. Pervert, did you bring the medicine today? What medicine? The toxin? The two immediately looked around. The current situation was clear. There must be a third person watching Chimei's code. Just then, Mo's brow suddenly furrowed. No, after Chimei sent this message, she changed the password disk. She's so cautious? On the stand, Chimei's fingers were still tapping on the railing. Mo's expression changed again. After sending the second message, she changed the password disk again. 3 messages, although all are variations of Moziyu, but she changed 3 password disks. Mo held his head with both hands, staring wide-eyed at the ground. This frequency is too high, I can't calculate it. Then Shang Chen patted Mo's shoulder. Alright, you've done well, but no matter how good a player is, they can't compare to a cheater. Mo turned his head slowly. What do you mean, you're a cheater? I'm not. It is. Shang Chen then pulled out a previously unseen Moziyu from his pocket. This equipment was no longer wooden but made of metal, and there was no slider in the center, but a blue interactive projection screen. Intelligence Game GM system, a work by a gaming enthusiast, built in with 4,488 puzzle game solutions including Moziyu, Huarong Road, Sudoku, 9 Rings, etc. Capable of various cheating functions, including but not limited to all reverse deduction of decryption logic. This device comes from Parallel Universe 01254 Game World. Chang Chen grinned. Boss Missouri, your IQ has already shown me up. Now it's my turn. Mo was somewhat shocked. What is this device? Where did it come from? Chang Chen shrugged. Moziyu is a technological device. While I was grilling, I had some free time, so I disassembled and combined 2 Moziyu to create a new device. Otherwise, how could I have burned that whole lamb? Next, Chang Chen's operation appeared extremely easy and casual. He focused on Chimei's fingers, then held the Intelligence Game GM system, replicating Chimei's frequency 1-to-1, gently tapping the edge of the device. As expected, Chimei sent all the messages 3 times in a row. This was a routine operation to prevent the other party from missing them. Did you bring the medicine today? The Intelligence Game GM system displayed the reverse cracked content, exactly matching Mo's deduction. But then, after changing the password disk, the content became increasingly outrageous. Come back in an hour, I've sent all the servants away. I specially prepared a brand new lace lingerie today. Password disk changed. Come back in 3 hours, enter through the back door. You're such a bad guy. You hurt my arm last time, I'll let you play this time. But be gentle, I have a beautiful lace lingerie. Although it's been used, I can still show it to you. Chang Chen and Mo stared at the content on the virtual screen, their eyes twitching, falling into silence. Finally, Mo exploded in silence, nearly going berserk. Damn this slut, my uncle's body isn't even cold, and she's already seducing men, using such complex and precise code. So, her tapping fingers at the funeral was to communicate with her lover? Moreover, her constant changing of password disks means the recipients of these messages aren't the same person? Is she contacting 3 lovers at the same time? Damn, using one piece of lingerie twice in one night? No wonder there were rumors before that she was dissatisfied with my uncle, giving him so many green hats. That's quite a discontent. Mo's vision darkened, nearly fainting from anger. Sheng Chen was also shocked. Isn't this the way communication between men and women has evolved to such an extent? He thought of Mo's background. The depths of the wealthy are like the sea, it's all too chaotic. At this moment, a sneaky figure appeared in the distance, shrouded in the night. The figure was tall, tightly clutching a box in his arms, cautiously observing his surroundings before slipping into the house where Chi Mei was. Shang Chen exchanged a glance with Mo. That was Councilman Lu from the Li Alliance. At this time, Chi Mei had finished sending all her messages, slowly turned around, her silhouette graceful, and walked into the house, drawing the curtains. Shang Chen pursed his lips. The other 2 will arrive in 1 hour and 2 hours respectively. Councilman Lu's arrival now means he is the first. Mo sighed skyward. I can't take it anymore. I want to expose this pair of scoundrels. Bang! Mo kicked open Chi Mei's door. On the bed, 2 people were entangled together. Councilman Lu's suit lay aside, his shirt collar torn wide open, while Chi Mei had shed her long dress, wearing only black lace lingerie. Mo slightly closed his eyes, unable to bear to look. It turned out this lingerie was to be used 3 times in one night. Who? Xiao Mo. Chi Mei screamed, quickly covering her body with the bedsheet, utterly terrified because Mo had come back from the dead. Mo noticed that on one side of the room, Councilman Lu's metal box was already open, displaying 3 vials of medicine. Mo slowly approached, taking out the only remaining vial, as the other 2 had turned into empty bottles. He opened it and sniffed it at his nose, then glanced at the 2 panicked scoundrels on the bed. He had already understood what the medicine meant when he was told, "You bring the medicine." It wasn't poison, but some kind of tonic specifically for men. No wonder he had instructed the bodyguards to keep a close watch, because once this thing was exposed, it would be too difficult to speak of. Shang Chen followed closely behind, arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe. At this moment, seeing Chi Mei's beauty and figure up close, it was still the same. This woman was a top-notch seductress, almost flawless, alluring and sexy, and no one would believe she was already 49 years old. Such a woman, yet so promiscuous. I want to expose you both. Mo said in a low voice. I don't care if the Mo family faces a huge scandal, and I care even less if you Li face a huge scandal. Brother, I was forced. Councilman Lu crawled from the bed to the front, grabbing Mo's arm. Brother, I was really forced. I didn't want to do this. It was that woman who seduced me. I initially refused. I have chat records as proof. But when your Mo family got into trouble, that woman threatened me, saying she would take control of the power from now on. If I didn't comply with her, she would cut off the deep cooperation between the Mo family and Li, turning to other business alliances. I need the Mo family's performance. I completely hold no grudge against your grandfather's previous complaints. I just want to keep my current position. I was forced. Although I have an A-level gene, it was built up with medicine. I have no special talents. I am a rare dead silence gene, only a facade that can intimidate. Councilman Lu cried. I was really forced. Mo frowned tightly. When adulterers are caught, it seems they all use your set of excuses, but usually, it's from the woman's mouth. You really have no bottom line. Do you think I would believe whatever you say? There have long been rumors within Li, but I never admitted it. Now that it has come to this, I'll tell you. Councilman Lu gritted his teeth, took out his personal communicator, flipping through photos, showing images of himself with various muscular handsome men, half-naked and cuddling in bed, including his personal bodyguard. I am gay. I don't like women. Member Lu cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Can you imagine? A person like me, being coerced by a woman, and I still have to take medication. Woo-woo, do you know how great an insult and pain this is? Mo's eyes twitched at the sight before him, causing his eyes to sting. Don't touch me, get away. Immediately, Mo looked at Chi Mei on the bed. You woman, is this all that's in your head? Chi Mei wrapped herself in the bedsheet, biting her lip. I have a special constitution, it's naturally hard to control. Chi Mei, for the sake of once being a family, pack your things and disappear from the Mo family immediately. Go as far away as you can, don't disturb anyone, and never have any contact with the Mo family again. Mo's gaze was sharp. If you dare to appear again, I will expose these disgraceful matters. I believe that if your lovers' wives find out about this, they would want to kill you. Chi Mei trembled all over. Fine, I'll leave right now. Then, the two of them quickly got dressed and ran towards the door. But Mo let Chi Mei leave first and called Lu back. When you go back, continue being your member of parliament, but remember, I have your secrets, and there are 2 of them. In the future, I will make some demands of you at the appropriate time, and you will do as I say." A flash of terror crossed Lu's eyes. "Yes." Meanwhile, Chang Chen, leaning against the door, tilted her head slightly at Mo's expression and actions. "What is this?" Chang Chen saw a small device on Chi Mei's bedside, shaped like a delicate pink peach blossom. "This is called Shu Meng." Mo revealed a gentle smile. "It's a creation of Meng Lan, who is very skilled in neuroscience. This little device can emit a special electromagnetic wave to improve people's sleep quality. Meng Lan is very considerate and has almost given everyone the same device." Now that Chi Mei has disappeared, Chang Chen explored the device in her hand. "Can I take this thing with me?" "Of course." Mo frowned and looked out the window. Since Chi Mei and Member Lu are just a pair of dogs and men, then who is the real culprit? In the Mo family's main courtyard, Chang Chen and Mo squatted on the beams of the door. The courtyard was very quiet, with no one else around, but it was slightly terrifying, because although there was no one, there were exactly 82 coffins placed in the courtyard. The Mo family was still somewhat traditional. The deceased had to stay in the frozen coffins for 3 days, allowing guests to pay their respects. The most discordant scene in the courtyard was the huge block of gold, standing 5 meters tall. Chang Chen frowned. "Even if it's late, isn't there anyone keeping watch?" Mo replied, "It is a bit strange. Perhaps the Mo family members are resting after a tiring day. However, Tengzhou is very safe, with no petty thieves around." Taking advantage of Mo's inattention, Chang Chen completed partial siliconization, and her pupils sparkled with a glass-like glow. She saw that within the huge block of gold, blue ribbons were becoming clearer and more numerous, almost reaching 100. Chang Chen knew that someone had issued a command to the device inside the gold block. Click, click. Suddenly, a slight sound came from within the gold block, like the sound of some metal structure breaking. In the dim light, the bottom of the huge gold block suddenly revealed a series of circular gaps, shaped like duck eggs, sticking to the surface of the massive gold block. Chang Chen and Mo squinted their eyes simultaneously. They saw those gaps tremble slightly, and then one by one, golden duck eggs peeled away from the huge gold block, clattering as they fell to the ground, spinning and reflecting golden light. Suddenly, a more intricate sound came through, and from each duck egg, 8 slender golden mechanical legs split out, as if the duck eggs had grown spider legs. Mo's eyes widened slightly. He realized that this gold block concealed a secret, but he had never seen such devices that resembled small robots. After some duck eggs sank to the bottom, the gap on the massive gold block automatically closed, showing no visible change. The robots chattered as if they had received some command and suddenly spread out. Some crawled towards the guests' rooms, while others headed towards the distant docking area. Chang Chen and Mo exchanged a glance. They immediately began to track some of the golden duck eggs and discovered that after entering the guests' rooms, the robots did not exhibit any bizarre behavior. Instead, they burrowed into the guests' luggage, found the most hidden spots, and their 8 legs retracted, returning to an oval shape, after which they fell silent. During this process, Chang Chen also noticed that on each guest's bedside, there was a dream comforter, and the guests were all sound asleep. The golden robots entering the guests' rooms were few, most surged into the docking area. They seemed to have a specific selection method, choosing certain starships and then burrowing into them, finding hidden places to lie in wait. Mo frowned and thought, the targets chosen by these golden robots are all, without exception, various star lords, who, to some extent, all possess mineral planets. Chang Chen remarked, I think I figured out the purpose of that humanoid pig intestine. He is not the murderer. Mo looked somewhat puzzled. With so little information now, how did you come to that conclusion? Chang Chen tilted his head and pointed towards the distance. Let's go in and find out. The results will naturally reveal themselves. The direction Chang Chen indicated was, surprisingly, the deepest part of the starship docking area. There lay a luxurious, dazzling golden starship. This starship was over 10 kilometers long and at least 5 kilometers wide, making it one of the largest private passenger starships. Coupled with its golden exterior, the owner's financial power was evident. Mo turned back to look. Is that the starship of Ni Meng? Chang Chen nodded. Yes, I've already checked it out. The truth will leave you speechless. Mo was even more confused. When did you check it? 2 hours ago, Chang Chen had locked onto this golden starship. Its style was too unique, perfectly matching Ni Meng's extravagant decorations. It was hard not to make the connection. But Chang Chen did not need to check it personally. The thinker received the command, and that unnoticed garbage collection starship slowly started up, activating a magnificent and mysterious neural network in a corner where no one was paying attention, sailing into the fourth wall. Then, the Ling-style starship sailed under the watchful eyes of everyone, silently and seamlessly merging into the interior of the golden starship. The golden starship was enormous, and the Link-style starship floated within it, more than sufficient in size. The luxurious golden starship had only an outer shell. Inside was a shabby small mining starship, with various metal supports welded to its surface, supporting the disguise of the golden starship. The outer shell was naturally not pure gold, but merely a thin layer over old metal. At that moment, Mang lay inside the dilapidated mining starship, having removed the golden decorations from his body and tossed them aside, revealing the black carbon fiber underneath. His outfit was also gold-plated. Gold was not particularly expensive, and he was still wearing a gold plating. The only real gold on him was a ring on his hand, which he was slightly rotating, emitting a blue glow, serving as the command hub for those golden duck eggs. Mo stood outside the golden starship, somewhat puzzled, staring at the golden hatch before him. He said, under normal circumstances, starships of this level have advanced defense systems. If the mudbug doesn't open the door, we can't get in. You think too much, Changchen smiled, just push hard. Mo was a bit skeptical, but he reached out to touch the golden starship, and sure enough, there was no alarm. He frowned, exerted strength in his arms, and pushed against the hatch. To his surprise, a creaking sound of metal friction echoed. Is it this loose? Mo was astonished. If it were flying in space, wouldn't it fall apart in no time? Changchen smiled meaningfully. Just install the parts inside the cabin first, and assemble them before entering the Tingzhou atmosphere, right? Assembly? What do you mean? Just as Mo was puzzled, a sound resembling a screw breaking suddenly came from inside the golden hatch. Crack, creak, boom! The golden hatch unexpectedly flipped down into the interior. Mo lost his balance and fell forward, but fortunately, Changchen quickly grabbed the collar of his shirt, leaving him suspended in midair. Only then did Mo see clearly that below was a vast, dark pit, and directly ahead was not the internal structure of the starship but a nearly scrapped mining starship, suspended in midair by various steel supports. The interior of this starship resembled a giant jujube, hiding a small pit inside, but without any flesh, only a tangle of meridians, which were the fixed steel bars. Looking at the scene before him, Mo began to understand. At that moment, the naked and plump mudbug inside the mining starship also saw Mo and jumped up in terror. Young Master Mo. Mudbug, what's going on with you? Next, it took 10 minutes to calm the mudbug's panic. Thud. The mudbug knelt on the ground. Young Master Mo, I'm not afraid of your grandfather's targeting. I've already gone bankrupt. Mo's eyelid twitched. This guy had been pretending, acting rich. My name is Mudbug. I'm just a little worm born in the mud. I was very poor when I was young, really living in a swamp. Later, I made money, became a star lord, and my business kept expanding. But due to my reckless spending and the depletion of resources, I went downhill. I did everything I could, but I couldn't save it. Now I only have a few hollowed-out planets left and a pile of broken mining equipment. Upon hearing about your family's misfortune, I was truly saddened, but I don't want to go back to that poor life. I know many Star Lords will be present today, so I used my last cash to customize those precious metal detection robots, the golden duck eggs you just mentioned. I controlled those robots, hiding them in the luggage of the Star Lords or on their starships, hoping they would return with them and act secretly to determine the mineral storage situation of their respective planets. The mudbug was crying. I want to pick out the Star Lords with insufficient mining capabilities and propose cooperation to them. On the surface, it's to assist them in mining, but in reality, I want to utilize my idle equipment and earn a share. The mudbug stretched out its plump arm, hugging Mo's thigh. I really have no other intentions. I just want to make a comeback, young Master Mo. Got it. You must keep the fact that I'm still alive a secret for me. Mo sighed deeply. Regarding you, once I finish dealing with my current matters, I will use the power of the Mo family to help you gather the Star Lords and make full use of your equipment. You won't earn less, but remember, from now on, you will become a subordinate of the Mo family, my subordinate. Okay. Mang nodded repeatedly, grateful. As long as I can turn my life around, I, Mang, will be Mo Shaya's dog. Mo waved his hand. Bring back your robots. But Mang's expression turned ugly as he said, I don't know why, but all those robots went offline just a few minutes ago. I spent a whole 300 million credit points. Mo was taken aback. Were they taken by someone? Shouldn't anyone know about the existence of those robots? Wait, the dog beggar? At that moment, Changchen slowly walked in from the side of the starship. Oh, I just heard you reached some kind of cooperation. Congratulations. Since that's the case, those precious metal detection robots are of no use, just trash. Changchen shrugged and looked at Mo. You know, I'm a professional garbage collector. Mang was furious. Hey, who the hell are you? Hand over my stuff. But Mo reached out to stop Mang. Enough. Afterward, Mo's expression was somewhat hard to describe. He is indeed very professional. In the Green Mountains, the bonfire was rekindled. To avoid drawing attention, the fire was small, illuminating only a radius of 4 to 5 meters. The night was quiet, the surrounding tree shadows were pitch black, swaying slightly, with rustling sounds continuously. Chung Chen and Mo sat by the bonfire, lost in thought. Aunt Chi Mei, Councilman Li Lu, and the fat Ai Mang were not the true culprits behind the scenes. So who could it be? The evening study time had passed. Looking into the distance, one could see Mo Yuan, Mo Shan, and other disciples of the Mo family stepping out of the house again, stubbornly visiting the funeral guests, still desperately searching for that S-level gene user. Chang Chen couldn't help but frown. There was still one possibility. The murderer was the legendary Li Shen. If he really came, it would be a problem for Chung Chen. Not to mention Mo Yuan and the others, D-level gene users. Even if they ran their legs off and used all their tricks, they probably wouldn't see half a shadow of Li Shen. Li Shen, Li Bailong. What kind of person is he? What abilities does he possess? And if he really came, how could he be lured out? Of course, one couldn't think in fixed patterns. Suppose Li Shen didn't come at all, and he had no intention of participating in the Mo family's struggle. Then, who else could be the murderer? Chang Chen's thoughts were swirling, but he still couldn't find a breakthrough. He glanced at Mo beside him. This guy had an even more furrowed brow, looking haggard, probably having not rested for several days and nights. Just now, under Mo's protection, Ai Mang was left speechless, as Chang Chen had forcefully taken away 50 of his precious metal detection robots. Those robots were returned to the Ling-style starship, and after dealing with the current situation, they would see what interesting equipment could be combined. Chang Chen, I want to rest for a bit. Mo stared with bloodshot eyes, just 10 minutes. If possible, wake me up when the 10 minutes are up. Chang Chen nodded, don't worry. Mo then fumbled inside his clothes and slowly took out a small device, shaped like a pink peach blossom, very delicate. Chang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. That's Menglan Shu Meng. You carry this device with you? Of course. Mo held Shu Meng, reluctant to part with it. I've gotten used to it. I can't sleep without it. Mo gently pressed the petal stamen, and the entire device lit up with a faint blue glow. He placed Shu Meng aside, lay down on the ground, resting his head on a stone, and slowly closed his eyes, feeling satisfied. In almost 10 seconds, he emitted a steady breathing sound and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at everything before him, Chang Chen felt an indescribable sense of strangeness. He recalled a detail. Just as Mo was bidding farewell to Ai Mang had excitedly said, "Young Master Mo, our cooperation is destined by heaven. You may not believe it, but I just dreamed that although all the men of the Mo family perished, you, young Master Mo, were the only one who did not die." Chang Chen found it somewhat odd. Ai Mang was solely focused on making money on this trip. Even in his dreams, it was about wealth. How could he dream of Mo, who held such a low status in the family and had always been in a semi-transparent state? That seemed too obscure. Moreover, Chang Chen had noticed at that time that as a guest, Ai Mang had also been gifted a Shu Meng by Menglan, which was placed inside his dilapidated starship. Chang Chen felt a bit fatigued. The constant thinking had given him a headache, making him drowsy. The small Shu Meng beside Mo flickered with a faint blue light. Unknowingly, Chang Chen closed his eyes, as if influenced by an imperceptible force. His eyelids felt too heavy, and in the moment they slowly closed, it was as if someone had drawn the curtain of the world, plunging him into darkness. Chang Chen jolted awake, instantly opening his eyes. He forced himself to shake off the fatigue in his mind, staring intently at Shu Meng. This thing has a problem. It seems to force people into sleep. At that moment, Chang Chen felt a gust of mountain wind blowing behind him, carrying a stronger chill than before. The mountain wind stirred the valley grass on the ground, rolling it continuously until it fell into the campfire, turning to ashes. Chang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, but to his surprise, when he tried to turn around, he found his body seemingly sealed by transparent cement, completely immobilized, unable even to turn his head. Not good. What on earth is happening? Chang Chen stared wide-eyed, only able to observe the scene before him. In his line of sight were the dark and deep green mountains, along with the weak and fragile campfire. His senses were normal, and he could still hear the crackling sound of the burning wood. A peculiar fragrance wafted into his nose, fresh and reminiscent of peach blossoms. Then, a graceful figure in a black long dress slowly entered Chang Chen's view from behind. This figure only looked ahead, as if Chang Chen did not exist. She wore a half-black veil, revealing beautiful and sorrowful eyes, with long, lively eyelashes adorned with mountain dew, and a noticeable birthmark at the corner of her right eye, resembling a pink peach blossom. This beautiful birthmark became a decoration, adding a unique charm to her entire being. Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly, Menglan, but that strange feeling pervaded his body, and Chang Chen still found himself unable to move. Menglan stood ahead, quietly gazing at the sleeping Mo. On the hillside, she was silhouetted against the myriad lights of Tingzhou, appearing enchanting. Suddenly, Meng Lan slowly reached for her waist. Chang Chen's pupils contracted, feeling as if she was drawing a weapon. But in the next moment, Chang Chen's pupils relaxed again. Meng Lan took out a bamboo flute, one end adorned with a red tassel, showing slight signs of wear. Chang Chen was puzzled. Was she going to play a tune? However, Meng Lan did not bring the flute to her lips. Instead, she held one end of the flute and extended it forward. In that instant, she suddenly turned around to look at Chang Chen, her beautiful eyes wide open, 5 blue halos flashing suddenly within her pupils. Chang Chen was stunned. Because his body seemed to be controlled by an invisible force, Chang Chen found himself slowly extending his right arm into the air. At the same time, an uncontrollable thought emerged in Chang Chen's mind, commanding the Type 1 biomechanical battle armor to condense a sharp blade on his right arm. He saw Meng Lan slowly walking forward. Chang Chen, too, found himself uncontrollably moving forward. It was just 3 steps, and Chang Chen stood beside Mo, who was still fast asleep. Meanwhile, Meng Lan remained standing 8 meters away, holding a flute, but there was nothing in front of her. Meng Lan slowly waved her arm downwards. Chang Chen's body, like a puppet, mirrored her movement. But in Chang Chen's hand was a sharp blade, and in front of him was Mo. His heart was filled with extreme horror. Chang Chen desperately fought against the urge to stop his hand or to wake Mo, but he couldn't do either. The only thing Chang Chen seemed to control was his pupils, which trembled like an earthquake. The blade formed by the Type 1 biochemical battle armor was incredibly sharp. The moment it touched Mo's tender neck, it sliced through like cutting tofu, first revealing a line of bright red blood, then the artery burst, and blood gushed forth. Only then did Mo open his eyes wide in terror. But it was too late. Meng Lan suddenly raised her hand. Chang Chen followed suit. In the dark mountains, the cold, emotionless gaze of Meng Lan reflected the flickering campfire, the splattering blood several meters away, and a head soaring high into the air. Mo! Chang Chen suddenly found he could control his throat and screamed in terror. In that instant, Chang Chen abruptly opened his eyes, only to find himself leaning against a rock, the campfire still flickering slightly, with a few pieces of wood yet to burn out. Mo, who had been sleeping beside him, was also awakened, blinking his hazy eyes, unharmed. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Mo looked at Chang Chen and couldn't help but smile. At your age, still having nightmares? Seems like you dreamed I died. Chang Chen looked around in surprise, examining his hands. No blade, no blood, and no Meng Lan. Was it all just a dream? Chang Chen felt a sense of bewilderment. It was so damn real, but he couldn't let it go, glancing at Mo and saying, "What a pity, it turned out to be just a dream." Mo smiled helplessly, clearly seeing the cold sweat covering Chang Chen's forehead. The dream had scared him quite a bit. This kid really does care about his safety. Don't overthink it. Chang Chen suddenly added, "I was just afraid you'd go back on your word." Mo pursed his lips. All right. But then Chang Chen began to frown and thought, Mo, you previously introduced Meng Lan as a core disciple of the Mo family. What exactly is the status of a core disciple? Mo sat up and explained, the Mo family was once a broad school of thought, and it still is. The so-called disciples are those who recognize the teachings of the Mo family and come to study. You can think of it as a different form of university. Traditionally, disciples are divided into entry-level, ordinary, and advanced. Don't think of it in terms of cultivation. This is the true hierarchy of the Mo family based on academic achievements, stemming from the 1,000-year heritage of Mozi. Above advanced disciples are the core disciples. Core disciples are the highest level of ordinary disciples because above them are the leaders. The leader is the head of the Mo family. At this point, Mo displayed a proud smile, reminiscent of a sycophant. Meng Lan is one of the few core disciples of the Mo family today and is also my grandfather's senior apprentice. I see. Chang Chen then asked, I've never understood the relationship between your Mo family and the Mo family school. Same sound, different characters. Mo continued to explain, in fact, we are the descendants of Mozi. Mo is Mo, but we took a homophone. We feel we owe it to our ancestors because we mainly engage in business and cannot showcase the Mo family's heritage. But there's nothing we can do about it. You understand, in this era, without money, nothing can operate smoothly. As for our status, Moz gradually became disheveled and said, we can be considered a kind of core disciple, though it feels a bit unglamorous to say so, as we only have the advantage of bloodline. In terms of research on the Mozi school, I can't even compare to Mo Yuan. You Mo family are considered core disciples. Cheng Chen's eyes sparkled, so that means if all the men in your Mo family were to die, then the remaining core disciples, like Meng Lan, could potentially become the next leader, right? Upon hearing Cheng Chen's analysis, Mo's expression changed repeatedly. What are you thinking, kid? Meng Lan would never do such a thing. I guarantee you, it's definitely not her. I just realized, you're a bit of a sycophant. Cheng Chen looked at Mo. With so many beautiful women in your Mo family now turned into widows, can't we find someone else to fawn over? After Meng Lan has rejected you so many times, your perseverance is truly commendable. Mo's face shifted between shades of green and purple. Dog beggar, you're also a dog. Please don't attack another dog personally. Chang Chen felt a bit helpless. But let's be honest, Meng Lan's genetic level isn't low. Does she have any special abilities or something? No, Mo replied irritably, she just likes to study neuroscience in her spare time. Other than that, she's just a talented and beautiful weak woman. Chang Chen pursed his lips and then stood up. What a talented and beautiful weak woman. I need to pee. He ignored Mo any further. Chang Chen turned and walked into the woods, and in the next second, he burst forth at a speed of 200 meters per second, heading straight for the city of Tingzhou. Is Meng Lan a weak woman? Absolutely not. Chang Chen was certain that his recent dream of killing Mo was definitely not natural. Could Meng Lan possess the legendary ability of dream control? Or as written in the masterpiece, The Abyss of Insomnia, some people might exhibit sleepwalking behavior due to special genetic or psychological factors. Dream control plus sleepwalking equals puppet. In other words, Meng Lan could completely hide in the deepest shadows, using puppets to accomplish various tasks without anyone knowing, such as poisoning or annihilating the entire Mo family. Due to personal reasons, Mo did not consider Meng Lan a suspect. But for Chang Chen, Meng Lan's suspicion was overwhelmingly high, practically off the charts. As for Chang Chen, he had never had a history of sleepwalking. Otherwise, that recent dream might have turned into reality, and the only survivor of the Mo family would inexplicably die at Chang Chen's hands. At this moment, under the night sky, Chang Chen stood atop the tallest building in the Mo family courtyard. Beneath his feet lay the 82 coffins of the Mo family. Above him was the vast starry sky. The young man's eyes slightly widened, and his entire body instantly completed siliconization, radiating a glass-like brilliance. He reached out, looking at the Shu Meng he obtained from Chi Mei's room. This small device indeed released blue ribbons. It was a remote control device. Then, Chang Chen scanned the entire Tingzhou, the colorful light in his eyes growing brighter. A shocking scene unfolded. Countless delicate blue ribbons spread across the entire sky of Tingzhou. And the source of these ribbons came from every guest, every student of the Mo family. Everyone, without exception, had received a Shu Meng. At this moment, those small Shu Meng devices, at the bedside of different people, were releasing undetectable waves, controlling each person's dreams. And these countless blue ribbons floated and drifted, gathering in the sky to form the thickest blue ribbon, which fell like a waterfall from the heavens to the mortal realm. Its final landing point was a small courtyard on the north side of Changcheng, filled with peach blossoms. Creek Changchen pushed open the bamboo gate before him, and a wave of floral fragrance rushed to meet him. If it weren't for the countless blue ribbons converging, revealing the strangeness of this small courtyard, it would be warm, elegant, beautiful, and comfortable. A gentle breeze swayed the peach tree on one side, making it appear like a clawing demon in the darkness. Changchen stepped forward, arriving in front of the three wooden houses, slowly raised his hand, and pushed open the wooden door. In that instant, Changchen's eyes suddenly squinted. The exterior of the small courtyard was ancient, but its interior was astonishing. There stood Meng Lan in a long black dress, right in the center of the house, as if a sun was shining behind her, the light even penetrating her black dress, outlining her long and flawless silhouette. She had her eyes closed, and her long black hair danced in the air. On her head was a precisely crafted metal helmet, with hundreds of metal pipes connected to it, crisscrossing like the venomous hair of Medusa. Blue signals continuously flowed along the pipes towards the equipment behind Meng Lan. That massive device was the source of all the blue ribbons. The radiant light, like the sun, was the matrix indicator of that device, blindingly bright and operating at a high frequency. The wind in the room came from the device's cooling system, carrying an almost scorching temperature, making it hard to imagine how long this device had been running. Changchen was shocked. The scene before him was not difficult to understand. This device must have functions to enhance brain power and brainwaves. Meng Lan possessed certain abilities related to the brain, but the effect was not strong enough. She needed to rely on such a device to complete her plan, and this device belonged to the control core, while the output terminal must be those little Shumeng. It seemed that Meng Lan sensed Changchen's presence. She suddenly opened her eyes, and indeed, there were 5 blue rings in her pupils. An A-level genetic user. It is said that when the genetic level reaches a certain height, supernatural powers awaken. Changchen once thought this standard needed to be above S-level, but now it seemed related to talent, varying from person to person. Meng Lan's abilities appeared very early and were quite unique. Her powers acted on dreams, and now that Changchen faced her directly in reality, she probably had no strength to fight back. At this moment, Changchen saw Meng Lan's complete face. She was beautiful, with a fresh and elegant beauty, a noble and ethereal beauty. Mo's vision is not bad, Changchen suddenly said, but if he knew this, he would be very sad. He would be sad? What does he have to be sad about? Menglan slowly spoke, her voice clear and enchanting, yet carrying a coldness. I have been studying hard in the Mo family for so many years, yet I have never had a chance to rise. He, relying solely on a bloodline, possesses a status that can stand shoulder to shoulder with core disciples. Chang Chen pursed his lips. Mo actually didn't even have a bloodline. Meng Lan's eyes widened. Do you want to take revenge for the Mo family? Chang Chen looked up. Such a brutal grudge must be avenged, not to mention, Mo still owes me money. Meng Lan smiled lightly. I once thought that killing all the Mo family members would give me a chance to become the leader, but I found out that the previous leader of the Mo family has always been alive. He seems to have lived for 1,000 years, never dying, and has already traveled the universe, with no news. Chang Chen nodded. Mo told me that guy is called MOU. Yes, MOU. Meng Lan suddenly smiled sadly. With that guy around, I will never become the leader. Chang Chen's gaze gradually turned cold. You indiscriminately kill the innocent, yet gain nothing. Right, nothing. Meng Lan suddenly revealed a strange smile. So, I installed a geobomb on this planet. The bomb itself is weak, but it can detonate the high temperature and high pressure core of the planet. No one can stop it, and everyone will accompany me, who has lost heart, to the grave. Whether it's the Mo family or the Mo family, they will all cease to exist. Saying this, Meng Lan suddenly opened her palm, revealing a small peach blossom-shaped device in her hand. It was not the previous Shu Meng, but more like some kind of detonation switch. Let it all be destroyed. Meng Lan said no more, her fair fingers curling as she pressed down on the switch. Her fingers were very close to the switch, the descent taking only a fraction of a second. Chang Chen's eyes widened, his leg muscles exploding with power as he ran towards the switch. This was truly a moment of life and death. Chang Chen never expected that Meng Lan had prepared a mutually destructive ending for herself. She intended to blow up the entire Tingzhou, to make everything vanish. No, absolutely not. As his speed reached its peak, time seemed to slow down for Chang Chen. He clearly saw Meng Lan's finger descending slowly, with only half a centimeter left to the switch. Faced with the situation, Chang Chen's brain reacted in mere milliseconds. Although he was already fast, he still wasted time. At that moment, he felt his speed had surged to its limit, the sudden increase in G-force igniting intense pain, but Chang Chen completely ignored it. Yet in the next instant, he felt as if he had crashed into a wall, causing a brief moment of stagnation and obstruction. Chang Chen's eyes widened as if in slow motion. Not good, there's no time. Click. Meng Lan had already pressed the detonation switch. Almost without any delay, the planet named Tingzhou suddenly trembled violently from the depths of its core. The rumbling thunder erupted instantly. Within the planet's core lay unimaginable power, and once detonated, it was beyond the control of any existing human technology. No one could reverse this planetary bomb, and everyone would be reduced to ashes. Chang Chen had rushed close to Meng Lan, his fingers already touching the detonation switch, but perhaps it was just 0.0001 seconds too late. Everything lost its meaning. Chang Chen's face was filled with frustration, his chest heaving violently, his arms trembling as he gazed at Meng Lan's face. He noticed that the woman's smile was becoming increasingly strange. It was not becoming more insane. Instead, her smile grew softer and calmer, giving a sense of gentle tenderness, like a spring breeze, and in her eyes, there was even a hint of respect for Chang Chen. Chang Chen suddenly felt a contradiction. How could a woman with such a smile be the devil who killed 82 members of the Mo family? I do possess the ability of dream control. Meng Lan's voice slowly came. I made you dream of killing Mo while secretly sensing your resistance. I confirmed that you do not want to kill Mo. Your resistance is very strong. Just now, I asked you if you wanted to take revenge for the Mo family. I also felt your sincerity. When I was about to detonate all of Tingzhou, your desire to stop me was equally strong and genuine. Because, those in the dream will not lie. In light of your actions, Meng Lan expresses gratitude on behalf of the Mo family. The beautiful woman suddenly bowed politely to Chang Chen. Sorry for the disturbance, you are not the murderer. Just then, the entire Tingzhou planet suddenly exploded. There was no imagined shattering of the crust, nor any imagined eruption of magma. Instead, the entire planet suddenly transformed into a peach blossom, blooming abruptly. In the universe, this peach blossom shone like a star, silent yet pure and brilliant. Hiss! Chang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, feeling a chill rising from his feet, sweeping over his entire body. He realized he was still on the hillside in the wild, not far from the faint campfire. The sleeping Mo has awakened, standing on a stone in the distance, with his back to Chang Chen, gazing at the entire Tingzhou. And that device, Shu Meng, is just 2 meters away, emitting a faint blue light. It's still a dream. Chang Chen's pupils instantly constrict. Meng Lan is not the murderer. On the contrary, she is also secretly searching for the killer. So this is Meng Lan's ability. Cheng Chen sits by the campfire, beginning to sort through everything. The device Shu Meng allows a person to quickly fall asleep, and it also serves as a signal transmitter. Meng Lan can enhance her abilities through some large equipment, enabling her to enter others' dreams and even interfere with them. However, her level of interference is limited. She cannot create a dream out of thin air for others. Instead, the information in the dream must be built upon the dreamer's own memories. For example, she made Cheng Chen dream of the scene of killing Mo, but she could not dictate how Cheng Chen would specifically kill Mo. Cheng Chen's subconscious chose to condense the I-type biochemical battle armor into a blade, and because his body was out of control, he ended up killing Mo. The fact that he was wearing the biochemical armor was only clear to Cheng Chen, and after breaking through the inhibition chain, he always felt that he did not fully control the Golden Gene's abilities. This underlying thought resulted in the feeling of body out of control. As for the dream of blowing up Tingzhou, Meng Lan could only set it as Cheng Chen cannot stop it. Thus, in the dream, Cheng Chen encountered a sound wall while running at high speed, ultimately leading to a narrow miss. All this information was something that truly existed in Cheng Chen's perception. Human dreams are like this, they are likely related to the real world. For instance, if you dream that after school starts, the school has turned into a hellish purgatory, it is probably because you haven't finished your homework. Or if you dream of being in a small space that keeps shrinking, it might be because your vacation balance is running low. Or if you dream of being caught cheating with a sexy female colleague and getting beaten up, it is very likely that you really want to cheat with her, and her husband is a burly man. Alright, so I control myself, right? No problem, only then can I see your true intentions. At this moment, Cheng Chen slowly raises his head, his black and white eyes looking at the sky. Cheng Chen, wake up. Snap. He snapped his fingers. In the deep mountains, by the campfire, the sleeping Cheng Chen suddenly opens his eyes, sitting up and slightly moving his neck. Then, he extends his right hand, feeling around behind his earlobe for a moment, and takes off a small black circular disc, which is precise and complex, with electronic patterns on the surface forming a dreamcatcher design. Time rewinds to 1 hour ago. While collecting the precious metal detection robot for the mud grasshopper, Cheng Chen, adhering to the principle of not wasting or burying, took a few guessed Shu Meng. This device, resembling a peach blossom, is essentially a device that regulates human brainwaves. Dispersing into primitive matter, starting synthesis, human brainwave instant adjustment device, *4. Humans have 4 main brainwaves: alpha, alpha wave, beta, beta wave, theta, theta wave, and delta, delta wave, responsible for wakefulness, sleep, efficiency, and suggestive states, respectively. This device can achieve instant adjustment effects, switching between different human states. Dispersing into primitive matter, starting synthesis, dream editor, *2. Before falling asleep, this device can be used to edit a desired dream, such as a hero's dream, a dream of the deceased coming back to life, or a spring dream. Dispersing into primitive matter, starting synthesis, V33 Dream Dominator, *1. You can enter the dream world anytime and anywhere, unfolding dreams. Not only can you edit dreams in advance, but during the dream process, you can open the editing interface at any time, compiling the dream in real time like a master. You can also enter others' dreams, with the extent of editing depending on the other person's dream wall defense. This device comes from a level 3, 8 entertainment civilization. At this moment, Cheng Chen fumbled with the small black round disc in his hand, which is the incredibly thrilling V33 Dream Master device. After coming into contact with Shu Meng, Cheng Chen began to suspect Dreamlan and speculated that her abilities were related to dreams. So, with a mindset of trying, he managed to get a few Shu Meng devices and synthesized them. Unexpectedly, he obtained a divine artifact related to dreams. Level 3, 8 entertainment civilization. Literally, this civilization spends all day researching how to have fun, how to play, and has turned dreams into an art form. However, this device perfectly counters Dreamlan. Thus, before falling asleep, Cheng Chen followed the usage instructions and stuck this small round disc device behind his right earlobe. He designed a dream. The dream is divided into 2 layers. The first layer is Cheng Chen's God perspective, overlooking everything in a comprehensive state. The second layer is an unaware Cheng Chen. After Dreamlan enters the dream, she will be guided to this layer, where she can do as she pleases. In this way, Dreamlan will expose all her true motives and thoughts, which Cheng Chen in the first layer can see clearly, allowing him to make a judgment about her. Cheng Chen also unexpectedly discovered that Dreamland's control over the dream was so effortless, layer upon layer. But this time, Cheng Chen was in the atmosphere. Simply put, this is a dream within a dream within a dream within a dream within a dream. However, Dreamlan also learned about some of Cheng Chen's abilities, such as the Type 1 biomechanical armor and the silicon-based body, because Dreamlan also has the ability to monitor the two lowest layers of the dream. Is it possible that Dreamlan, having witnessed Chang Chen's abilities, modified her final words? In fact, a final judgment can still be made. Chang Chen smiled slightly. You always enter others' dreams, modifying their dreams, but what kind of dreams do you actually have yourself? He pressed the black round disc, and the dreamcatcher pattern emitted a rhythmic blue light. Chang Chen stuck the black round disc on his right earlobe and slowly closed his eyes. While Dreamlan was interfering with Chang Chen's dream, she also exposed some personal information, such as her real-life residence, that small courtyard with peach blossom trees. Under the quiet night sky, almost every house in Tingzhou was floating with a colorful bubble. Those are people's dreams. There was also a colorful bubble above the peach blossom courtyard. Floating in the air in dream body form, Chang Chen smiled. While Dreamlan enters others' dreams, she also has a dream of her own. Chang Chen dove down, entering Dreamland's dream. It was a long canyon. The rock walls on both sides towered into the clouds, made of gray stone. Chang Chen stood at the bottom of the canyon, with yellowed soil beneath his feet, devoid of any grass, and only a sliver of sky above, which was also gray and hazy. There was no end in sight ahead, and there were no other figures around. Is this Dreamland's dream? A suffocating, gray, cold, endless canyon. Chang Chen took a step forward, his first reaction being that the canyon was too long, wasting time. He gently turned his head to the upper right corner, and a blue void screen appeared. This was the V33 Dream Master Control Interface, the true system. 1 step, 10 kilometers. Chang Chen read out the setting, and the system prompted dream editing complete. Then, Chang Chen took a step, and the surrounding scenery instantly blurred and rapidly retreated. But after taking a dozen steps, Chang Chen found that the canyon still had no end. 1 step, 1,000 kilometers. Walking a few steps, the surrounding light and shadow blurred, yet there was still no end in sight. Chang Chen squinted. This must be a painful memory in Meng Lan's heart, manifested within the dream, likely signifying an endlessness. Chang Chen pondered for a moment and brought up the interface, saying, 1 step into the infinite. Immediately, Chang Chen took a step forward, and the scenery around him shifted and swirled, as if the world had turned upside down. After standing still, although the scene was still a canyon, a ragged little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, appeared ahead. From a distance, her face was delicate and lovely, bearing the early features of Meng Lan. It was the young Meng Lan. Chang Chen squinted again, brought up the system interface, and issued another command. No matter the circumstances, she will never be able to see me. Then, Chang Chen approached the little girl. He found her standing alone on the ground, lonely and full of fear. At that moment, countless monstrous roars suddenly echoed around, and many bizarre, indescribable terrifying beasts flew down from the sky, wanting to tear the little girl apart and devour her. The young Meng Lan was also terrified, extending her arms to shield her eyes. This must be the nightmare of Meng Lan's childhood. Chang Chen looked at the terrifying beasts in the sky. The little girl was helpless, just like all children who have had nightmares. He wanted to help the child fend off the monsters but restrained himself. After all, this was Meng Lan's dream, and if he interfered with the trajectory, he might not see the truth. Suddenly, the little girl disappeared. She appeared several kilometers ahead, her expression calming, for standing before her was a kind-looking old man. Chang Chen recognized the old man's face, as he had seen him among the 82 coffins of the Mo family. He was Mo's grandfather, the head of the Mo family. The old man smiled at the ragged little girl, extending his hand, and together they walked forward, reappearing in a valley several hundred meters away. Chang Chen also moved forward. He discovered yet another scene. The little girl had put on the long robe of a Mo disciple, clean and tidy, resembling a little scholar dressed as a boy, both cute and endearing. Meanwhile, around the valley, green grass and unknown little flowers had sprouted. Chang Chen nodded, understanding some of the past. Meng Lan must have been an orphan or abandoned by her parents, later taken in by Grandpa Mo, allowing her to become a disciple of the Mo family, thus no longer having to wander the streets hungry, finding a home. At this moment, Chang Chen turned back to look at the swirling monsters in the distant valley. He brought up the dream editing interface. If I blink, those monsters will be obliterated, and then, Chang Chen blinked. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying monsters exploded one after another, turning into clouds of dust. Ahead, the young Meng Lan, who was reading, suddenly looked up at the distant sky, her crystal-clear eyes sparkling. She seemed to realize that a powerful deity had killed the dream demons that had plagued her childhood, but she could not find this deity. Chang Chen continued to walk forward. He saw that Meng Lan was now about 10 years old, having grown quite a bit. She was in the Mo family school, diligently studying every day, wholeheartedly researching the teachings of Mozi. However, there was an annoying little brat who always disturbed her, constantly throwing things at her from outside the window, sometimes wild fruits, sometimes colorful pebbles, and other times, bracelets made of wildflowers. In Chang Chen's eyes, Meng Lan's classroom was still located deep within the canyon, but the surrounding wildflowers and grass were increasing. Chang Chen continued to walk forward. He found that Meng Lan was now 15, the most outstanding child among the Mo disciples. Grandpa Mo appeared again and took her as his disciple. Chang Chen also saw the young Mo Yuan among the other Mo disciples, his face full of envy. At the same time, the boy who had been bothering Meng Lan was also there. This guy had grown to about 15 or 16 years old, the perfect age for getting into trouble, and he actually set Meng Lan's desk on fire. Chang Chen continued walking forward. He discovered that Meng Lan was now 20, beautiful and ethereal, like a fairy. She had also become the most core young disciple of the Mo family. That brat was the same, still annoying. He would fly a large heart-shaped kite in the sky with the word dream written on it, and somehow he had gotten a small white puppy with a love letter hanging from its neck, which he would throw into Meng Lan's room in the middle of the night. This kid would occasionally prepare gifts for Meng Lan, like a bamboo flute adorned with red tassels. Time flowed quietly, calm and soothing, with a hint of warmth. At this moment, the valley was already lush and vibrant, with flowers blooming everywhere. Chang Chen knew that this valley should be the main part of Meng Lan's dream, where all her experiences transformed into dreams, presented in this valley. Finally, Chang Chen arrived at the end of the valley. It was a wooden house surrounded by a fence, with a peach blossom planted in the yard. Chang Chen understood that this was Meng Lan's current residence, and the scene represented her current state of mind. Entering the small courtyard, the moonlight was like frost, covering every corner. Meng Lan, dressed in a black dress, her beauty striking, stood in the courtyard. Holding a bamboo flute in her hand, a chubby white puppy lay at her feet. "I understand your feelings," Meng Lan suddenly cried. "The letter you gave me, I have always treasured, and I have carried the flute with me. Little White is already 5 years old, and the wild fruit you once threw to me, I planted it, and now it has grown into a peach tree. When I was young, I devoted myself to studying, afraid of disappointing my teacher's kindness. As I grew older, I gradually realized that you were the young master of the Mo family, while I was just an outsider apprentice. I felt inferior and pitiful, unable to accept everything about you." Crystal clear tears, like beads from a broken string, rolled down Meng Lan's cheeks. "If you hadn't died, I would never have held back. I would have embraced you passionately." Chang Chen opened his eyes. Dreams are the most genuine expression of human subconscious. Meng Lan had always remembered the kindness of Grandpa Mo and the kindness of home. Her time studying in the Mo family was a process of moving from darkness to light. She was definitely not the murderer. She was truly searching for the real culprit with all her might. Moreover, she had had feelings for that brat since childhood, and later, when she began to understand love, she was too shy to express it. To this day, it had turned into a regret in her heart, leaving her to only reminisce and shed tears. She could never kill that annoying brat. Chang Chen looked at the campfire before him. Although it was small, it had not gone out. And by the campfire, there was no longer Mo's figure. He had indeed gotten up, standing in the distance looking towards Tingzhou. Chang Chen then realized that he had been gazing in the direction of that peach blossom house. Meng Lan was indeed a brilliant and silent peach blossom. She felt gratitude and longed for love. Now that the Mo family was destroyed, she was doing everything she could in secret, both to repay kindness and to commemorate the one who had passed away. Chang Chen furrowed his brows. Who on earth is the murderer? Just then, Chang Chen's communicator rang. This was the device that Zhang Beige had given him when he left Jin City. It could not only communicate over distances but also had a video transmission function. Chang Chen pressed the communicator, and Uncle Fei's face appeared. "Boss Chang, I have a new discovery. Near the laboratory of Kexius, there happened to be a holographic camera. Jin City is in ruins, and everyone thought that camera was broken, but unexpectedly, I just retrieved some footage from it. It recorded images related to that client with the genetic toxin." Chang Chen's eyes lit up. "What scene?" "The first set of footage is the process of the client taking the agent, but the client did not appear in person. Instead, they used a tool. This is the record from that time." Immediately, a video feed came through the communicator. Under the red night sky, Kexius was holding a small gene agent box, standing outside his laboratory, waiting for someone. Suddenly, a faint green light appeared in the sky. The light slowly approached and landed in front of Kexius. When Chang Chen saw the object, his pupils suddenly constricted. That black biotechnological box was used for short-distance transport of items. Chang Chen had obtained many of them and had even synthesized Steel Mama. This type of box was also exclusive to Mo. Mo? Chang Chen's mind roared as he glanced at Mo's figure in the distance and then at the box in the footage. He shook his head. "Don't jump to conclusions. Anyone in the Mo family could possess such a box." He then heard Uncle Fei say, "This is the first transaction, but it seems there was a problem with the agent, so the client came in person, and we found the corresponding footage. Cheng Chen's heart trembled. The true identity of the client? Then, Uncle Fei transmitted the second segment of footage. It was still under the dark red night. A small starship slowly descended into the ruined Gene City. At this point, Kexius looked pale, clearly having tested the poison. He hurriedly ran to greet the starship outside. Swoosh, the starship's hatch slowly opened, and a figure emerged from the darkness. Tap. First, a very high-end cane was propped against the starship's landing ramp, and then a tall figure in a black suit slowly walked out. It was a young man with a somewhat pale complexion, handsome features, probably around 25 or 26 years old. He then had a conversation with Kexius, but due to a partial malfunction of the camera, the content was unclear. In the end, he took a brand new gene toxin agent from Kexius's hands. It was confirmed to be a gene toxin agent because when the client opened the box to check, it was clear that the agent was divided into two compartments, labeled A and B. The communicator was still crackling, with signals still coming through. But Cheng Chen's pupils trembled. That client figure was M.O., unmistakably M.O. In that moment, Cheng Chen felt a bit dizzy, and at the same time, a flood of overlooked information surged into his mind. I'm not my father's biological son. M.O. What if M.O. had known this information long ago? Now that the M.O. family has no male heirs, on the day the truth is revealed, regardless of blood ties, the only one who can control the M.O. family is me. M.O. If the fact of not being biological were to be exposed, and if there were other male heirs in the M.O. family, then M.O. would definitely have no inheritance rights. Cheng Chen, you can stay out of it, you can leave here. M.O. He never wanted me to get involved from the start. Councilman Liu, I have your secrets, and there are two. In the future, I will make some requests at the appropriate time. You will do as I say. M.O. M.O. was already prepared to take over the family. He was even paving the way for the future. I, N.I. Mang, am just a dog of young Master M.O. Although this sentence came from N.I. Mang, it was due to Mo's manipulation and arrangement. This was also his way of paving the road for the future. Cheng Chen's eyes widened. After learning that the toxin was divided into A B, the squeaking blood probably couldn't be completely detoxified, so Cheng Chen accepted the outcome of the M.O. family's demise. But then again, where did that drop of blood go? If it was consumed, was there a possibility of delay? Meng Lan entered everyone's dreams through devices to confirm the true culprit. But why was there no sight of Mo's dream, and why did she always think Mo was dead? There was only one possibility: Mo had never fallen asleep. So, during the time Cheng Chen entered the dream, was he still on the hillside, or had he gone somewhere else? Just then, a gasp came from the foot of the mountain. Mo Yuan and others discovered a corpse in the river at the foot of the mountain. Cheng Chen stepped forward, squinting to look from the edge of the cliff. It was a beautiful female corpse, pale-faced, with wide-open eyes, her chest torn open, drifting on the water's surface. Cheng Chen recognized this woman. Her name was Chi Mei, Mo's aunt, whom Mo had spared, letting her go with a warning never to appear again. At the same time, she was the only one who had no ties to Mo's interests and knew he was still alive. It was at this moment that a shadow appeared beneath Cheng Chen's feet. Turning slowly, she saw Mo frowning, appearing behind her. In the silent mountain forest, unknown wild animals occasionally scurried by. At this moment, a gray-white wolf stood atop the mountain, howling at the sky. Then, the wolf quietly turned its head, its eyes reflecting a green glow, looking at the two on the hillside. In front of Cheng Chen was a steep cliff. Although not perilous, it was still over 10 meters high. An ordinary person falling would likely suffer severe injuries or worse. Just as Cheng Chen turned back, she saw Mo with a furrowed brow, extending his hands toward her shoulders. Slap! Mo did not push Cheng Chen but placed his hands on her shoulders. I think I know who the murderer is. Under the night sky, Cheng Chen looked at Mo's somewhat darkened face and squinted. Who is it? Li Bailong, Li Shun. Mo's eyes flickered. Do you remember the legend of Li Bailong abusing passers-by? That guy actually tore a pit in the ground, and Aunt Chimei's corpse was also torn at the chest. It's all about tearing. Li Bailong's ability is tearing. Before Cheng Chen could react, Mo withdrew his hands, spun in place, and tugged at his hair vigorously. Okay, I know this is too far-fetched. It's simply forced to connect. I'm about to break down. Who is the murderer? Asterisk. Did you just try to push me down? Cheng Chen took a few steps forward. But you thought of my mysterious battle armor. Knowing this height wouldn't hurt me, so you gave up the idea. Mo turned back in shock. How could I have such a thought? What's wrong with you? Actually, I left the garbage planet 5 days ago. Cheng Chen approached Mo, speaking softly. I know very little about human society. For various reasons, before coming here, I only went to 2 places, one called the Shipwreck Ruins, and the other called Gene City. Upon hearing the words Gene City, Mo's body stiffened. Cheng Chen smiled. You probably never expected that things in this world are so coincidental. Not only did I go to Jean City, but I also met its masters, including Valente, Zhang Beige, and also, the poison-making expert, Kexius. Mo's body stiffened again. Chengchen had come closer, looking directly at Mo. The poison in the Mo family comes from Kexius. A mysterious client placed an order with him. The toxin is divided into two types, A and B. When the two toxins are mixed, the victim will die suddenly within a short time. The drink you gave me before contained only toxin A. Because it had gene-locking technology, even if I drank it, there would be no serious consequences. It might even enhance some physical strength. But you didn't expect that I could identify the toxin and even sent you a drop of the antidote. Of course, none of this affects your plan. But what you never expected was that after I learned about the properties of the drug through Jean City, I actually came to Tingzhou. And that's not the most fatal part. The most fatal part is that you thought Kexius would die soon after personally testing the poison, so you let your guard down and personally appeared to trade with Kexius. Cheng Chen's eyes widened, his gaze intense, and all of this happened to be recorded by a broken camera. If I hadn't given Jean City a new opportunity, all the truths would have been buried forever. Your plan is very meticulous, almost encompassing all factors. You even took the poison with everyone else, but in the end, you would survive alone due to your bloodline. After that, you could secretly gather all the idle forces as the sole survivor, and of course, you could conveniently eliminate unstable factors like Chimay. But, you overlooked one thing, a variable from a garbage planet. Cheng Chen frowned. Do you have anything else to explain? But he saw Mo's expression change continuously, and finally, he sighed heavily. I have nothing left to explain. Cheng Chen tilted his head. Come on, the brothers are still waiting for a twist. There won't be a twist. Mo tilted his head back, wearing a resigned expression. I am Kexius's client. The poison is customized by me, and the one who poisoned is also me. TCH. Cheng Chen glanced at Mo. You say there won't be a twist, so there won't be? Cheng Chen slowly took out his communicator, the top of which lit up with a palm-sized virtual screen, and on the screen was a blonde man whose lips were still a bit pale, but he looked like he had recovered some color after a serious illness. Boss Missouri, I'm sorry, I couldn't keep the secret, because you are just my client, while Mr. Cheng Chen is now my true boss. Mo gasped sharply upon seeing the person on the screen. Kexius, you. Cheng Chen smiled. Fortunately, I was sharp. When Kexius was gasping for breath, he mentioned that the AB agent would go through 3 stages, and the second stage is death. But he didn't have time to mention the third stage. Cheng Chen looked at Mo. So before leaving Jean City, I had Uncle Fei, Kexius's teacher Valente, study his experimental data and the drug residues, and once the third stage was confirmed, he was to notify me immediately. But unexpectedly, before the results could be produced, Kexius actually survived. Surprised, aren't you? At this point, Cheng Chen smiled. According to Kexius, this is the most complex toxin order he has ever received, because according to the client's requirements, the first stage would show mild poisoning, the second stage death, and the third stage, resurrection. I said it, no matter how dedicated Kexius is, he can't test the poison on himself. Moreover, like Zhang Beige, he is inherently kind and responsible. How could he study such a vicious toxin? You personally went to see Kexius because you were worried about the effects of the toxin, right? Also, I always found the Mo family's customs strange. Even after a person dies, they still have to be displayed in a frozen coffin for 3 days? Now it seems that absolutely cannot be cremated. Boss Missouri. Cheng Chen fiddled with the communicator. What's going on? Faking death to deceive the world, using this to root out the mastermind? Poor me, Cheng Chen, concerned about your safety with a sincere heart, and yet you want to deceive me? You this. Mo's face turned from blue to purple, staring wide-eyed at Cheng Chen. Why are you so twisted? Why have you suddenly become so smart? How did you become the boss of Jean City? You this. Cheng Chen reached out. Please don't change the subject. You better give me a satisfactory explanation, or I'll unleash my super awesome armor and slap you, you little garbage D-level gene puppet master. Mo frowned, biting his teeth, hesitating to speak. Cheng Chen tilted his head. Is it so hard to say? It's just about eliminating some potential threats. Does your Mo family really need to make such a big fuss and collectively play dead? It is necessary. Mo gritted his teeth, seemingly having made up his mind. Come with me. Under the cover of night, Mo led Cheng Chen back into Tingzhou, sneaking into the main courtyard. 82 coffins were still quietly arranged in the main courtyard. The two crouched on the beams, waiting for a moment. It seemed everyone was drawn to the tragic death of Chi Mei, gathering by the river, leaving the main courtyard quiet and empty. Mo brought Cheng Chen to the last coffin in the first row. Without caring for any rituals or respect, he quickly operated and opened the coffin lid. Inside lay an old man, about 60 years old, his eyes tightly closed, his body covered with a thin layer of frost. "This is my fourth uncle," Mo said, suddenly tearing open the old man's suit and shirt, exposing the old man's chest. There, a 1-meter-long stitched wound was clearly visible, the skin bruised and wrinkled. Cheng-Chen squinted. He was injured in life? Not just injured. At this moment, Mo had already moved to the second row of coffins, opening another coffin lid and similarly tearing open the corpse's chest clothing. Mo stood beside it, pointing at the body. "This is my sixth brother." Cheng-Chen squinted to look. This corpse was relatively young, about 40 years old, with a huge scar on its chest. At this time, Mo approached a coffin further back, opened the lid, and inside was a boy about 18 or 19 years old. Mo turned his body over, pulling aside the clothing on his back, revealing a massive wound that almost pierced through his entire torso. Mo's eyes glistened with tears. "This is my third brother." Cheng-Chen stood there, somewhat stunned. His mind was in turmoil. This scene was completely unexpected. There are 82 male members of the Mo family, and 14 of them died before entering the coffins. Mo began to sort through the deceased's clothing one by one, arranging them properly and covering them with coffins. They died under strange circumstances, suddenly killed right here in Tingzhou. When they were discovered, their bodies all had such huge tearing wounds, which were also the cause of their deaths. Tingzhou originally had surveillance equipment, but whenever they had an accident, the surveillance would always be inexplicably interfered with, making it impossible to see the killer's method or even the killer themselves. They died one after another, and the trend is very clear. The killer is systematically killing the Mo family members. Mo looked at Cheng-Chen. "My fourth uncle and the others had some enemies in business, which I can accept, but a child like my third brother, who has never even left Tingzhou, I don't understand why the killer wouldn't spare him." Cheng-Chen and Mo left the easily exposed main courtyard and entered a secluded alley. Very few outsiders know that the Mo family has experienced a series of deaths because these matters have been sealed off by the family. "We have been investigating in secret for a long time, but we can't even find a shadow of the killer. We only confirmed one thing: the killer is not a member of the Mo family. Deaths are happening almost every day, and in utter helplessness, my grandfather devised this poison death plan. Because I have the least presence in the family, I am responsible for procuring the poison. And when everyone fakes their death, the wisest and most strategic second uncle will wake up, bearing the hopes of the entire family, secretly investigating the murderer." Mo sat on a stone stump, somewhat lost in thought. "I didn't expect that this bastard, would wake up too." Cheng-Chen slightly opened his eyes, struggling to digest everything. 14 people had already died in the coffin, and the remaining people were all pretending to be dead, in fact, to evade and investigate the hidden murderer. Mo was indeed the poison customizer, but this plan was the overall plan of their family. Mo was the mastermind, but not the darkest one. The murderer did exist, but it wasn't the one who poisoned. Layer upon layer, it seemed endless. "Wait, since your awakening was an accident." Cheng-Chen looked at Mo. "Then what about your lone hero second uncle?" Mo looked at the ground in despair. "He ran away." Cheng-Chen was taken aback. "Huh?" Mo continued. "I woke up a little later, and when I checked my uncle's body, I found it had been replaced with a replica. That step was correct. Then I thought, since I woke up, it must be fate. I prepared to help my uncle, but then I discovered that all the valuables in my uncle's house had been cleared out, and his private starship had also disappeared." Cheng-Chen grinned. "Your uncle is a complete coward." I was indeed very devastated at that time, but I couldn't just walk away. I wanted to solve everything with my own strength, to find the true culprit behind the scenes. Mo looked at Cheng-Chen. "Your appearance was indeed an accident, and I really didn't want to involve you in this matter, but since you insisted on staying, I had no choice. As for my family's fake death, even if I trust you a lot, I can't possibly reveal it to you. After all, this is the last line of defense. Who would have thought you would see through it? Just now when you questioned me as the mastermind, I wasn't prepared to refute it either. It doesn't matter if the crime is pinned on me. Anyway, you just want money, and I can find a way to get you some funds. Then you should leave and not meddle in this." The reason I'm so negative, Mo frowned, is that I now feel there is only one possible murderer, and that is Li Bolong. He is a top-tier combatant, with S-class genes, hiding in the shadows, and has official protection. Compared to him, I am just a weak ant, and not just me, the entire Mo family is the same. Cheng-Chen tilted his head. "How can you be sure the murderer is Li Bolong?" "Tearing. You just saw it." Chimei's method of death was the same as the victims of the Mo family, with huge wounds on their bodies. Mo's eyes flickered. "What I said before was not a joke. Li Bolong's ability is indeed related to tearing, and only he can silently and without a trace kill so many people. Moreover, all potential rivals of the family have been eliminated, so who else would not spare even the children in the family? Only that Li Bolong, who hates our entire family." Shimei's death proves that Li Bolong has always been in Tingzhou. At least he still has the identity of a strategic advisor, so he wouldn't openly go on a killing spree. Most pupils trembled slightly. Cheng Chen, if you leave now, it's still not too late. It might not be Li Bolong. Cheng Chen muttered to himself while stroking his chin, suddenly smiling. This matter is quite interesting. The entire Mo family fakes their death, placing their hopes on your second uncle, but that guy runs away, and instead, it's you, this unwelcomed wild child, who is exhausting yourself trying to turn everything around. Mo lowered his head, seemingly having lost all confidence. I was too overconfident. If Cheng Chen squinted, when the other members of the Mo family wake up and find that it was you, young Master Mo, who caught the real culprit and resolved the crisis, what kind of expression do you think they will have? And your boss Mo's mouth should be able to twist into a Nike logo, right? Mo was taken aback. Even in this situation, you still want to help me? Is it out of friendship? You really aren't doing this for money? I'm not that great, Cheng Chen said seriously, looking at Mo. I just want more. I saw a figure swimming in the river. His body was very strong, exuding a terrifying aura. His eyes were very bright. His genetic level must be extremely high. Mo Shan stood by the riverbank, his eyes filled with deep fear. He is very likely the murderer. At that moment, Shimei's body was pulled up, laid flat on the shore, covered with a white cloth. This sudden event shocked everyone, including more than 30 disciples of the Mo family nearby, a dozen widows of the Mo family, and nearly 100 guests who had come to pay their respects. Everyone gathered by the river, their faces filled with terror, yet unaware of the truth. The night was dim, and the pale moonlight lay on the body covered with a white cloth, with water stains mixed with blood seeping out from beneath the body, soaking the ground, creating a bizarre and eerie scene that made one's scalp tingle. What on earth is going on? First, a male member of the Mo family died from poisoning. Now, another widow has lost her life. The guests looked horrified, whispering among themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to apologize on behalf of all the disciples of the Mo family responsible for the reception. Mo Yuan's expression was hard to describe, a mix of terror and intense self-reproach. During the reception, we needed to test the guests' genetic levels, but we made a serious oversight in this process. The guests were immediately puzzled. Genetic testing? What does that have to do with the murder before us? Mo Yuan gritted his teeth, lowering his head. Because the testing device malfunctioned, the results for a high-level genetic individual were delayed. It was only after he entered Tingzhou that we learned his true genetic level. The guests present did not react strongly. As for ordinary people, they were all high-level genetic individuals. He is an S-level gene. Mo Yuan's words were like a heavy bomb, instantly causing an uproar among the crowd, followed by whispers that rippled through the crowd. Such a high level is extremely rare. Even within the entire Galactic Alliance, they are precious existences. If he is some kind of talent-enhanced individual, then he is definitely a genius in a specific field, and one of the top tier. If he has awakened some supernatural ability, then he is undoubtedly a powerful combat individual. The guests exchanged glances. Their first reaction was to confirm whether this high-level genetic individual could be standing next to them, and then to befriend him, thus establishing a top-tier connection. I repeatedly compared the data from the genetic testing device. Due to data corruption, I could only see some information like height, weight, and hair color. Height 183 centimeters, weight 112 kilograms, approximately 39 years old, hair color deep red. Mo Yuan lowered his head, his inner self-reproach growing stronger. I am now 100% sure, he is Li Bolong. Hiss. The guests and the dozen or so widows of the Mo family all froze. It's him, the most violent, most reckless S-level genetic individual. It is said that this guy, when walking down the street and feeling down, would kill people in broad daylight. And the Galactic Alliance is very biased towards him. As long as he doesn't go too far and doesn't cause a huge impact, the Galactic Alliance will turn a blind eye. Wait! A guest dressed in a high-end suit, looking quite distinguished, suddenly spoke up. I've heard that Li Bolong is the illegitimate son of your family's patriarch. Is that true? Mo Yuan lowered his head, his brow furrowed. It was like a kind of shameful secret he was unwilling to expose, but his silence was, in itself, an answer to the guest's question. So that's how it is. The guest's eyes widened. Li Bolong has always held a grudge against the Mo family, resenting the actions of old Master Mo. He has a strong aversion to the Mo family. I understand now. All the murders are related to Li Bolong. The guest's face turned pale. You incompetent fools couldn't even identify him. He has entered Tingzhou and is hiding there. He resents the Mo family and is ruthless. He is retaliating against you. The reason he is hiding in the shadows is that he doesn't want to make things too obvious. As long as there is no solid evidence, the Galactic Alliance will turn a blind eye. You've provoked an S-class geneticist. He is known as Li God. The Mo family is finished. The guests were in a state of panic, and the widows were even more pale. trembling in fear. Cheng Chen and Mo, cloaked, stood at the back of the crowd. Mo's expression was extremely serious, and a sense of despair unconsciously arose within him. His hand trembled, and a scroll fell to the ground. It was not a secret but a list that Cheng Chen had just written. Cheng Chen bent down, picked up the scroll, and stuffed it back into Mo's hand. Hold on to this, it's very important. Mo felt somewhat powerless. This list contained the rewards Cheng Chen demanded. If Cheng Chen could find the murderer and successfully resolve the Mo family's crisis, then Mo could not be stingy and needed to fulfill the items on the list one by one. 1. Settle all outstanding payments for the previous high-entropy alloy. 2. 10,000 bottles of high-energy protein extract from the Mo family. 3. 50 A24 nanny robots, add more if not enough. 4. 50 pairs of jet-powered shoes, add more if not enough. 5. 50 pairs of micro-high-power gravity field adjustment gloves, add more if not enough. The first 2 items were understandable, but the subsequent items left Mo looking confused. What are these things? Not enough? Add more? In fact, Cheng Chen had restrained himself. To avoid exposing STC, he hadn't listed too many demands. After all, as long as the funds for the first item were secured, they could be procured gradually later. The items on the list were meant to be carried on person, and Cheng Chen planned to synthesize them to the highest level first. Hanzai, I'm not just gear, I'm incredibly handsome, alright? Of course, all of this depended on whether Cheng Chen could find the true culprit behind the scenes. Was it the formidable Li Bolong, or some other shadow lurking in the dark? Cheng Chen looked at Mo and suddenly said, Wang Kai. Mo didn't react at first, glanced at Cheng Chen, then turned back, pondering for a moment. He felt something was off and looked back at Cheng Chen. Are you calling me? Yes, Wang Kai. Are you sick? If I don't give you a code name, should I still call you by your real name? With so many people around, what if someone hears? Cheng Chen stroked his chin. Wang Kai, what exactly is this Li God capable of? What does tear really mean? Mo had no choice but to engage in the conversation. Tear is just a descriptive term. I've heard that some S-class geneticists awaken abilities that seem very singular at first glance, but if fully developed, they can exhibit endlessly varied effects. For example, Li Bolong's ability may not even be related to tearing. For example, his ability might be to heat air from a distance. During combat, he could heat the air inside his opponent's chest cavity, causing thermal expansion and contraction, which would then lead to the opponent's abdomen bursting, creating a tearing effect. Mo emphasized again, this is all just my wild guess. Don't get stuck in a fixed mindset. Cheng Chen nodded, deep in thought, single, fully developed, endlessly variable. Break the fixed mindset. Well said. Mo turned to stare into Cheng Chen's pupils. What's with that golden disc in your eyes? Did you suffer side effects from taking low-quality potions? What level are you exactly? Could it be disc level? In fact, Cheng Chen's genetic manifestation was due to the effect of 6 overlapping golden halos after breaking through the inhibition chain. Even if it is disc level. Cheng Chen pouted, it's a disc that you, Wang Kai, will never obtain. That Mo Yuan, has he always been in charge of reception? Cheng Chen's gaze passed through the crowd, looking at the man standing in the center. He wore a Mo family long robe, elegant and handsome, and at that moment, he clearly became the spokesperson for the Mo family, facing everything alone. He is a student of the Mo school. He has been here for 20 years, diligently studying, obsessed with Mosey's thoughts, and with unique insights. Even as humanity enters the era of the great universe, he is determined to promote Mosey's ideas. Don't be fooled by the fact that he is just a senior disciple. When it comes to the study of Mo family teachings, he is among the top in Tingzhou. Do you remember the evening study just now? Senior disciples have dedicated classrooms, and for 20 years, Mo Yuan has never been absent or late. Mo felt a bit indignant for Mo Yuan, but because the Mo family business is vast and guests from Tingzhou come and go endlessly, the polite Mo Yuan has always been responsible for reception, which is indeed a bit unfair to him. Cheng Chen's eyes flickered as he nodded. Have you noticed that Mo Yuan's waist has always been bulging? It seems he carries quite a few accessories. Mo squinted and observed, noticing that Mo Yuan's long robe was straight, but there was indeed a slight bulge at his waist. It's a bit strange, but also normal. A fitted long robe will bulge if you carry items. Mo pondered, could it be that we need to publicly lift his clothes? Cheng Chen, you're being too sensitive. But then Cheng Chen's right hand, hidden behind his back, moved slightly. The gravity gloves assimilated by the Type 1 biocombat armor slowly reappeared. In that instant, his 5 fingers suddenly spread wide. Using the cover of night, a faint green ripple spread out. The gravity in front momentarily became chaotic. Some ladies gasped as their hair inexplicably floated. And the one most affected, Mo Yuan, suddenly had the hem of his robe billow, revealing the accessories at his waist. Shang Chen immediately squinted. Mo Yuan's waist was actually adorned with a series of 3 small trinkets. The first one, Shang Chen recognized. It was the brain-teaser game Mosey's Journey. The second was a delicate wooden pendant. The third was also a wooden item, resembling a cube, but with details that differed from a Rubik's Cube, and it was very small. Everyone thought it was just a nameless breeze. Mo Yuan remained calm, showing no special expression, rearranging his robe and smoothing out the wrinkles, then looking up at the crowd, exuding elegance. Mo whispered, "The mechanism pendant is a small decorative item designed based on the principles of Mo family's mechanism techniques, featuring some simple mechanical structures, such as rotation and opening. Shang Tong Mo Fong, this was invented by Mosey, the founder of the Mo family, to help Mo family disciples better understand the meaning of Shang Tong. It is equivalent to a 3-dimensional Rubik's Cube. Although it seems simple, it contains the principles and essence of the Mo family's mechanism techniques, cleverly designed with small mechanisms that can be gently pushed to open the clasp and reveal the interior, where small items like incense pills and paper slips can be placed." Mo tilted his head and said, "Not just Mo Yuan, many disciples of the Mo family also like these things. It's normal for them to carry them around. I understand now." Chang Chen's eyes sparkled even more intensely. Everything can finally be connected. Mo was slightly taken aback, seeing Chang Chen's expression, which didn't seem like a joke. "What do you understand? What have you connected? I still need a verification." Chang Chen nodded to himself. "Wang Kai, wait for me here, I'll be back soon." Mo watched Chang Chen's figure disappear into the darkness, falling into silence. Another Wang Kai had caught him off guard. Was this kid's thinking so erratic? Shang Chen moved forward in the night. The goal was clear, the ship docking area in Tingzhou. Now that the super powerhouse, Li Shun, had infiltrated Tingzhou and was killing rampantly, the safest strategy was to run away. But that was impossible. Shang Chen's target was that ancient and elegant gene testing device. Sure enough, the disciples of the Mo family here were all attracted by Qi Mei's tragic death. At this moment, it was quiet and empty. Chang Chen arrived in front of the gene testing entrance, where the screen glowed with a faint blue light, still operating steadily. His eyes widened slightly. Chang Chen walked into the main door in a leisurely manner, standing under the scanner. Several blue beams of light immediately activated, sweeping back and forth across his body, while a gentle light beam paused in front of his eyes, scanning his pupils repeatedly. Beside him, a virtual screen lit up automatically. A large amount of data scrolled rapidly, and at the same time, the screen split in two, revealing another set of historical data. Due to high similarity, the scanner began a detailed comparison. Ding! Detection result corrected overwritten KF22022 erroneous data. The tester is not an undocumented gene level. Final detection result, S+ level. Please note, operators, the only erroneous data generated 11 hours, 23 minutes, and 35 seconds ago has been corrected. The current result is the only one. Please note, operators. Chang Chen watched all of this and slowly exhaled. I am an S+ level gene. It seems I have surpassed the attributes of a conventional S level gene, which aligns perfectly with the gene state after breaking the suppression chain. This is quite pleasing, but it's just one piece of information. Overwrite the only erroneous data. Chang Chen squinted. My inference is correct. Li Bolong has never appeared. He has never reached Tingzhou. I, Chang Chen, am the S-level gene user that the Mo family disciples have been desperately searching for. And I am S+. Height 183 centimeters, weight 112 kilograms, approximately 39 years old, deep red hair. The machine has no such information. This is merely a description of Li Bolong's appearance, a fact known by many. Mo Yuan is lying. His purpose is simple: to fabricate a murderer to create a cover for himself. Because Mo Yuan is the true mastermind behind this series of murders. As for what tools he used, what methods he employed, and why he killed Qi Mei, Shang Chen already had the answers. Shang Chen silently nodded, his expression stern. I never expected that the first person I would meet upon entering Tingzhou would be the instigator of it all. Everyone, listen to me. Mo Yuan stood beside Qi Mei's corpse, his expression complex and heavy. The current situation has seriously exceeded our control. Li Bolong is definitely not an existence we can confront. A group of guests, including the widows of the Mo family, lowered their heads in fear upon hearing these words, secretly swallowing their saliva. At this point, all we can do is think of our next course of action. Mo Yuan took a deep breath, as if making a difficult decision. We, the disciples of the Mo family, will arrange for all the guests to return safely. As for the ladies of the Mo family, Mo Yuan looked at a trembling widow. Your best choice is to leave here overnight, taking your belongings and remaining family members. and find a distant and safe planet to spend the rest of your lives. You must never reveal your identities again, and you must never return to Tingzhou. The widows' expressions became extremely complex as they glanced at their hometown, their eyes filled with reluctance. But when they saw the lifeless body of Chi Mei on the ground, they shuddered again. If they did not leave, what awaited them was Li Belong's indiscriminate slaughter. Mo stood at the back of the crowd, his brow furrowed. He turned back uneasily, glancing in the direction of the Mo family's main courtyard. In about 10 minutes, the effects of the drug would enter the third stage. Grandpa and the others would wake up. Mo gritted his teeth in frustration. Faced with such a huge mess, he didn't know what to do or how to explain it. Ladies and gentlemen, in the center of the crowd, Mo Yuan spoke with determination. We are the disciples of the Mo family, and this is Tingzhou in the era of the great universe, the only home of the Mo school. I will not leave, even if the road ahead is perilous. I will face it calmly. Well said. I am even inspired by Mo Yuan's fearless attitude and sense of righteousness. A young man dressed in a scavenger's cloak and poor-quality protective gear slowly stepped out of the crowd. He shouted, I suggest you widows of the Mo family learn from him, stay here, continue the lineage, and further strengthen the Mo family. Who is this person? What is he saying? I think I've seen that outfit in the news, but I can't remember. Just an inconspicuous news item. The onlookers whispered among themselves, sizing up Cheng Chen. Mr. Shang, you. Mo Yuan's expression twitched. The situation is very serious now. Please don't joke around. If everyone doesn't hurry to leave. But Cheng Chen suddenly turned to look at Mo Yuan and smiled. Then your plan will fail. Mo Yuan was taken aback, stunned for a few seconds, then exclaimed, what plan do I have? The men of the Mo family are all dead. If the widows all leave and never return. Cheng Chen looked at Mo Yuan and nodded to himself. Then this Tingzhou will belong to you disciples of the Mo family, won't it? Mo Yuan was once again stunned for a few seconds, then smiled helplessly. So Mr. Cheng suspects that I want to seize the Mo family's territory? He shook his head. What you don't know is that I, Mo Yuan, am not a core disciple. Moreover, I have already publicly stated that I hope the widows will take all the Mo family's assets with them. In that case, Tingzhou would just be an empty planet. What could I possibly gain? That's true. A guest responded, Mo Yuan doesn't need to do this. First, he can't gain any assets, and second, he can't become a leader among the disciples. Little brother, your speculation is completely unreasonable. Mo Yuan looked at Cheng Chen and still politely nodded. The reason I am doing this is simply because Li Bolong is too terrifying. Cheng Chen nodded. Just because Li Bolong is too terrifying, you place the blame for the murders on him. Who would dare to investigate? Mo Yuan's expression changed in shock. Mr. Cheng, what do you mean by that? Because you, Mo Yuan, are the real killer. Cheng Chen's gaze was piercing. You previously killed over a dozen male members of the Mo family and tonight you killed Chi Mei. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted in an uproar. Who on earth is this boy? He can't just spout nonsense. I remember now, his outfit is that of a scavenger from Earth. Isn't there a rule in the Galactic Alliance that scavengers can't leave Earth at will? How did he get out? And who invited him? The boy in the blue cloak slightly raised his head, looking towards the figure at the back of the crowd who was also cloaked. My name is Cheng Chen, a friend of young Master Mo. Young Master Mo? Which young Master Mo? The crowd was puzzled. The Mo family was vast, with many young masters. There was the eldest who was responsible for trade in the Northern District, and the second who was running for the position of Interstellar Hub Commander. Which one was he referring to? I understand the routine. You want evidence, right? I have it. Cheng Chen suddenly lowered his head, rummaging through his cloak. The crowd immediately focused intently. Even Mo Yuan, who was beside him, frowned and instinctively leaned closer. But Cheng Chen did not follow the expected script. There was no evidence in his clothing. Instead, his expression changed, and he suddenly raised his hand, lifting Mo Yuan's collar. At the moment he touched Shang Tong Mo Fong, a strange sound of contention came from the cube. Cheng Chen smiled faintly, his deductions becoming more certain. Mo Yuan quickly stepped back, pressing down on his collar, his expression somewhat terrified. The crowd once again noticed the ornaments at Mo Yuan's waist, and many recognized these small items, which were things like moziyu, small crafts born from the Mo school. The unraveling of clues must start with Chi Mei. Clue 1, Chi Mei's lover. Cheng Chen smiled and then pointed to the body covered with a white cloth on the ground. Chi Mei is promiscuous, maintaining improper relationships with multiple men. The way they convey their affair messages is through a very complex code, and this code is precisely from the intelligence game moziyu. Mo Yuan frowned. I do carry moziyu with me, but so what? With such a flimsy connection, you say I'm the murderer? Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Previously, my friends and I suspected Chi Mei was the true mastermind behind all this. Chengchen said slowly. We hid outside Chi Mei's room around 9 o'clock in the evening, observing her actions. The crowd listened with some confusion. This boy has friends? And was the usually beautiful and dignified Chi Mei really as he described? Chi Mei's level of debauchery far exceeded my imagination. She actually arranged to meet 3 men in one night. Cheng Chen's gaze swept over the crowd. She is simply a master of time management. She met the first man at 9, the second an hour later, and the third 2 hours after that. I was a bit puzzled at the time, wondering why the third man arrived 2 hours later, given her impatient demeanor. Later I understood, she had to wait from 9 until 11, 3 hours later, because her lover needed to complete evening study. Everyone should know that the evening study for MO family students is from 9 to 11 every night. Just now, I even made a special trip to the evening study classroom for advanced disciples and found that the classroom on the 3rd floor had an unobstructed view of Chi Mei's courtyard. In other words, just by standing in front of the classroom window, one could receive the signals Chi Mei was sending. As he spoke, Changchen looked at Mo Yuan, teasingly saying, I heard that Mo Yuan has never been late or absent from evening study in the past 20 years? What is all this? Mo Yuan took a small step back. You want to pin this nonsensical connection on me? Absurd! I only found out today that Chi Mei is such a woman. Chengchen smiled. Not long after the evening study ended, Chi Mei's body floated down the river. Because her scandal was exposed, she could only leave Tingzhou forever. The question is, who could have discovered that she was no longer in her house at the first moment? Naturally, it was her lover. Besides that, who else would be so rude as to visit a widow at night? Chengchen squatted down, lifting the white cloth. Chi Mei's body still has residual warmth. Based on the time her body appeared, the one who found her and killed her is most likely that third lover. Chengchen suddenly looked at the other Mo family disciples. After the evening study ended, you all continued to search for that missing S-class gene user. I guess during this process, Mo Yuan must have found some excuse and then acted alone. A student named Mo Shan was taken aback, blinking as he pondered for a while, then suddenly looked at Mo Yuan in surprise, because Mr. Cheng Chen's status is also gene not recorded, so you said you would go look for Mr. Cheng Chen alone, and then disappeared for about 20 minutes. Where exactly did you go? Ha, lifting a stone to smash your own foot. If he really got close to my starship, I would receive a notification. He never looked for me at all. Chengchen smiled. He naturally went to have an affair, but unfortunately, he found that his mistress wanted to escape, so in a fit of rage, the affair turned into murder. As for why he could find Chi Mei so quickly, it might be because Chi Mei contacted him first, wanting a starship to escape, and the reason she killed Chi Mei could be that there was some kind of oath before, and Mo Yuan naively believed it, only to find out in the end that the other party was just a promiscuous woman who wanted to abandon him at all costs. It could also be that Mo Yuan needed to create panic among the widows, and to pin the blame on Li Bolong, he had to make a widow's life for it. Of course, it could be both reasons. Cheng Chen shrugged. After all, Chi Mei contacted him through such secretive means, making it difficult for others to trace. Nonsense! These are all your guesses. Mo Yuan's face trembled with excitement. I can also make up stories. This is meaningless. Chengchen said slowly, the password disk customized by Chi Mei is very complex. Ordinary people can't remember it. If you search your residence or on you, it's very likely to find a letter matrix table. Mo Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted, and he choked up. Indeed, these inferences are largely based on speculation, but it seems I guessed right. Cheng Chen observed Mo Yuan's reaction, his gaze flickering. Chi Mei's cause of death was a tear in her chest, which is the same as the death method of the previous 10 or so Mo family males, so the killer has always been the same person. Everyone was stunned. Weren't the Mo family males poisoned to death collectively? How could there be other hidden truths? Nonsense! Mo Yuan's eyes widened. I am solely focused on my studies. Although I am a D-class gene user, my talent is in research. I am almost powerless. How could I possibly kill someone? Chi Mei is one thing, but how could I have the ability to kill the 14 Mo family males, and in such a stealthy manner? Their deaths clearly bear the mark of Li Bolong. I can't imitate that at all. At the back of the crowd, Mo suddenly opened his eyes wide upon hearing this. It was at this moment that in the main courtyard of the Mo family, the 68 coffins suddenly had their indicator lights flashing, and the transparent lids slowly opened. Clue 2, Murder Method. Chengchen smiled faintly. When I arrived in Tingzhou, my brain sent out some strange signals. It said it wanted to eat meat. The crowd exchanged glances, all taken aback. So what if it wanted to eat? Why mention the brain wanting to eat? Later, I discovered that above Tingzhou, there is only the small city in front of me, the rest is all green mountains and clear waters. In the mountains, there are many animals carefully cultivated by the MO family, so I captured some animals, intending to feed them to my brain. But I discovered something strange. Among those animals forbidden to be touched by the MO family's orders, I caught a total of 6. Except for that one. Cheng Chen glanced at the MO family member at the back of the crowd. Except for that particularly filthy beast, the others turned out to be a type of intricate mechanical body, so finely crafted that they had no conventional energy source, relying solely on compressed high-strength springs to accumulate physical kinetic energy, achieving lifelike movements that were indistinguishable from real. At first, I thought this was a secret of the MO family. Later, I found out that even the young master of the MO family was unaware of this. Cheng Chen tilted his head. I guess that over the past few years, someone has secretly replaced the animals in the mountains with mechanical bodies, aiming to execute a shocking conspiracy. In the distance, Mo's eyes widened again upon hearing this. At the same time, Cheng Chen saw more than 60 figures swaying towards them from the main courtyard of the MO family, resembling a horde of zombies. Regarding these mechanical bodies, Cheng Chen turned to Mo Yuan. You have studied the Mo family's teachings, delving into research for 20 years, and your talent lies in this study, so you should be quite familiar with the legendary Mo family mechanism techniques, right? At this moment, Mo Shan furrowed his brow. Mo Yuan's mechanism skills are the strongest among us. Reasonable. Cheng Chen examined the device at Mo Yuan's waist. I just touched the Shangtong Mo Fang and found that its vibration frequency is very similar to that of the mechanical beasts. I suspect it is a mechanism specifically designed to control those mechanical beasts in the mountains. The so-called elusive and the so-called tearing scars are precisely the handiwork of those mechanical beasts. The terrifying figure Mo Shan saw while drifting on the river should also be some kind of mechanical beast. Cheng Chen's eyes sparkled. And you, Mo Yuan, are there behind-the-scenes driver? Speculation, all speculation. There is no direction. Mo Yuan pointed at the group of Mo family disciples. There are many who study mechanism techniques. Why is it specifically me? Clue 3, lies. Cheng Chen stared at Mo Yuan. I want to ask you, height 183 centimeters, weight 112 kilograms, age about 39 years, deep red hair. Where did you get this information? The data, of course, comes from the gene testing device. Mo Yuan's eyes widened, as if he had found an opportunity to refute. More than one Mo family disciple heard the machine's prompt. There was indeed a data delay, and among us, there is indeed an unknown S-level gene. At this moment, Mo Shan and several Mo family disciples responsible for reception nodded. Cheng Chen asked the other Mo family disciples, the machine's data delay is confirmed to be the only one, right? The disciples nodded in unison. That device hasn't made a mistake in 3 years. Under our monitoring, everyone entering Tingzhou must go through that machine, and the results are confirmed to be unique. However, Mo Shan looked somewhat puzzled, but only Mo Yuan has access to the detailed data. The machine's prompt is real. Cheng Chen looked at Mo Yuan. But in your heart, you believe the data is erroneous, not delayed, because you know very well that Li Bolong was never present, and S-level gene holders are so rare, they are well known, and everyone recognizes them. So you completely do not believe that there would be other S-level gene holders at a Mo family funeral. The probability is too low. Then you took advantage of the situation, using the information gap to simply fabricate a Li Bolong. Cheng Chen's gaze was like a sharp sword, fixed on Mo Yuan, am I right? Mo Yuan's lips trembled, unable to speak for a moment. Cheng Chen smiled confidently. You are the third lover who killed Chi Mei, just like the murder of the Mo family, using the same method. Li Bolong was absent the entire time, yet you want to fabricate information about his presence. This is your biggest flaw, because only the true murderer would go to such lengths to frame someone else. The crowd was stunned. The story this young man told was indeed spectacular and unexpected. But in the end, it was all his narration. He was just a scavenger from the garbage planet, rumored to have inferior genes, capable of doing anything to survive. Should his words be trusted? Completely wrong. All speculation. Mo Yuan gritted his teeth. Everything you say is based on the assumption that Li Bolong is not the murderer. The machine's results are right in front of us. No one can confirm whether the delayed data is Li Bolong. I can certainly confirm. The machine did detect a unique S-level gene holder, but he is not Li Bolong, because that incredibly handsome and exceptionally intelligent S-level gene holder is me. At this moment, Cheng Chen slightly raised his head, his eyes wide open, golden light spreading in his pupils, 6 rings of light pulsating, slightly contracting, suddenly brightening, becoming layered and distinct. If it weren't for me, Cheng Chen, being here, you would have truly deceived everyone. A gasp arose from the crowd. This was a magnificent sight they had never seen before, noble yet carrying an invisible sense of intimidation. In the distance, Mo trembled violently at this scene, the paper tube in his hand slipping and falling. 1, 2, 3. The crowd's first reaction was to silently count the number of rings in Chang Chen's pupils. In this era, even if you did nothing, the genetic manifestation in your pupils could reveal an invisible aura, allowing others to imagine a terrifying status. It was like the number of golden olive branches and stars on military epaulets. It was also like in the business battlefield, where other bosses arrived in million-dollar luxury cars, while you descended from the sky in a lavish private helicopter, slowly landing, silently interpreting the gap in status, strength, and circles. 6 rings of light, S-level gene holder, an existence that inspired awe. When everyone saw this dreamlike, even somewhat unrealistic scene, they were completely unprepared, and their brains were left in a daze. There were many high-level gene holders present, but they were only relatively advanced. Most were E-level or D-level, and the only A-level gene holder, Congressman Liu, had already left in shame and anger after both an affair and a scandal were exposed. But even if he were present, A-level and S-level were incomparable existences. It seemed like a difference in level, but in reality, it was a vast chasm. The genetic levels of humans could not be steadily improved just by taking drugs. The path to promotion above B-level had no attribute of accumulation. It completely depended on talent, on your destined limit, and even on fate. Perhaps, no matter how many years humanity survives and reproduces, or how many billions the population reaches, the number of S-level gene holders will always remain a fixed number. That boy is actually S-level gene? Is he really from the garbage planet? Can someone like that really emerge from the garbage planet? Why is his genetic manifestation golden? Human understanding of genes is just a corner of the vast universe. Gold must represent another dimension, something we cannot speculate on or comprehend. This young man named Chang Chen, since he is already an S-level gene holder at such a young age, even if he has just been promoted to S-level, that is a matter of 30 years in the East and a minute in the West, his status, connections, and financial power will be immeasurable. A Class S geneticist has no reason to distort the truth and frame others in this small MO family, and the personal abilities and insights of an S geneticist are beyond our imagination. So that means, everyone's gaze suddenly turned to Mo Yuan. You are truly the mastermind behind all these events. This was just like the old days, where those at the pinnacle of the pyramid were always right, and countless sycophants treated every word they said as gospel. At this moment, Mo stood frozen in place. This kid, dog beggar, the golden pancake in his eyes was actually a halo formed by the convergence of 6 rays of light? His genetic level, S. The previous pancake pupils were indeed strange, but how could Mo have imagined such a result? It was like your roommate, who usually steals your hot water just to make instant noodles, suddenly transforming into Ultraman. Mo couldn't understand and couldn't fathom how Chang Chen had achieved this step today. In that instant, Mo bent down, picked up the paper roll from the ground, carefully wiped off the dust with his fingers, and then held it tightly in his hand. Then, Mo's eyes turned crimson, staring fiercely at Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan suddenly laughed, his smile peculiar, a mix of various emotions. He saw an unexpected scene and also glimpsed his own dead end. This smile was a lament for the impermanence of the world, as well as a sense of helplessness after being thoroughly defeated. In fact, even if Mo Yuan did not admit it, given Chang Chen's credibility as an S-class geneticist, everyone would launch an investigation to confirm whether Mo Yuan was hiding a code table, whether his Shangtong Mofang concealed traps, and whether the beasts in the mountains had been replaced. You definitely can't guess my motives, right? Mo Yuan looked up at Chang Chen, clearly no longer afraid of anything, and revealed a hint of mockery. Noble S-class geneticist, you may be able to obtain everything at your fingertips, but you don't understand, you can't comprehend. My motives are very noble. Noble. I actually do have some understanding. Chang Chen looked at Mo Yuan. When I previously purchased Moziyu, I found that items within Tingzhou required the use of study points. As a student of the Mo family, you have diligently studied and accumulated a large number of study points over the years, yet you selflessly allow guests to use your study points freely. This shows that you are truly devoted to learning, with no other desires. And your evening studies. For 20 years, never absent, never late. That's not something an ordinary person can achieve. Chang Chen silently nodded. You are an excellent student, even a study fanatic. The root of everything should stem from this, right? Mo Yuan's eyes widened slightly. No wonder it's an S-class gene. I truly have my eyes opened. Such an inconspicuous factor has been linked by you. I've heard that the enhancement of genes can lead to changes in intelligence. It seems to be true. Chang Chen shook his head and shrugged. My enhancement isn't obvious. Perhaps I was just born smart. Smart? Intelligence comes from learning, from deeper understanding. Mo Yuan said, now that we have entered the era of the great universe, the Mo family school still survives. this is a great fortune. Being able to become a student of the Mo family and learn Mo family theories is also a great fortune. But, Mo Yuan suddenly widened his eyes, looking at Cheng Chen, raising his hand to point towards the Mo family's main courtyard in the distance. What is the current head of the Mo family, the so-called Mo family, doing? Mosey indeed advocated mutual love and mutual benefit, encouraging fair trade, but what has the Mo family become now? They have completely abandoned their studies. All of them are engaged in business, their minds filled with profit and loss, all about transactions, all about money, all about currying favor with the powerful. Yaya Tingzhou, turned into a mess by him. And what have we, the Mo family scholars, become now? We become receptionists, we become doormen, we become the logistics department of the Mo family business. I spent 20 years integrating the theories of Mosey, and what has it resulted in? Isn't this Tingzhou? Isn't it named after the hometown of Mosey? This green mountains and clear waters, this ancient charm and elegance, is it all just to please the guests? And why do we scholars end up like this? Why? It was indeed I who killed the Mo family men, and Li Belong's arrival was also fabricated by me, all to drive the Mo family out of Tingzhou. I do not seek to become the leader of the Mo family, nor do I covet the Mo family's wealth. I seek nothing else. I just want to restore peace to this land. I just want all scholars to be able to focus on their studies. At this moment, Mo Yuan's eyes were blood red as he screamed in a frenzy, I want to restore academic orthodoxy. I want the thoughts of Mosey to shine brightly in this vast universe. Mo Yuan's words shocked everyone. People did not expect that the motive of this murderer would have such depth. Behind the crowd, Mo was also stunned. Indeed, as a descendant of Mosey, he was a descendant of the Mo family, but in the 20 years of his growth, he had never seriously studied the thoughts of Mosey. What he had been exposed to was business, trade, and money, and the word performance stood like a giant ladder in the Mo family, with everyone striving to climb higher and faster. An S-class gene user, is it? Mo Yuan stared at Cheng Chen, his state already somewhat deranged. It is rumored that you have a certain probability of awakening supernatural abilities. I have no way out, and I do not care about a way out. Today, I will defy you, and I want to see just how supernatural you really are. At this moment, Mo Yuan had gripped the Shangtong Mo Fang and the mechanism pendant at his waist. He slightly rubbed his right thumb, and the round mechanism pendant suddenly opened like petals, expanding in diameter from the size of a bottle cap to a small compass, with 8 unconventional characters engraved at its 8 positions, the meaning of which was unknown to outsiders. At the same time, Mo Yuan's left hand held the Shangtong Mo Fang, his index and middle fingers rotating the cube at an astonishing speed, his technique precise, as fast as lightning, resembling an excellent competitor in a top-level Rubik's Cube competition. Click! The Shangtong Mo Fang was adjusted by Mo Yuan to a specific sequence, emitting precise mechanical sounds from within, its surface intricately moving, and then a small window slowly opened in the center. Clearly visible was a small iron piece, about the size of a fingernail, vibrating rapidly and emitting a buzzing sound. This buzzing sound, in the surrounding open environment, seemed extremely weak, only barely discernible if one strained to listen closely. Cheng Chen was certain that no blue ribbons had floated out from the Shangtong Mo Fang and the mechanism pendant. The two items could not emit any electromagnetic signals, and there were no electronic components inside. Mosey was not only a thinker and politician of the spring and autumn and warring states periods, he was also an outstanding craftsman. Through practical experience and superb skills, he created the world-renowned Mo family mechanism techniques. This technology was precisely about inventing, manufacturing, and controlling machinery. It is hard to imagine that over 2,000 years ago, Mosey could design and manufacture mechanical devices that could be called exquisite, such as crossbows, rotating machines, and the legendary reconnaissance wooden kites that could soar into the sky. In that era, there were no current energy conditions, no steam engines, no internal combustion engines, and certainly no electric power. It relies on the mutual transformation of elastic potential energy and kinetic energy. The internal power of the machine comes from elastic cowhide ropes or compressed, bent bamboo strips. The descendants of the Mo family still follow the same principles, gradually changing to springs or metal strips with stronger elasticity. The principle is similar to that of a wind-up toy. However, through intricate construction and precise design, even a wind-up toy can create astonishing effects that leave people in awe. The mechanical arts of the Mo family, as well as the complete book of Lu Ban, exemplify this. They fully interpret the exquisite thoughts of the ancient Huaxia people and their godlike creativity. The Shangtong cube in Mo Yuan's hand emitted a continuous tremor, steady and uniform, like a unique signal. He merged the mechanism pendant in his other hand with the cube, aligning the gap on the cube's surface with the hollow part of the pendant, adjusting the direction of the vibrating sound waves by rotating the pendant. Suddenly, and unnamed winds swept through the deep mountains across the river. The forest under the night appeared like ghostly shadows swaying left and right. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms tore apart two trees, appearing halfway up the mountain. The creature was terrifyingly strong, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with red circles flashing in its eyes. The crowd squinted to see that it was a black-furred gorilla standing upright. The gorilla clenched its massive fist, pounded its chest, and let out a long howl, its mouth producing a roar that was neither beastly nor human, mixed with a metallic tremor. The crowd's expression changed. This gorilla was clearly a precise Mo family mechanical beast, and the terrifying figure seen by Mo-shan earlier was likely this creature as well. Chang Chen looked at Mo Yuan and laughed. Is that it? Is there more? Mo Yuan remained silent, continuing to rotate the mechanism pendant in his hand. In that moment, countless birds suddenly took flight from the massive black mountain, swirling in the air, but the forest was vast, seemingly devoid of a place for them to land, ultimately flying towards the distant night. The position where the crowd stood was by a gently flowing river. Across the river was a continuous range of mountains, the slopes inclined towards them. At that instant, countless pairs of scarlet eyes lit up in the dense forest on the slope, and the grass and branches trembled as various animals, countless in number, revealed themselves. From small squirrels and rabbits to large goats and spotted deer, and even many colorful tigers and giant pythons. They possessed intelligence, and their gazes all turned towards Changchen at the foot of the mountain. Click! Mo Yuan finally turned the mechanism pendant to its final position, and then a fierce light shone in his eyes as he looked at Changchen. At that moment, all the animals exhibited abnormal behavior, standing upright and howling with a metallic sound. Boom! The entire slope rumbled as those animals suddenly charged down the mountain like they had gone mad. During their run, a more bizarre and novel scene unfolded. Their metal joints disconnected, and due to their high-speed running, their bones pierced through their disguising fur, making it appear as if they had lost some screws, leading to operational failures. But this was clearly not a malfunction, as this state appeared on every mechanical beast. Suddenly, dozens of massive wild boars charged to the front of the entire beast herd, their forehooves retracting and curling into their bodies, while their disguising fur was torn from the inside, and sturdy, precise clasps flipped out from the sides of their bodies. About 10 mechanical wild boars gathered together, the clasps rotating to complete a locking structure similar to mortise and tenon joints, and then they crashed to the ground, forming a large base. At the same time, more mechanical beasts soared into the sky, their bodies flipping to reveal intricate clasps at various parts. One mechanical beast after another connected through these clasps, stacking higher and higher to form a pillar several meters in diameter, which connected to a base formed by wild boars. Meanwhile, in 3 other directions, 3 similar bases were rapidly being assembled. The entire process was grand and shocking. There must have been tens of thousands of mechanical beasts, their bodies intricately designed to fit together, with their internal mechanisms perfectly matched, forming a cohesive whole. Finally, dozens of python-like mechanical beasts in the air formed 2 massive, interlocking horns. A tremendous roar, capable of penetrating hundreds of kilometers, erupted. At that moment, the object standing on the opposite bank of the river was a giant mechanical beast with 4 hooves, a horse's body, a dragon's head, and antlers like a deer. Its height was at least 80 meters, equivalent to a 30-story building. Boom! Its massive hooves, formed from dozens of wild boars, stomped down, shaking the ground. Various animal disguises made up its colorful body. Simultaneously, due to the assembly, many parts were left without fur to cover them, exposed to the outside. To the naked eye, the interior was an extremely intricate mechanical structure, with levers, pulleys, gears, drive shafts, and couplings, all made of metal, and the density of the components was extremely high, with some areas as precise as a clock. In the night, the slightly moving metal parts reflected a dark silver sheen, filled with the beauty of metallic texture and precision machinery. Its eyes did not have true pupils but instead contained hundreds of tightly connected gears, slowly rotating, with dark red light seeping through the gaps, appearing mysterious and imposing. Mo Yuan said solemnly, "The first mechanical beast developed by Mozi, the founder of the Mo family, has 4 hooves and resembles a fawn, and this mechanical beast complex I created is a tribute to my ancestors. It is named Mechanical Beast, Ruo Lu." The giant mechanical deer let out a skyward roar. With a powerful stomp of its hooves, its massive body suddenly soared into the air, crossing the river in an instant. Its enormous iron hooves, weighing perhaps over 10 tons, cast a large shadow on the ground as it stomped toward Changchen. At that moment, Changchen's eyes widened as he gazed at the mechanical giant in midair. Not a single electronic signal leaked out. It completely relied on specific vibration waves to receive commands. It had no modern energy source at all, driven solely by a precise spring structure. Each exposed gear, radiating a golden dawn-like sheen, was crafted with exquisite skill. A casual glance revealed a corner formed by precise physical structures, and everything operated so smoothly and seamlessly, with hundreds of millions of gears running silently. In the dark night sky, mechanical beast, Rualu, emitted a captivating glow. Any straight man, upon seeing it with his own eyes, could not resist the visual feast presented by this ultimate mechanical aesthetic. This feast, unlike the cybernetic bodies of Hua Kunlun, did not have such a strong sense of futurism. Instead, it exuded a retro, handcrafted, precise, grand, and silent power. Ingeniously crafted, it was magnificent. The Mo family's mechanical arts, the divine craftsmanship of ancient Huaxia, were truly deserving of their reputation. In that instant, countless fireworks seemed to explode in Cheng Chen's eyes, and his mouth slightly opened. So cool, so damn cool. Mechanical beast, Ruo Lu. Its massive body, like a divine beast of heaven and earth, soared over the river, one iron hoof raised high, stomping down toward Cheng Chen's location. The nearby onlookers were instantly thrown into a panic, scrambling for cover. They never expected that watching the excitement would lead to such a crisis. Under the iron hooves, they would all be reduced to flesh and mud. Only Cheng Chen stood still, without any movement, his brow slightly furrowed. Enjoyment was one thing, but the crisis still had to be resolved. Strangely, Cheng Chen did not call upon the Type 1 biomechanical armor, nor did he transform his body into a silicon-based state. Instead, his gaze flickered rapidly, as if sensing something. He was about to complete a test, which was also an extreme challenge. At this moment, Cheng Chen's mind recalled a seemingly casual remark. The abilities of an S-class gene user may seem singular at first glance, but if fully developed, they can yield infinitely varied effects. Cheng Chen's thoughts surged, his ideas racing like lightning. He looked at the Shangtong Mo Fong in Mo Yuan's hand. Its sound vibrated, emanating from a small iron piece within its core. Once, when Cheng Chen was on the garbage planet, he had tried to repair various devices to sell them for a good price, gaining some understanding of conventional physics. Hertz, the unit of frequency, representing the number of periodic changes per second. The small iron piece in the Shangtong Yamofang was about 3 centimeters long and approximately 1 millimeter thick. Its vibration frequency should be between dozens to hundreds of hertz. It was precisely this frequency that produced a similar resonance effect with certain components within the mechanical beast, allowing for its manipulation. Adapt. Cheng Chen squinted. I can use super speed to move rapidly within a small range, creating a vibration effect. If my frequency can match that of the Shangtong Yamofang, then theoretically, I can also control the mechanical beast. Mo Yuan used a device, while I use my own body. Just as Mo said, the abilities of an S-class gene user may seem singular at first glance, but with clever use, they can yield infinite variations. Vibration is definitely one of the developmental directions of superspeed. At extreme speeds, Cheng Chen's control over his body was not yet precise. It felt as if he were shrouded in a layer of gauze, unable to transform into a human-shaped vibrating rod. So, Cheng Chen set his movement range to 0.5 meters. A round trip would cover a distance of 1 meter, which also equated to 1 vibration. Considering environmental factors and calculating at a maximum speed of 300 meters per second, the maximum frequency Cheng Chen could currently achieve was 300 Hz. He could start from 0 and gradually increase this frequency. If the Shangtong Yamofang was within 300 Hz, then there would surely be a moment when he could align, and his idea could very well become reality. At this moment, dust suddenly swirled around Cheng Chen's feet. It was possible to see that he was moving left and right, but his outline was becoming increasingly blurred. The onlookers had already run far away, some turning back in terror. What is that S-class gene user doing? His speed is so fast, but he's just moving in place? He hasn't even stepped out of the enemy's range. When the iron hooves come down, he'll turn into flesh and mud. At this moment, Cheng Chen was both pained and exhilarated. He felt as if his brain were being turned to mush, and his bones ached. But at the same time, he realized that the path of vibration should be feasible. Everything in Cheng Chen's perspective had become blurred. The world resembled a high-definition display, but at that moment, someone was shaking this display wildly, turning the scenery into a puddle. The colors streaked into lines. This rapid back-and-forth and straight-line running were indeed of a higher intensity. Cheng Chen was sensing his own condition. He was almost at 100 Hz, no alignment. 200, 250, not aligned, keep going. At this moment, the massive iron hooves were less than 2 meters above Cheng Chen's head, bearing down like the weight of Mount Tai. In that instant, around 270 to 290 Hz, Cheng Chen suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation. The scenery around him, though still a blur, but Cheng Chen saw thousands of core mechanisms inside the mechanical beast, Rualu, which looked like mechanical hearts. They appeared exceptionally clear in the blurred world. Chang Chen could even feel the outward force of the winding tension and the vibrations of various mechanical springs. His eyes widened slightly. Chang Chen was stunned. This was not a form of vision, but more like a bat's sonar detection mechanism. Everything he saw was a form of vibrational feedback, which then formed images in Chang Chen's mind, not only capable of penetrating but also presenting a clarity compared to other objects. It was at this moment that Chang Chen finally understood that the core components of the entire mechanical beast were vibrating within a relatively narrow range, and he himself was now within this range. Chang Chen had previously been unaware of this principle and had inadvertently stumbled into a kind of sonar mechanism. At the same time, Chang Chen also discovered that the colors of the thousands of core components of the mechanical beast in his perspective varied in depth. They were all blue, but some were dark blue while others were light blue. Moreover, as Chang Chen adjusted his own frequency, their shades would change. Ultimately, he confirmed that the closer he was to a certain component's frequency, the darker its color became. The principle should be that the stronger the resonance, the clearer the brain's construction of the object. Chang Chen knew that what he had discovered was a very supernatural reconnaissance ability, but he needed to find time to study it thoroughly. As for the control method of the mechanical beast, he had already understood. Chang Chen locked onto a component in the head of the mechanical beast, Rualu, that resembled a rudder. This component was very precise, like a large gear, but each tooth was a thin iron piece that was slightly vibrating. At a critical moment, Chang Chen raised his hand, palm facing the sky, seemingly wanting to resist the falling iron hoof with his tiny body. But in reality, Chang Chen was subtly adjusting his own vibrational frequency. Guided by the shades of color, the final frequency was approximately 275 Hz, which matched the small iron piece engraved with stop zero in the rudder. A rumbling sound came from within the mechanical beast, Rualu. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled 3 times, precisely the sound of the giant mechanical beast's 3 iron hooves hitting the ground, and its right front hoof, during its rapid descent, suddenly came to a halt, creating a circular dust ripple below. At the center of the ripple stood the boy in the blue cloak. His body no longer trembled, and everyone could clearly see him pushing one hand towards the sky, seemingly making contact with the suspended iron hoof, though it was still about 10 centimeters away. At this moment, the mechanical beast, Rualu, actually stood still in the air like a sculpture. Of course, even though it no longer moved, its imposing body still exuded a sense of pressure. Everyone found it unbelievable. It was like a magical spell. The enormous, mechanical beast, Rualu, had actually obeyed Chang Chen's command. How is this possible? What did you do? Mo Yuan was also shocked. The mechanical pendant in his hand was a tool for adjusting vibrational frequencies, designed to match the rudder inside the mechanical beast and guide it to perform specific actions. The mechanical pendant could adjust to as many as 24 different frequencies, and only he knew the matching actions. That guy named Chang Chen could actually emit vibrations up to 300 Hz on his own? Even an S-class gene user could achieve this step beyond imagination. But how did he crack his matching method? Chang Chen was confused. He guessed that the 2 characters stop zero on the rudder should mean to stop, so he adjusted to the same frequency. It's okay to guess wrong. At worst, at the last moment, I can move at high speed to avoid being trampled. But the result is that Chang Chen was right. This time, he managed to pull it off. In everyone's eyes, there was nothing but disbelief. The blue cloak fluttered, like a god who could command giant beasts. Chang Chen's body began to tremble again. 285 Hz. The frequency matched the iron plate on the rudder of the mechanical beast, which was inscribed with North 22. At the scene, Chang Chen raised his hand and waved slightly to the north. The roar erupted again, and the massive mechanical beast took a step northward, then stood tall. Chang Chen lowered his arm and slowly turned around. In the night, the giant mechanical beast exuded an astonishing aura. Its movement positioned it right behind Chang Chen, as if it were a soldier under his command, ready to obey. This scene was magical and incredible. Some timid guests at the scene even entertained the thought of kneeling in worship. Impossible. How could you control the creations of the Mo family? How could you control my work? Mo Yuan, holding the Shangtong Mo Fong and the mechanical pendant, trembled, frantically trying to regain control of the mechanical beast. But for some reason, Mo Yuan felt his hands were unresponsive, his arms shook, and the Cuban pendant fell to the ground with a clatter, rolling far away. The pendant shattered upon impact, scattering several fragments. Immediately, Mo Yuan stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. Only then did Chang Chen notice Mo Yuan's face and was slightly taken aback. Blood was oozing from his eyes, nostrils, and ears. At that moment, Mo Yuan held his temples with both hands, in pain, saying, "When you vibrated at high speed just now, there were a few moments when I felt a sharp pain in my head, as if my brain were being drilled. Ah, it hurts. Chang Chen's eyes widened slightly. It was resonance. Every object has its unique vibration frequency, and when a high-frequency vibrating environment appears nearby, and the vibration frequencies are similar, it can lead to an amplification of the vibration amplitude, causing internal damage. It's like swinging on a swing. If you push it at the right moment, it will swing higher and higher. Throughout human history, there have been many accidents caused by resonance. In 1850, on the main river bridge in Angers, western France, a group of French soldiers marched across the bridge, and their synchronized steps accidentally matched the bridge's natural frequency, causing resonance that led to the sudden collapse of the bridge, resulting in 226 deaths. The 1831 collapse of the Broughton Suspension Bridge in England was a similar situation. The human brain also has its frequency, approximately 20 to 30 Hz. Just now, Chang Chen's own vibration frequency rose from 0 to 300, passing through every frequency band, and Mo Yuan's position was very close to Chang Chen, so resonance occurred in Mo Yuan's brain. At this moment, blood was oozing from Mo Yuan's facial features, indicating that blood vessels had likely ruptured. Chang Chen was quite surprised. Super speed could mutate into vibration, and vibration could actually cause such harm. If he could precisely control his fist, matching its vibration frequency to that of a stone, then with a single punch, perhaps he wouldn't need much strength to shatter the stone. Impossible. Why is this happening? Mo Yuan crawled on the ground, gritting his teeth, desperately reaching for the damaged mechanical pendant ahead. I can't fail. I must drive the Mo family out of Tingzhou. If I can't drive them out, I'll kill them, not leaving a single one alive. Mo Yuan. At that moment, a deep, angry shout came from a distance. Hearing that familiar voice, Mo Yuan froze, trembling as he turned to look not far away. 67 figures dressed in black suits stood quietly under the night sky. Mo Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. You all. Among the figures, an elderly man around 80 years old stood at the forefront, with everyone else instinctively keeping a half-step distance from him. His hair was completely white, and his body was hunched, but his eyes sparkled with a glimmer. Though his body was old, the aura cultivated from a lifetime of battles in the business world still lingered. Mo Yuan. The old man sighed deeply, slightly closing his eyes. I never expected you to be this kind of person. All the guests were stunned, their legs feeling somewhat numb. Were these not the deceased members of the Mo family? They had come to attend their funeral. Everyone, please do not panic. I represent the Mo family to apologize to you all. The old man spoke slowly. This is all part of a plan devised by our Mo family, aimed at evading the killer's pursuit while secretly revealing the true identity of the murderer. We have merely taken some special genetic agents. Only then did the guests slowly take a breath, resuming the breath they had just held. Mo Yuan lay on the ground, his shock indescribable. You all. The old man glanced at Mo Yuan, whose mouth was continuously oozing blood. He was likely on the brink of death. The old man then turned his gaze to the young man in front, took a few steps forward, and slightly nodded. Just now, you controlled the mechanical beast. I saw it, and I understand the truth. I, Mo Beishan, represent the Mo family to express our gratitude to you. As he spoke, the old man slowly bent down, and the remaining 66 men behind him also faced Chang Chen and bowed together. However, Chang Chen waved his hand. No need for such formalities. The old man slowly straightened up, tears unexpectedly welling in his eyes. I never imagined that Mo Lin could recognize someone like you and even invite you to Tingzhou specifically to resolve our family crisis. He truly is remarkable. Mo Lin? Chang Chen tilted his head. Who? The head of the Mo family, Mo Beishan, was momentarily taken aback. Aren't you here at his request? He is my second son. Oh, that's second uncle. Chang Chen scoffed. He doesn't deserve it. Now it was Mo Beishan's turn to be stunned. He turned to exchange glances with the descendants behind him. If it wasn't Mo Lin, then who could it be? Who in the Mo family could invite an S-class geneticist? To be honest, no one in the Mo family could summon an S-class geneticist, because even he, Mo Beishan, did not have such connections. Even if he knew the information of a few S-class geneticists, he wouldn't be able to get a word in. Earlier, Mo Beishan had thought that his second son had far exceeded his expectations by using certain means to invite the person before him. Then this. Mo Beishan's expression was uncertain. Could it be the Galactic Alliance? No. Chang Chen raised his head. I mentioned before that I am friends with your young master Mo. Young master Mo? Which young master Mo? At this moment, Mo Beishan's eyes widened slightly, just like the other guests, all sharing the same question. There were many young masters in the Mo family. Just then, A figure draped in a black cloak slowly walked up to the old man and then gradually removed his cloak. During this process, Mo Beishan's eyes widened inch by inch. The cloaked figure slightly nodded. "Grandpa, Cheng Chen is indeed my friend." "Mo Xiaoshuan?" Mo Beishan was astonished. "How could you possibly know?" At this moment, Cheng Chen perked up his ears. "Ha, the real name of Mo is Mo Xiaoshuan? My goodness, that name is too amusing. Even if you were called Mo-sun, it would sound much more impressive." "Mo Xiaoshuan? It perfectly mismatches your noble appearance." Ha! Cheng Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The crowd was startled, wondering what was going on with this S-class geneticist, always jumping at shadows. They could never have imagined that this was the first time Cheng Chen had heard Mo's real name. Mo knew Cheng Chen was making fun of him, his lips twitching slightly. "Grandpa, this time, thanks to Cheng Chen's help." Mo Beishan was already so surprised he couldn't speak. He had considered all possibilities before, but never thought that this inconspicuous junior, Mo, would know such a big shot. The guests on site felt the same. When Cheng Chen said he was young Master Mo's friend, they thought of the eldest and second young masters, but never considered Mo, the transparent one in the family. At that moment, Cheng Chen clicked his tongue. "Old Master Mo, all 66 of your descendants have awakened and accompanied you along the way, yet you never noticed that one Mo was missing. It seems you really do overlook him." Mo Beishan's expression changed as he looked at Cheng Chen. "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Cheng Chen continued. "That second son you had high hopes for, the moment he woke up, he packed his things and ran away." Mo Beishan's eyes widened. "What?" Cheng Chen added, and then Mo woke up, unwavering and unyielding, investigating the true culprit alone in the shadows. "If it weren't for him, even if you all woke up, you would have been bled dry one by one." Mo Beishan's body stiffened, his pupils trembling as he looked at Mo. Mo nodded. "This is what I should do, but the credit goes to Cheng Chen." Cheng Chen's voice came again. "Mo's business acumen, in my opinion, is outstanding." During the process of searching for the murderer, he wielded both kindness and authority, establishing a mining production chain, smoothing out relations with Li, while also demonstrating remarkable mathematical skills. These may be commonplace in your family, but he possesses a quality I greatly admire. I come from a garbage planet, and when he traded with me, there was no deception, no misdirection. The trade was fair and just. Every time a transaction was completed, he would always leave some gifts, creating a pleasant experience. He never treated me any differently just because I am a lowly scavenger. Cheng Chen crossed his arms, looking at the somewhat moved Mo. "To be honest, after living on a garbage planet for so many years, I've seen all merchants as despicable and selfish, but young Master Mo is the only one I can trust." For some reason, tears welled up in Mo's eyes. Cheng Chen tilted his head towards Mo. "I help him because he is truly exceptional." Mo Beishan was unexpectedly moved, trembling as he embraced Mo, patting his back. "Good boy." After a pause, Mo Beishan continued. "Family affairs are busy. My original plan was to have your second uncle take charge of the Mo family, but now it seems he is indeed unworthy. Child, I wonder if you would be willing to share some of the burden for this old man?" Mo's body suddenly stiffened, and after a long silence, he trembled. "I will do my utmost." Then, Mo looked at the nearly lifeless Mo Yuan on the ground, frowning. "Grandpa, I feel that over the past years, we have seriously overlooked the importance of Mo family culture. If possible, I would like to promote Mo family culture more vigorously while managing the family business well, increasing support for the students, removing their work burdens, and allowing them to focus on their studies." Mo Beishan nodded slowly. "I will listen to you." Mo Yuan stared at Mo with wide eyes, but he was already gasping for breath, unable to speak. Mo glanced at Cheng Chen again, pursing his lips. "As for the totem deer in the mountains, we need not worship it anymore, even if we must." At that moment, Mo turned around, looking up into the sky. "We should also worship this treasure from the Mo family, the mechanism beast, deer." Mo Beishan nodded again, looking at Mo, his voice deep and powerful. "I'll listen to you." In that moment, a hint of relief finally appeared in Mo Yuan's eyes. But this was also the last moment of his life. The next second, his head tilted, and he completely breathed his last. Cheng Chen quietly watched Mo. Elevating him was partly because Mo was indeed an outstanding person, and partly because it would be easier to exchange for rewards later. At that moment, Mo had resolved the family crisis, fully proving his capabilities, and was recognized by Mo Beishan as the successor. TSK. So many good things gathered together, yet that guy still had a deadpan expression, seemingly even more profound than before. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared in the distance, running towards them from the night. She dashed directly in front of everyone and, without a word, threw her arms around Mo. Mo's eyes widened. The woman before him was breathtakingly beautiful, and he stammered, "Meng." "Meng Lan?" He saw Meng Lan looking at his face, her autumn-like eyes glistening with tears. Smack! Meng Lan planted a kiss on Mo's cheek. Mo was completely stunned. His eyes bulged to the extreme, as if they might pop out of their sockets. Then, Mo stared blankly ahead, unable to suppress the corners of his mouth, which began to twitch and rise uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Cheng Chen laughed so hard he nearly fell over. I told you, after the event, young Master Mo's mouth must be crooked like a Nike swoosh. Everything settled. Cheng Chen became the most important guest of the Mo family. The Mo family was indeed the top commercial family, with detailed classifications for guests. When visitors arrived, they would determine the level of reception based on the corresponding rank, including the level of accompanying personnel and the budget limits for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Cheng Chen was designated as an S1 level guest by the Mo family. It was said that this was the only S1 level in the history of the Mo family. Even the head of the Galactic Alliance responsible for Tingzhou did not enjoy such treatment. However, Cheng Chen did not indulge in their flattery. Instead, he turned gracefully and returned to the Spirit-class starship. From now on, knowing young Master Mo was enough to access the resources of the Mo family. Mo was the only one permitted to enter the Spirit-class starship. At that moment, he stood in the 02 cargo hold of the Spirit-class starship, looking around in awe. He never expected that this seemingly shabby garbage recycling starship could be so exquisite. Just a cargo hold, yet the pure white walls were so smooth, without any seams, exuding an indescribable sense of technology. Mo had never seen such a starship. Indeed, S-level gene users were not to be underestimated. This starship fully illustrated Cheng Chen's extraordinary nature. Every S-level gene user walked a path unimaginable to ordinary people. Mo tilted his head back, spinning around, admiring the starship while his thoughts surged. Speaking of which, he was well aware of Cheng Chen's background. This guy, at some point and by some means, had unknowingly grown into such a figure. But then again, from the very beginning, Cheng Chen was surrounded by astonishing secrets. In a garbage-ridden Earth environment, he could casually produce vast amounts of high-entropy alloy and instantly identify the A toxin in drinks, producing a unique antidote. Moreover, during the Mo family incident, he had repeatedly showcased peculiar technological equipment. Mo's eyes widened. He could not comprehend any of this. Yet, he still maintained his basic demeanor and principles of conduct. Do not ask what should not be asked. Now, with Cheng Chen's help, he had resolved the Mo family crisis and won the heart of a beauty. What Mo needed to do was remember this kindness and always hold respect for this mysterious and powerful friend. In that moment, Mo slowly turned to look at Cheng Chen, who was also in the cargo hold, and was momentarily stunned. Cheng Chen was lying on a cargo box, his head and legs drooping at both ends, resembling an intersection shape. His arms and legs swung back and forth like noodles, and his eyes were slowly spinning with spirals. Mo's expression changed, and he hurried over. What's wrong with you? Cheng Chen was equally at a loss. His supernatural ability was speed, but it felt like a game attribute point that had been added to him without any logic, and besides that, his physical qualities were severely lacking. Just moments ago, when he used his super speed to fight against the mechanical beast, he had also caused damage to his own body. It was probably issues like internal organ displacement, bone fractures, and ruptured blood vessels. Right now, he felt like an egg. On the outside, everything seemed fine, but inside, he had been shaken into a mush. The calm demeanor he had shown in front of most people was just a facade. Mo's eyes showed some concern. I'll go get a doctor. Cheng Chen mumbled, it's nothing, my ability has some backlash, but I'll heal quickly. Mo's expression was complex. Every strong person had unspoken hardships behind them. At hashtag Yuan, and an asterisk. Cheng Chen was mumbling something indistinctly. Mo grew anxious. What are you saying? Cheng Chen's voice got quieter. %Yuan %. Mo became even more worried, feeling as if his brother was making arrangements for his last wishes. If Cheng Chen faced serious consequences because of dealing with his family matters, he would feel guilty for a lifetime. Mo quickly knelt down, leaned forward, and pressed his ear close to Cheng Chen, sweating on his forehead, trying to discern the words. Money! Mo finally understood Cheng Chen's meaning and took out the previous scroll from his pocket, implemented one by one, no ambiguity. First item, the payment for the high-entropy alloy. I've measured it, 12,000 units of high-entropy alloy, same quality, each priced at 6,375 million credit points, total value 103.65 billion. Drop a zero, a total of 1.04 billion. I have your ID. It's in. Mo operated on his handheld device and looked up at Cheng Chen. ID account credited with 104 billion credit points. Cheng Chen had even set his payment system to voice output. At that moment, he listened to the heavenly sound that surpassed all the music in the world. Hearing the continuous zero, his limp body felt like an inflated balloon, gradually becoming firm, and finally, his hands pressed against his pants, his whole body like a stick, lying across the cargo box. What efficiency! What quality! His eyes widened. Boss Missouri, you really did a great job with that zero, so conscientious. Compared to the help you've given us, this is nothing. Mo's eyelid twitched. It felt like Chang Chen was on the verge of death just a second ago, and upon hearing the money had arrived, his injuries healed by half. Honestly, I've never seen so much money. Chang Chen was even a bit excited. Although I was prepared, the moment it arrived, I felt a surreal, dreamlike sensation. This money is too much, far exceeding my wildest imagination when I was a scavenger. Being able to do a little cash conversion for you is our family's honor. Mo smiled. Second item, Mo family's high-energy protein extract, 10,000 bottles. As he spoke, Mo raised his head, and the sound of moving machinery could be heard outside the cabin. The cargo door of the Spirit-class starship slowly opened. Among the dozen or so moving machines, neatly arranged high-energy protein extracts were already prepared. Mo waved his hand. The unmanned mechanical devices, precise and orderly, placed box after box of goods into the cargo hold of the Link-style starship. Mo did not hesitate and continued to flip through the list. A 24 nanny robot, jet-powered shoes, gravity field gloves, these are all quite old. I've already arranged for someone to find them, and I'll go check the results now. The hatch slowly closed. Inside the cargo hold, there was only Chang Chen, along with countless high-energy protein extracts from the Mo family. Chang Chen scanned the area. There were not just 10,000 bottles. Mo must have sent all that could be summoned, about 12,000 bottles. Chang Chen remembered that this stuff was quite valuable. 12,000 bottles would amount to an astronomical figure. The S-class gene granted Chang Chen superspeed, which could be developed, with an unknown upper limit. But this ability also had a lower limit, which was the necessity of having a sufficiently strong physique. The high-energy protein extract was a custom drink from the Mo family, designed to enhance physical fitness, boost immunity, replenish energy, and more. Perhaps in the eyes of the wealthy, it was just an everyday functional drink, with effects varying from person to person. Perhaps after a year or so of consumption, there would be no significant results. But in Chang Chen's eyes, its potential was far beyond that. He had long listed this drink as a must-have target. Even with an S-class gene, there were still some flaws that could not be addressed comprehensively. But Chang Chen possessed STC, which allowed him to compensate for these flaws through other means. For example, by crazily taking drugs. And not just any drugs, but top-tier substances that ordinary people could not even imagine, let alone obtain. The Mo family's custom protein extract, which inherently had the function of enhancing physical fitness, was the best choice. To be precise, it was the best raw material choice. Chang Chen endured the pain in his body, stood up, and in the dim cargo hold, he turned his palm inward and slowly raised his right hand. The STC emitted a blue fan-shaped scanning beam. Similar technological creations detected, dispersing into primitive matter, beginning synthesis. The most miraculous aspect of STC was its ability to break everything down into a magical and mysterious basic unit, and then synthesize a brand new creation with doubled functionality. QSS Energy Enhanced Protein Extract, *6600. This version further increased the concentration and purity of the protein based on the original high-energy protein extract. It used more advanced extraction technology and included various rare bioactive ingredients, such as coenzyme Q10 and astaxanthin, which could provide energy to cells, enhance cell vitality, and more effectively improve the body's energy levels and endurance. It can already effectively enhance energy levels and endurance. Chang Chen silently shook his head, but it's still far from enough. Dispersing into primitive matter, beginning synthesis, composite nutritional synergistic protein extract, *3300. Chang Chen glanced at the notes. This drink had added a large amount of high-energy nutrients on the original basis. Simply put, it was a composite of body enhancement liquid plus energy replenishment liquid. Dispersing into primitive matter, beginning synthesis, gene adaptation protein extract, *1650. This time, it included gene adaptation characteristics, doubling the effect for preset genes. Although it was upgraded, a slight limitation appeared. Chang Chen's eyes flickered. Continue. Intelligent Targeted Protein Extract, *A25. Utilizing advanced targeting technology, it can precisely deliver proteins to the parts of the body that need them. It contains specially processed intelligent biological protein molecules that can recognize the demand signals of different tissues and cells in the body, delivering and supplementing accordingly, as well as targeted enhancement, with effects 10 to 54 times that of ordinary protein liquids. This creation comes from a level 3. One technological civilization. Chang Chen paused. A drink that uses intelligent protein molecules? Indeed, there is nothing that advanced technology cannot achieve, only things we cannot imagine. However, a level 3 civilization is nearing its peak, it is estimated that it can synthesize one more time. Disperse into primitive matter begins synthesis eternal life clan infinite accumulation nutrient solution * 412. Chang Chen paused slightly. Eternal life clan? He had never heard of such a race. Could it be an alien civilization? In the distant depths of the universe, there exists a humanoid carbon-based life form known as the Eternal Life Clan. They are also defined as an alien civilization by humans, but due to their genetics, their lifespan far exceeds that of humans, approaching immortality. Over endless time, they have probed the secrets of the origin of biological entities, deciphered biological codes, and created this nutrient solution, which integrates high-energy extraction technology, biological protein targeting technology, and 12 other life sciences, achieving an extremely balanced and stable effect. After consuming this nutrient solution, the physical quality of conventional carbon-based organisms will receive comprehensive nourishment, with an overall body strength increase of 0.1% based on the initial foundation, and this can accumulate infinitely before reaching a new life essence transformation. Upon reading this, Chang Chen shuddered. An indiscriminate increase, infinite accumulation? The wording was quite audacious. That 0.1% may not seem like much, but if it accumulates infinitely, wouldn't that be monstrous? However, the summary was not yet finished, and Chang Chen continued to read on. Conventional carbon-based organisms can only absorb a limited amount of nutrients each day. If there is redundancy, it will be lost due to limitations in the digestive system, metabolic and storage needs, and the body's regulatory mechanisms. Conventional carbon-based organisms can take this nutrient solution once a day. If taken excessively, it cannot be absorbed. The Eternal Life Clan also has this limitation, but this solution is of extraordinary significance to them, regarded as the pinnacle of medical achievement. Because the lifespan of the Eternal Life Clan is nearly infinite, this nutrient solution produces astonishing cumulative effects within their bodies. The saying goes, dripping water penetrates stone, a rope saws through wood, a penny a day, 1,000 days 1,000. But no one knows how many years ago the Eternal Life Clan began consuming this nutrient solution, and to this day, no one can confirm the extent of their physical quality. After finishing the notes, Chang Chen took a slight breath. This Eternal Life Clan was indeed peculiar and fascinating. To say they were developing in a sneaky manner was not entirely accurate. They were utilizing their advantages to slowly accumulate their strength through another path, somewhat like the story of the tortoise and the hare. The tortoise may be slow, but it steadily moves forward without faltering. Through the queen, he learned that life was born in the universe 9 billion years ago. If the Eternal Life Clan also emerged hundreds of millions of years ago and had consumed the infinite accumulation nutrient solution for hundreds of millions of years, what level would they be at now? Could they have already become godlike beings? The so-called quantitative change leading to qualitative change seems unnecessary in the eyes of the Eternal Life Clan. They only need to endure and accumulate to pile up a terrifying quantity. And that line in the notes, before reaching the transformation of the essence of life. Chang Chen did not know what the transformation of the essence of life was. The universe is vast, wondrous, and mysterious. But Chang Chen's dreams remained as brilliant as ever. One day, he would traverse every corner of the universe and witness all the grandeur and mystery with his own eyes. Chang Chen tested it once more. The Eternal Life Clan infinite accumulation nutrient solution could no longer be synthesized. Perhaps below level 4 civilization, there were no superior nutrient solutions left. Or perhaps, high-level technological civilizations simply do not focus their energy on creations like nutrient solutions. Under normal logical circumstances, they should be more focused on transforming themselves rather than supplementing nutrition. Chang Chen slowly picked up a bottle of nutrient solution. Its shape and structure have completely changed. It is no longer a beverage can. Instead, it is transformed into a slender, transparent glass bottle, perfectly sized to fit in the hand. Inside the bottle are countless tiny blue particles, about the size of millet grains. Although small, these particles are crystal clear and beautiful. It is called nutrient solution, but in reality, it is a highly concentrated solid. Chang Chen pressed the button on the bottle. A blue millet grain fell from the bottle's mouth and landed in the palm of Chang Chen's hand. Oh, one serving refers to 1 millet grain, and this bottle contains nearly 1,000 of them, and I have a full 412 bottles. So, 1,000 multiplied by 412 equals. Sob, that's not important at all. You can only absorb it once a day, increasing by 0.1% each time, which means only 36% in a year. I'm afraid an ordinary person, with hard work and some supplements, could achieve this effect too. Chang Chen rubbed his forehead. Elders of the Immortal Clan, I don't have as long a life as you. But in the next moment, a spark ignited in Chang Chen's eyes. Just a moment of self-entertainment. He knew very well that although he didn't have that much time, within his genetic blueprint, there was a branch awakened by superspeed LV2 super metabolism rate. Ordinary carbon-based life forms can absorb it once a day. So, as an extraordinary carbon-based life form, how much can I absorb? Chengchen slightly parted his lips, raised his palm, and swallowed the blue millet grain. In the next moment, Chengchen's eyes widened. The sensation was incredible. The moment the millet grain entered his mouth, it felt like a balloon filled with sweet juice bursting in his mouth. Refreshing, thirst-quenching, delicious. Due to an internal injury, Chengchen had just experienced a bitter taste in dry mouth, but in an instant, it was all resolved. Wow, this is so delicious. Chengchen's eyes sparkled as he felt the delicious juice transform into a cool energy, instantly flowing throughout his body, a particularly delicate and even flow that seemed to cover every strand of his hair. Normally, after high-speed movement that caused damage, Chengchen's body would urgently crave energy, that instinct to eat meat. Now, with just a tiny millet grain, that energy deficit seemed to be instantly filled, and his body began to repair itself at high speed. In terms of energy, this little millet grain was equivalent to a nutritious feast, roughly equal to a particularly filthy beast. But that wasn't all. In the next moment, Chengchen felt its ability to enhance his physique. His body felt like a desert, a dry human-shaped sponge, and the tiny millet grain transformed into a drop of refreshing, sweet spring water, instantly nourishing his entire being, followed by a very faint warmth. Chengchen was very clear. His physique had received a comprehensive enhancement, vaguely, perhaps that 0.1%. At the same time, Chengchen had a clear sensation that under his LV2 super metabolism rate, the energy from the millet grain was rapidly converted and absorbed. The entire process took only a few seconds, and his body was sending out a signal, not enough, far from enough. As expected, Chengchen smiled slightly, picked up the nutrient solution glass bottle, brought it to his mouth, and gently pressed again, another millet grain falling into his mouth. It was still as cool, refreshing, and incredibly delicious. The human-shaped sponge was once again nourished by a stream of clear water. Not enough, far from enough. Click, click. Chengchen continuously pressed the nutrient solution button, one millet grain after another falling into his mouth. Chengchen was surprised by his super metabolism rate, and the improvement in his physical resilience was becoming increasingly evident. Ji. The little white mouse, shaking its crystal tail, climbed onto Chengchen's shoulder, its pink nose twitching and whiskers quivering. Do you want to eat this nutrient too? Chengchen tilted his head, pressed out a small grain of millet, and handed it to Ji. In its tiny paws, the millet grain was equivalent to a small apple, and it began to nibble away at it. Ji seemed quite satisfied with the taste of the food, but after eating one, it leaned against Chengchen's cheek, content. Its metabolism was merely at a normal level. 1 grain a day was enough for it. Chengchen nodded. Even the picky Ji was actively seeking food, which indicated that the ingredients of this potion were of very high quality. Click, click. Chengchen's movements were unceasing, 1 grain after another. Finally, Chengchen felt a stagnation in his body, as if after a hearty meal, he could no longer muster interest in other food. He knew that even with an LV super metabolism rate, there must be a limit, and today's supplementation had reached its quota. Chengchen silently counted. He had consumed a total of 99 grains. 1 round of supplementation equated to 99 days for others. Chengchen clenched his fist slightly, clearly feeling the overall enhancement in his physical strength, including but not limited to muscle density and bone strength. A 99-fold enhancement meant a 9% overall improvement. And tomorrow, he should be able to undergo a new round of supplementation, another 9% boost, doubling in 10 days. A grain a day, 1,000 grains in 1,000 days, infinitely accumulating, terrifying indeed. Chengchen's chest rose and fell irregularly. With this nutrient, the weakness of my body will soon be balanced, and the growth prospects are terrifying. Without hesitation, Chengchen first set Ji aside, and the I-type biomechanical armor enveloped his entire body, immediately initiating a test. With the same 0.5 meter return distance, he pushed his speed to the limit, transforming into a blur. The sudden increase in G-force still caused pain in his body, but during this process, he could distinctly feel his body becoming stronger than before, a sense of sturdiness emerging. Although the extent wasn't enormous, his confidence soared. He then reduced the return distance to 0.4 meters, a target he perhaps couldn't achieve before, and his body's vibration frequency reached 340 Hz. In that instant, Chengchen sensed something, closed his eyes, and entered a world seemingly composed of sound waves. His body could emit sound waves, while his brain could receive feedback from these waves. 340 Hz belonged to low-frequency detection waves but could scout large objects, such as houses, mountains, and humanoids. Within a 2-kilometer radius, the scenery formed a peculiar pattern in his mind, resembling a blue perspective view. He could see half of the Spirit-class starship's hull, but he couldn't see the Spirit, as it belonged to a higher frequency existence. Cheng Chen also saw the desert outside the Spirit-class starship, with several biological transport boxes floating behind him, slowly approaching. Meanwhile, within Cheng Chen's exclusive genetic blueprint, a new branch was born on the coordinate axis marked Superspeed LV-1 Simulated Sonar. Simulated Sonar. Cheng Chen gazed at the slightly flickering term in the genetic blueprint. Now, he had initially grasped this ability. He could observe scenes within approximately a 2-kilometer range through 340 Hz vibrations, with low precision, able to see large objects. For a human body, this was a reconnaissance ability belonging to the supernatural line, and it possessed considerable practicality. But for technological creations, this is merely a low-frequency detection wave. There's no need to compare it with current detectors. Even the submarines of the old era had sonar systems that were hundreds or thousands of times more effective than Cheng Chen's. However, Cheng Chen's eyes sparkled. This was just an LV-1 simulated sonar. As his genetic level increased, his physical strength improved, and his control over his body enhanced. How many hertz could his vibrations achieve? Would there come a day when his simulated sonar reached an astonishing frequency? It could, in an instant, probe the entire city's topography. All the details would be captured in a moment, and all irregular changes would rapidly refresh in his mind. By that time, his speed of movement would undoubtedly be astonishing, but he wouldn't even need to use his eyes to observe things, or perhaps his vision would no longer keep up with his speed, while the sonar system would provide him with the most precise guidance, forming a necessary mutual assistance. To exaggerate a bit, he might even be able to probe the topography of a certain planet the moment he landed. To exaggerate further, he could explore a corner of the universe solely with his body, and to exaggerate even more, standing at a certain point, he could peer into the entirety of the universe like a deity. To exaggerate yet again, in the old era, scholars proposed string theory. String theory posits that the most fundamental unit of the material world is not particles in the traditional sense but extremely tiny, one-dimensional strings like guitar strings. These strings are incredibly thin and vibrate continuously in the microscopic world, with particles like electrons, quarks, and photons being produced by different vibration modes of these strings. If string theory is true, Cheng Chen's eyes flickered. Is there a possibility that I could reach a frequency akin to that of strings and thus see the origin and truth of the entire material world? To exaggerate once more, string theory speculates that due to the diverse vibration modes of strings, multiple spatial curvatures could form, potentially leading to the creation of countless different universes, each with its own physical properties and laws. This is also a speculation about parallel universes. So, is it possible for me, Cheng Chen, to glimpse the existence of parallel universes through stronger sonar simulations, or even enter a parallel universe? At this moment, Cheng Chen extended his left hand, resting his index finger on the bridge of his nose, deep in thought, looking both profound and handsome. I admit, I can indeed think wildly. But then again, if one doesn't even dare to think about something, how can it ever be achieved? I must strive towards my goals. Cheng Chen raised his hand and gently slapped his left cheek. Trapped on this garbage planet for 18 years, Cheng Chen's dream has always been to step into a larger world. He is filled with curiosity and anticipation for this world. He wants to see landscapes that others cannot see. From now on, he must take the Eternal Plan Infinite Accumulation Nutrient Solution on time every day. Other medications cannot be stopped either. Cheng Chen immediately contacted Uncle Waste Valente, thought for a moment, and raised his hand to directly transfer 100 billion credit points. The funds obtained from high-entropy alloys amounted to a staggering 104 billion. Simply leaving it in the account would yield no value. One must learn to invest in the future, to invest in hope. For Cheng Chen, the remaining 40 billion is already an astonishing sum, enough for his expenses, even for extravagance. Moreover, in the future, Cheng Chen would not lack opportunities to make money. Uncle Waste was directly stunned. He couldn't imagine how Cheng Chen had gathered such a large sum of money in such a short time. Although S-class geneticists hold a transcendent status, becoming fat overnight was something Uncle Waste could not have anticipated. The reconstruction of the city of genes can be said to be a time of great potential. It requires various complex production lines and the formation of research teams, each of which demands a significant amount of money and time. Originally, Uncle Fei and the others planned to accumulate funds gradually through gene repair agents. Unexpectedly, in just 2 days, Cheng Chen hit the jackpot and achieved everything in one go. Without hesitation, Uncle Fei sent over a contract based on the Human Galactic Alliance's credit management system. It clearly stated that the ownership of the City of Genes was transferred to Cheng Chen. Cheng Chen smiled. He felt lucky, whether it was Valente or Mo. both were people who valued gratitude. For Valente, if it weren't for Chang Chen's appearance, he would have faced nothing but hell ahead. Moreover, Valente was not someone who cared much for fame and fortune. Once, he simply wanted to pursue the potion of his dreams, and now, he had taken on the mission of saving flawed gene carriers across the world as his life's purpose. Chang Chen was not pretentious and directly signed the contract. Afterwards, Uncle Fei and Valente solemnly promised that within 20 days, they would definitely set up a dedicated gene potion production line for Chang Chen and would deliver the first batch of gene potions to him. Chang Chen was in a great mood. The road ahead was long, and behind him, besides his own footprints, there was also the support of his partners. The cargo door of the Ling-style starship slowly opened. Behind Mo, for large biotechnological boxes floated in, moving slowly. Before this, Chang Chen had already stored over 400 bottles of the infinite accumulation potion and summoned a steel mama, disguised as a cargo mover. After all, the sudden disappearance of 12,000 bottles of protein drinks was quite hard to explain. The appearance of Steel Mama clearly indicated it was a type of transport robot, creating an instinctive assumption that the drinks had already been moved to another warehouse by Chang Chen. Mo glanced at the empty cargo hold. If the drinks aren't enough, I can have the factory work overtime to produce more. Such trivial things, as long as you need them, our Mo family will always supply. Boss Missouri is generous. Chang Chen looked at the boxes behind Mo and had already guessed what they contained. In this era, enhancing oneself through genes is one path, but at the same time, technology is also advancing rapidly. In ancient times, the reason humans, as primates, stood out among beasts and reached the top of the food chain, even becoming the masters of Earth, was due to a very simple reason: learning to use tools. Traps and spears could catch tigers and elephants. Wooden boats and paddles could cross rivers and sail to the sea. At any time, the reasonable use of tools is the premise for maintaining an advantage. Genes and equipment, although two different paths, are not choices for children. Adults pave the way. One should grasp both hands firmly. Whoosh! The 4 biological boxes lined up behind Mo as the cargo door slowly opened. Inside the boxes were partitions, and on the partitions were rows of mechanical shoes and black technological gloves. Chang Chen, my friend, Mo pointed at the equipment inside the boxes. The things you wanted are truly rare and tricky. The jet turbine-powered shoes are pure antiques, and that gravity field adjustment glove is actually a failed medical assistant glove. Still, these should be considered junk from Earth. I previously issued an ultimatum to the acquisition channels of the entire family. The things I wanted must be obtained, and as quickly as possible. Mo smiled helplessly. Just now, various starships transported these items from all directions, and the toll fees spent were thousands of times the value of these items. Thanks. Chang Chen grinned and said, Boss Missouri has connections everywhere. Boss Missouri works hard. Long live Boss Missouri. There are only 15 pairs of shoes and 13 pairs of gloves. I haven't met your requirements yet. My people are still looking. Mo frowned, his expression puzzled. These items are all secondhand. Some of them can't even be started. You specifically asked for these things. What use do you have for them? As parts, to disassemble and combine. Chang Chen extended his hand, fingers spread, then slightly clenched into a fist, and finally assemble them into new equipment. As long as you're satisfied. Mo hesitated. There's one more thing. I need to apologize. I couldn't find a single A24 nanny robot for you. Not just the A24. But even the previous generations like the B343 have disappeared from the market. Oh, Chang Chen was taken aback. You can find medical waste, but you can't find a nanny robot? And you even used the term disappeared? I find it strange too, Mo said, puzzled. I've heard some news. In recent years, there's been a wealthy mysterious boss continuously acquiring old robots, and the requirement is very clear. They must be nanny robots manufactured over 20 years ago, buying as many as possible. Oh, Chang Chen stroked his chin. What's the logic behind that? I don't understand either. Mo shook his head. These robots may be old, but they have nothing to do with antiques. I've heard that many people have made a fortune selling their scrap robots to that boss, but he doesn't care at all. He just keeps buying at any cost, as if his money comes like the wind. How could such a person exist? Chang Chen frowned, thinking to himself, doesn't this cut off Han Zai's upgrade path? Originally, Chang Chen planned to upgrade his old companion into a truly cool and explosive robot, whether to repay its past companionship or to add a strong assistant for his future path. This matter was listed as a must-do by Chang Chen, but now, it seemed he had encountered a small obstacle. Next, I will find a way to contact that mysterious boss. I will spare no effort to gather everything on this list. The man in the black suit straightened his back, his gaze resolute. Mo, never lose trust. Chang Chen smiled, moved, reached out to take the list from Mo's hand, gently flipped it over, and then returned it to Mo. Mo was puzzled and looked down at the list again. When he first received the list, he had examined it carefully and confirmed that there was no content on the back. But now, Mo was taken aback. In one corner of the back of the list, 7 crooked characters were written, resembling a dog's crawl. Mu ji guan ba tian iko. Tian iko? What is this? Mo looked at Chung Chen in shock. Did you write this? When did you write it? Chung Chen chuckled. Before fighting the mechanism beast, Rualu, I quickly wrote it down in the midst of my busy schedule. So these characters are from the mechanism beast, just written in a hurry. Mo grinned, imagining the scene. Just as the iron hooves of the mechanism beast, Rualu, were about to stomp down, Chang Chen disregarded life and death, exerting his speed, his tongue almost flinging out of his mouth, saliva stringing in the air, and in a state of extreme urgency, he filled in an item on the back of the list before returning to the battlefield. And all of this happened too quickly, the sky darkened, and he hadn't seen it clearly at all. Mo said sternly, in that state, where did you find a pen? Chang Chen's eyes were filled with tears as she extended her index finger, revealing a wound at the tip that was almost healed. Blood letter. Mo was taken aback. He felt an inexplicable sense of inspiration. What was going on? It was clearly a shameless act, yet it made one feel as if they owed her something. Chang Chen's move was truly remarkable. You want the mechanical beast? No problem. Mo let out a long breath. I'll give you whatever you want, but I have one small request. Leave the mechanical beast, young deer, on the mountain, and I will ask the Mo family students to create the mechanical beast you want anew. Is that okay? Chang Chen nodded earnestly. Of course. Good. I'll make arrangements. Mo turned directly and walked out of the starship, efficient and without a hint of delay. Inside the cargo hold of the Spirit-class starship, only Chang Chen remained. After the cargo door closed, Chung Chen looked at the equipment before her, rubbing her hands slightly. Although the quantity was not large, it was enough to see if she could push the gloves and shoes to their limits. At this moment, her hands and feet began to stir slightly, revealing the true form of the Type 1 biomechanical battle armor, resembling writhing asphalt, slowly retracting to reveal the jet turbine-powered shoes and gravity adjustment gloves she had always worn. After taking them off, she arranged them neatly. A total of 16 pairs of shoes and 14 pairs of gloves. Then Chung Chen summoned Steel Mama and took out the 50 gold duck egg-shaped precious metal detection robot she had previously acquired from the mine owner, and Imang. In the late night of Tingzhou, the grass and trees swayed gently in the breeze, with the sounds of cicadas and frogs creating a unique ambience. Inside the Spirit-class starship, the spacious and technologically advanced white storage cargo hold loomed large. Chang Chen slightly spread her legs, her back straight, the blue scavenger cloak naturally draping down. She slowly raised her right arm, and the STC emitted a dazzling blue beam of light. In that moment, she resembled a second creator, exuding endless charm and momentum. Kick. One by one, we are all old friends. I will see it through to the end. Let's see if I can elevate you to the altar. Chang Chen first focused on the 14 pairs of gravity field adjustment gloves on the left, her body slightly turning as the brilliant and mysterious beam from the STC enveloped them. Detected similar technological creation, dispersing into primitive matter, synthesis successful, precision control type gravity field adjustment gloves, *7. Chang Chen's eyes flickered slightly. This was about what she had expected. The previous gravity field adjustment gloves had a certain probability of being volatile and uncontrollable, so the next phase of the upgrade must enhance precision. But this was just the process. Continue. Detected similar technological creation, synthesis successful, limitless gravity field gloves, *3. Equipped with more advanced sensors and control systems, capable of precisely controlling the strength, range, and direction of the gravity field, range 1 to 150 meters, object volume from 1 centimeter to 20 m, direction 0 to 360 degrees, limitless adjustment, smooth operation, even more precise, almost reaching the level of remote manipulation. Chang Chen paused slightly. It seemed the evolution path of the gravity field gloves was to pursue perfection in controlling gravity. She couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. Chang Chen nodded to herself. Continue. Dispersing into primitive matter, synthesis successful, the sorrow of the pioneer civilization -200, *1. Chang Chen was taken aback. What is this? It seems unrelated to gravity? The pioneer civilization, a humanoid civilization living in a distant universe, resides on a planet with a high rotation speed. The gravity within the planet is chaotic and unpredictable, fluctuating between 1 to 120 times that of Earth. With the advancement of technology, the pioneer civilization gradually evolved into a technological civilization dedicated to a single field of study. They were obsessed with the research of gravity. After determining their technological direction, they devoted all their manpower and resources, vowing to unravel the mysteries of cosmic gravity, yet this ancient and omnipresent concept remained shrouded in a heavy veil. The pioneer civilization ignited hope through repeated failures, only to be engulfed by despair time and again. In the 200th year of their all-or-nothing gamble, they still had no breakthroughs. They collectively named their latest generation of gravitational technology creations the sadness of the pioneer civilization 200. In fact, it was an unusable failure. Failure? 200 is not a model number, but a record of the year? Cheng Chen was momentarily stunned, then looked at the freshly produced creation before him. Its appearance was still that of a glove, made from some kind of black metal, but it was overall dull and lifeless, in a state of silence. Cheng Chen attempted to connect with it through silicon-based electronic resonance, seeing faint blue ribbons drifting from the glove, but that was all. The glove could not be activated, let alone function, resembling a model devoid of substance. Cheng Chen's eyes widened slightly. I actually fell into a pit. The glove was used up. This was indeed the last opportunity for synthesis. Unexpectedly, the final result was a failure, or rather, more like a souvenir. In the research path of any technological creation, various failures are bound to occur. This is a very normal thing. Not being defeated by failure and continuously pushing oneself is the most valuable quality. Possessing such a spirit is the driving force for a civilization's progress. Looking at this unstartable glove, it could not be discarded. At the same time, a trace of understanding and a hint of respect arose within Cheng Chen. Cheng Chen clicked his tongue, but it's really such a pity. Reflecting back, the previous gravitational field adjustment gloves were also a type of failed medical glove. It seems that the blueprint of STC encompasses all stages of technological creations, which is not wrong. Success and failure are both forms of growth. At that moment, a prompt from the Spirit-class starship sounded. Cheng Chen looked at the monitoring perspective and discovered that outside the starship's cargo hold, 4 large biological transport boxes had appeared again, waiting like delivery personnel for their owner's welcome. Cheng Chen opened the starship's cargo hold, and the boxes slowly floated in, followed by the opening of the cargo doors. In that instant, Cheng Chen revealed a smile. Boss Missouri, still so reliable. Inside the newly arrived transport boxes, 35 pairs of the same model of turbo-powered shoes and 37 pairs of gravitational field adjustment gloves were neatly arranged. Together with the previous quantities, there were exactly 50 of each, not one more, not one less. No matter the difficulty, MO was strictly adhering to the standards on the list. With this, the gloves can continue to be synthesized. Cheng Chen immediately began working, repeating the previous synthesis steps. After a moment, he obtained 5 pairs of the sadness of the pioneer civilization 200, detected similar technological creations, dispersing into raw materials, synthesis successful, the sadness of the pioneer civilization 500, *2. 500? Cheng Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the annotations. The planet has completed 500 revolutions, and in the blink of an eye, it has been 500 years of exploration, yet the pioneer civilization has still not made a breakthrough. Their will has been passed down through generations, but each has ended in resentment. Their leaders sigh to the heavens, Great Cosmic Mother, why can't you give the persistent people a small, sustainable hope? Cheng Chen was speechless. The 2 pairs of gloves before him remained dull and lifeless, unable to activate. Gravity is indeed an ancient and mysterious unsolved puzzle in the universe. Humanity knows nothing about it either. People are aware of its existence and know that by resisting it, they can soar into the sky. But no one knows where it comes from or how it forms. Some might say that the greater the mass of a celestial body, the stronger the gravity. But why? Various hypotheses have emerged regarding gravity. In general relativity, it is speculated that massive objects cause the curvature of space, which creates gravity. There are also theories of energy radiation and string theory, which posits that the vibrations of strings create gravity. Opinions vary, yet none can be proven. In short, it is the supermassive black hole Sagittarius A that has aggregated into the Milky Way through gravity. It is the Sun that has aggregated into the solar system through gravity. Only then did the Earth receive light, gain conditions for survival, and give rise to humanity. Presumably, the pioneer civilization also came about for this reason. Everyone lives under gravity and is born because of it. The study of gravity, from a certain perspective, resembles a mortal's attempt to explore the powers of the divine. Pioneer. This name is quite fitting. They are indeed fearless forerunners. Cheng Chen took a slight breath. There's one more chance for synthesis left. Could it be that the next item will be the Pioneer 3000? That would not only be your sorrow but also cost me my life. Strangely, Cheng Chen sincerely hoped that the next creation would yield a breakthrough. This not only concerned his own gains but also stemmed from a heartfelt wish that the desperate pioneer civilization could achieve a reasonable reward. Dispersing into primitive matter, synthesis successful, pioneer gravity weapon system, Kit 1, gloves, *1. They succeeded. Chang Chen's eyes widened in an instant. He had never seen the pioneer civilization, did not know where they were or what they looked like. But in that moment, it felt as if a resonance transcending time and space had occurred. Chang Chen felt excited and honored for them. This creation was no longer a sorrow of any year but a gravity weapon system. The highest technological level of the pioneer civilization is merely a level 3. One technological civilization, but under that extreme obsession, even an unshakable belief, they succeeded. They unraveled one layer of the universe's veil and glimpsed the truth of gravity. In that instant, they ascended to a divine-level civilization, mastering the secrets of gravity, opening the brilliant doors of new physics, new energy studies, and new spatial studies, and then vanished from the physical world, heading to a mysterious space. Chang Chen's pupils trembled, and goosebumps rose on his skin. This was truly a case of the later comers surpassing the predecessors, a genuine overtaking on a curve. The pioneer civilization, betting everything, exerting all their efforts, and persisting tirelessly, finally reaped rewards. As the saying goes, a flower represents a world, a leaf represents a Bodhi. Through the synthesis of a small piece of equipment, Chang Chen saw such a moving and inspiring story. As for the divine-level civilization, Chang Chen did not yet know its worth. STC could not describe it due to a lack of data. Presumably, in the time to come, the technological level of the pioneer civilization would skyrocket to an unimaginable extent. Divine-level civilization might specifically refer to super-civilizations of level 11, 12, and so on. Or perhaps, after mastering a certain aspect of the universe's mysteries, their attributes would be defined as divine. Salute to the pioneers. Chang Chen nodded to himself. A child is also a founder of civilization. Although the current civilization has nothing to offer, Chang Chen couldn't help but indulge in thoughts of his future. Is it possible for me, Chang Chen, to also create a divine civilization? Of course, that's a story for later. Chang Chen looked at the equipment before him. The gloves were still black and soft to the touch. However, their even and delicate texture, along with a magical matte finish that seemed to slightly absorb the surrounding light, silently indicated their extraordinary nature. Gravity weapon system. Kit. This was the first time Chang Chen had synthesized equipment with kit attributes. He slowly put the gloves on, and his first impression was that they were soft and fit very comfortably. The surface of the gloves lit up with beams of icy blue light, gathering along the bones of his fingers towards his wrist, lively and full of a sci-fi feel. As his fingers slightly spread apart, Chang Chen could feel a slight vibration at his fingertips, and then 5 rotating icy blue force fields appeared at his fingertips, resembling miniature cosmic nebulae. As his fingers slightly contracted, the 5 nebulae shrank together, merging into a larger nebula. The gravity field existing at my fingertips. Chang Chen slowly raised his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at the haphazardly placed biological transport boxes in front of him. He extended his right hand towards the boxes, fingers spread wide, and they were instantly enveloped in an icy blue glow, slowly floating into the air. As his fingers opened again, 7 or 8 boxes flew through the air in different directions, and just as they were about to crash into the wall, they suddenly halted. Then under Chang Chen's control, they swiftly gathered in front of him, stacking into a tall column one moment and forming a pyramid the next. It was effortless. Chang Chen then glanced at the notes on the gloves. Pioneer Gravity Weapon System, Kit 1, gloves, can release 10 exclusive anti-gravity force fields, maximum coverage range of 500 meters, with a weight limit of 6.4 tons based on Earth's gravity standards, millimeter-level precision, and the strength, range, and direction of the gravity fields can all be adjusted infinitely. Chang Chen tilted his head. The performance of controlling the gravity field was many times stronger than before, and it had transformed into 10 force fields, allowing for multi-line operations, providing a strong sense of control and practicality. But the pioneer civilization had cracked the mysteries of gravity. Although this equipment was a product before becoming divine, it was also a stepping stone and shouldn't be just this. Therefore, Chang Chen narrowed his eyes, focusing on the word kit. The performance of this kit is only 1.2% of the Pioneer Gravity Weapon System, belonging to the category of daily assistance. As the number of kits increases, the linked performance will improve. Only by gathering all the kits can the core technology of the Pioneer civilization, gravity particle control, unleash its full potential. Just as I thought. Gravity particle control technology? Could the truth of gravity be a type of microscopic particle? Chang Chen pondered. Next, I should try to collect as much gravity control related equipment as possible, then synthesize a complete set of pioneer kits. This is the precursor to a divine civilization. It must be worth more than its cost. Immediately, Changchen looked at the 51 pairs of jet turbine-powered shoes. The essence of this equipment was propulsion-driven, not within the gravity field domain, which was somewhat regrettable, but it definitely needed to be synthesized. The flying function would be essential for future explorations. Disassemble into raw materials, synthesis successful, single-soldier high-speed flying wings, *25. The mechanical shoes transformed into a lightweight flying wing with a wingspan of about 2 meters, equipped with multiple jet turbines, and the flying speed increased nearly double compared to before, reaching 0.8 Mach. It looked very cool, but it was also very inconvenient. It was too large. Dispersed into primitive matter synthesis successful K22321 anti-gravity flight shoes *12. Cheng Chen's eyes lit up. Anti-gravity? It has actually entered the realm of gravitational fields? Then that means the brand new equipment transformed once again into the appearance of shoes, and the flying method adopted small-scale anti-gravity field technology, resulting in essential improvements in flight speed, agility, and endurance. But these were not what Cheng Chen was most concerned about. The key point was that this single-person flight equipment ultimately could not escape the fate of opposing gravity, successfully incorporating anti-gravity technology. Dispersed into primitive matter synthesis successful pioneer civilizations *200*6. Cheng Chen clenched his fist. Sorrow brother, it really is you. The shoes transformed again into a dull, non-functional technological device. The once great pioneer civilization had named all items from the 200-year node with a unified name. Cheng Chen steadied his mindset. Next should be the 500-year Sorrow brother. Dispersed into primitive matter synthesis successful pioneer civilizations *500*3. Cheng Chen clapped his hands. Steady. Dispersed into primitive matter synthesis successful pioneer gravity weapon system, Kit 4, shoes *1. Achieve high-speed flight through the anti-gravity field, maximum speed 1.28 Mach, capable of extreme postures and angles, equipped with X+1 mode, where X refers to different gravitational environments on different planets, and +1 allows for timely adjustments, enabling perfect flight even in gravitational environments exceeding standard values by 50 times. As an auxiliary tool, it's very practical. A humanoid jet, and it's all-terrain. Cheng Chen's eyes sparkled. Kit 4. I wonder what kind of functions will be triggered when combined with the gloves. Without hesitation, Cheng Chen slowly put on the pair of technologically advanced shoes that emitted a black matte finish. They could automatically adjust their tightness, instantly becoming soft, fitting, and extremely comfortable. In that moment, the surface of the shoes lit up with icy blue lines, beautiful and dreamy, full of a sense of technology. Moreover, these icy blue technological beams extended from the shoes, like some kind of light shadow, adhering to Cheng Chen's thigh, slowly creeping upward, reaching his waist. Meanwhile, the previously worn Kit 1 gloves also released the same icy blue lines, traveling along Cheng Chen's arm to his shoulder, then extending downward, ultimately merging with the beams released from the shoes at his waist. At the same time, a beam screen was released from the palm of the gloves. It displayed a slightly rotating silhouette, with the feet and hands shimmering with icy blue light. Pioneer Gravity Weapon System, Kit 1, Kit 4, connection complete. Energy intercommunication, energy value increased by 2.3%. Kit 1 gloves, gravity bomb function activated. Kit 4 shoes, gravity trap function activated. Energy value level reached initial stage. Suit function, microgravity lens activated inside the spacious cargo hold of the Ling-style starship. Cheng Chen was fiddling with a few steel balls in his hand, narrowing his eyes as he flicked one of the steel balls. Initially, the steel ball flew normally through the air, but after traveling about 5 meters, a small icy blue spherical shield suddenly appeared on its surface. Buzz! Bang! The small steel ball, with an immense weight, smashed down onto the floor of the Ling-style starship. The material of the Ling-style starship was hard, and the collision caused severe crumpling on the impact surface of the steel ball. Cheng Chen's eyes widened slightly as he directly scattered the steel balls in front of him. At the same time, he unleashed his super speed, charging forward to chase the flying steel balls, extending his right hand clad in a black glove to nudge the steel balls one by one. Then, Cheng Chen halted 3 meters away, slowly turning back. Bang bang bang! The surfaces of those steel balls flickered with an icy blue light, and then each one violently smashed into the ground. These small steel balls carried immense kinetic energy. Cheng Chen slightly moved his fingers. This was the special function of the Pioneer Gravity Weapon System, Kit 1, gloves, the gravity bomb. It could apply multiple microgravity fields to other objects, achieving a gravity adjustment of 1 to 100 times, with the multiplier adjustable infinitely. The maximum volume of the target object was 1 cubic meter, and the force field explosion time could be delayed from 1 to 10 seconds, lasting for 3 minutes after the explosion. Changchen had set the gravity on the steel balls to just 10 times. Although it wouldn't create a real explosion, one could imagine that if a sufficiently heavy object were selected and subjected to 100 times gravity, with a delay of about 3 seconds set before throwing it at an enemy, that enemy would face a weight of life that cannot be borne. At this moment, Changchen looked at the ground he had just stepped on, took out a small iron can with his other hand, squatting down, he pushed his arm forward, and the iron can rolled ahead with a clatter. Suddenly, a circular icy blue force field appeared on the ground ahead. When the iron can entered this range, it was crushed flat with a loud crunch by the immense gravity, turning into a disc of iron. This was the function of the shoelaces on his shoes, the gravity trap. Up to 10 gravity traps could be left on the ground he had stepped on, with a diameter of 2 meters and a maximum ambush time of 20 minutes. Once an enemy stepped in, the gravity could increase by up to 100 times, with the multiplier adjustable infinitely, lasting for 3 minutes. The series of gravity traps before him had a multiplier of only 10. One could imagine an enemy, joyfully chasing Changchen with their own flesh and blood, would never suspect that hidden beneath the seemingly normal ground was a 100 times gravity trap. One step in, and the next second, they would become a juicy meat pie. Changchen's eyes sparkled. These two functions, unexpected and versatile, were very practical tricks. If one opened their mind, the possibilities were far beyond just these two forms. Moreover, for Changchen, these two functions received additional enhancements. The first enhancement came from the silicon-based gene's electronic resonance ability, allowing Changchen to operate efficiently without activating the adjustment panel of the gloves and shoes. Those complex settings like delayed explosions and gravity multipliers could be completed with mere thought, unnoticed and seamlessly coordinated. The second enhancement was Changchen's super speed. Whether setting gravity bombs or laying gravity traps, he could complete them in an instant. The same two pieces of equipment in the hands of others would yield far less value and efficiency compared to Changchen. At this moment, Changchen stood upright, icy blue light blossoming and flickering from his shoes and gloves. The light around him suddenly twisted, as if steam had appeared, blurring and shimmering. In the next instant, Changchen vanished from the cargo hold. The truth was, Changchen himself was still in place, with no physical changes, but he had become invisible. This was the set function activated when the shoes and gloves were linked, the microgravity lens. By altering the gravitational field around the equipment, light and electromagnetic waves were bent, allowing them to evade detection by the human eye and electronic devices. In other words, everything is present, but the light and electromagnetic waves aimed at Changchen either bend to avoid Changchen himself or have their refracted trajectories altered, making it impossible to interpret the true image. This is different from any visual camouflage technology or anti-radar technology on the market. It is a stark gravitational distortion. The nature of it is quite perverse, evoking a sense of great strength brings miracles and brute force pushes everything aside. Changchen is also shocked. The previous gravity bombs and gravity traps created individual stances that completely surpassed the standard gravity of this planet. The gravitational acceleration at the same location changed, and the physics teacher was furious. This gravitational lensing is even more exaggerated. According to human understanding, only celestial masses reaching the level of neutron stars or black holes can distort light. Yet at this moment, Changchen is merely a small individual, just wearing gravity weapon gloves and shoes, feeling no unusual sensations himself, while the light around him is inexplicably distorted. The pioneer's mastery of gravity has completely exceeded human frameworks and definitions. Gravity has become a plaything in their hands. Perhaps the previously flashed term graviton is the key to controlling gravity. The so-called the greater the mass, the greater the gravity may be a complete fallacy. But sadly, countless human theories are based on this. On the day the truth is revealed, who knows how many scientists will go mad? Changchen is clear. Those functions, when placed within the definition of human civilization, are already miraculous, but they are merely auxiliary functions within the pioneer's gravity weapon system. This weapon system is like a connected circuit board. Only by fitting the last piece can all its functions be witnessed. Only then can Changchen witness the true reason why the pioneers became a god-level civilization. Fortunately, I did not abandon you. Changchen glanced at the technologically advanced gloves and shoes, his expression flickering. The Type 1 biocombat armor activated, with writhing asphalt emerging from his wrists and ankles, wrapping around the shoes and gloves. The appearance of the shoes transformed into conventional black scavenger boots, while Changchen's palms were covered by the armor, which then simulated the color of skin. The practicality of the two pieces of equipment is strong. Changchen will wear them continuously, but outsiders cannot perceive them. Feeling fulfilled, Changchen simply stood quietly, a sense of invisible security surging within him. Then, Changchen slowly turned around to look at the 50 golden duck eggs on the ground. The mud grasshoppers' precious metal detection robots. Compact in size, they can hide in other people's starships or luggage, and once they enter a mining area, they can ascertain the underground precious metal reserves. Changchen raised his right hand, and the STC emitted a brilliant blue beam. Similar technological creations detected. Synthesis successful. Precision precious metal detection robots. *25. The types of metals that can be detected have increased, and the detection range has expanded. Continue. Synthesis successful. Precision precious metal plus energy detection robots. *12. Not only can it detect underground metals, but it can also detect 12 types of underground energy, including oil. Changchen shook his head. Continue. Synthesis successful. Underwater exploration robots. *6. On the previous basis, underwater navigation capabilities have been added. This is very necessary. Many celestial bodies in the universe are covered with large areas of water, just like the former Earth. But it's still not enough. Synthesis successful. Universal treasure hunting robots. *3. Flying capabilities have also been added, and even short-range space navigation capabilities. Changchen squinted. Continue. Synthesis successful. Mechanical deity. Odysseus. *1. This ancient Greek hero faced countless hardships on his long journey home, filled with the quest for unknown riches and precious items, such as seeking an escape in the cave of the Cyclops and gaining wisdom and strength in his encounters with the witch Circe, symbolizing the spirit of bravely exploring the unknown to acquire treasures. Mechanical deity? Changchen paused slightly. This time, the attributes of the equipment had jumped significantly, catching him off guard. In front of Changchen, a golden statue stood quietly on the ground. It depicted a male figure, with curly long hair cascading over his shoulders, bare-chested, and wearing a short skirt made of animal hide around his waist. In his left hand, he held a round shield, and in his right, a long sword. His exposed muscles were solid and resilient, and a golden halo shone at the back of his head, giving him an aura of divinity. Odysseus! The golden statue suddenly spoke, calling out this name, which contained some ancient and powerful force, instantly stirring a strong battle spirit. It suddenly raised its head, gazing at Changchen, its eyes bursting with golden light, an invisible anger brewing, as if Changchen had disturbed its slumber and summoned it, a being that was once an ancient deity, which was nothing short of a desecration. Clang! It struck its round shield with the long sword, producing a crisp sound of collision. Odysseus! It seemed unable to utter any other words, but these 4 syllables contained the wrath of a deity. In that moment, its muscles tensed, the golden light behind it flared up, and it charged fiercely towards Changchen. The golden sword thrust forward, the brilliance revealing its sharpness. It charged alone, yet it bore the momentum of 1,000 troops. Changchen was momentarily stunned by this overwhelming force, frozen in place. Clang! Ding! The golden deity Odysseus struck Changchen's foot. The immense recoil forced it to retreat, rolling on the ground several times before stabilizing itself. Changchen's eyes widened, his expression uncertain, staring at the golden figure on the ground, which was less than 10 centimeters tall. What on earth is this thing? Odysseus! The golden deity, undeterred, gathered its momentum again and charged forward, but Changchen extended a finger to press against its head. Its feet were smoking, yet it did not advance an inch. Changchen lifted his finger. The great golden deity lost its balance and fell flat on its face. As it got back up, it noticed a small white mouse with a slightly swaying tail nearby. The golden deity paused slightly. It wondered to itself, what kind of place is this, where there are not only ancient giants but also a giant mouse beast? But the golden deity would never complain about its environment. It raised its long sword. Odysseus! The little mouse looked at this fierce little creature, somewhat puzzled. Squeak! Changchen squatted down, squinting to observe. He then realized that this so-called mechanical deity was a finely crafted robot, and the golden light at the back of its head was some kind of LED. Changchen found it quite amusing. It seemed to possess a certain level of intelligence, even personality. The moment it was activated, it fully embodied its character. The mechanical deity Odysseus came from a technologically advanced civilization with a strong belief system and a knack for toy-making. It was essentially a treasure-hunting robot, but it integrated the cognition and experience of the ancient god Odysseus, capable of exploring treasures in any form. Any item that triggered Odysseus's divine awareness would be recognized as treasure, and it would embark on an unyielding and relentless quest, unafraid of any hardships along the way. Although this creation originated from a two civilization, it held an irreplaceable advantage in the field of treasure hunting. After reading the STC's notes, Changchen nodded slightly. This little robot actually belonged to the toy category, no wonder it had a certain level of playfulness. However, it has a very impressive feature: its treasure exploration is not limited to any specific form. The previous detection robots could only detect precious metals or underground energy, which essentially meant releasing different detection waves to complete a form of advanced geological exploration. But this little guy seems to have its own judgment mechanism. Chang Chen did not know what its so-called divine sense truly was in terms of detection methods, but roughly speaking, it was somewhat like the Mang from traditional Chinese mythology, possessing keen smell and insight. Once it got close to a treasure, it could pinpoint its exact location. Odysseus, Ji. Underfoot, Ji and the golden little man were at odds, ready to fight. Chang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, then summoned Ji back to his shoulder. The golden deity kept jumping high but couldn't climb onto Chang Chen's shoes, so it could only sulk alone. Suddenly, the golden little man's eyes sparkled, and it thrust its long sword into the ground, hands crossed over the hilt, then slowly closed its eyes, as if sensing something. Chang Chen paused slightly. Could it be it found a treasure? Odysseus! In just a few seconds, the golden little man suddenly opened its eyes, pointed its long sword at the hatch of the Spirit-class starship, and kept roaring. The next moment, it charged out, continuously poking the starship's hatch with its sword. Chang Chen became excited and opened the hatch. The golden little man let out a howl, raised its long sword, and dashed into the wild. Chang Chen's eyes widened. It was confirmed. It had indeed discovered something. Was there some treasure hidden above Tingzhou of the Mo plan? For now, he didn't know the judgment criteria of the golden deity. Was this treasure already collected by someone? Or was it some unknown secret treasure? Chang Chen didn't hesitate and quickly followed. Not far away, the golden deity was struggling to swim forward in a drainage ditch less than a meter wide. Odysseus! The golden little man's eyes sparkled fiercely. Although I faced raging waves, in the will of the gods, there is no such thing as retreat. No one can stop my treasure-hunting heart, which radiates divine might and is incredibly fervent. Under the dim moonlight, Chang Chen crouched down and gently pushed the water's surface. The waves propelled Odysseus, and it finally swam ashore. Thud thud! The great golden deity shook its body, flinging off the water, then raised its golden long sword, lifting its indomitable will, and continued to run forward. Ahead was a brightly lit building, resembling a large classroom, with shadows flickering. As Chang Chen approached, he discovered Mo standing inside, facing a group of Mo family scholars. Odysseus was also hesitating by the wall, seemingly trying to discern the direction. Seeing Mo frowning, Chang Chen activated the latest equipment feature, microgravity lens. The surroundings seemed to rise with steaming heat, and in just 2 to 3 seconds, Chang Chen's body became perfectly invisible. The shoes released an anti-gravity field, allowing Chang Chen to hover 10 centimeters above the ground, moving slowly without stepping on the ground, making no sound. These two functions were simply a perfect match, undetectable. Approaching the window, Chang Chen eavesdropped on the conversation between Mo and the scholars. Young Master Mo, regarding our understanding of mechanical beasts, we are far behind Mo Yuan. We can't even grasp the principles involved. It's embarrassing. The speaker was Mo Shan, who had his head down, looking ashamed. Your requirements are difficult for us to meet at the moment. It may take 3 to 5 years, or even longer. I promised Chang Chen to gift him a Mo family mechanical beast. I cannot go back on my word. Mo's brow was tightly furrowed. Is the Mo family's mechanical arts really that difficult? Don't you all study together regularly? Mo Shan's face flushed with shame. What we've learned is just the surface, but that guy Mo Yuan has extraordinary talent, having comprehended countless mysteries in secret, while we, over the past time, didn't even know that mechanical beasts could possess such power. Mo Yuan deserves his fate, but with his death, many experiences have vanished as well. Mo sighed deeply, turning to look in the direction of the junk starship. How should I explain this to Chang Chen? Chang Chen was actually standing right in front of Mo. The cause and effect were already clear. Aside from Mo Yuan, no one else could create such impressive mechanical beasts. It was completely unexpected that Mo Yuan had such remarkable talent. They say obsession is a prerequisite for genius, just like the pioneers of civilization. But Mo Yuan's obsession went too far, leading him down a path of destruction. Chang Chen silently shook his head. It was enough not to make things difficult for Mo. At that moment, Odysseus confirmed the direction and plunged into the grass. Chang Chen followed slowly behind. For Odysseus, even the smallest mound of earth was like a towering mountain. Its journey truly resembled that of a weary treasure seeker, inspiring and touching. Although it was called Tingzhou, it was indeed a planet, vast in size. Buildings occupied less than 1% of the area, the rest being deep mountains with sparse human presence. It was truly an excellent place to hide treasures. After walking deep into the mountains for a long time, Chang Chen heard a rumbling sound. In the dim night, Chang Chen saw a white ribbon cascading down from a towering peak, merging into a deep pool below with a thunderous roar, mist rising all around. It's a waterfall. In fact, it was Cheng Chen's first time seeing a real waterfall. On the junk Earth, the environment was harsh, and such magnificent natural scenery had long since disappeared. Odysseus! The golden figure thrust its sword into the sky and dove into the pool, only to be surprised by a large black fish leaping up, mistaking Odysseus for some kind of beetle and swallowing it whole. Cheng Chen! But the next second, Odysseus's sword pierced through the belly of the black fish from the inside, and after gutting it, Odysseus emerged from the fish's belly. The big fish lay dead, floating on the water's surface, but Odysseus used it as a raft, standing on the fish's body, covered in blood, gliding through the water with its sword, swimming towards the waterfall with a determined and unwavering expression. Cheng Chen clicked his tongue, a warrior battling a dragon. Just relying on Odysseus to row would never get them to their destination in the next life, so Cheng Chen activated his gloves, creating a small force field to propel it forward. As Cheng Chen had anticipated, the golden figure plunged into the waterfall, and just as Cheng Chen had imagined, behind the waterfall was a dark and deep cave. However, at the very bottom of the cave were only jagged stone walls, completely natural in formation. Tap, tap. In the darkness, the shimmering Odysseus continuously poked at an inconspicuous small stone in the corner with its golden sword, sparks flying. Boom! Suddenly, the stone wall ahead split open, revealing a dark and vast space. The treasure-hunting robot was indeed powerful. That small stone was a hidden mechanism, a secret chamber. Cheng Chen's eyes widened slightly, and his mind raced to make a quick judgment. Previously, he had used silicon-based electronic resonance to probe the cave and found no blue ribbons, and the principle of this door must be mechanical operation. In other words, this secret chamber was related to the Mo family's mechanical arts. But the cave was pitch black. Through the echoes and a slight cool breeze, it could be determined that the internal space was quite large. Suddenly, a sound of precise components operating came from one side of the cave. Weak yellow lights suddenly illuminated on both sides, and they were not any kind of electric light. Inside each glass dome stood large, jujube pit-shaped stones, with intricate gears rotating below, driving a copper needle. The copper needle moved around the stones, lightly rubbing against their surfaces like a phonograph, and on the paths it had traversed, circles of yellow light appeared. The light spiraled, growing brighter with the friction of the copper needle, illuminating the entire cave. It's some kind of strange or. Cheng Chen looked at everything before him with curiosity. At the far end of the cave stood a massive golden egg towering at least 2 meters high. The golden egg was a mechanism, likely made of brass, with a hollow surface, and inside were countless precisely operating gears, possibly numbering in the millions, even more exaggerated than the mechanical beast, Rualu. Under the peculiar lighting system, the golden egg shimmered with a brilliant luster. The low-frequency hum of precise machinery filled the air. This scene possessed a unique beauty, retro, mechanical, precise, yet revealing an indescribable essence of Chinese heritage. On either side of the golden egg, rows of lighting lamps lit up. Cheng Chen's eyes widened slightly. On either side of the golden egg stood a row of ancient and imposing mechanical beasts. All made of brass, each stood about 5 meters tall, and through the hollowed sections, one could clearly see the astonishingly intricate mechanical structures inside. The 12 zodiac animals? A chill ran through Cheng Chen's heart. No, there are only 11. The dragon is missing. His fingers traced over the intricately patterned mechanical bodies, which were coated in a layer of fine dust. Cheng Chen observed closely and realized that these zodiac mechanical beasts had not been activated for a long time, as if they were sleeping in the cave, mysterious totems unknown to anyone. Such extraordinary creations, if they could be activated, would be a breathtaking sight even just for appreciation. Cheng Chen's eyes sparkled, then he turned to a corner of the cave. Odysseus had already jumped onto a wooden table and stood on its surface, raising his sword and calling out loudly. It was a table of ancient design, long and narrow, without chairs. Users had to sit on cushions. It seems there are others who know of this cave's existence. Cheng Chen squinted, noticing a modern paper notebook, a thermos, a half-eaten piece of dry food, and a pen on the table. Cheng Chen approached, picked up the notebook, and saw a few words written on it. Mo Yuan's journal. Mo Yuan? That guy discovered this hidden cave. Cheng Chen turned his head to see the bouncing Odysseus, noticing a square wooden box beneath him, suggesting that the treasure Odysseus defined was inside. Cheng Chen took a deep breath and opened the box. Inside was a book made of brass, with a spine featuring an intricate hinge structure. Each page was extremely thin, and when held, it felt slightly heavier than an ordinary book. The surface bore 8 carved characters. Mechanisms of heaven and earth, the theory of creation. Cheng Chen slowly turned to the first page, which read complete record of Mo family mechanism techniques. Following were intricately carved small characters and complex diagrams, and as he flipped through, it was all the same, filled with vast information, detailing the principles and manufacturing methods of the Mo family's mechanism techniques. This book, due to its extreme thinness, had some oxidized areas, indicating its long history. Chang Chen suddenly realized this was a secret chamber left by the ancestors of the Mo family. Even the Mo clan had not known of it. But Mo Yuan, by chance, found this place and discovered this unique, complete record of mechanism techniques, and then created that astonishing, mechanical beast, Ruolu. It wasn't that other scholars were dull, rather, Mo Yuan had gained an unparalleled advantage. Chang Chen couldn't help but glance at the chattering Odysseus. You really are quite reliable. You can actually discern such treasures. Odysseus! The golden deity stabbed Chang Chen's thigh with a long sword, secretly thinking, shamelessly, how can you so naturally pick up treasures that I have painstakingly sought after and found? The art of mechanisms is recorded in an incredibly heavy tome, employing the narrative style of ancient Chinese, which is not something one can understand and read in a day. But Mo Yuan had evidently studied it for a long time. His detailed notes served as a wedding dress for Chang Chen, allowing him to quickly grasp the situation at hand. That enormous golden egg, named the Heart of Mechanisms, resembled an energy hub that could awaken the 11 zodiac animals left by the ancestors through vibrations of specific frequencies. However, at some point, the Heart of Mechanisms became damaged. Although it could still operate, it could no longer perform its original functions. Over the past 7 years, Mo Yuan had been determined to repair the Heart of Mechanisms, meticulously replicating the components one by one according to the book's records. But no matter how many times he tried, he always failed. In this process, he even managed to independently create mechanical beasts like deer, yet he could never activate the Heart of Mechanisms. He reached a conclusion in his notes, his strokes trembling, surely reflecting the depth of his feelings at that time. The ancestors of the Mo family were extraordinarily talented, unparalleled in history, and the field of precision mechanics was the limit for humanity. From now on, no one would be able to repair the Heart of Mechanisms. Chang Chen slowly closed his eyes, setting a back-and-forth distance of 0. For meters, his body began to vibrate at high speed, and his simulated sonar abilities were displayed. The frequency limit of the Heart of Mechanisms was within 350 Hz, but it was not fixed, rather, it was a cyclical process that went from low to high and back down again. During this process, Chang Chen discovered 170 obvious points of disturbance, corresponding to 170 tiny components of the Heart of Mechanisms. Chang Chen smiled slightly and then extended his right hand. The various repair parts once crafted by Mo Yuan were enveloped in an ice-blue force field, slowly floating in the air, each one distinct. The ancestors of the Mo family were indeed extraordinarily talented, but my abilities just happened to allow me to see the essence of the Heart of Mechanisms. Chang Chen moved his fingers slightly. Mo Yuan, what you cannot do, I, Chang Chen, may very well be able to. The night was quiet, with a gentle breeze blowing. Gradually, the east began to show a hint of dawn. Chang Chen fully enjoyed the process of manual repair. The products of the Mo family's mechanism art were like exquisite works of art, and watching it being restored bit by himself was a fulfilling experience. The driving force behind it all was the anticipation of the last component falling into place, the moment it roared to life and operated perfectly. Chang Chen had once seen some scattered Lego blocks on the garbage planet. At that time, he struggled to survive and couldn't understand why people from the old era would waste so much time on such things. Now, Chang Chen understood. Some things are often more interesting in the process than in the result. They draw one into a state of flow, with heightened concentration and a deep sense of satisfaction, even losing track of time. Click! A very subtle sound of metal colliding came, and Chang Chen carefully pinched a gear with a diameter of less than 1 centimeter, returning it to its original position. In the next moment, the entire vibration frequency of the Heart of Mechanisms became smooth and fluid, no longer stalling even slightly. Crack! Crack! As if activating some kind of chain reaction, the outer shell of the Heart of Mechanisms began to flip layer by layer, showcasing the magic of the Mo family's mechanism art once again. The golden giant egg, over 2 meters tall, surprisingly shrank several circles in succession, transforming into a sphere with a diameter of 0.5 meter. The surface of the sphere began to spin rapidly, with misalignments appearing in a regular pattern. Through the gaps, one could see the incredibly precise mechanical structure within. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, a strange vibration emanated from within the 11 zodiac signs, and then these vibrations were evenly transmitted, slowly transforming into the sound of precise mechanical operations. Buzz, clack, clack, clack. The 11 zodiac signs opened their eyes, their pupils filled with rapidly spinning gears. Their long silent joints made clashing sounds as they all turned their heads, exuding an extraordinary aura, looking towards Chang Chen. It felt as if an ancient deity was awakening from a deep slumber. Chang Chen's eyes were overwhelmed, because not only had the 11 zodiac signs awakened, but a large door had also opened on the wall behind them, revealing an even broader cavern within. Chang Chen was utterly astonished. How much has this ancestor of the Mo family hidden? After steadying his mind, Chang Chen walked into the second massive cave. He looked around, his pupils seeming to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred. Behind him, the 11 zodiac signs and the heart of mechanisms were operating, producing rhythmic sounds of colliding parts. In a corner of the cave, there seemed to be a vent allowing a cool breeze to flow in, creating a whimpering sound. All of this mixed together felt somewhat eerie. Ahead was a row of brass grids, each containing a mechanical figure crafted from brass. But they were neither majestic nor handsome. The yellow light reflected on their faces revealed a pale, waxy color, making them appear sinister and terrifying. On the far left was a mechanical baby, as if just born, with its eyes still closed. Then came a half-year-old mechanical baby, followed by a 1-year-old, then about a year and a half, and then 2 years, 2.5. This entire row of grids contained mechanical figures in a dormant state, all representing the same person, or rather, the same person at every age, from just born to 100 years old. The final 100-year-old mechanical figure was already a hunched, frail old man, and at the position for the 25-year-old, there should have been a robust mechanical figure, but at that moment, it was completely empty. Chang Chen tilted his head and discovered that these grids were not only arranged in rows but also in columns. Behind each grid were another 20 identical grids, and within those grids were 20 mechanical figures of the same age. In other words, these mechanical figures could simply don artificial skin, walk out of the cave, and transform into humans, and all they needed to do was return periodically to replace their bodies, creating the illusion of continuous growth for others. If their bodies were damaged, then there were 20 substitutes prepared for them here. Chang Chen's pupils trembled violently. No wonder you aren't my biological child. 25 years ago, in the Tingzhong, beneath the statue of the ancestor at Missouri Siang Square, I found a chubby, white baby. In the main hall of the courtyard, the head of the Mo family, Mo Beishan, sat in the central chair, surveying the Mo family descendants. Mo was still busy outside, everyone else was present. I don't know which student or visiting guest abandoned him here. Seeing that he was healthy and cried loudly, I had Mo Feng adopt him. He then became my little grandson. Mo Beishan looked up at the void. I named him Xiao Sun, meaning that when he grows up, he will one day return to search for his biological parents. Perhaps because he lacked blood ties, I unconsciously overlooked him. But now, it seems he is the most outstanding child in the entire Mo family. I regret it. I don't want him to search for his parents. You can call me selfish or heartless if you wish. I want the Mo family to become his home, his only home. Mo Beishan's gaze revealed a hint of sternness, his tone irresistible as he said, From now on, I require each of you to support him with all your might, assist him, and no one is allowed to mention bloodlines anymore. My name is Mo Jioli. I am the first assistant to the current head of the Mo family. After Chang Chen entered the cave, a round, disc-shaped void projector lying flat on the ground suddenly activated. This device was no longer a creation of the Mo family's mechanical arts, but a true technological product, capable of not only void projection but also remote communication. At that moment, within the void projection stood a long-haired man in a black robe, with the character Mo embroidered on his chest. He smiled elegantly, polite and courteous. I have been exploring the universe with the current head for some years now. At this very moment, we are located in the distant triangular nebula, but I have also been paying attention to Tingzhou. As the saying goes, the whip cannot reach far. It is thanks to your efforts that the Mo family has been preserved. Saying this, the long-haired man slightly nodded to Chang Chen, his tone sincere as he said, On behalf of the current head, I express my most heartfelt gratitude to you, Scholar Chang. Then, the long-haired man glanced at the awakened 11 zodiac figures in the outer cave, as well as the book Complete Records of Mechanical Arts. Those mechanical beasts were created by me. The book was also compiled by me, drawing on the wisdom of my ancestors. The long-haired man smiled warmly. If you like, I will give it all to you. Chang Chen paused slightly. He had encountered a true master of the Mo family. Yet, the first assistant to the current head was so profound and broad-minded. What kind of existence would the legendary current head, Mo be? Mo is my friend, and I certainly cannot stand by. Chang Chen nodded in response, then slightly furrowed his brows, looking at the rows of mechanical figures in the cave. Then, what about these? Your friend Mo is also my creation. I merely wanted to leave a core strength for the Mo family after my departure. Of course, there are also elements of experimentation and testing involved. The long-haired man turned to look at the rows of mechanical figures. Within Mo, there is also a heart of mechanism, which is my most pinnacle creation. It contains 6 million tremor needles. 1 tremor represents 0, 2 tremors represent 1. When 6 million tremor needles tremble continuously, they will form an endless O1 code. In other words, in Mo's heart runs a set of binary code, it can think and make autonomous judgments. The long-haired man's eyes flickered. It is the only purely physical artificial intelligence in this world. Cheng Chen suddenly felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. He knew the Mo family's mechanical arts were like the work of gods, creations of heavenly craftsmanship, but he never expected it to be this precise. The tremors of metal belonged to the realm of human cognition, yet had reached an unimaginable height. In that moment, Cheng Chen recalled two details. First, when he had just arrived in Tingzhou, at the Mo family's funeral, he had sensed something wondrous and vague, discovering Mo, cloaked, because within Mo was a computational method similar to electronic life, yet not entirely electronic. Second, when Mo was deciphering Moziyu, the astonishing mathematical talent he displayed, no wonder he had such powerful mental calculation abilities. He was indeed a unique form of artificial intelligence. The long-haired man smiled slightly. No need to be too surprised. Compared to the artificial intelligence technology of a friend of mine, this is simply a world apart. Cheng Chen silently shook his head. How could one not be astonished? On the surface of Mo's body, there is a kind of alien technology, which you can understand as a form of biological skin that can change in volume and appearance, capable of simulating human physiological states, such as crying, bleeding, pain, and the genetic manifestations seen through human eyes. The long-haired man spoke slowly. Inside its mechanical heart there is also a timing mechanism. Every 6 months, it will come here to transfer the biological skin and the mechanical heart to a new body, completing a small growth, while it remains in a passive execution state, having no memory of these events. The others in Tingzhou are also unaware of this truth. Cheng Chen's eyes twitched slightly. Suddenly realizing that Mo was not a living person was somewhat difficult to accept. I have 100% respect for it. The long-haired man looked at Cheng Chen. For you, Cheng Shitzi, it is your friend, your partner. It has its own thoughts, its own emotions, its own goals, and its own principles of action. So why should you care about its form of life? Cheng Chen nodded slowly. Yes, silicon-based life is still life. Mo is my friend. The long-haired man nodded and smiled. The current leader is far away, and I worry about the future of the Mo family. As I imagined, Mo is growing smoothly and gradually playing an irreplaceable role, and I have prepared other bodies for it. The long-haired man scanned the rows of older mechanical beings. Like a staircase, I have given them greater strength. Age 45 is the peak, roughly equivalent to the S-class genes defined by humans, and after that, its abilities will gradually decline. It's not that I planned its life, but only by gaining enough experience can one wield greater power. Cheng Chen's eyes widened slightly. S-class genes? Yes, the long-haired man nodded slightly. I ask for nothing more than two things. First, I hope it has a fulfilling life. Second, to help our irresponsible leader manage the Mo family well. Cheng Chen's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Your Mo family leader is too strange, creating mechanical beings to share his workload. It's just a different way of coming into the world. Mo has its own personality. If it wants to leave the Mo family, I won't stop it. The long-haired man sighed slightly. I have no choice. The leader is a wastrel, and I am racking my brain to help him clean up the mess. Cheng Chen's expression turned displeased. Your leader is a bit despicable. Just then, the holographic projection trembled slightly, seemingly affected by some interference. Suddenly, a scream came from it. Jioli, save me. The long-haired man shook his head and sighed, feeling quite helpless. Here it comes. At the last moment, the long-haired man looked at Cheng Chen. Cheng Shitzi, can you help me keep this secret? Cheng Chen hesitated for a moment, then quietly nodded. Thank you. Although the universe is vast, I look forward to meeting you. The long-haired man nodded, and the virtual projection slowly extinguished. Inside the secret cave, only Cheng Chen remained. After learning about Mo's background story, he felt an inexplicable unease in his heart. The maximum age of mechanical beings is 100 years, indicating that this is a limit. By that time, the mechanical heart within Mo will likely exhaust its energy, and it will inevitably pass away. 100 years, for today's rapidly advancing human civilization in genetic science, is no longer an extreme age. If one can take enough high-quality genetic drugs, then this age is roughly equivalent to 60 years in the old era. Moreover, Mo itself is a mechanical body, and its treatment is even harsher than that of humans, having a lifespan limit from the moment of its birth. Cheng Chen let out a slow sigh, but in the next moment, Cheng Chen suddenly looked up, scanning the rows of mechanical figures before him, and a slightly crazy idea took shape in his mind. He slowly raised his right arm, and in the dimly lit cave, a blue beam filled with a sense of technology gradually blossomed. Similar technological creation detected. Start synthesis? In that instant, Chung Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. Mo stood with several disciples of the Mo family at the docking area in Tingzhou. Looking up at the sky, a strangely shaped starship, somewhat resembling an old carpenter's tool called a madu, painted in a faux wood color, was slowly descending. Mo felt a bit helpless. Why did he have to come at this time? It's really a headache. The starship landed smoothly. The cabin door slowly opened, extending a wooden ramp. A boy in a wheelchair, dressed in a coarse yellowish linen outfit, slowly rolled down the wooden slope. In this era, the boy had two peculiarities. First, his clothing was made of very rough linen, with the cuffs slightly rolled up, revealing a white inner lining, and he wore a pair of black cloth shoes, which seemed out of place against the technological backdrop of the time. He also had a white towel draped around his neck, seemingly for wiping sweat, but with the temperature control system being a basic feature of a starship, the towel was utterly unnecessary. The second peculiarity was his wheelchair, which was made entirely of wood, with no metal parts whatsoever. It was constructed entirely from wooden joints, and the wheels were carved from a single piece of wood, lacking even rubber tires for cushioning. In this era, metal wheelchairs were commonplace, and even sophisticated electric wheelchairs were considered low-end, with magnetic levitation wheelchairs already in mass production. Yet this boy used his right hand to slowly turn the wooden wheels, inching his way to Mo. Behind him followed a group of similarly dressed men in coarse yellow linen, all with shiny skin and muscular builds. Mo adjusted his emotions and smiled. Brother Lu Lian, welcome to your visit. During the spring and autumn period, your ancestor and my ancestor had a clash in stopping Chu to attack Song, but there has never been a clear conclusion about the outcome. The boy in the wheelchair slightly raised his head and looked at Mo. So, talking is pointless. Let's settle it with a duel. Mo maintained his smile. Brother Lu Lian, times have changed. Our two families have established a good relationship, and even have trade exchanges. You should let go of your obsession. Which is stronger, the Mo family's mechanical arts or the Lu family's woodworking skills? The boy in the wheelchair raised his head. Talking is pointless. Let's settle it with a duel. Mo sighed. To be honest, Brother Lu Lian, my family has encountered some troubles, and I really don't have the energy. During the Warring States period, the culture of the 12 zodiac signs had not yet formed. Your ancestor believed that dragon should be added to the zodiac, while my master thought it was ridiculous. The other 11 zodiac signs are all real animals. Why fabricate a dragon? The boy in the wheelchair still held his head high. So, talking is pointless. Let's settle it with a duel. Mo felt increasingly helpless. The boy's responses were consistent with his character. Brother Lu Lian, I know you want to challenge my Mo family's mechanical beasts with Lu Ban's woodworking skills, but to be honest, there is a student in the Mo family named Mo Yuan. Your Mo family has neglected the orthodox teachings, but you shouldn't have completely lost the skills left by your ancestors. The boy in the wheelchair still held his head high. Talking is pointless. Let's settle it with a duel. Mo was a bit exasperated. Brother Lu Lian, you've come from afar. Why not come inside for some tea, and we can take our time? Mozi and Lu Ban were born in the same era. History must favor the fittest. The boy in the wheelchair still held his head high. Talking is pointless. Let's settle it with a duel. Mo stood frozen in place. What the hell? This guy is named Lu Lian, a descendant of Lu Ban, and is rumored to be a once-in-a-century genius. However, the so-called genius and madman are only a fine line apart, and this is vividly embodied in him. This guy, for some reason, insists on fulfilling his ancestors' mission and must compete with the descendants of the Mo family. He doesn't exhibit any extreme behavior, he just has to come to Tingzhou every few days. Ignoring him seems a bit impolite, but if you engage with him, he will only utter those 4 words, let's settle this. Brother Lu Lian, I'll speak frankly. No one in the Mo family can replicate the Mo family's mechanism techniques. Mo's expression was very serious. Regarding this competition that has lasted for thousands of years, your Luban descendants have won. Is that so? The boy in the wheelchair's eyes flickered. Then since you admit defeat, there should be some punishment. It can't be without cost. Mo nodded. Brother Lu Lian, feel free to ask for whatever you want. There's no point in saying too much. The boy in the wheelchair slightly raised his head. I want you to compete with me. Mo was utterly exasperated. Brother Lu Lian, do I look like a humanoid mechanism beast to you? If it comes to it, just hit me. There are rumors that your Mo family's mechanism beasts don't exist at all, because your ancestors' inventions and creations stopped at the era of flying wooden kites. But I don't believe it. Your Mo family must be hiding a master of mechanism techniques. Bring him out. The boy in the wheelchair continued to hold his head high, enunciating each word. I want to compete with him. 1, settle, high, low. I'm going crazy. Mo's face twitched uncontrollably. Mo Yuan was already dead, and the remaining students not only couldn't replicate the mechanism techniques but even couldn't understand the manipulation methods of the mechanism beast, Ruo Lu. Who in the Mo family could compete with him? Unless... Mo shook his head. he naturally had no right to bring this trouble to Cheng Chen. Moreover, the mechanism beast was so complex and intricate that even if Cheng Chen had the intention, he would need a lot of time to learn and ponder. And no one knew what tricks this paranoid genius, Lulian, was hiding. After all, this was a competition of mechanism creations. If Cheng Chen were to falter, then most arrangements would seem too reckless and hasty. If I don't see the mechanism beast today, then I won't leave. The boy in the wheelchair held his head high. Until someone competes with me. 1. Settle, high, low. The men behind him, who should be apprentices of the Lu family, all let out a low grunt, their feet seemingly rooted to the ground, ready for a protracted battle. The air fell into silence, the sound of leaves rustling, crackling. Suddenly, from the deep mountains of Tingzhou, a dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. Like a tangible tremor, it instantly reached everyone's ears, causing their scalps to tingle and break out in a cold sweat. Everyone unconsciously looked towards the deep mountains in the east. Faintly visible, on a distant mountain, hung a white waterfall dozens of meters high, and the shockwave emanated from within the waterfall, the clear water surging endlessly, as if about to run dry. Suddenly, a massive splash erupted from the center of the waterfall. A mechanical giant dragon, cast in brass, with a body several dozen meters long and an imposing presence, leaped out from the waterfall. The giant dragon raised its head, and one could vaguely see that all the scales on its body were vibrating at an extremely high frequency, stirring up a massive airflow, causing trees to lean and the pool water to churn. In an instant, the giant dragon floated in the air. At this moment, dawn had just broken, and the fiery red sun rose from the eastern horizon. The giant dragon happened to fly in front of the rising sun, the light illuminating the earth, casting a brilliant golden edge on the dragon's body. Mo's expression was somewhat dazed. That is, the boy in the wheelchair also gradually widened his eyes. Everyone clearly saw that on the fearsome dragon's head stood a young figure, gripping the dragon's horns with both hands, his cape billowing behind him. Cheng Chen's laughter was wild and unrestrained. The feeling of riding the mechanical dragon in flight was 100 times more exhilarating than the first time he soared into the sky on spray-painted turbo shoes. This mechanical dragon was not a product of his own creation. It originated from the 11 zodiac beasts within the cave, which could merge like wild beasts in the mountains, and the final complete form was the mechanical beast, Ruolong, beneath his feet. The ancestors of the Mo family replicated animals using mechanical beasts, creating forms that resembled animals but were not real animals. Thus, these creations were named, such as Ruahu, Ruashi, Ruatu, and this creature, Ruolong, replicated from mythology. The records of mechanical art state that during the spring and autumn and warring states periods, bamboo-made Ruolong had already soared in the sky, and the common people mistook it for a divine miracle, thus acknowledging the existence of this creature, leading to the complete confirmation of the dragon among the 12 zodiac signs. At this moment, the mechanical beast, Ruolong, turned its head in midair. Its body twisted and coiled, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Through the gaps in its scales, one could see its astonishing internal structure, precise and exquisite, a marvel of craftsmanship. The dragon slowly opened its mouth, letting out a thunderous roar. Clearly visible within its mouth was a rapidly spinning heart of mechanism. Suddenly, Cheng Chen controlled the mechanical beast, Ruolong, to dive towards Mo's location, with an overwhelming force as if to devour the heavens and the earth. Lulian's mouth slightly opened. What the hell? Dragons, by nature, carried a kind of heart-stirring momentum and an invisible sense of oppression. The mechanical beast, Ruolong, seemed to descend from the clouds, pointing diagonally towards the ground. In the instant it neared the ground, its brass-colored claws borrowed strength from a tall building, and with a thunderous crash, half of the wooden roof was crushed by the dragon's claw, splinters flying everywhere. Coincidentally, a broken wooden beam flew towards the crowd. The beam was about 3 meters long, thick as a bowl at the tail, but split in the middle, with the tip as slender as a needle. Unerringly, this wooden beam hurtled through the air, aiming for Lulian's left eye. The men behind Lulian stumbled in shock at this sudden turn of events. The wooden beam flew at high speed, its tip directly aimed at the center of Lulian's pupil. In the next moment, the sharp tip would pierce through Lulian's cornea, sclera, iris, and ciliary body, causing his eyeball to burst like a grape with its skin torn off. Then, that massive wooden beam would be driven into his eye socket, exiting from the back of his head. But just as the sharp wooden tip was less than a centimeter from Lulian's pupil, a cold blue light enveloped the entire beam, instantly controlling it, and at the critical moment, it hovered in midair. Among the men behind Lulian, 2 had already fallen in panic, their faces pale with fear. The mechanical beast, Ruolong, had now landed steadily on the ground, its 5 dragon claws interlaced, its tail swaying slightly, and its head held high. The boy in the blue cloak atop the dragon maintained a posture with his right hand extended, an apologetic expression on his face. Friend, are you alright? The thick wooden beam lay horizontally in front of Lu Lian, just blocking his face. It seems my information was indeed correct. Someone from your MO family has signed up for the LBW Galactic Alliance Invention and Creation Competition. Lu Lian's expression was calm, not moving an inch, as the sharp wooden tip approached his pupil, appearing enormous, casting a white shadow before his eyes. Then, Lu Lian slightly tilted his head, his gaze bypassing the wooden tip. His pupils moved upward, looking at Cheng Chen standing atop the imposing dragon head, and he spoke each word clearly. I want to compete with you, 1, 2, decide the outcome. Cheng Chen jumped down from the dragon's head, coming to Mo's side, and tilted his head. What is this guy saying? Mo rubbed his temples, helplessly saying, he's always like this. Cheng Chen glanced at the ruined roof and grinned at Mo. Sorry, I just controlled this guy for a few seconds, and I'm a bit inexperienced. Ruined your house. It's a small matter. Mo slowly exhaled, a hint of awe in his voice. I know very well how intricate the mechanisms of the Mo family are. They require complex vibration frequencies to control. For you to achieve this level on your first attempt is quite impressive. Then, Mo looked up at the imposing, mechanism beast, Ruolong, and asked in confusion, is this also something made by Mo Yuan? We'll talk about that later. Cheng Chen stepped forward, looking at the boy in rough linen clothes sitting in the wheelchair. Friend, I'm really sorry, But he noticed Lu Lian's pupils slightly constricting as he stared at mechanism beast, Ruolong. At that moment, Ruolong shone brilliantly in the morning light, even the drifting dragon whiskers were vividly alive, and the heart of the mechanism was still operating, with the dragon whiskers vibrating at a very high frequency, sometimes blurring, sometimes focusing. I know the Mo family's mechanism techniques are exquisite, but seeing it today is even more astonishing than I imagined. Lu Lian's face flushed with excitement, his gaze locking onto Cheng Chen again. I want to compete with you. Cheng Chen was slightly taken aback. Brother, are you hurt? My Luban woodcraft is also a brilliant gem in the long river of human history. I don't agree with the saying since there is you, why is there Liang? Meeting a suitable opponent is a blessing from heaven. Lu Lian looked at Cheng Chen, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. I want to compete with you. Is he sick? Cheng Chen turned to Mo. Is this guy unable to communicate normally? Mo sighed helplessly. He hardly answers other people's questions. He only says what he wants to say, and then adds, compete with you, at the end. Oh, Cheng Chen's expression shifted as he looked at Lu Lian. Brother, I see a scorpion crawling up your pant leg. Being able to control a mechanism beast, it seems you also have some kind of anti-gravity equipment. I don't care who you are. I want to compete with you. Lu Lian scanned the mechanism beast, then Cheng Chen, but not now. With your abilities, you must have signed up for the LBW Invention and Creation Competition. 7 days later, on the competition stage, we will compete. Then, Lu Lian waved his right hand. Several burly men understood and pushed Lu Lian's wheelchair, turning it around towards their starship. But after just a few steps, Lu Lian's scream rang out. Damn, there really is a scorpion. It's okay, I want to compete with it. The big men were also flustered. Senior brother, there's no need for that, just control yourself, it's just a scorpion. Both Cheng Chen and Mo twitched their lips. They came and went in a bewildering manner. Lu Lian's starship slowly ascended and soon disappeared into the atmosphere of Tingzhou. This guy is not simple. Cheng Chen stroked his chin. In such a dangerous situation just now, he remained calm. Either his psychological quality is extremely strong, or he has some astonishing trump card. Of course, he's not simple. He is known as the strongest inheritor of Luban in the past 5,000 years. Mo gazed in the direction Lu Lian had left. He has been ill since birth, paralyzed except for his neck and one right hand. Under today's medical conditions, it could be treated, but he chooses to maintain his current state. He says too many useless organs only distract from the brain's efficiency. Having one hand and one brain is enough. At this point, Mo suddenly looked at Cheng Chen and smiled. So, was that wooden spike just so coincidentally aimed at Lu Lian's eye? Cheng Chen smiled back, responding without answering. In fact, as Cheng Chen rode the giant dragon and soared through the sky, he noticed Lu Lian's presence. Because beneath him, that seemingly ordinary wooden wheelchair emitted countless blue ribbons, and to this day, Cheng Chen had never seen such a complex signal transmission system. From a distance, it looked like a blue sea urchin. So, Cheng Chen controlled the wooden spike through his gloves. There was no malice, nor any intent to kill. He just wanted to test this strange guest. But unexpectedly, that guy who seemed to be a bit of a fool remained as still as a mountain.